Lin Fan woke up groggily, staring blankly at the school uniform he was wearing.
Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Today is the Ninja Way awakening ceremony. He looked around, and familiar yet unfamiliar classmates came into view, a wave of memories gradually flooding his mind. After a few minutes, Lin Fan had fully absorbed the memory fragments, and a complex expression appeared on his face as he looked up. This is a planet that was invaded by underground caves 100 years ago and is now ravaged by demons.
Fortunately, people in this world participate in an awakening ceremony when they turn 18. During the awakening ceremony, everyone can confirm their own chakra nature and bloodline limit.
That's right.
Here, the only way to resist demons is to cultivate the ninja way through an awakening ritual, grow stronger step by step, and eventually become a Kage-level powerhouse to save the world. And today marks the beginning of the awakening ceremony. Countless cultivators are pursuing the limits of the ninja way, striving to ascend to the strongest throne and become an existence admired by all. Someone has awakened the dust release ability, which allows them to break down the bodies of demons into particles. Someone awakened the melt release technique and burned the demons to ashes. There are also those who, without special bloodline limits, cultivate the 5 chakra natures of fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning to a state of consummate skill and reach the pinnacle of mastery.
Isn't this just like the plot of Naruto in my past life?
Lin Fan muttered to himself, recalling the bits and pieces in his mind.
Chakra and bloodline limits all resonate with the Naruto world. Lin Fan's expression turned strange.
This world actually considers the Rinnegan and Sharingan to be the worst bloodline limits.
He would rather awaken Yin-Yang chakra and become a medical ninja than choose the Rinnegan.
In Lin Fan's memory, there were indeed people who had chosen the Rinnegan. After making the selection, it was discovered that the gravity could only be controlled by about 1 pound.
It's only easy when you're a porter. Unable to find any way to improve, they were sentenced to death. The situation is similar for the Sharingan. Most people can only awaken a 1-tomo Sharingan, but they don't know how to improve its use. As a result, the Rinnegan and Sharingan were abandoned one after another. It was even considered less practical than rolling one's eyes. Are these people stupid? Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself. The Rinnegan and Sharingan are among the 2 most powerful bloodline limits in the original Naruto manga. In the later stages of Naruto, they even possessed world-destroying power. Whether it's dust release, lava release, or ice release, none of them can compare to the Rinnegan and Sharingan. However, Lin Fan didn't blame them. After all, the people of this world had only just begun to awaken. Just because others don't know doesn't mean he doesn't know.
Today marks the annual awakening ceremony for 18-year-old high school sophomores, also known as the awakening second year.
During the ceremony, everyone obtained corresponding chakra and bloodline limits by touching a ninja way crystal ball. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's eyes couldn't help but gleam with excitement. You should know that's the Rinnegan.
If you select it and master it completely, you could potentially possess power at the level of a Shadow Realm expert, or even reach the 6 Paths realm. In everyone's eyes, he was a piece of trash. But as a time traveler, how could he not know? Just as Lin Fan was in a daze, a cheerful young girl walked over with a big smile.
Handsome Lin, how about we go awaken together?
She is Su Xiaoxiao, the school beauty of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, with bright eyes and white teeth, and her eyes curve into crescents when she smiles. Her fair and slender calves had no excess fat, her skin was as smooth as cream, and she had 2 dimples on her face. With such a beautiful face, she was the dream goddess of almost every boy at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao lived very close to each other, and they had known each other since kindergarten. They were childhood sweethearts all the way through high school. Their relationship was extremely close. Lin Fan himself was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura.
Okay, let's go. We're almost at our classroom anyway.
He inherited the original owner's memories, and naturally, he also inherited her affection for Su Xiaoxiao. Not to mention a beautiful and youthful high school girl like Su Xiaoxiao, who would be the center of attention wherever she is. Many students in the classroom were so angry when they saw them walking side by side that they almost ground their back teeth to powder.
My goodness, how come this little goddess is always inseparable from Lin Fan? That's right, my dream goddess. Sigh.
I also want to stand in front of Lin Fan and say a word to the little goddess. Many boys groaned, their words filled with envy and jealousy towards Lin Fan.
Having such a young and beautiful girlfriend is the envy of many.
Outside the classroom, a luxuriously dressed boy stood with eyes full of resentment and jealousy. He held a bouquet of flowers in his hands, his eyes fixed on Lin Fan's back, filled with resentment. His name is Li Qing, and he is the son of one of the top 10 richest businessmen in Linhai City. After the awakening ceremony, he transferred to the school as a third-year awakened student and immediately set his sights on the school beauty, Su Xiaoxiao, launching a fierce financial offensive. However, Su Xiaoxiao remained unmoved and instead became close to an unknown young man.
If this news gets back to their circle, I wonder how many people will laugh their heads off. How dare you steal my woman? Kid, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. Li Qing watched the two chatting and laughing, his teeth clenched, filled with hatred. On the other side, Lin Fan
and Su Xiaoxiao chatted as they walked towards the playground. At this moment, the playground was packed with people, all gathered around the upcoming awakening ceremony. The head of the second-year high school grade held a crystal ball and patiently called out the students' names. Zheng San, the grade director, called out, and a boy stepped forward excitedly. Soon, the crystal ball lit up with 5 different chakra types for the user to choose from. After hesitating for a moment, Zheng San finally chose the fire attribute, Awakening Fire Release Chakra. The head of the grade told him to step down and beckoned for the next student to come forward. After all, not everyone has a bloodline limit. Even those with ordinary attributes can reach the level of bloodline limit by practicing ninjutsu or secret techniques. Even Linhai No. 1 High School, one of the best high schools in the world, is rarely chosen. Soon, it was Su Xiaoxiao's turn to be called out. Under Lin Fan's unwavering gaze, Su Xiaoxiao slowly stepped forward and placed her hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball suddenly emitted a beam of light, on which were clearly written, "Selectable bloodline limits, lava release, ice release, paper release." The audience was stunned. You can actually choose 3 different bloodline limits in a row. This little goddess's talent. I'm not seeing things, am I? She can actually choose 3 different bloodline limits. And there's also the extremely rare paper escape technique. She's beautiful, talented, and incredibly amazing. Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled, clearly not expecting that she could choose 3 bloodline limits. It's important to know that ordinary people can only choose 1 bloodline limit at most. Many more people don't even have a bloodline limit. Even the head of the grade couldn't help but marvel at Su Xiaoxiao's extraordinary talent. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiaoxiao finally chose to use the paper escape technique. Instantly, many pieces of paper fluttered around her, and the ninjutsu inherent in her bloodline limit flooded her mind. Soon after, Su Xiaoxiao stepped off the stage with a smile on her face and walked straight towards Lin Fan. "Hee, I'm awesome, aren't I?" She excitedly hugged Lin Fan's arm. Instantly, countless people felt their hearts bleed. The exceptionally talented and naturally beautiful goddess, Su Xiaoxiao. She's already taken. Thank you to all the godfathers for your support. This book's bloodline limits include secret techniques and bloodline elimination. There are 2 or 3 female protagonists, no harem elements. Please be gentle with your criticism. Even the little goddess has awakened the paper release technique, and she's still so close to Lin Fan. This little goddess is so approachable. I also want to enjoy the same treatment as Lin Fan. Hearing the intermittent sounds of envy around him, Lin Fan grinned. He ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair and whispered in her ear, "Of course, Xiaoxiao has to be amazing." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. "Brother Lin Fan will definitely be able to awaken his bloodline limit too," she said happily. "That's for sure." Lin Fan nodded solemnly. During the awakening ceremony, the awakening of chakra and bloodline limit is not based on luck but is closely related to spiritual power. When Lin Fan transmigrated, his soul and spiritual power were perfectly integrated, and his spiritual power had reached its peak. That's why he was so confident that he would definitely be able to select the bloodline limit. Time flies, and soon it was the last person's turn. The last one was Lin Fan. He nodded to Su Xiaoxiao, then slowly walked onto the stage. "Place your palm on the crystal ball," the head of the grade instructed. Lin Fan took a deep breath and steadily placed his palm on the crystal ball. Instantly, a blinding light burst forth from the crystal ball, so dazzling that countless people present could barely open their eyes. Only when the light gradually faded could the crowd barely make out the scene on the crystal ball. That scene was shocking. The crystal ball was covered with densely engraved text. The names of various bloodline limits were clearly written on it. You can choose 1 bloodline limit: ice release, lava release, paper release, dust release. Countless bloodline limits are engraved within it. What the hell is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 dozens of bloodline limits? In the Great Qian Kingdom, at most 1 person of this caliber appears every year. They actually showed up at our school this year? This is as shocking as a top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination entering a school with an undergraduate enrollment rate of less than 50%. This is a true genius. Instantly, all the teenagers who participated in the awakening ceremony widened their eyes. The ability to choose from all bloodline limits instantly overwhelmed everyone present. The fact that Lin Fan has so many bloodline limits to choose from further proves his exceptional talent. The same thought spontaneously arose in everyone's mind. This also includes older students. For example, Li Qing, who is currently a senior in high school, is 1 year ahead of Lin Fan. At this moment, Li Qing's face was ashen. His hands were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Despite being the son of a wealthy merchant, he did not comprehend any bloodline limit and could only choose fire-style chakra. How is that possible? Lin Fan is just an ordinary commoner with no family legacy. How is he able to obtain so many bloodline limits? Why? Why does he get all the good stuff? Seeing Su Xiaoxiao, his dream goddess, sitting in the audience, happy for Lin Fan, fueled his rage. In the sky, the principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School piloted a mechanical bird crafted using mechanical arts, looking down at the scene below. Good heavens, he's actually
eventually awakened almost all of his bloodline limits. He gasped, "This kid's talent is truly terrifying."
In the history of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, the highest record is only the awakening of 5 bloodline limits. If one can awaken all of them, their future achievements will at least reach the level of a Near-Kage. The world's cultivation levels are divided into 6 tiers, each with 9 levels. Above this level are the pillars of the human race. Reaching the level of a near-shadow figure signifies becoming a pillar of a dynasty. There is hope for humanity. There is hope for humanity. The principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School exclaimed excitedly while taking out his mobile phone to report the news of this genius. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the dense text on the crystal ball, his heart filled with turmoil. After the spiritual power is integrated, there will naturally be more bloodline limits to choose from. He kept browsing through various bloodline limits, and even saw eye abilities such as the Byakugan and Sharingan. However, those were not his goals. Finally, his gaze settled on the 3 large characters in the corner.
"Your name is Lin Fan, right? I suggest you choose Dust Escape."
The head of the grade offered his advice from the side.
This statement immediately sparked heated discussion among the audience. Dust Release? Isn't that the ability of Qin Shang, the Quasi-Kage who guards Cave 3?
Yes, I heard that Qin Shang, a quasi-shadow, uses Dust Release to guard a region. The grade head's advice still carries weight. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head.
"Director, I don't want to choose Dust Escape," he said firmly.
For a moment, the head of the grade was also stunned, but he just scratched his head. After all, he was a genius, and geniuses always have some quirks. Moreover, no matter how carefully one chooses, one would never choose the worst bloodline limit, such as the Rinnegan or Sharingan. Just as he was about to ask what he wanted to choose, Lin Fan spoke first.
"I want to choose Rinnegan."
As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 words Rinnegan in the crystal ball turned into a beam of light and instantly entered Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan felt his pupils constantly changing as a terrifying power surged into his body. At the same time, a screen suddenly unfolded in front of him.
"Ding! Daily check-in system is now open. Would you like to check in?"
A glint of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. I never expected that after selecting the Rinnegan, I would receive such a powerful system cheat.
Becoming the world's strongest is just around the corner.
Sign in, he hurriedly said to himself.
Day 1 of sign in. Reward, Nagato version of the ultimate Rinnegan.
As soon as the system voice finished speaking, Lin Fan felt endless chakras surging into his body.
Moreover, it has no side effects.
Then, he mastered the skills that the Rinnegan possessed at an extremely fast pace.
The skills of Heaven's Way.
There are also various skills for the animal realm, the Azura realm, the human realm, the hungry ghost realm, and the hell realm.
In less than a minute, he had mastered it all. Feeling the immense power brought by the Rinnegan, Lin Fan took a deep breath.
With the power of the Rinnegan plus the system's support, he has now surpassed 99% of the world's population,
possessing super shadow level power capable of destroying the world. Even now,
with the underground world invading and demons causing chaos, he is confident that he can easily resolve the situation. Even with just a thought, one can unleash the Shinra Tensei. I'm afraid the entire city of Linhai will be reduced to ashes by this powerful force.
This is the power of the Rinnegan.
As his excitement subsided, Lin Fan returned to reality.
He looked around at his classmates,
who seemed to have been struck by lightning and couldn't move even when blown by the wind, his face full of doubt. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became deathly quiet.
Did I hear that right? Lin Fan, this exceptionally talented guy, actually said he would give up powerful bloodline limits like lava release and would release and choose the Rinnegan instead? Choose the Rinnegan? Isn't this the worst bloodline limit ever? Why would Lin Fan choose such a terrible talent? Did your brain short-circuit?
Not only were the audience members so skeptical, but even the great head holding the crystal ball had disbelief written all over his face.
Why did they choose the Rinnegan of all people?
Reincarnation, reincarnation. The name sounds impressive, but the reality is not like that at all.
Throughout history, hundreds of people have chosen the Rinnegan as their bloodline limit.
Without exception, their strength remains stagnant at the lower grade level, unable to break through at all. These people's actions prove that the Rinnegan can only manipulate a maximum of 1 pound of gravity.
There is nothing else they can do. Even the principal, sitting atop the mechanical bird in the sky, couldn't help but frown.
He slowly lowered his arm, which was about to make a phone call.
Why did you impulsively choose this bloodline limit?
This thing has almost no potential for development. It's practically a carbon copy of the Sharingan.
Lin Fan, you didn't make the wrong choice, did you? The great head stammered, his face clearly showing his utter bewilderment.
Seeing the reactions of the great head and other audience members, Lin Fan sighed.
Faced with this preconceived notion, any explanation seems pale and powerless.
He nodded solemnly and said clearly, word by word,
"That's right, my choice is indeed the Rinnegan."
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present gaped in astonishment.
Good heavens, Lin Fan actually chose the Rinnegan. How is this possible?
Many people laughed dismissively, but many more felt sorry for Lin Fan and were heartbroken. You should know that with Lin Fan's talent, any one of them could very likely reach the level of a near king in the next few decades.
Many people immediately formed a firm belief. Lin Fan is doomed.
But among the crowd, only Su Xiaoxiao's bright figure stood out, gently biting her pink lips. Although she didn't understand why Lin Fan would choose this talent that was widely considered the worst. But Lin Fan had his reasons for everything he did since childhood. Su Xiaoxiao decided to support this man forever, no matter what Lin Fan becomes in the future. She looked at him with a face full of determination and encouragement. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes met, and a slight smile appeared on their lips.
As for why I chose the Rinnegan, I'm afraid everyone has their own questions.
He shrugged.
I can only say one sentence. My Rinnegan is completely different from others.
Indeed, now that he possesses a Rinnegan on par with Nagato's.
Although it hasn't reached the level of Madara, Sasuke, or Kagaya.
But for a Kage-level powerhouse, this is completely effortless. As soon as Lin Fan said this, many people couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle.
What exactly is Lin Fan trying to do? Want to break free from the negative stereotype of the Rinnegan left by predecessors? That's incredibly arrogant and conceited.
Even the great head and the principal couldn't help but shake their heads when they heard this. So that's what Lin Fan was thinking.
But that idea is far too naive.
The Rinnegan is widely considered to be useless. This is a conclusion reached by countless predecessors through practice, and it's not something that can be changed overnight. Ignoring the advice of the elders, he wanted to forge a completely new path for the Rinnegan. That's just wishful thinking. Just then, a young man dressed in luxury goods stepped out from the silent crowd.
Lin Fan, you chose the Rinnegan, such a trash talent, and you're still so arrogant? Everyone was trying to be nice and let you choose something else, and you still dare to talk back. This is really disappointing.
The newcomer was none other than Li Qing, who had long harbored resentment towards Lin Fan. Li Qing was already deeply mired in self-doubt, but when he saw that Lin Fan had chosen the Rinnegan, he burst out laughing.
He thought Lin Fan was some kind of genius? In the end, I still chose a useless talent. He could easily deal with the Rinnegan's bloodline limit by simply throwing a large fireball.
Lin Fan, standing on the stage, frowned as he looked at the boy who was both unfamiliar and familiar. Half a breath later, he remembered that this person was Li Qing, a senior in high school. He had awakened his fire attribute chakra more than a year ago, and his ninjutsu skills were among the best in his class.
It seems he's still one of Su Xiaoxiao's little suitors? Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile knowingly. No wonder, this kid is a simp.
He couldn't get what he wanted, so he took his resentment out on himself. The remaining students in the audience turned to the side and whispered among themselves. Li Qing really chose this moment to cause trouble. Why didn't he come sooner or later? I just want to embarrass Lin Fan and make him lose face. I heard he's pursuing the goddess Su Xiaoxiao, but she likes Lin Fan. No wonder, he deliberately sought out an opportunity to embarrass Lin Fan. If Lin Fan had chosen dust release or lava release, Li Qing wouldn't have dared to utter a sound. But the mistake was that Lin Fan chose the Rinnegan, the weakest talent in the history of Ninja Way.
What's wrong, Li? Are you holding a grudge?
Lin Fan glanced at Li Qing sideways, a slight smile playing on his lips. Listening to the voices of the people around him, he roughly understood why Li Qing had jumped out.
How dare we compete with the sun and moon for brilliance?
Li Qing stared into Lin Fan's eyes, feeling as if he were being stared at by a tiger, and felt a little apprehensive.
But then I thought, isn't this guy just a Rinnegan user?
He awakened his fire attribute and learned ninjutsu for an extra year.
He was actually scared by Lin Fan's glare?
Lin Fan, if you have the guts, come with me to the dueling arena right now, and I'll show you what I'm capable of. Li Qing shouted loudly, as if afraid others wouldn't hear him.
I'll also show you how foolish it was to choose the Rinnegan.
As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, many people around him looked at Lin Fan with pity in their eyes. After a year of cultivation, he actually dares to challenge Lin Fan, who has just awakened his talent. This guy is shameless beyond belief.
To embarrass Lin Fan, they actually abandoned all pretense of decency. I guess he's jealous of Lin Fan because he can't get that little goddess.
These comments, when they reached Li Qing's ears, actually made him feel a sense of satisfaction.
That's right. He wanted to humiliate Lin Fan in front of everyone. What right do you have to steal my woman? Pay the price.
Hearing these words, Lin Fan in the stands couldn't help but smile.
Do you really think I have no temper? Want to duel me in the arena?
Every city school in the world has a dedicated dueling arena for students to practice fighting.
Linhai No. 1 Middle School is no exception. Moreover, the dueling arena is right next to the awakening ceremony. Lin Fan felt the blue chakra flowing through his meridians and took a deep breath. Soon, countless chakras surged into his eyes.
His eyes gradually turned into rings of purple.
That's the Rinnegan.
Instantly, an immensely terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Fan's body.
Come on, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Lin Fan laughed dismissively.
I just awakened the Rinnegan, and I'm really itching to use my hands.
I can't guarantee how to deal with others, but dealing with trash like you is more than enough. Soon, the crowd moved toward the dueling arena, ready to watch the contest. Lin Fan was naturally in the crowd, with Su Xiaoxiao closely following him, her eyes filled with worry.
Are you sure there won't be any problems?
Li Qing has been cultivating for a year, and it's said he's almost almost at the second-tier level.
Su Xiaoxiao asked with concern. Second-order level?
Lin Fan recalled the distribution of combat power in this world in his mind.
First tier, second tier? Aren't those just the strength of a genin in Naruto?
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly.
It's alright, don't worry.
Lin Fan took Su Xiaoxiao's soft, delicate hand in his.
As you know, I never do anything I'm not sure I can do.
A blush instantly spread from Su Xiaoxiao's neck to her cheeks, turning her entire face bright red.
Okay, I believe you.
Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Her thoughts were completely drawn to the hand Lin Fan was holding. Lin Fan's hands were so big and so warm. Seeing this, Li Qing was so angry that he trembled all over and was almost burning with rage.
Isn't this guy the good-for-nothing who chose the Rinnegan? Why can Su Xiaoxiao still hold hands with him?
Xiaoxiao must have underestimated her own abilities and been misled by Lin Fan's sweet words. Once we get to the dueling arena, I'll definitely show Xiaoxiao how powerful I am. He practiced the great fireball technique diligently for a whole year, and his strength has reached the 6th level of the first tier. Defeating Lin Fan, who had just awakened his talent, was a piece of cake. Soon, Lin Fan and Li Qing stood at opposite ends of the dueling arena. The Great Head was called in to act as the referee for the fight between Chen Hao and Li Qing. The head of the Great also wanted to see for himself just how powerful this so-called Rinnegan really was. In the sky, the principal, piloting the mechanical bird, also slowly flew over. He heard Lin Fan's arrogant words clearly.
Is the Rinnegan powerful?
The principal seemed lost in memories. He once saw an ancient book that said when demons invaded Earth, a ninja with the Rinnegan stepped forward, repelled tens of millions of demons, and saved the world. However, ancient books are still ancient books. They are probably just some random historical records written by a child from someplace.
We should take a look. The principal's gaze swept down upon the area below.
He was eager to see just how powerful the Rinnegan bloodline limit that Lin Fan had chosen despite the strong opposition truly was.
The arrogance of a genius. They need to be properly suppressed.
After understanding the limitations of the Rinnegan, there might still be hope in training basic ninjutsu.
Thinking of this, the principal couldn't help but sigh.
Lin Fan, if you admit defeat now, you can leave unharmed, or even without getting hurt. Li Qing crossed his arms and said coldly.
Of course, if you remain stubborn, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson.
I have been training for a year and have perfectly mastered the great fireball technique. As for the three bodies technique, that is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, the spectators around the dueling arena gasped in shock.
A giant fireball technique? Isn't it just a simplified version of the great fireball technique?
If one can master it perfectly in a year, then the great fireball technique will be even easier. The great fireball technique is a B-rank ninjutsu. If mastered well, it can kill many demons at once. It's over. Lin Fan is really in trouble this time. Li Qing clearly came prepared, having actually mastered the great fireball technique beforehand. Lin Fan is in grave danger this time. His complete defeat is a foregone conclusion.
Among the upperclassmen, those who can master B-rank ninjutsu are at least among the top 50 in their grade.
The students looked at Lin Fan with pity, as if they had already foreseen his inevitable defeat. Su Xiaoxin, sitting in the audience, felt a chill run down her spine and muttered in a low voice, "Brother Lin Fan, please don't let anything happen to you." Lin Fan, on the dueling field, felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world.
A giant fireball technique? Isn't that just a ninjutsu used by grunts?
It seems that the combat power rating in this world needs to be redefined with a completely new standard.
Head of grade, let's begin. Don't keep this clown waiting.
Lin Fan waved to the head of grade without expression. These words immediately enraged Li Qing. He tensed up, assumed a fighting stance, and prepared to attack. The great head looked around, and after confirming that everything was in order, waved to signal.
Duel rules: you may not cripple, maim, or take the life of your opponent. The duel begins now.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qing rushed forward impatiently.
How about that? Fast enough?
Get down here, I'm going to smash your head in with one punch. He ran and shouted, stubbornly sticking his tongue out. Lin Fan was speechless at the behavior of the guy in front of him. This is a battle, not child's play. This guy is actually planning to talk and fight at the same time? With the Rinnegan and the boost from his abundant chakra, Li Qing's speed, which he was so proud of, was as slow as a snail compared to Lin Fan. Lin Fan used his Rinnegan to analyze Li Qing's movements frame by frame, and found that Li Qing was no different from the tortoise on the ground. He looked at Li Qing, slowly raised one arm, shook his head, and silently chanted, "Myriad manifestations, heavenly guidance." As soon as he finished speaking, an immense suction force emanated from Lin Fan's arm. Li Qing's expression changed drastically. He was powerless to resist and was directly pulled over. In an instant, Lin Fan had already grabbed Li Qing by the neck. Li Qing struggled in terror, but was unable to break free. Li Qing knew in his heart that the Rinnegan did indeed have the function
of gravity and attraction. But isn't the maximum weight you can lift only 1 pound? How come they were able to pull him directly in front of Lin Fan this time? That gravitational pull couldn't possibly be that strong. Not only was Li Qing shocked, but the audience below the stage were also stunned, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Chen Hao's words left him speechless with shock. The Rinnegan? It's widely recognized as the worst talent in the country and even the world. How could Lin Fan's Rinnegan be so powerful? How could he so easily subdue Li Xin, a level 6 ninja of the first rank? Unlike the others, Su Xiaoxiao's mouth was slightly open as she thought to herself, so this is brother Lin Fan's samsara eye. No wonder he told me not to worry. The great head stood there, stunned, looking down at Li Qing being caught by Lin Fan, his face full of astonishment. For a moment, he seemed to have lost his soul, and his words became incoherent. The principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School staggered and almost fell, choking on his saliva and nearly spitting it out. That suction force. As a seasoned 4th-tier expert, he was naturally able to see through Lin Fan's attack methods. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted from Lin Fan's arm, instantly gripping Li Qing's entire body. It gripped Li Qing tightly in a form of gravity. Could it be that this kid is using the Rinnegan, and not the kind of Rinnegan that others use? The principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School couldn't help but recall the records in ancient books. I need to take a closer look. How could the Rinnegan be so powerful? Meanwhile, in the dueling arena, Lin Fan looked at Li Qing, who was so close to him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Li Qing was still struggling desperately, trying to fight back with physical techniques. However, with his hands controlled, he was unable to form hand seals at all. He's not like those guys with braids from the later stages of Naruto who can use ninjutsu without hand seals. Lin Fan suddenly swung his other hand and slapped Li Qing hard across the face. Instantly, a bright red handprint appeared clearly. Try calling again? Pretty arrogant, huh? Lin Fan slapped him hard across the face again. Li Qing was choked and couldn't say a word, only able to make muffled noises. Li Qing managed to squeeze out a single word. Then came another crisp slap. Li Qing's face immediately swelled up like a pig's head, her cheeks red and swollen. After 4 consecutive heavy blows, Li Qing was so badly beaten that he couldn't open his eyes. Lin Fan tossed him away like trash. Li Qing was covered in dust and rolled around several times before stopping. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be something you're not, understand? Lin Fan sneered disdainfully. This kind of pretentious person is someone who, relying on their own strength, likes to provoke others. But they had no idea that there are always people more capable than themselves, and that there are always things beyond their understanding. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Li Qing's face turned bright red and his eyes became bloodshot. He was slapped twice in front of everyone. He had completely lost face. He possesses the strength of a 1st-tier, 7th-level expert. They shouldn't lose to Lin Fan, who has just awakened and entered the 1st level. I'll make you pay. Li Qing roared and quickly formed several hand seals, then exhaled sharply. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Instantly, a fireball 2 meters square shot out from Li Qing's mouth, heading straight for Lin Fan. The onlookers' eyes widened in surprise. This is a ninjutsu technique, the great fireball technique. How should Lin Fan respond? If gravity is used, wouldn't it actually accelerate the fireball's attack speed? To be honest, the Rinnegan only has one ability, gravity. Just as everyone was speculating and thinking that Lin Fan had no way to break through. This is nothing like Li Xin's previous display of martial arts prowess. This time it's genuine ninjutsu. Lin Fan slowly raised his arm again. We don't even have the right to use Shinra Tensei against such weaklings. Hungry Ghost Path, Sealing Technique Absorption Seal. Lin Fan raised his large hand again, and his purple Rinnegan seemed to emit light as it shot out. An extremely terrifying suction force expanded from his palm. It actually completely engulfed the fireball that Li Qing had spewed. Is that all you've got? Lin Fan tilted his head and looked at Li Qing, whose face was full of shock and disbelief. I told you, my Rinnegan, it is the strongest in the world. A 2-meter-sized fireball rapidly condensed on Lin Fan's arm and hurtled towards Li Qing along the same trajectory. Li Qing's eyes widened, and he hurriedly retreated to try to dodge, but he underestimated the speed of the fireball. The fireball spell struck Li Qing directly. Li Qing was blasted out of the dueling arena like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. His clothes were almost completely burned off by his own fireball, leaving only a charred body. Lin Fan shrugged, glanced at the stunned audience below the stage, and then looked at the grade director who was still standing there in a daze. The expressions on the faces of the people in the audience were probably something like Omega, Absorption, or Rebound. Why didn't the previous Rinnegan have this technique? Why did Lin Fan suddenly use this move? What kind of ninjutsu is this? A sealing technique? A mere mortal easily defeated Li Qing, a senior student? This can't be a joke, can it? Director, can the duel be decided by a winner? Li Qing asked politely with a slight smile. Good, good, Lin Fan has won this duel. The head of the grade's face, full of wrinkles, was filled with disbelief. Let's not even talk about how you used gravity to pull Li Qing over. Not to mention that you absorbed Li Xin's great fireball
technique and then bounced it back.
Is that the power of the Rinnegan?
The head of the grade has reached the 7th level of the 2nd rank and participated in the underground cave defense war in his early years, fighting countless demons.
I've seen all sorts of ninjutsu.
He had only ever seen this technique of absorbing and then rebounding on seal masters.
The Rinnegan can actually do that?
Lin Fan slowly walked off the stage and toward Su Xiaoxiao. At some point, someone in the audience swallowed, and then the others followed suit. They consciously made way for Lin Fan, looking at him with awe.
Everyone already believed it. Lin Fan's Rinnegan is indeed extraordinary.
Lin Fan has just awakened, and is at most considered to be at the 1st level of the 1st rank. However, he easily defeated Li Qing, who was at the 2nd tier and level 7.
Is it really as the saying goes, the weakness is not in bloodline limits and chakra attributes, but in people and their talents?
Ignoring the shocked looks around him, Lin Fan walked over to Su Xiaoxiao's side.
How was it? I did a good job, right?
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Wow, that's amazing. How did you do that?
Su Xiaoxiao asked with a smile, her eyes full of curiosity. Clearly, she hadn't guessed the Rinnegan's move either. Lin Fan looked around and then said, there are too many people around.
We're just getting off school and heading home. Let's talk as we walk.
He said it without any hesitation.
Su Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red. Saying this on the way home from school, doesn't that imply that the two of them live together?
Lin Fan felt countless eyes focused on him. Most of the looks were filled with such murderous envy. Jealousy vanished long ago in the face of Lin Fan's strength.
Tears welled up in everyone's hearts. Is this the legendary man who is handsome, strong, talented, and has a gentle and beautiful girlfriend?
In the end, Su Xiaoxiao did not refute, and left the school together with Lin Fan. The head of the grade watched their retreating figures and sighed softly.
Director, what should we do about Li Qing? Someone in the crowd asked, pointing at Li Qing. Whose genius is it now? How dare they provoke Lin Fan, the genius of our 2nd year of high school? Do they expect me to help them with their treatment? Go and call the head of the senior year.
Tell them that the seniors are trying to bully us junior geniuses because they have an extra year of training.
That's right.
And then Lin Fan was forced to fight back, the grade head said, before turning to report to the principal. All that was left was a group of people with black lines on their faces.
This is called a passive counterattack?
This was clearly Lin Fan unilaterally defeating Li Qing.
Does having talent really mean you can do whatever you want?
It really is possible in this world.
The grade head knocked on the principal's office door. Upon entering the room, one sees numerous ancient books and unofficial histories scattered on the floor, recording the history of the invasion of Earth by underground caves over the past few hundred years. The principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School was squatting on the ground, searching for something. Principal, we have a genius here? His bloodline limit is fully maxed out.
The head of the grade had barely begun to speak when the principal interrupted.
All right, you can leave now.
I saw it, Wei Zhong said impatiently. The grade head nodded awkwardly and turned to leave.
Damn it, where is that document?
Wei Zhong rubbed his head. When he saw Lin Fan use a technique that absorbed the enemy's ninjutsu and then bounced it back, I immediately recalled the description of the Rinnegan that I had read in ancient books.
Doesn't this perfectly match Lin Fan's performance? He needs to talk to his old comrade in arms. Hey, Lao Gao, are you still working at the Dakian Center?
Wei Zhong sent a video of Lin Fan. Anyone who hears the keywords Old Gaoan Center will immediately think of General Gao Shangda, who has reached the Quasi-Kage level with his water release technique. Gao Shangda unleashed a powerful force comparable to a raging torrent using his water escape technique. He used water magic to kill tens of thousands of demons and guarded the frontier for 4 years, thus gaining widespread fame.
What does Lao Wei want from me? Why did he suddenly send this message?
Gao Shangda, dressed in a close-fitting outfit, stared at his phone screen with a look of confusion on his face. At first, he saw Lin Fan appear and awaken all of his bloodline limits.
This is incredible. All bloodline limits? This is just as impressive as the scions of those old families in Kyoto.
Typically, such geniuses are able to reach the level of near-illusionary talent. It seems that another top-notch general is about to emerge in our great Qian dynasty to fight against demons.
Recently, demons have been active in the border regions, and underground caves have been appearing frequently, keeping him extremely busy.
Gao Shangda nodded in satisfaction and continued reading.
If that were all, Wei Zhong wouldn't have bothered to send out this message to show off. There must be something even more important. Wait, why would this guy choose the Rinnegan?
If he chooses the Rinnegan, with this child's talent, he might still have a chance to reach the top if he switches to ordinary ninjutsu.
However, the effects of the bloodline limit on him will be magnified infinitely.
It's important to know that the Rinnegan is considered the worst ninjutsu, not only because of its limited effectiveness. Furthermore, the Rinnegan acts like a sponge, constantly absorbing the host's chakra. This makes it difficult for the host to improve their cultivation level.
The damage to the body is also considerable. For a moment, Gao Shangda couldn't help but frown, feeling sorry for Lin Fan's future.
He continued reading and saw Li Qing's provocation.
Wait a minute, Gao Shangda frowned.
At that moment, he saw Li Qing openly provoking Lin Fan.
A level 7 cultivator at the 1st first rank actually dared to provoke a rising genius of the great Qian dynasty. Gao Shangde picked up another phone and entered Li Qing's name from Linhai City. So he's the son of a wealthy merchant. No wonder he's so arrogant and domineering. Everyone was moved. To be honest, every genius who can awaken all bloodline limits is a treasure of the great Qian kingdom. Anyone who dares to oppose it is a mortal enemy of the great Qian. Given this rich young master's temperament, he'll definitely hire some assassins and thugs to cause trouble for Lin Fan. This is a national treasure of the great Qian dynasty. How can we let it be damaged? Gao Shangde's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp, and he quickly dialed a phone number. The Li family in Linhai City needs to be taught a lesson, or we can just deal with them directly. As soon as I finished speaking, a response came from the other end of the phone. He put down his phone and continued reading the messages from his old comrade in arms. Seeing Lin Fan absorb Li Qing's fireball and bounce it back, Gao Shangde was immediately shocked. It seems that geniuses who use the Rinnegan do indeed have remarkable abilities. However, he paused for a moment. How come this ability is so similar to the content of the ancient books that I studied with Wei Zhong before? I'm not sure. Let me take another look. Gao Shangde suddenly stood up from his chair when he saw Lin Fan absorb and reflect Li Qing's fireball. Water release, illusory water zone. He quickly formed hand seals, and a completely enclosed blue space instantly formed around him. After confirming that no one was around, he turned the mechanism on the bookshelf next to him and entered a secret room. The secret room was filled with various ancient books and documents. Whether it's something banned from circulation or something long lost, he has it all. Wei Zhong and I previously studied a sealed ancient book, which recorded this ability. Gao Shangde browsed the bookshelf for a long time before decisively taking down a yellowed and damaged ancient book. He discovered this book by chance in the cave. Although severely damaged, some contents have been preserved. And this content is about the Rinnegan and Sharingan, two kinds of talents that are generally considered useless by the world. Absorption and rebound. Absorption and rebound. The Rinnegan chapter. Gao Shangde's fingers flew across the pages. Finally, he stopped at a certain page. It was clearly written above. The Rinnegan, all things return to one, only the true remains. The writing at the end is already blurred and difficult to decipher. However, a few lines of records remain. The ability of the Pretapath is to absorb the enemy's ninjutsu and reflect it back, causing massive damage. Gao Shangde gasped, recalling Lin Fan's Rinnegan abilities in his mind. This is it? Is it exactly the same as the description above? Now we're going to have a good show. Could it be that Lin Fan is? No, we can't reveal this secret yet. He and Wei Zhong had previously regarded this book as something written by country children, but now it seems it's probably not that simple at all. So Gao Shangde immediately closed the book, packed up Lin Fan's birth record and biographical information, and sent them to the power center of Dakian, the Grand Elder. Then, Gao Shangde got up and hurriedly walked out. The last sentence remaining on the page reads, "Those who possess the Rinnegan are capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, slaughtering people and resurrecting them. They are omnipotent." Of course, Lin Fan knew nothing about what was happening in Kyoto. Just as he was holding Su Xiaoxiao's hand, he suddenly sneezed. "Who's been talking badly about me behind my back? Was it you?" Lin Fan said with a smile. The two slowly walked down to the foot of a luxury villa community. The house in front is Lin Fan's house, and the house behind is Su Xiaoxiao's residence. Nonsense. That's not true. Su Xiaoxiao blared fiercely at Lin Fan. "Aren't your uncle and aunt back yet?" Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan's house. Lin Fan shook his head. His parents often travel abroad for business and usually only return once a year. After exchanging a few sweet pleasantries, Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to part ways with Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked into the villa, where the interior was decorated in a luxurious style. It's easy to imagine how wealthy his parents were. Lin Fan prepared some dinner for himself first. By utilizing the gravitational pull of the universal gravitation system, various tedious steps such as chopping and stir-frying vegetables are easily solved. I'm afraid even Nagato didn't expect that the Rinnegan could be used like this. Lin Fan couldn't help but make a few comments. A simple dinner was prepared quickly. He finished his dinner in a flash. Next, let's test the true power of the Rinnegan. Lin Fan lowered his head and muttered to himself. In his battle with Li Qing, he didn't even use 1/1000th of the power of his Rinnegan. It was clearly an old man teasing a naughty child. Feeling the chakra gradually expanding within his body, Lin Fan smiled slightly. He went into the room, picked up a black robe and put it on to prevent others from seeing his strength. Lin Fan understood this simple truth clearly. He must keep a low profile until he comes into contact with the world's strongest fighting force. Remember this, there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. As night fell, Lin Fan opened the door and went outside. All things, heavenly guidance. He slowly recited the words, and an invisible force lifted him up, flying him towards a remote, uninhabited place deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, in a high-end hospital room, Li Qing was burned all over her body, and painful tears streamed down her face. "I will definitely kill Lin Fan. You bastard. Her hatred for Lin Fan
Fan had reached its peak. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in elegant and luxurious clothes entered the ward.
Dad, avenge me. Find an assassin. I want to kill Lin Fan. How dare he humiliate me like that?
The thought of those 2 stinging slaps on my face and being humiliated in front of everyone still lingers. He stole his goddess. The murderous intent in Li Qing's heart became increasingly difficult to suppress. He wished he could tear Lin Fan to pieces right then and there. Upon seeing his father, Li Daqing, arrive, he immediately made his request. As Li Daqing's only son, no matter what happens, Li Daqing can easily resolve the situation and do his best to satisfy him. Just when Li Qing thought her father would agree to kill Lin Fan,
Li Daqing's slap suddenly landed on his face. Li Qing hadn't even reacted yet. Another slap came. You unfilial son. Do you know how much trouble you've gotten yourself into this time? You've almost ruined our Li family.
Li Qing was stunned, her gaze fixed on her father, Li Daqing, and she was speechless for a moment.
What exactly is Lin Fan's background? Wasn't he just an ordinary commoner? Another crisp, loud slap rang out,
and Li Qing was slapped hard to the ground, kneeling down.
Today, the State Anti-Corruption Investigation Bureau stormed into our company.
Li Daqing was furious, his eyes red and barely able to contain his anger.
Seal off all of our company's assets.
You unfilial son, this is what you've done. Li Daqing glared at his son, wishing he could slap him twice more.
I even went to ask your uncle Su what he said.
He said that you, Li Qing, messed with someone you shouldn't have, which led to the destruction of our whole family. Uncle Su was a high-ranking official in the central government of Linhai City and is considered a significant figure in the Daqian dynasty.
This is also the Li family's backer.
Unexpectedly, this time the backer not only failed to help but also severed ties and ran away.
You damned brat.
Li Daqing grew angrier the more he thought about it and was about to vent his anger on his son when dozens of constables dressed in blue suddenly rushed in from outside. Li Daqing, the investigation into your company's embezzlement and tax evasion has been completed.
Now, please come with us.
Upon hearing this, Li Daqing and Li Qing turned deathly pale and staggered to their knees. They are completely finished. Given the shady business behind their company, if they were arrested by the police, it would mean their lives were over. Li Qing's eyes were filled with disbelief and deep regret.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. He couldn't believe it. Wasn't Lin Fan the good-for-nothing who chose the Rinnegan? How could someone possibly have such a background?
Of course, Lin Fan was completely unaware of the dramatic changes that had occurred in Li Qing's family.
Even if they knew, they would just smile indifferently.
Lin Fan manipulated gravity, suspending his body, and quickly arrived in a deep mountain. By the moonlight, he could see that the area was surrounded by mountains, with a basin in the middle and lush trees around the basin. Lin Fan hovered in the center of the basin.
The blue chakra expanded again, flowing through the meridians of the limbs, and finally converging in the brain. Rinnegan, activate.
Lin Fan said domineeringly, revealing a pair of eyes with purple circles around them. Let's first scout out the surrounding area to see if there are any civilians, Lin Fan thought to himself.
After all, even if you want to test the Rinnegan's abilities, you can't harm the innocent. Animal Path Spirit Communication Technique 8-Foot Crow.
Lin Fan slammed his palm down on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a line that twisted like an earthworm suddenly appeared on the ground, slowly climbing and rapidly expanding.
As the white mist dissipated, a gigantic 8-foot-tall crow immediately appeared, its eyes also possessing a Rinnegan. Conceal your position and scout your surroundings.
The 8-foot-tall crow nodded, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. Lin Fan naturally followed the perspective of the 8-foot-long bird, observing the mountains and forests in all directions. The field of vision is shared among Rinnegan users. Therefore, Lin Fan can use the 8-foot crow to investigate the situation. Soon after, the 8-foot-tall crow circled once and returned to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, clenched his fingers, and cast a contact spell, causing the 8-foot-tall crow to vanish instantly.
If no one's around, let's test Shinra Tensei first,
Lin Fan said excitedly. In his past life, he watched Naruto day and night, and pain Shinra Tensei left in Konoha village deeply shocked his young mind. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly raised his arm.
Shinra.
As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying repulsive force spread wildly outward from his body, like ripples rapidly spreading outward.
The earth began to tremble.
Whether it's flying sand and stones or ancient vines and old trees, everything is pushed outward by this repulsive force. When it spread to the towering, steep rocks surrounding the mountain, the rocks immediately shattered and collapsed, without giving it even a moment to pause.
Finally, a thick fog rolled in.
The black earth was covered with rows of yellow soil and plant debris. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. The Shinra Tensei that emanated from him actually turned this basin into a vast lush plain. In this test, he only used 5/10 of his abilities. It's already reached this level? In an instant, Lin Fan gained a completely new understanding of his own strength. No, we have to leave immediately. This place will definitely be discovered by those powerful people. The commotion caused by this Shinra Tensei was enough to shake the heavens and the earth, even.
As long as I leave, no one will know that I did it.
Lin Fan quickly straightened his black robe and whispered, myriad manifestations heavily guide me. guidance. Using the powerful forces of gravity and repulsion, he soared through the air, streaking across the sky at the speed of a meteor. The entire city of Linhai shook violently, as if it were an earthquake. Even the city issued earthquake alarms. Many people who were still playing and eating at home disregarded everything else and rushed out. Why did the earthquake only shake once? Little did they know, the instigator, Lin Fan, had already fled. White Star Sword, a near-Kage-level expert, wielded ice magic and guarded the edge of the underground cave for 3 whole years, freezing everything and intimidating demons. Now, he has been dispatched to Linhai City. The reason is simple. The demons in the cave see this place as their next gathering point for attack. Therefore, he was sent to Linhai City to prepare for the possible invasion of demons at any time. The appearance of underground caves was extremely random. Without prior intelligence, the number of casualties would be countless. In an office, a young man with a full head of white hair sat bored. Bai Xinjian shook his head casually and said, "Could it be that the intelligence department made a mistake? We've been watching for 3 days now, and there's not a single sign of demonic invasion." He was the most fervent warrior on the frontier, passionate about fighting demons. He felt restless if he didn't fight for a day. He also considered finding someone in Linhai City to spar with. However, the strongest combatant in Linhai City is only at the 4th level, and there are no 6th level fighters who are close to the quasi-shadow level. Linhai City is not the center of the state, so naturally there are no such powerful figures there. Sigh, how boring. Bai Xinjian sighed. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of chakra rose from the east like a dazzling sun. The earth shook violently. Bai Xinjian stood up instantly, looking eastward with a face full of shock. Wait, what's going on with this chakra? How can he be so strong? And it's completely unfamiliar. Shirahoshi Ken swore he had never seen such terrifying and awe-inspiring chakra. This power is comparable to, or even surpasses, those old fogies in the central government of the Great Qian dynasty. Which reclusive master has appeared? Bai Xinjian immediately leaped out of the window and rushed eastward. He wasn't sure if the chakra came from a demon or a human. You must confirm this in person. When Bai Xinjian arrived at Lin Fan's location, his blue pupils contracted sharply. Upon returning to Linhai City, he conducted reconnaissance in all directions. This area was originally a basin surrounded by mountains. Now it has turned into a plain full of loess. Bai Xinjian's expression turned solemn as he crouched down to observe carefully. This is human chakra. His furrowed brows relaxed slightly. The person capable of leveling this mountain range in an instant must be a Kage-level powerhouse. But he is definitely not a shadow-level powerhouse recorded by the official Dakian government. Those powerful figures at the Kage level, regardless of circumstances, would leave behind chakra samples for everyone to familiarize themselves with. This time, the chakra generated from destroying the entire mountain range was unprecedented. Linhai City is truly a place where hidden talents abound. No, it's a place where an extraordinary being lies hidden. Bai Xinjian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a shadow-level demon, everything is still passable. However, this power is unprecedented. It resembles the dust release technique of separation, but it is not quite the same. After a moment's thought, Bai Xinjian decided to seal off the area. Before we figure out the identity of this powerful figure, and whether he is friend or foe, we must not act rashly. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause panic among residents. Let the people in the central government of Dakian handle it. I hope they can find it as soon as possible. Bai Xinjian murmured softly. With Kage-level power, regardless of which country they ally with, they can significantly enhance the nation's overall strength. This time, a shadow-level expert actually appeared in Linhai City of the Great Qian dynasty. Lin Fan returned home early and took off the black robe. Phew, I'm finally home. He breathed a sigh of relief, his mind replaying the commotion he had just caused. The earthquake that destroyed the mountain was incredibly powerful. Next time, I must control my strength, Lin Fan secretly resolved. Just then, a message popped up on his WeChat account. It was from Su Xiaoxiao. There was an earthquake just now. Did you feel it? She asked with concern. Of course I didn't feel anything. It was just a small earthquake, Lin Fan replied. What a strange earthquake. It only shook once, and the weather station didn't issue any notification or warning, Su Xiaoxiao said, puzzled. It might be. Lin Fan considered how to put it. It might just be a simple crustal movement. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries until Su Xiaoxiao started to feel sleepy. Then they said goodnight to each other. After tidying up a bit, Lin Fan put the black robe into the wardrobe. On the way back, he not only used the gravitational pull of universal pull to help him fly, but also used the power of the Pretapath to eliminate all traces of chakra he left behind. Therefore, it is almost impossible for officials to find his whereabouts. I'll get some sleep first, Lin Fan thought, then lay down and quickly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, dozens of well-equipped soldiers had already gathered near the mountain that Lin Fan had just destroyed. Each soldier possesses at least second-tier ninjutsu, making them a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, each of them held a precise and complex instrument in their hands. Chakra level, Kage level. Chakra strength, Kage level. Destruction level, Kage level or higher. Damage range, Kage level or higher. Destruction technique, unknown. Some somewhat similar to dust release.
How is this possible? Overall assessment, at least mid-stage movie level. Bai Xinjian couldn't help but gasp as he listened to these reports. All of them are at the Kage level, and they're only at the mid-stage of the Kage level.
Once you reach the quasi-shadow level, unlike the 9 levels that are subdivided from the 1st to the 7th rank, there are no further subdivisions after that. Between near shadow level and shadow level, there are only early, mid, and late stages, and the difficulty of improving in these 3 stages is like an insurmountable chasm. Bai Xinjian himself was only at the early stage of the quasi-Kage level. Damn it, Linhai City actually produced such a reclusive old monster. Bai Xinjian cursed inwardly. Reaching the level of a Kage is definitely a sign of exceptional talent, let alone possessing the strength of a mid-Kage.
We must win him over. We can't afford to offend him. Even if we have to be his lapdog, we must win him over to the great Qin dynasty.
Although Bai Xinjian is passionate about fighting, he is not naive when it comes to human relationships.
Such a powerful force would be even more formidable if it could be incorporated into the great Qin dynasty.
By the way, have you checked for chakra traces?
Bai Xinjian asked the reconnaissance personnel, arms crossed. One of the scouts shook his head and pulled out a piece of equipment. The chakra tracker cannot detect residual chakra in the air.
This means that this Kage-level powerhouse deliberately concealed his chakra traces.
However, the last direction the instrument showed was towards the city center of Linhai City. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinjian nodded in surprise.
The fact that this mysterious powerhouse could unleash such immense power suggests that he was practicing after breaking through to the next level, but he couldn't fully control his strength. Over the years, Bai Xinjian himself has often had similar experiences. He slowly straightened up, his blue eyes gazing towards Linhai City. Seal off this area and prohibit anyone from entering, he ordered the reconnaissance personnel. Since this senior expert didn't want to be exposed, he would help him conceal it. The reconnaissance team members responded immediately. The morning sunlight bathed the earth, making it appear vibrant and full of life. Lin Fan woke up groggily from his bed.
Ding, you can check in today. Do you want to check in?
He was overjoyed when he opened his eyes to see the sign-in system interface flashing before him.
Sign in. Lin Fan nodded. Ding,
host has checked in for 2 consecutive days.
The system panel is now open.
With a thought, Lin Fan saw a screen-glowing blue light appear in front of him.
Host, Lin Fan. Ability, Rinnegan.
He stared at the panel, making a preliminary assessment of his own strength. However, if this is all the sign-in rewards are for today, it's far too little.
Just then, the system beeped again. Ding,
you have checked in for 2 consecutive days. The reward of 6 paths of pain has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Pain, the 6 paths of pain? Isn't that the same group of 6 people from the original Naruto series, dressed in Akatsuki black robes, with orange hair, and remotely controlled by Nagato?
Each of them possesses Kage-level strength. In his past life, he dreamed of having a team of Pain's 6 paths to help him.
Unexpectedly, this is the system's sign-in reward for today.
Lin Fan was overjoyed and excitedly shouted, "System, extract the 6 paths of pain." Suddenly, white mist spread out. 6 figures dressed in black robes embroidered with red clouds immediately appeared in front of him. Looking at the 6 paths of pain before him, Lin Fan could not hide his excitement.
Animal Realm, Spirit Communication Technique, Hungry Ghost Realm, Sealing Technique Absorption Seal, Hell Path, Spiritual Communication, Judgment of Yama, Reincarnation, The Way of Man,
The Way of the Heart, Reading Memories, Devouring Souls,
The Path of Azura, A Mechanical Body, Heavenly Tao, Divine Expedition, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation.
Lin Fan excitedly looked at the 6 people in front of him. With a mere thought, he could control the bodies of the 6 paths of pain, share their vision, and even speak through their voices. With the help of the 6 paths of pain, his strength was undoubtedly greatly enhanced.
Rinnegan, activate!
Lin Fan shouted, and his pair of purple Rinnegan eyes immediately appeared. Upon entering the Rinnegan state, he suddenly discovered 6 different perspectives appearing before him. These 6 perspectives are the very symbol of the 6 paths of pain.
Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the time. It was about 7 in the morning.
Pain, you 6 are responsible for cleaning the house. Indeed, several more ideas for cleverly utilizing the 6 paths of pain flashed through Lin Fan's mind.
Now, it's about time for him to go back to school. Are you going to shout again?
After all, although the awakening ceremony is over, the Ninja Academy still requires an extra year of study before graduation. Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry. Although what the school taught him wasn't very useful, at least he could spend more time with Su Xiaoxiao. After hearing this, the 6 paths of pain nodded and began to take care of the spacious villa separately. Lin Fan was not worried that controlling the 6 paths of pain would deplete his chakra. When he acquired the 6 paths of pain, the system had already injected him with relevant memories. Although the 6 paths of pain are connected to their hosts, they are independent entities and do not consume the host's chakra. Therefore, Lin Fan felt comfortable letting them stay at home. Just then, the doorbell rang. As soon as Lin Fan made a thought, the 6 paths of pain immediately and automatically hid themselves.
He walked to the door and opened it, where he saw a beautiful and graceful young woman, Su Xiaoxiao, standing in the doorway. A paper crane made of white paper floats beside Su Xiaoxiao. "Hey, here you go." She handed over the origami crane, smiling, and said, "Let's go to school together." "Okay." Lin Fan smiled slightly, took the origami crane, and walked out of the villa with her.
Halfway there, Su Xiaoxiao skipped and hopped all the way.
"Why are you so happy?" Lin Fan asked curiously. Su Xiaoxiao stopped and said, "Don't you know? You've become an internet sensation." "What kind of fire technique?"
Lin Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. After returning home yesterday, he didn't check his phone again. After replying to Su Xiaoxiao's messages, he fell into a deep sleep.
"Nonsense. You've awakened all your bloodline limits."
Only one person in the Great Qin dynasty does that every year, and the internet is buzzing about it.
Su Xiaoxiao's eyes curved into crescent moons.
"I'm afraid, it's more like they're laughing at me for choosing the worst bloodline limit, the Rinnegan." Lin Fan shrugged, a helpless look on his face.
"Nonsense. Where on you is the worst?"
Su Xiaoxiao was the first to stand up and refute.
To be able to defeat Li Qing with his newly awakened abilities is quite remarkable.
The two chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at the gate of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Many students who had just arrived at school felt their hearts bleed when they saw Su Xiaoxiao holding Lin Fan's arm again.
"Is the little school beauty really living with Lin Fan?"
"Yes, what else?
"I saw them come together this morning. How come I never noticed before that Lin Fan is so handsome?"
"Me too. I want to pursue Lin Fan, but he already has such a beautiful girlfriend as Su Xiaoxiao."
"I guess he wouldn't even look at me."
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh as he listened to the conversations around him.
"What are you laughing at?"
Su Xiaoxiao felt both happy and a little jealous when she heard other girls praising Lin Fan.
All right, my dear little lady, I won't laugh anymore."
Lin Fan reached out and gently stroked Su Xiaoxiao's nose. Suddenly, a deep, middle-aged man's voice came from the side.
"Ahem, Lin Fan, I need to talk to you."
Lin Fan looked over in confusion and found it was Principal Wei Zhong of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. "Xiaoxiao, you go in first." "The principal seems to want to see me," Lin Fan said.
Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently and walked into the school gate.
Principal Wei Zhong led Lin Fan all the way to his office.
"Sit down."
Wei Zhong gestured to the chair next to Lin Fan.
"Principal, what do you need me for?"
Lin Fan asked, somewhat puzzled.
"I already knew about the news yesterday that you awakened all your bloodline limits. I'm very happy."
"I never expected that our No. 1 high school could produce such a talented person." Wei Zhong first praised Lin Fan. He even defeated Li Qing, a senior first-level 6th grade student, using his Rinnegan. "Thank you for the school and the principal's guidance," Lin Fan replied politely. "Hey, by the way, Lin Fan, although it's presumptuous of me, I still want to ask, what abilities has your Rinnegan awakened?"
"The ability to gather information is equivalent to knowing someone's cards." Although Wei Zhong wasn't stupid, he couldn't help but want to know, and even his friend, the water-release Quasi-Kage Gaoshangda, was equally curious. That ancient book was incredibly attractive to them. Even the Grand Elder, the power center of the Great Qin dynasty, wanted to study it.
Lin Fan was stunned.
Could it be related to the commotion he caused yesterday? No, that can't be. The traces left yesterday were all cleaned up very well. How could they be tracked so easily? They probably have ulterior motives.
After thinking it over, Lin Fan decided to continue keeping it a secret.
"Principal, I have only awakened 2 abilities in my Rinnegan. One is the ability to absorb ninjutsu and reflect it back.
The other one is gravity, which you've also seen. Most people with the Rinnegan possess it.
But I might be a bit more powerful."
As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Zhong almost rolled his eyes at Lin Fan.
"This isn't just more powerful, it's many times stronger." "Okay, I understand. You can go back now." Wei Zhong nodded.
Lin Fan got up to say goodbye and walked towards the classroom. Wei Zhong sat down and pondered for a moment, then dialed the phone number of his friend Gao Shangda. Lin Fan said he only awakened those 2 abilities.
"I'm going to the capital right away to take a look at those ancient books."
With this thought in mind, Wei Zhong rode his mechanical bird and flew away at top speed. On the other side, in the central palace of the Dakian parliament,
Gao Shangda was standing with his head down next to an elderly man with white hair.
The old man stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of authority without anger, like a majestic mountain.
This is none other than the Grand Elder, one of the strongest figures in the Great Qin dynasty and a master of the 5 elements ninjutsu.
"No, Lin Fan, his Rinnegan does resemble what is described in ancient texts," the Grand Elder murmured to himself. "Perhaps he is too weak now and has not yet touched the true mysteries of the Rinnegan."
Gao Shangda cupped his hands and asked, "What do you mean?"
"Protect him, let him grow," the elder said.
"I have a feeling about this. Things might really be about to change soon." "Yes." This brief reply made Gao Shangda lower his head even further.
He dared not continue the conversation and immediately got up and left. The Grand Elder paced back and forth in the palace.
The news from the White Star Sword indicates the appearance of a mid-level Kage-level expert and the appearance of the Rinnegan. Demons may invade Linhai City. Is there any connection between these things?
Time flies, and the morning classes came to an end
explained quickly. What does the principal want with you? Su Xiaoxiao stepped in front of Lin Fan. Many girls were staring at Lin Fan's handsome face. Yesterday, Lin Fan made a stunning debut at the awakening ceremony, and his fame spread far and wide throughout the great Qianland. Many young girls consider the dashing Lin Fan their dream man.
Nothing much, they just asked me about the Rinnegan, Lin Fan replied casually.
I see.
Su Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. Just then, a boy dressed in fancy clothes walked into the classroom.
Two equally well-dressed attendants followed behind him.
They came with a menacing air, clearly not with good intentions. Looking at his clothes, Lin Fan immediately recognized him as an upperclassman, and the boy's gaze fell directly on him. When the surrounding crowd saw another senior student appear, they immediately held their breath. Li Qing came down yesterday to provoke Lin Fan.
Could it be that this senior student is here to stand up for Li Qing? Brother Lin. My name is Chun Hao, and I'm from the Chun family in Linhai City.
Chen Hao grinned and walked up to Lin Fan with a cheeky smile. Everyone was immediately taken aback, their faces filled with bewilderment.
Why is the plot not going as expected?
Logically, Chen Hao should be helping Li Qing get revenge.
The Chen family holds an extremely prominent position in Linhai City.
The Chen family is the largest family in Linhai City, possessing countless second and third tier experts, not to mention that the current family head is a fourth tier, first level expert. Chen Hao, the only son of the Chen family patriarch, was arrogant, but unexpectedly he flattered Lin Fan.
What earth-shattering changes have occurred in this world?
Lin Fan was stunned, looking at the three of them, not knowing what to say.
Is there something you need?
Lin Fan asked cautiously.
It's nothing, I just want to acknowledge brother Lin Fan as my elder brother. From now on, I will never contradict brother Lin Fan.
My father also said that as long as brother Lin Fan needs anything, the Chen family can help. Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded.
Chen Hao seemed to notice Lin Fan's unusual behavior and quickly added, Brother Fan, it's nothing, I just want to get a beating and become your little brother.
Chen Hao's eyes widened, sparkling with starlight, and he said, as long as brother Lin Fan agrees, that's fine.
Sigma, degree winky face.
Everyone was so stunned by these words that they could barely stand up straight.
This reason was just too bizarre. What's going on with Chen Hao? Is he still that aloof and arrogant young master of the Chun family?
Although Lin Fan was somewhat confused, he still said,
okay. As for your family's help, that's unnecessary.
To be honest, Lin Fan was still a little confused. He had assumed the plot would unfold as it did in the novel. After Li Qing was driven away, his elder brother appeared and challenged him to a duel. However, current developments seem to have completely deviated from expectations. Upon hearing these words, the students in the class immediately began to discuss them heatedly.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Hao left the classroom with two attendants. The three of them walked all the way to the playground. Brother Chen, you are the only son of the Chen family. Why do you still acknowledge Lin Fan as your elder brother?
Yeah, and they even used such an awkward way to recognize their relatives.
Chen Hao sighed deeply, shook his head, and said in a mature tone, Did Li Qing offend Lin Fan yesterday? The two exchanged a glance and answered in unison, yes. Guess how the Li family is doing now? The two shook their heads, admitting they didn't know. Although their family is considered quite large in Linhai City, it is still somewhat inferior to the Li family. Overnight, all of the Li family's businesses were shut down. Dozens of members of the Li family were all imprisoned. The Li family was completely wiped out overnight?
They both gasped in disbelief and swallowed hard.
I also asked my father. Chen Hao's eyes gleamed, he said.
Those who sanctioned him came from the central government. The two of them looked towards the classroom at the same time, as if they could see Lin Fan chatting with Su Xiaoxiao. They had already grasped the deeper meaning behind Chen Hao's words.
Behind Lin Fan is actually the support of the central government of the Great Qian dynasty.
Furthermore, you should know that Lin Fan is a genius who has awakened all of his bloodline limits. Chen Hao said slowly and deliberately, even without relying on that so-called Rinnegan talent, his future achievements will at least reach the level of an Irkage. Therefore, cultivating a good relationship with such a powerful figure beforehand is definitely more beneficial than harmful to you.
Now, do you understand? The two nodded quickly. Good to know.
You'll understand in time just how reliable the elder brother I've recognized today is. Chen Hao stood tall and proud.
His father gave a strict order last night. He must maintain a good relationship with Lin Fan, and if that fails, he must not offend him.
In Chen Hao's and his family's minds, Lin Fan had the backing of several bigwigs in the central government of the Great Qian dynasty.
For the sake of his family's interests, Chen Hao, what's wrong with being a simp again?
He calls me brother Lin Fan so smoothly. Su Xiaoxiao teased from the side. To be honest, Chen Hao's actions really baffled me, Lin Fan said frankly. Su Xiaoxiao immediately became serious. I think it's his family that saw your potential. Although you chose the Rinnegan, your performance yesterday was truly dazzling. Su Xiaoxiao's calm analysis made Lin Fan nod in agreement. Chen Hao's actions are somewhat similar to those of high-ranking officials in ancient times who would betroth their daughters to the top scholar in the imperial examinations.
That's probably the only reason. After all, this isn't an online novel. No one would mock you for no reason.
Of course, Ji is an exception.
option. Su Xiaoxiao laughed heartily and said, "Now that you've accepted this offer, they'll probably have to bow down to you from now on." Lin Fan was about to respond. Suddenly, a rapid and rhythmic ringing sound rang throughout the city. Immediately afterwards, an emergency broadcast came over the loudspeaker. "Attention all citizens! An underground cavern has erupted in the eastern part of the city. Countless demons have poured out. Anyone with strength below the second rank, please seek refuge in a safe place immediately. Please, all citizens." Emergency broadcasts continued to play. The city of Linhai immediately erupted in excitement. Everyone was pale-faced and didn't even have time to pack their luggage. They rushed to the safety station with their families. The word cave is something that everyone in this world fears. The demons that live there are bizarre in form and extremely evil. They devour humans, gnawing on flesh and blood with utter cruelty. Throughout Earth's history, countless people have lost their lives precisely because of the existence of underground caves. And now, a cave has actually broken out in Linhai City. How could this not cause panic? During the century-long history of the Great Qian dynasty, it was a cave eruption that led to the complete massacre of a city. The students at Linhai No. 1 Middle School turned pale instantly. The same goes for Su Xiaoxiao. "Lin Fan, the underground caves have been invaded. We need to get to the safety facility immediately." Her words were like a wake-up call. The students in the classroom quickly gathered their valuables and rushed towards the school's underground safe house. To prevent harm from the invasion of underground caves and demons, each city set up special safe houses to temporarily defend against demons. There are 10 security stations in Linhai City, one of which is located underground at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Lin Fan frowned and pulled Su Xiaoxiao into the safe house. With his chakra, he instantly sensed, to the east of the city, in the direction where he once leveled the mountain, a terrifying and evil chakra erupted instantly, like an atomic bomb exploding, unleashing countless horrifying evil forces. Is this the power of demons? Even after entering the security facility, Lin Fan's expression remained solemn. This clearly inhuman chakra did indeed make him feel a sense of impending danger. Chaos, disgust, brutality, bloodlust, endless negative emotions seemed to be fused into the demon's chakra. However, Lin Fan quickly regained his senses. The security facility was built underground, in an extremely cluttered environment, with dim lighting illuminating the surroundings. The place was full of students, and the noise was deafening. Many people picked up their phones to let their families know they were safe. Su Xiaoxiao was no exception. She only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that her parents had also entered the safe house. "Do underground caves appear frequently?" Lin Fan asked her. "Yes." Su Xiaoxiao nodded in response. "Thousands of years ago, underground caves appeared from time to time on Earth, and those demons fed on humans. Moreover, the appearance of underground caves is completely irregular and extremely unstable, making them unpredictable. Fortunately, once the underground cave appears, all the experts at level 2 and above in the city will rush to provide support. That's why we practice ninjutsu." Su Xiaoxiao suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Our soldiers are about to go up. Look." Lin Fan looked in the direction she was pointing. The scene of a demon invasion in the eastern part of Linhai City was slowly unfolded in the live drone footage. Suddenly, a spatial rift hundreds of meters high appeared on the ground. Evil chakra poured out from the crack and spread rapidly. Instantly, thousands of bizarre-looking demons poured out of the crack. They include black-eyed lions with hundreds of eyes, worms covered in human faces, and even skeletal horses with exposed bones, all airy and terrifying. The sight sent chills down one's spine. The people inside the security facility were terrified upon seeing this. The children cried incessantly, and some elderly people with weaker mental resilience even fainted on the spot. The sheer scale is astonishing. Everyone's face turned pale. It should be noted that the most serious underground cavern outbreak in the Great Qian dynasty in the past decade involved only about 100 demons, but there are thousands of them right in front of us. Once these demons enter Linhai City, they will surely unleash a reign of terror, shattering countless families. Even the lowest-ranking demons are only at the first level of strength. For ordinary civilians, a first-tier demon is nothing but slaughter. After all, not everyone can possess the power of chakra. Look, the army of ninja cultivators is here. Inside the security facility, many people were staring at the screens. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted with the aura of countless human chakra. A massive army of ninja cultivators surged towards the demons. Wind release, great wind blows. Lightning release, thunder and lightning. Countless ninja cultivators rushed into the demon horde, unleashing their ninjutsu and bombarding the demons relentlessly. Among them were high school teachers, principals, and even retired ninjas. Many ninjas familiar to the security team took action. However, the results were minimal. Some demons simply opened their mouths and devoured all the ninjutsu released by the ninja cultivators without suffering any damage. Demons of the same level are many times stronger than humans, both in terms of physical strength and chakra power. Moreover, the number is so large. Linhai City never expected that demons would appear. During the battle, many of the ninja cultivators turned pale and panicked. The balance of power in the war gradually shifted in favor of the demons.
demons.
Countless people stared intently at the screen, closing their eyes in prayer. Suddenly, a giant beast roared on the screen. A sixth-order giant ape demon slowly emerged from the spatial rift. Its entire body was covered in jet-black fur, and an evil aura swirled around it. Many fighters felt a chill run down their spines. The strongest fighter in Linhai City is only at the 5th level, so how could a 6th-level demon appear? Even more shocking is that, in theory, such an unstable spatial rift can only transport out 4th-order demons at most. Since ancient times, spatial rifts appearing in the human interior have been extremely unstable and unable to support demons above the 4th rank. But now, the demons that invaded Linhai City have actually broken through to the 6th rank?
A 6th-tier demon, even in the border regions where demons are constantly fought, is enough to shake people's hearts and minds.
Inside the safe house, many people had already fainted.
Only 5th or 6th-tier powerhouses guarding the frontier can withstand demons of this level.
A small city like Linhai simply couldn't withstand it. If it were breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fan, what should we do? Are we going to die here?
Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Lin Fan sensed the powerful aura emanating from the 6th-tier demon and said in a deep voice, Xiao, don't be afraid, someone will definitely come to take care of it. Suddenly, the chakra within him slowly surged towards his eyes. The light of the Rinnegan flickered faintly in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside Lin Fan's villa, 5 figures appeared in an instant. On the screen, a cold smile appeared in the eyes of the 6th-tier demonic giant ape, which once held a hint of humanity. Looking at this group of humans who were as insignificant as ants, it only wanted to wipe them out and devour their flesh and blood. This sneak attack was something they had planned meticulously for a long time. They deliberately chose to launch their attack from the weakest corner of a human city. The demon realm has now developed a tool that can stabilize the transmission of spatial rifts. This tool relies on human flesh and blood as bait. Once all the ninjas in this city are eliminated, the need for the tool will be satisfied. At that time, the slaughter of the entire human world will become extremely possible. Moreover, the 3 generals are about to arrive in this operation. As soon as they arrive, no matter how many reinforcements Linhai City receives, they are nothing more than food on a plate. Soon after, if it can kill all the humans in front of it, the generals will surely give it a generous reward. Thinking of this, the giant ape demon let out a wild laugh, opened its huge mouth full of fangs, and coldly stared at the human blocking its way. A ball of evil chakra condensed within the giant ape's gaping maw. Faced with numerous ninjas, the chakra ball suddenly erupted. The ninja cultivators stared at the ball of chakra in despair, their hearts filled with no courage whatsoever to resist. The power of this chakra ball far exceeds their limits. The gap in strength is so huge that it cannot be bridged by numbers alone. In fact, the oppressive feeling emanating from this 6th-order demon was even more suffocating. Want to kill us? Did you even ask us? Suddenly, a white-haired youth appeared from behind the ninja. With a wave of his hand, a vast and expansive ice wall suddenly rose up, blocking the attack of the chakra ball. The ice wall shattered, temporarily neutralizing the giant ape's attack. People both on and off screen cheered upon seeing this ice escape technique. It's Shirahoshi Kenshin. We're saved. There's finally hope. Wasn't Bai Xinjiang Juanying sent on a mysterious mission and not at the border at all? Could that secret mission be to deal with the underground caves that have appeared here? Did the higher-ups anticipate this situation? Countless people were overjoyed. In despair, a glimmer of hope finally appeared. On the battlefield, the White Star Sword was covered in ice, both inside and out. Then, a magnificent ice staircase rose up in front of him. He stepped onto the stairs and looked down at the thousands of demons before him. Sending so many things at once, it seems the demon realm is getting restless too? Have they figured out some new gadget? It's alright. In that case, you can accept my research properly. Bai Xinjiang's arrogant words incited hundreds of demons to madness. As if fighting for their lives, their evil chakra surged forth, all rushing towards the White Star Sword. The 6th-tier giant ape demon also put away its sneer and its expression became serious. A ball of evil chakra condensed in its mouth. The giant ape demon has adjusted its strategy. A near-Kage-level demon is hiding in Linhai City. We must buy time and keep a close eye on this despicable human. As long as we can stall him, those 3 generals will then be able to descend to the human world on time. At that time, even the White Star Sword quasi-shadow before them will only become their sacrifice. Want to come at me all at once? Bai Xinjiang sneered. You demons, you are so stupid. How many of your kind have I killed in those caves on the frontier? Don't you understand? Now, don't you all know that in front of a quasi-shadow, ice release, super demonic mirror ice crystal. In an instant, hundreds of magic mirror ice crystals crashed down on the battlefield. These ice crystals quickly filled the entire area, sealing off the battlefield and giving no demons any chance to escape. Amidst countless ice crystals, the figure of the White Star Sword flashed rapidly. The attacks, composed of evil chakra, were instantly devoured by the ice crystals. Ice release, thousands of ice needles. Bai Xinjiang smiled coldly and formed the hand seal once more. From among the hundreds of ice crystals, Bai Xinjiang's hands quickly appeared, gripping countless sharp ice ice needles, which poured down from all directions onto the demons within the ice crystals. One ice needle after another pierced the demon's body, blood gushing out, leaving it covered in wounds. Even the 6th-tier giant ape demon could not escape this misfortune. Its head, pierced by the white star sword, was covered in sharp spikes like a cactus ball. It lay on the ground, showing no signs of life. The difference between a clear shot and an inaccurate shot is like an insurmountable chasm. Such is the fate of these demons before us. Upon seeing this, the arriving ninja and security personnel couldn't help but cheer with joy. A 6th-tier demon? How dare it act so arrogantly in front of Bai Xinjiang? Is this the power of a near shadow level magic mirror ice crystal? It's too strong. That giant ape dared to release a chakra ball. It was practically a sitting duck in front of Shirahoshi Ken. There are still 200 or 300 demons on the field. They will probably be easily slaughtered by the white star sword's quasi-shadow. Su Xiaoxiao was filled with excitement and held Lin Fan's hand tightly. Look, this is the white star sword, which is at the ice release quasi-kage level. With this strength, it can easily handle any number of demons. Lin Fan nodded slightly, saying nothing, but his gaze grew increasingly serious. With the sensory abilities of the Rinnegan, he could still sense the intensity of chakra within the spatial rift, even from hundreds of meters away. The chakra of that 6th-tier demonic giant ape was clearly far inferior to that of the other one. I'm afraid, he thought to himself. On the other side, the Grand Elder of the Great Qian Power Center stroked his white beard, his expression solemn. He stared at the live feed of Bai Xinjiang's battle, his brow furrowed. Turning to Gao Shangde beside him, he asked, now that a quasi-shadow is heading towards Linhai City, how long will it take at the shortest? Gao Shangde immediately replied, the fastest is Shangguan Kai, a master of physical combat, but even that would take 2 hours. The elder's expression turned solemn, and he said sternly, send him to Linhai City immediately, without the slightest mistake. Although Gao Shangde did not understand why, he still bowed respectfully and immediately withdrew. Watching the scene of Bai Xinjiang killing demons on the screen, the Grand Elder clenched his beard, feeling a vague unease in his heart. The white star sword dispelled the ice crystals in the magic mirror, and the icy staircase slowly condensed. His gaze swept over the remaining demons on the battlefield. Most of the 2nd and 3rd-tier demons remain, so it seems my worries were unnecessary. The rest can be dealt with using ice release. Just as Bai Xinjiang was about to form hand seals, suddenly, 3 distinct yet equally intense evil chakra auras surged out from the spatial rift. They're all near king level. Bai Xinjiang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted loudly to the people on the battlefield and both inside and outside the screen. Everyone, evacuate the security facility immediately and flee Linhai City. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Weren't we about to win? Why the sudden retreat? Why did Bai Xinjiang suddenly shout in a panic? From the spatial rift, a female-headed, horse-bodied demon slowly crawled out, its body covered in sharp spikes. With a wave of its hand, a surge of dark chakra erupted from its body, rapidly spreading and enveloping the entire coastal city. Immediately afterwards, 2 more demons sprang out from the spatial rift. One of them was a pig-headed human, wielding a spiked club and wearing a necklace made of human heads around its neck. It was a huge ball of flesh, with various twisted human organs embedded in it, and even more distorted human faces embedded in it, emitting sharp screams and wails. 3 near-Kage-level demons. Everyone in Linhai City felt an overwhelming pressure coming towards them. Many of the weaker individuals couldn't help but kneel down, almost collapsing with a plop. What's going on? How did 3 near-Kage-level demons suddenly appear? Aren't spatial rifts supposed to only send out demons of ranks 1 to 6? How come a near-Kage level 1 has appeared this time? We humans are at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight, and now we're being forced into a situation where we outnumber the enemy. It's over, we're all going to die here now. For a time, both the Security Bureau and the Allied forces on the battlefield were shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. These 3 demons can slaughter an entire city in an instant, devouring all humans as their prey. Moreover, all 3 appeared at the same time. Elder, immediately mobilize all near shadow level combat forces around Linhai City, right now. The Elder stared intently at the black screen in front of him, his hands clenched tightly. Clearly, this time the demons had come with great force, even severing Linhai City's connection with the outside world. Yes, Gao Shangde sighed deeply, quickly picked up his phone, and prepared to make various calls. If this situation is not handled properly, Linhai City could very well become a ghost town. The female-headed, horse-bodied demon floated into the air using chakra, its 6 eyes fixed on the white star sword. White star sword, quasi-shadow, it's been a long time. I never expected the general to send you to Linhai City. We meet again. The fleshy balls and pig-headed men on either side grinned, their eyes filled with greed as they stared intently at the white star sword. After all, the white star sword is a quasi-kage, and its flesh and blood are extremely precious. Wouldn't it be delicious to devour its flesh? Facing a 3-on-1 situation, Bai Xinjiang knew his chances of winning were slim. He looked around, the barrier made of evil chakra surrounding him, but his expression remained calm and unchanged. If he shows even the slightest sign of wavering, what will become of the people below? The Grand Elder should have already sent reinforcements.
reinforcements. As long as he can hold out for a while, the reinforcements will arrive. I thought it was someone else, just the three of you. Bai Xinjian looked down at them arrogantly. Pig 1, a near Kage level demon. Shadow demon, a near shadow level demon. And there are man-eating horses, which are also near Kage level demons. To be honest, even the three of you combined aren't enough for me to handle alone. As soon as they finished speaking, the three demons burst into laughter in unison. The laughter carried a twisted power that caused many mentally unstable people to cover their ears. The man-eating horse sneered, gripping a large knife tightly. He's stalling for time. Charge! Kill him! The people of Linhai City are all ours. In an instant, the three demons launched an attack simultaneously. Bai Xinjian formed hand seals and shouted loudly. Ice release, super demonic mirror. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A black mist quickly appeared in front of him. The black mist was none other than the shadow fiend in its fleshy ball form. Every twisted face on the shadow demon's face emitted a shrill scream, and a pair of fleshy hands slammed towards the White Star Sword's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, pig-headed man-pig 1 suddenly kicked out, sending White Star Sword flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The man-eating horse leaped into the air, brandishing its greatsword and slashing straight at White Star Sword's head. Countless people were pale and their eyes were blurry with tears. Despair pierced their eyes, pointing directly to the breath of death. Bai Xinjian stared at the descending giant blade, his body stiff and motionless. Am I really going to die? Just then, 5 figures dressed in red robes with flowing orange hair suddenly appeared before him. 5 powerful bursts of chakra erupted from their bodies. The protagonist's true strength is revealed around word 100,000. Please be patient, readers. The 5 figures were arranged at varying heights, but without exception, they were all dressed in red robes with black cloud patterns. The people in Linhai City looked at each other, exchanging bewildered glances. Bai Xinjian weakly looked at the 5 figures blocking his way and asked softly, "Who are you?" The 5 of them turned around in unison, their cold eyes gleaming with a halo of purple light. Bai Xinjian was shocked to sense the surging chakra within these 5 people. Wasn't this the same aura that had raised this place to the ground yesterday? What was even more astonishing was that this aura actually originated from these 5 people before him, who also possessed the Rinnegan. As someone who had trained to near Kage level, Shirahoshi Kenshin was naturally well aware of how ordinary the Rinnegan's talent was. However, the chakra emanating from these 5 people made him suspect they all seemed to possess Kage level strength. 5 shadow level powerhouses not recorded by the official records of the Great Qian dynasty. Who exactly are they? What are their identities? Meanwhile, people all over Linhai City were paying close attention to these 5 people, especially the security office under Linhai No. 1 Middle School. The Rinnegan? Isn't it only possible to cultivate it to the first level at most? Apart from Lin Fan, I have never seen anyone possess such terrifying Rinnegan pressure. No, even stronger than Lin Fan. These 5 people must all have at least near Kage level strength, right? Why are their faces covered in nails? And what are those red cloud patterned black robes? Oh my god, we're finally saved. The crowd discussed among themselves, their expressions varied, but the most exciting thing was that, finally, someone from the human race could fight against the demons. Su Xiaoxiao gripped Lin Fan's arm tightly, staring at him in a daze, and said excitedly, "Lin Fan, look, the Great Qian government has sent people to rescue us." Lin Fan glanced at the 5 people on the screen and smiled slightly. Yes, someone has come to rescue us. Xiaoxiao, I'll close my eyes and rest for a while. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan with suspicion, thinking he was frightened by the evil chakra of the demon, and quickly said with concern, "Okay, you should rest well." Lin Fan closed his eyes, and terrifying chakra immediately surged from his dantian, slowly flowing into his brain. Rinnegan, one of them said coldly to Shirahoshi Ken. "We are Akatsuki, also known as Pain. The 5 are all pain. From left to right, they are the Azura realm, the Hell realm, the Animal realm, the Human realm, and the Hungry Ghost realm." A human being with long orange hair slowly stepped forward. His voice was not loud, but it resonated in every corner and on every screen. Pain? White Star Sword felt the overwhelming aura of the 5 people and his mouth went dry. Akatsuki, Pain, what is this? Or, what kind of organization is this? Senior, are they on the side of the human race? The frizzy-haired Hellpath slowly turned around with his arms crossed, his cold Rinnegan staring directly at the demon, leaving only his back view. "If I weren't on the side of humanity, why would I have saved your life?" These words left Bai Xinjian speechless for a moment. Instead, the short, beastly Taoist smirked. "You all rest well. Leave the rest to us." For a time, countless people were filled with doubt. Could these 5 people really fight against the demons? On the other side, the 3-headed demon's face also turned gloomy. They had never seen these 5 people before. As near Kage level beings in the demon realm, they had fought fiercely against many powerful human warriors in the border caves and considered themselves invincible in one-on-one combat. They also possessed extensive intelligence, yet they had absolutely no clues about this so-called pain before them. It was as if these 5 people had appeared out of thin air. What exactly are you people? The man-eating horse's pig eyes darted around, filled with ferocity. The shadow fiend, like a pig, looked wary. They naturally
naturally knew about the Rinnegan, but these Rinnegan before them were completely different from those they had seen before. They're just a bunch of pain passing by. Shurapath grinned, revealing teeth that looked like mechanical flesh and blood, his face full of sneers. The three exchanged a glance, and their jet-black chakra erupted, propelling them forward in an instant. They have received a death order. They must capture Linhai City, or they will face certain death if they return. Demon Horse Escape. Black Demon Cannon. The man-eating horse opened its huge mouth, and countless chakra condensed around its mouth, creating a terrifying force that stirred up a fear scale on the battlefield. Countless grains of sand flew up and gathered on that chakra sphere. The next instant, chakra erupted. Is this a demon at the Near-Kage level? Many people looked pale. They hadn't even realized what was happening when the three demons defeated White Star Sword. Now, the demon's violent chakra finally manifested, and everyone's hearts immediately tightened. Can these 5 people withstand this attack? The 5 pains still stand strong. Suddenly, a fat, hungry ghost slowly emerged. Sealing technique absorption seal. As soon as the hungry ghost finished speaking, that terrifying power was instantly absorbed into his body. Bai Xingjian and the man-eating horse stared wide-eyed. Such terrifying power, yet they didn't dodge, but instead absorbed it head-on? What kind of sealing technique is this? When did such a powerful sealing master appear among humanity? Inside the safe house, Lin Fan simultaneously received the 5 perspectives of the 5 paths of pain and controlled their attacks. Ha, didn't expect that, did you? I came up from down there. Suddenly, a strange black shadow darted out from below Pain's 5 paths. It was Shadow Fiend. Suddenly, a giant claw extended from his body, attempting to strike the hungry ghosts. Just as he was about to channel his chakra to launch an attack, a pair of large hands suddenly grabbed his fleshy ball. Shadow Demon hurriedly used his other eyes to try to get rid of the giant hand. Sorry, it'll be quick. A long-haired Taoist priest spoke gently. He died very soon. Mind submersion, reading memories, devouring souls. A terrifying suction force emanated from the palm of the human Taoist. The Shadow Demon felt his soul, chakra, and flesh being absorbed by the human path, yet he was powerless to resist. The Shadow Demon's massive, fleshy body, its chakra completely dissipated, wobbled as it fell to the ground. Inside and outside the battlefield, the screen fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. In the human camp, a near-Kage-level demon has died just like that? The demon faction's near Shadow Demon General has fallen just like that? Does this suction force act directly on the soul? This is definitely the ability of the Rinnegan's bloodline limit. Can only lift 1 pound? It's completely different from what I usually see. The eyes of the human realm, the purple Rinnegan, shone even brighter. He casually waved his hand and addressed everyone and all the demons. No wonder you invaded Linhai City. So it was all for an experiment, using the flesh and blood of humans from Linhai City to prepare for the next creation of a spatial rift? The animal realm stepped forward and stood in front of the human realm. So you all deserve to die. The vision and memories of those with Rinnegan are completely shared, especially when Lin Fan was controlling the 5 paths of pain. After absorbing the Shadow Demon's memories in the human realm, he learned why the demons had set up the spatial rift cave in Linhai City. Linhai City is too far from the border region where there are near-Kage level experts. Those near-Kage level powerhouses were unable to provide timely support. Shadow level experts can only guard the borders and cannot go out. In order to truly absorb the lifeblood of a city. After the demons developed a spatial rift capable of transporting near-Kage level powerhouses, they immediately targeted Linhai City. Upon reaching this point, Lin Fan immediately deleted the Shadow Demon's memories. There were also a lot of bloody and cruel scenes, all of which were prioritized and deleted by the Humanity Path. Inside the security facility, Lin Fan gave a cold smile. You want to take action against Linhai City? You didn't ask for my permission. The man-eating horse stared warily at the human path. What kind of ability is this? He actually killed the Shadow Fiend outright, even stripping him of his soul? Soul stripping. There is almost no such ninjutsu in human history. The aura emanating from these 5 individuals was extremely vast and mysterious, making it difficult to determine their cultivation levels. No, we must complete the targets set by the general. The man-eating horse raised its greatsword and roared. All demons, charge into the city immediately. Its purpose is to use the time it takes to delay the process so that more demons can devour more flesh and blood. Each demon is equipped with a small flesh and blood transporter, which allows it to jump directly back to the demon realm once swallowed. As soon as the man-eating horse finished speaking, the spatial rift expanded again. Thousands of demons that had been hiding within have emerged once more. Among them are some terrifying demons of the 5th and 6th tiers. Once they enter Linhai City, a brutal and bloody massacre awaits everyone. Countless people's faces turned deathly pale. The first wave of attacks that just broke out did not even include all the demons. That underground cave formed by a spatial rift actually hides so many demons. If the thousands of demons are not stopped, the consequence will undoubtedly be death. Can those 5 pain-s really hold out? Bai Xingjian quickly stood up, preparing to circulate his chakra and condensed the demon mirror ice crystal once more. Suddenly, a pair of small, childlike hands
demons blocked his way, it was the beast's way. Weren't you injured? The beast said with a laugh. Let me do it. But, Senior, Bai Xingjian said hesitantly. He glanced at the 5 people and couldn't help but worry. These 5 people didn't seem to have any area of effect attack capabilities at all. Moreover, all 5 of them possess the Rinnegan. Perhaps, if the Rinnegan is cultivated to its ultimate level, one can use gravity to fight just like before. After all, he had seen the combat videos of Lin Fan, the genius from Lin High No. 1 High School. That guy didn't have the ability to attack in an area at all. If you fight alone, and 1 or 2 5th or 6th tier demons manage to break into the city, you're doomed. You don't need to worry about that. The beast Dao seemed to have seen through his doubts. He walked slowly forward. The Azura path, one person guards one side? The 2 arms of the Azura path suddenly rose, revealing 2 cannon barrels. The animal's body landed on the ground, its gaze fixed on the surging tide of demons. Summoning jutsu, split dog. Summoning technique, chameleon. The animal realm shouted loudly and bent down to slap the ground. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingjian's mind went completely blank. This pain, known as the animal path, is actually going to use a summoning jutsu? Spiritual communication is an extremely weak phenomenon in this world. After all, the contracted beasts that can communicate with spirits all come from the demon realm. There are countless demons that eat humans, and they are almost impossible for humans to tame. This also means that most of the summoned beasts are only 1st or 2nd tier minions, making it difficult for them to play a significant role. Now, they actually want to use psychic magic to ward off this crisis? This can't be a joke. Not only was Bai Xingjian puzzled, but everyone else was also bewildered. While everyone acknowledges the Rinnegan's powerful suction, how can you use it with a summoning jutsu? Shouldn't a bloodline limit only have one ability? Just as everyone was puzzled, a formation suddenly appeared under the feet of the beast path. 2 enormous clouds of white mist suddenly appeared on the battlefield. 2 demons, each hundreds of meters long, suddenly appeared. A huge, entirely green chameleon. The other one is a split dog with 6 or 7 heads and a brown body. As soon as the 2 terrifying demons appeared, everyone held their breath, their faces filled with shock and fear. These 2 demons actually possessed the aura of near Kage level. Even more shocking is that their eyes are actually the Rinnegan, which is considered the most worthless talent by people. Bai Xingjian was no exception. His eyes widened like copper bells. Good heavens, what the hell is this thing? Go ahead, you two, it'll fill your stomachs, the beast said nonchalantly, arms crossed. The chameleon and the split dog let out excited howls in unison and charged to the right. As soon as the 2 enormous demons joined the battlefield, they began an indiscriminate massacre. The blood of countless demons dripped onto the ground, converging into rivers of flesh and blood. This scene completely stunned Bai Xingjian. He mechanically and stiffly turned his head to look at the other side, like a robot in the Azura path. Wait, what's with these 2 gun barrels? Shirahoshi Kan is a genius from Kyoto who is proficient in almost all secret techniques in bloodline limits. Upon seeing the Azura path with the Rinnegan, he was completely dumbfounded. His entire body of flesh and blood had been replaced by a mechanical body? This is precisely the specialty of puppeteers. After all, they make mechanical puppets. But this guy actually used this technology directly on himself. Aren't you afraid of dying? Bai Xingjian was completely stunned. Immediately afterwards, the Azura path let out a chuckle, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Azura path, strange fire arrow. In an instant, countless cannonballs flew out from Shura path's hands, and the cannons formed from chakra roared toward the right side of the battlefield. The only sounds in the valley were the roars of the split dog and the chameleon, and the deafening explosions of the monster bullets. It only took 2 minutes. Apart from the 2 near Kage level demons, all the other demons were completely slaughtered. The crowd looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. Is this definitely the power of the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan can summon 2 near Kage level demons in an instant? The Rinnegan's power can even fire cannons made of chakra? It would seem unbelievable to anyone who heard it, but it actually happened right before our eyes. The legends I've heard all my life have actually come true at this moment. The 2 demons, filled with evil chakra, withered as if they had instantly lost their vitality. No, we have to escape right now. The man-eating horse and the pig exchanged a glance and immediately prepared to retreat back into the spatial rift below. They've seen it clearly. These so-called 5 paths of pain each possess Kage level strength. Although it is unknown how the 2 demons were tamed by the animal path pain, nor how the Azura path pain transformed chakra into various cannons and weapons capable of causing damage, but they both knew that either of them could easily torture and kill them both. The human faction has gained 5 more Kage level experts. We must escape back to the demon realm and report this matter to the great general. This world is about to be rewritten. As for flesh and blood, I'm barely clinging to life. What's the point of talking about flesh and blood? This is bad. Senior Pain. Pig 1 and the man-eating horse are about to escape. Bai Xingjian shouted loudly. Having fought demons for many years, he immediately sensed the demon's intentions. Suddenly, the evil chakra emanating from the 2 demons burst forth, and they rushed toward the spatial rift at top speed, intending to return to the demon realm beneath the cave. Pain, no, Lin Fan, how could you let these these demons get their way.
On the battlefield, Hellpath slowly advanced, raised his hands, and the purple light in his samsara eyes suddenly burst forth.
Hellpath, spirit communication technique, Yama's judgment.
The hellish realm shouted loudly.
Bai Xingjian's heart was pounding with anxiety.
Even if they could summon a near-Kage-level demon, it wouldn't be enough to stop its escape. Suddenly, a malevolent aura rose up from behind Hellpath. Bai Xingjian quickly looked over. A purple face emerged from the earth, and under the gaze of the Rinnegan, purple gas slowly rose from the mouth of Yama. The two demons suddenly stopped in mid-air. They lost control and turned to float in front of the Hell realm. Everyone stared wide-eyed in horror at this so-called king of hell.
The trial is not over yet. Why are you trying to escape?
Hellpath said sternly.
Forget it, you bunch of demons, you can't say anything true anyway.
The Hellpath shook its head inside, then said, "Execute him, king of hell." The two demons struggled desperately, only to find that their tongues were gradually growing longer and wider.
In an instant, the two demons vanished into thin air, disappearing into the world.
As expected, demons are demons, they can't even satisfy the desires of Yama, the king of hell. Hellpath waved his hand lightly. Purple mist emanated from behind Yama, enveloping his entire body before finally dissipating without a trace.
Thus, all the demons were completely wiped out.
The humans of Linhai City stared blankly at the 5 paths of pain on the field, speechless for a long time.
All those words can ultimately be summed up in just 6. Is this the Rinnegan?
Bai Xingjian stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the 5 people's Rinnegan, the large question mark seemingly etched deep into his mind.
But what is the most ideal outcome? We won.
The entire city seemed to have been suddenly ignited like dormant gunpowder, bursting into cheers. People rushed out of the shelter excitedly, their faces beaming with relief, and looked toward the battlefield to the east of Linhai City.
Pain, Rinnegan.
They chanted in unison the name of the hero who saved them.
In the coming decades,
these 2 words will forever be deeply engraved in everyone's heart and will never be forgotten.
This is the power of the Rinnegan.
The barriers surrounding the sky dissipated, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, scattering across the earth. Blue skies and white clouds are once again on display before the eyes of the residents of Linhai.
Communication was restored instantly.
The sky remained as if stained red with blood, and countless corpses piled up on the scorched earth.
Those strangely shaped demons roared angrily in the scorching air.
Everything seemed absurd and barbaric. At the edge of this demon realm stands a colossal palace. The palace was entirely white and constructed from hundreds of strange corpses, emanating a terrifying aura. There was a large open space inside the palace. On the open ground, all sorts of demons gathered, among which the most powerful were a deer-headed demon wearing a tattered black robe and a demon clad in heavy armor.
How is it going? The armored demon asked in a deep voice. Was it successful? Every time he speaks, an evil chakra emanates from his body. Undoubtedly, he is a true Kage-level demon. He is also a high-ranking general in the demon realm.
The deer-headed demon standing to the side is a deer witch demon who has mastered a new technique for creating spatial rifts.
After receiving orders from the 9 demon lords,
they devoted themselves to research for decades and finally developed a launcher that could transmit high-level demons into the human body.
The deer-headed demon shook its head solemnly, its eyes blazing with blue flames. The 3 demons are all dead, including those demons from the 1st to the 6th rank.
Upon hearing this, the armored demon's chakra erupted instantly, and any weaker demons that got too close were immediately blasted into pieces by this aura. It should be noted that they dispatched a total of 5,000 ordinary demon troops to capture Linhai City. Furthermore, 3 near-Kage-level demons guard the area. Logically speaking, this siege should have been a sure victory.
But why? Was the entire army wiped out?
The armored demon continuously released terrifying chakra, as if venting its inner rage. Putting aside the punishment he received from the 9 demon lords, other shadow-level demon generals would probably use this incident as a joke to ridicule him for a long time. The deer witch demon shook his head, picked up the staff made of human bones, and a dark blue chakra slowly condensed on the staff. Before he died, Shadow Fiend sent a message, he said calmly. "Speak." The armored demon clenched its fist, its voice low and menacing. The person who killed him possessed the strength of a low-level shadow. The deer witch demon said slowly, his tone calm and even.
"And his name is Pain."
2 blood-red flames suddenly ignited on the helmet of the armored demon.
Linhai City. Next time, I will come to visit you in person. At that time, you will become the nourishment for my evolution.
Under the blood-red sky, the armored demon seemed to have undergone some kind of extraordinary transformation. After instructing the participants to clean up the battlefield, Bai Xingjian slowly stepped forward and respectfully looked at the 5 people in front of him. He bowed his head before his savior. Now, he has a complete understanding of the strength of these 5 pains.
It turns out their abilities are far more than what is apparent on the surface. Is there anything you need? If not, we're leaving.
Hellpath crossed his arms, his tone indifferent.
Upon hearing this, Bai Xingjian lowered his head even further.
Esteemed seniors, I do indeed have many questions. Inside the security facility, Lin Fan took a breath and leaned against Su Xiaoxiao. After all, manipulating these puppets consumed consumed a lot of energy and spirit.
One person is staring at 6 screens.
After hearing Bai Xingjian's words, his pair of Rinnegan eyes, which emitted purple light, fell into deep thought.
He roughly guessed what Bai Xingjian, as an official, wanted to ask. These questions depend on how much Lin Fan is willing to reveal. Senior's Rinnegan? Bai Xingjian asked cautiously.
At this moment, the Hell Path slowly stepped forward. The Rinnegan abilities you have witnessed are far beyond what you can imagine. Bai Xingjian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seems that the power of the Rinnegan is indeed more than just the gravity described in those records.
Senior, I also want to ask, were those mountains here leveled by you?
Ever since the appearance of the 5 paths of pain, Shirahoshi Ken has been puzzled by this question. The aura emanating from the 5 paths of pain was exactly the same as the aura that destroyed the mountain back then.
However, the 5 paths of pain did not demonstrate this ability during this battle. It is, and it isn't.
The animal-like being crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face. Bai Xingjian did not understand his meaning. The one who raised this place to the ground was the leader of our Akatsuki organization.
Akatsuki, it's actually an organization? There's actually a leader stronger than the 5 paths of pain?
Who exactly is this being who can command the 5 paths of pain?
Moreover, this organization is completely unheard of and unprecedented.
Throughout the vast history of the Great Qian dynasty, the name Shao has never appeared before, as if it had sprung up out of thin air from among the rocks, including the 5 paths of pain. Just as Bai Xingjian was about to look up, a white mist suddenly filled his vision.
Pain's 5 paths have completely disappeared. Not even a trace of chakra could be found.
In the distance, the drone screen was clearly recording this scene. In the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, the Grand Elder and Gao Shangda had been staring at the screen ever since communications were restored. The Grand Elder only slowly came to his senses after the 5 paths of pain had completely disappeared.
Elder, Shangguan Kai and the other near Kage level.
Gao Shangda stood aside, his mind filled with thoughts of the Rinnegan and the 5 paths of pain. Although the screen was interrupted just now, I couldn't see the details of the battle.
But after the battle, the drone accurately replayed the entire process.
The performance of the 5 pain paths on the battlefield was truly astonishing. Regardless of the fact that Pain and his 5 companions were all of low-level Kage rank, their strength was not considered.
The abilities of the Rinnegan alone are far too complex and intricate. But more importantly, it's incredibly powerful.
The human path absorbed souls, draining a near-Kage-level demon dry and killing him. The Preta path absorbed chakra and completely devoured the power of the man-eating horse.
The psychic in the animal realm is staring at 6 screens.
Upon hearing Bai Xingjian's words, his purple-glowing Rinnegan fell into deep thought.
He roughly understood what Bai Xingjian, as the official representative, was going to ask. These questions actually depend on how much Lin Fan is willing to reveal. Senior's Rinnegan? Shirahoshi Ken asked cautiously.
At this moment, Hell Path slowly stepped forward.
What does that mean?
The power of the Rinnegan that you have seen is merely the tip of the iceberg. It is far more than what you understand, he said calmly. Bai Xingjian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It seems that the Rinnegan's abilities are indeed not as simple as the gravity described in the records.
Senior, I would also like to ask, were these mountains leveled by you?
Bai Xingjian asked bluntly. He has been puzzled by this question ever since the 5 paths of pain appeared. The aura of the 5 paths of pain was exactly the same as the aura when they destroyed those mountains. However, the 5 paths of pain did not display that power in this battle.
Yes and no.
The beastman crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face. Bai Xingjian was completely confused. The one who raised this place to the ground was the leader of our Akatsuki organization.
Akatsuki? There is actually a leader even more powerful than the 5 paths of pain? Who is the one who can command the 5 paths of pain? Why is this organization so mysterious and unheard of?
In the vast history of the Great Qian dynasty, there has never been an organization called Akatsuki before. It seems as if it appeared out of thin air, including the 5 paths of pain himself. Just as Bai Xingjian looked up and thought, a white mist suddenly filled his vision. The 5 paths of pain have completely vanished. Not even a trace of chakra could be found. The drone screen in the distance was also recording this moment. In the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, the Grand Elder and Gao Shangda had been staring at the screen ever since communication was restored. The Grand Elder only came to his senses after the 5 paths of pain had completely disappeared.
Elder, Shangguan Kai and the other near Kage level.
Gao Shangda stood aside, his mind filled with thoughts of the Rinnegan and the 5 paths of pain.
Although the screen was interrupted and I couldn't observe the battle in real time, the drone accurately transmitted the battle replay. On the battlefield, the 5 paths of pain performed terrifyingly well.
Regardless of the fact that all 5 members of Pain were of low-level Kage rank, Pain's strength was not the primary concern. The key point is that the Rinnegan's abilities are numerous, complex, and extremely diverse, but at the same time, it is also exceptionally powerful. The human path absorbed souls, draining a near Kage-level demon dry and killing him. The Preta path absorbed chakra and completely devoured the power of the man-eating horse. The animal path summoning technique actually summoned 2 near Kage-level level demons. The Azura Path's missile technology transforms the body into a mechanical device, enabling large-scale firepower suppression and the clearing out of demons. Even the King of Hell in the Hell Realms, that enormous head instantly killed the two demons. Even with his vast knowledge, Gao Shangde had never seen the Rinnegan possess such diverse and powerful abilities. He recalled the descriptions in ancient books. It's so similar. Pain possesses all 5 of the abilities recorded in that ancient book.
That ancient book is very likely a real thing. Let Shangwan Kai and the other quasi-shadows go back.
The Grand Elder stroked his beard, lost in thought.
Shangwan Kai lowered his head slightly and picked up his phone to contact Juanying, who was heading to Linhai City. Pain's 5 paths. Rinnegan. The demon realm can actually teleport near Kage-level demons.
These rare abilities,
recorded in ancient texts, even the Akatsuki organization and that mysterious leader. The series of strange events weighed heavily on the Elder's mind.
How many people in the entire country currently possess the Rinnegan bloodline limit? The Elder asked.
There's only one in the whole country.
Lin Fan from Linhai City. Gao Shangde continued. Too many people think the Rinnegan is useless, and even if they have a bloodline limit, they don't choose to inherit it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder fell into even deeper thought. Having held a high position for many years, he immediately made some connections. I heard that the principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School was going to come over, but I told him he didn't need to come. Upon hearing this, Gao Shangde immediately showed a hint of doubt.
Elder, do you mean that by Xinjiang received a new order today that all of them must remain in Linhai City?
The Elder stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on by Xinjiang, who was cleaning up the mess on the screen. Such a gifted person actually chose the Rinnegan, which we once thought was the weakest, without hesitation. This indirectly proves a possibility. Lin Fan is very likely closely related to the Akatsuki organization and the leader behind the 5 paths of pain.
You must protect Lin Fan this time. Do your best to satisfy Lin Fan in everything you can. If you have the opportunity, also gather some intelligence. Secondly, those demons probably won't give up so easily.
They suffered heavy losses this time, and they will definitely come again. The Elder spoke continuously, and Gao Shangde quickly understood its profound meaning.
Yes, I'll take care of it right away.
As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shangde stepped outside and contacted Wei Zhong again via communication equipment. On the other side, the Grand Elder watched Gao Shangde's retreating figure, the image of those purple, round eyes flashing through his mind.
The Rinnegan? Could it be that long-forgotten history is about to repeat itself?
The Elder muttered to himself, his figure gradually dimming. Lin Fan, you were still asleep when the 5 paths of pain were fighting.
It's a real shame you couldn't witness their bravery.
You have no idea just how terrifying their strength is. In an instant, all the demons were killed by them. Su Xiaoxiao helped Lin Fan slowly walk out of the security station. The long-awaited sunlight shone on their faces. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile as he listened to these words.
Yes, I haven't actually witnessed their battle firsthand.
After all, they control their own bodies.
What a pity. Didn't I hear that the drones recorded their battle? I'll have to watch it properly when I get back.
Lin Fan said casually.
You must study this carefully when you get back.
They all have the Rinnegan. Perhaps you can learn more from them. Su Xiaoxiao said, glancing at Lin Fan with a look of surprise and a hint of suspicion. Speaking of which, the Rinnegan of the 5 paths of pain can unleash such powerful abilities.
Did you know this beforehand, which is why you chose the Rinnegan?
Lin Fan glanced at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
You guessed right. Actually, to be honest, I'm the one controlling all 5 paths of pain. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many eyes turned to them from all around.
She quickly covered her mouth and said in a low voice,
I don't believe your nonsense. The 5 paths of pain are so powerful, how could you possibly control them? Lin Fan shrugged. If you don't believe me, then forget it.
In this world, to be honest, not many people would believe that. Just then, a voice came from the side.
Brother Lin Fan, you just came out of the security station too?
The person who came was Chen Hao, a subordinate that Lin Fan had known before. Lin Fan recalled the name in his mind. Chen Hao looked at Lin Fan, his eyes gradually igniting with a passionate light. He had seen clearly the scene of the 5 paths of pain fighting against the demons on the battlefield. It is said that the abilities used by the 5 paths of pain are all based on the power of the Rinnegan. In other words, Lin Fan has now chosen the Rinnegan, and in the future he is very likely to become an existence like pain.
Brother Lin Fan, sister-in-law, you must be hungry after staying at the security station for so long,
Chen Hao said hurriedly. Upon hearing the word sister-in-law, Su Xiaoxiao did not object but gently lowered her head.
Lin Fan nodded.
Although controlling the 5 paths of pain did not consume any of my chakra, it did take a considerable amount of mental energy.
My stomach is now completely empty. Okay, Brother Lin, how about we go to Zuixinlu for something to eat?
Chen Hao quickly suggested. Now that the demon invasion has been repelled by pain, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion should reopen. Zuixinlu is one of the most upscale restaurants in Linhai City, known for its high prices and exquisite ingredients. I'll do as you say, Lin Fan shrugged, not refusing. He roughly guessed what Chen Hao was thinking. The power
displayed by the 5 paths of pain through the Rinnegan was truly dazzling and extraordinary. It's likely that Chen Hao's family has given him a firm order to befriend him as soon as possible. As for gratitude, Lin Fan didn't care. Xiao Xiao, do you want to come with me? Lin Fan turned and asked. Okay, Su Xiaoxiao nodded. I'll go tell my parents now. Okay, I'll go reserve a table right away, Shen Hao said with a smile. Zuixinlu is located in the city center of Linhai. A taxi slowly pulled up to the side of the road, and 3 figures got out. Chen Hao originally planned to have the housekeeper drive them over, but Su Xiaoxiao felt it was unnecessary, so she hailed a taxi. Upon entering the building, a luxuriously decorated lobby comes into view, and a hostess immediately approaches with a smile. Hello, does anyone have a reservation? My surname is Chen, Chen Hao replied casually. The hostess quickly led them to a table on the side of the first-floor lobby. Lin Fan looked around and found that the seats were almost full, and couldn't help but sigh. This place is indeed crowded, especially after the great calamity. Everyone wants to eat something good. As the 3 approached, they discovered that 4 figures were already sitting at the table. They were tall, and their chakra flowed noticeably within them. Lin Fan frowned. Chen Hao was no exception and walked over as well. Dude, this is our reserved spot, Chen Hao said politely. Upon hearing the sound, the 4 turned their heads in unison, casting unfriendly glances at the 3. Who was I again? Oh, it was Chen Hao. I thought it was someone so arrogant, bringing your 2 lackeys alone. TCH, a small-time vendor, don't embarrass yourself here. Yeah. Chen Hao's face darkened. The families in Linhai City can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One type is the merchants who made their fortune through business. Another type is families that rely on chakra power to establish themselves. The 4 people in front of him were the mortal enemies of Chen Hao's family. The 2 families have never interacted, and there are often secret conflicts between them. It seems these 4 people had had their fill of fun during the demon invasion and then casually occupied the seats at Zuixinlu. Watch your words, and remember the order of arrival. Chen Hao clenched his fist, but lacked confidence. These 4 people are almost all second-tier powerhouses. People in the hall craned their necks to watch. The hostess hurriedly ran upstairs to ask the manager for help. Hey, is this your new chick? Pretty good looking. Let's borrow her for a bit. No sooner had he finished speaking than a slap rang out. A red handprint immediately appeared on the face of the bearded youth. Watch your words. Lin Fan stared coldly at the bearded youth, his face grim. You can provoke anyone, but you can't mess with the people around Lin Fan. You little brat. How dare you do this? The bearded youth slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, while the other 3 were equally aggressive, their faces full of anger. The bearded young man was named Zongshan, the only son of the head of the family that ranked first in comprehensive strength in Linhai City. He has never been slapped in the face since he was a child. What's more, he was beaten by an unknown kid. Zongshan was pampered and had great strength, with his chakra level reaching the 2nd tier, level 6. Seeing this, Chen Hao was about to speak when Lin Fan stopped him with one hand. Seeing Lin Fan's actions, Chen Hao shook his head, his eyes filled with pity. This pity was not directed at Lin Fan. Instead, it's Zongshan. Their family's intelligence indicated that Lin Fan had a powerful background. It actually comes from the central power of the great Qian dynasty. Do you think your small clan can afford to offend them? Zongshan was furious. Who do you think you are? Are you looking for death? His 2nd tier, 6th level chakra burst seemed poised to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Fan at any moment. I was just teaching you a lesson. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Looking at Zongshan's chakra, which was as weak as an ant's, he couldn't help but shake his head. Judging from your chakra strength, you're probably at the 2nd tier, right? Then why didn't you fight against the demons that appeared east of Linhai City this time? In the Great Qin dynasty, the emphasis was on the entire nation defending against enemies. Anyone who is at least at the 2nd level and is in good health must fight against the demons. Earlier, Lin Fan controlled the 5 paths of pain and, with the help of shared vision, remembered almost all the ninjas above the 1st rank in the city. The figure of the 2nd tier expert in front of them was nowhere to be seen. No, not even the 3 people beside him showed up. And how come they can sit here and enjoy their food without any problems? Clearly, they're making excuses to avoid going to the battlefield this time. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the 4 exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Who do you think we are? Zongshan stepped forward and said proudly, I am the son of the head family, the #1 family in Linhai City. Why should I participate in the battle? As long as my clan exists, we will call the shots in Linhai City. As early as when the demons broke out, the father of the 4 families had used methods to conceal their identities, so that's how it is. There are still arrogant people like you in Linhai City. Lin Fan sighed and slowly raised his arm. Whether it was Zongshan's attempt to humiliate Su Xiaoxiao, or the 4 of them refusing to go to the battlefield, a surge of anger was rising in his chest. The 4 figures were instantly sent flying. They smashed through countless carved railings and fell onto the corridors of the drunken immortal pavilion. Many guests in the hall immediately screamed. Lin Fan controlled the force to ensure they wouldn't bump into anyone. Please continue your meal, everyone. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, Lin Fan said loudly.
quickly. He saw Su Xiaoxiao's concerned gaze and nodded firmly. He slowly walked towards the 4 people led by Zongshan. "You brat, what kind of power is that?" Zongshan and the other 3 slowly got up from the ground. Upon contact they were instantly blasted away, without even a chance to react. Zongshan glared at Lin Fan, Chen Hao, and Su Xiaoxiao with a face full of resentment. "I see now, your Chen family wants to start a war with our clan. And you, kid, calling your woman a slut wouldn't be an exaggeration." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan slapped Zongshan hard across the face again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zongshan, the eldest son of the most powerful family in Linhai City, could no longer tolerate it. "Go to hell!" Zongshan roared, his hands quickly forming hand seals. At this moment, he no longer cared whether there were other people in the drunken immortal pavilion. Zongshan only wanted to kill Lin Fan. This will serve as a way to wash away the humiliation Lin Fan brought upon him. Just as Zongshan was about to unleash his ninjutsu, outside the drunken immortal pavilion, Zongshan's fireball technique has not yet been released. Everyone inside the building couldn't help but shiver. A chilling, oppressive aura, as heavy as a mountain, emanated from outside the building. It felt as if I were facing ice, so cold and sharp. Zongshan stopped abruptly, his face filled with horror. The strength of this force, could it be? Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, a person with snow-white hair slowly walked in. He was dressed in white, surrounded by countless ice crystals. It was none other than the near-Kage level expert, Shiro Hoshiken. Everyone was stunned. Shouldn't Bai Xinjian be cleaning up the mess on the eastern battlefield of Linhai City right now? Why did Bai Xinjian suddenly appear? Is he here to dine at Zuixinlu? Are you stupid? Bai Xinjian's posture definitely means he's here to find someone. Could he be Zongshan's backer? Dude, what 4th-tier family has a near-Kage level figure as a backer? Don't be delusional. What exactly is the White Star Sword shadow doing here? This is the White Star Sword's quasi-image. What you see on the screen is completely different from what you see in reality. This terrifying chakra is enough to prove who he is. Bai Xinjian completely ignored these discussions. His blue eyes scanned the interior of the drunken immortal pavilion. His gaze fell on Zongshan and Lin Fan, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Bai Xinjian walked slowly toward him with a kind expression. Upon seeing this, Zongshan's eyes lit up. Could it be that his father, who has connections and influence in Linhai City, actually regarded Bai Xinjian as his backer? Zongshan's mockery gradually turned into arrogance, and he quickly went up to him with flattery. He glared at Lin Fan and Chen Hao. "With the White Star Sword backing us up, what are these 2 bastards? We can take them down with ease, it's a piece of cake. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" Thinking this to himself, Zongshan fawned, "Bai Zhuoning, I've long." Bai Xinjian stepped past Zongshan, turned to Lin Fan, and extended his palm in goodwill. "Young friend Lin, meeting you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation." The people in Zuixinlo could not believe their eyes and fell silent. Am I seeing things? That young man who provoked Zongshan was actually treated with such respect by Bai Xinjian? Just who exactly is this Lin Fan? Zongshan and his trio looked at Lin Fan with terror in their eyes. Who exactly did they offend? It turns out to be someone Bai Xinjian values. According to Bai Xinjian, Lin Fan was placed on an equal footing. Zongshan and his 3 companions trembled with fear, terrified of what was about to happen. Su Xiaoxiao and Chen Hao opened their mouths wide, almost bigger than eggs. How did Lin Fan suddenly get targeted by Bai Xinjian? That's a quasi-photon. Does Lin Fan know Bai Xinjian Zhuoning? I've never heard him mention it before. Lin Fan, however, remained unusually calm. He glanced at Bai Xinjian, seemingly unsurprised, and slowly extended his hand to shake hands with Bai Xinjian briefly. Bai Zhuoning's heroic figure in fighting against demons was truly incredibly cool. I heard my master say that Bai Zhuoning has exceptional talent. Su Xiaoxiao and Chen Hao were puzzled. When did Lin Fan get a master? Upon hearing this, Bai Xinjian scratched his head and said with a smile, "Not at all, not at all." He received the information he wanted without any errors. Indeed, he had received a notification from Gao Shangda, who was far away in Kyoto, long before he arrived at Zuixinlu. With a triadancy attitude, he immediately located Lin Fan and rushed over alone. Lin Fan was clever. He revealed the information he wanted to know in just 1 sentence. Indeed, it's related to pain. That Akatsuki organization, they have close ties. Moreover, they had an extremely close master-disciple relationship. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Bai Xinjian's lips, and the fog in front of him immediately dissipated, making many things clear. He then looked inside the drunken immortal pavilion, where the area around the carved railings was in a mess. Did young friend Lin have a conflict with these 4 people? Bai Xinjian pointed at the 4 people from Zongshan. As soon as he entered Zuixinlu, he saw Zongshan preparing to use ninjutsu on Lin Fan. Upon hearing Bai Xinjian's words, the 4 members of Zongshan immediately realized what was happening, and their faces turned deathly pale. This White Star Sword is indeed Lin Fan's backer. Bai. Zongshan wanted to speak, but he was so frightened by Bai Xinjian's cold gaze that he trembled all over. Lin Fan glanced at them coldly and said indifferently, "First of all, it's one thing to take up a spot, but to actually try to insult my girlfriend is another." Bai Xinjian's eyes eyes instantly became extremely terrifying, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body. It's important to know that Lin Fan is now a key figure in understanding the Akatsuki organization.
The Grand Elder personally ordered that Lin Fan must not make any mistakes. Are these four people courting death?
How dare they provoke Lin Fan right in front of him? Under the immense killing intent emanating from the White Star Sword, the four men immediately became weak and powerless, collapsing to their knees, unable to utter a single word. The surrounding guests turned pale, swallowed hard, and lost their appetite for the delicious food in front of them. The restaurant owner, who had rushed over, dared not say a word and could only stand at a distance and watch silently.
This is the White Star Sword's target, Shadow.
When a quasi-shadow is enraged, corpses litter thousands of miles.
Every quasi-shadow warrior has fought their way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the demon invasion.
The killing intent emanating from them is beyond what ordinary people can withstand. Seeing this, Lin Fan shook his head and slowly spoke. However, in this situation, the crime doesn't warrant such an offense. At most, one should be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xingjian's killing intent noticeably diminished. Upon hearing this, Zongshan and the other three looked at Lin Fan with pleading expressions, as if they had seen their savior and biological father.
Zongshan even knelt down on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly.
As long as Lin Fan is willing to let it go with just one word, Bai Xingjian will naturally give him face. However, Lin Fan changed the subject. But these four people are scions of several powerful families in Linhai City. When the demons invaded, they actually concealed their identities, refused to participate in the battle, and hid here to eke out a living. This kind of crime deserves death. Lin Fan's eyes immediately sharpened. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingjian instantly transformed the surrounding ice crystals into countless icy swords, their tips pointing directly at Zongshan and his companions.
A palpable killing intent nearly burst through the walls of the drunken immortal pavilion.
They can kill the four of them anytime, anywhere. Bai Xingjian had originally intended to help Lin Fan vent his anger, but upon hearing these words, an invisible rage surged within him.
He fought desperately against the human army on the battlefield east of Linhai City. And what about them? As second-tier powerhouses, they're actually hiding in the city.
In ancient times, this would be considered desertion. His killing intent was almost tangible as he stared intently at Zongshan and his companions. A strong smell of urine emanated from between the four men's legs. Under the pressure of the White Star Sword, the four of them could no longer control their bladders and were terrified.
By Zhuanying, there's no need to judge them yet.
Let the ruling team handle it, Lin Fan said to Bai Xingjian with a smile. I believe the ruling team will bring them and their families to justice. Bai Xingjian nodded solemnly. Don't worry, young friend Lin. Even without your reminder, I will thoroughly investigate all the families in Linhai City today.
Not a single one will be missed.
As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xingjian suppressed the killing intent without a trace. Zongshan and his three companions were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked to see Zongshan and the other three being treated like this by Bai Xingjian.
Just who is this young man? Could it be that the power structure of the entire Linhai City will be reshuffled because of this young man?
Bai Xingjian actually addressed him as young friend Lin. This young man is definitely not someone to be trifled with.
These four great families of Zongshan will probably be completely wiped out overnight.
A sense of astonishment and shock spread. No one expected that, simply because of a single sentence Zongshan said to that boy. This completely pushed their family to the brink of annihilation. All sorts of complex gazes and emotions were cast toward Lin Fan.
The sound of a flute soon began.
A group of constables in blue handcuffed the four men and escorted them to the police station. The owner of Zuichenlu naturally understood the principles of dealing with people and immediately announced that all purchases for the day would be free. After learning about Lin Fan and Bai Xingjian's identities and exchanging words, the boss volunteered to reserve the most luxurious private room for the four of them. After all, Zuichenlu is the #1 restaurant in Linhai City. The Tianzi private rooms are a prestigious space reserved for the most elite guests.
Many people looked at Lin Fan with curiosity and awe.
Anyone who can be associated with a near-Kage level powerhouse must have at least a near-Kage level backer behind them. In short, you absolutely cannot offend them. Led by the restaurant owner, the four of them soon arrived at the 7th floor of Zuichenlu.
There is only one private room on the 7th floor, which offers a breathtaking panoramic view of the outside scenery.
The restaurant owner, a seasoned veteran with many years of experience, waived all the costs for Lin Fan's meal. The waitresses kept bringing out delicious dishes. They didn't stop until 18 dishes were served. These dishes all feature expensive ingredients such as giant lobster and king crab, fully demonstrating the restaurant owner's sincerity. Soon, only 4 people remained in the private room.
Su Xiaoxiao and Shen Hao didn't dare to touch their chopsticks, their eyes occasionally glancing furtively at Lin Fan. The reason is simple. The pressure is just too great. After all, dining at the same table with a near-Kage level expert like Bai Xingjian, who could have predicted this would happen?
Seeing their restrained expressions, Lin Fan smiled and said, "You two eat first, I'll chat with Bai Xingjian for a while." He then shrugged. Upon hearing this, this, a glint suddenly flashed in Bai Xingjian's blue eyes. Then, Bai Xingjian glanced at Chen Hao and Su Xiaoxiao. "They're fine, and this isn't a secret," Lin Fan said with a smile. For a moment, Chen Hao and Su Xiaoxiao were busy picking up food, but their ears unconsciously perked up in Lin Fan's direction. They desperately wanted to know the relationship between Bai Xingjian and Lin Fan, and even more so, they wanted to find out the identity of Lin Fan's master. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Fan coughed twice and then began to talk in a serious tone. After absorbing the memories of that shadow demon, Lin Fan became even more determined to conceal his strength. The shadow demon's memories gave him a comprehensive understanding of the entire demon realm. In the demon realm, demons, from smallest to largest, have the same ranks as those in the human world, ranging from rank 1 to rank 6. A demon at the near Kage level is equivalent to a general in the demon world. Demons of the Kage level or above, at the quasi-Kage level, are considered great generals. Above the great general, there are 9 demons at the super shadow level. However, due to their immense power, they are unable to cross spatial rifts and therefore cannot come to this world for the time being. Never reveal all your cards without being absolutely certain. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and then said, "The 6 paths of pain came from an organization called Akatsuki." Bai Xingjian nodded, then his pupils suddenly contracted. "The 6 paths of pain? Aren't there only 5 pain seniors?" Shirahoshi asked in confusion. "No, pain is 6. Lin Fan shook his head, then reached out, and a plate flew up from the air and was caught in his palm. The last pain was named Tendo. His ability is the most basic ability of the Rinnegan, gravity. Bai Xingjian felt his throat go dry and asked hesitantly, "Is that the leader of the Akatsuki?" Lin Fan shook his head again. "No, it's not the heavenly Tao. The leader's abilities are beyond our reach. It has existed since extremely ancient times." An extremely ancient era? Could it be from the very beginning of the awakening ritual? An ancient monster that has lived for 100 years? It might even be a centuries-old demon of the highest level? Thinking of this, Bai Xingjian gasped, his face filled with shock. The Akatsuki organization actually has 6 Kage-level powerhouses, plus a mysterious and unpredictable super Kage-level leader. Bai Xingjian dared to guarantee that if the Akatsuki were placed overseas, they could destroy countless small and medium-sized countries. Seeing that the 3 of them were confused, Lin Fan spoke again, "And my master is none other than Pain. The Rinnegan is of the same origin, and they have been teaching me all along." Hearing this, Bai Xingjian had a clear understanding of why Lin Fan firmly chose the Rinnegan. No wonder he wanted to cultivate the Rinnegan, which was considered useless by the world. It turns out that he had 6 Kage-level powerhouses personally guiding him. Bro, if it were me, I would definitely make the same choice. I've long heard that young friend Lin has awakened all his bloodline limits, and with the strong support of seniors like Pain, it's possible that he could become the 8th Kage-level shinobi in the Akatsuki in the future. Bai Xingjian complimented. Lin Fan smiled wryly. "Brother, just ask directly, there's no need to beat around the bush." From the moment Bai Xingjian mentioned the 8th Quasi-Kage, Lin Fan realized that he wanted to take the opportunity to find out exactly how many people the Akatsuki had. Anyway, he had already made up so much. Lin Fan's heart stirred. The Akatsuki organization has more than just the 8 of us. More than 8? Su Xiaoxiao and Chen Hao stared wide-eyed at the same time, their eyeballs almost popping out. Hearing Lin Fan say that he had become a disciple of the 6 paths of pain was already shocking enough. All 6 pain were Kage-level powerhouses. With their guidance and his own talent, he was like a tiger with wings, and his strength reached a new level. You suddenly said that the Akatsuki organization actually has more than 8 members. Just how deep and terrifying is the Akatsuki organization's foundation? Why have we never heard of them all these years? Su Xiaoxiao silently admired him. Lin Fan is truly amazing. Chen Hao was already bursting with excitement. Dad was right after all. If you keep licking someone's boots, you can end up with everything, not nothing. Bai Xingjian's reaction was as expected. After all, he didn't believe that the organization only had a few extraordinary experts. There must be others doing odd jobs. However, he has now confirmed Lin Fan's relationship with someone inside that organization. The Grand Elder's guess was indeed correct. "Is there anything else you need to ask?" Lin Fan asked casually, picking up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Even if Bai Xingjian asked again, he was prepared to continue making things up. "You must never reveal your true strength unless absolutely necessary. Without the strength of a Kage-level expert, no. Before he has the power of a 6 paths level expert, Lin Fan chooses to keep a low profile and observe quietly." Bai Xingjian stood up. "Thank you for your detailed explanation, young friend Lin. That's all I wanted to know." Bai Xingjian stood up and bowed slightly. Lin Fan also stood up and said, "It's no big deal. Tomorrow I will go to Linhai No. 1 Middle School with Cao Shangda and Juanying to visit you again." Ha! Bai Xingjian scratched his head and said with a smile, "I apologize for bothering you so many times. It's alright, come on over. I'll answer any questions you have, as long as they're not things the leader forbids me to disclose," Lin Fan replied politely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Xingjian took his leave. Once Bai Xingjian's figure had completely disappeared, Lin Fan turned to look at the 2 people who had been completely petrified. "What's wrong?
Why are you all so surprised? I didn't see you all so shocked when I said I knew, Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Before Su Xiaoxiao could speak, Chen Hao interrupted. Brother Lin, besides Bai Xingjian, Gao Shangde also wants to visit you. Chen Hao's eyes widened. Gao Shangde is a top figure in the center of the Great Qian dynasty. Given time, he might be able to reach the same level as the Grand Elder. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. Let's eat first, we can talk about tomorrow. Next, Chen Hao and Su Xiaoxiao kept asking him questions. It took almost 2 hours for the meal to finally come to an end. The owner of Zuixinla restaurant waved his hand generously and said that Lin Fan would eat there for free from now on. There's nothing special about it, it's simply about making more friends and having more options. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Lin Fan didn't say anything more. Brother Lin, are you sure you don't need me to take you back? Chen Hao asked doubtfully. No need, I live with Xiaoxiao, I'll go back in a bit. Ha? Chen Hao stared wide-eyed at Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan. These two are developing their relationship way too fast. We don't live together, we're neighbors. Su Xiaoxiao blushed and quickly explained. Okay, I understand. Chen Hao gave a meaningful look, then strode away. The two exchanged a glance and decided to take a taxi back. A short while later, the two cars stopped in front of the house. Take a good rest today and relax, Lin Fan said with concern. I'm fine, you're the one who should rest. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. By the way, there's a teaching match against an older student tomorrow, and all students have to participate. You need to prepare well. I think winning the match shouldn't be a problem. Teaching-style battle trials? Lin Fan searched his memory. This teaching-based competitive trial, as the name suggests, involves lower-grade students asking higher-grade students for advice. After all, the strength of senior students is generally above level 5 of first rank and below level 2, and they have rich teaching experience. Through competition, we can both curb the arrogance of younger students and promote their learning. This is a win-win situation. Okay, I'll get a good rest tonight. Lin Fan came back to his senses and nodded slightly. They said goodnight to each other and went home. As Lin Fan approached the villa, he noticed that it was shimmering with light everywhere. The dust and filth that usually lingered had long since vanished thanks to the combined efforts of the 6 paths of pain. Lin Fan walked up to the second floor and saw several figures of the 6 paths standing upright, their Rinnegan eyes flashing with an eerie purple light. Thank you for your hard work this morning, both in the fighting and cleaning. Lin Fan personally brewed a cup of tea for each of the 6 paths of pain. Although the 6 paths of pain appeared in this world under Lin Fan's control, each pain's body possessed an independent consciousness. Although they were under Lin Fan's control, they were absolutely loyal to him. Although the pain members felt the affection, they still respectfully accepted the teacups. After all, this was Lin Fan's order, and they could not disobey it. Human path, what new discoveries have you made in the memories you've explored? When Lin Fan took control of the human realm body, he did not fully absorb the memories left by the shadow demon in the human realm. Renjiandeo slowly stepped forward and reported the important intelligence he had gathered to Lin Fan one by one. As the human path explained, Lin Fan gradually understood the situation. The 3 near Kage-level demonic man-eating horses, Pig 1 and Shadow Demons General, are actually a Kage-level powerhouse named Armored Demon. The one who created the spatial rift was a Deer Lich Demon. Given the Armored Demon's temperament, he probably already holds a grudge against us, Pain. It won't be long before that deer-like demon prepares the flesh and blood needed for the teleportation, and it will definitely return to Linhai City to take revenge. As for the spatial rift that can teleport a shadow-level expert, Shadow Demon's memory does not yet contain this technology. Lin Fan felt somewhat relieved after hearing this. Although he wasn't sure exactly how powerful he was, it was always good to be cautious. Alright, you all go back to your space to rest, especially you, Tian Dao. Lin Fan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and sent the 6 people back to the system space. In today's battle against demons, Heaven has been tasked by Lin Fan to protect our homeland. Looking at the empty room, Lin Fan let out a soft breath. Next, it's time to cook some rice. By the way, think carefully about what to say to Gao Shangde tomorrow. Night soon fell on Linhai City. On the surface, after the demons attacked in the early morning, Linhai City appeared unusually peaceful. But beneath this calm, undercurrents are surging. That night, half of the top 20 families in Linhai City disappeared instantly. Half of the family members have been imprisoned and are awaiting long sentences. Numerous industries were taken over by forces outside the city, but the central government of Dakian reacted swiftly to ensure that the overall structure of Linhai City remained unaffected. In the future, Linhai City will be a crucial channel for communication with Shao, and no losses can be tolerated. This afternoon, the 4 people who provoked Lin Fan at Zuixinlu are now crying out in pain and filled with remorse in the dark prison. There's no going back in this world for them. On a plane bound for Linhai City, Gao Shangde and Wei Zhong sat in the VIP lounge. The Rinnegan is indeed incredibly powerful, Wei Zhong said in surprise as he watched the video of Pain's battle. He went to Kyoto alone this morning to discuss the Rinnegan with Gao Shangde, but missed the demon invasion. Truly strong. Strong in every aspect, whether it's ranged or melee combat, he excels in everything. Holding an ancient book that records the Rinnegan, Gao Shangde sighed. Have you noticed that the 5 of them, Pain, seem to be a single entity?
If the 5 are already so powerful, according to the information from Bai Xingjian, there should be a 6th one.
The last one is named Tian Dao. I can't imagine how amazing their fighting power would be if these 6 people were combined. Gao Shangde glanced warily at the screen and took a deep breath.
The things he encountered in the past few days completely overturned his worldview, which he had held for many years.
Why was it that no one was able to unravel the mysteries of the Rinnegan before?
Wei Zhong continued, deeply moved.
Gao Shangde stood up and looked out the window.
Those people from before probably had too little talent and were simply unable to grasp the true power of the Rinnegan.
But the situation is different now.
Lin Fan is both a disciple of Pain and a student at Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School, serving as a crucial bridge between Daqian and Xiao. Wei Zhong nodded in agreement.
I understand that principle.
Gao Shangde sighed, his words revealing a mixture of helplessness and awe. This world is getting more and more chaotic. The demons on the frontier are becoming increasingly rampant. I'm afraid those powerful figures from the demon realm will soon be coming to Blue Star. At this critical moment, we must explore the dawn.
And there's the secret of the Rinnegan.
Lin Fan threw back the covers, his blurry eyes looking up at the ceiling.
I slept so soundly. He stretched and said, Ding, you haven't checked in today. Do you want to check in?
The check-in system notification sounded right on time.
Ding, you have checked in for 3 consecutive days and awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan.
The system's voice rang in Lin Fan's ears like a silver bell.
Today it's the Sharingan?
Just as Lin Fan was about to sigh, a surge of hatred suddenly flooded his mind. In an instant, his eyes turned bloodshot. The 3 Tomos slowly rotated in his eyes. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked around. With the Sharingan activated, even dust particles in the air became clearly visible. The birds outside the window move as slowly as snails. Lin Fan, however, was able to move swiftly within this slow passage of time.
He could even see the chakra emanating from the air clearly. This is one of the abilities of the Sharingan.
Although it was only a 3 Tomo Sharingan, Lin Fan clearly felt that his strength had improved to another level. Illusion techniques, copying ninjutsu.
These 2 extraordinary skills would be extremely formidable weapons if used in human combat. With each system check-in, Lin Fan firmly believed that the Sharingan would continue to evolve.
If one could possess the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and summon Susanoo, the power they would display would be, they will be an invincible force in the world. Lin Fan searched his memory. In this world, the Sharingan, along with the Rinnegan, is considered one of the weakest talents. However, since Pain appeared, the notion that the Rinnegan is the weakest has long been refuted. Countless teenagers dream of next year's awakening ceremony, hoping to truly awaken the Rinnegan and sweep across the land like Pain. The reason why the Sharingan is called a useless talent is extremely simple. The people of this world have no idea about the conditions for mastering the Sharingan.
They each possessed a Sharingan with only 1 Tomo.
That is to say, they can only possess the most basic insight. No wonder, this world considers the Sharingan worthless. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan finally understood the reason.
Today is a ceremony where lower grade students learn from their older classmates.
Lin Fan naturally wanted to demonstrate the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan.
If one could awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan,
his abilities will reach new heights, without a doubt. Before long, Su Xiaoxiao arrived at Lin Fan's door.
Lin Fan, why do I feel like you've gotten even stronger again?
Su Xiaoxiao sensed the chakra within Lin Fan's body. As someone with the ability to create paper, her perception was also extraordinary. As soon as she got close to Lin Fan, she sensed a completely different power within him. Moreover, this force is exceptionally powerful, but it's completely different from the aura of the Sharingan.
You must be mistaken?
Lin Fan feigned mystery, but saw Su Xiaoxiao clench her fists tightly.
Actually I did awaken another ability.
Lin Fan put down Su Xiaoxiao's hand and said, but don't rush, I'll show you properly at today's conference.
It's a secret for now.
Su Xiaoxiao pouted and said, TCH. The two traveled all the way to Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School. As soon as Lin Fan entered the campus, he immediately felt countless eyes on him. That gaze held a mixture of emotions. Envy, jealousy, fear, a complex mix of emotions. What they envied was not that Lin Fan had Su Xiaoxiao by his side. Instead, they envied Lin Fan for choosing the Rinnegan talent during the awakening ceremony. Based on Pain's performance in last night's livestream, everyone has already forgotten the claim that the Rinnegan is useless.
Who dares to say the Rinnegan is useless now? The 5 paths of Pain are the best living example. Countless people envy Lin Fan for possessing the Rinnegan.
Given his talent, he might actually grow into a powerful figure like the 5 paths of Pain. As for the conversation between Lin Fan and Bai Xingjian, these disciples were naturally completely unaware of it. Many students and family members felt fear because of the bloodshed that Lin Fan had caused yesterday. They had only heard last night that Lin Fan was connected with several important figures in the Daqian Center. Even Bai Xingjian was very close to him. As for why Lin Hai City was thoroughly cleaned up yesterday, it said that someone spread bad rumors about Lin Fan at the Zuixinlu restaurant. Those who admired him came forward forward to greet him, while those who were afraid instinctively kept their distance. "Handsome Lin, you've really become a star at Lin High No. 1 High School now."
Su Xiaoxiao laughed and teased, "Who doesn't know you now?"
If they knew that Pain was your master, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. From the moment Pain appeared, he was prepared to be the subject of gossip. Fortunately, the gazes of these people did not make him uncomfortable.
"Good morning, brother Lin and sister-in-law."
Chen Hao, dressed in gorgeous clothes, ran over from a distance.
"Good morning," everyone responded in unison. "Are you going to participate in a training battle trial?"
Lin Fan asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Brother Lin, you're so smart. Let's hurry over there."
Chen Hao pointed to the playground of Lin High No. 1 Middle School. The playground was bustling with people, and the stands around it were filled with spectators from all grades. On the playground, countless athletes were eager to try their skills.
Older students automatically participate in this teaching versus study trial. For younger students, it is not mandatory. Participation is mainly voluntary.
However, in reality, this combat training trial is mainly to prepare for the combat of the older students. After all, Lin Fan's generation only started to awaken their abilities the day before yesterday. Fire style, great fireball technique.
How could they possibly compete with older students in less than 2 days?
Therefore, there were very few students at the registration desk this year. Lin High No. 1 Middle School has about 1,000 students each year, but only 1%, or even less, actually apply. Lin Fan pulled Su Xiaoxiao along and quickly went inside. The female student in charge of registration was initially a little impatient, but when she saw Lin Fan's handsome face and his current status as a national treasure, she blushed and quickly stood up to help him with the procedures.
"Do you want to participate?"
Lin Fan turned to ask Su Xiaoxiao.
She shook her head.
Although she said she wanted to participate yesterday, she didn't actually intend to sign up. She has only been awakened for 3 days and has not yet reached the level where she can fight against older students.
"Registration successful, let's go out now."
Soon, Lin Fan pulled Su Xiaoxiao out of the registration area and, led by Chen Hao, arrived at an open space.
Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a bell rang.
10 judges sat in the judging panel. They were school leaders and high-ranking officials from Lin High City, their faces serious and their expressions solemn. Many students listened intently and whispered among themselves.
"Why are there so many judges for this awakening ceremony?"
"Yes, last year only the principal and vice principal participated.
Let's keep watching."
Wei Zhong, the principal of Lin High No. 1 Middle School, stepped forward. "Today, we are very honored and fortunate to have a special guest to participate in our teaching and combat trials."
"A special guest?"
Everyone's minds raced, but no one had heard of anyone coming to Lin High City. Behind Wei Zhong, a spirited figure slowly walked out.
He walked up to Wei Zhong and greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello everyone, I am Gao Shangde, a film producer. I am very happy to be here."
Everyone's gazes widened suddenly, in disbelief.
"Am I seeing things?"
Brothers, the Sharingan and Rinnegan appearing at the same time is definitely a feast for the eyes. The crowd began whispering among themselves, speculating amongst themselves.
Could it be that they came to Lin High City specifically for someone?
No way, Gao Shangde is a high-ranking official in the central government of Dakian.
He wouldn't personally go to Lin High for just one person, would he? Maybe it's Lin Fan, that genius from our Lin High No. 1 high school. That's even more impossible.
Lin Fan's strength is nowhere near that of someone like Pain.
That makes sense. Going to Pain would be a good idea.
The group discussed it for a long time, but ultimately failed to reach any conclusion. Many of the older students had excited expressions on their faces. "If you perform well in this battle trial and catch Gao Shangde's eye, you might be able to soar to great heights in the future." In the audience, Lin Fan turned his gaze to Gao Shangde and said softly, "Gao Shangde looks quite young. Of course, he's a near shadow level expert." Su Xiaoxiao leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "Lin Fan, actually, none of them know that Gao Shangde came to see you." Lin Fan shrugged and replied in a low voice, "They definitely don't know.
They're neither you nor Chen Hao."
As soon as Gao Shangde finished speaking, Principal Wei Zhong began to announce a whole bunch of rules. Basically, the opponents in the battle trials are selected by drawing lots. In combat, it is forbidden to cause death or maiming.
There was also a third-level referee supervising the entire process to prevent any accidents. Once the rules were announced, the battle trials began immediately.
Soon, 2 students, both from higher grades, stepped onto the stage. After exchanging identities, they quickly circulated their chakra and twisted rapidly.
The 2 unleashed their proudest B-rank ninjutsu.
After a year of honing his skills, he has reached a high level of proficiency, drawing gasps of amazement from many of his fellow students in the stands. In the end, Li Si was pushed off the stage, and Zhang Wu won the victory.
The entire match lasted no more than 5 minutes.
Round after round, layer after layer, the younger students were almost one after another defeated by the older students. The gap in actual strength is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. It's simply too great. Not long after, it was announced that Lin Fan would be competing in the first round.
Next, Lin Fan will face Wang Ong.
Please invite our 2 contestants to the stage. As soon as the referee's voice fell, all eyes turned to Lin Fan, the young man who was about to step onto the stage. Pain's display of the Rinnegan yesterday was awe-inspiring and incredibly powerful. Therefore, many people are eager to see Lin Fan use the Rinnegan.
I want to see if his Rinnegan can rival Pain's. Do you think Lin Fan can beat Wang On?
After all, he has the Rinnegan.
Impossible.
I was watching him fight Li Qing the day before yesterday. He only has gravity ability, so he can't beat him at all. Moreover, Wang On is the 10th ranked expert in the senior year of high school, possessing the strength of a first-tier 9th level expert, which is far beyond what Li Qing can compare to.
That's true. Speaking of Li Qing, I haven't seen him for the past few days. Who knows? Never mind, the competition is about to begin.
Gao Shangda pushed up his glasses, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Fan, who was about to go on stage. Principal Wei Zhong, who was sitting next to him, was a distance away, so the two could talk in peace. That's Lin Fan, who possesses the Rinnegan.
He has extraordinary talent. No wonder Pain recognized him as his disciple, Gao Shangda praised.
Wei Zhong nodded and said, but if he encounters Wang On, he may not be able to win.
Wang On is a level 9 expert of the first tier, and can be considered a top figure among the senior students.
Lin Fan only has 2 abilities, so his chances of winning are indeed not high. Gao Shangda smiled and shook his head, saying, geniuses never take the conventional path.
I think Lin Fan will win.
Wei Zhong smiled helplessly.
Ever since the two became comrades in arms, they had enjoyed making bets.
This time, Gao Shangda challenged him to another bet.
Then I'll bet on King Ang's victory.
After all, I've watched him for 3 years, and his abilities are trustworthy, Wei Zhong said. The two then focused their attention on the arena in the center of the playground. The two bowed slightly and introduced themselves.
You're Lin Fan, the lower grade student with the Rinnegan? Wang On asked, arms crossed. Lin Fan nodded.
If you expect to win with just the Rinnegan, that's wishful thinking. Your chakra isn't as terrifying as Pain's, and your Rinnegan only has the ability to manipulate gravity.
If you fight me, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. If I'm a little careful, your Rinnegan won't be able to work. Wang On spoke calmly, as if victory in this duel was already in his grasp.
Many older students nodded in agreement with Wang Ang's words. Wang On is a rare master of both physical techniques and ninjutsu among the senior students, possessing exceptional physical strength.
He even mastered a water release, water bullet technique.
High school seniors who usually struggle against him often suffer greatly, let alone a newcomer like Lin Fan who has only recently awakened. Seeing that Lin Fan was standing still, Wang On assumed he was about to admit defeat, so he continued, you'd better admit defeat sooner rather than later, otherwise, given my personality and the strength of my chakra, you'll only end up with a lot of injuries. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally came to his senses. Sorry, I was daydreaming just now, Lin Fan said innocently. That's right, when he first stepped onto the stage, he was still thinking about whether the Sharingan could be fused with the Rinnegan. As a result, he pondered it secretly for a long time, but couldn't achieve any fusion effect at all.
Lin Fan asked again, your name is Wang On, right? What did you just say? Wang On was about to get angry, but he held back. Gao Shangde is here today, so I must behave politely and leave a good impression.
I'm telling you, your Rinnegan is no match for mine, so you'd better admit defeat sooner rather than later to avoid suffering.
My Rinnegan? Who said I was going to use the Rinnegan?
Lin Fan asked with a strange expression.
He participated in this battle trial not to test the power of the Rinnegan. You don't use the Rinnegan?
Wang On raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness on his face. The audience was also somewhat bewildered.
Didn't Lin Fan awaken the Rinnegan?
If we don't use that, what else can we use?
Physical techniques?
Without the Rinnegan, there's even less chance you could beat me, Wang On said, puzzled.
Lin Fan shrugged. Who said I was going to use the Rinnegan? I don't use the Rinnegan, but I also have the Sharingan.
As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, a strange chakra burst forth from his body. Instantly, crimson chakra gathered in his eyes. Blood red slowly appeared in his black eyes, followed by the gradual manifestation of 3 Tomo.
It's the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The audience below the stage felt this aura and their eyes widened in astonishment. How come Lin Fan has another Sharingan? Didn't he only awaken 1 bloodline limit? No.
This stance clearly indicates the awakening of 2 bloodline limits, only the other one wasn't manifested during the awakening ceremony.
That's terrifying. How did he awaken the Sharingan?
Since Pain appeared, the rumor that the Rinnegan is the weakest has long been debunked, leaving only the claim that the Sharingan is the weakest.
The Sharingan can only predict the enemy's next move at most, but the Byakugan can do that too, and it's even stronger.
Yeah, Lin Fan actually dared to use the Sharingan, he's really too confident. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, sitting in the audience, narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly.
So this is the new ability he awakened? No wonder he never told me. Su Xiaoxiao's ideas were very different from those of others.
He always felt that Lin Fan's Rinnegan was no ordinary Rinnegan, and that it must have some new tricks up its sleeve. Beside the judges' panel,
he actually awakened 2 bloodline limits. Even I didn't notice at the time. Wei Zhong's eyes revealed admiration.
After all, Wei Zhong had been present since Lin Fan's awakening ceremony. At that time, he only sensed the aura of the Rinnegan. The second type of bloodline limit does exist in this world, but it is extremely rare. Moreover, it is difficult for someone with two bloodline limits to master both. Usually, they are proficient in one but only have a basic understanding of the other. Wei Zhong turned to look at Gao Shangde and couldn't help but smile. If Lin Fan continues to use the Rinnegan and draws on its power, he might be able to defeat Wang Ong. However, we are both well aware of the drawbacks of the Sharingan if we rely solely on its power. Not only does it consume a lot of chakra, but it can also only predict the enemy's next move. If the prediction fails, it is very easy for the opponent to counterattack and kill you. Old Gao, I'm sure I'll win this bet. Gao Shangde withdrew his gaze from Lin Fan and shook his head. Did you notice how many tomo are in Lin Fan's eyes? Gao Shangde said in a low voice. Wei Zhong looked in Lin Fan's direction with a puzzled expression. Aren't all Sharingan eyes just one tomo? Before he could finish speaking, Wei Zhong was shocked to see the two gleaming 3-tomo Sharingan eyes in Lin Fan's eyes, radiating a unique light. 3-tomo Sharingan? Wei Zhong turned to look at Gao Shangde in shock. The Sharingan can have 3-tomo? Wei Zhong was momentarily stunned. After retiring from the frontier, he taught at Linhai No. 1 Middle School for 20 years. There was only one instance during which a student reluctantly chose the Sharingan, but that Sharingan is just a single tomo. I don't know, Gao Shangde shook his head, but based on Lin Fan's current situation, that's certainly the case. He rested his chin on his hand, watching Lin Fan on the arena with curiosity. The Rinnegan was a surprise that Lin Fan brought to this world. Does this so-called 3-tomo Sharingan mean that Lin Fan has begun to explore the true wonders of the Sharingan? Or, was it some kind of gift from the Akatsuki organization to him? Countless questions weighed on Gao Shangde's mind. He chose to wait and see. Wang Ong caught a glimpse of Lin Fan's Sharingan and raised an eyebrow slightly. I never expected you to be so talented, awakening two bloodline limits at once. Wang Ong couldn't help but feel envious. After all, he didn't activate any bloodline limits during the awakening ceremony, so he had to reluctantly choose a water-style technique. They are nothing but ants. But Lin Fan in front of me has awakened two abilities at the same time. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Fan nodded. Wang Ong continued, however, with your Sharingan abilities, it's even more impossible for you to beat me. Fortunately, Lin Fan's second bloodline limit was the Sharingan, so it wasn't entirely absurd. Let's give it a try. I can't wait anyway. Lin Fan beckoned to Wang Ong. He came to this battle trial with the purpose of testing his Sharingan. Since you put it that way, then I'll make my move. Wang Ong adjusted his posture, a fierce look appearing on his face. In an instant, he pushed off with both feet and rushed towards Lin Fan like a light bird. Lin Fan's Sharingan twitched slightly. Oh, the circulation of chakra within the body is so regular. It turns out this person is a master of martial arts. No wonder he claims to be unafraid of gravity. Lin Fan leaned slightly, narrowly avoiding Wang Ang's first attack. Wang Ang's face darkened. This guy reacted really quickly. He used both fists and feet to launch a continuous and uninterrupted attack on Lin Fan. Every time he threw a punch, Lin Fan dodged it by barely missing the target. No matter how many punches he threw, they either grazed Lin Fan's clothes or hit nothing at all. 3 minutes passed, and sweat dripped down Wang Ang's face like oil. The speed is pretty fast, not bad, Lin Fan said expressionlessly. To others, Wang Ang's speed may seem extremely fast, but in front of him, it was as if the video had been slowed down 100 or even 1,000 times, revealing flaws all over his body. If Lin Fan wanted to, he could kick Wang Ong off the stage in a single exchange. Of course, he didn't want it to end so soon. The audience members looked at each other in disbelief. The Sharingan can certainly detect an opponent's movements, but who could see that so quickly? In their view, Wang Ang's attacks were almost creating afterimages and sparks, but he failed to hit Lin Fan even once. Could it be that even among geniuses, there are differences in the Rinnegan they possess? Indeed, the 3-tomo Rinnegan is truly amazing, Gao Shangde exclaimed. This ability is comparable to the Byakugan. Wei Zhong nodded. He too had now recognized the extraordinary nature of the 3-tomo Sharingan. However, Wang Ong has been using taijutsu. If he used ninjutsu, the powerful abilities of the Sharingan would not be able to be fully utilized. Wei Zhong offered an objective analysis from the side. For example, if Wang Ong were to use water release, water barrage, Lin Fan would have no chance of dodging it. Gao Shangde nodded in agreement. As a water release quasi-kage, he naturally understood the power of water release, fast speed, wide range, and high damage. If used properly, it can even form an attack similar to a sea escape technique. The Sharingan's main advantage lies in its ability to counter physical attacks. As for ninjutsu attacks, they are not very effective. Lin Fan's 3-tomo Sharingan has developed new abilities that are completely different from those of previous Sharingan. A sense of anticipation welled up inside him. Lin Fan, how do you plan to deal with this water escape technique? Or rather, what skills do you actually possess? How could the Sharingan possess such strong observational abilities? Wang Ong asked incredulously. Shouldn't this ability to see through everything at any time be something only the Byakugan possesses? Lin Fan shrugged and replied casually. casually. Indeed, the Sharingan in this world does not have this ability.
However, I am a genius, unlike other Sharingan users.
This sentence completely silenced Wang On, leaving him speechless for a moment. Wang On lowered his eyes, his expression becoming solemn.
Since I can't use taijutsu, I'll use ninjutsu to see how you deal with it. You need to understand, my water release, water bullets isn't something you can dodge with just your Sharingan.
As soon as Wang On mentioned using ninjutsu, Lin Fan's 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly lit up. Ninjutsu? This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. In his past life, he had long admired the white-haired man's copying ninjutsu when he watched Naruto. Now that I have the 3 Tomo Sharingan, how can I not give it a try? Come on, I'm waiting for you to use your ninjutsu, Lin Fan said, sounding slightly serious.
How arrogant,
Wang Ang said, slowly raising his arms to form a hand seal. But then they suddenly noticed that Lin Fan had also raised his arms at the same time.
What exactly is going on? Not only was Wang Ang stunned, but the audience below the stage was also dumbfounded.
Lin Fan also wants to use ninjutsu? Or is he just trying to make everyone laugh? It's important to know that in this world, almost everyone who uses ninjutsu or bloodline limits must undergo an awakening ceremony to acquire their abilities. Generally, elemental bloodline limits like lava release are essentially a combination of fire release and earth release.
In other words, a person who awakens lava release not only knows lava release, but can also use fire release and earth release.
As for bloodline limits like paper release, or even the Rinnegan in Sharingan, which are without any attribute, their chakra contains no attribute whatsoever, it is simply pure yin-yang chakra. Lin Fan's current posture clearly indicates he intends to form hand seals and use ninjutsu.
Wang Ang possesses water release chakra, which Lin Fan could never possibly have.
Wei Zhong covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Gao Shanga frowned, but he realized Lin Fan's intention. Lin Fan wanted to use the Sharingan's 3 Tomo-shaped perception technique to improve his ability to imitate the opponent's hand seals.
That's really difficult to do. Each ninjutsu requires years of dedicated training and cannot be learned simply by imitating it on the spot.
If that were possible, there would be no need to learn ninjutsu at all. If you watch videos of ninja masters performing hand seals every day and imitate them, you too can eventually become a ninja master. Even though he highly regarded Lin Fan's Rinnegan and Sharingan abilities, he could only shake his head at the sight of this farcical scene.
This is too childish.
On the stage, Wang Ang seemed to have seen through Lin Fan's intentions.
Trying to imitate water-based rapid-fire bullets?
To be honest, he dedicated a whole year to practicing water-based rapid-fire techniques. During that year, he not only focused on practicing physical skills, but also painstakingly studied water escape techniques. As the saying goes, hard work pays off, and just last month, his cultivation reached its pinnacle.
And now, Lin Fan actually wants to imitate him? This is simply the ultimate joke. Alright, let's try imitating it,
Wang Ang said confidently, his arms moving rapidly in various strange hand seals at a speed that was dazzling.
It's too late. At the same time, the chakra within his body flowed through different meridians along with the hand seals. With my hand speed, you think you can imitate me?
He looked up, staring at Lin Fan with disdain. But the next moment, he froze. Lin Fan's speed was no slower than his. Wang Ang formed a hand seal, and Lin Fan immediately followed suit. The two moved in almost perfect sync, without a single pause. He even vaguely sensed that Lin Fan's speed had begun to surpass his own.
There's no way Lin Fan could actually imitate ninjutsu.
It's definitely just copying what they've learned, that's for sure.
Wang Ang quickly steadied himself and tried to calm his wavering heart. 3 seconds later, Wang Ang's water release technique was finally completed.
He opened his mouth wide, and a stream of water attribute chakra gathered in front of his mouth. In an instant, 3 water bullets, each the size of a head, solidified and were ready to be launched at Lin Fan. A smug smile appeared on his lips as he stared at Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan smiled slightly and opened his mouth as well. At the same time, 5 water bullets, each the size of a basketball, appeared in front of him instantly. Lin Fan actually managed to imitate the water release ninjutsu. Moreover, both in terms of power and quantity, they surpassed Wang Ang, which was astonishing.
The audience fell silent.
The students, who had been making a great fuss and were about to mock Lin Fan, suddenly became completely quiet. It was as if a deathly silence had fallen. Many students were shocked and stood up, staring in disbelief at the water bullet in front of Lin Fan.
Are you kidding me? You really managed to condense it?
This is even more outrageous than the Dakian football team qualifying for the World Cup. This kind of thing should absolutely not happen.
But that's exactly what's happening now. As is well known, the Sharingan's abilities are far inferior to the Rinnegan used by the 5 Paths of Pain later on.
It's unbelievable that Lin Fan can now use the Sharingan to imitate ninjutsu. This completely overturned everyone's view that the Sharingan was one of the most useless ninjutsu.
Su Xiaoxiao's eyes shone with shock.
Her small hands clenched slightly, her pink lips parted slightly, revealing her neat, pearly teeth. Chen Hao was chatting with his subordinates, saying that if Lin Fan used the power of the Rinnegan, he would have killed Wang Ang instantly. He believed that Lin Fan was just pretending to be weak with his Sharingan, waiting for an opportunity to unleash the power of his Rinnegan to defeat his opponent. After all, imitating ninjutsu was too far-fetched, and he simply didn't believe that Lin Fan could actually do it. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan actually succeeded in imitating it. Beside the judges' panel, Wei Zhong quickly rubbed his eyes. He thought he was seeing things because he was old and his eyesight was failing. After rubbing for a while, I realized that I hadn't misread it at all. Old Gao, is this water escape technique an illusion? Wei Zhonglian hurriedly turned to Gao Shangda and asked. Gao Shangda is a water escape expert. You can't go wrong asking him about anything related to water escape. Gao Shangda's eyes were also filled with shock. He has no bloodline limit and has been practicing water release for 20 years to reach his current level. Lin Fan, however, relied on imitation. They really unleashed a barrage of water bullets. In that instant, Gao Shangda felt that he had wasted the past 40 years. The Sharingan actually hides such terrifying power. He stared at the water bullets surrounding Lin Fan, pursed his lips, and swallowed the saliva in his mouth. He dares to assert one thing. During Lin Fan's hand seal formation, he did indeed sense the presence of water attribute chakra. Lin Fan's imitation was not limited to the surface. He meticulously copied even the trajectory of chakra flow in his meridians. What's even more shocking is that he used even more chakra than Wang On. That's why Lin Fan was able to unleash water release, water bullet barrage. Wang Yang's face was filled with terror, and he kept muttering impossible. After all, who would have thought that the ninjutsu they had painstakingly trained for a year could be so easily imitated by someone else? Anyone would be mentally devastated in that situation. This is definitely an illusion. Absolutely impossible. Charge. Water-based rapid-fire bullets. With a wave of his hand, 3 water-based projectiles immediately blasted towards Lin Fan. The water bomb contains tremendous force. If you try to take it head-on, your ribs might break. Lin Fan remained calm as he watched the water-based rapid-fire projectiles hurtling towards him. To be honest, his current strength is at least at the Kage level, or even close to the Super Kage level. These water-based bullets cannot even cause superficial wounds. However, since we are going to use the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, we must make the most of it. If you use water-based rapid-fire bullets, then of course I'll use water-based rapid-fire bullets too, Lin Fan thought to himself. He then waved his hand, and 5 water-based projectiles shot out like cannonballs. Both in speed and power, it far surpassed Wang On, almost crushing him with an absolute advantage. The 2 identical ninjutsu powers collided and exploded instantly. Wang Yang's water-based rapid-fire bullets were instantly shattered by Lin Fan. Blue water droplets splashed all over the ground, making the entire arena look as if it had just been hit by a downpour. However, Lin Fan's water bullets did not dissipate as a result. As if it had been re-engineered, it swept towards Wang On with an even more ferocious and terrifying speed. Wang Yang's dark pupils suddenly contracted as he prepared to react. However, they never expected that Lin Fan's water barrage speed was far beyond what ordinary water-based techniques could achieve. In the blink of an eye, Wang On was blasted away. Like a kite with a broken string, it flew off the stage and rolled onto the playground, rolling several times before stopping. Many medical staff quickly grabbed stretchers and rushed over. As they lifted Wang On up, he kept muttering a few words. How could this be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I've been practicing my water-based rapid-fire technique for a year. How could Lin Fan possibly imitate it? It's definitely fake. It's definitely fake. Ha ha ha, I get it. I'm dreaming. Wang Yang's words gradually turned from somber to frantic. The onlookers stared in disbelief at everything. Lin Fan actually knocked Wang On unconscious? Wang On is a person with the strength of a first-level 9th grade expert. He was just 1 level away from advancing to the 2nd tier and becoming a true powerhouse. However, he didn't even have a chance to fight back against Lin Fan. Even more shockingly, Lin Fan's awakened Sharingan was able to keep up with Wang Yang's hand seal speed, achieving ninjutsu imitation. This is simply a terrifyingly extraordinary talent. Even online novels have never written such an exaggerated plot. Why did it have to fall on Lin Fan to unleash such unexpected power? Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? Many people looked at Lin Fan on the stage with heavy eyes and sighed deeply. They're not even in the same league. We participated in the awakening ceremony with Lin Fan, and what happened? He actually managed to defeat Wang On, a senior student, using his Sharingan. Let alone you guys, when I spar with Wang On, he always completely crushes me. If I were to face Lin Fan, I'd probably be killed instantly before I even made a move. Lin Fan didn't even use his strongest Rinnegan. If he did, just how terrifying would his strength be? Who could know? On the stage, Lin Fan waved his hand and turned to look at the stunned referee. Referee, isn't it time to announce the result? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the referee seemed to snap out of a daze, nodded quickly, and raised his sign. The winner of this duel is Lin Fan. After saying this, Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and walked expressionlessly towards the audience. As Lin Fan slowly walked over, the audience members stepped back, shrank back, and made way for him. Lin Fan walked over to Su Xiaoxiao and Shen Hao and sat down. Su Xiaoxiao and Shen Hao were still staring at Lin Fan Fan in disbelief, as if they had been petrified.
Okay, stop being so shocked.
Lin Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao's slightly open mouth and found her exceptionally cute, so he gently patted her head.
See, this is the secret I've been trying to hide all morning. Now it's finally out in the open,
Lin Fan said with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Fan and grabbed his hand. You've awakened another bloodline limit, she asked.
Your Sharingan bloodline limit is so strong?
I even suspect that you've already awakened to the truth and secretly infiltrated our class. Lin Fan looked at her helplessly and said, nonsense, we grew up together, how could I possibly hide it from you?
TCH, who's going to share your pants? Su Xiaoxiao blared at him again. This guy is still the same old troublemaker.
Who knows just how strong Lin Fan really is now? He must have been secretly cultivating, without inviting her along at all. Su Xiaoxiao's fair and flawless face was puffed up with anger.
Let's not even talk about the Sharingan's abilities.
The chakra aura that Lin Fan just released on the arena has reached the second-tier level.
With that kind of strength, how can anyone else survive?
It should be noted that second-tier experts are already among the top in the senior year of high school. The highest level, Tier 2, is an illusionist named Shirlinke. Shirlinke also trained for a year before reaching the second level. No, I must also cultivate diligently so that I can catch up with Lin Fan in the future. Su Xiaoxiao made up her mind. Chen Hao, who was standing nearby, also came over, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg.
Chen Hao, you don't need to be so surprised.
Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him. Brother Lin, you have no idea how interesting my expression was when you used the water bullet barrage.
Chen Hao never expected that Wang Ong would lose to Lin Fan. I almost bit my tongue off.
Chen Hao glanced again at Wang Ong, who was being carried away by medical staff, his eyes filled with pity and relief. Fortunately, I managed to latch onto Lin Fan's coattails in time. Lin Fan possesses the talent and strength of having 2 bloodline limits, so his efforts are entirely worthwhile. No, Chen Hao thought to himself, I must cling even tighter to Lin Fan's leg. If Lin Fan becomes a near shadow master in the future, then the future of their family. It was nothing special, the battle ended easily, Lin Fan said modestly, but there was no hint of humility in his words. In the distance, Gao Shangde and Wei Zhong sat on the judges' panel, remaining silent for a long time.
So, this really is the power of the Sharingan?
Wei Zhong asked in a deep voice after a long while. No, that's not it, Gao Shangde shook his head, then continued.
Most of the Sharingan we usually see has 1 tomo, but Lin Fan's Sharingan has 3 tomo. There is a threefold difference in power between 1 tomo and 3 tomo. I'm afraid Lin Fan has some special method to enhance the Sharingan's abilities.
Gao Shangde's words proved prophetic, his sharp eyes recognized the extraordinary nature of Lin Fan's Sharingan. Wei Zhong sighed and said self-deprecatingly, the world of young people is something I really don't understand now that I'm old. Not only do I not understand them, I can't even understand how their strength has improved.
Judging from the chakra aura emanating from Lin Fan, he has already reached the second-tier level. Gao Shangde nodded in agreement.
Only 3 days have passed and his chakra strength has already reached the second level. Such talent and level are unprecedented. Wei Zhong turned his head, looking slightly surprised yet proud. After all, Lin Fan came from his school, and his students were so outstanding that it made him, as the principal, very proud.
Are all the geniuses in Kyoto not as good as Lin Fan? Gao Shangde was silent for a moment, then said, no.
The strongest genius in Kyoto only took 4 days to reach the second stage, and now he already has the strength of a near Kage level.
I estimate Lin Fan is at this speed as well, or even. Gao Shangde couldn't help but think of the abilities of the 5 paths of pain.
Under the guidance of Pain and his ilk, his progress will likely be even faster. At this point, Gao Shangde finally came to his senses.
It seems like you lost the bet.
Only then did he remember that he had just made a bet with Wei Zhong about who would win or lose. Regardless of the outcome, he firmly believed that Lin Fan would win.
Ahem.
Wei Zhong coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed.
The first round of competition ended quickly.
Lin Fan was chatting and joking with Su Xiaoxiao and Chen Hao. Suddenly, a girl in a white dress slowly walked over from a distance. The girl had her hair tied in a ponytail, her oval face was flawless, her nose was slightly upturned, and her beautiful eyes were as shimmering as water, making her look like a fairy in a painting. Chen Hao quickly stood up and greeted her. Good morning, senior sister Sure. That's right, the person who came was Shirlinke, the top student in the 3rd grade of Awakening, an illusionist, whose strength is among the best in Lin High No. 1 Middle School. Shirlinke nodded slightly and turned her gaze to Lin Fan. Many people saw her walking towards Lin Fan and pulled their companions to turn their attention to her. After all, Shirlinke was not only the strongest in her 3rd year class when she awakened her powers, she is still the most beautiful. Lin High No. 1 High School has 2 of the most famous school beauties. One is Su Xiaoxiao, a 2nd year awakened student who is skilled in paper magic. The other one is Shirlinke, a 3rd year awakened student with superb illusion skills.
Why are both school beauties surrounding Lin Fan? What's going on? Could it be that school beauty Sure has also fallen for Lin Fan and wants to go with him? Impossible.
Shirlinke is my dream goddess, how could she possibly be in love with Lin Fan?
Lin Fan has Su Xiaoxiao, that's enough. Don't even think about stealing Lin Kei's school beauty.
That's right, if Lin Fan dares to touch the spirit sparrow goddess, I won't let him get away with it. The murmurs of the crowd quickly reached their ears. Su Xiaoxiao grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her eyes flashing with hostility. It was as if they were afraid that Lin Fan would be snatched away by Lin Kei. Lin Fan listened to the surrounding sounds, remained silent for a moment, and then politely asked,
"Are you senior sister Lin Kei? Did you come here specifically to see me? What's the matter?" Lin Kei, dressed in a flowing white dress, looked Lin Fan up and down with a playful expression.
"So you're Lin Fan, the strongest second-year student who awakened the Rinnegan?" she asked with interest.
Lin Fan nodded and then asked, "Is there anything else?" "No, I just wanted to say something to you. I'm really looking forward to meeting you in the upcoming training matches."
As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Kei tossed her hair, glanced at Su Xiaoxiao who was looking at her, straightened her back, and said, "Su Xiaoxiao, as expected, is indeed small, she can't compare to others." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back, leaving behind a faint fragrance. And so, this inexplicable conversation came to an end. After a while, Lin Fan finally managed to coax Su Xiaoxiao back to her senses. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that her face turned red, and she wished she could rush up and teach Lin Kei a lesson.
"Lin Fan, I'm not young anymore, am I?"
She opened her eyes wide and stared at Lin Fan as if interrogating a criminal, questioning him. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded nonchalantly. "That's right. That's good. Lin Kei really has no taste." Su Xiaoxiao was immediately relieved. She still trusted Lin Fan's words. Then, as if facing a formidable enemy, she clenched her delicate hand and pointed at Lin Fan, saying, "Lin Fan, don't be fooled by that kind of woman. Those who study illusion magic are the best at deceiving people.
When you go on stage, don't talk to her too much, understand?"
Su Xiaoxiao said to Lin Fan, half as a warning. The appearance of Lin Kei undoubtedly made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Lin Fan looked helplessly at the girl and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you."
"That's good."
Su Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and glanced at Lin Kei in the distance with a provocative look. Lin Kei seemed to sense the gaze and, without backing down, straightened her back and returned the provocation in kind. "All right." Su Xiaoxiao had no choice but to lower her head. Lin Fan watched the standoff between the two women and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Some sharp-eyed students noticed the exchange of glances between Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Kei and felt a pang of pain in their hearts.
Is the spirit sparrow goddess really having an affair with Lin Fan? The two school beauties, Lin Kei and Xiaoxiao, actually seem to be vying for Lin Fan's affections. This must be a hallucination.
Sensing these skeptical glances, the students silently tried to dispel this unrealistic idea. In their hearts, Lin Fan already had Su Xiaoxiao, the goddess and school beauty, as his girlfriend.
How could another one possibly be taken away? The second round of names was announced at lightning speed.
Lin Fan was surprised to find that the first match of the second round was a duel between him and Chen Hao.
Chen Hao looked desperate as the two slowly walked onto the arena.
Before the match, the two gave brief self-introductions.
At the referee's signal, the match began instantly.
In the audience, all eyes were on Lin Fan, wanting to see if he had any other strange abilities. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Hao raised his right hand on the stage.
"Brother Lin, I don't want to be your guinea pig." "Referee, I concede."
This kid actually surrendered right away. During his conversation with Chen Hao earlier, Lin Fan revealed that he possesses the Sharingan and Genjutsu abilities. In the next round, Lin Fan planned to test the power of his illusions on his opponent. Lin Fan looked at Chen Hao speechlessly, with only one thought in his mind.
I shouldn't have brought this up with him when we were in the audience.
Lin Fan originally wanted to use his opponent to practice the Genjutsu abilities of the three-tomo Sharingan. Since Chen Hao is unwilling to be a guinea pig, there's no way to force him. The referee, seeing someone voluntarily give up for the first time, glanced around and immediately announced, "Lin Fan wins this match." Everyone watched with puzzled expressions as the two walked off the stage.
My illusions are just illusions, they won't eat people.
Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Chen Hao. Chen Hao's strength is actually quite good. He has consistently ranked among the top 50 in the third year of awakening. Compared to Li Qing and Wang Yong, he is not top tier, but he is not bad either.
They don't understand.
Other people's illusions don't eat people, but I don't know what strange effects Brother Lin's illusions might have. He had already witnessed a great deal of Lin Fan's abilities. The power of the Rinnegan alone is enough to make people tremble. Not to mention that Lin Fan easily defeated Wang Yong just now using imitation ninjutsu and insightful taijutsu.
All things considered, Chen Hao believed he was no match for Lin Fan.
He was still at the 8th level of the first tier, and his strength was not even as good as Wang Yang's. Moreover, if Master Pain were to impart some secret to Lin Fan, he would likely only be able to take a beating.
Rather than fighting head-on, it's better to admit defeat on the spot.
Moreover, before the match, Lin Fan said he wanted to find someone to test the power of his illusions. All right, you're too clever for your own good. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and said, "Then I'll find someone to give it a try."
He.
Chen Hao scratched his head. A short while later, the two returned to their previous positions. In a corner of the audience, Lin Kei, dressed in a white dress, slightly curled the corners of of her mouth, exuding a captivating charm that could bring ruin to a country. Linke also has family connections in Linhai City, as she comes from the Shi family. She was intelligent and had already noticed something from the subtle clues in Lin Fan's actions. First, there was Lin Fan, a person with exceptional talent, who chose the Rinnegan, and then there was Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, who saved Linhai City. Li Cheng offended Lin Fan, which led to the arrest and imprisonment of his entire family.
Yesterday at Zuixinlu, because of Zongshan's defiance, some of the major families in Linhai City have perished, and some have been wiped out. Not to mention, Linke glanced at Gao Shangda, who was talking to Wei Zhong on the judges' panel. Such an important figure actually came to Linhai City in person. These clues clearly point only to Lin Fan. It seems that the Chun family, as a family of merchants, is indeed very perceptive and has taken the lead. Linke gently ruffled her hair, a hint of pride flashing across her stunningly beautiful face. Indeed, I need to get to know Lin Fan better. She then glanced at Su Xiaoxiao next to Lin Fan. How dare you even try to compete with a woman like that? Linke was, after all, trained in illusion techniques. Lin Fan leaned on Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder, inhaling the refreshing fragrance, his gaze focused on the trial battle. In the first round of the competition, half of the contestants have already been eliminated. Those who made it to the second round almost all had a special skill. They must either have outstanding ninjutsu, superb taijutsu, or extremely exquisite mastery of their bloodline limit. This earned applause and praise from most of the audience. The referee's voice rang out again. The two sides currently facing off are Linke and Duan Muhong. Please invite the two contestants to the stage. Hearing this, Lin Fan became slightly interested. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, and the older students all looked excited. Lin Fan looked puzzled, while Chen Hao explained the reason from the side. Linke is the top student in her third year of awakening, consistently ranking first on the leaderboard. Duan Muhong, on the other hand, is firmly in second place in his grade, with a strength level of second tier, first level, and is skilled in earth escape techniques. In other words, this is a contest between the first and second place teams. Oh, that's quite interesting, Lin Fan said casually. After all, he also wanted to take this opportunity to see the talent and style of the younger generation at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Interesting my ass. Su Xiaoxiao interrupted him. Don't peek. Lin Fan sighed, naturally understanding her little scheme. At the referee's signal, the two announced their names and began circulating their chakra in preparation for battle. Looking from afar, Lin Fan saw Link's 3-tomo Sharingan turn, instantly capturing the lines of chakra around her. Looking at Duan Muhong again, he was just about to form hand seals to use earth escape. He tilted his head back slightly and casually said, "No need to look anymore, Duan Muhong has lost completely this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan immediately felt many unfriendly gazes directed at him. Clearly, those were all supporters of Duan Muhong. Lin Fan is indeed talented, but we can't conclude so early that Brother Hong will lose to Linke. Brother Hong has been diligently practicing 2 ninjutsu techniques for this competition. I heard they even developed a countermeasure against illusions. How could they have been defeated so quickly? Don't mind him, he's probably talking nonsense. Let's focus on watching the game. Although there were some faint voices of doubt around him, Lin Fan noticed them all clearly. Chen Hao leaned over and asked, "Brother Lin, how are you sure Duan Muhong will lose? I think their chakra levels are about the same. I even feel that Duan Muhong's chakra strength is higher than Link's." Su Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, cast an unfriendly glance at her. Could it be that Lin Fan was certain of Link's victory simply because he found her pleasing to the eye? After saying that, she clenched her little fist. Chen Hao pointed to the arena and said, "You may not be able to feel it, but let me tell you. From my perspective, Linke has already completely constructed an illusion from the moment she stepped onto the arena. Her fingers were constantly moving, not because she had ADHD, but because she was using chakra threads to seal off the ring. Moreover, when the referee announced the start, she didn't waste any words and immediately completed a sea-level illusion that blocked perception. Therefore, I am 100% certain that Linke will win. In terms of strategy, Duan Muhong is far inferior." Lin Fan said it casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Although the sound wasn't loud, it was clearly audible in a small area around him. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao and Su Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. Those around Lin Fan who were skeptical of his prediction that Duan Muhong would fail rubbed their eyes, looked at Lin Fan with puzzled expressions, and then turned to look at the situation on the arena. On the arena, Duan Muhong was constantly forming hand seals, seemingly about to unleash an earth-based attack. However, Linke, who was opposite him, suddenly revealed a faint smile and then slowly walked forward. During this time, Duan Muhong remained focused on forming hand seals, even smiling as he did so, as if he had seen something interesting. Linke slowly walked behind Duan Muhong and gently patted his lower back. Duan Muhong was instantly blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. All of this happened extremely quickly. Many viewers are still completely confused. The referee was a level 3 expert who had already seen through Link's preparations. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "The victor is Linke."
Linke.
The match that everyone was so looking forward to was ended by Shi Linke in just one move. Duan Muhong didn't even have a chance to fight back.
Many of those who had just questioned Lin Fan stared at him with wide, ghostly eyes.
This kid actually got it right? Duan Muhong was actually killed instantly by Shi Linke? This kid's judgment is actually that strong?
Those who had previously mocked Lin Fan felt their faces burning with embarrassment.
See, the result was right, wasn't it? Lin Fan didn't need to keep his eyes on the arena at all.
Hearing the referee's words, he leisurely stretched.
Brother Lin, you're amazing. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Chen Hao said admiringly.
More or less, Lin Fan said without denying it.
No wonder. Chen Hao nodded thoughtfully.
It's likely that Lin Ji's Sharingan, like the Rinnegan, is guided by a mysterious teacher. Perhaps that teacher is a Kage-level Shikigami from the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of this, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel excited and fortunate for his guess.
Cling tightly to Lin Fan's leg. Only then will the road ahead be bright. Anyone who dares to steal Lin Fan's #1 henchman will face that enemy to the death. Gao Shangde nodded and remarked, this little girl, her name is Shi Linke, right? Her talent for illusion magic is truly remarkable.
Wei Zhong immediately chimed in. Linke's talent is among the top tier in the 3rd year of awakening.
What about their family background? Gao Shangde suddenly asked. You also know that 6th tier illusionist surnamed Shi, right?
His background is quite clean.
Gao Shangde nodded slightly after hearing Wei Zhong's words. The illusionist surnamed Shi is a branch of the central power of the Great Qian dynasty, and naturally belongs to the central government as well. This spirit sparrow is quite good-looking, and it seems to have a bit of a crush on Lin Fan. Both men were cunning old foxes, and upon hearing Gao Shangde's words, Wei Zhong immediately understood his intentions. Lin Fan is the most crucial link connecting the Akatsuki organization. This line must be protected. How can we formally establish a relationship between Lin Fan and the central government of Dakian, forming a bond of shared interests?
Arranged marriage is naturally the most time-saving, labor-saving, and trouble-free method. As for whether it will make Su Xiaoxiao unhappy, in this era, it is normal for a strong person, regardless of gender, to have multiple wives and concubines. I will personally go to the Shi family and make sure this matter is settled, Wei Zhong said. That would be best. Take my name with you, Gao Shangde added. The second round of the competition also ended very quickly. Those who remain are the cream of the crop. Lin Fan yawned casually. In the 3rd round, instead of drawing lots, different contestants challenged each other, asking if the other accepted, and then a ring match began. After all, by the 3rd round, everyone's chakra had been depleted considerably. Many students with weaker chakra had already exhausted themselves, unable to squeeze out a single bit of power. That's why the school adopted this more humane approach. At this moment, no one dared to step forward on the arena. Whoever goes up first will face a series of challenges from the crowd.
That's right. A slight misstep could result in immediate elimination. Why is no one willing to go up? Lin Fan scoffed.
Brother Lin, in all previous years, the first person to go on stage has always had to give it their all.
If I'm not careful and can't last 2 rounds, that would be a huge embarrassment.
Now everyone is taking advantage of this break to quickly recover their strength and chakra. Chen Hao was a year older than Lin Fan and had much more experience. So, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, so we should. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan suddenly stood up.
Since no one is willing to be the first, then I'll go.
Waiting indefinitely is too much trouble. After he finished speaking, he walked straight onto the ring without turning his head. Only Chen Hao and his group remained in the audience, dumbfounded. As Su Xiaoxiao watched his retreating figure, she felt less worried. She believed in Lin Fan's strength more than anyone else. The indifferent gazes of the surrounding audience suddenly turned excited.
Good heavens, Lin Fan with the Sharingan has entered the arena? Really? It's a lower grader. They're so brave.
Talent and strength are one thing, but this guy's personality is also arrogant enough to bully older students.
Doesn't anyone dare to stop him? After defeating Wang On, he must have become arrogant.
As soon as Lin Fan stepped onto the stage, he became the focus of the entire audience, which also attracted a lot of sour comments. After all, this action clearly had a hint of showing off. In a corner of the audience, Shi Qingke rested her chin on her hand, watching the boy on the stage with great interest. He's both wild and strong. He's got the makings to conquer women. She chuckled softly, her silvery laughter drawing the attention of many people. I guessed right again, Gao Shangde said with a smile. According to the rules of the battle trial at Linhai #1 Middle School, Gao Shangde immediately concluded that Lin Fan would definitely be the first to go on stage. Good heavens, I never expected him to be so bold as to go straight to the game without resting, Wei Zhong exclaimed. A genius is a genius, his strength is unfathomable.
That's not all. Gao Shangde shook his head.
After sensing his chakra, I clearly felt that his current strength may have already exceeded the 2nd tier.
Even higher?
Wei Zhong was shocked.
Not 2nd order? Then is it already 3rd order? Less than 3 days after the awakening ceremony, Lin Fan's strength has already broken through to the 3rd tier? Who would believe that? Each advancement to the next level requires immense effort from the cultivator. Those with poor
talent may not be able to advance even one rank in 3 or 4 years.
Those with exceptional talent will only last a month at most. Now Gao Shangda says he seems to have reached the 3rd level.
With the strength of a 3rd-tier individual, they would be considered top-tier anywhere. Moreover, Lin Fan is only 18 years old, with unlimited potential for the future.
Damn it, I'm getting old.
These young people are all monsters these days. Wei Zhong couldn't help but laugh and curse.
Hey, look, someone over there is not convinced by Lin Fan.
As soon as Lin Fan stepped onto the stage, all the eyes of the audience were focused on him.
Referee, give me the microphone. He walked to the referee's side and picked up the microphone under the referee's gaze. Everyone, if you want to challenge me, come on.
Especially when a lower grade student like Lin Fan stands up and challenges the upper grade students, it is undoubtedly a slap in their face.
This, Lin Fan, He Kai Lai, will fight you.
A thunderous voice came from below the stage. He Kai was wearing a vest, his muscles bulging, as if he contained boundless power. He slowly walked onto the ring, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble slightly.
Oh, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What the hell is going on?
He had heard of He Kai before. Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School is known for its fitness fanatics.
He Kai has low chakra levels and has only awakened yin-yang attributes. If you focus solely on ninjutsu, you'll never break through to the next level.
Therefore, he switched to physical training and unexpectedly found that he had a great talent for it. He forged ahead on the path of physical skills and eventually reached the 2nd level. In the 3rd year of awakening, he firmly holds the 3rd place in the grade thanks to his proud physical skills.
Roar!
Lin Fan smiled slightly, extended his hand, and looked directly at He Kai.
I can start any time. Are you ready?
He stood sideways, exposing every weakness of his body from every angle, completely unprepared and without any offensive posture.
He Kai frowned, thinking to himself, isn't this guy a bit too arrogant? Did they really think of him as Wang On, who was only half-baked in ninjutsu and taijutsu?
Alright, I'll throw the first punch. He Kai's face was fierce, like a wild beast. Upon hearing this, many students practicing physical skills in the audience applauded and cheered. In their eyes, He Kai was practically their idol.
Lin Fan's 3-tomo Sharingan emitted a scarlet aura.
He Kai was about to throw a punch when he suddenly stopped. His eyes were unfocused, and his face was lifeless, as if his soul had been stolen away. Lin Fan sighed, walked up to He Kai with a blank expression, and gave him a gentle push. He Kai's body was pushed to the ground outside the ring like a corpse. All of this happened as fast as lightning. There was no fierce fighting, nor any dazzling ninja duel. Only the elegance and composure of Shi Lingke during her battle, the ease with which she had everything under control.
This is exactly Lin Fan's current state. The audience in judges' seats fell into dead silence.
They weren't stupid. They could tell at a glance that Lin Fan was using illusion magic. Using illusion magic to immobilize He Kai, they instantly defeated him. After a while, someone slowly started clapping. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted from the audience.
What did I just see? Lin Fan not only knows bloodline limits and can imitate ninjutsu, but he can even use genjutsu? Can this person still be considered an all-around genius? Could it be the power of the Sharingan? Where does the Sharingan have genjutsu? Isn't it just for discerning the direction of taijutsu attacks?
The one who truly knows illusion magic is the one with red eyes.
So, Lin Fan taught himself illusion magic?
He's only been awakened for a few days and he's already learned illusion magic. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, their gazes toward Lin Fan filled with complex emotions. At that moment, no one looked at him with envy. When the gap in strength is as vast as an insurmountable chasm, the only response is heartfelt respect and awe.
I simply cannot feel jealousy. Su Xiaoxiao slightly opened her mouth in the audience.
So it turns out Lin Fan was right when he said he knew illusion magic.
No wonder he's so confident.
Chen Hao then spoke in a low voice to his 2 henchmen.
See, luckily I was smart back then and didn't become Brother Lin's guinea pig.
Look how miserable He Kai is now. I didn't even last 1 round before Lin Ga knocked me down.
I was desperate. The 2 lackeys hurriedly chimed in. Brother Hao is so smart.
That's right. This displeased Chen Hao, who quickly interrupted. In front of Brother Lin, just call me Chen Hao.
Brother Lin is the boss. You too, got it? What the hell is going on?
Upon hearing this, the 2 henchmen immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Shi Lingke gripped the little white dress tightly with excitement as she watched the scene unfold before her.
What kind of man does she like best? It wasn't due to superior taijutsu, nor ninjutsu, nor bloodline limit.
In the Shi family, what they are most proud of is the power of their illusion magic. Having been exposed to it for many years, Shi Lingke naturally favored people with outstanding illusion skills. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan in front of her gave her a pleasant surprise.
He can actually use illusion magic, and Shi Lingke didn't even notice.
A master illusionist never lets others know that they are casting illusions. Lin Fan was precisely that kind of illusion master. Shi Lingke watched Lin Fan and He Kai's battle from beginning to end, but found no trace of illusion.
This is enough to show that Lin Fan's illusion skills far surpass hers.
Shi Lingke tried hard to suppress her excitement, which was about to burst out.
To be honest, I'm numb now.
Wei Zhong sat in his chair, watching Lin Fan cast his illusion. He could no longer tell how much more surprise and shock this genius would bring him.
You possess exceptional insight into physical combat techniques. Alright,
so, even if you possess the powerful abilities of the three-tomo Sharingan,
you can also perfectly imitate ninjutsu.
Okay,
then let's say it's an advanced version of your three-tomo Sharingan ability. And then, what illusion have you cast now?
Well, Wei Zhong's worldview has completely collapsed at this moment. He was even afraid that Lin Fan might bring him some new surprises. Gao Shangde, standing beside him, smiled slightly, his face showing an expression as if he were admiring a precious treasure as he gazed at Lin Fan.
Illusion techniques, could that be one of the Sharingan's abilities?
Gao Shangde is a near-Kage-level powerhouse and is skilled in water release, a type of ninjutsu that relies heavily on sensory perception. Therefore, he clearly realized that the chakra released when Lin Fan used the illusion technique was obviously ejected from his Sharingan.
What surprises is this kid going to bring me next? We must befriend him. We must keep him firmly on the Dakian side. This trip to Linhai City was absolutely worthwhile. Gao Shangde made a decisive decision. No matter what requests Lin Fan makes in the future, as long as it's not overly separated, it's all acceptable. Moreover, the Grand Elder, who is far away in the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, must have the same idea.
Standing on the arena, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Under the powerful perception of the Sharingan, he felt as if a gaze was scrutinizing him, just as it would on a stunningly beautiful woman. He involuntarily shivered, then steadied himself and said, "If anyone else wants to challenge me, feel free to come up here.
I'm ready anytime."
Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back. The morning sun shone down, glittering golden light, casting only a tall, dark shadow on the ground.
This scene looked absolutely spectacular. With the Sharingan's abilities alone,
he is arguably unmatched at Linhai No. 1 High School.
If in the future, if only the three-tomo Sharingan could be evolved into the Manjikyu Sharingan, Amaterasu, Susanoo, countless abilities were laid out before Lin Fan like treasures.
With the abilities of the Rinnegan, he has already reached the Kage level.
In addition to the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan,
Super Shadow level, even close to 6 Paths level, is easily achieved. Thinking of this, he looked around the stands once more. Lin Fan saw that everyone was looking at each other, but no one dared to go on stage to challenge. "Dear seniors, I'm not a man-eating beast, I'm not that strong," Lin Fan said modestly, but the truth is, he easily crushed Wang Ong and Hikai, who were in the 3rd year of awakening.
If you're not strong, who is? Who can beat you now? If we go up now, wouldn't that be courting death and losing face?
Physical techniques can be easily dodged by using the Sharingan's ability to see through them.
You can even copy ninjutsu.
If neither of them works, forget it. I didn't expect you to know illusion magic. In terms of illusion magic, even Linke, who is ranked 1st in the grade, is no match for you, let alone us.
The two weakest bloodline limits are the Rinnegan and the Sharingan.
Lin Fan had mastered both of them to an unparalleled degree.
What if they defeat the Sharingan first and then suddenly unleash the strongest Rinnegan? Going up to fight Lin Fan would only be asking for humiliation.
Lin Fan waited on the stage for most of the day, but no one accepted the challenge. According to the rules of the combat trial, if no one chooses to step into the ring for an extended period of time, the ring leader will win the first place. After a while, as the referee prepared to take the microphone from Lin Fan, suddenly, a figure in a white dress slowly walked onto the stage. It was Linke. A faint, sweet smile played on her lips. A gentle breeze stirred, and her white dress fluttered, making her look as beautiful as a celestial being. Add to that a ray of sunlight shining down from the horizon, and her aura becomes ethereal.
Many students were practically drooling with envy. Her entrance was absolutely stunning. Is the goddess of the sparrow finally going to appear?
This is a contest of illusions.
The spirit sparrow will definitely win against Lin Fan.
If I hadn't seen Lin Fan's previous battles, I might have said that Linke had a chance, but now that I have, I can only say one thing. Lin Fan is simply invincible. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her jade-like hands clenched into fists, as if she could rush up and teach Linke a lesson at any moment.
Look at that alluring face. Is she here to challenge Lin Fan in the arena, or to seduce him? It's more like the latter. No, absolutely not.
Su Xiaoxiao's sense of crisis as a woman had reached its peak.
No, this absolutely won't do.
When Lin Fan finishes his match, we must make a 3-point agreement with him. We can't let that vixen seduce him again. Lin Fan watched calmly as Linke slowly walked onto the arena. He slowly approached, keeping a distance of 2 or 3 steps from her.
Am I pretty?
Linke exhaled a fragrant breath, her voice so gentle it could sway one's heart. If you remove your illusion, I might even have a few words of praise for you, Lin Fan replied calmly.
His three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, and he immediately sensed that Link's skin was covered with layers of chakra.
That was precisely the trace of bewitching magic within illusions.
You're really amazing, you could even tell that.
Linke chuckled, raised one hand, and with a flick of her slender hand, the chakra around her immediately dissipated, restoring her true appearance. He's alright looking, Lin Fan said casually.
TCH, Shi Lingke smiled slightly. What are we competing in? Lin Fan asked again. Illusion, let's begin.
Shi Lingke tossed her hair, completely unaware that this made Su Xiaoxiao, sitting below the stage, almost explode with anger. Lin Fan already knew that Shi Lingke was there to test his illusion techniques. The illusion technique displayed by the Rinnegan is at least at the 4th level, which is far beyond the ability of a mere illusionist like Shi Lingke to withstand. Okay, since you want to give it a try, Lin Fan readily agreed. After all, being helpful was in his nature. In an instant, the Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotated, and crimson chakra burst forth as he stared directly at Shi Lingke.
In an instant, Shi Lingke was plunged into a dark space.
The genjutsu of the 3 Tomo Sharingan was not well explained in the Naruto manga that Lin Fan had read in his previous life, but ever since he obtained the Sharingan, he has deeply felt the genjutsu enhancement it brings.
This dark space was constructed by him using Sharingan chakra.
He can create any person or any scene in the darkness if he so chooses. Of course, the realism of this illusion is far less powerful than that of the infinite Tsukuyomi.
However, trapping a person is easy. Is this your illusion ability?
Amazing. Shi Lingke was still wearing a white dress in the darkness, and even though she was shrouded in darkness, her temperament was still charming. She could clearly feel that all her chakra was firmly locked up, and she couldn't release even a trace of her aura. All that came into view was Lin Fan's scarlet eyes.
Thank you for the compliment.
In the darkness, a cloud of black mist condensed, gradually revealing Lin Fan's figure. My illusions have no effect on you, Shi Lingke said with a sigh.
In the face of absolute strength, that's for sure. Lin Fan shrugged. Faced with overwhelming power, all resistance is futile.
Shi Lingke blushed slightly and was about to approach Lin Fan when the dark space suddenly dissipated. In an instant, she noticed Lin Fan staring at her expressionlessly. Then, Shi Lingke slowly raised her right hand and said to everyone,
I'm not as skilled as you. I admit defeat. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Shi Lingke had only been on the field for 5 seconds when she was defeated by Lin Fan.
Although the audience sitting outside the arena couldn't see the specific details, the illusionist's battle was inherently shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to discern any clues.
Everyone looked at Lin Fan on the arena with trepidation.
He awakened all bloodline limits, making him an undisputed genius within the great Qian Empire.
Lin Fan possesses 2 bloodline limits, the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. These 2 bloodline limits were once considered by many to be the most ordinary and useless existences.
However, now, Lin Fan has completely shattered everyone's prejudices with his own strength. The Rinnegan and Sharingan are 2-eye techniques with terrifying power.
For a moment, everyone was stunned, drooling, but unable to refute.
After Shi Lingke conceded defeat, she slowly walked off the stage and stood aside, seemingly waiting for Lin Fan to come down. Lin Fan remained expressionless, still standing in the center of the arena, and picked up the microphone again. His words were simple and direct. Come on if you disagree. Shi Lingke and Hikai, the top 2 students in their grade, were easily defeated by Lin Fan.
Who would dare to go up there? Half an hour passed, and the room remained completely silent. The judges looked around before finally focusing their attention on the 2 judges on the panel. After the 2 nodded solemnly, the judges announced the champion of this year's competition trial is. As soon as the referee finished speaking, deafening applause erupted. Lin Fan's strength is evident to all. Everyone was amazed by his talent.
Within 3 days, he rose from a mortal to a 2nd-tier powerhouse. Looking at the entire Great Qian dynasty, and even the entire history of the Blue Star, such an existence is unprecedented and will never be repeated.
How could it not be amazing?
Lin Fan smiled slightly and slowly walked off the stage, only to find Shi Lingke still standing beside him.
Senior, is there something you need?
Lin Fan asked, taking a step back as Shi Lingke was about to lean against him.
Can I come a little closer to you?
Shi Lingke said, then carefully moved her body a little closer. Lin Fan had no choice but to silently let her stay by his side. Unexpectedly, the boys around him immediately began to wail in pain.
My God, has Lin Fan captured both the little goddess and the spirit sparrow goddess at the same time? Don't talk nonsense, how could that be?
Even if Lin Fan has the Rinnegan and Sharingan, he still.
Forget it, I'd better leave. There's no chance at all.
Some people simply can't stand it. Their disappointment dissipates, and they don't want to say another word.
What else can be said?
He can't match Lin Fan's talent, he can't match his strength, and even his looks are worthy of being called the school's most handsome guy. Standing beside him only deepened my inner sorrow. Lin Fan quickly walked towards the audience seats, where he was met with Su Xiaoxiao's hostile gaze.
What do you mean by this? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but grab Lin Fan's arm.
Shi Lingke gently tossed her long black hair, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and said innocently, it's nothing. I just think brother Lin Fan's illusion magic is very strong, and I want to learn from him. Su Xiaoxiao sneered and clung tightly to Lin Fan's arm, refusing to budge an inch. A woman's intuition is extremely sharp. She saw through Shi Ling's intentions at a glance.
May I sit here?
Shi Ling's eyes seemed to be veiled with a misty haze, making her even more charming. Before Lin Fan could respond, Shi Lingke had already sat down and nestled beside him. And so, Lin Fan was accompanied by a school beauty on each each side, attracting envious glances from countless people.
After the combat trial concluded, Principal Wei Zhong immediately delivered a speech. It was nothing but long and boring talk.
After speaking, Wei Zhong cleared his throat. Now, I hereby announce that the combat trial has officially ended. At the same time, I would like to invite Lin Fan to my office. I have a reward to give him. The other students shouldn't be discouraged either. There will definitely be a participation prize.
Everyone once again cast envious glances their way.
The champion of the battle trials has always received a generous reward, a final gift to graduating seniors.
It also contains a large number of extremely powerful elixirs. It's not a dream to instantly leap from the first rank to the second rank.
In previous years, the awards were presented on site, but this year Principal Wei Zhong decided to present them privately in his office. Thinking about it this way, the things Lin Fan has obtained are probably countless.
Fine, we admit we were envious. I don't know how much vinegar I drank today. My mouth is full of sourness, but I don't know what to do about it. That's right, sigh. When I go to sleep tonight, I might dream that I become someone like Lin Fan.
The intermittent sounds around him reached Lin Fan's ears, making him smile wryly. To be honest, if life could always be like this, it would be quite enjoyable.
For terrifying and malevolent chakras spread to every corner of Linhai City.
Lin Fan's expression immediately turned serious, and the Rinnegan, shimmering with purple light, instantly appeared in his eyes.
Countless students turned pale with fright at this terrifying chakra. Demons have invaded. Standing on the judges' panel, Gao Shangde felt a terrifying atmosphere permeating the surroundings. Didn't this demon just invade Linhai City yesterday?
Moreover, the spatial rifts created by this demonic invasion were not concentrated in one place as before, but were scattered in the four corners of the city.
To be precise, there are approximately 4 cracks.
They occupy the east, south, west, and north of Linhai City respectively. Even more terrifying, these 4 streams of chakra converged in the center of Linhai City, forming a single point. That point suddenly expanded, turning into a dark barrier that once again enveloped Linhai City. Of these 4 corners, the evil chakra is strongest in the east and weakest in the west. Linhai No. 1 Middle School happens to be located in one of the spatial rifts.
This is clearly an organized and large-scale invasion, especially that flat area to the east, the place where the demons invaded yesterday. The chakra aura there faintly reached Kage-level strength.
A film star is someone revered by millions, regardless of the country or era.
Not to mention, this is the power of a shadow-level demon. If not handled properly, a state in the Great Qin dynasty could be destroyed in an instant.
Thinking of this, Gao Shangde immediately picked up the microphone.
Demonic invasion. One of the spatial rifts created beneath the cave is right here at our Linhai No. 1 Middle School.
However, the chakra energy here is extremely weak, at most no more than the 3rd rank.
I won't let you fight unless absolutely necessary.
Senior students of Linhai No. 1 Middle School assume combat stance. Junior students proceed to the safety station immediately.
You may be facing a bloody battle.
As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shangde quickly switched the microphone to the citywide channel. An emergency alarm sounded.
Demons have invaded Linhai City again.
The first column that participated in the battle against the demons yesterday has headed to the spatial rift in the northern part of Linhai City.
Second column, head south.
Third column, proceed to Linhai No. 1 Middle School.
The rest of you, go and support the eastern flank where we were besieging the demons yesterday. Everyone else, get to the safe house immediately.
The strength of a column is generally divided into 4 levels. The team leader is usually a 4th level expert. The strongest forces on both the north and south sides are only around the 4th rank, so it is most appropriate to leave the column personnel behind. As soon as Gao Shangde finished speaking, he led Principal Wei Zhong and rushed eastward, while simultaneously sending a distress signal to the capital of the Great Qin dynasty.
A shadow-level demon has appeared. He wasn't sure if Pain would lend a hand,
but we must never place our hopes on others. At the same time, Bai Xingjian, who was organizing Pain's information in his office, suddenly changed his expression.
He quickly dressed and ran eastward with all his might. The playground suddenly became noisy.
Fortunately, the referees and grade directors were almost all level 3 experts who had just returned from the frontier and quickly arranged for the students to enter the safe zone.
You go in first.
Lin Fan escorted Su Xiaoxiao into the security facility.
Lin Fan, come in with me too, Su Xiaoxiao called out anxiously.
She knew Lin Fan had 2nd-tier strength, but she didn't want to see him get hurt.
It should be noted that a 1st-tier, level 1 demon is generally equivalent to at least a 1st-tier, level 3 human. Ordinary people simply cannot fight against it. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Besides, don't you believe in my abilities?
Lin Fan smiled solemnly at Su Xiaoxiao and said, "You must be careful." Tears welled up in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, filled with worry, fearing that something might happen to Lin Fan.
Okay,
hurry up and go in, the security office doors are about to close. Lin Fan urged anxiously. With a creak, the security office door slowly closed. The older students and teachers had all gone inside, leaving only Lin Fan, a lower grade student, standing outside. His eyes still shone with the light of the Rinnegan, without any diminishing effect. Beside him, Shi Linke and Chen Hao followed closely with solemn expressions. Both of them knew that the situation was very bad. The spatial rift at Linhai No. 1 Middle School is located right at the school gate. Led by the teachers, the group nervously walked towards the school gate. This may be the first time they have truly stepped onto the battlefield.
You two, don't panic.
Lin Fan gently patted Shi Lingke and Chen Hao on the back, his tone firm. I will protect you. Shi Ling's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, her desire to fight alongside Lin Fan evident in her expression.
She nodded gently and said,
After hearing this, Chen Hao turned around and said firmly, Brother Lin, I can help too. Lin Fan's chakras surged like a tide, his blood boiled, and he couldn't wait to fight. Yesterday, while controlling pain, he killed 3 near shadow knights and countless demons, but he didn't truly experience the thrill of fighting personally.
Now is the perfect time to enjoy it.
Meanwhile, in Lin Fan's villa, Pain's Rinnegan flashed with a cold and ruthless light, yet a faint ripple appeared. The Hell Path and the Animal Path rushed towards the spatial rift in the north of Linhai City, while the Azura Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Human Path headed towards the rift in the south. There is also a rift heading straight for the eastern space.
A great war is about to break out.
At the entrance of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, a spatial rift is reflected on the ground.
Countless evil chakras surged from the crack, accompanied by screams as mournful as those of vengeful spirits, sending chills down one's spine.
As energy continued to leak, people were horrified to discover that all electronic devices in the city had malfunctioned. Even the screen during the brief livestream couldn't play properly. All that could be heard was the crackling sound of electrical damage. Many students with weak nerves even have trouble standing up.
Just as the teachers were preparing to deploy their tactics, strange, large heads suddenly emerged from the crack.
They come in all shapes and sizes, including pig heads covered in barbs, eerie white skulls, and even rotting old men infested with worms. These heads piled up densely, then pressed against the bodies, surging out like a tide.
There are about 200 first-tier demons, 70 second-tier demons, and even 30 third-tier demons. In total, there were about 300 demons.
Linhai No. 1 High School has about 1,000 senior students. They gradually revealed their true forms.
99% of the students have not reached the second-tier strength. A teacher shouted, everyone, retreat to the back formation. Second-tier students, stand in front. First-tier students, unleash your ninjutsu from the rear.
The teacher's expressions grew increasingly serious.
If the number of demons is small, they can still cope.
But the sheer number of demons this time is astonishing. In the entire Linhai No. 1 High School, there are only 3 second-tier students who can maintain their fighting ability: Lin Fan, Shi Lingke, and Su Tian. The teachers were at most at the 3rd level, and there were only 15 of them.
This is a battle where the odds are heavily against each other.
They must not back down. Once they retreat, the defense line of Linhai No. 1 Middle School will completely collapse, and the security station will also be unable to hold out. Lin Fan stared expressionlessly at the demons pouring out of the cave and cracks, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Many students were already disheartened, and some even cowered in the rear before the battle even began.
Oh no, I've seen so many second-tier demons, and even the terrifying demons mentioned in the textbooks. What are we going to do? Someone exclaimed.
Even if 20 of us, more than 900 first-level students, join forces to fight a single demon, we might not be able to win.
Where is Bai Xingjian? Quickly, send him to save us. Didn't you see that Gao Shangda's shadow has already rushed to the eastern battlefield?
This means that's where the great demons gather.
But our lives matter too. Stop talking. Stop talking. The crowd's voices suddenly became noisy.
Under the teacher's guidance, everyone finally quieted down again, but this time the silence was filled with despair. On the contrary, Lin Fan, Shi Lingke, Su Tian and Chen Hao, who were standing at the front, appeared to be more composed. Besides Lin Fan, the other 3 quickly formed a circle, with Lin Fan at the center, standing beside him.
Brother Lin, whatever you say, we'll do it.
It seems that Lin Fan is the strongest among our group.
Su Tian crossed his arms, his face slightly pale, but he managed to nod.
Lin Fan simply smiled and shook his head. Now that I'm here, I will make sure there are no casualties at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Lin Fan said confidently, his voice not quiet but exceptionally clear in the deathly silence. Shi Lingke looked at him with a puzzled expression, but then suddenly thought of something and revealed a gentle smile.
Chen Hao was stunned at first, then became excited.
Based on his understanding of Lin Fan, he knew that Lin Fan was definitely hiding something, otherwise how could he say such confident words?
Just like that day when I confronted Zongshan at Zuixinlu. Perhaps, another Quasi-Kage will come to reinforce us this time.
Immediately, someone in the crowd retorted with dissatisfaction.
Lin Fan, what are you pretending for? We're facing 2nd and 3rd tier demons, not the ones you've encountered before. Do geniuses all love to brag? Jokes at a life or death situation? What kind of talk is that? You really think your Rinnegan is invincible? Oh wait, there's also a Sharingan.
Hee, all I can say is that those who understand will understand. Lin Fan slowly walked to the front of the crowd, even to the teachers. The teachers were even more puzzled. Lin Fan is the most talented student in recent years. The principal personally instructed that he must be protected and not allowed to get hurt.
But he's only at the second tier of strength, yet he's so bravely standing on the front lines?
Lin Fan, you should step back a bit. When the demons appear, use your Rinnegan to help us absorb their chakra, a teacher said with concern.
That's right, your talent shouldn't be wasted like this.
The head of the grade nodded in agreement. We're on the front lines, enough to handle most of the demons, said the referee who had just organized the combat trial. Lin Fan smiled slightly and scratched his head after hearing this. Don't worry about me, I believe my abilities are far more than this. He smiled slightly, full of confidence. Sigh. A teacher was about to speak when his expression suddenly turned serious. A surge of evil chakra erupted once more. Countless demons, like ants on a hot pan, rushed frantically towards Linhai No. 1 Middle School. In the eyes of demons, Linhai No. 1 Middle School is now a flesh and blood processing plant, a place for them to replenish their flesh and blood.
Back off, back off.
First-class students, use ranged ninjutsu, don't hurt your comrades, retreat back to the school grounds to fight, the grade headmaster shouted urgently. They clearly underestimated the number of demons. It now appears that there are at least 500 demons. If the 500 demons don't get reinforcements, they're definitely going to die here. The nightmares brought by demons are terrifying. Upon receiving the order, everyone retreated, looking back as they ran, fearing that the demons would catch up.
Everyone's pupils contracted violently.
Where Lin Fan had just stood, a straight figure still stood. Lin Fan remained calm, as if he were dealing with nothing more than ants, showing no concern whatsoever.
Has he gone mad?
Apart from Linke and Chen Hao, everyone else had only one thought in their minds.
That's a tide of 500 demons.
The energy contained within it requires at least a 4th-tier combat power to withstand. Meanwhile, Wei Zhong, the only 4th-level expert among the principals of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, had already rushed to the eastern battlefield of Linhai City.
Is Lin Fan going to his death as a sacrifice for the demons?
Or were they terrified by the aura of the demon before them? The grade headmaster's expression changed drastically again. He quickly mobilized all his chakra and rushed towards Lin Fan's location like a madman.
Lin Fan's talent must not be allowed to be wasted.
The countless demons at the school gate became even more excited and agitated upon seeing Lin Fan's bloodied and mangled body.
A bunch of ignorant clowns, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?
Lin Fan's voice was arrogant and sharp.
Immediately afterwards, a surge of chakra suddenly erupted from Lin Fan's body.
The strength of this chakra has actually reached the 4th level. Even the head of the grade was stunned, unable to believe it. Lin Fan spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible burst of chakra erupted from Lin Fan's body. This chakra enveloped the surroundings, creating a terrifying repulsive force. Faced with this repulsive force, dozens of 1st and 2nd-tier demons that approached were instantly reduced to ashes. The immense pressure crushed these demons into fragments, which scattered across the ground. Lin Fan remained standing in front of them.
Please step back a little, I'm afraid you might get hurt.
Lin Fan turned around expressionlessly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the shocked crowd. Suddenly, his arm shot up, and one hand transformed into the shape of a dragon's claw. Immediately, Lin Fan caught a 3-tiered demon several meters tall in his palm.
With a gentle squeeze, the demon's body exploded like a watermelon. What kind of terrifying power is this?
In an instant, dozens of demons died casually at Lin Fan's hands.
There were no earth-shattering, bloody battles, nor any truly awe-inspiring skills.
With a single burst of chakra, he easily crushed dozens of demons.
Is this something a human could do? What does this mean?
The crowd, still shaken, stared at the demon's corpse that Lin Fan had crushed. Their values were once again completely overturned. Lin Fan has only been awakened for 3 days, yet he could easily slaughter 3rd-tier demons, toying with them as if they were ants. 3 days ago, when he fought Lin Fan, he seemed to be able to use only the power of the hungry ghost path and the gravity of the Rinnegan.
And now,
everything has changed dramatically. They can even use the abilities of the Azura path. Those who possess the strength to easily slaughter 3rd-tier demons are at least 4th-tier powerhouses. With a 4th-tier strength, one could almost be a powerful general on the frontier of the Great Qian dynasty.
Moreover, Lin Fan is currently only in a small coastal city.
If he wanted to, the principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School would have to step down today. Lin Fan is clearly not at the same level as them. The air became extremely heavy, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
It turns out that Lin Fan's promise to protect everyone was true, and he can do it.
Thinking of this, many students who had just mocked Lin Fan suddenly turned pale, and a burning pain surged in their hearts. This slap in the face came way too fast. Chen Hao, who was standing at the front of the crowd, jumped up to sense Lin Fan's 4th-level chakra aura.
Brother Lin, so you're actually at the 4th level.
You've kept this from me for so long. Chen Hao shouted loudly, his voice shaking the heavens. During the battle trial, Lin Fan had told him that he had recently broken through to the 2nd tier.
Now it seems, oh my god, just how many secrets is Brother Lin hiding?
Link's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the tall and handsome Lin Fan, her white dress swaying gently in the breeze.
No wonder. I couldn't sense any trace of him using illusion magic, so his strength is far greater than mine.
No wonder he dared to be the first to rush up for the combat combat trial, he had the confidence and the strength. Lin Fan, you're really becoming more and more captivating to me, more and more. I can't help myself. Su Tian, who was also at the second level, felt as if something was blocking his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He was the most talented teenager in his family in the past 10 years, and he cultivated from the first level to the second level in just 9 months. With high expectations placed upon him, he naturally looked down on everyone and believed that almost no one could defeat him. However, Lin Fan's appearance completely changed everything. Lin Fan not only appeared, but also brought with him formidable strength at the 4th rank. That terrifying Rinnegan and 4th order chakra completely shattered the pride of his genius deep within his heart.
The only true genius is Lin Fan.
Compared to Su Tian, Lin Fan's talent was like an insurmountable mountain, impossible to cross.
The 3rd level teachers were completely dumbfounded.
You have to understand how much time and effort they put in, how many days and nights they spent cultivating to reach the 3rd level, to achieve their current level. Lin Fan, however, easily surpassed them and became a 4th tier expert.
Such extraordinary talent is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people.
The great headmaster who had previously tried to save Lin Fan swallowed hard. If he hadn't saved Lin Fan first, Lin Fan would have been the one to save him by now. Lin Fan possesses 4th tier strength, so in theory, he should indeed be able to protect Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School. Thinking of this, the great head obediently and slowly backed away. Suddenly, he heard Lin Fan shout,
"You think you can launch a sneak attack?"
Lin Fan raised both arms at the same time and instantly grabbed 2 more 3rd tier demons. These demons are like overripe watermelons. Their bodies explode at the slightest touch. The evil chakra dissipated with the wind.
The remaining demons tore their throats apart and roared as they charged toward Lin Fan.
It looked as if it would tear him apart and devour him at any moment. Lin Fan slowly raised his head, and his Rinnegan emitted a pale purple glow, like a dazzling sun. A mere 400 demons, yet they dare to be so insolent. With a face full of disdain, he manipulated the 6 paths of pain to charge into the battlefield while dealing with the enemies in front of him. He could easily kill even near shadow level demons, let alone these 2nd and 3rd tier lesser demons. If he hadn't wanted to hide his strength, he would have wiped out this group of low-level demons in an instant.
Hundreds of demons, flapping their bizarre legs, charged madly toward Lin Fan. Low-level demons lack intelligence and act solely on their bloodlust.
They smelled Lin Fan's powerful chakra, but showed no fear. Instead, they seemed to see delicious prey.
Since that's the case,
Lin Fan suddenly raised his arm, and with 2 squeak sounds, his arm mechanically disassembled. The cold, metallic machine parts were exposed.
Azura Path, Strange Fire Arrow.
The Animal Path and Azura Path have the strongest crowd control abilities.
Why not use Shinra Tensei?
Don't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Before Lin Fan finished speaking, his arm had already split into countless chakra projectiles, sparking sparks as they bombarded the charging demon formation. After dozens of loud explosions, black smoke billowed from the school gate, and flames burned. Hundreds of demon corpses lay on the ground, mangled and bloodied, limbs severed, lifeless.
The dissipating demonic spatial rift was completely closed under Lin Fan's bombardment.
Even many demons that had just poked their heads out were blasted to pieces. Lin Fan activated his senses and discovered that many demons still retained a trace of life.
If we don't kill them all in one go, then let's do it a second time. Azura Path, Strange Fire Arrow.
The arms transformed again, billowing white mist, and a vast bombing zone rapidly formed. The bombing range covered the entrance of Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School. Whether it was the students hiding in the security station or the soldiers behind Lin Fan, everyone felt the earth-shaking shock. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. At this moment, the students hiding in the safe house hugged each other for warmth. Su Xiaoxiao clasped her hands together, feeling the earth churning.
At this moment, all electronic devices in Lin Hai City malfunctioned under the influence of this evil chakra. Therefore, the screen in front of them was completely black.
Su Xiaoxiao didn't know what was happening outside, but at this moment, what she cared about most was Lin Fan's safety.
Lin Fan, you have to be alright.
She closed her eyes and silently prayed for Lin Fan. At this moment, this is all she can do. This raid nearly leveled the entrance to Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School. The ground was pitted and littered with countless charred corpses and remains, scattered here and there, a truly gruesome sight. Lin Fan released his senses again. A few minutes later, he shrugged and turned around.
It's resolved, all done.
Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and looked at everyone. Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a moment. The reason was simple. They were all shocked by Lin Fan's strength. It's like the shock of a poor boy suddenly being told he's a hidden rich kid. The silence lasted for a long time, with only the crackling sound of the flames echoing.
You're amazing.
Sure, Lin Ke was the first to speak boldly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Hao couldn't contain his excitement and rushed towards Lin Fan, grabbing his arm.
Damn it, brother Lin.
You're so strong, yet you've been hiding your true strength and participating in the combat trial.
You're really playing dumb to fool everyone.
He had suspected that Lin Fan was hiding his strength, but he never expected that he was hiding it so well. He can even easily unleash the Azura Path fire arrow that he used on the eastern battlefield yesterday. In an instant, all the demons were wiped out.
Who would have thought? As the two finished speaking, everyone's tense nerves gradually relaxed. Brother Lin, from now on, you are my elder brother. Brother Lin, I was just mocking you. I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. My God, Brother Lin, can you get a few more underlings? You think you're worthy to be Brother Lin's underling? I'd rather be. Brother Lin, I'll take you too. Several attractive female students hurriedly spoke up. However, they soon noticed the unfriendly look Lin Ke was giving them. Lin Fan already has two campus beauties by his side. How could he possibly be interested in these girls? Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Almost. Becoming Lin Fan's girlfriend or his underling not only means a meteoric rise to success, but also the chance to elevate your family's status. He has only been awakened for 3 days, yet he already possesses the strength of a 4th-tier expert. If it continues to develop, it might reach the level of a near king in less than a year. That's a powerful quasi-king level expert, a guest of honor wherever he goes, and someone countless strong individuals want to curry favor with. Right now, with such a talented and promising person right in front of you, who wouldn't want to recruit him? As for mindless mockery, we're all adults here, this isn't child's play. Faced with such a powerful genius, the only thing to do is to serve him respectfully and make him feel comfortable. Alright, everyone quiet down. The head of the grade quickly stepped forward, interrupting everyone. Then, he walked up to Lin Fan and respectfully asked, Lin Fan, what are your plans next? That's right, the Lin Hai battlefield is now centered around Lin Fan. In the Great Qian dynasty, whoever has the biggest fist calls the shots. As soon as the grade head finished speaking, everyone fell silent and all eyes turned to Lin Fan. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan had become the core of the entire Lin Hai battlefield. He picked up his phone, only to find that it was unable to power on due to the influence of chakra. First, we need to appease the people at the security office of Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School. When he thought of Su Xiaoxiao's heartbreak when they parted, he wanted to tell her immediately that he had successfully resolved the battle at Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School, to put that little girl at ease. Second, stay put and rest. Don't wander around. If any demons manage to escape, we'll be in trouble. Upon hearing this, a teacher with the strength of a 3rd rank frowned deeply. Lin Fan, if things continue like this, won't the battlefields in various places become somewhat weak? The teacher's words hit the nail on the head, and many people around nodded in agreement. After all, this demon invasion and the appearance of the underground caves broke out simultaneously from all directions. If not handled properly, it could result in the deaths or injuries of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of civilians. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan simply shook his head. Don't worry, reinforcements will come. This statement left everyone even more puzzled. Only Chen Hao wore a confident smile. After all, only he knew the inside story. Lin Fan, the nearest reinforcements to Lin Hai City will take at least half an hour to arrive. Yes, wouldn't staying put and waiting for orders be letting everyone down? Who exactly is coming to reinforce us? The teachers all pressed for more information. Lin Fan's Rinnegan shimmered with a purple light, shining brightly. There's a reason why my Rinnegan is so powerful, he said, before changing the subject. Of course, it's because of my master's help. Lin Fan's master? Everyone searched their memories for relevant information. In an instant, 5 figures dressed in red clouds and black robes appeared in my mind. Everyone was immediately shocked. Could it be that Lin Fan's master is one of the people who saved Lin Hai City from danger yesterday? On the southern battlefield, the southern part of Lin Hai City is a vast beach. Amidst the surging waves, a spatial rift exuding an evil chakra aura slowly unfolded on the sea surface. From beneath the crack, 20 or 30 4th-tier demons burst forth. The expressions of the hundreds of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level cultivators in charge of this area changed drastically. After all, they only have 3 4th-tier experts here. With so many demons suddenly appearing, it was practically a one-sided, crushing battle. Brothers, we must defend this territory even if it costs us our lives. We absolutely cannot let demons enter Lin Hai City. Charge! Everyone, unleash fire release, fire dragon technique. Alright, earth escape technique, earth spikes. A series of dazzling ninjutsu techniques bombarded the demons. But to these demons, it was like a tickle. It should be noted that the chakra strength and capacity of humans at the same level are far inferior to those of demons. These ninjutsu techniques not only failed to stop the demons, but instead excited them even more. One of the 4th-tier demons had large mouths growing from its hands, and began to condense a ball of black chakra. The black chakra gradually formed a jet-black skull. The skull flew towards the humans like a bullet. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. The power of this skull is at least at the 4th rank, level 9. With their strength, they simply couldn't handle the challenge. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the side. A Jurapath, strange arm rocket. A giant mechanical fist flew out from the side and smashed the skull to pieces. The mechanical fist showed no mercy, striking the demon's head like a falling meteor. The demon's head was shattered into pieces, and its entire body instantly lost its life. Looks like we're not too late. Everyone suddenly looked up. 3 figures were seen floating in the sky at the same time. This is Pain, the Azura realm, the human realm, and the Hungry Ghost realm. Zhong. You've come to help us, haven't you?
Everyone bowed their heads respectfully and asked, not daring to be negligent in the slightest.
Pain acted decisively, and they deserved their respect. Moreover, Pain not only saved them in yesterday's battle, I just saved their lives. How could this not inspire awe in everyone, more or less? Shura Dao raised an eyebrow and said, "You guys stand back a bit."
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone scattered like startled birds. They eventually retreated to a safe place. At this time, the animal realm and the hell realm also arrived at the northern battlefield.
The animal being clasped his hands together and began to summon the split dog.
The 5 perspectives before Lin Fan presented the intense scenes of the battlefields in the north and south. Looking at the group of fierce-looking, drooling demons before him, Lin Fan sneered inwardly.
With me here, you won't even be able to set foot on the outskirts of Linhai City. All.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 paths of pain simultaneously unleashed their respective ninjutsu.
Strange fireball, new subsurface, soul devouring, absorption seal.
On the southern battlefield, the Azura path, human path, and hungry ghost path suddenly unleashed tremendous power, with terrifying chakras surging forth.
Countless demons instantly turned into fragments, merging into the turbulent sea.
On the northern battlefield, the animal realm and the hell realm clasped their hands together, summoning spirit beasts to join the battle.
Summoning judgment, judgment of the king of hell. Summoning judgment, crab, water release, chaotic water waves.
5 distinct Rinnegan attack methods simultaneously struck the group of low-level demons. A sharp, mournful wail was heard, and the evil chakra on the demon's body instantly dissipated, drifting away with the wind between heaven and earth. This is precisely the powerful ability of the 5 paths of pain. Upon seeing this, the cultivators were all moved to tears of gratitude. After all, they originally thought that pain, being an unofficial figure, would only help once at most. Unexpectedly, the 5 paths of pain intervened to help again.
This time, they suffered no casualties. How could they not be grateful to Pain?
While letting Pain and his men clean up the battlefield themselves, Lin Fan focused on managing the situation on the eastern front.
Let's rewind to 10 minutes ago.
On the eastern battlefield, a spatial rift that reaches the heavens hangs high in the sky.
No demons emerged from the crack. Instead,
a Kage-level evil chakra slowly spread out from it.
A wave-like surge of water descended from the sky, and Gao Shanda and Wei Zhong arrived quickly.
Immediately following, a blue meteor streaked across the sky, and Bai Xingjian, clad in white robes, arrived on the battlefield. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions immediately turning serious.
There is definitely a shadow-level demon hiding in this spatial rift. Has someone already developed a rift in the underground space that can transport Kage-level demons?
Wei Zhong, lead the column I sent away from here, Gao Shangda said resolutely, his brows furrowed.
In the face of absolute power, no matter how many ants there are, they are useless.
A casual strike from the opponent could cause a river of blood to flow from a 3rd or 4th tier expert.
This was a meaningless sacrifice for both Dakian and Gao Shangda.
Wei Zhong's expression was solemn. He naturally understood his friend's thoughts.
Take care, I will send them to other battlefields.
As soon as he finished speaking, he activated all the chakra in his body and rushed to the rear to stop the 4th column from coming.
After Wei Zhong's figure disappeared, Gao Shangda relaxed a little. It's unrealistic for them to stop a shadow-level demon on their own. He stared at the dark barrier in the sky, and a thought came to mind.
Bai Xingjian slowly walked to Gao Shangda's side, his tone calm yet tinged with emotion, and said,
I never imagined that I would be able to fight alongside you again. Now is not the time to talk about these things. The key is how to stop that Kage-level demon from entering Linhai City.
Gao Shangda instantly unleashed water attribute chakra,
his aura as powerful as a volcanic eruption.
The White Star Sword unleashed its ice-release chakra Kekiai Genkai, surrounded by countless ice crystals. We can only stop them with our lives, trade our lives for time.
Bai Xingjian's face was filled with determination. The difference between near movie level and movie level is like heaven and earth. There is absolutely no way a near Kage-level being could defeat a Kage-level demon. This has been an ironclad rule since ancient times.
Your idea is the same as mine. To block that person's arrival, Gao Shangda paused for a moment, then said, all electronic devices malfunctioned, making it impossible to call for reinforcements. Even if a Kage-level expert were to arrive, they would still be 108,000 miles away. If we wait for the arrival of a shadow-level expert from the Great Qian dynasty, countless lives would have already been lost. Even the entire city will face annihilation. I wonder which shadow-level expert from the demon realm has appeared this time.
Beside Gao Shangda, water droplets condensed, ready to transform into water-based attacks at any moment. Who can say for sure? As soon as Bai Xingjian finished speaking, a surge of evil chakra burst forth from the spatial rift. A 10-meter-tall demon slowly emerged from the crack.
It walked on air, its face blurred and indistinct, covered in a thick layer of armor. The armor, formed from chakra, was covered in moss and lichen, and even stained with dark red blood.
As soon as it stepped out, the black barrier that shrouded the city seemed to become even more murky and gloomy.
Everyone in the city suddenly felt a suffocating sense of oppression.
That was the armored demon.
The armored demon spread its arms, and a dark green greatsword suddenly materialized materialized, its blade engraved with strange runes, as if a spirit was attached to it, constantly emitting mournful howls.
Armored demon.
White Star's sword murmured softly.
This is a big problem. Gao Shangda's eyes turned serious.
The armored demon is renowned in the demon world, possessing the ability to conjure armor that makes it invulnerable to blades and spears, and unmatched by anyone.
Moreover, his strength has already reached the mid-stage of the Kage level.
It completely ignored their voices and spoke in a devilish tone.
It's been so long since I've been to the human world.
In a luxuriously decorated conference room, 6 elders belonging to the Great Qian sat around a large table.
A crystal ball sits in the center of the table.
The crystal ball reflected the coastal city shrouded in darkness.
Should we send a Kage level expert over?
With that level of chakra and the ability to cut off electronic devices, I'm afraid Gao Shangda and Bai Xingjian, who are staying in Linhai City, will have a hard time dealing with it. An elder raised a concern.
Sending a Kage level expert would be too late.
We should just wait and see what happens, and wait for Pain to make his move, another person suggested.
Pain?
He only saved Linhai City once.
It's hard to tell whether he's friend or foe.
How can we place all our hopes on him? An elder objected. Besides him, we have no one else to help.
We're moving too slowly.
The voice was anxious.
The conference room was filled with powerful elders from the Dragon Kingdom who held significant authority in the Great Qian dynasty. Almost all of them were shadow-level experts with immense influence.
Elder, it's your decision.
Should we take action? The second elder approached the first elder and pleaded.
No matter which country a shadow-level demon appears in, especially in the Heartland, it will bring annihilation.
Not to mention in such a densely populated coastal city. If not handled properly, Dakian will completely lose face. No one expected that the spatial rift would reappear in Linhai City.
The elderly man, sitting at the head of the conference table, had a completely calm and unwavering gaze.
The atmosphere quickly became heavy and silent.
Everyone was waiting for the Grand Elder's decision. Before him, the other elders dared not show the slightest disrespect.
The existence of the Grand Elder is the last pillar of stability for the Great Qian dynasty. The Grand Elder finally spoke. I believe Pain.
I also believe in the Akatsuki organization behind Pain. After saying that, he stood up and slowly walked out of the conference room, leaving behind a group of people with puzzled expressions.
On the eastern battlefield. It's been a long time since I've been to the human world.
The armored demon murmured to itself, its tone filled with deep longing. But with each word spoken, chakra is infused into the sound, piercing the human eardrum and becoming extremely shrill. Gao Shangda steadied himself and slowly stepped forward, the water droplets around him condensing into thousands of water droplets. You actually developed a method to teleport shadow-level demons, he asked bluntly. Capable of creating spatial rifts and teleporting Kage-level powerhouses?
Has the demon realm ushered in another revolution?
The armored demon looked down at Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangda.
You guys aren't Pain, are you?
Having said that, his excitement vanished abruptly.
If it weren't for Pain, I wouldn't bother answering your questions.
In his eyes, everyone in Linhai City except Pain was nothing more than a thumb-sized ant. With a gentle pinch, they can be reduced to ashes.
You're really an eyesore. You're considered one of the top combat forces among humans, right?
The armored demon raised its long sword.
What if I kill you all? Pain will probably come out to avenge you. When the armored demon used human language, it spoke haltingly and slowly. He didn't take Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangda seriously at all. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of ice crystals suddenly appeared beside the armored demon. The ice crystals expanded rapidly, turning into ice mirrors. The mirror reflected countless images of white star swords. The armored demon made no move, merely glancing left and right at the magic mirror ice crystals. It's an ice release bloodline limit. I did encounter one decades ago.
After speaking, the armored demon slowly raised its long sword, the dark green runes radiating a terrifying chakra. However, I still managed to cut that guy in half with a single sword strike.
The long sword swept out horizontally.
A dark green sword aura suddenly appeared, unstoppable, destroying one ice mirror after another. Meanwhile, Bai Xingjian's figure continued to move through the remaining ice mirrors.
Water release, water flow decapitation technique.
In an instant, countless water jets rose from the ground, like whips, and swirled across the armored demon. Below, Gao Shangda's hands moved in a series of hand seals. In an instant, the armored demon was tightly surrounded by the blue liquid, forming a large circle.
The water spread like vines, firmly binding his body.
The armored demon shook its head and sneered, a mere trick, not even worth mentioning. With a twist of his sword, dark green chakra erupted and exploded, scattering the water from all directions. The magic mirror ice crystals in the sky were also shattered by this sword energy. The sword energy struck the last piece of the magic mirror ice crystal, and the white star sword was instantly blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out, staining his white robe red and then covered in dust, making it look filthy. Fortunately, Gao Shangda instantly flashed behind him and caught him, preventing him from being hit again. Seeing the two in such a disheveled state, the armored demon raised its long sword once more.
I've said it before, you are no match for me.
Sacrificing the two of you near Kage level beings to the supreme demon god god is just enough to compensate for the sacrifices of the ogre, pig one, and shadow demon yesterday.
The demon lord won't blame me.
The armored demon spoke slowly, but the long sword in his hand moved with incredible speed.
Fire style, great fireball technique. I, the armored demon, will send you to your deaths today.
He raised his long sword high, and then, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, leaving only a dark green light between heaven and earth. A green sword aura the size of a needle tip shot out, gradually growing larger and longer, its light shining as brightly as the sunlight, and slashed straight towards Gao Shangde and Bai Xingjian.
This terrifying sword energy caused the mountain to tremble. A man dressed in a black robe with red clouds and orange hair appeared before the two.
He remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the sword energy, showing no reaction whatsoever.
He raised his hand and slowly uttered 4 words, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from his hand, completely pushing away the sword energy. The green sword energy went out of control and crashed into a nearby mountain. With a loud explosion, rocks tumbled down, creating a huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Gao Shangde and Bai Xingjian gasped and hurriedly looked over. The person before me is not any of the 5 paths of pain.
Rather, it was the 6th path that Lin Fan himself mentioned.
Pain, the heavenly path?
Pain's face was studded with jet black steel nails, making him utterly devoid of any human presence.
It looked more like a corpse. However, the strength of the chakra contained within him far exceeds that of the other 5. This made Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde involuntarily feel the heavenly Tao is powerful enough to withstand the 5 Taoists that appeared before. Senior, is that Lin Fan's master, the heavenly Tao? Thank you for saving me, Senior.
The two stood one in front of the other, one gathering information and the other expressing gratitude. However, there was an involuntary hint of humility in his tone. Facing a powerful being like the heavenly Tao, one cannot muster even the slightest arrogance. Lin Fan, who was resting at Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School, heard this and, controlling pain, nodded slightly before saying calmly,
Step back. Your strength is far too weak. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you.
The heavenly Tao coldly glanced at the two of them, its tone carrying an unquestionable command.
Upon hearing Tiandao's words, Gao Shangde was taken aback.
Without hesitation, he grabbed Bai Xingjian and retreated several miles before stopping. From afar, the figure of the heavenly Tao appeared thin, yet he stood defiantly before the armored demon. It felt as if that armored demon could crush them at any moment. The armored demon's helmet trembled slightly.
Your Pain? The Pain who personally killed 3 of our demon realm's Quasi-Kage demons?
The armored demon's words were cold, yet one could sense the deep anger within him. Yesterday, the first demon lord reprimanded him for a whole day and night. He then took out the flesh and blood he had treasured for many years and used it to pave a path for his army to the human world. This time, the armored demon's goal is simple. First, to slaughter all humans in Linhai City.
Second, kill Pain completely. They came specifically for me? With his hands at his waist, Tiandao's red cloud-patterned black robe appeared much looser. This is incredibly boring. Why don't you just stay in the demon realm and eke out a living? Why did you have to come to our human world? The armored demon suddenly let out a cackling laugh. You think you can send me to my death? Your greatest ability as humans is probably just daydreaming, isn't it?
According to the will of the supreme demon god, you humans are born to be food for us demons.
This is an inescapable destiny. Pain and despair are what you truly desire. The armored demon's contemptuous laughter reached Pain's ears.
No, to Lin Fan's ears, it sounded utterly ridiculous.
What is this?
As a human being, I will never listen to you say that a person's fate is determined by destiny and that one can only submit.
Supreme demon god? What kind of origin does that count for?
Pain's voice was icy and chilling. Since you demons enjoy making humans suffer so much, today, I'll let you experience it for yourself.
For real. Pain.
As the words of the heavenly Tao fell, his chakra erupted, reaching a new peak, and he gripped a black rod tightly in his hand.
They appeared instantly in front of the armored demon. A bag of rice. How many floors can you carry it up to?
Lin Fan, controlling Pain, coldly uttered a voice devoid of emotion. The armored demon was slightly taken aback as he sensed the pain before him.
Now, Pain's chakra level is actually comparable to his? How could a mere human being, as insignificant as an ant, possess such power?
In that case, the vengeful demon sword. The armored demon drew his dark green longsword, and turbid dark green chakra swirled around him, condensing into evil chakra particles. Ultimately, these particles converged on the longsword. A dark green, illusory longsword, accompanied by the shrill screams of humans, tore through the earth and slashed towards the heavens. The heavenly Tao slowly raised its head, its eyes filled with composure. With a wave of his arm, a white ripple spread rapidly outwards from him. Soon, it collided with the illusory longsword. Two massive energies collided, exploding into terrifying sparks. The earth shook violently, and a huge crater was formed at the center of the energy collision. The aftershocks struck the surrounding mountains, destroying the towering peaks and giant trees, turning them into dust. Gao Shangde stood aside, his eyes fixed on the aftermath of the battle, his expression suddenly changing.
Water release, water wall.
He quickly formed hand seals, and a water wall formed by countless water droplets roots rose up with a roar, blocking his way. The aftershocks struck the wall of water, but they merely neutralized each other's powerful energy. If they were at the epicenter of the impact, they would probably be dead already.
What immense power! Pain, is this the fundamental ability of the Rinnegan?
Shirahoshi Ken's face was pale as he focused his chakra, struggling to heal his wounds.
It seems, so it is.
Gao Shanda's expression was solemn as he fixed his gaze on the person and the demon in the distance. I'm afraid that among the 6 paths of pain, the Deva path is the strongest. Who on earth could have nurtured such a prodigy? Bai Xinjiang gritted his teeth, enduring the pain.
The leader of the Akatsuki? Just who is he? We don't know.
At least for now, we know nothing until that mysterious leader shows himself, Gao Shangda replied calmly.
The battle resumed. Is this all the strength you have?
Lin Fan's perspective shifted in his mind, and he saw the armored demon floating in midair. His face was occasionally covered with a layer of frost, and Pain's eyes were extremely cold. The reason is simple. The number of wronged souls carried by that sword energy just now was at least 10,000. The demon before them had slaughtered over 10,000 humans as a key to its own evolution.
Ignorant humans, utterly arrogant.
The armored demon's tone was filled with anger. He hadn't expected that the sword energy he had just unleashed had failed to break through Pain's defenses. In an instant, he left a phantom image in place, and his entire armored body appeared in front of Pain. In the demon realm, armored demons can reach the shadow level and become great generals, not only because of their ranged attack capabilities. More importantly, his physical combat skills rank among the top 3 of all Kage-level demons. A whooshing sound suddenly swept past the Heavenly Dao's ears. This was an attack launched by the armored demon, but it was easily dodged by the Heavenly Dao.
That's all?
Tiandao's lips curled slightly, his face full of contempt as he faced the armored demon just a step away. If that's all you've got, I'd like you to kneel down and beg for mercy, and maybe I'll give you a quick death, he said coldly. Arrogant humans, the armored demon roared, raising its longsword and sweeping it horizontally. The blade was condensed with evil, dark green chakra, which burst forth along with the sword energy. Tiandao leaped forward, easily dodging the attack, and landed on the armored demon's sword like a swallow. The armored demon's sword energy blasted towards a nearby hill, instantly leveling its top. The Heavenly Dao raised one hand and firmly grasped a black rod formed from chakra. With a flick of his wrist, the black rod struck the helmet of the armored demon. The armored demon was sent flying dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. The Heavenly Dao landed lightly, its crimson robes billowing in the wind. If this is all the level you demons are at, you should truly atone for the sins of the Supreme Demon God by committing suicide, Heavenly Dao said coldly. Shut up! The armored demon was furious, and the dark green chakra within its body surged again, like a raging volcano. In the realm of demons, it had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace in hundreds of years. In less than 3 rounds, he was easily knocked away by the human. If this gets back to the demon realm, not only will the 9 demon lords laugh at it, but other shadow-level demons will also take advantage of its misfortune and mock it. At this moment, the most effective way is to kill this human in front of me to wash away the shame. Ice release, frost wall, water release, water wall. The 2 spectators nearby quickly formed hand seals, gathering all their remaining chakra to create an ice wall and a water wall. Their only goal was to prevent the aftershocks of their fierce battle from affecting them. Large beads of sweat appeared on Gao Shanda and Bai Xinjiang's faces simultaneously, then cascaded to the ground. The oppressive feeling emanating from the armored demon was truly unbearable. They had seen many ordinary Kage-level beings, and some had even sparred with them, but none of them could match the strength of this armored demon before them.
Can heaven handle this? Bai Xinjiang asked Gao Shanda with an uncertain look in his eyes.
It should be possible. Gao Shangda's tone was also full of hesitation.
Oh, you've broken down? Are you angry?
Lin Fan looked at the armored demon's almost solidified rage and smiled mockingly. Immediately, he manipulated the body of the Heavenly Dao and appeared in front of the armored demon. The armored demon's steel armor rattled loudly. Just as it was about to raise its right hand to grasp the sword, the black rod in the Heavenly Dao's hand suddenly pierced its right arm, directly interrupting its charge. The long sword immediately slipped from his hand. Another black rod then pierced its left hand. Then, black rods formed from Rinnegan chakra were firmly nailed to the armored demon's body, covering its chest, left leg, and right leg. The armored demon roared, trying to circulate the chakra within its body, only to find it completely blocked, unable to mobilize even a trace of it. Heaven suddenly kicked it to the ground, then stomped on its head. How does it feel to be trampled underfoot by humans you consider ants? Tiandao sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Are you so angry that you want to do something, but feel powerless to do anything about it? Don't worry, I will definitely kill you. The words of heaven are like sharp swords, piercing deep into the heart of the armored demon. Finally, the armored demon could no longer contain itself and roared, Pain, I will tear you to pieces and slaughter all the humans in Linhai City. Supreme Demon God, I am willing to sacrifice half my life in exchange for supreme power. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of blood-red chakra shot into the sky, soaring straight into the heavens. Everyone in Linhai City felt uneasy, but they didn't know why. A blood-red pillar of chakra shot straight into
into the sky, its terrifying aura seemingly about to break through the black barrier enveloping Linhai City. Everyone looked toward the red beam of light in the east, and no one dared to make a sound. The chakra contained within that pillar of light could destroy everything in an instant, and now it was all being poured out. What exactly happened on the eastern front?
Inside a palace, the Grand Elder held a blue crystal in his hand, but accidentally dropped it, shattering it into dozens of pieces.
Is that guy's aura still lingering in the human world?
He frowned, turning his gaze towards Linhai City. At that moment, a woman dressed in a tight-fitting outfit walked over, her curvaceous figure showcasing her elegance.
"Elder, what are your orders for me?" she asked respectfully, kneeling on one knee.
"Summon those hidden in the world to return.
Do not make a fuss, keep a low profile." The woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this.
Although her expression remained calm, her heart was in turmoil. She then nodded solemnly.
"Summon those people back? Is this world really about to undergo a cataclysmic change?"
"Okay,"
she replied, turning to leave. The elder watched her retreating figure, shook his head gently, sighed deeply, and looked utterly forlorn. "What kind of chakra is this?"
Shirahoshi Ken couldn't help but shout out, and hurriedly used ice to build a protective shield around himself. However, the dissipating chakra energy continued to erode the protective barrier. Gao Shangda formed another hand seal, creating an even stronger full-body barrier outside the protective shield.
Is the armored demon about to unleash its trump card? He frowned. Can the heavenly Tao withstand this? As a water attribute user, his perception is exceptionally broad and powerful.
At this moment, in his vision, the armored demon's strength had reached the upper level of the Shadow Realm.
Ordinary Kage-level warriors would likely be brutally crushed in the face of the armored demons. But can Pain, the Deva Path, withstand him? Where are the other Pains hiding?
Lin Fan controlled Pain, retreating dozens of meters, leaving the armored demon a space for its blood-red chakra to surge into the sky. Less than 3 breaths later, the armor on the armored demon shattered completely into fragments, which scattered on the ground.
On his bright red skin, where his muscles bulged, gushing streams of molten lava flowed.
2 blood-red horns slowly emerged from the pseudo-human-like body. Its arms were enveloped in firelight, and a blood-red longsword swirling with red light materialized in its hand.
Lin Fan sensed through the heavenly Tao that the armored demon's strength was probably twice as great as before. The armored demon's lips curled slightly, its red eyes filled with resentment towards Lin Fan. "Human, you're quite good. I've made up my mind. I won't let you die so soon. I will drag you into the realm of demons, so that you will suffer endless torment and pain for the rest of your life. I will also drag your family into purgatory and let them be burned by lava."
Upon hearing this, Heaven simply shook its head slightly.
"You're still just a newbie. If you can't beat someone, you call on others, shouting here and there. You're just a nobody. Haven't you realized that yet? The chakra within you doesn't belong to you, does it?"
The words of Heaven struck the heart of the armored demon like a barrage of bullets. The armored demon stomped off the ground and leaped high into the air. A great sword engulfed in flames came crashing down, seemingly about to cleave the heavenly Tao in two. A flash of white light, and the fiery greatsword slashed fiercely at the ground. The entire earth shattered instantly. This force swept everything away, splitting the earth in two, with molten lava flowing from the cracks. Under the impact of this ultimate force, many large trees in Linhai City collapsed, and the roof of the security station was smashed off by sand and gravel. The northern sea surged with even more turbulent waves, roaring incessantly. The entire city even underwent geological changes due to this attack. The aftershocks of this power directly destroyed the defensive array constructed by Gao Shangda and by Xinjiang. This power, Gao Shangda murmured to himself, feeling his mouth dry and his mind blank. Before this power, apart from Kage-level powerhouses, all other people and things are nothing but ants, playthings that can be destroyed at will.
Bai Xinjiang's situation wasn't much better.
He had endured 10 years of hardship on the frontier, yet he had never seen such powerful evil chakra as that of the armored demon. Even a sense of fear originating from the depths of his genes enveloped his heart.
This inhuman monster, can Pain really defeat it?
Suddenly, Pain appeared in front of the two. A red cloud-patterned black robe fluttered gently in the breeze. Standing tall like a pillar, it gives them a sense of security. "You still want to run?" The armored demon hovered in the air and asked. The crimson chakra combined with the cracked, lava-flowing skin, along with the dark sky, made him resemble a true demon, sending chills down one's spine. He stared at Pain, the Deva Path, in front of Gao Shangda and the White Star Sword with amusement, his eyes filled with barely concealed mockery. In his view, it had become a toy that he could play with at will. Under the blessing of the supreme demon god, Pain's strength seemed like that of a naive child in his eyes. "I never said I was going to run away," Lin Fan said through Pain's mouth, then slowly turned to Gao Shangda and Bai Xinjiang.
"There shouldn't be anyone around here, right?" he asked.
Gao Shangda was taken aback at first, then quickly replied, "Just now, we sent people to evacuate everyone within a 10-kilometer radius." Hearing this, Lin Fan felt relieved. He manipulated Pain, the Deva Path, and turned around again. "You two, get away from here," Lin Fan said slowly. Gao Shangda and Bai Xinjiang exchanged a glance, then immediately unleashed their chakra, their figures blurring as they swiftly sped off to a more distant distant location.
What? Scared? That's why you ordered your men to retreat? But it's no use.
The entire coastal city will become food for our demon realm, for us demons to feast on. The armored demon stood in the air, laughing loudly, as if victory was assured. The heavenly Tao, standing below, also burst into laughter.
I shouldn't be the one who is feared.
Instead, let those who should be afraid feel fear. As soon as he finished speaking, the armored demon felt an even more terrifying surge of chakra erupt from the heavenly Tao.
Try the forbidden technique of the Rinnegan. Earth explosion, planetary devastation.
The way of heaven uttered these words in a calm and understated manner. A pure black chakra ball slowly floated up. The armored demon's bloodshot eyes widened suddenly, its pupils contracted sharply, and its face was filled with disbelief.
The energy of this chakra ball. Why is it so terrifying? Even made him.
I felt death approaching. As the black chakra sphere rose to the horizon, against that empty, dark backdrop, the sunless barrier seemed to serve as a foil to it.
A chilling surge of chakra erupted from the black sphere. The earth began to tremble, and everything shook.
On the already shattered earth, countless pieces of stone and wood chips floated up, one after another, gradually converging towards the chakra sphere in the sky. The sound of the earth cracking echoed everywhere.
An invisible force of gravity emanated from the chakra sphere.
In a matter of moments, pebbles and wood chips gathered around the chakra ball. The troops retreating from the battlefield supported each other, utterly exhausted.
The earth shook again. What's going on? Another earthquake? Didn't we just have one just now? What exactly happened on the eastern front?
A third-tier man looked up warily, his gaze fixed on the eastern battlefield. His arm twitched and fell limply due to fear.
Look, what's happening over there?
Upon hearing this, everyone looked over, and the next moment, a look of shock appeared on their faces. In the sky above the eastern battlefield, countless boulders were converging towards the chakra sphere in the center of the sky.
The terrifying pressure, like an ancient beast, loomed over everyone, making it almost impossible to breathe. What is this thing? Can humans possess such power? That aura is probably enough to easily destroy the entire Linhai city. The skeletal figures of Gao Shanda and Bai Xingjian are in that direction, aren't they? Gao Shanda and Bai Xingjian ran for several kilometers before finally stopping. He suddenly felt an endless suction force pulling him toward the black sphere on the horizon. The heavenly path. Is it the power of pain? Shirahoshi smacked his lips, almost biting his tongue. Just what kind of monsters are these Akatsuki members? Attracted by the black chakra sphere, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and everything vanished. It's as if this one move alone could destroy the world. Hurry up, run even further. Gao Shanda took a deep breath, grabbed by Xingjian without hesitation, and continued to run wildly backward. On the eastern battlefield, countless boulders are flying toward the black sphere on the horizon. No, how is this possible? How can a human possess such power?
The armored demon roared in fury, unleashing a blood-red sword aura towards the sky with all its might, fierce and violent. However, the crimson sword energy was instantly devoured by the strange black sphere. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of fear flickered in the armored demon's eyes. He vaguely sensed that Lin Fan's Earth Explosion Star could truly destroy him. An endless suction force suddenly acted on the armored demon's entire body, as if his cells were being sucked towards the black sphere on the horizon, and his blood almost froze.
No, I have to run. I must escape back to the demon realm.
After a moment's hesitation, the armored demon immediately turned and ran away. At this moment, he had completely lost all face and dignity, and was left with only a strong will to survive. The pain before them was not of the mortal class. He was practically invincible. At the same time, Lin Fan, who controlled the heavenly Tao, keenly sensed the armored demon's desire to escape. "Oh, you demons are afraid now," he said with a contemptuous tone, using the power of the heavenly Tao. The armored demon ran frantically, ignoring Lin Fan's words. "Only 5 meters left. If I can get in, I can survive," the armored demon shouted excitedly. Just as he was one step away from the spatial rift in the demon realm, a powerful suction force suddenly pulled him from the ground into the air. His body swayed precariously, his crimson chakra erupting continuously as he tried to escape the attack of planetary devastation. Lin Fan manipulated the heavenly Tao and slowly walked to the bottom of the black sphere. Looking up, he saw the armored demon struggling desperately in the air. "I've said it before, humans are the ones you demons hiding in the shadows are most afraid of. If you want humans to experience pain, then let you experience real suffering first." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Dao clasped his hands together in prayer. The boulder, suspended in midair, moved with lightning speed, tightly enveloping the armored demon's crimson body and slamming it down onto the black chakra sphere. The armored demon's body was firmly suppressed on the black chakra ball. "Let me go," he begged desperately, but no matter how much he pleaded, the boulder kept smashing down on his limbs and surrounding him. In the blink of an eye, the black chakra ball had transformed into a giant rock ball. Inside that rocky sphere, the armored demon was imprisoned. Upon hearing his last words, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. "Ask yourself, when you personally killed countless humans, did you ever say something similar? Mercy towards demons is the greatest cruelty to oneself and humanity." Lin Fan controlled pain, slowly walking in the direction direction where the white star sword in Gao Shangda had gone. Behind them, the rock sphere still stood majestically, until he took the 10th step. The giant rock sphere burst forth with a dazzling white light. A flash of white light instantly dispelled the black barrier that had enveloped Linhai City. Countless people held their breath and watched the white light intently. Gao Shangda, by Xinjiang, soldiers who have just returned from the battlefield, and residents of the shelter whose electronic communication equipment has just been restored. Even the elders, who were far away in Kyoto and had just connected to the signal in Rinkai City, were shocked. The giant rock sphere cracked open and then exploded with a deafening roar, illuminating half the sky with brilliant flames. Under the brilliant firelight, Pain, expressionless, slowly stepped forward. The armored demon's last thoughts were filled with regret and terror. Pain, not just Kage level, he's beyond Kage level. I truly regret it. I truly regret it. In an instant, the giant rock sphere, along with the armored demon, vanished from the world. All that remained was the devastated land of the eastern battlefield. Pain stood calmly in place, gazing into the distance at the explosion. Challenging God himself is ultimately pointless. Under a blood-red sky, 9 figures, each hundreds of feet tall, stood beside the spatial rift. This time, they've given the armored demon so much flesh and blood, they should finally be able to achieve something, right? What is this flesh and blood? Once we take over Linhai City, who knows how much delicious food we will devour? Ha ha ha, let's just wait for news about the armor. Every word spoken by the 9 demon lords contained boundless evil energy. If a mortal were to hear it, he would likely be instantly annihilated. A terrifying surge of human chakra erupted from the spatial rift. The massive explosion draped the blood-red demon in flames. What emerged from the spatial rift was not complete human flesh and blood. Instead, it was a suit of armor shattered into pieces and 2 sharp edges soaked in blood and flesh. That was the corpse of the armored demon. The bodies of the 9 demon lords were tightly enveloped by wisps of black mist, making their faces completely unrecognizable. These demon lords are among the 9 strongest forces in the demon realm. Almost everyone has reached the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. Nevertheless, one could still sense an invisible anger surging within them, burning fiercely. The armor was killed, one of the shortest demon lords whispered. The appearance of the demonic horns indicates that the armored demon once borrowed the power of the supreme demon god. Even so, the armored demon still died a gruesome death in this way. Borrowing that person's power, the armor's strength reached at least the upper level of the shadow rank, yet it was still killed. A burly demon lord calmly analyzed. The demon lord, whose evil chakra was the most concentrated and whose body was the largest, slowly walked to the broken armored demon horn. He stomped down hard, and the demon horn broke in two. He stared at the slowly closing spatial rift and shook his head. Humans, it seems you have forgotten too much. Too much fear, the fear of being dominated by demons. It's time to teach humanity another lesson. He is Demon 1, the leader of the 9 demon lords. Then, Moe stretched out his arm. The deer shaman who had previously helped the armored demon open the spatial rift suddenly appeared in his palm. The deer shaman trembled all over and immediately knelt down. Demon Lord, what are your orders? The demon nodded, his hoarse voice carrying a chilling killing intent that resounded throughout the entire demon realm. I want more spatial rifts. I want humanity to taste true bloodshed. Upon hearing this, the deer shaman lowered his head even further, and the blue light in his eyes gradually dimmed. But, it seems that there is no flesh and blood left in the entire demon realm, the deer shaman said hurriedly. That's the land of cherry blossoms, or any country near the great Qian dynasty. Plunder them all. With that command, a terrifying torrent of chakra poured forth from Moe's body. The deer shaman collapsed completely to the ground. The other 8 demon lords remained silent, but you can see their anger from the chakra surging within them. The group exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on the appearance of the white light and the flickering sparks. Finally, everything vanished. They even forgot to swallow the saliva in their mouths. The main point is that this power is something that ordinary people cannot possess. It is like that of a god, standing above mortals. However, they never set foot on the eastern battlefield. They had no idea what was actually happening on the eastern front. The only 2 people who knew the truth, Gao Shangda and Bai Xinjiang, were also stunned. The black chakra ball completely uprooted a large patch of grass from the earth's surface. All that remains is withered, yellow earth. No way, is it really possible to achieve this kind of power? The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief as they sensed the armored demon's aura completely dissipate from the world. After a moment, Gao Shangda regained his composure and spoke. It does exist, but it's no longer in the human realm. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinjiang immediately jumped up. What are you talking about? If it exists, why have I never seen it? Gao Shangda shook his head, his expression complicated, and said, you don't understand. Those people are not ordinary people at all. Before they could finish speaking, a figure dressed in a red cloud-patterned black robe suddenly appeared in front of them. Tian. Dao, Senior, thank you for your help. The person who arrived was none other than the heavenly Dao. To be precise, it should be Lin Fan. Your power is truly terrifying. Gao Shangda took a deep breath and barely managed to steady his expression. The heavenly Dao nodded slightly. It's a trivial matter, nothing
worth making a big deal out of. Gao Shangde and Bai Xingjian exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Is this a small matter? If this is considered a minor matter, then what is truly important in the world? Versailles is truly astonishing.
The two of them felt that the person in front of them had a powerful aura and was very high class. Linhai City needs reinforcements, Lin Fan said directly, making no attempt to hide his intentions. This time, he personally killed the armored demon who was a general in the demon realm.
Next time, there will probably be more than one armored demon.
Not to mention the 9 demon lords, who are undoubtedly an even more serious threat.
Linhai City was his first home.
He absolutely could not stand by and watch it fall into the hands of demons. Today he can still rely on the 6 paths of pain for protection, but what about the future? Upon hearing this, Gao Shangde straightened his back and said respectfully, Senior Tiandao, please rest assured, the spatial rift will not appear a third time in Linhai City.
This is a law that has been passed down since ancient times.
After 2 teleportations through spatial rifts, the space becomes extremely unstable.
Any demon that dares to teleport will be torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence. Gao Shangde's explanation made Lin Fan's eyes light up. If that's the case, then there's still hope.
Perhaps in the future he will also be able to address the problem of demon invasions in other cities.
By the way, Senior, can I tell you something? The decision is in your hands.
After saying this, the high-ranking official in the central government of the Great Qian dynasty actually lowered his head to one person.
You know, if the people of Dakian saw this scene, they would be extremely shocked. Heaven responded calmly, speak.
The capital of the Great Qian dynasty is preparing to establish a genius class that brings together geniuses from all over the country.
Just now, the Grand Elder, who is also the current ruler of the Great Qian dynasty, sent me to invite Lin Fan to participate. Of course, it's entirely voluntary. Gao Shangde quickly added. The central government of the Great Qian dynasty will provide full support to the students in the gifted class. This is not to say that there is a problem with your teaching, but rather, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the heavenly Dao in a cold tone. You'll have to ask Lin Fan himself about this. We, the 6 paths of pain, were his masters who taught him the Rinnegan, but we have no right to interfere with his choice.
What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. These words instantly stirred up a storm in the hearts of Gao Shangde and Bai Xingjian.
Why doesn't the 6 paths of pain have the power to interfere? Each of them possesses cinematic level skills and would be a distinguished guest in any country. How could he not have the power to influence Lin Fan's decision?
Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde exchanged a glance, speechless for a long time.
Could he be the illegitimate son of some leader? But this statement seems inappropriate. Then, Senior, Gao Shangde wanted to ask another question.
But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the heavenly Dao waving its hand. You can discuss other matters with Lin Fan yourselves. The heavenly Dao shrugged, and the Rinnegan emitted a dazzling purple light. At this moment, Lin Fan from Linhai No. 1 Middle School yawned, and seeing the anxious figure running towards him in the distance, he simply cut off his contact with pain. The demons in the northern and southern battlefields have been dealt with by the other 5 pains. You don't need to worry about the safety of Linhai City. Upon hearing this, Gao Shangde breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about the situation on various battlefields, but now it seems that his concerns were unnecessary. Thank you for your generous help, Senior.
The Great Qian dynasty will remember your contribution.
All that could be seen was a swirling white mist, and the heavenly Dao suddenly vanished. Only Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde remained.
Pain-senpai really came and went in a hurry.
White Star Sword sighed.
The strong always act according to their own will. Gao Shangde nodded silently.
Then what should we do with this place? Bai Xingjian pointed to the spot in front of him. At this moment, the land on the eastern battlefield is cracked, mountains have collapsed, trees have withered, and the scene is devastated. The lost soil is still stained with the thick blood of demons. Let's leave it in the restricted area, Gao Shangde said after a moment's thought. Since that mysterious senior is willing to display his talents here, it wouldn't be bad to leave him ample space to cultivate. You will be in charge of the follow-up affairs in Linhai City.
Why? Bai Xingjian was stunned. I'm going to find Lin Fan.
After Gao Shangde finished speaking, a burst of blue chakra suddenly erupted and sped towards Linhai No. 1 Middle School.
The power of the Rinnegan is indeed extraordinary.
The Grand Elder stared at the image in the crystal ball of the armored demon turning into nothingness and gently shook his head.
I wonder what will happen to the people who come back from over there.
The woman in the tight-fitting clothes stood respectfully beside the Grand Elder and spoke in a low voice.
Over there?
Ha! The Grand Elder sighed, his tone steady but tinged with worry.
Do those who return from over there truly rely on human strength?
At least, the pain in front of me, the Rinnegan he's using, is indeed made of human chakra. His voice trailed off, gradually losing its confidence. It is said that the 3rd Elder and the 4th Elder have very close contact with the people over there. The woman lowered her head and spoke softly. The Grand Elder walked towards the palace entrance, his gaze fixed on the azure sky, as if lost in thought. Very well, I only hope that I can secure a glimmer of hope for the human race. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Meng Dai, sky, there's probably one more person coming from the genius class. You'll be responsible for his personal protection. Luo Mingdia's pupils dilated suddenly, and she stood up, her face full of confusion. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, one of the 8 great families in Kyoto, she serves the Grand Elder and has reached the peak of the Quasi-Kage level, or even the half-step Kage level.
Now, she's been assigned to protect someone? Who exactly is this person? Who is the person the Grand Elder is talking about? Although Luo Mengdai was unwilling, she still asked due to the Grand Elder's orders.
The only bloodline limit user on the continent with the Rinnegan. The Grand Elder left these words behind his back and turned to leave. Luo Mengdai was left standing there, dumbfounded.
Lin Fan, are you alright?
Su Xiaoxiao was the first to rush out of the security station and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. Tears welled up in her eyes as she mumbled something and looked him up and down. Others in the safe house also came out to search for their relatives and friends. On the electronic screen, a white light flashed, and Gao Shangde issued a notice. The crisis of the demon invasion has been resolved. Upon hearing the news, everyone's eyes widened, and they all looked at Lin Fan. Indeed, as friends and teachers, they were all aware of Lin Fan's performance in this battle.
Of course I'm fine. If I were in trouble, would I still be standing here unharmed?
Lin Fan said helplessly, tapping Su Xiaoxiao's head lightly, making her grit her teeth. Soon, Su Xiaoxiao noticed that all eyes were focused on her. Lin Fan, why is everyone staring at us? She asked timidly, worried that she might have done something wrong, and quickly stood next to Lin Fan. Sister-in-law, you may not know, but our brother Lin is a god descended to earth. He unleashed 4th level strength and single-handedly repelled all the demons. I declare that brother Lin is the best.
From now on, let's call this gate the Lin Fan Gate.
Chen Hao's words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. The students in the same grade stared at the teacher like ghosts, and after receiving an affirmative answer, the whole scene suddenly became noisy.
Brother Fan, from now on you're my brother. Who's your real brother?
I'm the real brother, the big brother of the entire Lin High No. 1 high school.
An 18-year-old with 4th tier strength? Who has ever seen anything like it? Even novels don't have such exaggerated abilities.
Yes, I've seen it, right in front of me. The crowd began to discuss amongst themselves, and the tense atmosphere brought about by the demon invasion immediately dissipated. Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth wide, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief.
Lin Fan looked around and decided to change his position to speak. He walked up to the grade head and said, "Head."
Before he could finish speaking, the head of the grade interrupted him with a kind smile. "Oh, Lin Fan, please don't call me head, it's too much of a compliment."
Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned back to them.
"My surname is Chao, just call me Xiao Chao, don't call me anything else," the grade director said with a fawning smile.
Countless people who witnessed this scene couldn't help but inwardly complain. Talented and capable, why is she so good at sucking up to Lin Fan?
If I weren't the head of the grade, I'd lick his boots too.
There was no trace of jealousy on anyone's face, only envy and admiration. The reason is simple. The gap between them and Lin Fan is simply too great.
It's something that can't be made up for by hard work alone. Others broke through to the 4th level in just 3 days, making them one of the most talented individuals in the history of the Great Qian dynasty. You've been cultivating for a year, yet you can't even break through to the 1st level.
How can you compare to Lin Fan?
Okay, director, I'd like to find a quiet place so I can rest with them for a bit. Lin Fan pointed to Su Xiaoxiao, Chen Hao, and Shi Linke beside him. The grade head slapped his thigh. Lin Fan's words were tantamount to an order from the top genius of the 3rd grade. How could such a request not be granted? The principal's office is the quietest. After saying that, the grade director took the initiative to act as a guide, leading Lin Fan and the others toward the principal's office. A figure radiating blue chakra descended from the sky and landed steadily at the entrance of Lin High No. 1 middle school.
The person who arrived was none other than Juaning Gao Shanda.
He looked at the closed spatial rift and the corpses scattered on the ground before him, and nodded in satisfaction.
Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Gao Shanda praised everyone.
Gao Xuanying, we didn't kill him, a teacher in his 30s hurriedly defended himself.
Gao Shanda looked confused. If you didn't kill them, then who did?
There was no news that Tian Dao had sent anyone to the battlefield at Lin High No. 1 middle school when he was present.
Gao Xuanying is Lin. After listening to everyone's explanations, Gao Shanda was stunned. He broke through to the 4th tier genius level in just 3 days after awakening? This is unprecedented and unparalleled in the history of the Great Qian dynasty. The youngest 5th tier prodigy in the Great Qian dynasty. It took me a full 6 months to reach that level, but Lin Fan has already reached the 4th level of strength, and he's single-handedly repelled the raging tide of demons? You must know, that was a demon tide. Even those with a higher cultivation level could suffer losses if they are not careful, but Lin Fan single-handedly pierced through it? Gao Shangda's breathing suddenly became heavy. He seemed to be beginning to understand why Pain said he couldn't control Lin Fan's actions. At Lin Fan's current pace, he'll reach the quasi-shadow rank in less than a year. Even with a more conservative estimate, it could reach the level of a movie star within 2.5 years. What kind of genius is this? His talent is so exceptional
that it's truly impeccable. No wonder the Grand Elder Council specifically sent him to invite Lin Fan.
Where is Lin Fan?
After a while, Gao Shengde calmed down and asked. I was taken to the principal's office by the head of the grade.
One student answered. Gao Shengde's figure then disappeared from everyone's sight.
Only the four of them remained.
My goodness, Lin Fan, what are you still hiding from me?
Su Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. Lin Fan blinked innocently and said, that's all, that's all. Su Xiaoxiao clearly didn't believe it and turned to look at Chen Hao.
Chen Hao, that's all.
Chen Hao nodded hurriedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Then, Su Xiaoxiao turned her gaze to Shi Lingke. She didn't know what to say for a moment, then gave a faint smile.
Shi Lingke simply nodded.
Seeing this, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief for some reason. There was a knock on the door. The two women immediately slowed their movements and turned to look at the doorway.
Young friend Lin Fan, it's me, Gao Shengde. Gao Shengde knocked on the door from the outside and said.
Upon hearing this, the three people except Lin Fan immediately straightened their posture and sat upright. After all, this is a key figure who is closest to the central government. You don't need to be so reserved.
Gao Shengde is very easy to talk to.
Lin Fan had already learned about Gao Shengde's character from Pain. His visit is probably related to the genius class. Lin Fan pushed open the door and invited Gao Shengde in.
The two sat down.
Young friend Lin Fan, you are truly a rising star, with heroes emerging one after another.
Gao Shengde praised Lin Fan repeatedly as soon as he spoke.
The Rinnegan he used is astonishing. He reached the 4th rank in just 3 days. In Kyoto, such talent is undoubtedly the best. Lin Fan nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face, and said, Uncle Gao Shengde, you flatter me.
It's all thanks to my teacher's excellent teaching. Oh, just call me Uncle Gao, don't be so formal.
This scene left the three onlookers completely astonished. As an important official in the central government of Dakian, Gao Shengde always presented a stern and unyielding demeanor when expressing his views in Dakian news. Some netizens even called him ruthless. When demons invaded the border, he used his water escape technique to kill countless demons on his own. But in front of Lin Fan, he was a completely different person. He became so kind, like the uncle next door. Is being powerful the reason for being revered by thousands? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Alright, Uncle Gao, I just received a message from my master saying that the Grand Elder asked you to come over and invited me to something. Lin Fan got straight to the point. The gifted class? He blurted out his thoughts. Hearing this, Gao Shengde was not surprised. Such a terrifying organization naturally possesses communication methods that are beyond the reach of the great Qian dynasty. Even before the plane arrived, the Grand Elder, after careful consideration, reissued the order. Tell Gao Shengde that besides the previous matter, there is another purpose for coming to see Lin Fan this time, to invite him to join the genius class. As the name suggests, this place brings together 45 of the nation's most outstanding talents. We have top-notch teachers from across the country, each with at least near-film level skills. This is the Hall of Honor that the people of Dakian have always dreamed of. Upon hearing this, Bai Shilink, Su Xiaoxiao, and Chen Hao all gasped in shock. Gao Shengde personally invited Lin Fan to join the genius class? Lin Fan's status is so high. It's important to know that in previous years, the gifted class selected 45 students through self-registration in city level, state level, and then Dakian level competitions, with absolutely no underhanded dealings involved.
Now, the great Qian dynasty has made an exception. Just how much does that person in the central government value Lin Fan?
Yes, you know the level of the gifted class, and Kyoto has abundant resources. Gao Shengde nodded solemnly. I came here today to see if you are willing to go to the capital of the great Qian dynasty. When asked the question again, Lin Fan hesitated slightly. The other three looked at him with complicated expressions, especially Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke. If Lin Fanrua leaves, it means they will likely never see him again. Lin Fan weighed the options in his mind. If I stay here, I might be able to reach the top of the world through the sign-in system. But he didn't want it to be like that. Linhai City is located at the easternmost part of Dakian, close to the ocean. Apart from the demonic invasion of the previous 2 days, Linhai and surrounding cities have not experienced any demonic attacks. Because the spatial rift has closed, demons can no longer invade Linhai. Having witnessed the cruelty of demons, Lin Fan resolved to eliminate all of them one by one, to strive for a stable living environment for themselves and for the entire human race. The capital of the great Qian dynasty was located in the north. It is near the frontier, and the spatial rift has existed there since the birth of humankind. Demons and monsters poured out of there in an endless stream. Countless people on the frontier were swallowed up. Although Lin Fan is now powerful, going to the frontier will not be easy. Uncle Gao, I've been thinking about it and I have a question I'd like to ask you. Lin Fan looked directly into Gao Shengde's eyes. Speak. Gao Shengde's heart tightened, worried that he would be rejected this time. Wouldn't it be easier to go to the frontier to kill demons if we went to Kyoto? As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shengde stood up excitedly. Isn't this a promise? Young friend Lin, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. After saying this hastily, Gao Shengde left because Bai Shi
Xinjiang had something to report. So, are you really going? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were misty with tears. Clearly she didn't want Lin Fan to leave her side. However, what she feared even more was the invasion of demons, which would bring countless families to break apart. Actually, we could talk to Gao Shangde and ask if we could postpone it for a few more days. Shi Lingke clenched her little finger and said softly, Lin Fan's illusion magic from today's battle has already been deeply imprinted in her mind. Not to mention the scene of him using the Rinnegan to fight against demons, which has long been an unforgettable memory for her. Now that Lin Fan says he wants to leave, how can she bear to part with him? Yes, Lingke is right. These words made Su Xiaoxiao's eyes light up. It was the most beautiful sentence Shi Lingke had ever said to her since they met. Yeah, brother Lin, my dad even said he'd treat you to a good meal at Zuixinlu, Chen Hao interjected. These words warmed Lin Fan's heart, but he still shook his head. No need. Gao Shangde just said that the genius class has been running for a month. If I go now, it will be considered as joining the class later. Moreover, the longer I stay in Linhai City, the less I want to leave. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke both pouted. However, you can come to my house tonight and I'll cook you a big meal. Lin Fan curled his lip and said casually, Yay! Is brother Lin cooking himself? Chen Hao immediately picked up where he left off. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Ling's sorrow lessened considerably. The moon is bright and the stars are few, a gentle breeze blows. The villa was filled with dozens of exquisite dishes, almost all made with the finest and most expensive ingredients. The subtle, delicious aroma is so enticing that it makes one's mouth water. Lin Fan's parents are foreign businessmen, and the family is wealthy and financially secure. Lin Fan raised his glass and addressed the three people in front of him. The four clinked glasses, filling the air with the aroma of wine. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Brother Lin, I never knew you were such a good cook. Chen Hao couldn't stop praising him. Don't even mention you, I didn't know either. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. With this skill, why bother going to Zuixinlu? It would be so much better to just come to Lin Fan's house for meals every day. Lin Fan is going to Kyoto, and it's unclear how long it will be before they meet again. Shi Lingke, standing to the side, shed her usual aloof goddess demeanor and ate her delicious food like a little hamster, her mouth moving constantly. As long as everyone is happy. Lin Fan put his hands behind his head and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll definitely be back within a month. Upon hearing this, a light flashed in the eyes of both Shi Lingke and Su Xiaoxiao. So, you don't need to worry too much. Lin Fan patted Su Xiaoxiao's head. Especially you, little one. Before she could finish speaking, Shi Lingke stood quietly to the side, watching. In a luxuriously decorated hall, the Grand Elder glanced at the message sent by Gao Shangde. Luo Mengdai, standing next to her, had changed into a dark outfit, revealing her figure perfectly. Did Lin Fan accept your invitation? Luo Mengdai asked. The Grand Elder nodded, just as I expected. Luo Mengdai was a little dazed. Having witnessed the brutality and bloodlust of demons, Linhai City was no longer enough for him. Before he could finish speaking, three figures suddenly walked in from outside. The three were all dressed in pure white, their hair, skin, and clothing were all as white as snow. In the darkness, it seemed to emit an unusual glow. The chakra emanating from them carried an aura unlike anything they had ever heard before. Upon seeing the three, the elder's wrinkles tightened considerably. He asked, The three of you are back? Luo Mengdai, who was standing nearby, quickly retreated and stood behind the Grand Elder. Of the three, there were two men and one woman, all surrounded by a faint white light. The man standing in the middle slowly walked forward. The mortal world is indeed full of evil. Fortunately, I entered the realm of immortals and gods, otherwise the smell of chakra emanating from those inferior races would have been nauseating. The two men, radiating holy light, spoke slowly. The virtuous woman's eyes were full of mockery. Elder, it's been 3 years since we last met. Your body is now as fragile as withered wood. I'm afraid your days are numbered. Before she could finish speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly rose up and she felt as if she were being stared at by an ancient beast, and goosebumps rose all over her body. I sent you into the realm of immortals and gods not to distinguish you from mortals, but we hope that you will return after completing your studies to protect your homeland and defend against demons. Don't think that just because you're mortals you can't be killed. I, Li Changsheng, can kill you all in the blink of an eye. As soon as the words were spoken, the oppressive aura surrounding the three holy beings instantly dissipated. Alright, I know you must be very tired after coming back from the immortal realm. Go and rest. Before the words were even finished, the three of them felt an invisible force pushing them out the door. Upon seeing the tightly closed door, the three men's faces changed drastically, turning ashen. Damn it, does this old bastard think he can be so arrogant just because he has the power of a shadow-level expert? Never mind, you all understand the limitations of mortals. Fortunately, we were granted the power of immortals and gods. When he encounters a crisis he can't solve, he will naturally come to us for help. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them transformed into a streak of white light and vanished instantly. Elder, those three people are utterly despicable. They picked up their bowls while eating, smashed them, and started cursing. Luo Mengdai recalled the scene just now, her face full of disdain. Having witnessed the immense power,
war. There's no way I can return to the mortal realm. Meng Dai, you go back first and go to the airport tomorrow. The elder shook his head. After saying that, Meng Dai transformed into a black shadow and vanished instantly. The allure of the immortal realm has truly reached a new level. The elder sighed and murmured, the chakra in the human realm is too thin and too weak. Suddenly, the image of the Akatsuki organization flashed into his mind. The 6 figures of pain. The last figure to appear was Lin Fan. The Rinnegan, is Lin Fan the key to breaking through the human world? Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and slowly stood up. The so-called kitchen utensils had been cleaned up by pain, and almost the entire house remained as it was. The 6 paths of pain are indeed very useful. Lin Fan sighed. You can check in today. Would you like to check in? The system's voice rang in Lin Fan's ears as promised. Check in, system. Ding. You have checked in for 4 consecutive days. You have received. System, check in. Ding. You have checked in for 4 consecutive days and have obtained the Obito version of the Manjikyu Sharingan, no side effects. What? Lin Fan was overjoyed at first, then became excited. It's important to know that Obito's Manjikyu Sharingan possesses the ultimate technique, Kamui. If used properly, it can even become a trump card for a comeback from a desperate situation. Not to mention the Divine Might Space, which allows for free movement. A surge of scarlet chakra rushed into Lin Fan's mind. His 3-tomo Sharingan quickly twisted and merged, eventually transforming into a Sharingan that resembled a boomerang. Kaleidoscope. Sharingan. Lin Fan took a deep breath. His body seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, disappearing instantly from the spot. Then, he appeared in another pitch-black space. The sky here is so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. The land is made up of rectangular buildings, vast and boundless, with no end in sight. God's might space. Lin Fan sensed everything around him and discovered that he could easily perceive every corner of this space. With just a thought, his body can instantly appear anywhere in the Divine Might Space. It's a deadly weapon. If anyone becomes his enemy, once they are dragged into the Divine Might Space, they are very likely to be reduced to nothingness within that space. If, during a battle against a demon, one enters the Kamui dimension and then unleashes the Rinnegan's Super Shinra Tensei, one can almost instantly kill it. With a gentle lift of his hand, Lin Fan was even able to use the gravity inherent in the Rinnegan to lift up all the objects in the space. Following this line of thought, there's also great potential in using Earth Explosion Star within the Divine Might Space. With a thought, Lin Fan's body was instantly covered by layers of blue chakra. With just a thought, this chakra will transform into layers of armor, protecting the entire body. Behind him, strands of chakra burn like flames, condensing into a pair of wings. In other words, now, Lin Fan is finally able to unleash the ultimate technique of the Sharingan. Susanoo. Obito's Susanoo was primarily controlled by that copy ninja, but the power of that divine shuriken was truly astonishing. Lin Fan could not hide his excitement. With the help of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he has finally added another trump card to his deck. After staying in the Divine Might Space for a while, Lin Fan's figure twisted again and quietly retreated back into the villa. Early in the morning, Gao Shangda will personally come to pick him up at his doorstep to take him to the airport in Linhai City and then fly to the capital of Dakian. As soon as Lin Fan stepped outside, he saw Su Xiaoxiao, Shi Linke, and Chen Hao already gathered at the door. There was a car parked behind them, and Gao Shangda was sitting inside. It seemed to be the moment when the 4 of them waved goodbye. Go ahead, be careful, Su Xiaoxiao said, waving her hand. Yes, once I get to Kyoto, I'll have to go fight those demons on the frontier, Shi Linke said, her voice full of concern. Yes, brother Lin, both of your wives are so concerned about you, Chen Hao quickly interjected. Lin Fan immediately interrupted him, a smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, I'll be careful. You all need to be careful too. If anything happens in Linhai City, I will rush back immediately. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they waved goodbye, and Lin Fan got into his car. As Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke watched Lin Fan walk further and further away, their reluctance to part grew stronger. Finally, the two looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. Lin Fan is about to become an even stronger and more outstanding individual. How could they fall behind? From this day forward, I must train diligently. One day, I will catch up with him. As Gao Shangda drove, he teased through the rearview mirror, Lin Fan, you're really lucky. You have 2 top beauties by your side. Even Gao Shangda's words made Lin Fan's cheeks blush slightly. Uncle Gao, you flatter me, Lin Fan replied humbly. By the way, Uncle Gao, once we arrive in Kyoto, will we go straight to the genius class, or is there another arrangement? Lin Fan took the opportunity to change the subject. Gao Shangda pondered for a moment. After we get off the plane, the Grand Elder will send someone to pick us up. We should meet the Grand Elder first, and then go to the school. The Grand Elder. Lin Fan recalled the image of the Grand Elder he had seen on television before. Whether it was declaring war on demons or negotiating with other countries, his majestic and domineering presence inspired immense awe among the people of Dakian. Lin Fan was no exception. But don't be too nervous, the Grand Elder is usually very kind, Gao Shangda said. I think so too. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. The two arrived at the airport. As soon as they got out of the car, Gao Shangda Shangda led Lin Fan through the central private passage of Dakian and into a luxurious reception room. Lin Fan then saw a figure with gray hair standing in front of him, surrounded by a chilling aura. "Senior Bai, you're here too?" Lin Fan asked in surprise. Logically speaking, Bai Xinjian should still be dealing with post-war matters, so I didn't expect him to appear here.
"Ha, no need to call me Senior Bai, that's too formal. I'm a few years older than you, just call me Brother Bai."
Bai Xinjian scratched his head and laughed heartily.
"Alright, then it'll be Brother Bai. Thank you for coming to see me off."
Lin Fan smiled slightly, tacitly agreeing with Bai Xinjian's words.
"It's nothing. By the way," Bai Xinjian and Lin Fan laughed together, then said, "Lin Fan, if you encounter any trouble in Kyoto, just go to the Bai family and mention my name." Just as Lin Fan was about to express his gratitude, Gao Shangda spoke first, saying, "Good heavens, my Gao family will definitely be the first to not let Lin Fan suffer any losses, let alone your Bai family. And you should know that Lin Fan was personally appointed by the Grand Elder. Before we even had a chance to make a move, the Grand Elder had already taken action." Gao Shangda sneered. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through, Bai Xinjian didn't say anything more. "What do you know?
This is called making a good connection," he added with a smile.
"You're right, Brother Lin."
Bai Xinjian continued. Lin Fan didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only nod in agreement. "I have to go back to Kyoto in a few days. Let's get together then." Bai Xinjian immediately set a time. "Okay." Lin Fan nodded again.
Gao Shangda glanced at the plane's departure time and said, "Lin Fan, we have to go."
"Wait a minute, what's the rush? I'm chatting with Brother Lin, you go first," Bai Xinjian said, even gently pushing Gao Shangda. Helpless, Gao Shangda had no choice but to leave first.
Seeing Bai Xinjian's enthusiasm, Lin Fan didn't refuse.
After chatting for another 4 or 5 minutes, he boarded the plane just before the cabin doors closed.
"Uncle Gao said it's in first class, right?"
Gao Shangda booked the ticket. He mentioned first class. After considering for a moment, Lin Fan headed towards the first-class cabin. The plane was about to take off, and there weren't many people in the corridor. Lin Fan strode forward, his handsome face drawing the attention of those around him.
"The word first class is written on the door in front."
He strode inside.
Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from inside and crashed into Lin Fan.
"Excuse me, sir, the plane is about to take off.
Do you need any assistance?"
A pretty woman in a flight attendant uniform smiled hurriedly. Looking at Lin Fan's handsome appearance, she felt a slight tremor in her heart. Coming back to her senses, she quickly asked. On this flight, 2 VIPs were arranged in a VIP lounge that was even more luxurious than first class.
Therefore, there can be absolutely no negligence. Moreover, Linhai City has just experienced 2 demonic invasions, so it needs to provide even more attentive service.
Lin Fan was stepping into the first-class cabin.
Many first-class passengers turned their attention to it. "Hello, I've forgotten my seat number. The person I'm traveling with has the surname Gao," Lin Fan asked politely.
The flight attendant immediately recognized her. Wasn't that the VIP?
He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?" Lin Fan nodded.
"This flight has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in." The flight attendant's eyes lit up immediately. The plane was delayed in taking off to wait for all passengers in the VIP cabin to be seated. The person on the same plane as Lin Fan was surprisingly young. The flight attendant led him with great respect into a VIP lounge that was even further inside than first class, leaving many passengers staring at Lin Fan's retreating figure.
"Wow, who is this?
So young and yet he gets into the VIP cabin," one passenger exclaimed. "It's important to know that while first class or business class can be purchased with money, there is only one VIP cabin per aircraft. Those who could enter were either incredibly wealthy merchants or extremely powerful high-ranking officials." The boy looked quite young, and although he was good-looking, he was dressed plainly.
He couldn't help but wonder how Lin Fan managed to book a VIP cabin seat.
The passengers' chatter spread quickly and was clearly heard by those around them.
"Don't you know? His name is Lin Fan.
Yesterday, on the battlefield at Linhai No. 1 Middle School in Linhai City, he demonstrated 4th-tier strength and withstood a wave of beasts."
So it was him, the only boy in the entire country besides Pain who possesses the Rinnegan? Why did he come to Kyoto with us this time? Does anyone know anything about it?
"I heard, it's Lin Fan, who was exceptionally invited by Gao Zhuanying to enter the genius class in Kyoto."
"Really? This Lin Fan is actually that powerful?"
The passenger's eyes widened immediately. He was actually a 4th-tier expert, and he was even exceptionally admitted to the gifted class.
Wow, could that guy in the VIP cabin be the famous Gao Shangda?
Yesterday, during Lin Fan's battle, his electronic devices were temporarily damaged by chakra from the demon realm, so no relevant images or videos were recorded. But his reputation had already spread to every corner of Linhai City. After all, he was an 18-year-old 4th-tier expert who could withstand the entire beast tide on his own.
In the Great Qin dynasty, such a person would be virtually non-existent.
The VIP cabin is located at the very front of the first-class cabin and is a separate room. The interior is luxuriously decorated and has everything you could need. It's practically a one-stop shop for rent.
"Hello, sir, your private room is here."
As she spoke, the flight attendant's Fan straightened her posture, knocked on the door, and entered after hearing "come in." Lin Fan walked in and saw Gao Shangda sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Lin Fan waved to the flight attendant to leave and then sat down next to Gao Shangda. "That guy, Shirahoshi Ken, is really restless." Gao Shangda shook his head and said, "Brother Bai is actually a good person. He's a strong man who wholeheartedly serves the people," Lin Fan praised. These past 2 days, with the invasion of demons, Bai Xingjian has been extremely busy. From the battle itself to pre-battle preparations, the inventory of all property damage, the status of the wounded, and press conferences, almost all of it was undertaken by Bai Xingjian. Lin Fan would occasionally glance at the television at night and thus be able to see this. But to be honest, Bai Xingjian's persistence is also one of his strengths. Back on the frontier, he was an enemy that countless demons feared. Gao Shangda put down the newspaper, his eyes deep as he fell into memories. "Uncle Gao is the same," Lin Fan continued, picking up where he left off. "I'm getting old, I can't take it anymore." Gao Shangda laughed and looked up at the sky, then changed the subject. "Recently, the demons have become more and more rampant." He placed the newspaper on the table, his face full of worry. "The speed at which demons are teleported from the demon realm is getting faster and faster. Those demons at the near shadow level are all active on the frontier. Moreover, according to international intelligence, India is currently experiencing a large-scale demonic invasion. I wonder what they're planning lately." Upon hearing Gao Shangda's words, Lin Fan's expression turned solemn. "I'm afraid the demon realm is intensifying its research into spatial rifts that can transport the 9 great demon lords." Lin Fan's eyes darkened, revealing an undisguised killing intent. "Immortals and gods, sigh, at worst I'll just risk my life." Gao Shangda nodded slightly, but then hesitated to speak. Lin Fan was a little puzzled, but nodded slightly and didn't ask any further questions. He felt absolutely no fear. Now he possesses the 2 great artifacts, the Rinnegan and the Manjikyu Sharingan. Even when facing a powerhouse at the shadow level, he was confident he could kill them. However, if it was the supreme demon god that the armored demon had been chanting about yesterday, Lin Fan still needs to consider this more carefully. And the immortals and gods that Gao Shangda mentioned. Do gods and immortals truly exist in this world, opposing demons and monsters? Seeing that Gao Shangda was no longer going to talk about the matter, Lin Fan had no choice but to bury his doubts in his heart. The plane was extremely fast and arrived in Kyoto in 3 hours. In the distance, tall buildings stand tall, and traffic flows continuously. Even just at the airport, one could glimpse the luxurious grandeur of Kyoto. The Great Qin dynasty is powerful and can be considered the strongest on the planet Earth today. The infrastructure is equally impressive. Lin Fan stepped out of the cabin and followed Gao Shangda into the special passage for officials of the Great Qin dynasty. As he walked to the end, he noticed a woman in a red cheongsam standing in the distance. The woman had a cold and stern face, but her eyes held a sharp, piercing aura, making her look down on everyone else. Her shapely figure further accentuated her extraordinary and captivating charm. That's right, she is Luo Mengdai, sent by the Grand Elder. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she slowly walked forward and nodded slightly to Gao Shangda. "You're Lin Fan?" Luo Mengdai slightly opened her beautiful eyes, and the coldness in them instantly vanished, replaced by a shimmering light and a hint of surprise. She looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. To be honest, Luo Mengdai originally thought Lin Fan was just an ordinary teenager. Surprisingly, he's actually quite handsome. "Uncle Gao, who is this lady?" Lin Fan's gaze swept towards Gao Shangda. "My name is Luo Mengdai, and I'm Uncle Gao's colleague. The elders sent me to pick you up." Luo Mengdai generously extended her hand and said, "Just call me Sister Mengdai." Although she felt that the task the Grand Elder had given her was somewhat of a waste of her talents. But the moment he saw Lin Fan, that feeling vanished instantly. Moreover, after seeing those arrogant people who returned from the immortal realm yesterday, she felt even more favorably toward the handsome Lin Fan. "Hello, Sister Mengdai." Lin Fan quickly reached out to shake her hand, feeling that her hand was soft and boneless. "You should get along well with Sister Mengdai. I'm here to be your bodyguard this time." Gao Shangda raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "She's never done anything like this before." "Then I'll have to take good care of you from now on, Sister Mengdai," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Gao Shangda mentioned this on the plane. The Grand Elder worried that Lin Fan would lose contact with his master and the 6 paths of pain as soon as he arrived in Kyoto, and would lack protectors by his side, so he specially sent Luo Mengdai to protect him. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment. However, this was also the Grand Elder's way of expressing his sincerity, so he naturally accepted it gladly. Moreover, he had originally thought she was a rough and uncouth man. "I never expected Sister Mengdai to be so beautiful. From this perspective, that's not bad." Luo Mengdai pursed her lips, turned and left, a refreshing fragrance emanating from beneath her cheongsam. "Alright, let's go. The Grand Elder is waiting for us." "I heard you have something to tell you," Lin Fan asked in confusion. "What is it?" Luo Mengdai muttered, sticking out her tongue. "I'm not entirely sure either. He should tell you himself when we see the Grand Elder." Walking straight along the airport's dedicated lane, you'll come to a place where a minivan is parked. The 3 of them got into the car together. Luo Mengdai Mengdai slowly started the van and drove towards the very center of Kyoto.
Kyoto is so lively.
Lin Fan sighed as he looked out the window at the bustling scene.
This wouldn't be such a lively scene in Linhai City. Outside the window, you can see a dedicated arena for duels and practice. This reflects how prevalent the practice of cultivation is.
Lin Fan saw many 4th and 5th order cultivators walking on the street. In Linhai City, such a cultivator can be considered a top-tier figure.
In Kyoto, however, he might only be a minor official. You'll understand once you walk around a bit more.
That's just how Kyoto is. It's bustling, but it's not really that luxurious, Luo Mengdai said, looking at Lin Fan in the rearview mirror.
Gao Shanda looked down at his phone, seemingly engrossed in something.
Soon, a magnificent palace came into view. Luo Mengdia's car drove in and stopped in a small corner next to the palace. This palace is called the Forbidden City.
It is a building left by our ancestors.
The elders found it too much trouble to rebuild, so they left it as is. Today, it serves as the central office of the Dakian government. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw dozens of 5th and 6th level experts bustling around.
So, what do you think? Kyoto and Linhai City are quite different, aren't they?
Luo Mengdai raised an eyebrow and said proudly, "It's definitely different. There are so many powerful individuals here," Lin Fan said. Under his powerful perception, there were more than 7 shadow-level experts within the Purple Gold Palace.
There is also a super shadow-level powerhouse in the center. There are countless examples of near-film quality. They mostly traveled between the capital of the Great Qian dynasty and the frontier. Perhaps the Grand Elder is among them.
Just as Lin Fan was about to withdraw his divine sense, his eyes suddenly sharpened.
He looked up at the sun high in the sky.
There, it seemed, were 3 contemptuous and disdainful gazes fixed on him.
But those 3 gazes vanished in an instant.
Lin Fan was confident that his perception would never be wrong.
That was a look of disdain. It seems things are not so simple.
He shrugged, his expression returning to calm.
However, this was irrelevant to Lin Fan.
His Manjikyu Sharingan and Rinnegan have not yet truly unleashed their full power. Lin Fan, hurry up and follow us to the conference room in the middle of the Purple Gold Palace. The Grand Elder is waiting for us there. Luo Mengdai waved and urged him to hurry up.
Okay, Sister Mengdai, I'll be right there.
Lin Fan replied and hurriedly followed.
3 people dressed entirely in white are basking in the sunlight amidst a cloud.
They were the 3 who had clashed with the Grand Elder yesterday and returned from the immortal realm.
Could this mortal have noticed us?
It's really strange that he suddenly looked up.
At that moment, a cloud of white chakra transformed into mist, slowly spreading towards their bodies. Is that something the old geezer personally requested to see? I really don't understand what he's thinking. How can someone hold such a filthy bloodline limit as the Rinnegan in such high regard?
The holy woman said with a mocking expression.
Ningxue, Hongfu, I'll go test his strength tonight.
I heard he's only at the 4th level. If I, Shi Tian, were to make a move carelessly, I might kill him, right?
Ha 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 ha.
Hongfu, Shi Tian, and Ningxue are their names. That's what Shi Tian, the tall, muscular man, said.
We can give it a try.
If that old guy finds out that a mortal has died, his expression will be absolutely priceless. Ningxue's lips curled up slightly, but her face twisted in anger. She still vividly remembered the grudge she had inflicted on the old man yesterday. Hongfu, who was standing to the side, tacitly agreed to the suggestion.
However, I always feel that mortal saw us.
When Shi Tian and Ningxue looked away, only he and Lin Fan were looking at each other. In that exchange of glances, he clearly saw the amusement in Lin Fan's eyes, even a hint of disdain.
Hongfu, why be so cautious? He's just a mere mortal. Shi Tian waved his arm, and pure white chakra surged forth, unleashing an astonishing pressure.
This pressure is at least at the lower level of the Kage level. Since shedding their mortal identities and absorbing the bloodline of immortals, the cultivation levels of the 3 of them have skyrocketed. Now, he has directly jumped from the 3rd or 4th tier to the shadow level. With the bloodline of a celestial being as my witness, I can annihilate mere mortals with a mere wave of my hand.
Shi Tian's lips curled up, completely disregarding Lin Fan.
I didn't expect you to be such a coward, Hongfu.
I will report this to the immortal god.
Ningxue covered her mouth and chuckled softly.
Fine, do as you please. I'm going to start my cultivation.
After saying that, Hongfu closed his eyes and absorbed the chakra that the sun was shining down on him.
As they entered the palace, Luo Mengdai led Lin Fan through a secret passage, avoiding many people.
Gao Shangda, however, left halfway through the journey, citing official business as the reason. Finally, they arrived at the conference room door. Pushing open the door, an elderly man in his 80s came into Lin Fan's view. Lin Fan had seen this old man countless times on television. That's right, it's none other than the #1 ruler of the Great Qian dynasty, the Grand Elder Li Changshang. Lin Fan's gaze swept over and he saw that the Grand Elder possessed the strength of a shadow-level expert and had an imposing aura.
He couldn't even quite grasp the Grand Elder's true strength. As expected of a top figure in the Great Qian dynasty, this aura would be on par with a demon lord in the demon realm.
Elder, I've brought the person, Luo Mengdai said, then stood aside.
Hello, Lin Fan.
The elder's face was full of wrinkles but he was all smiles as he walked walked over, extended his hand, and said kindly, "Hello, elder. I often see you on TV," Lin Fan replied calmly. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Reaching the 4th rank in just 3 days after awakening is unheard of. The elder's face showed a mixture of approval and shock. Upon hearing this, Luo Mengdai, who was sitting to the side, was immediately stunned. Sigma, surprised face? No, Luo Mengdai wondered if she had misheard. The awakening ceremony was clearly held 3 days ago. Lin Fan actually cultivated to the 4th level in just 3 days? What kind of monstrous breed is this? Luo Mengdai was not from an ordinary family, she came from the Luo family, one of the 8 great families of Kyoto. The descendants of these 8 great families are almost all geniuses, thanks to their bloodline inheritance and innate talent. But none of them were as astonishing as Lin Fan before them. As the most talented representative of the Luo family today, Luo Mengdai has always cultivated both yin-yang escape and sword intent. He was considered a potential Kage-level fighter from a young age. And she really did it, consistently ranked among the top 3 in their age group. But it took her a full 7 months to reach the 4th level. Compared to Lin Fan now, there's no way they can compare. Luo Mengdai swallowed hard, staring in shock at the calm-looking young man in front of her. Those beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The Grand Elder also said that yesterday Lin Fan single-handedly withstood a horde of hundreds of beasts with his samsara eye, which is truly admirable. The elder spoke slowly, his voice drifting to Luo Mengdia's ear. Luo Mengdai slightly opened her mouth, her gaze towards Lin Fan filled with disbelief. Lin Fan, how old is he? There are at least hundreds of them. Even a stronger expert who is 1 level above and has more experience may not be able to eliminate them all. When Luo Mengdai was at the 4th level, her most glorious achievement on the frontier was simply killing 3 3rd-level demons who were attacking together. Even so, she was still hailed as a prodigy. If it were Lin Fan, it would be exactly the experience of a male protagonist in a novel. Luo Mengdai gave Lin Fan's handsome profile a meaningful look. She only knew that Lin Fan had extremely high talent in the Rinnegan and had a connection with the Akatsuki organization, but no one expected Lin Fan to be so terrifying. Under her gaze, Lin Fan only smiled faintly. A small achievement, nothing to brag about. Luo Mengdai was stunned. Is this considered a small achievement? Is this feigned modesty or is this some kind of Versailles concert? Ha ha ha. If you call this a small achievement, then the entire Great Qin dynasty probably doesn't have any great achievements. The elder stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing into slits. Gao Shanda and Bai Xinjian usually take turns praising you. At this point, Lin Fan smiled helplessly and scratched his head. Uncle Gao and brother Bai just like it this way. Lin Fan, is your Rinnegan readily available now? The elder paused for a moment and pointed to the open space in front of the conference room. If possible, I'd like to spar with Mengdai and see the specific abilities of the Rinnegan. Luo Mengdai stretched out her delicate hand, pointed to herself, and said, "Me, go all out?" Lin Fan nodded and did not refuse. The Grand Elder's sincerity was evident, so he naturally had to respond. Soon, the two walked to the open space in the conference room. The conference room in the center of Dakian is extremely spacious, at least the size of a football field. Elder, the destructive power of the Rinnegan might be a bit too great. Lin Fan looked at the luxurious decorations around him and said. The elder shook his head. You don't need to worry, the walls and floors here have been reinforced with sealing magic. Besides, I'm here too. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan felt a deep chakra enveloping the elder's body. The chakra then spread outwards, forming a sturdy protective shield. Alright. Lin Fan nodded slightly and turned to look at Luo Mengdai in front of him. Sister Mengdai, don't go too far. However, this competition was not a match where Luo Mengdai was going easy on Lin Fan. On the contrary, he wanted to release Luo Mengdai into the sea. Luo Mengdai smiled gently. Don't worry, I love my little brother very much. I will maintain my 4th tier strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Mengdia's chakra suddenly erupted, like a volcanic eruption. She transformed her hand into a blade, and a sharp blade intent, accompanied by potent chakra, swiftly slashed towards Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan remained calm, raised one arm, and slowly uttered, Shinra Tensei. Instantly, a powerful repulsive force, like a tsunami, erupted from his body. It was as if the surrounding air was compressed by him, turning into a gale that quickly spread outwards. Luo Mengdia's expression changed drastically. She pushed off with both feet and took 2 steps back, quickly escaping the attack range of Shenluo Tianzheng. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. If it were an ordinary 4th tier, 5th tier, or 6th tier expert, they wouldn't even be qualified to fight head-on. Although the elder was old, he remained calm and composed. Sensing this power, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. Let's try again. In an instant, Luo Mengdia's figure flickered on the spot, leaving behind an afterimage. A sharp blade of energy swept through the air, striking directly at Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan slowly raised his arm, and a suction force suddenly emerged, instantly swallowing the sword energy without a trace. He suddenly raised his right hand and instantly grabbed a fair and slender leg tightly. Luo Mengdai looked at her leg that had been grabbed, and her cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. embarrassment. She rolled over, adjusted her posture, and landed steadily, the blush on her bright face still lingering.
Ahem, your reaction speed and bloodline limitability are indeed not to be underestimated. Judging from my level 4/6, I am still no match for you.
Luo Mengdai quickly used these words to cover up her embarrassment, but her heart was pounding.
After all, she had never let any man touch her body since she was a child.
Lin Fan's large hand had just gripped her calf tightly.
What's more, she's wearing a cheongsam today. Sister Mingjie's strength is indeed well-deserved. She is extremely powerful.
Sensing the subtle atmosphere, Lin Fan quickly steered the conversation back to the main topic.
He turned to the Grand Elder and asked, Grand Elder, do I still need to use my abilities?
The Elder shook his head and withdrew the chakra barrier that had spread around him.
I do know a little about the abilities of the Rinnegan. So this is what a direct confrontation is like. He spoke as if talking to himself. Lin Fan, are there any side effects when you use the Rinnegan?
Lin Fan shook his head, no.
He wondered to himself, how could the abilities produced by the system have side effects?
The Rinnegan was originally designed for him, so of course it has no negative effects. The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand in acknowledgement.
Alright, that's all for now.
Mengdai, take him to the school where the gifted class is located.
A dormitory was specially prepared for him there.
He continued, you will stay by Lin Fan's side 24 hours a day.
Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai felt a little dizzy. What does 24 hours mean? Do they really have to sleep together?
Elder, there are 2 beds in that dormitory. Seeing the two's embarrassed expressions, the Elder smiled, his wrinkles deepening.
A hint of shyness appeared on Luo Mengjie's face, but she quickly concealed it.
Lin Fan scratched his head and followed Luo Mengdai out of the conference room. Both of them understood the Elder's intentions. However, this intention did not offend them. On the contrary, they were somewhat looking forward to it. Inside the meeting room, the Grand Elder watched their retreating figures and said with a wry smile, when you get old, you really envy young people. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his cloudy eyes.
The power of this Rinnegan.
Gravity, repulsion, attraction, and even psychic arts, sealing techniques, and mechanical technology for body modification.
The chakra within my body belongs entirely to humankind. Perhaps if it's handed over to Lin Fan, it can truly break through the limitations of humanity.
The actions of the immortal and divine realms and the demon realms are becoming more and more frequent. Lin Fan, if he can grow stronger, the human realm.
Never mind, we've gone off on a tangent.
In the distance, Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai were walking slowly forward. The two stood one in front of the other, silently contemplating their future path.
Sister Mengdai, where exactly is the school for the genius class?
Lin Fan broke the silence. The two continued along the path, with no one else around. Luo Mengdai straightened the cuffs of her cheongsam and then said, the genius class is on the outskirts of Kyoto.
We can take a car there, and it will take about an hour. Lin Fan nodded. Then it's relatively close to here.
After they finished speaking, the two fell into an awkward silence. I felt it would be easier to resist when I grabbed your leg just now, so I did that. I apologize for offending Sister Mengdai, Lin Fan explained without changing his expression. Mentioning this, Luo Mengjie's face, which had just faded, flushed again. He thought to himself, why bring this up again?
Don't take it to heart, Sister Mengdai isn't that petty.
She walked away quickly, just like a shy little girl. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips.
Soon, Luo Mengdai led Lin Fan into an ordinary pink sedan.
The interior decorations and perfume scent were almost entirely in pastel colors, clearly indicating that it was her private car.
The car started and headed towards the outskirts of Kyoto.
By the way, Sister Mengdai, Lin Fan recalled the covetous looks he received when he got off the car at the Purple Palace, and asked, has anything special happened in Kyoto lately? It seems not, Luo Mengdai said blankly, except for those 3 guys from the immortal realm.
However, those 3 people must be cultivating where the sun rises, which Lin Fan couldn't sense with his strength.
So she subconsciously ignored them, thinking that Lin Fan was talking about demons, and comforted him, don't worry, there won't be any demons in Kyoto. The car soon drove into a mountain forest. After passing through the mountains and forests, Lin Fan saw many Tier 3 soldiers guarding the area with weapons.
When they saw Luo Mengjie's car, they all saluted.
This place was specially allocated by the Grand Elder as a training ground for geniuses from all over the country, Luo Mengdai explained. Lin Fan focused intently on sensing the surroundings and suddenly discovered dozens of 4th and 5th tier experts directly in front of him, among whom 3 near shadow level masters were instructing them.
Even Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this lineup.
A near Kage level powerhouse becoming a teacher is big news anywhere. Even 4th or 5th tier experts, who should be able to guard a region, are still here as students. There are dedicated data analysts who will develop training plans based on different situations.
Students in the same year will also compete against each other.
Luo Mengdai spoke eloquently, explaining the details of the gifted class. The gifted program employs a closed training system, with almost no contact with the outside world, and even communication devices are cut off. Only holidays allow me to relax a little. This arrangement is quite similar to the military training I had in my my previous life.
Sister Meng Dai, have you been here before?
Lin Fan couldn't help but ask when he saw how familiar she was with the place. Of course, Luo Mengdai said with a smile, your sister used to be #1 in the gifted class for many years. She gently covered her mouth and laughed, her silvery voice echoing in Lin Fan's ears, exceptionally pleasant to hear.
But I believe in you, you can easily get first place.
Lin Fan was a little embarrassed, but his tone was firm, with Sister Mengdai saying so. I definitely have to strive for first place.
Luo Mengdai pouted.
You just need to work hard yourself. This kid is only 18, but he's got a silver tongue. He's sure to attract a lot of girls. It seemed that the conversation had started, and the two immediately hit it off.
Soon, a towering city wall came into view.
There is a large gate in the center of the city wall, next to which is a guard post. Luo Mengdai parked the car on the side of the road and pulled Lin Fan toward the security booth. Uncle Qin, the Grand Elder, said he wants to add a spot to the genius class.
I've brought someone with me. His name is Lin Fan.
Looking over, Lin Fan saw an elderly man lying in the guard booth, half closing his eyes and leisurely fanning himself.
Upon hearing Luo Mengdia's voice, the old man slowly opened his eyes and yawned. It's Meng Dai.
The old man stood up, picked up a pen, and casually sketched on the table. Luo Mengdai introduced excitedly, Lin Fan, let me introduce you.
This is Grandpa Qin Zhonghua, who always guards the security booth. When I was in the gifted class, Grandpa Qin Zhonghua helped me and my classmates a lot. He secretly slipped many things into our class, she said with a smile. Don't underestimate Qin Zhonghua's grandfather just because he doesn't have any outstanding abilities. He's been guarding the gate of the genius class for decades. You can go to him for anything, big or small.
Luo Mengdai suddenly stopped speaking, noticing that Lin Fan and Grandpa Qin were staring at each other strangely. What's wrong with you? She asked, puzzled. The two of them suddenly fell silent and just stared at each other. Hearing Luo Mengdia's words, Lin Fan suddenly came to his senses and quickly reached out his hand, saying, Uncle Qin, I often hear Sister Mengdai praise you. Qin Zhonghua's eyes immediately lit up with enthusiasm. Really? What a coincidence. I just saw your skills on my phone yesterday, Lin Fan.
You've really come from behind and are incredibly impressive.
Lin Fan smiled and said, Uncle Qin, it's really not easy for you to have endured all these years. The two chatted back and forth like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Luo Mengdai watched the old man and the young woman talking animatedly and immediately felt puzzled. In less than 5 minutes, the two of them were acting like brothers, their relationship as close as that of friends despite their age difference.
Grandpa Qin has always been cold and aloof towards strangers. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic today? In Luo Mengdia's memory, Qin Zhonghua almost never touched electronic products.
How could he have changed so much after not seeing him for several years?
Soon, the two were almost shoulder to shoulder, chatting about everyday matters. Finally, Luo Mengdai couldn't help but interrupt, Uncle Qin, Lin Fan should go back to his dorm first. Let's talk about anything else later. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and forcefully separated the two. Lin Fan's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Brother Qin, then I'll go in with Sister Mengdai first.
Qin Zhonghua nodded and smiled. Alright, you guys go ahead with your work.
Come over when you have time and we can have a proper chat.
He opened the door and let Luo Mengdai lead Lin Fan inside. You have no idea, Grandpa Qin is usually very cold to strangers, but he's completely different with you.
Luo Mengdai looked at Lin Fan's handsome face with a puzzled expression, wondering if it might be a talent. This caused Qin Zhonghua's attitude to change drastically.
Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then explained, maybe it's because Sister Mengdai and I seem to have a close relationship, so he was a bit more friendly to me. Luo Mengdia's cheeks flushed immediately upon hearing this. You have such a sharp tongue. The enthusiasm on Qin Zhonghua's face gradually faded, replaced by a different kind of curiosity. Speechless, he muttered to himself. I can hide my abilities so discreetly, but I didn't expect someone to be even better at it than me. They even came to the genius class and pretended to be at the 4th level.
What a show-off. If I hadn't cultivated, I wouldn't have been able to tell.
The moment Qin Zhonghua made eye contact with Lin Fan, he realized that the 18-year-old boy Luo Mengdai brought was actually a super shadow level expert.
Lin Fan is right.
But after a while, a strange smile appeared on his face. He rubbed his head, lay back down on the recliner, gazed at the blue sky, and muttered to himself, life has suddenly become interesting. This is outrageous. This guy, he's really good at hiding his true intentions. Lin Fan imagined this old man Qin, a thoughtful expression on his face. The sun was already high in the sky, shining down on Lin Fan. He recalled Qin Zhonghua, whom he had just met.
Wow, that's amazing.
In Lin Fan's view, Qin Zhonghua's strength clearly belongs to the upper level of the super shadow realm.
Compared to the Grand Elder's strength, this is significantly higher. Yet, ironically, at the very entrance of this so-called genius class, he ended up as an unremarkable security guard?
He looked languid, his chakra tightly contained.
He looked like an ordinary old man. She's even better at pretending than him.
In the instant their eyes met, they sensed the hidden strength within each other.
Do you think getting close is just a simple matter of getting close?
In reality, they were subtly probing each other's strength through physical contact. With just one probe, they immediately immediately sensed each other's extraordinary depth and character. Although Lin Fan believed that his strength was still above Qin Zhongguo's, but this world is truly full of hidden talents. Lin Fan clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. If he hadn't met Qin Guozhong, he would have naively thought that the Grand Elder was the only one who could support him in the entire Great Qin dynasty. Perhaps, a powerful being is hidden among the human race. It's definitely not just Grandpa Qin. Today it's Grandpa Qin, tomorrow it's very likely that Grandpa Li or Grandpa Bai will appear. This world is increasingly subverting my original understanding. Lin Fan sighed. He once again deeply understood this principle. But it's unclear what old Master Qin is plotting by hiding here. It doesn't seem like they have ulterior motives. I wonder if the Grand Elder knows the secret behind this. Lin Fan pondered to himself. Lin Fan, hurry up and go, don't just stand there. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded not far from the gate, Luo Mengdai hurried over, already far behind him. Okay, Sister Mengdai. After pondering for a long time without finding an answer, Lin Fan had no choice but to temporarily put these questions aside. Luo Mengdai, familiar with the place, led him around. Before long, we arrived at a huge playground. This playground is about the size of 5 football fields, spanning east, west, north, and south. The playground was filled with various weapons and wooden stakes. In the center of the playground, many people were covered in sweat and collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Standing before this group of people was a burly man with a bushy beard, shirtless, and a fierce-looking face. Lin Fan, that's our usual training ground, which we call the martial arts training ground. Luo Mengdai pointed her jade finger at the burly man with a bushy beard on the training ground and said, he is one of the 3 teachers in the genius class, named Song Lei, who specializes in teaching physical cultivation. Lin Fan looked at his muscular physique, nodded, and said, indeed, I can tell. In his view, Sang Lei's chakra intensity was almost integrated into all the muscles in his body. Alright, the entire genius class only has 2 places, the training ground and the dormitory. Luo Mengdai finished her introduction. Aren't there any recreational facilities? Lin Fan asked curiously. The people who come here all aspire to become near film level or film level, so of course they are demanding of themselves, Luo Mengdai explained. But I don't think you need to work that hard, you're too talented. Next, I'll take you to your dormitory. The Grand Elder specially arranged a dormitory for the 2 of us, no, for you. Luo Mengdai quickly led Lin Fan toward the dormitory. Who are those 2 people? Xiaoning, didn't you activate your white eye? Can you tell? On the playground, the 45 people who were resting were all members of the gifted class. They came from all over the country, and their strength ranged from 4th tier level 1 to 5th tier level 9. One is Luo Mengdia's quasi-shadow, the other I don't recognize. The girl named Xiao Ning rolled her eyes, her face contorted with veins, looking uncertain. This is a joke. Could it be that he transferred in? Someone wondered. How could there be a transfer student? There's no such rule in the gifted program. I guess they're cleaning staff from outside? Dakian has never had a transfer student in its genius class. How could Luo Mengdai, a quasi-shadow, have brought it in? The crowd looked puzzled and discussed among themselves, but couldn't come up with a clear explanation. The gifted class is heavily guarded, and no matter who enters, they must pass through numerous checkpoints. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any strangers appearing. Within the gifted program, both students and teachers are almost completely isolated from the outside world. There is only one goal, to cultivate wholeheartedly. And naturally, they didn't recognize Lin Fan, the man who had made outstanding contributions to Linhai City. Song Lei naturally saw the people Luo Mengdai brought. You guessed right, he is indeed a transfer student. He rubbed his sore muscles and said seriously, if it was brought by the Luo family, it might be because he did them a favor. After all, the head of the Luo family personally went to see the Grand Elder before he agreed to release this spot. Song Lei wasn't entirely sure either, but he made his guess. This morning he suddenly received an order from the Grand Elder, saying that one more person would be added to the genius class. This news left Song Lei completely bewildered. He's been teaching gifted classes for almost 10 years, and this has never happened before. As soon as he said it, almost everyone looked surprised. However, this surprise quickly turned into a variety of complex expressions. Some frowned, some looked puzzled, some were curious. All sorts of expressions were reflected on the faces of these teenagers, but most of them were resentful. How can the Grand Elder break the rules? A transfer student, and we've been training for a month already, and this is the last time they've arrived? The corners of his mouth rose slightly. How many connections must have been involved behind the scenes? They wouldn't just find some random 2nd or 3rd tier character to fill the quota, would they? Even if they come, they'll probably be at the bottom. They've never even shown any talent or strength, and they just appeared out of nowhere? I remember the ant cleaned the top floor dormitory yesterday. Could it be for him? No way. That dormitory is the best. It's practically a small suite. But they really did come. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their words filled with dissatisfaction towards Lin Fan. They fought their way from the city and state competitions to the final. The newcomer seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. I'd never heard of him before. What's even more unacceptable is that the top floor room in the entire dormitory building was assigned to this
this complete stranger? What makes this boy so special? One of the men, Lu Guan, with dark skin and orange hair, was particularly eager to fight, his tone full of disdain. It seems he'll be able to be tested this afternoon. We'll see his true strength then. Lu Guan, you're absolutely right this time, someone echoed. Lu Guan comes from one of the 8 great families of Kyoto. He was at least in the top 10 in the gifted class. They are naturally arrogant, have a short temper, and are prone to conflicts with others. Therefore, the whole class could understand what he was saying. As Tsang Lei listened to the students' discussion, his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Since the students were unconvinced, he was actually looking forward to seeing how the boy would perform on the afternoon's ability test. What kind of strength does he possess that would allow the Grand Elder to make an exception and transfer him to the class? Or is he just a pretty face with no real talent or ability? Lin Fan followed Luo Mengdai into the dormitory building and went straight to the top floor. Looking down from above, the entire environment of the gifted class is laid out before you. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, the mountain paths were heavily guarded by soldiers, making it difficult for strangers to get close. The school has complete facilities, including a canteen, dormitories, faculty dormitories, and a martial arts training ground. Absolutely impossible. This environment is quite nice, Lin Fan praised. Moreover, the dormitory is on the top floor, so there's no need to worry about outside noise during daily cultivation. Of course, this is the best dormitory. When I first came here, I lived on the 3rd floor, but now the tables have turned and I'm living on the top floor. You're lucky. Luo Mengdai gently hooked her hand, took a key in her hand, and personally opened the door for Lin Fan. Let's go, handsome young man Lin, let's go inside. Her seductive voice gave Lin Fan goosebumps. Sister Mengdai. Upon entering the dormitory, a simple room comes into view, but it is fully equipped with almost everything you could need. Both the TV and the computer are top-of-the-line models from Dakian. It even has a complete kitchen and a small toilet, making it quite well equipped. Push open another door, and you'll find yourself in an elegantly furnished bedroom. The bedroom was spacious, with a black bed on one side and a pink bed on the other. Upon seeing this, Luo Mengdia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she introduced in a soft voice, "This is probably where we'll sleep. You are still very important to the great Qian dynasty. The Grand Elder's intention is actually to have us live together." Luo Mengdia's voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Even Lin Fan, with his extremely strong perception, almost didn't hear it clearly. Lin Fan pursed his lips and immediately changed the subject. Isn't it said that once you enter the gifted class, you have to cut off all contact with the outside world? How is that possible? He looked around at the electronic devices and asked with a puzzled expression. Luo Mengdai stretched out her finger, shook it from side to side, and shook her head. It may be like that for others, but the Grand Elder has no restrictions on you. He also said that you should stay in touch with your family or your master. Lin Fan couldn't help but give the elder a thumbs up, admiring the old man's thoughtful consideration. He immediately plopped down on the black bed, took out his phone, and sent messages to Su Xiaoxiao, Shi Linke, and Chen Hao. As soon as I opened the chat window, a bunch of red notification dots appeared. I clicked on it and took a look. Lin Fan, have you arrived yet? Remember to message me when you arrive. I'm going to school with Sister Linke today. That's right, Xiaoxiao is right next to me. Lin Fan, remember to let me know you're safe. Brother Lin, you have no idea how powerful I am at school now. Everyone knows I'm your little brother. I'm asking to make sure you're alright. Lin Fan looked at these messages and couldn't help but shake his head. He replied to Chen Hao first, and then replied to Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke respectively. Which pretty girl are you chatting with? Luo Mengdai suddenly appeared behind him, her voice ringing out abruptly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the two people on the phone screen. Sister Mengdai, your sudden appearance startled me. Lin Fan took a deep breath, almost activating his Rinnegan on the spot. It's embarrassing that he didn't even notice Luo Mengdai approaching, despite his usually sharp senses. Let's change the subject. Tell me honestly, is it one of the women in your family? Luo Mengdai pouted, her small, fair hands clenched into fists, her tone revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. This time she caught him red-handed. After all, Lin Fan is handsome and talented, so he probably has no idea that he is the most sought-after man by countless women. No, she was sent by the Grand Elder to be his bodyguard, partly to protect his safety. She still needs to keep a close eye on this matter. That's right, these were all instructions from the Grand Elder, definitely not her own idea. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then stammered. I guess so. He thought Luo Mengdai would be angry, but to his surprise, she simply brushed her hair aside. I knew you'd be a smooth talker. Luo Mengdai, looking confident of victory, suddenly changed the subject, put her hands on her hips, and raised her face slightly. Kyoto is nothing like your coastal city, let me tell you. The girls here are all very good at lying, so you'd better be careful. Don't easily trust other women besides me. Lin Fan was stunned and fell silent. That's a bit confusing. After a long while, he nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll listen to Sister Mengdai. Luo Mengdia's cold expression softened somewhat. It's almost noon, I'm going to buy some groceries to cook. Although the food in the cafeteria can replenish energy, the taste is really not good. good. You just stay here and behave yourself. Lin Fan nodded, and Luo Mengdai turned and left. Looking at her graceful back, he sighed inwardly. Perhaps you have good luck in finding a romantic partner. That's probably the kind of person he is, right? Lying in bed, Lin Fan had a sudden thought and remembered the security guard, Grandpa Chin, who was guarding the gate. Indeed, there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Luckily, I didn't reveal all my strength at the beginning, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died if I encountered an enemy. Cultivation must continue, Lin Fan thought to himself. The next moment, his body slowly twisted and then disappeared into thin air. Before me was a pitch-black space, with countless rectangular blocks standing tall. Pain, the 6 paths of pain. In an instant, 6 figures dressed in red clouds and black robes appeared in the darkness. Their expressions were cold, like lifeless corpses. However, one can easily sense the chakra constantly emanating from their bodies. The 6 of you will now be my opponents. Fight me according to your own strategies. The 6 paths of pain exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although they possess independent consciousness, their loyalty to Lin Fan is 100%. No matter what Lin Fan said, they couldn't refuse. In an instant, the 6 figures separated with solemn expressions, and terrifying chakra suddenly erupted. Strange fire arrow, splitting hound, sealing technique absorption seal, universal pull. Lin Fan looked at the terrifying force rushing towards him and gently raised one hand. The divine might space was in complete disarray. Countless rectangular blocks were broken and in ruins. The space was filled with the aura of Rinnegan chakra. A blue-armored giant stood there. Each flap of those giant wings, made of blue chakra feathers, triggered a powerful hurricane. This is one of the abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Not far away, Lu Dao lay on the ground, panting heavily. Pain, one of the 6 paths, was utterly defeated by Lin Fan. Lin Fan gently flicked his wrist and Susanoo immediately vanished. He slowly approached and used the universal guidance to help the 6 paths of pain up one by one. How is it? Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Just now, with the help of Susanoo, Kamui, and the Rinnegan, it was indeed incredibly powerful. If it could evolve further, it could become the 6-tomo Rinnegan like Sasuke's. His strength will likely surpass that of a Shadow Master, entering a new realm. Leader, the power of Susanoo combined with the Rinnegan is truly difficult to withstand, the beast said, panting heavily. The previous summoned beasts were actually blown away by Lin Fan with a single palm strike using the power of Susanoo. Its defense is also extremely strong. My strange bullets can hardly penetrate its defenses. Shura Dao looked at the smoking gun barrel and sighed helplessly. What do you think of the way of heaven? Lin Fan turned his gaze to the heavenly Dao. Among the 6 paths of pain, the Deva path is the strongest, having reached the Kage level. When the leader uses the Manjikyu Sharingan, it's not as smooth as when you use the Rinnegan. After a moment of contemplation, Heaven gave a fair assessment. In the battle just now, the other 5 were defeated by Lin Fan first. Only the will of Heaven endures the hardship. As a result, just as Tian Dao was about to unleash Chibaku Tensei, Lin Fan countered by casting Chibaku Tensei on Susanoo. Lin Fan's chakra reserves far exceed those of the heavenly Dao. With the added power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he was practically a god of war descending upon the world. Listening to Pain's words, Lin Fan rested his chin on his hand and pondered. If that's the case, I'll feel the same way. Let's practice again tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the Pain members turned cold, their expressions hard to conceal. It's alright, let Hell Path help you recover, you'll be fine soon. The abilities of the Hell Path can indeed assist Pain in healing his injuries. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Pain's 6 paths looking utterly hopeless. The 6 paths of pain produced by the system are indeed more humane. Compared to the cold and aloof characters in Naruto, Lin Fan preferred the group in front of him. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from outside the Divine Might space. You all get some rest, I'm going out for a bit, Lin Fan said, his body twisted, and the next moment he appeared in the room. The doorknob turned slowly. Lin Fan, what are you doing in there? Luo Mengdai took out her key and opened the door, staring at the figure who had just gotten out of bed with a suspicious look on her face. She hadn't seen him for a while, and unexpectedly, Lin Fan had climbed into bed, acting suspiciously, and she wondered what he was up to. It's nothing, Sister Mengdai. I just refined my chakra in bed for a while. Lin Fan hurried over and took the bag from Luo Mengdia's hand. Because he possessed Kage-level chakra, Lin Fan did not expend too much energy in the Kamui space. He looked into the bag. It was filled with various fruits, vegetables, and meats. I'll be a little softer on you for now. By the way, I've already spoken to the cafeteria lady, and she'll be bringing the food over every morning from now on, so we won't have to eat at the cafeteria anymore, Luo Mengdai said as she carried the vegetables from the bag into the kitchen. Why? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Don't you know what people will think if word gets out that I'm a virgin and we're sleeping in the same room? Luo Mengdai turned around and glared sharply at Lin Fan. I guess starting tomorrow, I'll stay here and won't be running around outside anymore. Sister Mengdai is so smart. Lin Fan quickly flattered him. TCH, you little brat, just you wait. I'll cook for you. you. You should focus on your training. I heard there's an ability test this afternoon. After Luo Mengdai finished speaking, she began to get busy. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan stared silently at the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that had been fried until they were burnt black, his face full of helplessness. Lin Fan, don't let its ugly appearance fool you, it tastes pretty good. Luo Mengdai blinked and said with certainty, why don't you try a bite first, Mengdai? Lin Fan was speechless, so he simply removed the word sister. I don't want to eat it. I cooked it especially for you. I'll just eat fruit. Luo Mengdai looked completely innocent, picked up an apple, and casually pushed the plate in front of Lin Fan. Fine, if we're not going to eat in the cafeteria, I'll cook from now on. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly and turned to walk into the kitchen. You can cook? Luo Mengdai glanced at him in surprise. She's good-looking, talented, and a great cook. Lin Fan is truly an all-around talent. Another half hour passed. Luo Mengdai admitted that she was wrong. Looking at the dazzling array of food in front of her, she couldn't stop drooling. Lin Fan, I really didn't expect you to have this skill. Without any hesitation, she scooped up a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Lin Fan. Here, this is for you. Thank you, Sister Mengdai. Lin Fan nodded slightly and accepted the meal. Unexpectedly, Luo Mengdai suddenly raised a jade-like arm and said, stop, don't call me sister anymore, it makes me sound old. I'm only 26, in the prime of my youth, don't you understand? Lin Fan remained silent for a while, then nodded, I understand. Good that you understand. It wasn't for nothing that I came here specifically to protect you. Luo Mengdai proudly raised her head, then picked up the food in front of her and began to eat heartily. In front of a near-king level expert and a super king level expert, the food was basically devoured. You need to pay close attention to the ability test this afternoon. Luo Mengdai rested her chin on her hand, her eyes revealing a hint of worry on her perfectly oval face. Is it because I'm a transfer student, or because they don't like me? Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and stared intently at Luo Mengdai. He had already sensed this when he glanced at them from the playground. Luo Mengdai blushed under his gaze, but still said, your strength is probably at the 4th tier, 6th level, which is considered average in the genius class. Plus, since you're a transfer student, you might be targeted this afternoon. After all, Luo Mengdai was also from the gifted class, so she knew the people here better. Most of them are ambitious and have gone through layers of selection to get in. Lin Fan suddenly became an outlier in this group. Anyone would probably feel uncomfortable in that situation. The only way is to prove yourself with your abilities. What, Sister Mengdai, you're actually concerned about me? Lin Fan smiled slightly. I didn't. Luo Mengdai suddenly looked up, only to see Lin Fan with a playful smile on his face, which made her grit her teeth in anger. Go to hell. I'm only concerned about you because the Grand Elder gave me instructions. They'll just assume it's related to our Luo family. They won't think it's the Grand Elders. That's why I reminded you to be careful. Before she could finish speaking, she felt a large hand suddenly land on her head and gently press her hair. Don't worry about my abilities. I have enough confidence. Lin Fan smiled, his eyes full of confidence. This move is known as the head pat kill. Luo Mengdai felt the warmth from his palm, and her heart suddenly pounded. After stumbling and stammering for a while, he couldn't utter a single word. I don't care, you better watch yourself. Luo Mengdai quickly slapped Lin Fan's hand away, walked briskly to the door, grabbed an opaque black mosquito net, and covered the bed with it. She darted inside like a startled rabbit. Really? Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. The training time for the gifted class is from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., which is similar to my junior and senior high school in my previous life. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was about 1:30 p.m. Sister Mengdai, I'm going over now. Could you please tidy up the dishes? Lin Fan called out to the inside. Is she angry? Lin Fan was a little confused. He had just sensed something was off, so he subconsciously touched his head. He couldn't tell whether this action made Luo Mengdai shy or angry. However, I do have a general idea in mind. Lin Fan pushed open the door and turned to walk downstairs to the dormitory building. After Lin Fan walked away, Luo Mengdai slowly lifted a crack in the mosquito net to secretly observe the movements outside. Her fair skin flushed crimson, and she was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to crawl back into bed. This person is so strange, suddenly touching my head. It's so annoying, she complained inwardly. They left so many dishes for me to wash. Luo Mengdai muttered as she sat on the bed. If anyone were to see Luo Mengdai in this state now, they would surely be shocked. It's worth noting that she was known as the Ice Surface Swordswoman in the border regions. What does Ice Surface Swordsman mean? It means showing no mercy to demons and monsters, severing all feelings with a single stroke. She usually has a cold and aloof demeanor, keeping people at arm's length. Unexpectedly, she was acting shy like a little girl at this moment. If outsiders were to see this, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Luo Mengdai took a while to recover before getting out of bed. This guy is so arrogant. He needs to be taught a lesson, she said, but in her heart she was actually happy that Lin Fan was able to prove himself. Lin Fan really made a fool of himself this time. Luo Mengdai muttered to herself as she cleared the dishes. He didn't even bring any clothes, and and he can't go out for a while. If I don't buy them for him, who will? What's his size again? No, what's wrong with me today? Why am I thinking so much? She quickly shook her head, trying to clear her mind of all distractions. Wash the dishes first, then tidy up the house. That's what I'll do. On the other side, Lin Fan had just stepped down from the dormitory building when he saw a fat figure standing at the door. Hello, my name is Yi Han. Yi Han said, with a duck leg still in his mouth dripping with oil. Lin Fan asked with some curiosity. I'm in the same class as you, a genius class. Yi Han finished the duck leg in 2 bites, threw it away, and slowly walked over. Are you the transfer student? You're quite handsome, Yi Han remarked. As a member of the multiplier clan, most of the clan members are either fat or strong, so it's rare to see someone as handsome as Lin Fan. My name is Lin Fan. Nice to meet you, Lin Fan replied. Yi Han naturally moved closer to Lin Fan and asked curiously. After all, it's extremely rare for the Grand Elder to break the rules and make an exception. Brother Lin, I have a question for you. What earth-shattering thing did you do to the Luo family that made them let you into the genius class? Yi Han was full of questions and had been thinking about it all afternoon. The system of the genius class has been strict and difficult to break since ancient times, but Lin Fan was able to directly transfer into the class, which no one expected. After thinking for a long time without any clue, he simply waited for Lin Fan downstairs in the dormitory building. Moreover, the Grand Elder arranged the best dormitory for you. You know, we usually share a room with 2 people. That's amazing, Yi Han exclaimed. Lin Fan did not answer the question directly. Do you pay attention to the news during your training? Lin Fan asked. Yes, but it's broadcast once a week by a designated person, and this week it happens to be tonight. Yi Han thought for a moment. No wonder, Lin Fan nodded. No wonder they didn't know my abilities and contributions. We won't know the news until tonight. Lin Fan shrugged and said, you'll probably find out tonight. After all, news of demons invading the interior of the Great Qian dynasty would certainly spread widely and with considerable force. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yi Han's eyes lit up. It seems that Lin Fan in front of us has definitely done something extraordinary. The news they received in their gifted class was mostly related to demons. Yi Han began to vaguely guess. As a result, a sense of closeness arises spontaneously. Unlike others who were dissatisfied with Lin Fan, the transfer student, Yi Han showed no hostility whatsoever. On one hand, anyone who can transfer in must have a powerful background, and then there's the news Lin Fan mentioned. They're probably not someone to be trifled with. On the other hand, Yi Han himself was ranked almost at the bottom in the genius class. Brother Lin, I have to remind you, quite a few people in our class have some issues with you. Out of good intentions, Yi Han did not hesitate to betray his teammates. It's alright, Lin Fan shook his head and replied with a light laugh. By the way, Brother Lin, what's your current strength? I'm at level 4, level 1, and I'm ranked near the bottom in my class. Yi Han asked casually. It's unimaginable. 4th rank, 6th level. Lin Fan answered calmly. He was merely repeating the class description that Luo Mengdai had given him. Upon hearing about Lin Fan's strength, Yi Han nodded. 4th tier, 6th level. After a year of cultivation, that's about it. Brother Lin does have some strength. Yi Han nodded in agreement. Reaching level 4, level 6 in a year would be considered a prodigy in some cities. However, in the gifted program in Kyoto, this level is only considered average. After all, in the genius class, only monsters who cultivate to the 5th level in a year are considered to be in the top 10. I haven't been cultivating for a year. I just awakened this year. Lin Fan interrupted Yi Han. I just awakened this year and have cultivated to the 4th tier, level 6, which isn't too bad. Wait a minute. Yi Han froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, and asked, Brother Lin, can you say it again? I'm afraid I misheard. Lin Fan pursed his lips and said calmly, I said, I only just awakened this year. Yi Han swallowed hard, suppressing his shock. Waking up this year? The awakening ceremony was just 4 days ago. 4 days, cultivating from level 0 to level 4, level 6? Yi Han's heart pounded, and he almost fainted from a spike in blood pressure. This is outrageous. In an instant, he understood why the Grand Elder would break with a century-old tradition and insert a stranger into the genius class. This is pure monster. Looking at the entire genius class, it would take the most talented person at least half a year to cultivate to the 4th level. Even Yi Han, who considers himself the most talented in the family, only managed to reach the 4th rank this year with the family's strong support and abundant resources. Lin Fan only took 4 days? No wonder Lin Fan said he might see him on the news tonight. This isn't just news about their gifted class. This will probably become headline news throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty, and even the whole world. Brother Lin, please forgive my previous disrespect. After a long period of shock, Yi Han calmly lowered his head and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't reveal too much later. The ability test hasn't started yet. Show your best when it does. Lin Fan had anticipated Yi Han's reaction. Yi Han nodded, showing no sign of refusal. However, after his initial shock, a strange sense of anticipation crept into his gaze as he looked towards the training ground. He glanced at Lin Fan beside him, who looked looked completely calm. Dude, this time the one who's really not convinced is a real monster. It seems his concern for Lin Fan just now was completely unnecessary. Instead, I should worry about the people in my own class. Lin Fan didn't take Yi Han's expression to heart. Let's go over to the training ground, some people are probably getting impatient. Lin Fan waved, signaling Yi Han to follow. Yi Han followed closely behind Lin Fan, his face full of curiosity, and asked, Brother Lin Fan, how many bloodline limits did you awaken back then? All of them have awakened. Wait, all of them? That's amazing? Yi Han fell silent, and even thought about using the multiply technique to draw a circle on the spot. What is a true genius? By the way, Brother Lin Fan, which bloodline limit did you choose? Yi Han couldn't help but ask again. He knew in his heart that the bloodline limit Lin Fan had chosen was definitely not an ordinary item. It's a dual bloodline limit, Lin Fan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Han was completely numb. He stared at Lin Fan's face, his mind churning with countless thoughts, as if a million horses were galloping through his veins. He had seen many geniuses, but Lin Fan had trampled them all underfoot. For days, 4 tiers, 6 levels, possessing all bloodline limits during the awakening ceremony, plus a double bloodline limit, what could be more shocking than this? Moreover, Lin Fan spoke with such composure, as if it were an easy task. If it were Yi Han, his ancestors' graves would be emitting auspicious smoke. He was completely speechless. The two walked towards the training ground. As soon as Lin Fan approached the training ground, he saw that a large number of students had gathered there, dressed in different clothes, and their chakra levels were also very different. The blazing sun shone on the earth, and the eyes of the entire class instantly focused on Lin Fan. There was envy, confusion, and even a hint of resentment. More than anything, it was resentment. After making inquiries from various sources, the students gained a general understanding of the situation. This guy is just a 4th tier, 6th level cultivator. After a year of cultivation, almost all of them have reached this level, and some have even broken through to the 5th rank. Everyone started from the same point, so why was he allowed to transfer in? A quick comparison reveals the difference in quality. Lin Fan calmly surveyed the crowd around him. Just kidding, he wasn't afraid of even a horde of demons pressing in, and he wasn't intimidated at all when he faced Grandpa Chin at the door, let alone this group of students who had never seen blood. Standing at the front of the crowd was a burly man with his arms crossed, his strong muscles seemingly containing boundless power. Yi Han, you go back to the team first. The burly man was one of the teachers in the genius class, named Son Lei. You must be Lin Fan. Come over and introduce your name and abilities. Lin Fan walked calmly to the crowd and said indifferently, Hello, my name is Lin Fan, and my current strength is level 6 of the 4th rank. His calm voice rang out, prompting sighs from many. TCH, it really is a 4th tier, 6th level? I thought it would be much more powerful before I came. It took a year of cultivation to reach this level, so they're not much different from us. Really, what was the Grand Elder thinking? Yi Han, why did you come with Lin Fan? Yi Han scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly explained, I just happened to run into Lin Fan on the way. Don't say anything, since we're in the same class, we're teammates. Unfortunately, Yi Han's words took on a different meaning in their ears. A transfer student? Surely not. I'm already at level 4, level 9. Why bother with him? Yi Han, you've just betrayed us like this? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, leaving Yi Han stunned and unsure of what to do. Lin Fan turned to Son Lei and said, Teacher, aren't we supposed to have an ability test? Let's start now. How to shut everyone up. Instead of arguing back verbally, let's see who has the hardest fist. Son Lei nodded, cleared his throat, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. We are honored to welcome a new student today. This test is to examine our defensive capabilities. Dismissed for now, the class monitor and I will go get the equipment. Son Lei waved his hand, and a young man dressed in a Tai Chi robe with a cold expression slowly walked over. You may disperse freely. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. Lin Fan casually found a seat and sat down, and Yi Han followed him over. Brother Lin, don't take it too seriously. Their intentions were good, they're just a bit resentful, Yi Han said, trying to defend them. They've been undergoing grueling training here for a month. Anyone who comes here would easily become a source of trouble. It's alright, I know what they're thinking. Lin Fan nodded, not taking it to heart. He looked up at the sky above the gate of the genius class. A white mist floated directly above the security booth. Qin Zhonghua lay within that mist, spying on the training ground. Only when he felt Lin Fan's gaze did he shrink back and casually pick up a cigarette to smoke. This guy's perception is terrifying, almost on par with the 6th demon lord. Qin Zhonghua thought to himself, for someone with pure human blood to reach this level is truly frightening. He muttered to himself, Pain, Rinnegan, even another Sharingan. This kid has a lot of things hidden behind him. Suddenly, he laughed. This is really interesting. Looking at the increasingly tense atmosphere on the training ground, Qin Zhonghua chuckled. These little guys will definitely get their faces slapped hard later. Watch the show, watch the show. The Grand Elder held a crystal ball in his hands, which reflected the scene of the genius class's training ground. Won't Lin Fan get hurt if he goes in like this? Gao Shanda asked from the side. The Grand
Grand Elder did the right thing by arranging for Lin Fan to enter the genius class, but he didn't give him a formal title. I believe in his strength and also want to take this opportunity to test his true abilities, the Grand Elder said thoughtfully. This morning I had Mengdai suppress her strength and fight him, and the result showed that she is around the 6th level of the 4th rank. But he handled it too easily. Upon hearing this, a look of horror flashed across Gao Shengda's face. You mean? The Elder stroked his beard. Lin Fan's true strength is probably around the 5th level. That's why I let him in like this. Gao Shengda's heart was filled with turmoil. This was not the 4th rank in 4 days, but the 5th rank. This kind of upgrade speed was even more frightening than the demons in the demon realm. The Grand Elder is truly wise, Gao Shengda said, bowing his head. The Elder placed the crystal ball on the table, his cloudy eyes fixed on it. Lin Fan yawned silently. Now, Qin Zhongguo wasn't the only one spying on him. There were also figures from the capital of the great Qian dynasty. This chakra link permeated the entire training ground. He easily deduced it was a scheme orchestrated by the Grand Elder. Knowing that today is a skills test, that's why they sent me here. Lin Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, San Lei, accompanied by the squad leader and carrying 6 robots, walked to the center of the training ground and positioned them in 6 different locations. San Lei clapped his hands and said expressionlessly, "This is a bullet-spraying robot." As everyone knows, since the demons invaded Earth, firearms around the world have become virtually ineffective. This bullet-spraying robot was developed by the country specifically for us awakened ones. It can fire bullets coated with paint, which have unpredictable trajectories. The test this time is to use your abilities, escape techniques, and bloodline limits to withstand these bullets. The bullet speed is adjustable. I mainly divide it into 2 levels, Tier 4, Level 6, and Tier 5, Level 1. Choose according to your own circumstances. Getting hit less than 3 times counts as passing, otherwise, you'll have to do extra training. Upon hearing the rules, Lin Fan roughly understood that they could train his ability to resist ranged attacks, improve his speed, and also take into account the development of his spells. The teaching methods in this gifted class are indeed unique. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. This test was far too easy for him. Many people looked distressed, most of them being awakened individuals with weaker defenses. Yi Han, in particular, comes from a family that has inherited the art of multiplication. He is completely inept at this. Some people were eager to try, and some even stared at Lin Fan with wary eyes. Lin Fan naturally ignored them all. Seeing that everyone was familiar with the rules, San Lei asked, "Who wants to go first?" The young man in the Tai Chi robe stepped forward first. "Teacher Son, I'll go first." The young man in the long robe was named Zhao Huai. He specialized in physical techniques and the Byakugan. In the entire genius class, his strength had actually reached the 2nd level of the 5th rank. His abilities rank among the top 3 in the gifted class. The combination of a white eye strike and Tai Chi is incredibly powerful. Yi Han stood next to Lin Fan and introduced him. Lin Fan nodded, indeed sensing the aura of a 5th-tier expert emanating from Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai slowly walked forward, then activated the robot switch and stood in the center of the 6 robots. Veins bulged on his forehead and his eyes rolled back. Yin and Yang chakras circulated around him. His body began to spin. Zhao Huai naturally chose the 5th level, 1st-tier difficulty. In an instant, the robot fired several paint bullets at a speed as fast as a razor snake. Suddenly, a Bagua formation appeared beside Zhao Huai. Immediately afterwards, he shot down several bullets one by one. However, the number and density of bullets fired by the robot are increasing. How do I block this guy? Lin Fan wondered to himself. As the testing time increases, the bullet's firing range will gradually expand. At this point, a wide-ranging spell must be used to resolve the issue in one go. A layer of chakra gradually enveloped Zhao Huai's body. This layer of chakra caused countless paint bullets to adhere to it. Zhao Huai suddenly thrust out a palm. A burst of chakra, carrying paint bullets, was ejected. Finally, he took a deep breath and stood firmly in place, like a tall pine tree. This move was truly executed to its fullest potential. Test complete. Zhao Huai's score was naturally a perfect score. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but nod in admiration. Goodness, it can absorb and rebound, which is similar to the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path. However, the limitations are too great. It can't function properly once it leaves the ground. Lin Fan commented on Yi Han. He clearly saw that Zhao Huai used his feet as the foundation to launch the Tai Chi moves. Once the target leaves the ground, the move loses its effect. Yi Han nodded thoughtfully. Just then, an out-of-sync voice suddenly came from the side. "Who do you think you are? You have no right to comment on 5th-tier strength." A dark-skinned, orange-haired young man named Lu Guan walked over, rubbing his hands together and staring at Lin Fan with an unfriendly expression. This is a relatively objective assessment. Lin Fan's eyes were calm as a mirror, without any emotional fluctuation. Level 6, 4th tier. I don't know what contributions you've made to the Luo family, but it's far from enough to gain a foothold here. Lu Guan showed no mercy in attacking Lin Fan. Yi Han, the only one in the genius class who knew Lin Fan's true strength, was about to pull Lu Guan back to stop him from speaking. He felt that if Lu Lu Guang said that Lin Fan would eventually slap him in the face. Unexpectedly, Lu Guang shook off his hand. People around turned to look, eager to see Lin Fan's reaction. Earlier that morning, when Lu Guang saw Lin Fan, he planned to teach him a lesson.
I didn't expect the promise to come so quickly, am I right? Don't drag me into this, Yihan. Lu Guang glanced coldly at Lin Fan and slowly walked at Song Lei's side. Teacher Song, I'll take over next.
Lin Fan watched Lu Guang go on stage with an indifferent expression, shrugged, and remained completely unfazed.
Brother Lin.
Yihan was about to speak when Lin Fan waved his hand to interrupt him.
Teacher Song Lei, I'll go next. Everyone gasped in shock. Is this newcomer planning to go head-to-head with Lu Guang? To be honest, they didn't harbor any hostility towards Lin Fan. More than anything, they were resentful.
After all, they had all worked their way up from the bottom, participated in various competitions, and had a good understanding of each other's strength. As far as Lin Fan was concerned, they simply didn't like his sudden appearance. They wouldn't mind if we notified them 2 or 3 days in advance. If Lin Fan were to go head-to-head with Lu Guang, he would probably end up covered in wounds.
Lu Guang is a 5th-level first-class expert. His earth escape technique is superb.
Even if I came, I would suffer a loss.
Not to mention, this can withstand paint bullets. Nothing can withstand this better than earth release, earth escape technique.
He's really stubborn, wanting to prove himself. Actually, if you just waited patiently for a week, the relationship would have returned to normal long ago. However, the situation is a bit unstable this time. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and the sound reached Lin Fan's ears, but he seemed completely unfazed.
Song Lei glanced at Lin Fan with interest, then nodded and said, "Next up is our new classmate, Lin Fan." Upon hearing this, Lu Guang snorted coldly and immediately turned on the robot switch. Choose the 5th tier, level 1.
In terms of defense, his Earth is a technique that allows him to use Earth-based techniques to defend himself. Several bullets were fired first. Lu Guang swiftly formed hand seals and roared, "Earth release Earth spikes." In an instant, sharp Earth spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing each bullet precisely. Everyone immediately understood his intention. Logically speaking, the best skill of Earth escape technique is building earthen walls to defend against attacks. But Lu Guang took a different approach. This action was not intended to showcase one's skills. Instead, they wanted to give Lin Fan a warning. Bullets rained down, but Lu Guang easily deflected them with his Earth. Earth is a technique used in martial arts to deflect bullets. The last bullet, however, grazed the edge of the spikes and struck his chest. The colorful paint quickly spread across his body. Not bad, Lu Guang's reaction speed has indeed improved. Song Lei clapped his hands in satisfaction. When men compete, their strength will naturally be better displayed. Lin Fan followed up and clearly felt Lu Guang's muscles tense up, becoming even more focused. Lu Guang took off his coat, walked off the stage coldly, and stood next to Lin Fan. "I only got one, you just need to choose the 4th tier, 6th level 1. If you only get one right too, then Lu Guang, must have been blind, and I apologize to you. Conversely, if you lose, you have to tell everyone how you got in. We'll let you go after we hear your story," Lu Guang said to Lin Fan. His defiance wasn't mindless mockery, but a genuine challenge. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with approval, and even Song Lei couldn't help but give Lu Guang a thumbs up. He was also very curious as to why Lin Fan was able to become a transfer student. Yihan also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Lu Guang had a quick temper, he wasn't as bad as the villains in novels. Lin Fan responded calmly and slowly walked forward. He harbored no hostility towards Lu Guang either. "We are all members of the genius class, and we will definitely be sent to the frontier to fight against demons in the future." They were just a little unconvinced. "We'll find out once we try." Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled slightly and pressed the button on the robot. "I choose the 5th tier, 1st level." Instantly, everyone's eyes widened, casting surprised and puzzled glances. Lin Fan is only at the 4th rank in level 6, yet he dares to challenge a 5th rank in level 1? That's far too arrogant. Everyone was filled with doubt. The difference between the 5th and 4th orders is far more than just a little. It's almost like the difference between a child and an adult. In their usual sparring, it's almost always 5th tier players versus 5th tier players, and 4th tier players versus 4th tier players. And Lin Fan now actually wants to transcend his cultivation realm? This is nothing short of wishful thinking. Song Lei shook his head, thinking to himself that this kid was all talk and no action, arrogant and conceited. This bullet robot is the product of the Central Secret Arts Department of the Great Qian Dynasty, and it incorporates a special sealing technique. Its rate of fire is as fast as a 5th tier demon. With only a 4th tier strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to detect a shadow. But since he has already made his choice, there's nothing we can do about it. Gao Shangda had just placed the ancient book containing the Rinnegan and Sharingan on the table when he saw Lin Fan select the 5th tier strength and the crystal ball. "Lin Fan, he actually chose it," Gao Shangda said in surprise. The Grand Elder, however, appeared calm and composed, as if he had expected this. Lin Fan's strength is far more than this. He gently stroked the surface of the crystal ball with his palm, and Lin Fan's face became blurred as the stroke caused ripples to appear on his skin. Rinnegan. If he really reaches the 5th rank in 4 days, then, the Grand Elder and Gao Shangde said in unison.
That's just too terrifying.
What exactly is the identity of that mysterious Akatsuki leader?
They actually managed to cultivate a prodigy like Lin Fan.
The entrance to the gifted class was shrouded in thick clouds.
This guy is definitely playing dumb to fool others.
Shin Zhonghua pursed his lips, picked up his phone, and compared the news reports about Lin Fan. A powerful expert at the shadow level mingled among a group of 4th and 5th tier juniors.
Too cautious.
The phone screen was playing footage of Pain killing the Kage-level demon Armored Demon, as well as a news featurette of Lin Fan single-handedly defeating a wave of Tier 3 demons. But Shin Zhonghua didn't believe it at all. A group of Kage-level powerhouses and one super Kage-level powerhouse. They both possessed the Rinnegan and both appeared in Linhai City.
Multiple coincidences combined can only indicate inevitability. I'm afraid even the 6 paths of pain were his subordinates.
Having frequented the demon realm, he knew that the Armored Demon was the first Demon Lord's confidant.
The first Demon Lord's desire to kill Pain has now reached its peak. But these demons never expected that.
Behind Pain, the one who truly manipulates everything is actually a kid who looks like a 4th tier cultivator.
It's both funny and interesting.
Shin Zhonghua composed himself and looked at Lin Fan activating the 5th tier machine on the training ground.
What an incredibly stupid guy. All eyes turned to them. There were doubts about Lin Fan, and even more speculation about his bloodline limit.
Since Lin Fan arrived, he has never revealed his bloodline limit, and no one really knows it.
The robot suddenly fired its first bullet. Rinnegan, activate.
Lin Fan said calmly. In the blink of an eye, countless streams of chakra rapidly flowed through his meridians, condensing into pure power. His eyes flashed with a purple light.
Everyone was stunned for a moment. Dude, how do you have the Rinnegan? This thing has been almost never chosen by anyone for years. As geniuses from all over the country, they naturally understood one principle. There are no useless bloodline limits or ninjutsu.
Only users of garbage.
However, you can't just pick up a bloodline limit like that, can you? For a moment, a guess arose in everyone's mind. Could it be that the Grand Elder has taken a liking to Lin Fan's unique Rinnegan? Why was he given the opportunity to enter the gifted class? This conjecture makes sense. However, many people frowned. For example, Xiaoning and Zhao Huai, who used the white eye technique.
The two men's forehead veins bulged, their white eyes fixed on the flow of chakra within Lin Fan's meridians.
I couldn't help but gasp.
The intensity and density of the chakra in this Rinnegan are truly terrifying. In their eyes, Lin Fan's entire body seemed to be covered with strands of terrifying chakra.
Even around his eyes, they sensed an aura of death. Subconsciously, the two of them withdrew their glares with trepidation. This newcomer is definitely not as simple as he seems.
He stood in the center of the robot, his expression calm and unwavering. He slowly extended his right hand, and purple light shimmered within the circle of his Rinnegan. The paint bullets fired around his body gradually slowed down, slower and slower. Everyone stared in astonishment at that spot.
The bullets fired from the bullet robot's arm mysteriously stopped right next to Lin Fan. It was completely unable to move forward even an inch. Countless bullets rained down, yet none could reach his body. As Lin Fan slowly lowered his arm, countless bullets clattered to the ground. A huge question lingered in everyone's mind. What kind of ability is this? It's somewhat like dust release, but completely different? Could it be a unique ability of the Rinnegan?
Despite their extensive experience in previous competitions, the audience was still astonished by Lin Fan's abilities.
Lu Guang looked on blankly as Lin Fan easily dodged the hail of bullets. Can the Rinnegan really be dealt with so easily? Teacher Song, does this mean I passed the test?
Lin Fan turned to look at Son Lei, who also looked bewildered. At that moment, he felt a sudden surge of gravity erupt from Lin Fan's body. Immediately afterwards, the bullets seemed like obedient children floating around Lin Fan.
Song Lei pondered for a moment, caught in a dilemma. Does this count as approved? He could tell that Lin Fan's move was completely meaningless for the test. Lin Fan could naturally see Song Lei's predicament. Teacher Song, how about I test it again?
My abilities did indeed seem a bit like cheating in this test. After all, the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei combined with the gravitational force of Bansho Tenon, it's enough to easily create a protective shield around you, similar to a no-limit spell.
Song Lei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and said,
That's acceptable,
but do you have any other moves?
As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to Lin Fan.
Most people with the same type of chakra only have one ability. Could Lin Fan create another different ability? Lin Fan nodded.
His words immediately caused a sensation.
I have 2 bloodline limits. It's okay. 2 bloodline limits? Omega? Really?
Everyone stared in disbelief at Lin Fan, who stood in the center of the robot. Even
Even Lu Guan's face was filled with shock.
At this moment, some people suddenly understood the elder's profound meaning. It turns out, this transfer student doesn't care how strong their connections are.
It really depends on talent.
2 bloodline limits are priceless treasures in any country, making them the top choice for training.
Not to mention the resource-rich Dakian. What is Lin Fan's other bloodline limit?
Lin Fan shrugged, and a surge of scarlet chakra suddenly erupted from his meridians. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot.
Immediately, a jet-black boomerang pattern appeared in their eyes. Everyone was confused once again. Is this another kind of eye technique? But why has this eye technique never been recorded?
Looking into Lin Fan's unfamiliar eyes, no one could discern what kind of bloodline limit this was.
On Earth, there are many types of bloodline limits for eye techniques.
There are roughly the Rinnegan, Sharingan, Byakugan, Red Eyes, and so on.
However, what exactly is the second bloodline limit that Lin Fan is now displaying? Lin Fan's Sharingan has evolved again.
Gao Shangda looked into Lin Fan's eyes in the crystal ball, his brows furrowed, and he exclaimed in surprise.
It should be noted that he was present at the trial battle yesterday. I watched the whole process.
At that time, Lin Fan's Sharingan had only twisted 3 tomo.
It's only been a day since we last met.
Lin Fan's Sharingan seems to have evolved again, transforming into a shape composed of 3 sides.
Even through the crystal ball, Gao Shangda could still sense. Lin Fan's Sharingan seemed to exude a terrifying malice.
It seemed that his strength had improved once again. The elder stroked his beard, a thoughtful expression on his face, and said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, his gaze fell on the ancient book about the Rinnegan and Sharingan that Gao Shangda had just placed on the table. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. These ancient books were collected and compiled from various places.
Elder, is it recorded here? Someone asked. Early in the morning, after parting ways with Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai, Gao Shangda went to look up information about the Sharingan. Gao Shangda lowered his head and replied, no. The last few dozen pages were almost completely destroyed, leaving no trace whatsoever.
He reported respectfully.
Is that so? The elder's voice gradually lowered.
His cloudy eyes gleamed, as if he were brewing some complex thoughts.
Lin Fan is about to use the power of the Sharingan. Gao Shangda reminded him.
The elder immediately turned his head to look. Everyone felt a violent burst of chakra suddenly erupt from Lin Fan.
This feeling is completely different from the Rinnegan. If the Rinnegan exudes an aura of overwhelming power, like the arrival of a tyrant,
the Sharingan, on the other hand, is filled with an aura of hatred and bloodshed. Both of these styles have their own merits, and both are breathtaking.
A surge of intense emotions welled up within everyone. They have understood.
Lin Fan's strength is far more than that. Perhaps this is just the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan slowly activated the switch on the bullet robot once again. Several bullets streaked through the air at high speed. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at Lin Fan, who was gathered in the center of the robot. He simply shifted his body slightly and instantly dodged the incoming bullets. Dozens of bullets erupted from the bullet robot's gun muzzle, shooting towards Lin Fan from all directions with varying trajectories. But Lin Fan handled it with ease. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, casually twisting his body. The bullets were dodged one by one in an extremely skillful manner through his nimble movements.
This scene left everyone speechless.
Only the 2 awakened beings with white eyes kept shaking their heads and swallowing. Such insight is something they would find difficult to achieve even if they were to personally take action. Not to mention someone like Lin Fan who handled it with such ease. With the final gunshot, 60 bullets rained down on Lin Fan like a tidal wave. This time, relying solely on agility to evade is no longer possible.
How will Lin Fan respond?
His face was expressionless, but his body stood firmly in place, motionless. With a slight twitch of his lips, he uttered 2 clear words. The bullet seemed to pass right through his body, as if it were nothing.
Countless bullets pierced through Lin Fan's body. It finally landed on the ground of the training ground. He passed the test again unscathed. Everything seemed calm and composed, but it left everyone present speechless with shock. It's important to know that the tests set by Song Lei are usually passed perfectly by only 1 or 2 students in a class.
Lin Fan, however, broke this record by fusing 2 bloodline limits on his own.
That final wave of bullets? How exactly did Lin Fan dodge it?
In that instant, everyone saw that Lin Fan seemed to have entered extreme speed mode. Immediately afterwards, all the bullets passed right through his body.
What kind of divine skill is this? Could it be the legendary, long-lost secret technique, the Flying Thunder God technique?
This time, Lin Fan truly exploded.
Teacher Song, does this test count?
Lin Fan slowly stepped out from the encirclement of the 6 robots and walked in front of everyone.
Song Lei was stunned for a moment.
To be honest, he didn't quite understand how Lin Fan dodged that move either. I only vaguely saw Lin Fan's body flash by.
Then none of the bullets hit their mark.
Of course, your score this time is a perfect pass. This time, Lin Fan truly dodged the bullets thanks to his skillful movement.
Song Lei would feel guilty if he didn't give Lin Fan a perfect result.
He then understood why the Grand Elder had insisted on including Lin Fan in the genius class class even though it had already been open for a week. With such a terrifying genius appearing in the Great Qin dynasty, if he were the Grand Elder, he would definitely devote all his resources to nurturing him.
Thank you, Teacher Song.
Lin Fan nodded and walked off the stage amidst the gazes of the crowd.
Just as he was about to sit down and rest, Lu Guang immediately ran over, lowered his head, and said to Lin Fan in a loud voice, "Brother Lin, Lu Guang, am completely convinced. I am extremely sorry for what I just did. I'm truly sorry." Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lu Guang's expression.
A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. That's what makes him a real man.
He waved his hand. "It's okay, I don't mind at all.
Besides, I joined later, so it's normal for people to feel it's unfair."
As soon as Lin Fan said this, many people in the genius class nodded in approval.
Lin Fan, if you had told me earlier that you had this level of skill, who would have dared to doubt it? You've already done a remarkable job of cultivating 2 bloodline limits to this level in just 1 year.
By the way, Lin Fan, where did you just come from?
Logically speaking, I knew almost all the geniuses in the country last year.
Could you be from a reclusive family? Everyone stared at Lin Fan with curiosity. Although Yi Han, who possessed the ability to multiply, knew a little about the inside story, he didn't know much more.
Like everyone else, he expected Lin Fan to provide a complete answer. After being impressed by Lin Fan's strength, everyone's most pressing question became his background. Inside the Kyoto conference room, the Grand Elder nearly shattered the crystal ball with a slap.
What did he see? This is spatial power? Am I getting old and my eyesight is failing? This is a spatial fluctuation?
The Grand Elder stared at Lin Fan and the crystal ball with a look of astonishment, inwardly marveling at his performance. He clearly saw those distinctive Sharingan eyes.
It seems to possess the ability to influence space?
The Grand Elder is different from ordinary Kage-level teachers, or even near Kage-level teachers in the genius class. He possesses strength at the level of a super king. Naturally, it was immediately clear that Lin Fan was not using an ordinary dodging technique. But the moment the paint bullet was fired, Lin Fan's body suddenly twisted. The bullet, however, seemed to pass right through the air.
This is clearly the power of space.
Using the power of space, the body is twisted into another dimension to dodge bullet attacks.
Lin Fan's other bloodline limit actually has the ability to influence space to a certain extent?
The Grand Elder instantly had a completely new assessment of Lin Fan's value. We must dedicate all our resources to nurturing them. Gao Shangde, who was standing to the side unaware of the situation, nodded approvingly. It seems that with the Sharingan's enhancement, Lin Fan's movement skills are indeed stronger than many others, although his perception was not as terrifying as the Grand Elder's. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder slowly said,
"Has Lin Fan mentioned his Sharingan abilities to you these past few days?" The Grand Elder stared into Gao Shangde's eyes and asked. Gao Shangde pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said,
"Reporting to the Grand Elder, Lin Fan did not tell me about this." The Elder muttered to himself, his hazy gaze once again fixed on the crystal ball.
How many secrets are still hidden? On a deeper level, that so-called Akatsuki organization, that mysterious leader. Just what kind of being is it? The entrance to the gifted class. In the white mist of the sky, Qin Zhonghua's lips twitched slightly. Others cannot see it, but he, though standing in the sky, can see it all clearly. Lin Fan wasn't actually using his body to dodge. Instead, at the moment the bullets were fired, it completely blurred its body to avoid the attack. None of the people in the training ground noticed. This kid has been holding back again.
Qin Zhonghua cautiously glanced at the news report about Lin Fan on his phone screen.
He only has one Rinnegan?
He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I didn't believe you for a second. A shadow who can master spatial abilities would be considered a top-tier fighter in any world.
Not to mention this is the human realm.
Qin Zhonghua has cultivated for decades, but he has only mastered one space ninjutsu, the instantaneous space technique. However, it has stringent usage conditions and consumes a great deal of resources. It almost consumed 1/10 of his chakra. However, after using this spatial ability, Lin Fan remained completely calm, his breathing steady, and he showed no signs of panting. How could Qin Zhonghua not be shocked? Just as he was enjoying the play, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Countless clouds quickly enveloped him, completely concealing his presence within the thick clouds. A shadow-level expert with the aura of a celestial being is approaching from afar. The hostility is intense, but it doesn't seem to be directed at me. Qin Zhonghua looked with great interest at Lin Fan, who was surrounded by a crowd in the center of the training ground, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It looks like this guy is here to see Lin Fan. There's going to be a good show tonight. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound rang out from inside the security booth. Qin Zhonghua showed a helpless expression. Your newspaper never comes at other times, but you always deliver it at this particular time. Now that's bad. Even the time for watching the show has been reduced. He suddenly appeared in the security booth. His security guard uniform was spotless and impeccably clean. He picked up the newspaper, opened the door, and walked towards the training ground. In the center of the training ground, everyone's attention turned to Lin Fan. For a moment, they even forgot to conduct the test. Lin Fan looked at everyone and gave gave them a gentle smile.
How about we finish today's test first? Then I'll explain the whole story to everyone. He followed Song Lei's gaze and hurriedly said.
The group exchanged glances. So, one by one, they stepped forward to be tested.
Soon after, various chakra auras rose into the air.
Dust release, the Ikugan, lightning release, all sorts of strange and unusual escape techniques were available, broadening Lin Fan's horizons.
He even saw someone using would-release ninjutsu.
Most strangely, he also saw a 4th tier, 9th level awaken being cast an illusion. As a result, during the fight with that paint robot, his whole body was riddled with countless holes from the paint. He eventually retreated in a sorry state amidst the laughter of the crowd. Illusionists typically have weaker reaction times and speeds. Yihan possesses the multiplying technique, making him thick-skinned and tough, but he still cannot achieve effective small-scale speed reactions. In the blink of an eye, countless paint spots were suddenly splashed onto his massive body. This immediately caused many people to burst into laughter.
Song Lei picked up the roll call sheet, checked it to make sure it was correct, and nodded, saying, "Alright, now it's free time."
At Song Lei's command, everyone gathered around Lin Fan again. Lin Fan, it's your turn to speak now.
To be honest, I spent most of the afternoon guessing. You wouldn't happen to be a peerless genius sent by some reclusive family and then discovered by the Grand Elder and sent directly into the genius class, would you? Lin Fan's strength does justify this speculation. Otherwise, why didn't we see Lin Fan during last year's competition for the genius class?
Even Lu Guang nodded in agreement with this statement.
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at their vivid imagination. No, I'm actually just from Linhai City. These words immediately left everyone confused. Linhai City? Is that the Linhai City in the southeast of the Great Qian Dynasty?
I remember that place hasn't produced any strong awakened individuals for several years.
Lin Fan, you're not playing us, are you? Doubts gradually spread among the crowd.
Lin Fan was about to explain. Suddenly, an aged voice came from behind. Your newspapers have been delivered early today. He turned around and saw Qin Zhonghua dressed in a security guard uniform.
Uncle Qin. Thank you, Uncle Qin, for bringing the newspaper again.
Yeah, I'm going crazy from not being able to keep up with the news for a week.
So, should we listen to Lin Fan first, or read the newspaper first? A commotion immediately erupted around them.
Lin Fan looked at Qin Zhonghua's face, which was covered in white hair, with a look of disgust.
Qin Zhonghua was no exception.
Two people with Super Kage level strength were disgusted by each other's despicable method of hiding their strength.
Uncle Qin, thank you for your hard work.
Out of politeness, Lin Fan quickly replied.
It's not hard, it's not hard. If I can live to see some people's faces, I'll kick my coffin lid off. Qin Zhonghua shook his head and said,
Uncle Qin is truly blessed with superhuman strength.
If you have time tonight, shall we chat some more? Lin Fan took the opportunity to extend an invitation. As you like. Qin Zhonghua waved his hand and walked unsteadily toward the security booth, looking exactly like an old man whose physical functions were deteriorating.
Lin Fan glanced helplessly at his back, then turned back.
Suddenly, a scream rang out. Come and see. Lin Fan is on the front page of the newspaper? Everyone crowded around to read the newspaper. Lien Song Lei also walked over. Lin Fan's portrait was printed on the front page of the newspaper. Wow, what earth-shattering thing did Lin Fan do? It actually made the front page of the newspaper. That must be a major event, almost a movie-level event, right? I'll read it to you.
4 days ago, Lin Fan, a student from Linhai No. 1 Middle School, awakened all his bloodline limits during the awakening ceremony, ultimately awakening the Rinnegan.
Awakened all bloodline limits. No wonder the Rinnegan's talent is so strong. Wait, I want to ask if you've noticed something.
Xiao Ning raised her hand to ask a question.
What is it? Xiao Ning, stop beating around the bush and just say it. Lu Guang was getting impatient.
Xiao Ning timidly pointed to Lin Fan, whose face remained calm. Lin Fan participated in the awakening ceremony 4 days ago.
A carefree classmate scratched his head, not noticing anything amiss.
4 days ago, his talent was quite high. He actually cultivated to the 6th level of the 4th tier and could even withstand the speed of a bullet from the 1st level of the 5th tier.
Ha! Awakened 4 days ago? Xiao Ning, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Xiao Ning nodded solemnly to the person standing next to the newspaper.
You're not mistaken, Brother Lin. He did awaken 4 days ago.
When Lin and I walked over just now,
he had already told me about it. Yihan stepped forward, looking at the stunned crowd, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart.
However, not many people paid him any attention.
All eyes were on Lin Fan, the 4th stage of the 4 days. They too struggled through the mud and made their way out step by step.
Truth originates from practice.
They progressed step by step from level 0 to level 4, and some even reached level 5.
He naturally knows how many hardships he went through. Level stagnation, bottlenecks, inner demons, many factors hinder their progress. Zhao Huai, who is currently ranked first in his class, majors in white eyes and Tai Chi.
However, it took him half a year to reach the 4th level. It took him another 6 months to raise his strength to level 5 and become a top performer.
And Lin Fan.
In just 4 days, they achieved the results of a year of hard work. Everyone felt their mouths go dry and their
eyes were filled with shock. If Lin Fan stayed in the genius class for a few more days, would he immediately break through to the 5th rank?
In an instant, this group of genius teenagers, who had been called other people's children since childhood, felt an indescribable sense of frustration. Moreover, this sense of frustration is difficult to dispel.
Lin Fan, is the news in the newspaper true?
Someone looked at Lin Fan and asked, full of doubt.
If it's not true, then that's alright. Yes, that's alright.
Lin Fan nodded calmly.
So, reaching the 4th tier of strength in just 4 days?
Everyone was so shocked that their mouths dropped open, as if they wanted to bite Lin Fan. They originally thought that the Grand Elder had only allowed Lin Fan to enter because of his outstanding performance in certain aspects.
But now, they understand completely. This guy is simply unbelievably amazing. Such talent is hard for anyone to handle. They used to consider themselves geniuses. Upon hearing Lin Fan's story, he immediately became a laughingstock.
Everyone stared at Lin Fan as if he were a monster.
Xiao Ning, I'll continue reading, Xiao Ning said timidly, then continued.
2 days ago, Linhai City was invaded by demons. 6 mysterious Kage-level powerhouses known as the 5 Paths of Pain appeared and used their Rinnegan to save Linhai City from the crisis.
The following day, Linhai City was once again subjected to a large-scale attack by demons.
The battlefield was divided into 4 areas, east, south, west, and north.
The 6 Paths of Pain were dispersed to 3 of these battlefields.
Ultimately, victory was achieved without any suspense. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at Linhai No. 1 Middle School, Lin Fan, who had only awakened his powers 3 days prior, used the power of his Rinnegan to proactively confront a wave of 500 third-tier demons. Ultimately, victory was achieved.
Xiao Ning read very quickly, clearly, and logically.
But the further he read, the softer his voice became. The reason was simple. They were all stunned by Lin Fan. The entire training ground fell silent because of this incident. You could hear a pin drop.
Didn't they only lose contact for a week? Such a dramatic change has actually occurred, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. The most shocking thing is, this transfer student, Lin Fan, actually managed to hold off a wave of 500 third-tier demons all by himself?
Even veterans like Son Lei, who had retired from the frontier and personally fought against demons, looked on in disbelief.
This tiny creature is able to fight against demons.
It's important to understand that although the gifted class is called the gifted class, they have never truly experienced a life or death struggle against blood and demons. Normally, training takes at least 3 months. Only after a period of training can one be sent to the frontier to complete the transformation from a novice to a soldier. After all, everyone in the genius class is a pillar of the future of the Great Qian central government. Before reaching a certain stage of development, no mistakes should be allowed.
Lin Fan actually slaughtered the entire wave of demons with his own strength.
They are several levels ahead of their peers. This isn't just crushing his peers, it's clearly crushing people much older than him.
Dude, you really fought off a demon horde? You've only been awakened for 4 days, and you've already fought against demons? The newspaper. Could it be that Grandpa Qin took the wrong one? There's only 1 serving per week. How could they possibly have taken the wrong one? The only reasonable explanation is that it's real?
Seeing the astonished looks on everyone's faces, Lin Fan nodded calmly, his expression unchanged.
The newspaper is correct.
It's just that the quantity was incorrect.
There were about 800 demons fighting me at the time.
Lin Fan rested his chin on his hand, recalling the scene of fighting the demons yesterday, and said solemnly, the demons that hadn't yet emerged from the spatial rift were all easily dealt with by him using the strange fire arrows of the Azura path.
That's why the teachers and students didn't notice. Lin Fan, can you please stop being so calm? Is there a big difference between 500 and 800?
Hearing you say that,
I thought demons were like rotten cabbages that you could see anywhere on the street.
The students in the gifted class finally understood.
No wonder the Grand Elder insisted on forcing Lin Fan in. If it were any of the powerful people present, anyone making the decision would act like the Grand Elder. This is the real genius of the gifted class.
Looking at Lin Fan's calm and composed expression,
everyone suddenly felt their bodies swaying precariously. Lin Fan's appearance. Let them deeply understand the gap that even hard work can't bridge.
The Lin Fan in front of me.
That's the real genius, isn't it? Even Yihan's solid, fatty flesh trembled involuntarily. When Lin Fan spoke to him earlier, he didn't mention anything about repelling a wave of demons. Thinking of this, now, the newspapers are publishing detailed reports about this matter in bold black and white.
Looking across the country, countless geniuses and outstanding talents have emerged over the centuries.
But who else could do what Lin Fan did? This strength is simply terrifying.
Lin Fan looked at their shocked expressions, but his face remained calm.
After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh and speak.
I don't need to go into details about my background, it's just what you've seen in the newspapers. Seeing Lin Fan remain so calm, everyone was furious.
They naively thought he was just casually mentioning some trivial matters. Now that they know the truth, they can't wait to beat him up.
Like that classmate of yours who only knows how to play 4-character games. Suddenly you tell you he got first place in the grade. This is way too much like Versailles.
Lin Fan, what exactly is your second bloodline bloodline limit. It looks a lot like the Sharingan, but it's not exactly. Among the crowd, one rational person couldn't help but ask a question. These words piqued everyone's curiosity once again. Lin Fan's second bloodline limit seems to be completely unrecorded in any ancient texts. It resembles both red and white eyes, but the three side-like eyes also evoke the Sharingan. However, the Sharingan usually only has one tomo, so how could it possess such an ability? Lin Fan simply nodded. You guessed right, the eyes were used in another test. It is indeed the Sharingan.
Many people suddenly became breathless, as if they had seen some kind of ghost.
First, the Rinnegan shattered their understanding. This time, even the Sharingan shattered their previous prejudices. Brother Lin Fan, do you have any secrets to your cultivation? Xiao Ning, who was reading from the newspaper, asked in a weak voice.
Lin Fan must have other means to raise his strength to this level.
Everyone looked at Lin Fan with anticipation, trying to glean some clues from his handsome face.
Lin Fan shook his head. Work hard, practice, go to bed early and get up early.
Every morning when I wake up, I feel like I've become stronger.
Faced with the questioning looks from the crowd, he helplessly spread his hands. He truly persevered in just that simple way.
With my own efforts, there's nothing else to it. After hearing Lin Fan's answer, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Indeed, there is a huge gap between such geniuses in them.
Inside the security booth, Qin Zhonghua sat leisurely in a chair. With his full chakra perception, he heard everything being said in the training ground.
This kid, how can he be such a show-off? If I were younger, I would have been so angry that I couldn't help but go up and beat him up myself. Qin Zhonghua rolled his eyes.
He even claimed to have reached the 4th level in 4 days. I wonder where this old monster came from.
However, it seems that no ancient monsters who use the Rinnegan and Sharingan have ever been seen in history.
Thinking of this, Qin Zhonghua stood up from his chair, his brows furrowed.
I've never seen anything like it before.
He paused. So where did this guy come from? After thinking for a long time, Qin Zhonghua still couldn't come up with any reasonable explanation. Lin Fan hadn't touched any of the chakra from the realms of immortals and gods or demons, so he could be ruled out first.
As for the survivors of that bloody battle 1,000 years ago, that would require a powerhouse at the near 6 paths level. Could it really be something he cultivated?
As soon as this absurd thought popped into his head, Qin Zhonghua subconsciously glanced at Lin Fan inside the gate. Then he looked up at the sky.
There are too many people, it'll be difficult to make a move, won't it?
Shrugging, Qin Zhonghua turned his gaze to the mountainside where the sun was about to set. The shadow-level expert from the immortal realm was hiding there, seemingly cultivating in peace under the glow of the setting sun.
Forget it, I'm too old anyway, it's best to just watch the show for now. Qin Zhonghua suddenly burst out laughing. Do you think Lin Fan is an easy target, someone you can just bully?
Actually, there's an incredibly hard rock hidden inside him. Half an hour had passed by the time Xiao Ning finished reading the newspaper. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clouds on the mountainside red, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The setting sun cast its glow upon everyone, as if coating them with a thin layer of red light. Lin Fan was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the ground. In the past half hour, everyone had already regarded him as the top student in the class. They surrounded him, asking all sorts of questions and inquiring about various things. The 8 great families of Kyoto, the Gao family, the Bai family, the Luo family, the Lu family, the Li family, the Zhao family, the Su family, and the Shiman family. During this casual conversation, they all extended olive branches to him. Even Song Lei began to look at him with more suspicion. However, Lin Fan politely declined, saying he had no plans at the moment. In fact, logically speaking, he had already established connections with Gao Shangda's Gao family, Bai Xingjian's Bai family, Luo Mengdia's Luo family, and the Li family of elderly Changsheng. Now, he has the support of the top combat forces of the great Qian dynasty. Moreover, his own strength has already reached the level of Super Kage, and he faintly has the aura of quasi-6 paths.
In addition, with the system at hand, how could he possibly care about the paltry benefits offered to him by the other 4 great families? As darkness fell, Song Lei announced the end of the meeting. The group of people went in 2s and 3s, preparing to invite Lin Fan to eat in the cafeteria together, but Lin Fan declined once again. I'm sorry everyone, Auntie sent food to our room, no, to my room. I plan to eat it when I get back. He recalled Luo Mengjia's words and said calmly.
Hearing this, everyone could only cast envious glances at him. Geniuses are geniuses, even their food, clothing, and housing are different from theirs.
They couldn't refute it either.
After all, Lin Fan's talent and strength are truly astonishing. In this test, he consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class. Even Zhao Huai, who cultivated the white eye in Tai Chi, shook his head repeatedly, saying that he was no match for him. Lin Fan gently activated the myriad manifestations' heavenly guidance, giving Zhao Huai no chance to make a move. The crowd then dispersed. As soon as the meeting ended, Yi Han, who was practicing the expansion technique, rushed to the cafeteria like lightning, afraid that he would miss out on food. This scene made Lin Fan unable to suppress a laugh.
Alright, let's go back first. Meng Dai must be starving. With that thought in mind, he slowly walked back to the dormitory building and went straight to the top floor.
The door to the top floor room was locked.
shocked. Sister Meng Dai, I'm back. Lin Fan knocked on the door. A soft, melodious voice came from inside the room. Lin Fan, how are you? Are you alright? They didn't bully you, did they? See, you got what you deserved for bullying me. The door opened, revealing a gloating, beautiful face. It was Luo Mengdai who covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She was stunned to see that Lin Fan was unharmed. Luo Mengdai stared blankly at Lin Fan, whose face remained expressionless. You're not hurt? Nobody said anything to you? How come you're so calm? Lin Fan slowly walked into the room, straightening his posture, giving Luo Mengdai a chance to look him over. Her brain short-circuited. Logically, today's ability test should be about dodging attacks from bullet robots. She believed that Lin Fan could easily pass the test using the Divine Luo Heavenly Conquest. But most importantly, it was the pressure from the other students in the gifted class. The gifted program has been running for almost a month. Lin Fan's arrival as a transfer student will definitely cause a lot of complaints. Luo Mengdai was just thinking. Lin Fan returned crying after being bullied, and she, as the leader, stood up for her. This is to repay the small favor Lin Fan did for patting my head at noon. Looking left and right, there was nothing unusual at all. They didn't even notice a single wrinkle on the clothes. Lin Fan casually sat down in the chair, pointed to the chair next to him, and gestured for Luo Mengdai to sit down. After a while, Luo Mengdai listened to the whole story of what Lin Fan had experienced at noon. You're really lucky, kid. He first used two completely different bloodline limits and passed the test unscathed. Immediately afterwards, the news from the genius class arrived, making Lin Fan, this prodigy who reached the 4th level in 4 days, the focus of the entire class. And so, Lin Fan successfully became the top student in his class. Luo Mengdai felt a little disappointed. This guy's strength has been completely exposed to the genius class. It seems that her attempt to use this opportunity to demonstrate her status in front of Lin Fan is futile. This little guy. Thinking of how she shyly hid under the covers when Lin Fan patted her head at noon, Luo Mengdai trembled with anger. However, she also secretly made up her mind. If Lin Fan encounters any danger in the future, she will definitely be the one to protect him. Lin Fan will definitely be grateful to her then. Thinking of this, Luo Mengdia's eyes became even more determined. Looking at Luo Mengdia's adorable and innocent appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but want to ruffle her hair again. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the chopped and washed vegetables on the cutting board. Then I noticed that there were 4 or 5 brand new outfits of different styles on the bed. Luo Mengdai seemed to notice Lin Fan's gaze and said with a smile, "Hee, didn't expect that, did you? I was thinking of becoming your bodyguard in the future. I didn't have anything to do at noon, so I cleaned up the dormitory. And then, I don't know how to cook, so I made some rice and chopped up the vegetables and left them there for you to cook when you get back. As for," she pointed to the clothes on Lin Fan's bed, "since you didn't bring any change of clothes, I asked Gao Shanda to collect your old sizes. Then I bought some clothes for you to change into according to your size. How about it? Isn't my sister Mengdai thoughtful enough?" Luo Mengdai stood up, took out various daily necessities from the bag and placed them on the table. "These are all yours." She smiled, her 2 dimples were very charming. Looking at these, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Lin Fan was stunned for a while, feeling a warm glow in his heart. "TCH, just don't touch me again." Luo Mengdai pouted, feigning a cold snort, full of arrogance. "I'll definitely do it next time." Lin Fan responded with a smile, not taking her words to heart at all. Luo Mengdai clenched her small fist, about to reach out at Lin Fan. Lin Fan dashed into the kitchen and shouted, "Mengdai, don't hit me. If you hit me, I won't get to eat anything good." Luo Mengdai curled her lips in disgust and turned back to continue tidying the room. Half an hour later, the sky had darkened. A full moon hangs high in the night sky. The students in the genius class have time to expend their chakra in advance each night. Only a few people remained at the training ground for extra practice. At this moment, all around was quiet. The lights on the top floor of the dormitory for gifted students suddenly came on. Looking at the delicious-looking food in front of her, Luo Mengdai had a great appetite and started eating heartily. "Lin Fan, you're only 18 years old. How come your cooking skills are so good?" Luo Mengdai was completely baffled. Although she was a few years older than Lin Fan, she knew almost nothing about cooking. "What can I say? It's innate." Lin Fan took a bite of rice and responded indifferently. "TCH." Luo Mengdai glared at him and said, "The person who marries you in the future will be very lucky." Lin Fan looked into Luo Mengdia's beautiful, sparkling eyes and felt a warmth in his heart. "I only share my cooking with people I consider important, so you have to cherish it." Before she finished speaking, Luo Mengdia's cheeks flushed instantly, as if her whole body was radiating heat. "That bastard Lin Fan, he's bullying me again." Luo Mengdai blushed and quickly threw down her bowl and chopsticks, then leaped into the opaque mosquito net. Watching her flee like a child, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Fan laughed for a while before stopping. "Alright, Mengdai, I'm not teasing you anymore. This young girl looks like she's in her early 20s, but her temperament is no different from that of a teenage girl." What Lin Fan didn't know was that Luo Mengdai only showed this girlish side of herself in front of him.
him. In front of others, she is a cold-blooded killer. Lin Fan wanted to finish all the dishes on the table, but his gaze turned to Luo Mengjia's bed, which was tightly covered by a mosquito net. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Sister Mengdai, does Qin Zhongwa drink? At this moment, Luo Mengdai peeked out from under the mosquito net, her blush still fresh. Uncle Qin, I feel like having a drink, she replied. Then I'll take these 2 bottles of wine? Lin Fan picked up 2 dark green bottles of liquor from the bag containing fruits and vegetables. Early in the morning, Luo Mengdai asked her aunt for some beer in order to make braised pork. Lin Fan was distracted at noon and forgot to brew the wine, so he stayed behind. Then I'll go visit Qin Zhongwa. I feel he has a lot to say to me. Lin Fan waved, indicating that he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Luo Mengdai turned fierce and said like a kitten, hurry up and go. I won't feel comfortable if you stay here. The scene of the 2 meeting so quickly this morning was deeply etched in Luo Mengjia's mind, and she naturally understood Lin Fan. Okay, thank you, Sister Mengdai. Lin Fan smiled, turned around and walked out of the room. Only then did Luo Mengdai slowly get off the bed. Why am I so shy in front of Lin Fan? Luo Mengdai, you weren't like this before. She wanted to slap herself twice to wake herself up. As soon as she was by Lin Fan's side, she inexplicably turned into this. I can't possibly fall for this kid, can I? Luo Mengdai stood in the room, a fierce storm of thought raging in her mind. Lin Fan leisurely walked down the dormitory building, carrying a bottle of wine. Lin Fan walked downstairs, and a few scattered classmates also walked over from a distance. Brother Lin, why did you go out? Aren't you supposed to be refining chakra in the dorm? With your talent, Brother Lin, do you really need to refine chakra? Are you guys looking down on Brother Lin? The way people address Lin Fan has been upgraded from Lin Fan to Brother Lin. It's nothing. Uncle Qin opened the door for me today, so I just went to pay him a visit. Lin Fan responded with a slight smile. The wine bottle in his hand was put into a black plastic bag. The rules and regulations for the gifted program are extremely strict. If someone is caught drinking alcohol, they will almost certainly be dismissed immediately. This is too much of a price for everyone. Of course, Lin Fan is not bound by such mundane rules. After all, who is he? The 3 exchanged a smile and waved goodbye to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had a smooth journey, and by nightfall, very few of the students from the genius class were still outside. Lin Fan suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked towards the horizon. The aura he felt when he got off the train in Kyoto reappeared in the sky. This time, he clearly felt that the aura was directed at him. That's a really strange chakra. Moreover, it was tinged with obvious hostility. Lin Fan shook his head, ignoring it, and quickly walked to the front door. He had already sensed the guy's strength. They still dare to come knocking on our door? Is this a case of not wanting to die fast enough? Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at the gate security booth. Qin Zhongwa was yawning and occasionally snoring, seemingly asleep. I don't believe you're still sleeping. Lin Fan stared at Qin Zhongwa with a look of disgust and slammed the wine bottle in his hand onto the table in the security booth. At this moment, Qin Zhongwa slowly opened his blurry eyes and said, pretending not to recognize him, who are you? Have we met before? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then felt even more speechless. Stop playing dead. Qin Zhongwa suddenly jumped up from the recliner, grabbed a bottle of beer, and gulped it down. That felt great. He wiped his mouth and laughed. You're pretty good at this kind of thing, kid. I thought you were all brawn and no brains, but I didn't expect you to go out of your way to bring me wine. Lin Fan casually pulled over a chair and sat down. Speaking of which, don't you think it's a bit of a disgrace that a super shadow level powerhouse like you is working as an unknown security guard here? Lin Fan asked directly, though he was very curious. What could possibly motivate a powerhouse at the shadow level to willingly become a security guard? This work could last for 1 or 2 years, or even more than 10 years. TCH. Qin Zhongwa put down the bottle dismissively. And what about you? You're a super shadow level powerhouse, that's one thing, but you also have mastered the power of space, that's another thing. You even used spatial power to make those low-level, near-Kage level awaken think you were evading them using the Sharingan's perception ability. To be honest, you're better at pretending than I am. Qin Zhongwa drank beer while laughing heartily without any regard for his image. I've only been cultivating for 4 days. How much progress could I possibly have made? Lin Fan was about to explain, but Qin Zhongwa interrupted him. You only have 4 days? Do you see this emerald green wine bottle? Qin Zhongwa placed the wine bottle in front of him. If that's true, I'll swallow this glass, shards and all, right in front of you. Can one reach the transcendent realm in just 4 days of training? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Qin Zhongwa lived for over 100 years. When he was born, the fathers of Li Changsheng, the great elder of the great Qian dynasty, had not yet been born. He has met countless people. No one has ever reached the transcendent realm in 4 days. The most terrifying talent is only reaching the transcendental realm within a year. However, that was before the 1,000-year blood war. Lin Fan smiled slightly, his expression bitter and helpless. These days, nobody believes you when you tell the truth. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that what you're saying is too outrageous. Qin Zhongwa sneered. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen anyone become a super shadow shadow in just 4 days. Although I can't tell which era you're from, at least you don't carry the aura of the immortal realm or the demon realm." These words made Lin Fan's pupils shrink.
Sure enough, his questioning yielded some useful information.
First of all, it has lived for hundreds of years, spanning multiple eras. To this day, the entire world's effective history of awakening rituals is only about 100 years.
The awakening ritual didn't just begin 100 years ago, did it? In other words, Qin Zhonghua is very likely an old monster from the previous era.
Having survived this long by sheer luck, I've hidden my true strength and inexplicably resigned myself to being a lowly security guard.
This world is far more complex than it appears on the surface.
Another point is the realm of immortals and gods that Qin Zhonghua mentioned. Lin Fan had heard this word once from Gao Shangda when they were on their way to Kyoto.
Gao Shangda chose to remain silent and did not tell him.
And now, this word has come out of Qin Zhonghua's mouth again. Lin Fan pushed another bottle of wine in front of Qin Zhonghua and asked,
"What is the realm of immortals and gods? Is it opposed to the realm of demons and monsters?" His question left Qin Zhonghua stunned.
"Brother, I'm begging you, stop pretending to be young. You don't even know this?"
Qin Zhonghua shook his head helplessly.
Information about the realm of immortals and gods is readily available to powerful awakened beings among humanity.
Lin Fan doesn't know? Are you kidding me? He clenched his fists, a nameless rage burning within him. "Qin Zhonghua, I really don't know,"
Lin Fan said, word by word. Seeing his reaction, Qin Zhonghua could only wave his hand helplessly.
"You should be able to sense that aura in the eastern sky, right?"
Qin Zhonghua waved his hand, and an invisible protective membrane immediately enveloped the surroundings.
"As for forming hand seals like Gao Shangda,
once you reach the Super Kage level, who still needs to use hand seals? Aside from the blue shark Lin Fan had seen in his previous life, who else would obediently form hand seals with you? That aura is the scent of a celestial lord from the immortal realm whose bloodline has fused with that of a human.
Do you understand?
He seems quite hostile towards you.
If you don't understand, catch him when he attacks you at night and teach him a good lesson, then you'll understand. Do you understand?"
Qin Zhonghua pointed to the aura in the sky, looking like he was seriously teaching tactics. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself,
"So that aura came from the realm of immortals and gods. No wonder it felt completely different from demons and monsters."
After listening to him, Qin Zhonghua put his shirt down again.
All right, if there's nothing else, you can go now. I bet your girl is still waiting for you to come back."
He had barely finished speaking when he lay back down on the recliner.
"Remember to make a big commotion tonight, so I can also watch the show."
Lin Fan ignored him and walked straight towards the dormitory building.
"I'll come again tomorrow." After saying that, he left without looking back. Qin Zhonghua let out a slight sigh of relief.
This kid speaks so sincerely, I can't tell if he's telling the truth or not,
whether it's true or false. As long as things are exciting enough, that's fine. Inside a palace near the Forbidden City, the Grand Elder stood in the largest library in the entire Great Qin dynasty.
His eyes were dim, as if he were deep in thought. The library was surrounded by countless ancient books, and the entire library exuded an ancient and weathered atmosphere. The night was quiet, with only a few lights still on. The elder reached out, and countless pages immediately began to flip.
In the midst of the dazzling display, an ancient book suddenly flew in front of him.
The cover appears to be made from the skin of a demon, exuding a violent aura. Upon opening the book, it was discovered that over 90% of the writing on the pages had disappeared. He opened the cover and saw the table of contents. Era 0, the age of the divine tree.
First era, the dawn era. Second era, the final era. The fourth age, the age of awakening.
As you turn to the back, the writing becomes increasingly blurry. It was as if someone had used an extremely terrifying force to forcibly erase the content. The elder remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on his finger as he quickly turned to a page. The opening scene prominently features images of Shuriken and Sharingan.
There is nothing else. The Sharingan has more than one ability.
The Rinnegan's abilities are far more than one.
Things that appeared in ancient books are now gradually emerging in this era. Could it be that what's recorded in this book is true? In an instant, the Grand Elder felt a deep sense of confusion.
The era they live in is now called the Age of Awakening. This also aligns with how awakened individuals gain power today.
Just then, however, the records from those earlier eras. What does it all mean? He remained silent, his dilapidated body seemingly blending into the decaying books around him. Never mind, I'll call Lin Fan over tomorrow.
When Lin Fan used his Sharingan, he actually triggered spatial power. Throughout history, no one but the founding ancestor of the Great Qin dynasty has ever controlled the power of space. Now, Lin Fan, a fifth tier powerhouse, can also manipulate the power of space.
Could he be someone cultivated by that organization? Could it be that organization is a remnant of the previous era? Countless guesses flashed through the Grand Elder's mind.
In the end, it all turned into a long sigh. His figure then vanished without a trace in the library.
Lin Fan knocked on the dormitory door.
Luo Mengdai walked out in a daze, having already changed out of her cheongsam and into a fluffy bear-patterned pajama. Several little bears were woven woven into the clothes, making them look especially cute. Her hair was still wet, and she exuded a faint fragrance. "Did you take a shower?" Looking at Luo Mengjie's flawless face, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Luo Mengjie's cheeks flushed slightly as she pushed the door open. "Stop with the smooth talk, come in already." Lin Fan went inside and then noticed that a mosquito net had appeared on the bed. "Why did you put a mosquito net on me? I didn't really need it." He shook his head, lifted a corner of the mosquito net, and sat down on the bed. "Don't all teenage boys have some little secrets? That's how we maintain our privacy. Otherwise, how can I possibly watch you chat with your two girlfriends from Linhai City?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was speechless. He lay down on the bed and replied to messages from Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke. The messages contained trivial details like how the environment was, and he replied to them one by one, also asking how their day was going. Among them, Su Xiaoxiao's strength broke through to level 1 and 2, which made Lin Fan give her a thumbs up. They also sent a sweet group photo. Two young girls are both making peace signs in the photo, radiating energy. One is lively and charming, the other is aloof yet alluring. Each has her own unique appeal. "Wow, these two little girls are so pretty." Lin Fan was sighing when he was suddenly startled. Indeed, Luo Mengdai had quietly sat down beside his bed without anyone noticing. Her dark eyes were glued to the photos on her phone, turning them over and over. "No wonder you were glued to your phone as soon as you got back. If I had such beautiful photos, I'd be overjoyed." Luo Mengjie's words started off gently but gradually turned cold. A strong smell of vinegar filled the air. "Sister Mengdai is also very beautiful," Lin Fan said hastily, pursing his lips. It would be best if, unbeknownst to her, a sense of crisis welled up in Luo Mengjie's heart. She sat back on her bed and looked at Lin Fan across the room. Lin Fan stared at his phone screen, replied to a few messages, and then got up to take a shower. Luo Mengdai was about to sit down and cultivate when she saw Lin Fan going to take a shower, and pointed to the wardrobe next to her. "The one on the left is yours, and the one on the right is mine. Don't take the wrong one. Your pajamas are under the covers." Lin Fan looked under the blanket with some surprise, and sure enough, there was a set of bare pajamas. "It's the same style as Luo Mengjie's. Don't misunderstand, this was personally sent by Gao Shangda. He gave me 4 items, 2 in large size and 2 in small size. I just picked them up and wore them. Don't you like to misunderstand? I don't care about wearing matching outfits with you." Luo Mengdai crossed her arms and looked very serious. Okay, I know you don't care. You said you didn't care, but you forced me to wear this pajama with that commanding look in your eyes." Lin Fan had a bit of a headache. What if those guys from the immortal realm see this? They would definitely say, "Look at him, wearing a bear pajama and using Shinra Tensei and Susanoo. He's practically a super version of Nagato in a bear pajama outfit plus Padma Sambhava." Upon thinking of this, Lin Fan's face immediately darkened. He wanted to argue back, but he was soft-hearted and hesitated for a moment before going into the bathroom on his own. Lin Fan finished washing up in less than 5 minutes. He casually tossed his old clothes into the washing machine, put on his bare pajamas, and sat back on the bed. Luo Mengdai closed her eyes to cultivate, but when she saw Lin Fan wearing his bare pajamas, her eyes lit up. Not bad. This set suits me quite well. I'm very satisfied." "I'm quite satisfied as long as you're happy." Looking at Luo Mengjie's grinning face, Lin Fan suddenly felt that her pajamas weren't so bad after all. "Alright, I'm going to start cultivating now. You should start cultivating too." Luo Mengdai smiled and squinted her eyes. The surrounding chakra gradually gathered and fell down along with the black mosquito net. She quickly entered a meditative state. Lin Fan gently raised his hands, and an invisible chakra barrier instantly covered the entire area of the genius class. Afterwards, he sat back on the bed, pulled down the mosquito net, and began to meditate. If that person from the immortal realm really makes a move, Lin Fan was able to sense it immediately. A violent surge of chakra poured out like a flood. The Manjikyu Sharingan suddenly appeared. The next moment, his body began to twist and then disappeared from the bed. "Pains, it's your turn to spar." Just as Lin Fan entered the divine might, Luo Mengdai suddenly opened her eyes, her brows furrowed. "Just now, I felt a terrifying chakra. Could it be my imagination?" She looked toward Lin Fan's bed. Soon, Luo Mengdai returned to her cultivation state. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes. "Good heavens, I accidentally released some of my chakra just now." In the blink of an eye, he was back in reality. "It seems I'll have to be more careful when using Kamui next time." In the divine might space, the once devastated ruins have reappeared, with traces of battle everywhere. Pain's clothes were tattered and torn. The only one that remains intact is the animal realm. However, this was because Lin Fan held back against her. After all, the animal path is the only female among the 6 paths of pain. She was wearing a clean bear pattern pajama set without a single tear. That's enough for today's extra training. Lin Fan sensed that it was probably past midnight. If that guy is going to make a move, he might take advantage of this opportunity. The animal realm was the first to raise its hand and shout. The other pains breathed a sigh of relief and lay back down in their original positions. Lin Fan smiled slightly and
nodded. I'm about to exit the Divine Might space. Chief, do you need the 6 of us to help you? Tian Dao walked to Lin Fan's side and asked. Just now, when Lin Fan entered the Divine Might, the Heavenly Dao was sparring with him while chatting idly. This also led them to learn that a guy from the immortal realm had his eye on Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head and politely declined. No need, he's just a small fry, I can handle him myself. Lin Fan has never actually faced an opponent at the shadow level. Previously, when fighting against demons, they relied entirely on Pain's body. I didn't experience it myself. This time, I can finally experience it for real. After saying that, Lin Fan twisted his body and exited the Divine Might space. Beneath the slanting moon in the sky, a pale-faced male figure floated in the clouds on the horizon, his body enveloped in white light. He was the one who was watching Lin Fan, the one who inherited the bloodline of the Moon Lord of the Immortal God Realm. Shi Tian crossed his arms, his jade-white eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Destroy a 4th tier awakened. If it were dragged into the realm of immortals and gods, even the Grand Elder would not be able to detect anything unusual. When people from the realm of immortals and gods fight, they will inherit and unleash their own exclusive domain. Although each field is different, they have commonalities. A realm of lush, ancient trees reaching for the sky, a fiery, erupting, and menacing lava field. This is why they can dominate in the demon realm, the human realm, and the realm of immortals and gods. The key to expanding the field: one must possess the bloodline of a deity from the realm of immortals and gods. Coincidentally, Shi Tian was endowed with the bloodline of the immortal lord of the moon realm. Thus, he gained the power of the chakra of the gods and immortals. This power is sacred and supreme. It far surpasses the chakra of those wicked demons, and the inferior and lowly chakra of humans. In just 1 year, he transformed from a 4th-tier expert into an unparalleled shadow-level powerhouse. At this moment, night has fallen. His moment of the hunt was quietly approaching. Shi Tian unleashed his full sensory power, capturing 2 figures inside the dormitory. In that case, I'll kill them both. Inferior humans dare to disrespect gods and immortals, they deserve to die. In an instant, an invisible chakra swiftly enveloped Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai. Inside the security booth of the gifted class, Xin Zhongguo specially moved the recliner outside the pavilion, where the boundless night sky was overhead. In his line of sight, one can then clearly feel the chakra of the immortal realm floating and drifting in the air. He suddenly reached down. He took out the beer he hadn't finished earlier. There was also a stack of peanuts floating in midair. The show is about to begin. It's so great to be able to watch this show in my old age. A surge of white chakra suddenly swept over. Wearing a bear-patterned pajama, Luo Mengdai suddenly opened her eyes, her expression changing drastically. That chakra? Lin Fan, run! She immediately jumped out of bed, grabbed Lin Fan's arm, and with a push of her feet flew dozens of meters away in an instant. Luo Mengdai stretched out her figure, revealing a long knife in her hand, tightly gripping Lin Fan. A powerful immortal from the realm of gods and immortals with the strength of a shadow realm expert? He looks exactly like Shi Tian from the 3 of them. How dare they lay a hand on Lin Fan? Isn't this a blatant slap in the face to the Grand Elder? A celestial awakener with shadow-level strength must seek help from the Grand Elder. Otherwise, relying on the domain expansion of the immortal god realm, even the genius class, those near film studio members, couldn't handle it at all. Sister Mengdai, what happened? Lin Fan pretended not to know and quickly asked. Don't say anything, let's get out of his territory first. Luo Mengdai interrupted him and flew swiftly eastward toward the genius class. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the forest outside the genius class. Lin Fan blinked, and the hooded bear-patterned pajamas he was wearing fluttered in the wind. This powerful being from the realm of immortals and gods clearly released chakra intentionally from behind, and the direction Luo Mengdai is currently fleeing is precisely where that person is located. Suddenly, a pure white figure descended from the sky and hovered in front of them. He was dressed in a white robe, and his whole body shone with white light. A crescent moon was embedded in his forehead. Shi Tian smiled with disdain. Immediately afterwards, a frenzy of white chakras surged in from all directions. Strands of white chakra transformed into beams of light, tightly enveloping the 3 of them. In an instant, the place where the 3 were located transformed into a world of white light. Lin Fan sensed the chakra around him. This so-called divine chakra. It is indeed completely different from demon chakra. He could clearly sense that all around him had been transformed into a protective barrier. This barrier is filled with the chakra of the person before me. With a single thought, he could use all the chakra within this barrier. Is this a way to choke yourself and prevent outsiders from noticing? This white space forms its own distinct character. No matter what happens inside, it's difficult for outsiders to detect. Luo Mengdai walked up to Lin Fan, raised her long sword, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Shi Tian, have you gone mad? This is someone the Grand Elder values highly. Do you know what price you'll pay if you dare to kill him? Although Luo Mengdai was wearing bear pajamas, her demeanor was completely different when she was alone with Lin Fan. At this moment, she resembled a valiant and skilled female general. Shi Tian, on the other hand, reacted as if
if he had heard the biggest joke in the world.
Ha 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 ha. Elder? What is the Grand Elder anyway?
In the snow-white space, Chi Tian looked up and laughed heartily.
Elder? What kind of bullshit is the Elder? The so-called strongest in the human world is actually worthless.
Any one of the immortal lords of our immortal realm could easily crush him.
How dare they be so arrogant in front of us? It's utterly ridiculous.
Chi Tian's lips curled up, completely disregarding the two people in front of him. I have already seen your fate clearly.
Today is the day you will all die here.
A sudden slash of sword energy, carrying with it an arrogant chakra.
Chi Tian shook his head as he looked at the incoming blade energy.
With a casual flick of his wrist, he actually pressed the blade energy into his palm,
then easily crush it. The chakra of mortals is indeed so inferior. Luo Mengdia's expression was solemn as she shielded Lin Fan behind her, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. In contrast, Chi Tian simply shrugged.
Let me settle this once and for all. The immortal lord has ordered that we not sever ties with the mortal realm for the time being.
Although I don't understand the true meaning of his order, they are just a bunch of insignificant ants. Why bother with them?
However, since you've said so, sir, then I'll kill you all while the Grand Elder is unaware. Chi Tian spread his arms wide, his white robe billowing as he unleashed his surging chakra.
Domain, realm of the moon. Chi Tian shouted loudly.
Suddenly, a terrifying surge of divine chakra erupted from his body. The surrounding pale space rapidly changed,
like ink drops falling onto white paper, gradually spreading out. The once pale space instantly turned pitch black. Chi Tian slowly ascended into the sky, looking down at Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai.
Behind him, a pale, slanting moon suddenly appeared. The crescent moon contains an extremely terrifying power.
This force almost suffocated Luo Mengdai. Congratulations, mortals. To enter my domain is to die. Consider it your good fortune.
Chi Tian hovered in front of the crescent moon, looking down at Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai as if they were ants.
Luo Mengdia's face darkened as she protected Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, you run first. I'll do my best to sever this domain with my sword.
If you can break through, run away quickly.
She gripped the knife handle tightly, her voice full of concern. Unexpectedly, these words only drew a colder mockery from Chi Tian.
Don't worry, none of you will escape.
Of course, you'll be the first to have surgery.
Luo Mengdai.
In an instant, the divine chakra within Chi Tian erupted like a volcano.
Countless moons condensed around me.
Each moon radiates a terrifying light. Its sharp point is enough to kill any awakened being below the Kage level. Luo Mengdai raised her long sword, and dozens of sword energies swirled around her. The moon and the blade's energy collided violently.
No shocks have yet occurred. The moonlight emanating from Chi Tian suddenly weakened Luo Mengdia's sword energy to the point of shattering.
With unstoppable momentum, it charged straight at Luo Mengdai. If hit, Luo Mengdai would most likely be shattered to pieces, and even her intact body would be hard to preserve. Upon seeing this, Chi Tian laughed even harder.
Challenging God is fundamentally wrong. Just as the slanting moonlight approached Luo Mengdai,
Lin Fan walked forward slowly. Luo Mengdai opened her eyes wide in astonishment, not understanding what he was going to do.
Isn't that stupid?
She knew that even a shadow-level expert would find it difficult to withstand this move. Why did Lin Fan rush ahead of him? In an instant, her eyes reddened, and a wave of sorrow washed over her.
It's all my fault. If only I had noticed that chakra sooner.
Perhaps there is still a chance to survive.
It won't implicate Lin Fan.
Xin Zhonghua crossed his legs and burst out laughing. This piece of trash from the immortal realm dares to be so arrogant. How ridiculous. He gazed at the lunar domain that Chi Tian had unleashed.
Even the act of drinking is omitted.
He stared intently at Lin Fan. Besides watching the show, he was more interested in knowing just how strong Lin Fan really was. After all, there was also a guy next door with an unknown background and similar strength, so he couldn't sleep peacefully. For a moment, a hint of pity appeared on Xin Zhonghua's face.
This kid is going to be ruined. Even a few immortal lords don't dare to call themselves gods. How dare you? How dare you provoke someone else's girlfriend? You're just asking for trouble. Lin Fan, what are you doing?
Luo Mengdai was about to reach out and grab Lin Fan to protect him behind her.
An immense surge of chakra erupted violently from Lin Fan's body.
A pair of eyes radiating a purple light suddenly appeared. Under the Rinnegan, the chakra in the meridians was mobilized.
You're so noisy.
Although Lin Fan was wearing bare pajamas, his whole body was as cold as ice.
That chilling aura brought with it an endless, mountain-like pressure. Shinra Tensei.
Lin Fan raised his arm, and a vast and boundless repulsive force suddenly erupted between him and Luo Mengdai.
Spread outwards.
Faced with this terrible repulsive force, all of Chi Tian's crescent moon attacks were completely destroyed and dissipated into fragments within this lunar domain. However, this repulsive force did not diminish at all. On the contrary, it became even more astonishing.
They charged toward Chi Tian in succession.
Chi Tian's expression changed, and he clasped his hands together, hurriedly conjuring a protective shield around himself. Under the fierce attack, Chi Tian even had to retreat several steps to slightly alleviate the repulsive force.
Chi Tian stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Judging from Lin Fan's oppressive aura,
Chi Tian concluded that this person was definitely a powerful expert with the strength of a shadow-level expert.
Based on intelligence, Lin Fan only awakened his powers 4 days ago during the awakening ceremony. How did he suddenly acquire Kage-level strength? Luo Mengdai, standing behind Lin Fan, was so shocked that she couldn't speak.
In her memory, Lin Fan was only at the 4th level. They still need her protection. Judging from the chakra erupting from him, he was already a stronger being than she was. He has reached Kage-level strength.
Moreover, the closer Luo Mengdai got to Lin Fan, the more she could sense him.
His current strength is not yet his limit.
Lin Fan, what is going on?
Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan's finger touched Luo Mengdai's forehead.
I'm sorry, Mengdai. Leave the rest to me.
Lin Fan slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the astonished figure on the horizon.
Next, I need to make him understand. What is the real? Don't worry, Mengdai. Alright, step aside. I'll handle this. Luo Mengdai sensed Lin Fan's terrifying chakra and hesitated to speak. She said urgently,
Lin Fan smiled slightly. He slowly turned around, his pair of Rinnegan eyes coldly gazing at Chi Tian, who was suspended in the sky. Chi Tian suddenly felt as if he were being stared at by an ancient beast, and his blood instantly froze. However, he quickly came to his senses.
He is currently in the lunar domain.
Shinra Tensei. Lin Fan, who was standing in front of him, was merely a shadow-level awakened being of the same level as him.
With the bloodline of immortals and gods as our blessing, what is there to fear? Outrageous talk, how laughable.
Thinking of this, Chi Tian regained his usual radiant spirit. In this realm, his chakra can be replenished indefinitely, like a perpetual motion machine. Even if Lin Fan is strong, he will eventually be worn down by him.
The realm of the moon replenishes chakra with the power of the moon. I am invincible in the realm of the moon. Even if you hide your strength deeply and possess Kage-level power, so what? The gap between the realm of immortals and gods and the realm of mortals is insurmountable.
God is God, and is fundamentally different from mortals.
Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle.
Since entering this field, he had already noticed the characteristics of this space.
In the darkness of night, the moon's power will be returned to Chi Tian. If an ordinary shadow-level expert were to fight Chi Tian in the dark of night, perhaps they really are no match for them. But for Lin Fan, Tianin of all things, that's a joke. The light of the Rinnegan gradually faded, replaced by an eerie red glow. A burst of red light erupted, and a frenzied, malevolent aura swept in like the roar of tens of thousands of soldiers, instantly filling the entire lunar domain. In an instant, the Sharingan formed by 3 intertwined scythes quietly appeared. Chi Tian sensed this violent aura, and his expression changed instantly. What kind of ability is this? Compared to the previous Rinnegan, this power is completely unheard of.
Luo Mengdai clenched her jade-like hands tightly, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan's retreating figure. This fierce aura did not make her feel uneasy at all. On the contrary, it brought her a unique sense of security. It was as if as long as Lin Fan stood in front of him, all crises could be blocked.
Lin Fan's expression was calm, as if he had only used an ordinary move. You also have a domain? Don't I have any?
You seem quite happy to be a human bastard with someone else's bloodline. Although Lin Fan spoke softly, his words reached Chi Tian's ears clearly.
Chi Tian was about to let out a cold laugh.
Any expert of the same realm who was dragged into the domain has no chance of escape.
Even the physical body will be devoured by the domain. Moreover, Lin Fan, without the bloodline of the immortal lord of the immortal realm, how could one possibly awaken a domain? This person must be delusional or insane. But the next moment, Chi Tian's smile vanished completely. Lin Fan raised his arm, and his Manjikyu Sharingan shone with a blood-red light. In an instant, Chi Tian's domain collapsed.
All objects within the area twisted into vortexes at that moment.
Within the vortex, several people were swept into another space by a terrifying force. Don't be afraid.
In this twisted force, Luo Mengdai tried to break free, but Lin Fan held her hand firmly.
Don't worry, this is my territory.
Inside the security booth of the gifted class, Qin Zhonghua suddenly stood up, his previously drunken and dazed expression instantly becoming clear-headed.
What's this? What kind of ability is this? The white space created by Chi Tian suddenly disappeared completely, and only for a short while.
After Lin Fan's Manjikyu Sharingan burst forth with light, Qin Zhonghua sensed a strange spatial power erupting within the moon domain.
Immediately afterwards, the three disappeared. Just how many secrets is this guy hiding?
At first, Qin Zhonghua thought that Lin Fan had only mastered spatial abilities and could make his body ethereal or perform spatial jumps like the ancient secret technique Flying Thunder God. Now it seems that it has gained another ability, to pull others into a space of alienation.
Alienated space. This is extremely rare for Qin Zhonghua.
In his hundreds of years of life, he had only ever seen one being with a mutated space. That was an old monster that survived a 1,000-year-old blood war. The founders of the Great Qin dynasty only possessed the power of space, but they did not truly possess the power of alienated space.
At first, Qin Zhonghua thought that Lin Fan was just hiding his cultivation level.
But what he saw today was that Lin Fan had far more stuff than he had imagined.
What a monster, and is extremely good at disguising himself.
himself. Qin Zhongguo gazed at the spot where the space had vanished, muttering to himself, filled with emotion.
Within the divine might space, atop an endless array of cubic structures, Shi Tian, Lin Fan, and Luo Mengdai each stood to one side. Shi Tian's mind was in complete chaos. He didn't understand what was happening. His domain was instantly broken by Lin Fan? Isn't this exactly the kind of trick that immortals and gods often use? Where exactly is this place? Shi Tian looked around in terror, seeing only endless buildings and a pitch-black world. Even the dome was completely dark, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. On the other side, Lu Dao, dressed in a red cloud-patterned black robe, stood in front of Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai. Pain's expression was cold and stern as he gazed at Shi Tian opposite him. A murderous intent surged forth. Chief, is it this person who has aroused your hostility? The animal realm's psychic hand gestures are ready. Once they're inside the divine might space, dealing with them will be a piece of cake. Shura Dao rolled up the sleeves of his robes, revealing arms as thick as cannon barrels. Just kill them. Pain stood before the crowd, his Rinnegan eyes devoid of any emotion. Clearly, he was about to unleash a tangible killing intent. At this moment, Luo Mengdia's mind went blank. First, Lin Fan easily shattered Shi Tian's crescent moon attack with his shadow-level strength. Then, he used his spatial powers to teleport them here. And now, she actually saw the 6 paths of pain in this very space. Each of the 6 paths of pain possesses Kage-level strength. They played a crucial role in the battle against demons in Linhai City, especially the Heavenly Dao, who single-handedly fought against the armored demons. Lin Fan, what do pain and the others call you? Luo Mengdai was somewhat confused. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. Before Lin Fan could respond, the 6 paths of pain spoke simultaneously. A loud voice echoed throughout the entire divine might space. Kill or not? A terrifying killing intent immediately filled the air. A surge of auras from shadow-level powerhouses erupted like waves. The 6 paths of pain spoke in unison. The vast darkness seemed to serve as their backdrop. Under overwhelming power, Shi Tian was stunned, unable to utter a single word. 6 powerful figures simultaneously exerted pressure on Shi Tian. Luo Mengdia's pupils contracted slightly. This cry of leader. This made her fully understand the relationship between Lin Fan and the 6 paths of pain. They are not master and disciple. They are definitely not master and disciple. The leader behind Akatsuki is not some old monster. On the contrary, it's these few people right in front of us. In an instant, Luo Mengdai seemed to understand. Why is Lin Fan always so confident and composed? He was able to withstand a wave of third-tier demons on his own. His strength, what level of achievement has it reached? As the person closest to Lin Fan, Luo Mengdai clearly sensed the chakra constantly surging within Lin Fan's body. His strength has clearly surpassed hers. It actually gave her the illusion of being self-righteous. Could it be that Lin Fan is even stronger than the Grand Elder? Thinking of this, Luo Mengdia's eyes were filled with disbelief. She looked Lin Fan up and down. It was as if he had returned to how he looked when he first arrived in Kyoto. For a moment, Luo Mengdai felt her lips go numb and her throat go dry. Lin Fan. Lin Fan returned her gaze with unwavering determination. Let me take care of that guy first, he said with a smile. Luo Mengdai paused for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his smile suddenly turning cold. He slowly walked up to the 6 paths of pain. Those Manjikyu Sharingan eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed on Shi Tian in front of him. You 6, take Mengdai to a distant place. I want to deal with this guy myself. Upon hearing this, Pain immediately replied, yes. Roar. Immediately, they took Luo Mengdai and left for dozens of miles, silently watching Lin Fan from afar. At this moment, Shi Tian and Lin Fan seemed to be standing on the same pillar. What exactly are you? Shi Tian asked in alarm. An indescribable fear welled up inside me. He could sense it. The strength of Lin Fan's chakra was far from reaching its limit. Or rather, Lin Fan's limits were simply beyond his comprehension. In an instant, large beads of sweat inexplicably slid down Shi Tian's cheeks. Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Tian. A slap landed hard on his cheek. Shi Tian was sent flying hundreds of meters away, like a kite with a broken string. Several teeth spurted out along with fresh blood. He was in a terrible state. Shi Tian was about to get up but Lin Fan's figure twisted again, and he suddenly appeared in front of him. In an instant, Shi Tian was gripped tightly by a terrifying suction force. Lin Fan grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. I really don't understand why. It's like they're giving you face, and they keep coming to cause trouble. Another crisp, loud slap landed. Do you know what? In my eyes, you're not even worth an ant. Lin Fan suddenly raised one leg and kicked Shi Tian hard in the stomach. Shi Tian flew out in an instant, smashing through the cubic pillars. The ribs were broken cleanly. The crescent moon mark on his forehead seemed to be fading away. The 6 paths of pain, standing to the side, exchanged bewildered glances. Leader, his fighting strength seems different from ours. The beast swallowed hard, looking at Shi Tian's pitiful state. This is the second time I've served as the leader's sparring partner. The leader always showed showed some leniency. After all, the Rinnegan's power is already extremely terrifying. In addition, there are those Manjikyu Sharingan eyes.
The leader's strength has definitely improved by a level. A piece of trash who's courting death. How laughable. Hellpath crossed his arms, his eyes full of mockery. A mere mortal dares to challenge a true god.
Isn't this laughable?
Luo Mengdai looked around at the 6 paths of pain discussing in front of her, and then at Lin Fan, who had completely crushed Chi Tian.
What else did Lin Fan do?
She felt that everything that was happening now was enough to shock her for the rest of her life.
Has your leader always been like this? Luo Mengdai asked cautiously.
These 6 people in front of me are all powerful figures with Kage-level strength. Their gazes all turned to Luo Mengdai, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. The beastman scratched his head and said with a smile,
"Sister, don't be nervous, our leader is actually very nice. It's just that, we usually ask him to clean the house."
The animal realm hurriedly offered an explanation.
"Since we're both young girls, we naturally have things to talk about."
Oh, seeing how kind the animal was, Luo Mengdia's heart was slightly relieved. Suddenly, a surge of holy chakra erupted. A white beam of light suddenly rose up several hundred meters in front of Lin Fan.
Chi Tian was suspended within that pillar of light. Countless crescent moons, like particles, swirled around the pillar of light. Chi Tian's chakra intensity continued to rise.
He only stopped when he reached the peak of the shadow level. His eyes blazed with holy chakra, so cold they seemed devoid of life. "Mortal, I never expected your strength to reach the Kage level. It is no longer possible to defeat the bloodline bestowed upon me by the moon immortal lord of the immortal realm." Chi Tian stood on a high place, and countless crescent moons suddenly gathered and poured into his body. His arms, legs, and entire body were inlaid with moon runes. The body gradually grows larger. Before long, it had reached a height of 60 meters. From his perspective, Lin Fan was like a petty person.
"They can be crushed and trampled at will.
If you kneel down and admit the mistake you just made, I might give you a chance to die a quick death. Otherwise, I will crush your bones one by one."
And the group of people behind you, especially that woman. "You care about this a lot, don't you?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Tian crossed his arms, as if he considered Lin Fan as his own. He acquired this ability through the bloodline bestowed upon him by the Burning Moon Immortal Lord.
It can only be used once a year at most.
But he was forced out by Lin Fan in front of him. Lin Fan listened calmly to Chi Tian's words. "I really don't understand you guys who think you're gods and immortals. You're always so short-sighted and despicable."
"Perfect, I'll interrogate you about your memories later. Let me see what the realm of immortals and gods is all about." Chi Tian frowned upon hearing this, still being stubborn even on his deathbed. "With your strength at the mid-level of Kage rank, how could you possibly defeat me?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. He looked up at the guy who had evolved his body to 60 meters tall with disdain.
"Does a body 60 meters tall make you so arrogant?"
Lin Fan's Manjikyu Sharingan suddenly erupted with chakra as powerful as a mountain.
Layers of blue chakra wrapped around him. It was as if they were wearing a thick layer of armor. "Who told you that? I'm just a Kage-level fighter?" Chi Tian wanted to retort, but something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. His eyes trembled as he stared at the aura emanating from Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's momentum continued to rise. It was as if some invisible constraint had been broken. Chi Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and his body, which was tens of meters tall, couldn't help but convulse violently. A powerhouse at the shadow level.
"Lin Fan, he's actually a shadow-level expert?"
Luo Mengdai felt the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Fan, and her eyes whitened like copper bells.
In her perception, the aura emanating from Lin Fan,
even more terrifying than the Grand Elder.
Luo Mengdai instantly sensed a familiar aura. "Isn't this the chakra that came from Lin Fan's bed when she was meditating today?"
She thought it was a hallucination caused by excessive cultivation.
"I never imagined that it actually exists. This chakra actually came from Lin Fan." Luo Mengdai was utterly shocked. A transcendent level expert who's only been around for 4 days? What exactly has changed in this world? Lin Fan only awakened the Rinnegan in Sharingan 4 days ago during the awakening ceremony, right?
Leaving aside the powerful functions of the Rinnegan, speaking solely of the Sharingan's abilities, his shadow level strength is simply outrageous. How is it possible to reach the super shadow level in just 4 days? Throughout the century-long history of the awakening ceremony on Earth, unprecedented, unheard of. Even Li Changshang, the Grand Elder recognized by all nations of Earth as the strongest, it took him a full 50 years to cultivate to the level of a super shadow. Lin Fan, however, seemed to have grown rapidly overnight.
In Luo Mengdia's mind, it instantly rose to an unimaginable height.
"Sister, there's no need to be so surprised." The animal stood to one side, tilting its head.
The red cloud-patterned black robe he wore fluttered in the aura emanating from Lin Fan.
"The leader's abilities and methods go far beyond these." The animal being smiled, its pair of Rinnegan eyes, filled with purple light, seemed to twinkle like stars. "Look." As he spoke, he pointed with his jade-like finger at the location where Lin Fan was. Luo Mengdai turned her head and saw a burst of blue chakra
erupting from Lin Fan's body. Blue chakra surged into the sky of Kamui dimension like a volcanic eruption. And the source of all this was another leap in Lin Fan's aura. Lin Fan remained calm, as if he were doing something insignificant. The most ridiculous thing is, he looked at Chi Tian with disdain and contempt in his eyes, as if he were looking at a piece of trash. Do you really think you can defeat me? Susanoo. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Can it grow bigger? Whatever. Under Chi Tian's horrified gaze, a blue giant, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly appeared. Lin Fan stood in the crystal beneath the blue giant's head. Those two enormous wings almost filled the entire sky of the divine might space. The Susanoo, hundreds of meters tall, floated in the Kamui dimension. Looking down at Chi Tian, who was only 60 meters tall and burning with the power of bloodline, he was a sight to behold. Now, in front of Lin Fan, Chi Tian was nothing more than a toy to be played with. What are you? Chi Tian could no longer suppress his fear. His jaw trembled and he screamed in terror. Wasn't he only targeting a fourth-order mortal? How could this fourth-tier mortal suddenly possess the strength of a shadow-level being? Chi Tian simply couldn't understand it. He already possessed the bloodline of the immortal lord of the immortal realm. But he is no match for this mortal before him. What exactly is going on? What has happened in this world? Lin Fan raised Susanoo's left hand. In an instant, the aura of the Rinnegan spread rapidly. Chi Tian felt his tens of meters tall body suddenly lose control and fly towards Lin Fan. Like a puppet, his throat was once again tightly gripped by Lin Fan. Perhaps, those two slaps just now weren't enough to wake you up. Using this might help you clear your head. Lin Fan unleashed a powerful slap, imbued with the immense power of Susanoo. The feeling was like hitting a thick layer of fat. Chi Tian's body was once again sent flying thousands of meters away. Within the divine might space, cubic structures were shattered layer by layer. A cloud of dust was raised. Chi Tian's body was tightly embedded between those broken cubes. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Susanoo seemed to have gained sentience, and the corners of its mouth turned up slightly. Come on, answer your question. Suddenly, Susanoo's right hand deformed abruptly. A gun barrel simulating the Azura realm appears. The left hand of Susanoo had transformed into a gun barrel resembling the Azura path. What about Susanoo in its Kamui form? Add to that the power of the strange fire arrows. The next moment, his gun barrel was aimed directly at Chi Tian, who looked like a child in front of Susanoo. Me, you don't deserve to know. Lin Fan spoke clearly, each word carrying a heavy sarcasm. The words fell on Chi Tian's ears, making him feel extremely humiliated. As for Kamui Shuriken, this kind of trash is not worthy of Lin Fan using the divine might Shuriken. A burst of brilliant blue sparks suddenly erupted from the barrel of Susanoo's gun. Susanoo and the Great Cannon. Susanoo Kamui, strange fire arrow. Dozens of blue cannonballs, imbued with the power of divine might that distorts space, blasted fiercely toward Chi Tian. Chi Tian looked terrified, took off running, and flew out of the embedded pillar. They fled desperately into the distance. He immediately ran back. The strange fire arrows, now infused with divine power, are no longer the weak and ineffective projectiles they once were. In just a breath, dozens of shells landed on Chi Tian's body. It exploded with a deafening roar. Chi Tian's body was instantly blown to pieces. It wasn't just the burning power of the strange fire arrows. There's also the oppressive feeling of space being distorted by divine power. All of it was applied to Chi Tian at once. His countless bones and flesh were completely shattered at that moment. The crescent moon mark on his forehead had also completely faded. He thought this was his trump card, yet they were so easily defeated, like a chicken being slaughtered. Why? White chakra rapidly escaped from Chi Tian's body and scattered throughout the Kamui space. Lin Fan waved his hand, and Susanoo transformed into a cloud of mist before disappearing. Lin Fan's body suddenly twisted, appearing in front of Chi Tian. Chi Tian stared at Lin Fan, his lips trembling, and his voice hoarse as he called out, Lin Fan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the immortal lord will avenge me. Even if you are a transcendent shadow, you cannot withstand the power of the immortal lord. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan's large hand had already firmly pressed down on his head. So noisy. Then let them come. I am not afraid. Human path, memory absorption. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, a terrifying suction force suddenly tore Chi Tian's soul apart. Fragments of memories about the realm of immortals and gods flooded into Lin Fan's mind like a torrent. White mist drifted through the boundless space. It was a pale world. However, within this space, there are 6 areas, each with a different color and shape. The moon immortal lord was shrouded in white mist, her eyes tightly closed. However, suddenly, it opened its eyes. Everything was pitch black except for the full moon hanging in the sky, which stood out conspicuously. Under the naked moonlight, a 6-armed figure, neither human nor inhuman, was revealed. Its entire body emitted an eerie white light, and countless thumb-sized round moons rippled slowly around it. This is one of the 6 great immortal lords of the immortal realm, known as the Moon Immortal Lord. The Moon Immortal Lord slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, as round as the moon, immediately exuded an eerie aura. What's wrong? It asked. One by one, bright lights gradually
gradually lit up around me, and these lights turned out to be countless eyes. A white, fleshy ball, its entire body carved with crescent moon symbols, opened its 6 eyes and respectfully asked, "Chi Tian, that child, has been killed." The moon immortal lord answered coldly, without any emotional fluctuation. After burning his bloodline, his soul was drained, and he died. It sat cross-legged, one arm supporting its chin, lost in thought. What a pity, such a fine container is gone just like that. Or, once you're fully developed, I can parasitize you there too. The moon immortal lord's tone carried a hint of regret. Draining the soul, that seems to be the method of the 7th demon lord. What, after that great battle, the demon realm has begun to amass power again, and is full of ambition? The eyes on the fleshy ball kept moving, and its tone was extremely eerie. I think, the 7th demon lord probably wouldn't dare to do that. Could it be a human? The moon immortal lord was taken aback at first. However, after that bloody battle, the human realm's position at the top of the 3 realms has been shattered. Where are there any powerful individuals left? Forget it, let's send a few more humans over. That rule must not be broken. The moon immortal lord raised all 6 arms and snapped her fingers in unison. In the distance, a human figure stood up unsteadily. You will take Chi Tian's place. Also, contact the bloodlines of the other 2 immortal lords and find out exactly what happened. The human, with its lifeless eyes, nodded slightly and then stepped out of the lunar domain. The lunar domain instantly returned to silence. But behind the moon immortal lord, a red full moon inlaid with 9 black magatama was slowly rising. They were completely unaware. After digesting Chi Tian's memories, Lin Fan rubbed his aching temples. So this is what the realm of immortals and gods is like. Now, he has a basic understanding of the world. Since ancient times, the entire planet Earth has been divided into 3 realms. These are the realms of demons, humans, and immortals. Among them, the human realm is the weakest. Demons in the demon realm use human flesh and blood to cultivate themselves. Meanwhile, the immortals and gods of the immortal realm formed their own faction and remained in the immortal realm to cultivate their chakra. It is unclear when exactly, but a customary rule has been established between the realm of immortals and the human world. The 9 celestial lords of the immortal realm must each bestow upon 9 human bloodlines for them to cultivate in order to resist demons. Chi Tian was one of the lucky ones. It's truly disgusting. Ultimately, this so-called help with cultivation is more like a brainwashing tool. As a being of shadow transformation level, Lin Fan had already sensed the anomaly when he probed into the depths of Chi Tian's soul. This so-called divine chakra is constantly corrupting the human soul. It's like the manipulation of roots, combined with the absolute hypnosis of Koto Amatsukami. Those who returned from the realm of immortals and gods considered themselves superior and regarded humans as inferior beings. Little did they know that they had already become slaves to others. No wonder the Grand Elder and Gao Shangda are not very willing to say more, Lin Fan thought to himself. His eyes turned cold. In Chi Tian's memory, the moon immortal lord and the 6-eyed fleshy ball beside him were a formidable opponent. However, Lin Fan was not afraid at all. Come on then, I was just worried about not having a sparring partner. Beside him, Chi Tian's body had already been completely shattered. The sacred aura vanished completely, leaving only a strong, foul stench. Lin Fan raised his hand, and Shinra Tensei was released once again. The repulsive force surged like a tidal wave, directly hitting Chi Tian's body. In an instant, Chi Tian vanished into thin air. Beside them, a beautiful figure slowly walked over. It was Luo Mengdai. Lin Fan turned around and met Luo Mengdia's beautiful eyes. Their eyes met, but they didn't say a word. Behind Luo Mengdai followed Pain. You 6, go out first and clean up my dorm room. Lin Fan remained true to his original aspiration and decisively gave the order. When he and Luo Mengdai escaped from the room, they messed up countless things. Pain's expression instantly darkened. Especially those in the animal realm, their faces were full of helplessness, as if they had no will to live. Mengdai and I will have a chat here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan flicked his arm, and Pain's body twisted instantly before being teleported out of reality. The divine might space fell silent instantly. Lin Fan's gaze caused Luo Mengdia's cheeks to flush red. So, you're not going to explain? Luo Mengdai blinked, as if trying to find the answer on his face. They are clearly so strong. She clenched her little fists and couldn't help but say, you're clearly so powerful, so why did you deliberately let me off the hook when we fought in front of the Grand Elder? Releasing water wasn't enough, you even touched my leg. Upon thinking of Lin Fan's formidable strength, Luo Mengdai immediately recalled what had happened before. He possesses the strength of a shadow-level expert, yet pretends to be a 4th-tier expert. Was it intentional or unintentional? Mengdai, you're completely innocent. Go to hell. Lin Fan hurriedly ran over and gave a sincere explanation. Luo Mengdia's heart was still fluttering. You're saying you really awakened this year and reached the transcendent realm in just 4 days? You said your Rinnegan and Sharingan were innate? Does consistently going to bed early and waking up early every day guarantee this? You are the leader of Akatsuki? Sister Mengdai is really smart. Luo Mengdia's eyes widened and she sat down on the ground, her face full of I've wasted my life expression. She started started cultivating at the age of 18 and is now 26. They overcame countless hardships and obstacles. It has only just reached the level of a near superior level. It may take another 2.5 years, or even longer, to reach the level of a film star. Lin Fan, on the other hand, reached the shadow level in just 4 days after awakening. Moreover, it surpassed the shadow level of elderly Changsheng. In the history of the Great Qian dynasty, even the founders of the dynasty might not have reached this level. Even the geniuses of the immortal realm and the demon realm are not as terrifying as Lin Fan. Finally, Luo Mengdai sighed. This world truly lives up to that saying, especially when compared to a near-perfect shadow or a super shadow. But Luo Mengdai breathed a sigh of relief. This shadow realm expert is. So what are your plans for the future? Luo Mengdai asked again. Unexpectedly, a tingling sensation came from her thigh. Before she knew it, Lin Fan had put on the hood of his bare pajamas and was lying on his side on her lap. Luo Mengdia's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Stay in the gifted class to keep Sister Mengdai company? She glared at him fiercely, but didn't chase him away. Seriously, Lin Fan pondered for a moment. I will probably continue to cultivate here. After all, he experienced the Shadow Demon's memories of the Demon Realm's invasion of Linhai City and Shi Tian's memories. And there's also the matter of Uncle Qin. This world is not to be underestimated. Cultivation is the only true path. As he spoke, he raised his hand and looked up at the dark sky of the Divine Might space. Perhaps only by becoming the strongest can one gain freedom. Only the strongest can protect you. Lin Fan's handsome face captivated Luo Mengdai. It's definitely possible, Luo Mengdai said firmly. Just then, a voice rang out. Ding, you haven't checked in today. Do you want to check in? The check-in system rang in my ears as scheduled. In an instant, the lingering frustration in Lin Fan's heart vanished. Who do you think you are? In Qi Tian's memory, he always had an aloof and superior demeanor. How dare they use Qi Tian's memories to oppress me? I am the true god. System, sign me in immediately. Lin Fan shouted in his heart. You have checked in for 5 consecutive days. Congratulations on obtaining the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Rinnegan abilities of Madara Uchiha. You have acquired the abilities of Uchiha Madara, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Rinnegan. Ding! You possess Obito Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan. The system is currently merging the two systems. Lin Fan felt a jolt of energy as a terrifying surge of chakra coursed through his entire body. Under Luo Mengdia's gaze, Lin Fan's body slowly floated in midair. An overwhelming and awe-inspiring aura of dominance surged from his body, rising steadily and without reservation. What, you want to dance too? A flaming fan and a scythe suddenly appeared beside Lin Fan. You have fully fused the two Sharingan, and now possess the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Your Rinnegan has gained 2 new abilities. As soon as the system finished speaking, the shackles on Lin Fan's body were suddenly shattered. A terrifying surge of chakra, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly swept across the entire Kamui space. Near 6th path level, I've finally arrived. Lin Fan felt this power and clenched his fist. This power is immense, far surpassing the level of a Shadow Realm expert by more than a fraction of its magnitude. If he were to become the true Ten Tails Jinchuriki at this moment, perhaps reaching the pinnacle of the 6 realms directly would not be difficult at all. But Lin Fan gently shook his head. This height is still too far away for him. His body hovered in the air, his cold, eternal Manjikyu Sharingan filled with unparalleled arrogance. It was a confidence and arrogance born from strength. A pair of strange Manjikyu Sharingan that combined 2 Sharingan styles suddenly appeared. Among them was the complete Susanoo, which had instilled fear in the world during the 4th Shinobi World War. It is intertwined with Obito's Sharingan. Lin Fan felt as if his life level had evolved by 1 level. If we were to face Qi Tian again, that palm strike was enough to shatter Qi Tian's skull and kill him. However, if we were to face one of the 6 great immortal lords of the celestial realm, or perhaps the 9 demon lords of the demon realm, Lin Fan was not afraid at all. A hint of fighting spirit even flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan suddenly paused. Those Manjikyu Sharingan suddenly transformed into the Rinnegan form. It has gained 2 more abilities than before. He was immediately thrilled. In his previous life, he had long coveted this ability. A 100-foot meteorite fell from the sky, blotting out the sun, breaking through layers of clouds, and crashing down on the earth. This is Madara's unique ability of the Rinnegan. This demonstrates just how important and terrifying the new abilities of the Rinnegan were for Lin Fan's breakthrough. Even now, with the large-scale invasion of demons, Lin Fan was confident that he could destroy it completely in an instant. And another ability. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and his Rinnegan shone with purple light. The border prison of the Wheel Grave. Summoning shadows, unless one possesses near 6 paths level strength, conventional attacks cannot harm them in the slightest. It can even freely switch the position of the shadow and the main body. It achieves all-round offense and defense, giving the opponent almost no chance to retaliate. This is the true power of the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Obito's Sharingan and Nagato's Rinnegan. It is far less advanced than Madara Uchiha's level of development. However, Lin Fan still felt some some regret. Would release, created by Madara Uchiha by fusing Hashirama's cells, and that suffocatingly large-scale fire jutsu, Lin Fan has not yet obtained it. But these alone are enough for Lin Fan to stand under the sky. He sighed slowly. With his gaze fixed ahead, he slowly raised an arm. Now, it's time to truly feel this power. Perfect form. Susanoo. Instantly, a blue chakra as heavy as a mountain rose up and enveloped Lin Fan. The heavy blue armor was layered on top of each other, gradually expanding until it finally transformed into a towering Susanoo that reached into the clouds, far exceeding the height of a mountain peak, standing tall in the Kamui space. After fusing with Obito's Sharingan, this Susanoo was hundreds of meters tall, with chakra bursting out from its eyes, exuding domineering aura, and perfectly formed. Even more astonishing is that it also grew a pair of blue wings, the same kind that Obito's Susanoo possesses. At this moment, Susanoo is like a supreme god descending to earth. Every movement can cause a strong tremor in space. Such power left the 5 Kage of the 5 great ninja villages speechless. Standing at the feet of Susanoo, Luo Mengdai stared at the terrifying figure, her eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. Lin Fan, you. She was so shocked that she choked up, but no words came out. At this moment, she clearly felt that Lin Fan's strength had broken through to a level she could not even imagine. That level of understanding commands respect. When she was young, Luo Mengdai witnessed a grand elder of the super shadow level fighting against demons. Elderly Changshan used Earth escape technique to repel several shadow level demons. At that time, she was deeply shocked by the power of the grand elder. The power of a super shadow is already a symbol of the pinnacle of humanity. However, the aura emanating from Lin Fan now made Luo Mengdai feel an unmatched power. That is a level of life that cannot be detected. Unable to escape, unable to resist, and even lacking the desire to attack. Luo Mengdai dared to assert with absolute certainty that if the Grand Elder at his peak stood at the feet of this terrifying armored giant, he would be nothing more than an ant. Could even the person known as the founder of the Great Qian dynasty really reach Lin Fan's current strength? Susanoo slowly bent down, stretched out its huge palm, gently lifted Luo Mengdai up, and then placed her in the crystal on her forehead so that she could stand steadily next to Lin Fan. Sister Mengdai, did I scare you? When I was lying on your lap just now, I was observing the stars at night and felt something in my heart. So after thinking it over carefully, I naturally broke through. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and decided to give an explanation. Although the words were spoken lightly, they sounded extremely heavy when they reached Luo Mengdia's ears. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, during the Great Qian dynasty, inside the third elder's residence, in the lavishly decorated hall, a mahogany round table was laden with delicacies from all over the country. 4 figures sat there. 2 of them were pure white, radiating an incomparably holy chakra. They were Hong Fu and Ning Shui, 2 members of the trio from the realm of immortals and gods. The other 2 are the third elder and fourth elder of the Great Qian dynasty. At this moment, they looked at Hong Fu and Ning Shui with fawning expressions. The 3 of you have come from afar today, and I have prepared these dishes overnight to show my hospitality. The third elder rubbed his hands together, beaming with joy. The fourth elder glared at him. These delicacies, I painstakingly collected half of them using resources. Tonight is a crucial moment for them, a moment that could determine whether they could board the great ship of the immortal realm. His time is drawing near. If he can borrow the power of immortals and gods, he may be able to prolong his life for a few more decades. The temptation is so great that it's irresistible. Food for mortals, hee hee. Ning Shui covered her mouth with a disdainful laugh, her silvery voice sending chills down one's spine. Only lower organisms would eat this kind of thing. The sound made the third elder and the fourth elder feel embarrassed. Ning Shui, the third elder and the fourth elder regard the immortal lord as their faith, and we are also part of the immortal god realm. Hong Fu smiled coldly, his words laced with sarcasm. The 2 sarcastic remarks made the third elder and fourth elder blush, and they could only awkwardly force a smile. They didn't take it to heart. Ning Shui, do you think something might have happened to Qi Tian? Hong Fu asked with a hint of worry in his voice. He always felt that Lin Fan's strength. Things are probably not as simple as they seem. However, these are just joking guesses. I don't know how long it took. Surely my jinxed predictions can't just come true like that. Could it be that Qi Tian really died at Lin Fan's hands? Ning Shui frowned in displeasure, and suddenly her pure white chakra burst forth. Hong Fu, I really don't understand why you're afraid of a mere 4th-tier ant. Even if Qi Tianjin can't handle him, to put it another way, with the power of the burning moon bloodline, he could easily destroy Lin Fan with just a finger. Who dares to let that Grand Elder threaten us? Lin Fan's body is the first gift we present to the Grand Elder. As Ning Shui finished speaking, a meaningful smile appeared on her lips, as if she were telling a wonderful story. Not to mention, before the words were finished, a figure dressed in a moon-shaped robe suddenly floated in from outside. Ning Shui and Hong Fu exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly changing. In the third elder's residence, Hong Fu and Ning Shui immediately knelt down to pay their respects. Senior brother Long Hai, why did you come down here? Long Hai, under the command of the Moon Immortal Lord, controls the most terrifying humans of the bloodline. If he were to unleash his full power, his strength would likely reach the mid-stage of the Shadow Realm realm. Logically speaking, Long Hai should still be in the cultivation place of the Moon Immortal Lord. So why did he suddenly appear in the mortal world? The third elder and the fourth elder exchanged a glance and immediately greeted him with beaming smiles. Sir, you have come from afar. Please have a seat. Yes, sir. As soon as they finished speaking, Long Hai's face was full of impatience and disgust. He spoke impatiently, and suddenly spat out 2 crescent moons from his mouth, sticking them to the 2 men respectively. The third elder and the fourth elder immediately became dazed, their eyes glazed over, and they became confused and disoriented. After dealing with them, Long Hai turned his attention to Hong Fu and Ning Shui, who were kneeling on the ground. In the mortal realm of the immortals and gods, power is supreme. The hierarchy is strict. Any disrespect for the etiquette of the immortal realm will result in the loss of one's bloodline and expulsion from the realm. Those of lower strength should kneel and pay homage to those of higher strength. Chi Tian is dead, yet you're all here enjoying yourselves. Ah, how wonderful. Long Hai flicked his sleeve, and a crescent-shaped chakra slammed down on the 2 of them. Blood spilled from Hong Fu and Ning Shui's mouths as they were slapped and sent flying into the garden outside the mansion. The 2 scrambled to their feet, looked at each other in disbelief. Chi Tian is dead? Of the 3, Chi Tian is undoubtedly the strongest. The divine body created by burning blood essence was enough for Chi Tian to easily deal with the 2 of them. Tonight's mission was simply to take the head of a 4th-tier boy. How could he have died like that? Hong Fu and Ning Shui racked their brains but still couldn't figure out why Chi Tian had fallen. Could it really have been done by Lin Fan? Various guesses popped into their minds, but none of them could believe that Lin Fan could kill Chi Tian. How could a mere 4th-tier junior kill a shadow-level expert? No one would believe you even if you tried to lie to a child. Next, tell me what Chi Tian actually did. Long Hai walked out of the mansion, his face cold. Under the bright moonlight, his imposing aura appeared even more vast. The atmosphere inside the mansion immediately became heavy, filled with fear and unease. Hong Fu and Ning Shui felt a silent killing intent spreading. What a piece of trash. After listening to their accounts, Long Hai sneered and uttered a few words. Although I don't know how he lost his life, but to risk his life just to hunt down a mortal, he's nothing more than a pathetic piece of trash. His voice was as cold as ice. Senior brother, what should we do next? Ning Shui asked respectfully, bowing her head. Is the goal to find the real murderer? Long Hai was stunned for a moment, then revealed a cold smile. Since Chi Tian died on his way to hunt Lin Fan, then let Lin Fan commit suicide tomorrow to atone for his sins. In his heart, Lin Fan was the unforgivable original sin. Since Chi Tian died on this road, even if it has no direct connection with Lin Fan, it must be related. Hong Fu hurriedly said. The first elder's attitude seemed to suggest he was protecting Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Long Hai's voice became even colder and more piercing. What is the Grand Elder anyway? If it weren't for the protection of the mortal realm by our immortals and gods, humanity would have been wiped out by those filthy demons long ago. A mere Lin Fan. He won't die tomorrow. They must die too. Long Hai said expressionlessly, but you could feel the intense killing intent in his tone. He hovered in mid-air, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky behind him. He raised his hands, his face full of piety. With Long Hai here, don't even think about turning the world upside down in the human realm. Within the crystal on Susanu's forehead, Lin Fan reached out and, as usual, ruffled Luo Mengdia's hair, a gentle smile on his lips. I won't change. Don't worry, compared to you, no matter what I become, I won't change at all. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the awe in Luo Mengdia's eyes gradually dissipated. She had to admit that she had been so frightened by Lin Fan that her face turned pale and her mind went completely blank. She thought about the origin of the earth, the origin of the Great Qian dynasty, the origin of bloodline limits, and even her own origin, and finally about the explosion of species. Lin Fan's pressure was so strong that it threw her mind into chaos for a moment. Suddenly, Luo Mengdai could no longer hold back. It's all your fault. You're so strong. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Do you know how terrifying the power you just unleashed was? At one point, I felt that even 10 Grand Elders combined wouldn't be a match for you. Luo Mengdai stood inside Susanu, looking down at this Kamui space. Hearing her say that, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Her little fists landed on him, but it felt as soft as hitting cotton. The eerie crimson Sharingan in Lin Fan's eyes spun continuously, its violent chakra surging and turbulent. These are all just trivial tricks. Lin Fan spoke slowly and deliberately, as if he were discussing a trivial matter that required no effort. However, Luo Mengdai interpreted these words as something entirely different. Brother, I'm just a lowly near-Kage level fighter. What you consider a trivial skill is far too impressive. Any one of them could terrify a near-king level expert of the Great Qian dynasty. A near-actor level actor was scared to death. At this moment, Luo Mengdai stood beside Lin Fan. Even though Lin Fan deliberately suppressed the oppressive aura emanating from his body, she was still trembling all over. She recalled the moments she had spent with Lin Fan in the past. When he went easy on her during their sparring match, he was practically giving her a free ride. Who could have that kind of ability at 18? It should be noted that Luo Mengdai came from one of the 8 great families of Kyoto and was influenced by her family's
Chinese culture from a young age. She had read some ancient books. It is said that beyond the realm of the Shadow Realm, there are two other realms for humanity. One of them is called Zhuan Ludao. The highest level is the Six Paths level. These two realms have never appeared in the hundreds of years of history of the Great Qin dynasty. Humanity seems to be locked under the quasi-six realms. She once thought that this ancient book was just a fabrication by people in the past to deceive children into practicing cultivation. It is not unreasonable for the supreme beings of the demon realm and the immortal realm to possess such great power. Humans merely exist humbly in the cracks between the realm of demons and the realm of gods and immortals. The highest level currently is only the shadow realm of elderly Changshang. How could anyone possess the power to destroy the world? However, Lin Fan, who is now standing in front of Luo Mengdai, has completely shattered her worldview. Moreover, this is Lin Fan's Susanoo. Just that oppressive aura. Even if dozens of Kage-level powerhouses joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for him. Is this what a near Six Paths level is like? Luo Mengdai was filled with doubt. Within the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, she swallowed hard, forcing herself to steady her trembling legs. Lin Fan simply raised his arms slowly. Two completely different abilities suddenly appeared on Susanoo's hands. The armored giant held a Kamui shuriken capable of distorting space in his left hand, while his right hand gripped a large blue sword. I'll give it a try. The new abilities after the breakthrough. Lin Fan shrugged. Luo Mengdai was somewhat stunned. The next moment, her eyes widened suddenly. Susanoo suddenly raised its arms. The Kamui shuriken in his left hand was suddenly launched. He swung his blue broadsword down with a fierce chop. The wings on its back unfolded instantly, radiating an unparalleled and vast aura to the heavens and earth. The entire divine might space was instantly engulfed in flames, as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Countless cubic objects within the divine might space were shattered by these two attacks. As soon as Kamui shuriken was unleashed, space was distorted once again. The giant sword of the perfect Susanoo descended from the sky, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split. This is true destruction. Luo Mengdai parted her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This is what true power should be, right? If Lin Fan were to unleash this attack on the frontier, the entire army of 100,000 demons would be wiped out in an instant. Even the so-called generals of the demon realm couldn't withstand such an attack for more than a second. This was the shock Lin Fan brought to her. This guy is truly a prodigy among the strong. Even though Luo Mengdai had met the rulers of the Great Qin dynasty and various geniuses, in front of Lin Fan, they were nothing more than small fry. She gazed at Lin Fan's handsome face, her eyes glazed over, her heart fluttering slightly. Lin Fan remained calm. If the demon lord and the immortal lord were to personally descend to the mortal realm, they would only return with regrets. Lin Fan felt the surging power within his body. Quasi-sixth level. With just one move, it tore the divine might space apart like this. If he were to spar with the Six Paths of Pain again, he had no doubt that he could kill them in one move. If the Six Paths of Pain were to attack together, they might be able to break through the defenses of an ordinary Susanoo. But against a fully formed Susanoo, that's simply wishful thinking. Moreover, Lin Fan also possesses the ultimate weapon of two Rinnegan. Having reached this level, he deeply understood the profound truth. Those below the six realms are all ants. If he were to encounter another Ten Tails Jinchuriki without side effects the next day, his strength would undoubtedly break through the Six Paths level. Lin Fan turned around and met Luo Mengdia's eyes. What's wrong? Can't walk anymore? He waved his hand, and Susanoo instantly transformed into a blue chakra that spread throughout the Kamui dimension. The two of them naturally floated down slowly from mid-air. Princess Lin Fan carried Luo Mengdai and landed steadily on the ground. Luo Mengdia's fair skin instantly became hot, and her slender palms flushed red. To be honest, she really couldn't walk anymore. The battle with Chi Tian had already taken a huge toll on her mental and physical strength. Having witnessed Lin Fan's terrifying strength firsthand, his entire body felt numb and weak. Do you want me to carry you back to your dorm? Lin Fan gently touched the tip of her straight nose. Luo Mengdai suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout her body. She gently buried her head in Lin Fan's chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Looking at her like this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. The two of them twisted their bodies slightly and instantly appeared in the real world. Silver moonlight spilled onto the earth, enveloping it in a hazy glow. The surrounding woods stood silently, showing no sign of the great battle that had just taken place. Back in reality, Lin Fan immediately noticed an extremely curious gaze directed at him. It seems this guy really did see through the whole show from beginning to end. However, during this time, he brought Chi Tian into the divine might space. Even with Qin Zhonggua's exceptional perception, he was completely unable to discern what was happening inside. What's wrong? Luo Mengdai asked when she saw Lin Fan standing there in a daze. I'll go find Grandpa Qin in a bit. Lin Fan averted his gaze, picked up Luo Mengdai, and flew towards the dormitory. This made Luo Mengdia's mind even more confused. Why do you want to go see Grandpa Qin? She asked again. What do you think? Lin Fan replied with a playful smile. In an instant, Luo Mengdai realized what was happening.
something, and her pupils contracted sharply.
No way? Old Master Qin is hiding his true strength too?
She was completely dumbfounded. Not only did so many secrets suddenly emerge overnight, but Lin Fan also concealed his strength.
Even Grandpa Qin, a security guard, is hiding his true strength?
In an instant, Luo Mengdai understood why Lin Fan and Qin Zhenghua were so enthusiastic when they met, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. She thought they were really friends despite their age difference.
Did they already see through each other's strength back then? They only put it on for us to see.
The actions of the old man and the young man completely baffled Luo Mengdai. She remained silent. Lin Fan, tell me, are there any other experts at the transcendent level in Kyoto? She asked in a low voice. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, then shook his head.
No, I've only met the Grand Elder in Qin Zhenghua since I came to Kyoto.
However, it is clear that Qin Zhenghua does not belong to the Great Qian dynasty. His lifespan was several hundred years, so he was probably a figure who existed before the establishment of the Great Qian dynasty.
Listen carefully.
Lin Fan pondered for a moment.
He certainly didn't know Qin Zhenghua's background.
After all, the awakening ceremony only appeared 100 years ago when the Great Qian dynasty was founded. According to historical records, the period before the establishment of the Great Qian dynasty was a dark age for humankind. Hunted by demons, they could only survive under the protection of gods and immortals.
At that time, humans had no power whatsoever.
However, it now appears that this is not the case. Before the awakening ceremony, there are probably many unknown secrets buried deep in the earth.
While the two chatted, Lin Fan quickly arrived at his dormitory. The dormitory was quiet inside and out.
In order to remain hidden, Shi Tian did not make a big commotion. Unfortunately, he has now become a corpse without any remains. Lin Fan carried Luo Mengdai inside.
The 6 paths of pain were already standing on both sides of the dormitory.
They cleaned the dormitory almost spotless, and the floor gleamed like new. Lin Fan said with a smile, "You're welcome, leader." Tian Dao stepped forward and said, "After all, it was you who gave us life.
It's only natural to do this little thing."
Lin Fan hummed in agreement and then asked,
"Do you want to go back to the spatial dimension, or back to the divine might?" After a moment of silence, the pains raised their hands in response, represented by the animal path hydrangea.
"Let's go back to the divine might space. That place is much bigger." Lin Fan nodded, and with a slight movement of his hand, waved it gently. Distorted spatial fluctuations immediately appeared around everyone. Leader, Tian Dao looked at Lin Fan.
"What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked.
"I feel you've gotten even stronger." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan smiled again.
"You guessed right." Suddenly, the figures of the 6 paths of pain all vanished.
"Lin Fan, didn't you blast a big hole over there? If they go in, will they just fall straight down from the sky?"
Luo Mengdai asked tentatively.
"Oh right. Oh dear, I almost forgot." Lin Fan slapped his forehead. Susanu's attack nearly destroyed the buildings at the center of Kamui space. Inside the divine might space, 6 people descended from the sky. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and air rushed into their mouths.
The scene looked like a complete disaster.
The animal path suddenly cried out, preparing to form hand seals to summon the 8-foot crow. However, Pain stretched out his hand, causing everyone to levitate in midair.
How is that possible? What happened?
The beast breathed a sigh of relief and was about to ask when he was shocked by what he saw. A huge crater had formed within a radius of several kilometers.
All the cube-shaped buildings vanished without a trace, turning into nothingness, and their current location is in midair where they were originally standing.
The 6 people looked at each other and finally came to a conclusion. The leader's strength has increased once again. First, he obtained the Manjikyu Sharingan, gaining power akin to Kamui. And now, it seems that we have obtained something remarkable.
Could they be things the leader just casually played with while practicing? Hellpath asked in shock, no longer crossing his arms.
Heavenly Dao, is this move stronger than your Shinra Tensei? The mechanical gun barrel on Shura Dao's body seemed somewhat powerless. Faced with this immense power, no one could muster the desire to fight.
A figure like a leader.
Pain did not answer, but instead manipulated the power of those around him to help them land slowly.
Shinra Tensei. He crouched down and calmly gazed at the large pit.
The light of the Rinnegan slowly flowed in his eyes.
After a long while, he finally stood up.
I was never a match for the original leader. Now, I'm afraid I'm not even half as strong as him. No, not even less. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock.
The leader is getting stronger and stronger.
Both the hungry ghost realm and the human realm sighed in unison. They had only been there for 4 days, and Lin Fan's strength had already transformed to this extent. If he were to improve further, the animal's petite body shook its head like a rattle drum.
We are certainly happy that our leader has become stronger.
The beast path purple hydrangea sighed to the heavens, but if the leader wants us to be his sparring partners, our bodies definitely can't take it. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and nodded with a sense of despair.
That makes perfect sense.
If the Akatsuki didn't have more members, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Lin Fan's torment. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, looked back at the divine might space, and listened to everyone's words, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. He knew his current strength, pain was no match for him as a sparring partner. But if we could summon the entire Akatsuki organization to this world, it wouldn't just be an increase in sparring intensity. In the original work, the well-known characters in the Akatsuki organization especially preferred to fight alone. As the most powerful organization in the ninja world, it has more than 10 Kage-level rogue ninjas. However, they were defeated one by the main characters, dying on the spot, ending in a tragic end. If the check-in system works, Itachi Uchiha, Deidara, Sasori, all sorts of powerful figures appeared one after another. Dozens of Akatsuki members joined forces to fight. No matter how many waves of demons come, they will be utterly destroyed. Of course, that probably depends on luck. Only then can these people sign in. Lin Fan shook his head and couldn't help but smile. It's too early to say these things now. What happened? Did they fall? Luo Mengdai asked with concern. Lin Fan gently tapped her head with his fingers and settled her on the bed. You know how powerful the heavenly Tao is. How could they possibly fall down so easily? He stood up and waved his hand. Oh, that's true. Luo Mengdai suddenly realized. A powerhouse at the shadow level would naturally not be harmed by such a thing. You lie quietly in bed now. I'll come back to you in a little while. Okay, Luo Mengdai did not object, obediently lay down, and looked up at Lin Fan from afar. Lin Fan unleashed a burst of chakra, and his body suddenly vanished from the room. Luo Mengdai has already realized his true strength. It's pointless to be pretentious. It was like a gentle breeze, lightly brushing against her face. What happened today left her mind in a state of confusion for a while. It's like reading a bizarre novel, with absurd plots crashing over you like waves. It's both dreamlike and real. It's unbelievable. However, the only thing Luo Mengdai was certain of was that the powerful figure was Lin Fan. Qin Zhonghua almost grabbed a bottle and smashed it over Lin Fan's head when he saw Lin Fan suddenly appear in front of him. This is absolutely terrifying. This morning, no matter how Lin Fan changed, he was able to deduce Lin Fan's approximate location using his perception. But ever since Lin Fan came out of that alienated space, he was shocked to find that he had no grasp of Lin Fan's strength or location. Even perception is completely lost. Lin Fan deliberately concealed his aura so that he was completely unaware of it. He possessed the strength of a late-stage Super Shadow Realm cultivator and was hailed as a genius during the post-millennial Blood War era, even having one foot in the Quasi-Six Paths realm. Now, they can't even figure out Lin Fan's background? He stared at Lin Fan tremblingly for a long while before finally managing to ask those few words, "So, you've broken through again?" Lin Fan nodded calmly. "You idiot! How did you break through? Above the Shadow Realm is the Quasi-Six Paths level." Lin Fan remained expressionless, as if this were just a trivial matter. "You guessed right. I just happened to break through." Qin Zhonghua looked utterly shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. The chakra of the human realm has long been. Before he could finish speaking, his throat was suddenly gripped tightly by a tremendous force, and his face turned bright red. Lin Fan frowned. He clearly sensed that an extremely unfamiliar chakra surged from Qin Zhonghua's body, forcefully choking off the words he was about to say, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Chakra in the human world. Lin Fan's gaze immediately turned cold. He was certain that 100 years ago, neither chakra nor powerful individuals were as scarce in the human realm as they are now. Could it be that there's a hidden hand manipulating everything from the shadows? Various thoughts flooded my mind. However, a violent cough interrupted his thoughts. It took Qin Zhonghua quite a while to recover. "Go to hell. That's disgusting. Haven't you disgusted humanity for hundreds of years enough?" Qin Zhonghua cursed angrily. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, trying to discern something from his expression. Lin Fan asked in confusion, "What exactly are you talking about?" Qin Zhonghua's face first froze, then looked suspicious, almost unable to believe his ears, and finally turned to shock. "This, you didn't know?" Qin Zhonghua's eyes were slightly moist. He inexplicably reached out and grabbed Lin Fan's shoulders, saying incredulously, "I said, you really don't know?" Seeing Qin Zhonghua's expression, Lin Fan spoke again helplessly. "Qin Zhonghua, when I came to see you last night, I told you, I really didn't know about what you mentioned. At the same time, I'll tell you the truth too, I only cultivated for 4 days, no, 5 days. I always tell the truth, but no one believes me." Lin Fan was completely speechless, but the heaviness in his heart grew heavier and heavier. If we follow Qin Zhonghua's line of reasoning, is there really an inside story behind the decline of the human race? While Lin Fan's thoughts were still lingering there, a surge of unfamiliar chakra erupted from Qin Zhonghua's body. In an instant, it condensed into a long sword in the air and stabbed straight at Lin Fan. Their expressions changed drastically. Qin Zhonghua's expression immediately changed, and he formed a hand seal, attempting to block. Lin Fan snorted coldly, and a ring of light blue chakra suddenly surged from his body. The terrifying chakra gradually gathered, forming a rib-like structure surrounding Lin Fan. On this layer of armor, a head emitting blue flames and with hair standing on end instantly appeared. Near the bones, a pair of large blue hands immediately grew out. 2 large hands gripped 2 long swords burning with blue flames. The sharp longsword slashed towards the longsword. The longsword shattered instantly, and the mysterious chakra dissipated into the world. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, without any fluctuation. Its power is still affecting us, Qin Zhonghua muttered to himself, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He asked again incredulously, are you really born in this era? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Qin Zhonghua and casually picked up the wine bottle on the ground. What do you think? He countered. If I'm not from this era, then what era could I be from? Lin Fan handed the wine bottle to Qin Zhonghua. He clearly remembered that if he proved that he could cultivate to the super shadow level in 4 days, Qin Zhonghua would have to chug this bottle of wine in one gulp, leaving not even a shard of glass. Qin Zhonghua took the bottle from Qin Zhonghua. Although he remembered his promise, he preferred to pretend he had forgotten it. So, you really are a figure from the awakening era. Qin Zhonghua pondered for a moment, casting a complex gaze. Although she gradually calmed down, the shock on her face was still hard to hide. He was shocked that Lin Fan could actually break through this level of blockade. However, I still don't believe you can reach the super shadow level in 4 days. Qin Zhonghua circled around Lin Fan a few times, looking at the Susanoo on his body with surprise. And then, for a moment just now, he truly is at the near Six Paths realm. Your talent is truly terrifying. Lin Fan didn't respond. For him, there was no need to say more about it. The key is the mysterious chakra within Qin Zhonghua's body, and the long sword that wanted to kill him. So, you can't tell me? Lin Fan pressed again. The chakra sword within Qin Zhonghua's body condensed again, only to be shattered by Lin Fan's Susanoo. Susanoo acted like an automatically attacking armor, steadily protecting Lin Fan. Qin Zhonghua nodded slightly, but there was a hint of pleading in his eyes, as if he was begging Lin Fan not to ask any more questions. He felt like he was about to die. Lin Fan's heart sank, and he vaguely guessed that things were far more complicated than they appeared. Instead, it's as if there are layers of shackles, tightly sealing everything off. Qin Zhonghua took the initiative to walk to the security booth and personally handed Lin Fan a chair. Sit down and let's have a good talk. Seeing Lin Fan's unmoved attitude, he felt somewhat helpless. Even if you are a near Six Paths level powerhouse, but you should at least show some respect for an old man like me who's hundreds of years old, shouldn't you? Lin Fan then sat down. You look so energetic, you don't seem like an old person at all. Qin Zhonghua lay on a recliner, gazing up at the starry sky. It seemed like they had started talking non-stop. Spatial power? Did you master it yourself, or was it taught to you by someone else? He asked. I learned it myself, Lin Fan replied casually. Sigh, it seems I'm just not talented enough to learn it. Qin Zhonghua shook his head helplessly. If Lin Fan is indeed a figure from the awakening era, then the awakening era is only 100 years old. If he is truly self-taught, then his talent is truly astonishing. From a young age, he had to struggle in the demon world in order to compete for chakra and cultivation resources. But at least, the chakra and resources obtained are stronger than those in the human world 1,000 years later. However, Lin Fan remained in the human realm. Qin Zhonghua gained a new understanding of his talent. This kid is really awesome. You're quite self-aware. Lin Fan glanced at him. Grandpa Qin said. He doesn't want to talk to Lin Fan at all now. Don't you even have a little humility? Is this how you show off all the time? So, did you figure out that blue armor yourself? Qin Zhonghua recalled the longsword formed from chakra. The sight of Lin Fan's strange armor easily crushing him aroused his suspicion. What was it called again? Lin Fan shrugged and nodded, saying, that's called Susanoo. However, you guessed quite accurately, it was indeed something I figured out myself. Qin Zhonghua remained silent for a few minutes before slowly speaking. If your talent were in another era, you would probably have reached the Six Paths level long ago. After holding it in for a long time, Qin Zhonghua finally said it. Oh, Lin Fan replied, it seems I really do have some talent. My strength is something I've earned step by step through my own hard work, not through external forces. Lin Fan showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Qin Zhonghua tried to pick up the bottle and smash it in his face again. I lived for hundreds of years before breaking through to the transcendent shadow realm, while you've reached the Six Paths realm in less than 100 years. Are you trying to show off in front of this old man? Effort doesn't necessarily guarantee success. Qin Zhonghua's voice gradually lowered, filled with loneliness. Effort can only reach its limit. That's just how the world is. Let's not talk about this anymore. I truly admire your ability to cultivate to this level in this human era. The two remained silent for a few minutes, gazing up at the sky and the starry heavens. The realm of immortals and gods has sent people again. Qin Zhonghua raised his hand and pointed towards Kyoto. You killed the Qi Tian, which has probably angered the Moon Immortal Lord. Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, I've already thrown him into another dimension. Even if it's the Celestial Lord, there's no way he could know that I did it. Qin Zhonghua shook his head sarcastically upon hearing this. Those guys in the immortal realm are so beastly that they see mortals as ants. Even without concrete evidence that you killed him, you are guilty as well. Lin Fan was stunned, his gaze fixed on Qin Zhonghua's aged face. Collective punishment? That's really interesting. These are the high and mighty gods and immortals? How ridiculous. Qin Zhonghua sneered, his eyes full of mockery. I reckon that guy will make you commit suicide in front of the Grand Elder as an apology tomorrow. Continue to conceal your strength, or flee
flee for your life? Or do you want to rely on the Grand Elder for protection? A direct confrontation will only enrage the immortal lord. At that point, it will be difficult for you to leave.
Qin Zhonghua rubbed his beard and explained the facts succinctly. He stared into Lin Fan's eyes, as if searching for an answer. Lin Fan squinted, looking at Qin Zhonghua's aged face. He gently brushed the long sleeves of his pajamas, and the bare hood on the pajamas fluttered in the wind.
They actually dared to mess with me? You really dare to challenge me? You certainly have guts.
Suddenly, Qin Zhonghua looked up sharply and met Lin Fan's strange Manjikyu Sharingan eyes.
However, I can commend them. That's all there is.
Lin Fan stood up from the chair, crossed his arms, and looked at Lin Fan with disdain. Susanoo suddenly erupted, and its humanoid skeleton tightly enveloped Lin Fan. Every strand of his jet black hair stood on end thanks to this powerful force. After all, only the strong survive.
And I happen to be that strong one. Kill you,
Lin Fan said calmly, as if he were simply stating an objective fact. These words, however, reveal the tyranny of the world.
Fearless, at the quiet entrance to the gifted class, next to the security booth, Qin Zhonghua watched Lin Fan's figure twist and disappear in an instant. Good heavens, so arrogant, they actually don't take those people from the immortal realm seriously.
Qin Zhonghua shook his head, his heart filled with emotion.
When I was young, I wasn't as arrogant as this kid.
After expressing his feelings, his voice became heavy.
Maybe, this kid really can change the situation. Looking at the spot where Lin Fan had just stood, a glimmer of hope involuntarily rose in Qin Zhonghua's heart. Perhaps, I should also do something. Lin Fan suddenly appeared. What, still not asleep? He looked around and said jokingly, you don't even dare to sleep without me?
Luo Mengdai, wearing a bear-patterned pajama, sat on the bed and clenched her little fists again as she looked at Lin Fan.
I won't wait for you.
Her voice trailed off. That's partly true. Lin Fan's gaze fell on her lit phone screen.
How is Grandpa Qin? Luo Mengdai asked. He's in great health.
We can go and say hello to him tomorrow, Lin Fan replied casually. He casually sat down next to Luo Mengdai, his eyes fixed on her phone. Luo Mengdai felt Lin Fan's gaze, picked up her phone, and sighed.
There's been some big activity in the demon realm lately, you see.
Lin Fan followed her jade-like finger and looked over. Kyoto, the land of cherry blossoms, is invaded by demons, resulting in hundreds of thousands of deaths and injuries.
3 Kage-level demons will appear in South Korea, threatening the annihilation of millions. A demonic aura pervades the ugly kingdom, with thousands disappearing every night. Recently, demons have become unusually rampant for some reason. Worry appeared on Luo Mengdia's face.
But what frightens me the most is that the demons of our great Qian kingdom seem to have all disappeared.
Even on the border, there are only a few low-level demons.
A single, casual strike is enough to kill them. Lin Fan took the phone and carefully browsed through it. The demons need flesh and blood to open the spatial rift leading to the human world. The 9 demon lords clearly harbored resentment after slaying that armored demon last time. This is likely a special operation targeting the great Qian dynasty. In fact, it will happen very soon. Lin Fan appeared completely unafraid. He reached out and ruffled Luo Mengdia's hair, letting her lean against him.
Even if demons invade again, I will take action. Don't worry. I will drive out all the demons, leaving none alive. Lin Fan's words immediately put Luo Mengdai at ease.
With Lin Fan around, even the fiercest demons can't cause any trouble.
Alright, it's time to sleep. It's late.
Lin Fan stretched.
He was indeed a little tired after a busy day. Luo Mengdai responded softly.
Lin Fan was about to get up when he noticed that Luo Mengdai was still tightly gripping his sleeve. He was somewhat puzzled. Morning light streamed into the room through the window lattice. Luo Mengdai prepared some steamed buns for breakfast. Although she can't make other things, steamed buns are easy for her. Lin Fan changed into brand new clothes and ate a steamed bun.
What are your plans for today? Luo Mengdai sat down next to him.
Unbeknownst to her, her world seemed to revolve around Lin Fan. We killed Chi Tian last night, and I reckon the immortals and gods will be coming after us soon.
Lin Fan shrugged. With the Grand Elder backing them up, they wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous, would they?
Luo Mengdai was somewhat uncertain.
Having absorbed Chi Tian's memories, I understand those guys' temperaments.
If they can't find the real killer, they'll at least find someone to vent their anger on. Lin Fan smiled slightly.
Go and greet the teachers for today. The people from Dakian are here on their own and should be arriving soon.
Luo Mengdia's body suddenly stiffened.
Are you alright?
She stood up, placed her delicate hand on Lin Fan's shoulder, and gently massaged it.
I'm here. It's fine.
Lin Fan looked at her encouragingly, and Luo Mengdai nodded. I'll go with you today. I'll just watch from the sidelines, she said with a smile. Lin Fan nodded, without refusing. The crowd has gathered.
Everyone greeted Lin Fan as he approached. Good morning, Brother Lin. You look great. I think Brother Lin can choose me for today's battle trial.
I also want to learn physical skills from Lin Fan. Dude, I met Brother Lin first, so it's my turn to ask. Wait, Brother Lin, Mengdai Zhuanying is behind you. Luo Mengdai was with Lin Fan yesterday. Maybe the Grand Elder specially sent her to protect him.
Brother Lin is treated so well? Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai walked over one after the other.
He soon spotted Teacher Son lay standing on the training ground.
Teacher Son, I.
Before he finished speaking, two elderly men in long robes appeared in the distance. The two men had white hair and each had two moon marks on their foreheads. As soon as they appeared, everyone shouted in unison, "Third elder! Fourth elder!" Lin Fan stared at the two figures, his brows furrowed. Inside the lavishly decorated conference room, the Grand Elder was sitting at a table handling government affairs from various regions. Since the late emperor of the Great Qian dynasty passed away without leaving any heirs, all affairs have been temporarily handled by the Grand Elder. The door was slowly pushed open, and Long Hai led Hong Fu and Ning Xuan. They hovered in mid-air, looking down at the Grand Elder.
Elder, it's been many years. How have you been? Long Hai tilted his head, smiled contemptuously, and was surrounded by moon marks, unleashing terrifying chakra in an instant.
Hong Fu and Ning Xue followed closely beside him, not daring to even breathe loudly. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Long Hai was one of the seed disciples sent to the immortal realm 10 years ago, and he has never returned.
Why did it suddenly come down this time?
Elder, it has indeed been a long time. The last time I saw you, he was so young. The elder didn't immediately discern the visitor's intentions, so he casually started a conversation about everyday matters. Long Hai slowly floated to the Grand Elder and landed. He was tall and robust, a head taller than the Grand Elder.
Excuse me, what can I do for you?
The Grand Elder finally understood the purpose of their visit. Long Hai shrugged, his white robe sleeves billowing wildly in the breeze of the divine chakra.
However, my junior brother Qi Tian is dead.
Oh, a ripple of emotion stirred in the Grand Elder's heart. Qi Tian was indeed a good boy, but what does his death have to do with me? The Elder's gaze instantly turned cold.
It's very simple.
He died on his way to kill Lin Fan, so this matter is naturally related to Lin Fan. I came here to make Lin Fan pay with his life as my junior brother.
As the Grand Elder of the Great Qian dynasty, you surely wouldn't want to lose the protection of the immortals and gods, would you?
The elder was stunned at first, then sneered. The elder's expression changed drastically, and his chakra erupted suddenly. His robes and white hair were whipped up by the wind, and his tone was full of murderous intent and anger.
Lin Fan is the foundation of our Great Qian dynasty, yet your Qi Tian from the immortal god realm dared to kill him so recklessly? And now you dare to come and question me?
The Grand Elder waved his sleeve, staring at Long Hai with a mocking expression. Long Hai seemed to ignore his gaze. Lin Fan's death is related to the death of Shui Yin of my immortal god realm, so he should be implicated.
Could it be that the Grand Elder intends to completely sever ties with our immortal god realm?
The Grand Elder snorted coldly.
A complete break?
Ha! You were once a part of our mortal realm, so here's my advice. Go back to the realm of immortals and gods.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite.
The elder raised his hands, his superkage-level chakra ready to be unleashed.
Long Hai shook his head inside. Li Changsheng, you're getting more and more senile as you get older. They can't even weigh the pros and cons. It's okay, if you don't know how, I'll help you calculate it. It's almost time.
The third elder and the fourth elder have probably brought Lin Fan over already. Long Hai raised his arm, which was as white as a sheet of paper, and began to calculate with his fingers. The crescent moon mark floated in the conference room. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. He tried to rush out of the conference room, but Hong Fu and Ning Xue stretched out their arms and firmly blocked his way. Please, elder, calm down, Hong Fu said in a deep voice. Otherwise, it will only cause unnecessary injuries, which is a situation that the entire Great Qian dynasty does not want to see. The Grand Elder stood frozen in place, his face so gloomy it seemed as if water could drip from it.
How ridiculous.
Long Hai behind him smiled slightly and laughed loudly. Third elder, fourth elder, what brings you here? Luo Mangdai and Son Lei frowned, full of doubt. Normally, these two wouldn't say much, but today was different. They exuded a strange aura of the immortal realm, and crescent-shaped fleshy buds had sprouted on their foreheads, the very mark of the moon domain of the immortal realm. How exactly did the two of them come to be infected by this aura?
This is undoubtedly alarming. Son Lei's expression was solemn as he waved his hand, signaling everyone to retreat.
Although the members of the genius class were somewhat confused, and did not understand his intention, they still obeyed the order and retreated several hundred meters, watching suspiciously from a distance. Qin Zhonghua pushed open the door and looked inside. His extraordinary perception allowed him to clearly see the two people in the training ground. These two, after being controlled by the moon mark, are unwilling to even leave the gate. Qin Zhonghua shrugged, leaning against the door, his tone somewhat amused.
We have to fly over there from the sky. This person is so arrogant that you can both love and hate him. Qin Zhonghua's eyes gleamed with curiosity.
I'd like to see, Lin Fan, how exactly do you intend to change the status quo? Your status quo, and even the status quo of all humanity. His voice was deep, with a hint of longing. At this moment, only Lin Fan and his two companions remained in front of the third and fourth elders. The third and fourth elders are here on Lord Longhai's orders to bring Lin Fan into the Forbidden City to apologize, the third elder said coldly. We would appreciate it if you two would give us some face. The fourth elder continued, otherwise, with our strength, killing you would be effortless. The two men had cold expressions and lifeless lifeless eyes, yet they concealed a hint of murderous intent as they stared intently at Lin Fan. Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai stared coldly at their good man with indifferent expressions. San Lei slowly stepped forward, his bulging muscles surging with terrifying chakra. He had already realized that the two people in front of him were not the former third elder and fourth elder, but had probably been controlled and hypnotized by those guys from the immortal realm. Lin Fan is my student and a member of the genius class. He is absolutely not allowed to leave without the Grand Elder's instructions, San Lei said in a deep voice. Please, you two, go and tell Long Hai to have someone withdraw him. He raised his hands, arcs of lightning crackling on his arms. Even if these two were only at the lower level of the Kage rank, he would not back down an inch. After learning about Lin Fan's talent yesterday, San Lei understood why the Grand Elder had gone to such lengths to send him to the genius class. Lin Fan's talent far surpasses that of anyone on Earth, and he is very likely to become the first person in the history of the Great Qian dynasty to break through to the super shadow level. A single awakened being at the shadow level is the foundation of a nation. Therefore, San Lei, being the ruler of the Great Qian dynasty, paid no attention to these disputes. Third Elder, do you want to start a war with us? His eyes were unfocused, and as he raised his hand, countless crescent moon marks appeared. The fourth Elder coldly replied, then kill them all at once. He held a crescent-shaped weapon in each hand. The former elders unhesitatingly unleashed their chakra and charged towards Sang Lei. Countless crescent-shaped marks surrounded the area, ready to unleash the power of a Kage-level expert at any moment. Although the two were nearing the end of their lives and had almost no Kage-level chakra left, Kage-level was still Kage-level. San Lei felt immense pressure, gritted his teeth, and roared, Luo Mengdai, get Lin Fan and escape. Their target is Lin Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, San Lei turned around and shouted, lightning armor. The next moment, leaping lightning snakes suddenly coiled around Sang Lei's body, and chakra covered his entire body like an electric current. This aura instantly became extremely oppressive. The gifted students behind them were completely stunned. Why did the third elder and fourth elder start attacking teacher San Lei before they even finished speaking? What's even more shocking is that their tone revealed murderous intent. Could it be that they really want to kill Lin Fan? Everyone turned to look at the third elder and fourth elder who were rushing over. Their minds went blank for a moment, and cold sweat broke out in their hearts. With the third and fourth elders' help, how could teacher San Lei possibly withstand it? After all, San Lei had suffered hidden injuries from his fierce battle with demons in his early years. On the surface, his strength was at the peak of the Quasi-King level, but in reality, he had already regressed to the lower level of the Quasi-King level. Why did he still dare to fight? Was it to protect Lin Fan? The group exchanged glances, even their breathing was carefully controlled for fear of disturbing something. Meanwhile, San Lei suddenly unleashed his lightning attribute chakra, combining it with his fierce taijutsu, and charged towards the figure in front of him. Lightning release, lightning blade. Three terrifying whooshing sounds ripped through the air and echoed across the land. Just as these three attacks were about to collide, even the earth trembled. A figure suddenly appeared between the three. The three men froze, each taking a few steps back. Is this how you hire people? That's incredibly rude. Apart from Luo Mengdai, everyone else was confused. What did they see? Lin Fan suddenly appeared between the three of them. Lin Fan, that speed. Even Zhao Huai and Xiao Ning, who were both shrewish, didn't notice. Their expressions changed instantly as they noticed Lin Fan's aura continuously rising. Isn't it only at the fourth rank? This aura doesn't look like that of a fourth-tier cultivator at all. It's more like the aura of a Kage-level powerhouse. In the center of the training ground, Lin Fan, what are you doing here? Luo Mengdai, you. San Lei hurriedly tried to stop him, but the words caught in his throat as if something was choking him, and he couldn't utter a sound. Teacher Song, please step back. Leave the rest to me. Lin Fan turned his head and said with a smile. San Lei was stunned for a moment. Blue chakra suddenly appeared around his body, reaching the level of Kage. The blue chakra was wrapped around a suit of armor that exuded a terrifying aura. Then, a terrifying human face engulfed in chakra flames suddenly appeared behind Lin Fan. A large skeletal hand appeared beside it, holding a blue long sword. San Lei swallowed hard. Is this fourth order? Is it still the fifth order as previously speculated? No, this is clearly Kage level. A true Kage level powerhouse. He gasped, wondering if he was hallucinating. Even after taking 3 or 4 breaths, Lin Fan's momentum remained undiminished. Is this true? Lin Fan has only been awakened for 4 days at most. How could he already be at the Kage level? Everyone was utterly shocked, speechless, and nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Lin Fan's surging chakra stirred up a whirlwind that swept in all directions. Their robes fluttered, their hair was disheveled, and sand almost blew into their eyes. Dude, slap me, and I'll check if I saw it wrong. You're actually going to hit me. Didn't you tell me to hit you? Stop arguing. Is Lin Fan's aura still only at the 5th level? 5th rank my ass. I've only ever felt this kind of aura from my dad. Isn't your dad a Kage level fighter? Does this mean Lin Fan is also a shadow level expert? Everyone stared in shock at the imposing face behind Lin Fan, a chill running through them. So, Lin Fan's strength isn't at the 4th
4th rank? If this is the 4th level, I'd rather twist my own head off. Brother Lin, the awakening ceremony only took a few days, 5 days? A real man never looks back at the explosion. He's already at the Kage level? The calm expression on Zhao Huai's face instantly turned into one of shock and confusion. Yi Han was stunned, his burly body trembling. Even Lu Guang almost gritted his teeth to pieces. What kind of genius is this? Lin Fan's current aura has once again refreshed their understanding of genius. Yesterday, they thought that reaching the 5th level of strength in 4 days was Lin Fan's limit. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan broke through his limit today, reaching the level of a film star in just 5 days? Looking across the entire planet Earth, who can do that? The 45 students in the gifted class were almost all from prominent families. Very few had studied diligently for years. After years of exposure, everyone naturally understands the level of a Kage-level powerhouse. For example, Lu Guang's family, the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhan. It took him a full 30 years to break through to the shadow level. Moreover, he is hailed as one of the 5 people who broke through to the shadow level the fastest in the Great Qin dynasty. Suddenly, everyone felt that they had been wasting their lives for the past 19 years. The differences between people are truly enormous. Inside the security booth next to the gifted class, Qin Zhongguo stroked his beard with great interest. The curiosity in his eyes grew stronger. This guy, finally deciding not to hide it anymore? Young man, indeed, you are arrogant and haughty. But if you're going to be wild, then you have to be completely wild. Qin Zhongguo shrugged, took off his security guard uniform, and put on a brown robe. With his long robe draped over his shoulders, he immediately exuded an aura of transcendence. He walked into the security booth, put his resignation letter on the table, and kicked the deck chair to pieces. The moment the recliner shattered, a 2-meter-long purple spear suddenly appeared. Runes float across the spear, radiating an aura of dominance. It exudes an aura of world destruction. A look of nostalgia flashed in Qin Zhongguo's eyes. A slight smile played on his lips as he gripped his spear tightly. Energetic, he murmured to himself, "Since someone wants to change the status quo, I, an old man, have to lend a hand. I'll be busy for a while now." After saying that, he laughed and disappeared instantly, flying towards the horizon. Old Gao, it looks like they're selling fish right now. Old Jiao, it seems he's making money in the underground bounty hunting grounds. Only Qin Zhongguo's soft murmur echoed between heaven and earth. In the center of the training ground, Lin Fan remained calm, his gaze fixed ahead. The 3rd and 4th elders exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed. "Are you Lin Fan? Isn't Lin Fan only at the 4th level?" The 3rd and 4th elders searched their memories with lifeless eyes. Blue light surged around Lin Fan, and the figure of Susanoo suddenly appeared. Susanoo conjured 2 large hands out of thin air on either side, each wielding a long sword. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed at the 2 men. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately pushed off the ground, retreating backward. They were terrified of being struck by that blade. A chasm suddenly appeared in the training ground, separating the 2. The 2 adjusted their postures as if by magic, the moon imprints around them still lingering in the air. A thick fog enveloped his entire body. He was wearing a white robe covered in dust. Sweat trickled down his cheeks. In a sorry state, Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and glanced at them sideways. "You too." The 3rd and 4th elders exchanged glances, not understanding what Lin Fan was trying to express. The way they clung to life. "It's really ugly." Lin Fan had no intention of giving the 2 a chance to retaliate. The Susanoo behind him suddenly extended its skeletal arm and gripped the long sword once more. Lin Fan slowly raised his hand into a palm, and then, the 3rd and 4th elders raised their hands in front of them, as if bowing to Buddha. The countless crescent moon marks around them instantly coalesced into a giant full moon shield, radiating white light, blocking their way. However, they underestimated the speed and power of Susanoo. The 2 long swords mercilessly shattered the full moon shield. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, 2 large swords instantly cleaved through their clothes. The 2 were sent flying hundreds of meters away, like kites with broken strings. The crescent-shaped granulation mark on his forehead gradually disappeared without a trace. The attack and the battle hadn't even lasted 3 breaths. The 2 former Kage-level powerhouses had no chance to resist and were utterly defeated on the spot. They didn't even get a chance to catch their breath or beg for mercy. Lin Fan waved his hand coldly, and the Susanoo behind him slowly shrank and eventually disappeared. "Did you hold back? They seem to be under control," Luo Mengdai asked with concern as she stood to the side. "It doesn't matter whether we hold them back or not, they're just traitorous dogs," Luo Mengdai added. The news that the 3rd and 4th elders were about to enter the immortal realm had already spread among the upper echelons of the Great Qin dynasty. Especially after the incident with Qi Tian, Luo Mengdai completely loathed the people of the immortal realm and naturally had no pity for these 2. Lin Fan glanced at the spot where the 2 had been blasted away. They should still be breathing. Then, he walked up to the group of students in the gifted class. What came into view were countless complex gazes, a mixture of awe, shock, and even disbelief. Song Lei, too, stood still, his expression the same as everyone else's. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He was well aware of everyone's reaction. Fan. He raised his hand and slowly said to the crowd, "Let's get to know each other again, everyone. My name is Lin Fan. His surname is Lin."
Lin Fan's lips curled slightly into a smile as he stretched out his arm towards the void. Faced with Lin Fan, who now seems harmless, who would have thought that he could use that terrifying power to instantly kill the third elder and the fourth elder?
Lin, brother, when did you acquire this power? We always thought you were only at the 4th rank, king level.
Brother Lin, your strength is truly terrifying. To suddenly display such a level of strength, have you really only been cultivating for 5 days? I remember it took my dad over 10 years to break through to the shadow level.
So, Brother Lin, are you just here to have some fun? Or is there something else?
Brother Lin, what exactly are those 2 skeletal soldiers you just summoned, wielding 2 big swords? The students in the gifted class chatted away, one after another, with the conversation flowing continuously. His expression was full of shock and curiosity towards Lin Fan. You know, they are very knowledgeable. But the blue armor Lin Fan had just worn was something they had never seen in all their years of life. Lin Fan paused slightly upon hearing everyone's words, then smiled and said,
"This is the power of Susanoo, a technique displayed by my Manjikyu Sharingan." Everyone's pupils contracted immediately, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Yesterday, Lin Fan already showed everyone the power of the Sharingan, and today he's showing off a new Sharingan skill? And it's this powerful? Let's not even talk about what Susanoo is. Just considering Lin Fan's current strength in the Great Qian dynasty. No, look at all the countries in the world. He's basically a general level figure. Some small countries don't even have Kage level combat power.
They originally thought that Lin Fan's ability to achieve near 5th tier strength in just 4 days was already enough to shock, envious, and jealous. Today, he was told that he possesses Kage level strength.
This left everyone speechless with astonishment.
Even more incredible than the few top tier players who spend all their time playing for character games. It's like the student who's last in the class suddenly winning a world-class competition. Or it would be just as awe-inspiring to fight against Tendo Chao Qingshui with a randomly picked up saxophone. The group looked at each other blankly, and it took them a long time to finally manage to utter a useful remark.
A silence fell.
Meanwhile, Song Lei stood blankly behind Lin Fan, his eyes darting around. He stared at the lingering aura emanating from Lin Fan, his feelings incredibly complex.
As a
quasi-king level awakener, Song Lei was no stranger to this aura, and he knew how difficult the process was from 6th rank to quasi-king, and from quasi-king to king level. Many geniuses hailed as the pride of the Great Qian dynasty often linger at the limit of the quasi-shadow level, unable to break through throughout their lives, ultimately achieving nothing, or even becoming depressed and regressing in strength. However, Lin Fan before him completely shattered his understanding of all this. Who could reach the shadow level in just 5 days?
Even the founder of the Great Qian dynasty couldn't have advanced so quickly. Song Lei's gaze shifted to the 3rd elder and 4th elder lying on the ground.
He suddenly realized that his previous worries
were completely unnecessary.
With Lin Fan's strength, escaping to the ends of the earth and hiding away would be no problem at all. Recalling how he had actually considered taking the blow for Lin Fan, Song Lei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Fan's strength was probably enough to completely crush him with just one hand. He clearly sensed that the power Lin Fan had just unleashed was not his limit at all.
Thinking of this, a wry smile appeared on Song Lei's lips.
5 days, just 5 days. To have reached the shadow level, this talent is simply astonishing. In an instant, Song Lei felt his head spin several times over, utterly shocked by Lin Fan's strength. By the way, Lin Fan, you'd better find a place to hide quickly. Song Lei took a breath, then changed the subject and said solemnly, although, I don't know the specifics, even if you have shadow level strength, you might not be able to stop those people from the immortal god realm. The person who can control the 3rd elder and the 4th elder is probably a bloodline warrior with the strength of a shadow level expert, he analyzed seriously.
Although the 3rd and 4th elders are advanced in years, they are highly experienced and possess abundant chakra reserves.
Only a Kage level bloodline could personally control them. If Lin Fan were to rush there at that time, it would most likely be of no use and could even put his life in danger. As a member of the Great Qian dynasty, Song Lei could not allow such a tragedy to happen. Moreover, the Grand Elder may already be under their control. He raised his hand and pointed to the west. If you keep going in this direction, there is a place called Juecha Mountain, which is a forbidden place where chakra is cut off. Once inside, it is extremely difficult for anyone to be detected. You go ahead first, I'll report the rest.
Song Lei's words were earnest, full of concern and thoughtful consideration for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan paused slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and waved his hand.
Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Song.
He turned around, slowly raised his arm, and lifted the 2 unconscious bodies on the ground. I think I have to deal with the trouble I caused myself. What's more, Song Lei was stunned when he saw Luo Mengai also float up with Lin Fan and follow closely behind. I think it's already quite remarkable that they have the guts to challenge me. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the 4 figures disappeared into the sky with a whoosh, eventually flying towards the direction of the purple gold city.
The morning sun shines on the earth, bathing it in a golden glow.
Song Lei stared blankly blankly at Lin Fan's retreating figure, unable to move for a long time, his face pale, his eyes gazing blankly in the direction of the Forbidden City. He wasn't confused by Lin Fan's words, but rather by the aura Lin Fan exuded when Lin Fan flew away. That aura made him tremble all over, his body shook, and he didn't even dare to breathe deeply.
San Lei felt as if he were frozen by that oppressive aura.
Only after Lin Fan's aura completely disappeared did he suddenly sit down, panting heavily.
What level is this guy at? The power it exudes is truly terrifying. In that very instant,
San Lei, a near-Kage-level powerhouse who once fought fiercely against demons on the frontier, sensed the presence of death. Hongfu and Ningxue continuously released their divine chakra, instantly creating two completely different domains on the conference room door. One is a desert region, and the other is a lava region. The rising heat spread out, seemingly distorting the space of the conference room slightly. Long Hai had already sat down in a chair at some point, crossed his legs, and stared coldly at the Grand Elder.
You've really gotten old. The orders I gave to the third and fourth elders haven't been delivered yet, have they?
He said jokingly, showing no regard for the Grand Elder.
The elder's eyes immediately turned icy cold. You manipulated the third and fourth sons?
Killing intent filled his pupils, and chakra rapidly gathered around him, ready to strike at any moment. Long Hai waved his hand, a fake smile on his face.
Hey, you're wrong about that.
Those two coveted the moon mark of my immortal realm and willingly accepted it. Now, they have probably become slaves of the immortals and gods. After saying that, Long Hai threw his head back and burst into laughter. Elder, you must remember that the Akatsuki organization stands behind Lin Fan. Their leader is someone neither of us can afford to offend, the elder said in a solemn tone.
Oh, Long Hai couldn't help but sneer. What does that count for? Ha ha, you dare to challenge the authority of my immortal realm? Come on, I'll kill them all.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hongfu hurriedly called out, Senior brother Long Hai, it seems that elders 3 and 4, the third and fourth elders were standing outside, slowly floating towards them.
Then the speed suddenly increased. Like a freshly fired cannonball, Hongfu and Ning Shue's eyes widened in shock. The conference room door was smashed open by two enormous figures who rushed in like cannonballs.
Hongfu and Ning Shue quickly retreated to Long Hai's side. The elder's gaze sharpened. Long Hai squinted and slowly stood up from his chair. Their gazes were all drawn to the two people who had been thrown in the third elder and the fourth elder, dressed in dingy white robes. Long Hai looked outside with great interest.
Hongfu and Ning Shue quickly assumed a fighting stance. Only the Grand Elder felt a deep sense of doubt. The more I sense this chakra aura, the more it resembles a person.
A person who could not possibly possess such strength.
The newcomer is at least a Kage-level expert.
All four of them turned their gazes outside. A figure slowly floated in mid-air. His black hair was disheveled, he wore a long black robe, and held a flaming fan. His lips curled slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. An imposing and domineering aura, as powerful as a mountain, emanated from this man. Long Hai glanced sideways, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. How dare you obstruct the orders of us immortals and gods? Long Hai was unaware of this, but the two people beside him felt a sudden sinking feeling in their hearts.
It was like a bolt from the blue. Isn't this Lin Fan, who just arrived in Kyoto yesterday? The visitor was none other than Lin Fan.
At this moment, he hovered in mid-air, the power of the Rinnegan undiminished. He resembled a valiant and domineering general. His eyes were full of contempt. Hongfu and Ning Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes.
Wasn't it only 4 days since it awakened? How did he reach Kage level in an instant? Especially Hongfu.
He only felt a slight dryness in his throat.
Even with the bloodline of immortals and gods, he couldn't alleviate the dryness for half a day. Could it be that my jinx really came true?
Hongfu suddenly remembered that when Lin Fan first entered the capital, all three of them glanced at him.
Only I felt something was wrong at the time.
Lin Fan had already noticed their probing gazes.
At first I thought it was just my imagination, but now it seems that it is not.
At that time, Lin Fan probably already possessed such strength.
Was Lin Fan really that strong back then?
He held a flame fan in one hand, and his other eye had suddenly transformed into the Manjikyu Sharingan. Elder,
I apologize for being a little late.
The elder was taken aback at first, then stroked his beard, his face showing a mixture of surprise and shock that was both unexpected and understandable. This should have been expected long ago. He cultivated to the 5th level within 4 days and appeared in Linhai City together with Pain's Rinnegan to fight against demons.
He even seemed incredibly relaxed when fighting Luo Mengdai.
Not to mention, he also demonstrated spatial power during yesterday's battle trial in the genius class.
I should have realized this sooner. Lin Fan's strength and identity are far from ordinary. How can he be so strong?
The Grand Elder felt like one of those villains in online novels whose intelligence had been reduced, which was simply unbelievable. Lin Fan, you've kept this from me for a long time. Lin Fan waved his hand, pointed the flaming fan in his hand at Long Hai, and a helpless smile appeared on his lips. It wasn't hidden for long, only 5 days.
That's pretty fast, isn't it?
The Grand Elder was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Long Hai, standing to the side, pursed his lips with interest, staring curiously at Lin Fan, who was floating in midair.
So, you're the one who killed Chi Tian? Long Hai's mouth suddenly split open, the crack extending all the way to his ear, looking extremely eerie.
The crescent moon mark floating beside him emitted several beams of light, which instantly shot towards Lin Fan.
Lin Fan sneered. He waved his flaming fan and slammed it down in front of him.
Several beams of light, composed of moon-like markings, were slammed hard onto the ground.
With a loud explosion, several craters appeared on the ground.
If you're talking about being an opponent at the transcendental stage, you're not bad. Lin Fan remained expressionless, offering his comments in a detached tone, as if evaluating trash.
A hint of anger involuntarily appeared on Long Hai's face.
The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. He suddenly unleashed his chakra and slammed it heavily onto the ground. A string of strange runes appeared, quickly twisting and spreading, covering the entire Forbidden City at an astonishing speed.
The 5 figures vanished from inside and outside the conference room in an instant.
They were transported to a vast, desolate desert on the frontier. Lin Fan frowned, reached out and used gravity and repulsion to lift the Elder and place him beside him. The Elder was dressed in a long robe, which fluttered in the howling wind.
The purple gold palace is actually a spatial teleportation array?
Lin Fan asked with a hint of surprise.
Since mastering the Manjikyu Sharingan, his perception of spatial power has become increasingly acute.
As early as when the Grand Elder struck the ground, triggering the appearance of runes, he noticed that a vast spatial power suddenly surged within the purple gold palace.
The founder of the Great Qian dynasty, that person's strategy. The Elder was lost in memories.
He was worried that the Forbidden City would be destroyed, so he spent 3 years carving spatial teleportation runes on it.
I can activate it once the city is attacked. Move here to the Great Qian Desert, 3,000 miles from Kyoto.
In this way, even if a conflict breaks out, it will not affect the surrounding area. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Even if the Grand Elder doesn't activate the teleportation, he can still confine the battlefield within the Kemui space using the power of his Sharingan, thus preventing any danger to the surrounding area. He slowly turned around to face 3 people whose bodies were as white as jade. Hongfu and Ning Shui gritted their teeth, their faces filled with hatred, and their eyes blazing with undisguised murderous intent.
Long Hai remained calm. Elder, that's enough. Long Hai clapped his hands again and said,
I never expected that the Forbidden City would have such a function. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't give in to this guy. I've already chosen a burial plot for you, so of course there's no problem. He shrugged. You speak very quickly. A sudden surge of intense killing intent flashed in Long Hai's eyes. Hongfu and Ning Shui simultaneously released their respective chakra.
The chakra of the Desert Immortal Lord and the Lava Immortal Lord of the Immortal Realm poured out like a flood.
They charged toward Lin Fan from 2 different directions.
It moves as fast as a lightning bolt, too fast for the naked eye to detect.
Lin Fan suddenly smiled. He grinned, a slight smile playing on his lips, tinged with disdain.
Is this person crazy? He's just standing there without moving, still grinning like an idiot there. Hongfu and Ning Shui thought the same thing at the same time. He could still laugh even at the brink of death. How ridiculous. The thought hadn't even fully formed yet.
2 large swords burning with blue flames suddenly slashed down. The sound of something cutting through the air reverberated, echoing all around.
It was as if even space itself had been split in 2. The 2 didn't even have a chance to react.
Even the screams and wails before death came to an abrupt end.
Pale blood was spilled on this wasteland.
It added another layer of silvery frost to this wasteland. Lin Fan looked up, and the skeleton of Susanoo suddenly covered his entire body.
A deep blue head emerged from the skeleton. Susanoo's hair stood up straight. He glanced at the corpse on the ground with a blank expression. Then he looked at the shocked and bewildered Long Hai. Sorry, I should have held back a bit. Even a rat will bite when cornered, and it bites hard on the teeth. Those 2 pieces of trash, they look worse than rats.
2 warm corpses, with blood slowly flowing from them. Hongfu and Ning Shui were cut in 2 with a single stroke, their bones even severed. The only sound echoing across the wasteland was Lin Fan's sarcastic remark. The Elder swallowed hard. He admitted that he couldn't do what Lin Fan did. If he were younger, he might be able to imitate some of Lin Fan's imposing manner. Even with the strength of a shadow-level expert, it would probably take more than 10 rounds to fight Ning Shui and Hongfu.
The Elder felt the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Fan's Sharingan. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A question suddenly arose in my mind. Is Lin Fan really that young?
Long Hai looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and sneered.
He raised both hands,
and the moon mark carrying chakra erupted. The robe and the ends of her hair were blown about by an invisible wind. Very good, very good, very good. Long Hai said very good 3 times in a row, his heart burning with rage.
You want to start a war with the realm of immortals and gods?
Losing the protection of the immortal realm will not do you any good. As he spoke, he stared intently at Lin Fan with eyes full of murderous intent. Lin Fan shrugged and said innocently, They tried to kill me first, but they were outmatched and I killed them instead. The strength of these 2 can only reach that level. Would your realm of immortals and gods care about these 2 ants? He didn't hold back in his mockery. Based on Chi Tian's memories in Qin Zhongguo's words from yesterday, he had already made some guesses.
Human limits may indeed be constrained.
Demons constantly invade the human world, absorbing flesh and blood, with only one goal, to become stronger. Humans, however, lack the power and means to fight against demons. In order to maintain this balance, that one, or rather, those few beings who pushed humanity to its limits, it is the key to communicating with the realm of immortals and gods. Otherwise, how could those proud immortal lords of the immortal realm willingly grant them bloodlines after humanity's desperate pleas? Thinking of this, Lin Fan's lips curled into an even deeper smile.
You are nothing but dogs. How could your so-called immortal lords possibly care about you stray dogs? They really dare to wage war against the human realm?
Lin Fan's words were like rubbing salt into Long Hai's wounds.
Shut up!
Long Hai's figure suddenly changed. A moon mark was left on the spot. He held a crescent-shaped weapon in his hand and suddenly slashed horizontally at Lin Fan's body. The slashing motion was accompanied by an endless sound of wind being cut. Behind Lin Fan, the long sword held by the giant shadow of Susanoo suddenly clashed violently with Long Hai's crescent-shaped weapon. You can use a little more force. Lin Fan clapped his hands, mimicking Long Hai's interested expression, and stared at his ashen face as he spoke.
Perhaps you can break through my defenses. Long Hai's gaze darkened.
Dozens of crescent moons condensed around him, shooting towards Lin Fan from all directions like sharp arrows. His other hand was also tightly gripping a crescent moon sword, aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. This dense and powerful offensive seemed to make the air in the world tremble.
Spicy and delicious.
Lin Fan smiled slightly and raised his arm. Instantly, Long Hai's body and the countless moon marks were sent flying. It crashed heavily onto the barren desert. Dust flew everywhere, creating a huge crater. Lin Fan then slowly lowered his arm. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted sharply, and he asked in surprise, "You're a shadow-level expert?" Elderly Chongsheng wanted to intervene and help.
Not long after.
But the moment he made the move, the chakra surging from Lin Fan's body immediately stopped him.
More or less, Lin Fan replied casually, seemingly unfazed. His gaze was fixed firmly on Long Hai.
The Grand Elder even doubted his own eyes.
After confirming it repeatedly, the result was almost without a doubt. Are you really only 18?
The Elder asked with a hint of doubt.
Chowing at 18.
He usually thought that what he heard from ancient books or other people was an exaggeration.
This is outrageous. It can't be this outrageous.
But at this moment, Lin Fan's super shadow strength was laid bare before them. Standing next to Lin Fan, he could clearly feel it. Lin Fan seemed to have unlocked his limiter, and his aura surged continuously.
And it hasn't reached its limit yet.
A figure slowly rose from the brown smoke in the distance. "Elder, please step back a little." Lin Fan raised his arm, and chakra surged forth once more.
One glance reveals the Rinnegan. His other eye is the Manjikyu Sharingan. Oh.
Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately supported himself and ran several kilometers away.
Even after traveling such a long distance, he still felt uneasy.
It seems, this place will be affected too. Having held a high position for many years and fought countless demons, the Grand Elder possessed an extremely keen intuition and was full of confidence. After a moment's thought, he accelerated again and ran towards the outer edge. He only stopped slowly after running for dozens of kilometers, in a remote and sparsely populated area, far away from the desert where Lin Fan and Long Hai were. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and released all his senses. This perception quickly allowed him to pinpoint the location in the desert where Lin Fan and Long Hai were fighting. At this moment, Long Hai was wearing a white robe, which was covered in dust. He flicked his arm lightly, and divine chakra surged forth, instantly sweeping away the dust from his body.
The white robe reappeared, as white as new. Long Hai's gaze toward Lin Fan was no longer filled with contempt and disdain.
Instead, there was a profound sense of caution and scrutiny. "I never imagined that such a master was hidden in the mortal realm. I've only been gone for 10 years, and you've already become such a person." The crescent moon mark slowly gathered around Long Hai. "Lin Fan, you deserve to be remembered. It makes it even more worthwhile for me to plan a serious battle with you." The atmosphere in Long Hai became more somber. Although he couldn't fully discern what kind of ability Lin Fan had just used, he still couldn't quite see it. However, based on the strength of his chakra, Ryukai deduced, Lin Fan is at least a master of the lower level of the super shadow realm. The monk himself has not yet awakened his bloodline, but his strength is at the same level. Such a powerful person is no ordinary individual.
Lin Fan was instantly amused by Long Hai. "Are you trying to defeat me with a scheme?" Long Hai frowned, sensing something was amiss.
These words sounded like a death sentence for himself. Lin Fan's figure appeared instantly above Long Hai's head.
"Right in front of me. Using tricks is useless." Long Hai's pupils suddenly contracted. A foot kicked him hard in the head. He didn't even have time to put his strength into defense.
His entire body, head and all, was kicked away.
Long Hai suddenly paused, trying to adjust his posture in midair.
A voice came from beside my ear. Lin Fan raised his hand, revealing a playful smile. Long Hai's body was suddenly pulled back in front of Lin Fan by a powerful force. This kick landed squarely on Long Hai's head. Several teeth fell
out, mixed with blood. He rolled around like a ball, crashing into the ground repeatedly. Completely bewildered, he collapsed to the ground. The elder's hand, stroking his beard, trembled slightly. In the principal's office. The universal pull and the divine impulse that I saw in the crystal ball and on the screen before. It is an invincible skill within the same realm. Lin Fan is now using his abilities at the transcendent realm. In terms of strength, even if he personally intervenes and does his utmost, it probably can't even compare to half the power Lin Fan used to defeat Long Hai. His senses gradually focused on Lin Fan. This guy is the real master of the 6 paths of pain, isn't he? The elder muttered to himself, but hope gleamed in his eyes. He firmly believed in one principle. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fan's appearance. The emergence of the Akatsuki organization brought about a qualitative leap. The first elder's eyes narrowed slightly at the thought of the Akatsuki organization. The robes fluttered in the wind. The Akatsuki organization, and that mysterious leader. Could it be that? Upon realizing this, all the doubts in the Grand Elder's mind suddenly became clear. All the words in the world can be summed up in just 2 words. He shouldn't just die like this, right? Lin Fan raised his hand, preparing to release the myriad manifestations' heavenly guidance once again. Lin Fan! From afar came hoarse, angry shouts. Long Hai struggled to his feet, his clothes stained with dust and blood, yet he showed no signs of distress. His skin cracked open, and blood seeped out. The decision was made to no longer show leniency. Moon Domain. Long Hai formed hand seals, and white chakra instantly enveloped the entire desert. Lin Fan stared at the chakra that permeated the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, the space turned white. And in this white space, the curtain of darkness suddenly fell, and a full moon hung in the sky. Outside light is completely blocked. Not bad, to be honest, much better than that Chi-Tian. Lin Fan said calmly, the power and chakra intensity contained in this space are more than 10 times stronger than that of Chi-Tian, whom we encountered yesterday. However, in front of him, it still seems insignificant. Lin Fan's voice gently reached Long Hai's ears. This fueled his anger even more. Even when you're about to die, you're still being stubborn. Long Hai felt a little guilty after being beaten by Lin Fan. He decided not to give Lin Fan any chance to breathe. Crescent Moon escape, 10,000 moons unleashed. Hands form a madra. It was as if countless eyes were opening one by one in the darkness. In each pair of eyes, there was a crescent moon the size of a bucket. Lin Fan glanced around indifferently, his eyes showing no emotion. Hundreds of crescent-shaped projectiles, like bullets, shot out of the gun barrel at high speed, heading straight for Lin Fan. It got faster each time. Each time it got more intense than the last. In the darkness, it seemed as if a brilliant moonlight rain was about to fall. In the distance, Long Hai's lips curled slightly, his face cold as he stared at Lin Fan. This time, I'll see how you dodge. This move was a unique skill personally taught by the Moon Immortal Lord. If the opponent is just an ordinary shadow, there is absolutely no chance to evade. They will surely be badly injured by this attack. Long Hai's eyes widened like copper bells, his pale eyes filled with disbelief. These layers upon layers of crescent-shaped attacks actually pierced through Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan remained standing still. He has clearly entered a state of ethereal transformation. This time, the ethereal transformation, combined with Madara Uchiha's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, has become even more enduring. Countless crescent moons fell, but without exception, they pierced through Lin Fan's body and plunged into the ground. Lin Fan raised his hand and looked at Long Hai, who was staring in astonishment on the horizon. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Why don't you use that blood-burning technique from your immortal realm? Let me see just how strong your immortal god realm, with its super shadow-level strength, really is. After absorbing a bit of your master's blood, to what extent has your strength increased? After all, you are now. Lin Fan lightly shook his hand, as if he were sprinkling water. A strong repulsive force immediately spread out. All the crescent moons in the lunar domain were shattered into fragments. A sound like shattering glass rang out. The entire lunar domain returned to its original darkness. Even so, Lin Fan could still see that Long Hai's pale face was now covered in an ashen color. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins like a spider web. Long Hai gritted his teeth and could only manage to squeeze out this one sentence. How could he possibly possess such power? One must possess at least the strength of a near 6 paths immortal lord to comprehend even a fraction of it. The guy in front of me doesn't look like someone with spatial powers at all, but Lin Fan actually used it. And it's so large in scale. He actually used spatial power to evade the 10,000 moons unleashed attack that he was so proud of and had cultivated for 10 years. A sense of fear rose in Long Hai's heart. It was mixed with regret and resentment. She wished she had never provoked Chi-Tian. I hate Lin Fan even more for being so powerful. Damn it! Long Hai stared at Lin Fan with a face full of resentment, wishing he could tear his flesh and bones off. If he retreats and returns to the immortal realm, how can he explain himself to the Moon Immortal Lord, the Desert Immortal Lord, and the Lava Immortal Lord? Their ultimate fate will likely be even more tragic than what they experience here. After all, they don't care about the lives of ordinary people. However, you will eventually die by my hand. After muttering for a while, Long Hai finally squeezed
squeezed out these words through gritted teeth.
Don't be so brainless.
Lin Fan looked at him helplessly.
If you're going to fight, then fight. Why all the talk? Bloodline burning, Long Hai roared.
The bloodline of the Moon Immortal Lord in his heart suddenly ignited.
His entire body was surging with incredibly pure divine chakra. They erupted all at once. It looks like they're giving it their all.
Lin Fan watched with great interest as Long Hai's body gradually swelled up. It seems to be heading towards breaking through the sky.
Then I'll try out the new ability too.
Lin Fan formed a hand seal and gently touched it together. The space within the lunar domain seemed to freeze instantly. Birds took flight in fright, and ants scattered and fled. At this moment, countless wild beasts let out dozens of mournful cries. It was as if some natural disaster was about to strike. Only the purple light beneath the Rinnegan remained. Lin Fan murmured softly. Long Hai's body continued to expand. The skin cracks and then heals, the bones expand, and the flesh grows thicker and stronger. In an instant, he possessed a powerful force in this space, as if he were a manifestation of the heavens and the earth.
Its body, hundreds of meters tall, stands in the realm of the moon. The aura it exuded was exceptionally terrifying.
Even the wild grass on the ground withered and turned to ashes due to this oppressive force. You've successfully forced me to reveal my true colors. Long Hai stared at Lin Fan with a look of disdain. However, Long Hai's contempt was quickly shattered, because the voice coming from Lin Fan's mouth suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Fan formed hand seals, and endless chakra surged out from his body.
It's like a volcano that never stops churning. This terrifying chakra condensed into a dazzling pillar of light. It actually broke through the barrier of the moon domain.
A vast and boundless power erupted and surged around Lin Fan. Long Hai stood there, stunned, even though he possessed strength surpassing that of a Shadow Realm expert, and stood 100 meters tall, resembling a giant.
But they were completely unable to react. The imposing aura emanating from Lin Fan completely extinguished any thought of escape in him. Not only him.
In the distance, at the edge of the wasteland, the Great Elder, his hand, which was holding his beard, trembled slightly. Gazing at that beam of light, his eyes flickered with complex emotions.
But more than anything, I was shocked. What kind of power is this?
It's absolutely impossible that it's just at the Super Kage level. The Grand Elder finally realized what was happening. Lin Fan now made him feel the power of the founder of the Great Qian Dynasty. The founder of the Great Qian Dynasty, under the pressure of being devoured by countless demons and the pressure from immortals and gods, he fought fiercely and became a near 6th level powerhouse.
Release a bloodline limit at will.
That alone is enough to unleash devastating and earth-shattering power. Lin Fan, on the other hand, has now actually approached that person's level. The Elder pondered in disbelief, sensing and searching for answers in a daze. Even more surprisingly, a startling thought flashed through his mind.
Lin Fan is stronger than the founder of the Great Qian Dynasty.
The moment this thought crossed his mind, the Grand Elder almost bit off his tongue.
Lin Fan is actually stronger than the founder of the Great Qian Dynasty? The Grand Elder already knew about Lin Fan's family background.
Lin Fan's parents run a foreign trade business in Russia. He grew up peacefully in the country alone until he turned 18. The birth certificate was crystal clear, and De Qian remembered it vividly. An 18-year-old near 6th path level? An irrepressible thought welled up in the Grand Elder's mind once again. Wasn't Lin Fan awakened through the 18-year-old ritual? Will he awaken the abilities of the Sharingan and Rinnegan? Instead, it awakened in the ancient way recorded in ancient books. A series of chaotic thoughts flooded the Elder's mind. His outstretched hand froze in shock at the sight in the sky.
What is this?
Li Chongqing swore. This was a scene he had never seen before.
On the outskirts of Kyoto during the Great Qian Dynasty, hundreds of kilometers from the edge of the wasteland,
Luo Mengdai was accompanied by Pain, who was dressed in civilian clothes,
wandering aimlessly through the small cities surrounding Kyoto.
Luo Mengdai had already replaced the red cloud black robes worn by the 6 Pain members. He changed into a black robe with purple and black stripes under a black conical hat.
The shop even gave away a decorative long knife as a gift. From a distance, it seems to have toned down its domineering aura considerably. This adds to the sense of mystery.
The leader said a major battle might break out, so he's taking you to tour the Divine Might space. Luo Mengdai then changed into a white shirt. Her shapely figure was on full display.
Thank you, Sister Luo. The animal tilted its little head, stuck out its tongue, and looked delighted. Speaking of which, Hydrangea is the most lively of the 6 paths of pain after he awakened his consciousness. I wonder if the leader needs any help. Hellpath crosses his arms over his chest. If necessary, we might call you over. Luo Mengdai answered with a smile.
The 6 paths of pain were taken aback and turned their bodies to the west. Luo Mengdai peered over in confusion. In an instant, her pupils contracted sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief. On the horizon, a meteorite several hundred meters in size broke through the clouds and fell from the sky. The immense pressure seemed to cause the earth to tremble slightly in resonance, like a minor earthquake.
Countless people witnessed this scene around the 7 of them. Look, it's a meteorite. A meteorite is about to fall. It's so big, I feel like I can't breathe. Where exactly is it going to smash. It's a wasteland, over there in the wasteland, not a city. After it lands, will the entire Earth shake?
People were amazed, but most believed it was just a rare natural phenomenon.
However, Luo Mengdia's feelings were completely different.
From her perspective, this meteorite was by no means a natural fall. The massive meteorite was enveloped in a terrifying layer of chakra. It was this chakra, like a giant hand, that dragged the meteorite down from the sky and struck the earth.
Come on, Shears. What kind of power is this?
She looked into the distance and felt a chill run down her spine, as if background music was playing and the atmosphere was tense.
But amidst this fear, she vaguely sensed a sense of familiarity.
Sister Meng Dai, don't worry, that's the leader using the Rinnegan. The hydrangea turned to look at her, its Rinnegan emitting a faint glow.
Is it Lin Fan? Luo Mengdia's mind went blank.
That's right, he is indeed the leader. The eyes beneath Renjiandeo's long, thin hair were cold and ruthless.
Heavenly Tao, what kind of ability is this? Ajura asked, raising his arm.
With everyone watching, the Heavenly Tao slowly spoke. This is a forbidden technique of the Rinnegan. He paused abruptly, a flood of memories rushing through his mind. Then he uttered 6 words, named Tiane Aishenxing. From Long Hai's perspective, this meteorite falling from the sky was even more awe-inspiring. In front of the meteorite, which was hundreds of meters high, his body appeared as small as a child.
What is this thing?
Long Hai's voice trembled as he stared at the meteorite with a face full of fear. His eyes kept moving around, finally settling on Lin Fan. He saw in Lin Fan the realm he had always longed for, the realm that belonged to the immortal lord. At that moment, he felt only a dry throat and a blank mind. You are a near 6th path level, he said. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan looked up at the sky and nodded silently.
She's quite smart. Speaking of which, you're really a bit weak.
The next moment, Lin Fan swung his arm. A meteorite crashed down from the sky.
The entire wasteland seemed to be shrouded in a dark shadow.
Long Hai's 100-meter-tall body appears incredibly small beneath this giant rock. Sweat streamed down his face. The radiance emanating from the crescent moon mark on his forehead seemed to be suppressed.
He raised his arms in terror and roared, What kind of god are you?
Long Hai unleashed divine chakra from his entire body, condensing it into crescent moons that hurtled towards Lin Fan. The Susanoo that was entangled with Lin Fan drew its twin swords and shattered these pale and powerless attacks one by one. The attack had no effect. Lin Fan changed the subject, and with Susanoo, gradually became intangible under the power of Kamui. Just a traveler passing through this world. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He raised his hand and brought it down suddenly. With the meteorite falling suddenly, Long Hai had no chance to escape. As the meteorite hurtled down, Long Hai, his face filled with despair, desperately tried to block it with his hands. Dust and smoke rose, and the entire wasteland and the surrounding hundreds of kilometers trembled. Under this terrifying impact, the withered grass on the ground burst into brilliant flames. The place where Luo Mengdai was located was also shrouded in this strange phenomenon. This naturally caused an earthquake. The onlookers who were watching the scene all received a forced video message pushed to their phones. The video shows the Grand Elder's serious yet reassuring face. Everyone, please rest assured, the meteorite that landed on the edge of the capital of Dakian is just a minor natural phenomenon. It won't have any impact on our lives. The Elder's authoritative words brought a sigh of relief to many. Countless netizens are also sending messages. Thank goodness, my son was just imagining whether someone had summoned a meteorite.
Dude, you're overthinking it. Nobody can summon a meteorite.
Only a god could probably summon a meteorite.
I agree.
I've been involved in awakening education for over a decade, and I've never seen anyone actually achieve this.
People were discussing it animatedly.
However, those at the Quasi-Kage level or above didn't think that way at all.
Because of them,
I clearly saw it. That chakra is drawing the meteorite from the horizon, slowly falling. Many near king and king-level powerhouses frowned, anxiously wondering what had happened. Besides 6 people dressed in black and purple robes and wearing straw hats, the meteorite has finally landed. Luo Mengdai pointed her jade finger in the direction where the meteorite had landed, her mind reeling. She knew that Lin Fan had already made a big enough commotion, but I never expected it to be so huge. He actually used the gravity of the Rinnegan to pull a meteorite from the universe. Then it lands in this world and launches an attack. It's unbelievable. Who can withstand this attack? That person from the realm of immortals and gods is probably already dead. The leader's strength is becoming more and more terrifying every day. The hungry ghost sighed. They had only been summoned by Lin Fan for 5 days. In other words, he had only met Lin Fan 4 days ago. They witnessed Lin Fan's strength improve day by day. Ultimately, it reached such a terrifying level. Who can say for sure? The hydrangea of the animal realm covered its mouth and chuckled. However, have you noticed that as the leader's Rinnegan power has increased, our strength has also increased? All eyes turned to the calm and unperturbed Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao nodded and coldly uttered 2 words. Shouldn't we go find your leader? Luo Mengdai asked tentatively. Xianghua took the initiative to raise her hand and hold Luo Mengdia's arm. The other 5 paths of pain naturally had no objections. In that space of the lunar realm,
realm. The pale full moon on the horizon seemed to have dimmed considerably. The moon immortal lord opened her eyes again. As he opened his eyes, the 3 fleshy eyeballs beside him also opened. Longhai's bloodline has become very weak, and the moon mark seems to be faintly visible. The moon immortal lord spoke slowly. If someone were standing nearby, they would surely be able to hear the underlying anger in his words. Let me see what's going on. The fleshy ball let out a soft laugh, and its 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously shot out divine chakra, forming a mirror in front of the moon goddess. It perfectly captures the scene of the wilderness. On the wasteland, in a huge crater formed by the explosion of a meteorite that fell from outer space, countless black pebbles were scattered among them, and flames were still burning in some places. In the center of this group of jumbled rocks, in the hall, Longhai's clothes were completely torn to shreds. His enormous body returned to normal, even appearing more shrunken than before. Countless drops of blood fell to the ground. However, the powerful life force bestowed upon him by the realm of immortals and gods prevented him from dying on the spot. Instead, it made him gasp for breath. The moon immortal lord coldly glanced at all of this. In the vast impact crater, countless sparks scattered, their crimson rays illuminating Lin Fan's face. He looks both imposing and exceptionally handsome. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets. He lifted his foot and slowly walked towards Longhai. Each step treads over rubble cracked by the meteorite. They trampled on Longhai's body without any mercy. A slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. Beneath his jet black hair, the Rinnegan shone with a dazzling light. Can't move now, right? As soon as Longhai finished speaking, a surge of anger rose in his heart, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He barely managed to lift his head, staring at Lin Fan with a pleading look in his eyes, his voice weak but urgent. You can't kill me. I am the last descendant of the moon immortal lord. If you kill me, the immortal lord will never let you go. The rules of both the human realm and the realm of immortals and gods will be broken if you kill me. At that time, the realm of immortals and gods and the realm of demons will join forces to invade the human world. You will bear the weight of a terrible sin. As he finished speaking, Longhai seemed to remember something, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips, turning his tone threatening, as if he was certain that Lin Fan wouldn't dare to make a move. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Lin Fan stepped on his waist, turned to look at the approaching elder, and asked calmly, what do you think should be done? The elder had taken out the crystal ball at some point, and his aged fingers gently stroked its smooth surface. At this moment, Longhai stared at the grand elder with a threatening look. As long as Lin Fan lets him go, he'll surely come back for revenge and capture Lin Fan's family members one by one. Just as he was secretly making plans, Lin Fan spoke coldly again. Are you afraid? The elder was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm not afraid. Your strength is already so great. What is there to be afraid of? After he finished speaking, he still looked around with lingering fear. This is the power that Lin Fan created using the unique power of the heavenly obstruction star. Lin Fan laughed even more freely and stepped more steadily. Longhai opened his eyes wide, as if he wanted to say something, but it was probably just some boring and tedious pleas for mercy. Susanoo reappeared, and the long sword burning with blue flames slashed down at Ryukai. When Susanoo's long sword fell, Ryukai seemed to die on the spot. His eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief. He probably never imagined that Lin Fan would actually dare to kill him. In fact, Lin Fan did do it without hesitation. At this moment, Lin Fan crossed his arms over his chest, and the Susanoo that was wrapped around his body gradually dissipated, eventually disappearing into the world. The Grand Elder was still somewhat incredulous, looking Lin Fan up and down. Your strength has indeed reached that level? Isn't that a bit too decisive? This mentality is completely unlike that of someone this age. But the scenes that had just happened were clearly etched into his mind. That terrifying Susanoo, the power it unleashed. There was also the oppressive force of a falling meteorite. All of this could not be erased from the Grand Elder's memory, no matter what. The Grand Elder, who has held a high position for many years, truly has a discerning eye. Lin Fan smiled and responded to the Elder's words. Lin Fan changed the subject and paused for a moment. The Grand Elder looked puzzled. Lin Fan slowly walked to the side. His gaze gradually turned cold. In his line of sight, a mirror made of the moon floated in the air. Immediately, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Come and challenge me. Lin Fan snorted coldly, stretched out his arm, and divine power condensed on it. In the blink of an eye, he crushed the mirror in front of him completely, leaving not a single fragment. Lin Fan's last words still echoed within the lunar space. The moon immortal lord's face turned ashen. That's incredibly arrogant. The 3 fleshy orbs beside him, each with a pair of eyes, split open their massive mouths, revealing fangs, and chuckled as they spoke. How dare you harm Shuayin? The rules that the 3 of you set back then, we probably don't need to follow anymore. The moon immortal lord swept away, unleashing a burst of chakra like a volcanic eruption. The entire lunar space was violently shaken. This guy had already noticed the existence of the moon mirror. He even deliberately killed his bloodline right in front of him. The surge of chakra gradually subsided, returning to silence. How long would it take to create a spatial rift large enough to accommodate me traveling to the human realm? The moon immortal lord simultaneously
simultaneously formed hand seals with all 6 of his arms. Pure chakra poured out. Immediately afterwards, carrying wisps of information, it flew towards the other 5 spaces. Lin Fan's final term, Ant. This completely shattered the Moon Immortal Lord's years of peaceful cultivation. That calm and composed attitude caused his defenses to crumble. Since the beginning of a 1,000-year bloody war, it has been a long time since any human has dared to call him that.
God must not be profaned. At the fastest, 3 days? At the slowest, it might take 5 days.
The fleshy ball beside it rolled its eyes, calculating intently.
Too slow. The Moon Immortal Lord's eyes suddenly turned icy cold.
He spat out 2 drops of his essence.
These 2 drops of essence blood gradually transformed into various fragments of memory. These fragments quickly flew into his mind.
The Moon Immortal Lord had a general understanding of Lin Fan's background.
The one who killed Chi Tian in Long Hai is called Lin Fan, right? He smiled slightly, quickly grasping the clue.
Having lived for thousands of years, he had long ago perceived the connection between Lin Fan, pain, and the demon invasion.
And the Rinnegan.
He also possesses the strength to kill Ryukai, the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki, at the level of a near 6 Paths cultivator.
Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. A human who has just entered the quasi-6 Paths level.
Perhaps he's the old fellow who hid in the world during that 1,000-year-old bloody war? They actually disguise themselves as young humans, participate in the awakening ceremony and draw upon the power of the Akatsuki organization.
Are they actually playing role-playing games here? How shameless.
Before this immortal master, he thought Lin Fan's background had been completely exposed.
Now, he has completely woken up and sees everything about Lin Fan for what it is.
The Moon Immortal Lord laughed heartily, looking up at the sky.
Those unintelligent beasts in the demon realm were actually manipulated by a human. The meatball clearly hadn't reacted yet.
He remained standing there, looking somewhat lost.
Could you send a message to the demon realm for me?
The Moon Immortal Lord ignored the meatball's puzzled look. 6 arms moved rapidly, and round, full moons floated around them. These full moons contain beings at the quasi-6th level.
An aura of world-destroying destruction.
A full moon, etched with memories, was forged. This is something I created by combining the memories of Chi Tian and Long Hai. Take it and show it to those foolish demon lords. The full moon contains the most basic information, including the Akatsuki organization and the true leader of pain. The meatball paused for a moment, then asked casually,
"What about Lin Fan's strength?"
The Moon Immortal Lord paused briefly, then smiled.
Lin Fan's strength? He has only just entered the realm of the transcendent shadow.
Upon hearing this, the meatball suddenly let out a strange laugh.
Isn't this just using someone else to do the dirty work?
In an instant, a sacred gate slowly opened in front of the ball of flesh. The fleshy ball slowly approached.
It eventually disappeared without a trace. The entire realm of the moon fell silent once more.
The meteorite fell, leaving a crater. The Grand Elder stared intently at Lin Fan's actions. I also felt a spatial force dissipate, and the chakra contained within this spatial power. Yet it was something he was extremely familiar with. It was the aura of a celestial lord from the realm of immortals and gods.
You noticed it just now? The Elder asked with a hint of doubt.
Lin Fan nodded gently.
I felt this power the moment the blue realm appeared here.
That's why I dared to take such a bold step.
A bitter smile appeared on the Elder's face. I now seriously doubt your real age and your information. If you came from several eras ago, how could you be so arrogant?
If you are from this era, you are indeed only 18 years old.
What can be done about your terrifying cultivation level?
The Elder's words were filled with endless helplessness. That's right, he couldn't figure Lin Fan out at all. As the Grand Elder of the Great Chen dynasty, he had seen countless people of all kinds over the past 50 years, but Lin Fan was the only person he could neither see through nor understand. Lin Fan shrugged, knowing full well that the Grand Elder, like Qin Zhonghua and Uncle Qin, had fallen into some strange cognitive bias.
No matter how he explained it,
the result would be the same.
To be honest, I've always told the truth, Lin Fan said after a moment of silence. However, the Grand Elder still wore an incredulous expression, as if asking, "Do I believe what you're saying?"
The Grand Elder coughed twice and steered the conversation back on track. Long Hai is dead, and the other 2 bloodline heirs are also gone. That rule has already been broken by us humans, and I guess the Moon Immortal Lord can no longer suppress his killing intent. The Grand Elder gave a concise and to-the-point analysis of the current situation.
Of course, the 6 Immortal Lords still dare not attack ordinary people. Lin Fan frowned and couldn't help but ask, why?
The Grand Elder shook his head and said, "This is a rule left by the late Emperor, and we don't know the specific reason either.
However, since the Age of Awakening, humanity seems to have been constrained by these rules.
We must rely on the power of the immortals and gods to fight against the demons together. If anyone breaks this rule, that person must be killed. And now, you, or even me, have become the bad guy who broke the rules." Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully.
The Grand Elder is probably not from a previous era like Qin Zhonghua.
To find out the truth, we need to start from Qin Zhonghua's perspective. The Elder wanted to press for more information, but suddenly noticed 7 figures soaring through the air from afar. 7 figures drifted slowly over, 6 of them everyone dressed in black and purple robes and wearing bamboo hats. Under the sunlight, the Rinnegan beneath the straw hat gleamed with a unique radiance.
The newcomers were none other than Pain and Luo Mengdai. Lin Fan, are you alright?
Luo Mengdai rushed over anxiously and carefully checked Lin Fan's body. They breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was unharmed.
Of course it's fine. These small fry can be easily taken down with a flick of the wrist.
Lin Fan shrugged, casually patted Luo Mengdai's head and then turned his gaze to Pain.
Isn't this the outfit of the wandering Pain?
Lin Fan was startled. Seeing his surprise, Luo Mengdai smiled and explained, "This is a Pain costume I saw on the street. I thought it looked really good, so I bought it for them to wear."
It's really good.
Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Yesterday, while sparring with Pain and his group, I damaged quite a few of their red cloud and black robe outfits. This combination, along with the Rinnegan, made them look even more weathered."
Wait a minute.
The Grand Elder stepped forward, his mouth slightly open. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still so shocked by the appearance of the 6 paths of Pain that he was speechless.
Who are these 6 Pain? He looked at Lin Fan, then glanced at the 6 paths of Pain.
The animal-like purple hydrangea slowly drifted down from the 6 paths, touched its head and smiled. "Greetings, Elder. We are the Pain who appeared in Linhai City that day." The Pains each had their own distinct posture, and each was perfectly appropriate.
"Elder, Lin Fan is."
The Elder paused for a moment. At this moment, the heavenly Tao floated down, stood expressionless in front of the Grand Elder, and solemnly said, "Lin Fan is our leader. Also, the leader of the entire Akatsuki organization." As soon as Pain finished speaking, a huge wave of emotions surged in the Grand Elder's heart, just as he had guessed when he sensed Lin Fan's power.
What? The leader's illegitimate child? Just an ordinary member of some organization. It's all fabricated lies. Lin Fan is the one who truly controls the entire Akatsuki organization. Moreover, he is a leader at the near 6 paths level. No wonder he could level an entire mountain range in an instant. No wonder Lin Fan didn't hesitate during the awakening ceremony, choosing the Rinnegan despite everyone's opposition. Ultimately, this is probably the reason. Upon realizing this, the Grand Elder suddenly understood. Li Chanxing couldn't help but gasp several times. If Lin Fan harbors ambitions to become emperor, with just the 6 paths of Pain he led, plus his own combat power that was like a human nuclear bomb, the Great Qian dynasty. No, looking at any country on Earth today, they are all absolutely capable of dominating a region. No one dared to easily refute it.
Seeing Luo Mengdai holding Lin Fan's arm tightly with a face full of concern,
the Grand Elder knew.
My judgment this time was absolutely flawless.
Now, shall we go to the Forbidden City? We can have a good chat there, the Elder asked.
Lin Fan nodded in agreement. The Elder took a deep breath, then formed hand seals, and his chakra exploded forth. White light flashed all around, and the world turned upside down. They had already appeared in the conference room of the Forbidden City. The 3rd and 4th Elders remained lying on the ground, barely alive and unconscious. The crescent moon mark on his forehead disappeared completely after Long Hai's death. The Elder looked at the 2 people lying on the ground and gently shook his head.
A complex expression flashed across his face. He then ordered the medical soldiers to come and carry them away.
The medical soldiers' expressions changed slightly when they saw so many more people in the conference room. His pupils constricted even more when he saw the 6 paths of Pain appear.
However, they did not say much.
After completing the task, he carried the 3rd and 4th Elders out of the conference room.
Not kill them?
Lin Fan asked with a shrug.
The Elder's expression immediately turned solemn and gloomy.
When they were young, they were people who would go through fire and water for the Great Qian dynasty without hesitation. It's just that I'm getting old and my life is coming to an end, so I had no choice but to ask those immortals and gods for help. He sighed and sat back down in his chair.
That's fine too.
Lin Fan pulled Luo Mengdai to sit down on the chair next to him.
He didn't care. As for the 3rd and 4th Elders' future revenge,
when they fought before, Lin Fan's surging chakra almost broke through their meridians. They probably only have less than 1/10 of their strength left now. In addition, it was severely injured by the falling air.
Even a power at the near Kage level would be difficult to sustain.
Pain, the 6 paths of Pain, also sat down. At first glance, it has a somewhat strange atmosphere of a family gathering.
What do you want to say?
Lin Fan asked casually. I've already asked everything I wanted to ask. The Elder shook his head. He had nothing more to ask Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan does not pose a threat to the human realm, the Grand Elder was willing to grant him any request unconditionally. This is the attitude towards the strong. This is true in every country. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Could you help me find historical information about Grandpa Qin, who lives outside our gifted class? He then added, changing his tone. Uncle Qin? The Elder muttered to himself, seemingly remembering this person.
It seems he was just an ordinary person randomly selected when the gifted class first started.
He has little ability, and his chakra level is basically at 0. The Grand Elder nodded. This matter was not difficult to handle. Lin Fan seemed to sense his confusion.
Qin Zhonghua is from the previous era, probably the same era as the founder of your Great Qian.
The Grand Elder immediately stood up. His
eyes were filled with disbelief. Really? From the previous era? Isn't that another ancient monster-like existence? Almost there. His strength has reached the peak of the Super Shadow Realm, and he should be at the level of a half-step quasi-six paths. Lin Fan recalled the realm he had sensed earlier and spoke slowly. The Grand Elder's expression became complicated once again. He is now just like Luo Mengdai was yesterday. His worldview was gradually shaken and then changed. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Looking at the Grand Elder's expression, Luo Mengdai couldn't help but chuckle softly. The shock I experienced yesterday, someone else is finally experiencing today as well. A few breaths later. In that case, I will send his information to you as soon as possible. The elder sighed and casually placed the crystal ball on the table. The crystal ball reflected the scene of the Great Qian Library. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. Perhaps we can find some information about the past here. The history of the awakening era seems too short. The elder asked, but saw an urgent glint in Lin Fan's eyes. The market was bustling with people. The shouts of fishmongers rose and fell. Qin Zhongwa slowly walked towards an elderly man with gray hair. The old man's face was grime as he butchered a freshly cooked fish. While cleaning the fish, he kept muttering about how the waves were too big yesterday and how the price of fish had gone up. Old Gao, it's been a long time. Qin Zhongwa's tone was filled with nostalgia. Old Gao, the fishmonger, was taken aback at first, then looked up. Everything around seemed to fall into an eerie silence. People stopped moving. Unbeknownst to them, the entire market was enveloped by a blue chakra array. Old Gao's cloudy eyes suddenly cleared. The knife in his hand was exceptionally sharp. Countless ancient books were scattered all around. Pain stood at the doorway, his eyes cold. Luo Mengdai followed closely beside Lin Fan. The elder gently waved his hand, and the chakra within him illuminated the entire library like a ray of light. In an instant, thousands of books fluttered in the pavilion. Luo Mengdai was shocked by this scene. Lin Fan, however, remained calm and composed. In his view, the Grand Elder could simply select a few of the required books, but he chose to put on airs. Seemingly having been seen through by Lin Fan, the first elder coughed twice. 3 ancient books appeared prominently on the table. These are texts related to the era, the Rinnegan, and the Sharingan. They were placed in front of the round table by the Grand Elder. That's pretty much what you want to know. The elder paused for a moment, then changed the subject. Many records have been destroyed. You can examine them carefully. Lin Fan nodded slightly and took over the conversation. Alright, I'll go outside and handle some public relations matters first, the elder said. Lin Fan shrugged and asked, the meteor you summoned earlier didn't cause much damage, but it caused quite a stir in the cities surrounding the capital of the Great Qian dynasty. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. The power of the heavenly obstruction star was indeed greater than what I had seen in my previous life, especially after combining multiple forces. Lin Fan clearly sensed that the meteorite summoned by the Tian'ai was probably close to a kilometer in size. It's no wonder that such a terrifying meteorite falling from the sky caused panic. After the Grand Elder left, Lin Fan sat back down in his chair. Just as he was about to turn the pages of the book, Luo Mengdia's delicate hand gently rested on his shoulder again. Look, let me rub it for you. You must have used up a lot of energy in the fight, she said with concern. Lin Fan did not refuse. He reached out and opened the first ancient book about the era. This is exactly what interests him most. What exactly is it that makes Qin Zhongwa, a top-tier actor, refuse to reveal even a single word? What's even more perplexing is that he was able to travel thousands of miles to kill Qin Zhongwa. All of this is worth pondering. It could even be said to be the key to seeing the big picture from small details. What were people like in the past? Before the Age of Awakening, humanity may have truly reached the pinnacle of the 3 realms. True history may have been completely erased. Qin Zhongwa and the others may know the truth, but they have never had the chance to say it out loud. Thinking of this, Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly turned to the first page. In an instant, his whole body seemed to be swept by a slight spasm. The left eye reveals the Rinnegan, while the right eye reveals the Sharingan. The title on the first page reads, The Age of the Divine Tree. Others might not understand, but how could Lin Fan not know? This sacred tree, isn't that the 10 tails larva that the Otsutsuki clan used to absorb the planet's chakra? A storm raged in his heart. This is actually called chakra revival? This world clearly possesses chakra. Lin Fan's arm trembled slightly. He then turned to the next page. However, under the gaze of the Rinnegan, the pitch-black page began to gradually distort and deform. An ancient scene is faintly emerging. On this desolate land, life seems to have vanished. All that remains is a desolate space. A divine tree rose from the ground. 3 figures, their bodies as white as jade, stood before the sacred tree. It's hard to call him a person. Their heads were strangely shaped. Their pupils also contain a variety of heterochromatic eyes. The 3 individuals exuded 3 different kinds of oppressive aura, as if true gods had descended. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression darkened. The Otsutsuki clan. His muttering to himself was overheard by Luo Mengdai. Seeing the strange look on his face, Luo Mengdai asked with concern,
concern. Her concern brought Lin Fan some comfort. He shook his head and continued flipping through the next few pages. The Dawn Era. The next page of the Dawn Era was torn off, leaving only the era that followed to be preserved. Final Era. Dawn, the finale? Lin Fan lowered his head in deep thought. It seems that the ancestors of this world also struggled for this, but it seems that nothing has been accomplished. As for the third era that followed, or rather, other people simply cannot see it. But under the light of the Rinnegan, it was completely visible. A 1,000-year bloody war. Four large characters came into view. Lin Fan fell into deep thought. He flipped through it repeatedly, trying to uncover its secrets, but they still gained nothing. Finally, the page numbering stopped on the last page. This is the era in which Lin Fan is currently living. After reading all this, Lin Fan closed the ancient book, looking exhausted, and leaned against Luo Mingdia's head. Before coming into contact with these ancient books, he had assumed this was an ordinary world. However, there are now two more entities that could potentially threaten human survival: the realm of immortals and gods, and the realm of demons and monsters. However, it now appears that this is not the case. More broadly speaking, the Otsutsuki clan does indeed exist in this universe. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. This guy is really troublesome. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but swear. Every member of the Otsutsuki clan possesses exceptionally strange and troublesome abilities. Lin Fan suddenly paused. The Otsutsuki clan does not appear in this world today. Could it be that the era recorded in this ancient book placed a seal on the three of them? Or have the three of them already left? Countless thoughts flooded his mind, making Lin Fan feel heavy and overwhelmed. If that is the case, with his near 6 paths level strength, perhaps things really are beyond our control. Luo Mengdai asked again with concern. She sensed that Lin Fan was not in a good mood. Lin Fan looked up and met her sparkling eyes. In her eyes, he clearly saw the brilliance of the Rinnegan and the Manjikyu Sharingan. His gaze instantly hardened like iron. The check-in system's voice seemed to echo in my ears. What am I afraid of? Is it to put pressure on me every day by using the Otsutsuki clan? You think you can use those ancient books to suppress me? Thinking of all this, Lin Fan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Start it up hard. Regardless of whether they are truly from the Otsutsuki clan or not, let's deal with the immediate issue first. He has already offended both the realm of immortals and gods and the realm of demons and monsters, so he's not afraid of offending a few more." Lin Fan straightened his back and continued to peruse ancient books about the Sharingan and Rinnegan. The contents of these two ancient books are quite similar, and they both reveal a superficial understanding of the abilities of the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Indeed, it's only a superficial understanding. At crucial moments, relevant information is always mysteriously erased. It was pitch black, you couldn't see anything. However, this also proves something in another way. The abilities of the Rinnegan and Sharingan were indeed glorious in the past, but in this age of awakening, it is now considered the weakest talent. However, this prejudice has been shattered by Lin Fan. At this moment, he possesses the most exquisite and powerful abilities in the human realm. Lin Fan closed the two ancient books and stood up. Luo Mengdai and Pain were taken aback when they saw him. Then they watched him intently, thinking that Lin Fan was about to announce something important. Lin Fan suddenly grinned and said, "It's all right now, let's go home." He shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Luo Mengdia's eyes lit up. Back to the gifted class? Lin Fan didn't give a direct answer, but simply nodded. Where else to go? Let's stay in Kyoto for a couple of days. We went through a big battle this morning, so we need to get some rest. Since there's no need to hide their abilities anymore, there's no point in going back to the genius class to participate in those childish tests. Going back to chat with Uncle Chin and resting in the room wouldn't be bad either. Luo Mengdai nodded excitedly. What about the Grand Elder? There are plenty of people in the Purple Palace. Just send anyone to inform the Grand Elder. Lin Fan smiled and said that his eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan. Let's go, I'll take you back. At this moment, the surroundings were a blood-red expanse, and countless wronged souls screamed in agony. The fiery clouds on the horizon seemed to be stained red with blood. The 9 demon lords stood tall in the sky, seemingly ready to pierce the heavens at any moment. The flesh and blood have been collected almost completely. The 6th demon lord's voice was cold, yet he couldn't hide his excitement. Human flesh and blood have been collected. After absorbing its power, it can open up several new spatial rifts. When the time comes to attack Dakian, neither the Akatsuki nor the Pain members will be able to stop us. I want to taste more of the flesh and blood of the Dakian people this time. Although the 2nd demon lord is the smallest in terms of physical size, his turbid demon chakra is filled with killing intent. The 1st demon lord listened to the discussion among the other demon lords and nodded in satisfaction. The development of the demon realm is inseparable from the assistance of the various demon lords. If the supreme demon god knew of this, he would surely reward us. The demon lords burst into a shrill laugh, which quickly spread, and countless demons around them joined in the wild laughter. The stag shaman, leaning on his skull staff and opening a spatial rift, grinned. Just then, a sacred gate suddenly opened in the sky above the demon realm. All the demons fell silent and looked up at the sky. The 1st demon lord rubbed his arms. A fleshy ball bearing the mark of the moon slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of him.
A letter that the moon goddess entrusted me to bring to you. The fleshy ball opened its huge mouth full of fangs and spat out a fragment.
Those were fragments of memory created by the moon immortal lord using 2 drops of his essence blood.
As soon as he finished speaking, the fleshy ball flashed with white light and disappeared instantly.
Above the sky, that sacred gate suddenly slammed shut and vanished without a trace.
The entire demon realm fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had frozen.
Demon 1 slowly stretched out his hand, and the memory fragments split into 9 pieces, which were then integrated into the minds of the 9 demon lords.
After fully absorbing the energy, the killing intent in Moe's eyes intensified, revealing his sharp edge. Lin Fan, is that right?
The true manipulator behind the 6 paths of pain.
How interesting.
A mere transcendent realm dares to attempt to contend with my demon realm.
Moe chuckled softly, those memories echoing in his mind.
Moe, how about tomorrow? Let Emogio and I strike first and teach that human brat a lesson. The Demon 8 was tall and mighty. As soon as his voice fell, ripples spread through the space. Both Demon 8 and Demon 9 are peak-level experts of the Super Shadow Realm.
Unlike the other 7 demon lords, they have not yet stepped into the threshold of the quasi-6 paths and cannot be restricted.
Even after 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, he has not made a breakthrough.
Moe paused for a moment, then fell into deep thought. After a moment, he issued a clear and concise order. You 2 are in charge of the Linhai City battlefield. Demon 8 and Demon 9 bowed their heads in response.
Lord Moe, if we were to open another spatial rift in Linhai City, the amount of flesh and blood consumed would be 10 times that of before. The dear shaman below respectfully offered his reminder.
Moe, however, didn't seem to mind and waved his hand to indicate that it was alright.
Lin Fan slaughtered countless compatriots of my demon realm, and he should naturally pay a heavy price. Upon seeing this, the dear shaman fell silent, and his will-o'-the-wisps-like eyes dimmed instantly. All near king level and king level generals heed my command. Demon 1 roared again, and all the creatures in the entire demon realm looked up, their eyes filled with excitement and desire for their prey to be devoured.
Your subordinate obeys. Moe nodded in satisfaction. Tonight, formulate the battle plan. Among the demons who have performed exceptionally well, a portion will be rewarded by being sent to the Great Qian dynasty to participate in the flesh-eating plan.
These words immediately caused an uproar in the once peaceful demon realm.
Tomorrow, we will officially sound the horn for the attack on Dakian.
The red light in the demon realm grew even stronger at this moment. The 6 paths of pain seemed to have entered the Kamui dimension. Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai floated together in the sky until they reached the territory of the genius class, and then slowly descended.
This is a resignation letter? Luo Mengdai looked at the empty security booth, then glanced at the resignation letter on the table. The above content is very brief, the gist of which is, saving the world?
Lin Fan looked at the words in the letter, a knowing smile on his face, and shook his head helplessly. I guess they left after seeing me defeat the 3rd and 4th elders this morning.
Lin Fan analyzed.
This morning, he did indeed sense Qin Zhonggua's presence, but the other party left in a hurry, so he didn't pay much attention.
Maybe, like you, I'm going to save the world. Luo Mengdai said flippantly. That would be perfect.
Lin Fan shrugged, manipulated his body, and leaped up with Luo Mengdai, flying towards the dormitory. The sun was high in the sky, and sunlight bathed the earth.
Lunchtime has arrived.
However, the students in the gifted class were so engrossed in their studies that they had no appetite whatsoever. Lin Fan, this 18-year-old genius, has just broken through to the shadow level.
How can you expect people to dine in peace?
Only the truly strong deserve to eat in peace. Therefore, even at lunchtime, this group of people were still working hard in the training ground, as if they had been injected with chicken blood.
Wait, buddy, isn't that Brother Lin? Yihan shouted, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Everyone turned their gaze to the air.
Lin Fan was dressed in a black robe, which fluttered in the breeze. His domineering aura emanated from him from time to time, causing everyone's hearts to tighten and a chill to run down their spines.
Good heavens, it really is Brother Lin.
And there's Luo Mengdai, a near-king-level fighter, by her side.
What brings Brother Lin here this time? Is he back to cultivate with us? Cultivate with your big head. What level is he? What level are you? Why are you cultivating with him? Xiao Ning shouted angrily.
I was just saying it offhand, Lin Fan replied helplessly.
Xiao Ning rested her chin on her hands and said thoughtfully, he's probably just back to rest for a while. Brother Lin hasn't been in Kyoto for long, and it seems he doesn't have a house yet? This statement immediately enlightened many people. Countless people looked excitedly at Lin Fan on the horizon. No houses? Our 8 families own more houses than you can count.
Instantly, everyone started arguing and shouting.
Everyone's goal was simply to become completely on good terms with Lin Fan.
If we're talking about the previous 4th tier Lin Fan, he still had the potential to make connections with the 8 major families.
But Lin Fan now, the position of head of the family is entirely yours.
Just as everyone was preparing to act, a white-haired figure slowly walked in from outside.
Hey, what brings Brother Xinjian here?
A voice, also from the Bai family, rang out, pointing at Bai Xinjian. Back in his dorm, Lin Fan collapsed onto his bed, enjoying the soft comfort of the blankets. After 3 major battles yesterday and today, he was exhausted both physically and mentally.
Shall I cook?
Luo Mengdai looked at him and said softly. Thinking of her culinary disaster yesterday, Lin Fan quickly shook his head. You chop the vegetables first, then call me to cook later. Perfect timing, 2 guests are coming over. Lin Fan closed his eyes for a short rest. Oh, okay. Luo Mengdai nodded, without asking any further questions.
She knew that Lin Fan really needed to rest for a while. She put on a kitchen towel and went into the kitchen.
Just then, a deep powerful voice came from outside the door.
Lin Fan, you are back? Song Lei knocked on the door, his tone unconsciously carrying a hint of respect. Teacher Song, please come in.
Lin Fan got up and set up the table and chairs in the living room.
Song Lei touched his head and walked in somewhat awkwardly, his face full of nervousness. Teacher Song, don't be so reserved. I'm not going to eat you.
Lin Fan pointed to the wooden chair in front of him and sat down.
Song Lei was speechless. You won't eat people. That's easy for him to say.
The aura that the 3rd and 4th elders had just revealed had already terrified him. Just then, another enthusiastic shout came from outside the door.
Brother Lin, I've come to find you. Be safe.
Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly.
Bai Xinjian entered the room carrying large and small bags of gifts. Tucked in the crevice of his sleeve was a file with the word Top Secret written on it in large ochre red characters.
Brother Bai, please put it down and sit down for a chat, Lin Fan greeted warmly. Bai Xinjian was quite impolite. He had just put down the gift when he turned around and froze.
Luo Mengdai, what are you doing here?
His eyes were filled with disbelief.
So, Luo Mengdai is your personal bodyguard?
Bai Xinjian asked cautiously, his face full of shock. He and Luo Mengdai were members of the same class of gifted students. At that time, Luo Mengdai was proud and aloof, keeping everyone at arm's length. He is extremely talented and has always been ranked first in his class. As for his White Star sword, it could only be ranked second for 1,000 years. But what did he just see? A gentle and virtuous woman named Luo Mengdai was actually chopping vegetables in the kitchen.
The contrast is too great.
Luo Mengdai wasn't like this a few days ago in Kyoto. Bai Xinjian swallowed hard and glanced at Lin Fan, who remained calm. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan how he had managed to do that. Lin Fan shrugged, his eyes revealing helplessness. Bai Xinjian suddenly stopped asking questions.
By the way, Teacher Song, what brings you here to see Brother Lin?
Bai Xinjian asked, puzzled.
Song Lei was a senior in the genius class, so Bai Xinjian naturally knew him. However, Bai Xinjian always felt that Song Lei's attitude towards Lin Fan was somewhat different. There seems to be an added sense of awe.
Thinking of this, he frowned. Song Lei had taught countless people, but he held Lin Fan in exceptional respect and awe. Lin Fan had only been in Kyoto for less than 2 days when Bai Xinjian suddenly felt that the people around him seemed to have changed a lot. Even the security guard, Grandpa Chin, has disappeared.
At this point, Lin Fan turned to ask, Teacher Song, is there something you need? Song Lei quickly waved his hand and shook his head, saying hastily, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask you how long you plan to stay in the genius class. He paused, then asked, do you want to continue training?
Let's skip the training, Lin Fan said thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. I'll probably have to stay in the dorm for another 2 days.
Hearing this, Song Lei finally felt relieved. Ask him to teach Lin Fan? He'd rather die than do that. Who has ever seen a student scare a teacher half to death?
Lin Fan's strength has far surpassed his by several times.
Okay, I'll go now. I won't bother you anymore.
As soon as he finished speaking, Song Lei immediately stood up and strode towards the door. Watching his departing figure, Bai Xinjian's eyes were filled with confusion.
That's strange, Lin Fan. Lin Fan asked with interest, what's wrong?
Seeing Lin Fan's response, Bai Xinjian crossed his legs and began to analyze. Look, I just returned to Kyoto and found that the Grand Elder, Gao Shangda, and Luo, oh no, Teacher Song, all seem to have changed.
I'm a little confused.
Bai Xinjian said helplessly.
Confused?
Lin Fan almost burst out laughing when he saw Lin Fan's bewildered expression.
It's okay, we'll probably find out soon. By the way, what do you need me for? Weren't you still in Lin Hai City yesterday? Lin Fan pressed. Speaking of which, well, I came to bring you this.
Bai Xinjian took out a top-secret file from his pocket and placed it on the table. I just came back from Lin Hai City and met with the Grand Elder.
He asked me to bring this to you.
Take a look. Bai Xinjian pushed the file in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the file and found the character Qin written on it.
They're really efficient. He couldn't help but sigh. It's good that the files have been delivered. I need to go back and deal with that meteorite.
Bai Xinjian stood up and stretched.
You've been busy with this since you got back?
Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly.
Don't even mention it. There's a huge crater over there from the meteorite.
Bai Xinjian scratched his head helplessly. The Grand Elder said I had experience dealing with the Akatsuki leader last time. No, I mean, dealing with the energy your master released in Lin Hai City. So as soon as I got back, I was immediately assigned to do this and that. After hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, then Bai Xinjian waved goodbye and turned to leave. Lin Fan approached, closed the door, and saw Luo Mengdai pouting as she walked out.
Is it done? Luo Mengdai nodded. I'll go in a bit and make something to eat. Lin Fan smiled slightly, indicating his politeness. Don't you plan to take a look at the top-secret file that the Grand Elder gave you? Luo Mengdai blinked her beautiful eyes. Let's talk about it later. Bai Xinjian walked out of the dormitory, still feeling some doubts. I can't be under some kind of illusion, can I? I feel like everyone has changed a lot. What's particularly strange is that Luo Mengdai became exceptionally gentle and virtuous. Of course, this gentleness was only reserved for Lin Fan. Bai Xinjian could still sense that warmer aura emanating from her than from others. Brother Xinjian, what are you doing in Brother Lin's dorm? Did Brother Lin say anything to you? Will Brother Lin still come to training? The crowd immediately swarmed around him like fans of a celebrity, bombarding him with questions. His eyes were full of curiosity and anticipation, hoping to get some useful information out of Bai Xinjian. Why are you all so curious? Bai Xinjian was stunned. Lin Fan had been in Kyoto for less than 2 days as a transfer student. At first glance, this group of people seemed to have suddenly become die-hard fans of Lin Fan. However, upon hearing this, Bai Xinjian suddenly remembered the respectful attitude Son Lei had shown to Lin Fan earlier. Speaking of which, your teacher Song seems to have asked Lin Fan about it. Bai Xinjian rested his chin on his hand, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Good heavens, Lin Fan has actually gotten so far that he doesn't have to come to training anymore? Isn't he only at the 4th level? As soon as Bai Xinjian spoke, many people immediately jumped out. Who told you that Brother Lin Fan is only at the 4th level? Brother Xinjian, your information is definitely outdated. Bai Xinjian shook his head helplessly and immediately fixed his gaze on the young man surnamed Bai in the crowd. Tell me, what level is Lin Fan at? He can't possibly be a shadow-level cultivator, can he? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Bai Xinjian's pupils contracted slightly, and he slowly released the young man surnamed Bai. Impossible. How could this be? Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying surge of chakra suddenly emanated from the dormitory building. Bai Xinjian felt a chill run down his spine, as if he sensed a great threat. Ice release, frost wall. He was about to form a hand seal when he suddenly froze, and the chakra that had erupted from his body abruptly dissipated. An identity card flew steadily into his palm. At the same time, a voice rang out, Brother Bai, you forgot your ID card. The sound was coming from the dormitory next to Lin Fan's. Bai Xinjian almost swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes wide open as if his fragile heart had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. He turned his head like a robot and stared blankly at the boy surnamed Bai whom he had just captured. Say it again, Lin Fan can't possibly be a Kage-level expert, can he? The young man surnamed Bai nodded slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Bai Xinjian felt like his head was completely muddled. No, something's definitely fishy. He nodded solemnly. This is all an illusion, just an illusion. The Grand Elder must know the inside story. I need to go find him and ask him. It's impossible to reach the highest level of accuracy in just 6 days. After saying that, he ran off towards Kyoto without hesitation. Seeing Bai Xinjian's bewildered back, the group exchanged glances. Good heavens, could it be that Bai Zhuanying has been scared out of his wits? I think so. Look at his face, it's full of doubt and suspicion. I guess your teacher Song is the same. After all, one person can kill the 3rd and 4th elders in an instant, so their strength is definitely top-notch. That's right. When Brother Lin was leaving this morning, Teacher Song stood there for half an hour and still couldn't recover. Forget it, I'll just focus on cultivating. I reckon Bai Xinjian went to the Grand Elder and it will be a while before he can recover. Everyone chimed in with their own thoughts, but in the end, they all buried themselves in their cultivation. They kept saying that Bai Xinjian had been badly hurt, not to mention that he had witnessed Lin Fan's strength firsthand. Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction after preparing the meal. Come and eat. He waved to Luo Mengdai, who was resting in bed. Luo Mengdai rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly got up to walk to the dining table. Lin Fan personally served her a bowl of rice. You eat first, I'll go look at the documents, Lin Fan said, and Luo Mengdai nodded. He opened the file and began to browse through it. I spent a full 10 minutes looking at it before closing the file. This Qin Zhonghua is indeed of mysterious origin. Only after mobilizing the entire power of the Great Qian dynasty did the Grand Elder discover that Qin Zhonghua had appeared out of nowhere. Later, however, it is unknown what methods were used. They actually obtained the identity of the Great Qian kingdom. After all, he was just an ordinary old man, so naturally no one thought much of it. So, during a recruitment drive for a gifted program, Qin Zhonghua ended up working as a security guard by chance. He did it for decades. That's what it says in the file. But Lin Fan keenly sensed something was amiss. Was the first place it appeared on the sacred mountain? Mount Shan is the highest and most precipitous mountain in the entire Great Qian dynasty, and even in the entire Blue Star. It seems we really need to go and find Mount Shan in the future. The name itself sounds grand and mysterious. Thinking about all this, Lin Fan put down the file and started eating with Luo Mengdai. The meal was devoured in a flash, and the table full of delicious food was completely cleaned up. Let's ask the auntie to bring some more ingredients later. Lin Fan gently patted Luo Mengdai's
Giada's head, and she responded softly, as obedient as a kitten. Then I'll go cultivate in the Divine Might space first. After Lin Fan finished speaking, his body twisted and he appeared in the Divine Might space. Seeing Lin Fan reappear, the beast path seemed somewhat listless, its little head drooping, as if it had already foreseen the big event that was about to happen.
Chief, you're so strong now, do you still need us as sparring partners?
The hydrangea blinked its big eyes, as if to say, are you willing to part with it? Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. How could I bear to part with it? If we don't use you guys as sparring partners, there's no one else who can fill in right now. Even the shadow-level experts of the Great Qian dynasty, and even the Grand Elder-level masters, always seem to be no match for half of the Heavenly Tao.
However, you should also have sensed that the Rinnegan's abilities have improved to some extent, right? Lin Fan asked.
His Rinnegan can communicate with the 6 paths of pain. Since fusing with Madara's Rinnegan ability, he has been able to sense the power of the 6 paths of pain and feel that they have become stronger. The Heavenly Tao stepped forward and respectfully said, indeed, there has been some improvement. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. That's good. Besides, I feel that your strength has improved a lot since you changed into these clothes. The remaining 5 pains exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't escape this battle. Lin Fan took 3 steps at a time and quickly retreated dozens of meters. With his hands forming a hand seal, a surge of blue chakra, as powerful as a mountain, erupted forth. Wheel graveyard, border prison. An endless wave of air surged in, blowing Lin Fan's hair wildly. Suddenly, air fluctuations began to ripple within the Divine Might space. It didn't feel like a mountain, but more like a continuous mountain range. Beneath a snow-capped mountain. Beneath the lush, black pine trees, the snowflakes rustled softly. As snow fell heavily, 3 elderly men walked slowly through the snow. What, you, Giada, are actually working as a bounty hunter here? Qin Zhongguo slung the purple spear over his shoulder and spoke slowly. An old man in a mink coat glanced strangely at Gao Chang, who was holding a fish-killing knife, shook his head, and looked confused. What can be done? Kakuto was taken aback at first, then sighed. It's just that we can't find meaning in life. Even Lao Gao has been persuaded by you. So, what is it? Gao Chang stood silently to the side, without saying a word. Qin Zhongguo approached mysteriously and lit up his phone screen. The screen is showing a meteorite falling from the sky. What? You came all this way just to show me this? Kakuta looked puzzled. It was just a normal natural disaster. There was no need to make a special trip over here. What if I told you that this meteorite was summoned by humans? Qin Zhongguo smiled, but found that his clothes were almost tugged, and what came into view was a face covered with blood vessels. Don't get excited, old man. We've lived for hundreds of years. We need to learn to keep our composure. Hey, what are you doing? Jiaoda was furious and wanted to slap Qin Zhongguo twice. Tell me, what era is this person from that time, daring to unleash his power so arrogantly? Kakuta stared at the screen again. Could it be an old monster who survived the millennium-long blood war? Otherwise, how could it summon meteorites out of thin air? Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the mischievous smile on Qin Zhongguo's face. Jiaoda pressed for an answer. What would you think if I told you that the person who summoned the meteorite came from the Awakening era? The air suddenly froze. Amidst the snow-capped mountains, it seemed as if only the breathing of 3 people echoed. I knew long ago that you old codger had no martial ethics and that your intentions were impure. Speak, what do you want me to do? Jiaoda stood there stunned for a full half hour, as if he had been frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold wind. You call me an old man? Aren't you one too? Qin Zhongguo retorted defiantly, his beard swaying in clumps in the wind. Immediately, his expression turned serious. Go to the demon realm, find something that can eliminate the chakra of those 3, and tell Lin Fan the truth. That thing can give people near 6 paths level power during the Awakening era. It is highly likely to become the key to the human world. It is also the key to the 3 realms. The creatures on Earth have been enslaved and ruled for far too long. At this point, Qin Zhongguo's voice gradually lowered. The 2 were stunned for a moment, then the 3 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal yellow-toothed smiles. Fine, I'm on your pirate ship anyway. You're still taking risks even when you're old. Qin Zhongguo, you're really something. How could I be left out? I still clearly remember how you hid in a pile of demon dung when you were robbing resources in the demon realm. Shut up. I've never done anything like that. The 3 of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shall we leave now? Gao Chang, the most silent of the 3, finally spoke. As soon as Qin Zhongguo finished speaking, the 3 of them vanished without a trace. Even the footprints were covered by a blanket of white snow. In this story, those with the Rinnegan, those at the quasi-6 paths level or higher, can sense limbo. Lin Fan retracted the wheel of life in the border prison, and the 5 shadows simultaneously returned to his body. All around were traces left by Susanoo. The 6 paths of pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, could see the shadow of limbo, border jail. Furthermore, with the increased power of the Rinnegan, it is naturally able to mount corresponding defenses. This time, under Lin Fan's control, everyone's clothes were not damaged as badly as last time. As for the hydrangea, it was slapped away by the Susanoo used by Limbo, border jail at the very beginning. Therefore, the injury was the least severe. The Hell Realm is
is currently healing the 4 people. Heavenly Tao, why aren't you coming?
Lin Fan looked at the heavenly Tao, his eyes full of anticipation. The air in the heavens suddenly became stagnant. Amidst the snow-capped mountains, it seemed as if only the sound of 3 people breathing could be heard. I knew you were a scoundrel all along, lacking in martial ethics and with a crooked heart.
Tell me, what do you want me to do?
Jiao Do was stunned for a full half hour, as if he had been frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold wind.
You call me an old geezer? Aren't you one too?
Qin Zhonghua retorted defiantly, his beard billowing wildly in the wind. Immediately, his expression turned serious. Go to the demon realm, find something that can eliminate the chakra of those 3, and tell Lin Fan the truth.
That thing can give people near 6 paths level power in the awakening era. It is very likely the key to becoming the human realm. Even the key to the 3 realms. The creatures of Earth have been enslaved and dominated for far too long. At this point, Qin Zhonghua's voice gradually lowered. The 2 of them were stunned for a moment. The 3 looked at each other and couldn't help but grin. Fine, that's right, I'm going to get on this pirate ship with you.
You're really something, Qin Zhonghua, to take risks even when you're old.
How could I be missing?
I still remember how you hid in the demon dung heap when you were robbing resources from the demon realm.
Shut up, I never did those things. The 3 of them burst into laughter. Let's go now. Gao Chang was the most silent of the 3.
Qin Zhonghua had just finished speaking. The 3 figures vanished suddenly. Even the footprints were completely covered by a blanket of white snow. This story is set in a world where users with the Rinnegan, those at the quasi-6 paths level or higher, and those capable of sensing limbo are required to be aware of it. Lin Fan retrieved the Wheel of Life and the border prison, and the 5 shadows returned to his body simultaneously.
The surrounding area was filled with traces of Susanu's recent use.
The 6 paths of pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, could clearly see the shadow of limbo, border jail.
In addition, the power of the Rinnegan is enhanced.
Therefore, appropriate defenses can be implemented. Thanks to Lin Fan's care, everyone's clothes were not damaged as badly as last time. As for Hydrangea, she was swatted away by Susanu from limbo, border jail right at the start of the game, suffering the least injury.
At this moment, the Hell Realm is healing the 4 people. Heavenly Tao, are you not coming?
Lin Fan gazed at the heavenly Tao, his face full of anticipation.
Heaven fell silent.
Earlier, during the battle, the leader forced him to change into the Akatsuki uniform with red clouds and black robes.
And that's not all.
The leader also made him remove the robe covering one shoulder, exposing the other shoulder. They fought even more fiercely. Lin Fan became increasingly excited.
Indeed, after incorporating Madara's Rinnegan abilities, your overall strength has improved considerably.
Lin Fan said approvingly.
But, during the battle, the Heavenly Path also summoned the Limbo Border Jail.
Although it can only summon one shadow, making it a cut-down version, it still brings about a qualitative change in the power of the Heavenly Tao.
Alright, you guys rest, I need to go out for a bit. Lin Fan shrugged.
His cultivation for the day was over, and he could go out and relax. As for clothes, I'll have someone send a few more, so don't worry.
Pain and his men immediately let out a sigh.
Lin Fan burst into laughter. The Pains, who had their own consciousness, communicated much more smoothly.
In recent days, he has witnessed firsthand the gradual dissipation of the deathly aura emanating from them.
Lin Fan waved his hand, his body instantly twisted, and he vanished without a trace.
Bai Xinjian led a team of testing personnel into the depths of the wasteland.
His lips twitched involuntarily. Inside the boundless meteorite crater,
countless pebbles were piled up densely.
You can even see that the charred marks, which have long since turned into black carbon stone, have not faded at all. Bai Xinjian swallowed hard. Feel the oppressive chakra pressure emanating from beneath the meteorite crater. If we let him go in himself, they will be suppressed in less than a second. Of course, if that's all there is to it. Bai Xinjian could only marvel at the fact that a terrifyingly powerful figure, whom he had never heard of, had appeared in the Great Qin dynasty.
The reality is far from that. The cause of this destruction was none other than his beloved brother Lin, whom he thought of day and night.
Bai Xinjian's eyes widened, his gaze blank and lifeless. He learned the general details and truth of the matter from the Grand Elder,
the leader of the Akatsuki organization.
That day,
a terrifying aura appeared in the mountains surrounding Linhai City, the mastermind behind pain.
The mastermind behind this impressive meteorite crater, no, the one who orchestrated it.
It's Lin Fan. Brother Lin?
Bai Xinjian rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things.
They actually failed to see through Lin Fan's hidden identity. What kind of master is that? It's all a bunch of lies and lies.
This peerless genius is simply a gifted monster. He actually calls him brother all the time.
The former, however, was not angry at all.
It wouldn't be out of the question for Bai Xinjian to call Lin Fan brother. You guys, go ahead and test the chakra levels on the spot. Bai Xinjian was stunned for a long time before letting the testing team go over to conduct the tests.
Is Lin Fan's strength far beyond the super shadow level?
Of course, the final testing is still conducted according to the standards of various instruments. Members of the detection team were seen repeatedly scanning the crater with various high-tech detectors that flashed blue light. Report, chakra levels. The inspector, who was about to give his report, hadn't finished speaking when
the high-tech instrument was suddenly overloaded and its display screen turned red.
the staff member said helplessly.
Report, the target's chakra content has exceeded the detection range. Bai Xinjian's lips twitched. This chakra-level detection device can even detect the general condition of a Kage-level character.
Now, Lin Fan's chakra level has exceeded the limits of the instrument.
Is this what you call chakra?
It would be more appropriate to call her Chai Yila. Before he could even finish silently complaining in his mind,
explosions rang out continuously all around. Report. Chakra intensity exceeds detection range. Report. The extent of the damage exceeds the detection range. Reports kept coming in one after another. By the very end, Bai Xinjian's lips were twitching numb. What kind of monster is this kid?
Even recalling the ID card Lin Fan handed me when I went to his house at noon,
Bai Xinjian still felt a chill run down his spine. Nowadays, even professional and precise instruments cannot detect it.
I was so stupid to believe him before, thinking he was just an eccentric genius. All my words can only be summed up in a long sigh.
All right, report it truthfully. Bai Xinjian shook his head and gave the order helplessly. That grand elder isn't. Bai Xinjian glared fiercely at the inspector. You guys go yourselves. I'm quitting. Then, he added in his mind, I'm going to become a recluse. A crescent moon hangs in the sky.
Unbeknownst to anyone, 3 spatial rifts were slowly tearing open, appearing in 3 corners of the great Qian dynasty.
On the vast ocean above Linhai City, Dakian. On the vast snow-covered plains of northern Dakian. On the desert and Gobi of western Dakian.
Within it, the scalding demonic energy seemed to extend terrifying, gigantic hands.
Countless greedy eyes of demons gleamed within. The entire great Qian dynasty was thus shrouded in a dark shadow.
Lin Fan's body twisted and appeared in reality. He turned on the lights. Warm light instantly filled the entire dormitory room. The table was neatly tidied by Luo Mengdai.
Luo Mengdai was sitting cross-legged on the bed.
They practiced their skills and also took a short rest.
After a long and tiring day, her legs felt weak.
Luo Mengdai opened her beautiful eyes and asked gently.
Lin Fan nodded and sat down on the bed. Aren't you going to sit here with me? Luo Mengdai patted the empty seat next to her.
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then picked up his phone and sat down next to her. Afterwards, he chatted with the people of Linhai City.
Chen Hao asked him briefly whether the meteorite event had any impact.
Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke shared some everyday trivia. Shi Lingke was extremely anxious and concerned. Her words revealed her anticipation for Lin Fan's return.
She just wanted to ask Lin Fan for some advice. I have no other thoughts.
Lin Fan pondered for a moment and replied to each message in turn. I saved the world again today. Lin Fan said as he typed. Su Xiaoxiao replied immediately.
I don't believe you for a second.
Sure enough, once again, telling the truth was met with suspicion. Ha 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 ha. This news made Luo Mengdai, who was standing next to her, laugh so hard she almost fell over. Lin Fan showed a helpless expression and then replied.
I'll prove it to you myself when I get back, okay?
After chatting for a while, Su Xiaoxiao was still half believing and half doubting. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they said goodnight to each other and prepared to rest.
Is your childhood sweetheart going to sea tomorrow?
Luo Mengdai asked, staring at the content on her phone screen. Yes, Xiaoxiao said that uncle happens to have some free time these days, so he chartered a yacht and plans to take them out for a trip.
They'll probably bring Lingke along too.
The two of them, along with your uncle and aunt, will travel together. Lin Fan put down his phone.
That's good too. It would be nice to go out to sea.
The weather along the southern coast has been quite stable lately. Luo Mengdai adjusted her sitting posture and lowered her jade feet from the edge of the bed. Suddenly, she changed the subject.
Do they know me?
Her eyes were wide open, as if trying to find some clue on Lin Fan's face.
You'll know when we meet again.
Lin Fan shrugged, his tone serious.
That would be best.
Luo Mengdai rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand, and Luo Mengdai became quiet as if she had fallen asleep.
Lin Fan stood up. Suddenly, several lines of large characters appeared before my eyes.
You have checked in for 6 consecutive days. Congratulations on obtaining some characters from the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes widened like saucers.
Goodness, nothing I say will be pleasant to hear.
He could not contain his excitement. He originally thought that pain in the Kamui dimension was enough for him to practice on.
Unexpectedly, the system generously assigned members of the Akatsuki organization. To put it another way, even if I don't become a sparring partner,
just the thought of these people coming together to fight against demons is exhilarating. He was just curious about who it could be. Lin Fan was still deep in thought when the system's voice sounded again.
Chapter 91 successfully extracted. Time for another sparring session. Lin Fan teleported instantly and appeared in the system space. Ding, do you want to extract?
It feels like the preparation activities before opening a blind box.
Lin Fan took a deep breath and then said, No, extract. In an instant, white mist filled his vision.
Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of Lin Fan. A young man with long, black hair. His Manjikyo Sharingan eyes spun rapidly rapidly. He exuded an aura of composure and pride. It seemed as if countless crows were cawing around me. Standing there was a young man whose head was shaped like a shark. He carried a long, bandaged weapon on his back. He slightly opened his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth and prominent fangs. However, a strong Chatona aura erupted from him. The two men stood upright, their faces stern. Beside them, a blond boy, with a smile on his lips, was playing with his clay bomb. It seemed ready to explode at any moment. A dashing young man with red hair manipulates countless threads in his hands, with a puppet placed in front of him. Even his body had the feel of a puppet. Behind the four people, two gray-haired figures suddenly appeared. One person wields a red scythe, exuding an imposing aura, yet also appearing somewhat adorable. The other person was silent and dignified, with many stitches covering his body. His aura was restrained, clearly indicating that he was a powerful figure who had fought against the god of ninjas. Without exception, all six were dressed in black robes with red clouds. Standing in this pitch-black space, the outlines are clearly visible. They are, in order, Itachi Uchiha, known as Forgive Brother, the skilled and honest Kisame Hashigaki from Kadanra. Deidara likes Patrick Star. Scorpion, equipped with high-tech gear, was momentarily soft-hearted. Haiden, who's not very bright. Kakuzu, who loves throwing shuriken and whose little savings have long been completely stolen. Of course, Lin Fan coughed lightly twice. These are his concise assessments of the six people in front of him. The moment the system summons them to sign in, their loyalty immediately reaches 100%. That's not bad. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, eager to get started, thinking about his future sparring partners. It's no longer limited to the 6 paths of pain. It has expanded to include other people. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization has been replenished with manpower once again. However, Lin Fan still felt a little regretful. Not all members of the Akatsuki organization appeared. Perhaps it's Nagato, Konan, or Tobi, a fusion of White Zetsu and Obito. Thinking further ahead, it would be even better if we could have a Madara Uchiha with 6 paths. After all, having these 6 people in front of you is already pretty awesome, isn't it? Moreover, it seemed that the system had injected a series of memory fragments into his mind. Those messages were all aimed at enhancing the 6 members of the Akatsuki. Itachi Uchiha's illness has been cured, and he has evolved into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Kisame Hashigaki can absorb not only chakra but also physical energy. Deidara is immune to lightning release in Genjutsu. His C0 bombs can be used indefinitely, with a 1-month cooldown period. Scorpion, the puppet's body has been strengthened, and its 100 Paths 1000 Machines ability has been greatly enhanced. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear ability has been enhanced. All 5 of his hearts have reached Kage level. Haiden, with an exceptionally sharp mind. That's really something. Lin Fan gasped as he looked at the 6 enhanced experts. This basically rewrites their deaths from the original story, bringing them back to life in a vivid and amplified way. Especially Itachi Uchiha, Deidara, and Kisame Hashigaki, no longer troubled by illness, unafraid of lightning attacks and fake plot kills, although he might still get brutally beaten by a martial arts expert like Brother Youth, but it basically made up for all the shortcomings one by one. Lin Fan was absolutely confident. It's estimated that many of them have already reached the level of a super shadow. Hey guys, wanna stretch your muscles? Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask excitedly. A terrifying amount of chakra poured out from his body. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. Itachi Uchiha frowned, and the light of his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan slowly rotated. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Kisame Hashigaki's eyes. The shark's muscles behind him twitched faintly. Shadi held a clay spider, its tongue sticking out, excitedly preparing to unleash his artistic explosion once again. Scorpion had summoned the 3rd Kazekage without anyone noticing. Kakuzu seemed eager to get started. He seemed capable of challenging the god of ninjas 50 years ago. Their performance in front of the leader is highly anticipated. Haiden drew his scythe, seemingly eager to sacrifice the leader. Oh no, the leader cannot be sacrificed. Half an hour passed. Pain Rokuto watched the flashing light in front of him with a sense of contentment. If you have a bottle of soda on hand. I sat there watching the scene unfold. They'll probably be grinning from ear to ear. After all, this time it wasn't them who were being ravaged by the leader. Susanoo, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Samahata Fusion, Water Release, Water Shark Bullet Technique, C3 Bomb, Explode, Bang, 100 Paths, 1000 Mechanisms, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Rain, Earth Scree, Fiery Winds and Chaotic Waves, Lord Evil God. Oh no, I can't break through their defenses. The 6 members of Akatsuki formed hand seals simultaneously and launched a fierce, overwhelming attack. Almost in the center of the battlefield, a variety of brilliant colors bloomed. The relentless offensive was dazzling. The Divine Might space has suffered another devastating blow. The 6 men were on the verge of death and lay on the ground. Even Kisame Hashigaki, known as the tailless-tailed beast, the remaining chakra in his body was completely drained by Lin Fan. Apart from Itachi Uchiha, it's hard to imagine anyone being able to inflict deeper damage on them, although they have improved their understanding of both their weaknesses and strengths. strengths. However, even with the combined efforts of the six, they were still no match for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan is incredibly powerful now.
If there were an additional sage body, or if Hashirama Senju's would release ability were added, along with a Susanoo Buddha, the effect would be even more astonishing. Lin Fan had no doubt that his current strength had reached the level of the six paths. At this moment, his Susanoo was enormous, almost reaching a size of 600 meters. Facing the six members of the Akatsuki, they almost completely overwhelmed them. He stood beneath the vast sky, like a giant.
And this is without even using the reincarnation tomb.
Once the reincarnation tomb is activated, 5 fully formed Susanoo will appear simultaneously. At this level of strength, even the immortal lords found it difficult to resist. At the same time, the six people looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. They glanced again at the hydrangeas, which were secretly laughing in the distance. No wonder the pain members always looked so relieved when sparring with the leader. It seems they escaped some great calamity. These guys know perfectly well that we are no match for the leader, but they were still there gloating.
Lin Fan looked at them and couldn't help but grin. Alright, let me take a nap and I'll take you out for a walk tomorrow. Go and talk to Pain and get some rest.
After saying that, Lin Fan's body began to twist and he withdrew from the Divine Might space. Within the vast Divine Might space, only 2 groups of 6 remained, facing off against each other.
What? Want to practice? The hydrangea's gaze was firm, showing no fear whatsoever. Let's practice, Haydn shouted.
He clearly remembered that when he tried to pierce Lin Fan's body with the sickle, his fingers were numb from the impact of the leader's Susanoo.
There's simply no way to go any further.
The anger in my heart had not yet subsided. The 2 groups of people stared at each other. They couldn't even beat the leader.
How could we possibly lose to you?
The Heavenly Tao's expression was stern, displaying a relatively objective attitude.
He waved his hand and said, "Let you rest for a while, then we'll have our match again."
His words carried an increasingly sinister aura.
It felt like it could explode at any moment.
A rain began to fall slowly. It patters against the earth, and a thin mist rises in wisps. Luo Mengdai prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. Lin Fan sat bored on the wooden chair, looking at the photos of Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Link's trip to Linhai. The 2 were beaming with joy. They took a series of stunning seascape photos of Lin Fan.
Are the waves in Linhai City really that big?
Luo Mengdai asked, looking at the photos of the layers of waves. Lin Fan recalled the impression in his mind.
It seems particularly heavy today. I'm not quite sure why.
He suddenly came to his senses.
Indeed, the waves crashing against the coast of Linhai City today appeared unusually rapid.
But he always felt that something was wrong with him, just as he was about to serve himself a bowl of porridge.
What's wrong?
Luo Mengdai asked, puzzled.
A demon has appeared.
Lin Fan frowned as he sensed the demonic chakras surging in from all directions.
Demons and monsters are appearing in both the north and the west.
Wait, it seems there are some along the southeastern coast of the Great Qian dynasty as well.
Southeast coast?
Luo Mengdai and Lin Fan exchanged a glance and quickly prepared to turn on their phones. Suddenly, a fast-paced video appeared on Lin Fan's phone screen. People throughout the Great Qian dynasty received urgent notices from the Grand Elder. The first elder's aged and solemn face appeared in the center of the screen. Everyone, residents of Linhai City, the northern snowfield, and the western desert, proceed to the safe zone immediately. The spatial rift caused by the demons has reappeared. Please be careful. I have dispatched powerful experts to provide support. Everyone must remain calm and not panic. The screen automatically turned off as soon as the words were spoken. At the same time, Lin Fan's phone went directly to the Grand Elder's call. Lin Fan, did you hear that? The elder asked anxiously. The situation this time is probably not optimistic. The reason why the demons haven't been rampaging in the Great Qian these past few days is very likely because they've used the flesh and blood of other countries to open up a spatial rift leading to the Great Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan was already dressed.
The demonic aura is strongest in Linhai City. A demon of the highest level, perhaps even a shadow level being, may be born.
Compared to the northern and western parts of Linhai City, the demon chakra is relatively scarce, but there are at least Kage level demons,
and there are quite a lot of them.
Lin Fan listened to the Grand Elder's report with a calm expression.
Mengdai, I'm heading to Linhai City first. You stay here and don't move around,
he said with concern, his chakras suddenly bursting forth, ready to fly to Linhai City at any moment. The Grand Elder said that the other 2 battlefields may need manpower support. The Elder looked at Lin Fan and breathed a sigh of relief, but then he was eager to request reinforcements. After all, a shadow-level demon is enough to easily destroy a city. Now, the demon realm has split its forces into 3 groups, attacking the Great Qian dynasty simultaneously from 3 far-apart locations. This is undoubtedly an attempt to completely destroy the Great Qian dynasty. If the defenses falter, countless innocent humans will perish at the hands of demons. At that time, what was the point of discussing the affairs of the Great Qian dynasty? Lin Fan remained calm, but 12 distorted spatial ripples suddenly appeared around his body.
12 figures suddenly appeared in that space. Luo Mengdia's mouth was slightly open, almost forming an an O shape. Wait, when did these 6 people appear in Lin Fan's divine space?
What shocked her even more was that these 6 people were far stronger than her, all of them reaching the Kage level. Among them, the black-haired man and the shark-faced man exuded particularly powerful auras. Luo Mengdai had a vague feeling that their strength might have already reached the level of the super shadow. She was utterly shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. The elders stared at the shadows and nearly bit his tongue off. Wasn't it said that the Akatsuki only had the 6 paths of pain? How come 6 more characters have suddenly appeared out of nowhere? The Grand Elder stared at the 6 people. Their strength seemed to be no less than that of the 6 paths of pain, a mere half-step stronger. He is clearly a brand new member of the Akatsuki organization. In an instant, the elder's eyes turned serious. Just how many trump cards is this guy hiding? 6 people showed up today. Does that mean 6 more will appear tomorrow? These 6 Kage-level powerhouses each have different appearances and hair colors. The Grand Elder would bet that this group of people had never appeared in any of the records of the Great Qian dynasty. Where exactly did Lin Fan find these powerful individuals? Could it be that they were secretly trained from a young age? But thinking about these things now is useless. Just as the Grand Elder was about to speak, Lin Fan spoke first. Itachi, take Day's flying bird to the northern snowfield. Heavenly Tao, you shall go to the western wilderness. The 12 people bowed their heads slightly and instantly transformed into streaks of lightning, appearing in the sky above the genius class. Look, what is this? The genius class was still training at that moment, and everyone instantly felt a sense of oppression from the sky. His eyes were wide open, and he almost stuffed an egg into his mouth. Several sharp-eyed individuals immediately shouted, "The Akatsuki's battle robes? They're all Akatsuki members. Look, isn't that pain? Wait, those are the 6 paths of pain. Are the other 6 also? No, I sense that their auras are completely different, each with its own unique strengths." Everyone felt dizzy and their mouths were dry. For a moment, even those who were immersed in cultivation stood frozen in place. Only Song Lei, the teacher of the gifted class, remained relatively calm. However, he was also muttering to himself at that moment. I knew Lin Fan wasn't that simple. All 12 people came out of Lin Fan's room. What major event has occurred? Song Lei was full of doubts, but he knew that these 12 were all genuine Kage-level powerhouses. To get them all mobilized, is there another demonic invasion? Before they could think further, a huge white bird suddenly appeared in the air with a whoosh. The summoner was none other than the blonde-haired boy. Instantly, the blonde-haired boy led the other 5 people and flew swiftly northward. Pain raised his arm, and his 6 clones stood firmly on their feet. They transformed into shooting stars and sped westward. What about Linhai City? Although the Grand Elder was stationed in Kyoto, he could clearly see Lin Fan's plan through the crystal ball. Lin Fan had already changed into a set of brownish-red armor, his long, thin, black hair standing on end with the burst of chakra. A flame fan was now in his hand. He glanced at Luo Mengdai, giving her a reassuring look. Then, he slowly turned around, leaving only his back to the Grand Elder. I'll go to Linhai City myself. Under the Kyoto sky, torrential rain poured down, lightning bolts raged, and muffled thunder rumbled incessantly. Countless people were thrown into disarray by the video released by the Grand Elder, and many plainclothes constables were on the streets maintaining order. Gao Shanda and Bai Xinjian entered together, their faces filled with anxiety. Elder, do you need us to go? The 2 of them unleashed their chakra, their sleeves fluttering, ready to rush to the scene at the Elder's command. But as soon as they entered, they saw 3 crystal balls placed before the Elder, each reflecting a different scene: a desert, a snowfield, and an ocean. The 2 held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Snowflakes fell thick and fast, blanketing the earth in a thick layer of white, adding to the tranquility. However, within this silence, a spatial rift slowly opened. Demonic chakra, like 1,000 armies or a primordial beast, poured forth. 6 strangely shaped demons slowly emerged from the crack. They were all at the Kage level, including a brutal and bloodthirsty tiger-headed, human-bodied demon and a cube-shaped demon with large eyes on each of its 6 sides. Their eyes were filled with greed and excitement. 6 demons appeared instantly on the snowfield. Immediately afterward, a tidal wave of smaller demons surged forth from the crack, ranging from 1st to 6th rank, even reaching the quasi-shadow level. Under this terrifying aura, even the falling snowflakes melted, turning into a fine drizzle. Facing this imposing force were the awakened ones from the Great Qian dynasty. Everyone's expressions were solemn. Although the northern snowfield was on the border of the Great Qian dynasty, a team mixed with quasi-Kage level experts had been dispatched, and there was even a Kage level awakened one, Shiman Pang, who used the lava release technique to guard it. This time, 6 shadow level demons appeared simultaneously. What insane upheaval has occurred in the demon realm? The human defenders, numbering only a few thousand, are now facing tens of thousands of demons pouring out from the rift. If they are allowed to break through the defenses, the centuries-old tranquility of the northern snowfields of the Great Qian dynasty may crumble in an instant. In this battle, we must hold our ground, we cannot retreat. The awakened humans exchanged glances, preparing to form hand seals. Chakra surged from their bodies, releasing itself in droves. The snow gradually melted from the heat of the chakra, and water seeped into the earth. The tiger-headed demon crossed its arms, its massive, bucket-sized head revealing a smirk with teeth stained with blood.
It let out a mocking laugh from its neck. This is your great Xian? You call yourself the strongest nation in the world, but you only have one shadow-level expert to your name?
It raised its large, furry hand and drew a line across its neck. The demons on the snowfield let out a series of mournful laughs.
In an instant, the demonic sound poured into my eardrums like a booming bell.
The snow in the sky turned pitch black, like a piece of white paper burned to ashes.
This darkness seemed to be the final act of the entire Great Qin dynasty.
Many cultivators with only second-tier cultivation had ashen faces and covered their ears tightly with their hands.
They knew that if they continued listening, their eardrums would rupture and they would lose all their hearing.
Shiman Pang, the awakened one of the lava release technique, had an extremely gloomy face and was covered in cold sweat.
When he first sensed the aura of this spatial rift, he realized that the newcomer was no ordinary Kage-level expert.
Seeing the ever-growing tide of demons now confirms this suspicion. He hurriedly sent a message to the Grand Elder requesting help.
However, why have no reinforcements arrived yet?
The desolate frontier.
A spatial rift was completely torn open under the desert sky.
Under the scorching sun, the surrounding air distorted and floated.
Even more terrifying is that this place is filled with demonic chakra that devours people's hearts. The entire golden desert instantly turned gloomy.
Even the sky was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. Beneath the crack, a surging tide of demons surged forth, just like in the snowfield.
6 shadow-level demons suddenly appeared in front of them.
They could even vaguely sense an even stronger presence. In the desert, the two generals leading the team were both shadow-level powerhouses. Their brows were furrowed.
This time, do the demons really intend to raise the entire Great Qin dynasty to the ground?
This idea, once it arose, spread like a plague to the army of awakened humans. The group managed to calm themselves and all looked ahead.
There's no way out.
There was no way to retreat from behind.
Those are the lights of 10,000 homes, the peace and tranquility of the Great Qin dynasty that has stood for a century. Even if the opponent is 100 times stronger, even if it is a bloodthirsty demon,
if they wanted to retreat, they could only let the demons step over their corpses to move forward. The crowd's gazes grew even more resolute. Facing the endless demons, his eyes revealed mockery and sarcasm, as if he were looking at food in front of him. The generals from the demon realm stood before the Great Qin army, their faces full of mockery. As long as you, the Great Qin, lay down your weapons and hand over Pain, Lin Fan, and the entire Akatsuki organization,
we promise that we will not kill the elderly, women, or children.
We will even show you mercy and let you die without pain, including you.
This is the order of our first demon lord. Countless demons revealed their full power, and terrifying chakra erupted. It seemed as if they had already anticipated that the Great Qin would submit.
After all, they have always been so arrogant when facing cherry blossoms and Koreans.
The final result is self-evident. Of course, they wouldn't pay any attention to this ridiculously false promise. This is how it should be in the Great Qin dynasty.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers of Dakian looked at each other and smiled. If you're going to fight, then fight. Don't make a fool of yourself with all that nonsense.
Grandpa loves killing you demons the most.
I'll just kill both of you. Countless soldiers, filled with righteous indignation, formed hand seals. The two demon generals' eyes blazed with murderous intent. The hurricane howled, crashing towards us like a surging wave. Blood splattered, mixed with the corpses of humans and demons. The tide of battle quickly turned in favor of the demons. The two sides' generals were vastly different in strength, and their numbers were also significantly different.
Shiman Pang was pale and panting heavily, his chakra completely depleted. Standing before him were 6 shadow-level demons from the demon realm.
The tiger-headed demon sneered and pointed his finger at Shiman Pang's head. I've said it before, don't make futile struggles. You, or even all of you, think you can block our way? Absolutely not. Before the words were even finished, the 6 demons burst into wild laughter.
The Great Qin army was almost completely crushed by the demon tide. The numerical disadvantage is far too obvious.
Never before had such a tragic situation occurred.
Fine, I'll kill you first.
Then, I'll slaughter everyone on the entire Great Qin snowplain, which will satisfy the needs of the demon realm. Without hesitation, the tiger-headed demon unleashed a black wave of light from its fingertips. The light waves contained a world-destroying power.
With just one strike, Shiman Pang's life could be taken.
Countless people who witnessed the scene turned pale and felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave filled with utter despair. If Shiman Pang were to perish, it would mean that no one could stop these demons. Simon Pang stood up unsteadily, but his eyes were unusually firm, showing no sign of backing down. He formed hand seals, preparing to unleash the final blow. However, before he could finish gathering his final attack, the light wave in the tiger-headed demon's hand was suddenly released. The black light wave swept in with unstoppable force, crashing down fiercely. This is truly a matter of life and death. In everyone's mind, only this one thought remained. Just then, a wall of water suddenly appeared in front of Shiman Pang, forcefully blocking this fatal blow. Suddenly, 6 figures dressed in red clouds and black robes descended from the sky.
Sorry, sorry I'm late. However, it's not exactly late.
Itachi Uchiha spoke slowly. In his eyes, the Manjikyu Sharingan rotated and changed.
Red chakra surged around his body, ready to erupt at any moment. Countless demons still stand in the very center of the realm. At this moment, all 7 demon lords stood within it. Their towering figures blotted out the sky, and the murky evil aura lingered for millennia.
The space around them trembled the moment the demon raised his hand.
Small spatial cracks were torn open.
The scenery of snowfields, deserts, and oceans is all within view.
MOE, you're still the smartest. Demon 6 clapped his hands. MOE deliberately split his forces into 3 groups, launching simultaneous attacks from 3 directions of Dichien.
Besides the demons dispatched by Linhai City, including Demon 8 and Demon 9,
the other 2 locations each dispatched 6 shadow-level demons. MOE declined to comment. Even Pain couldn't possibly be in 2 places at once, dealing with 2 different demons in a row, could he?
This time, it will surely deal a heavy blow to the Great Qin dynasty. At this point, countless demons became excited.
The demonic energy surged to a boiling point. More importantly,
however, this momentum quickly came to an abrupt end. The 7 demon lords frowned, staring at the screen on the snowfield with puzzled expressions.
These people. What on earth is that? Itachi Uchiha, Deidara, and others stood in front of the Dakian army. Gao Shangda and Bai Xingjian exchanged a glance. Shock and confusion were evident in each other's eyes.
Elder. Just as Bai Xingjian was about to ask a question, he suddenly noticed the red cloud-patterned black robes worn by the 6 people. His eyes suddenly widened.
These people are also members of the Akatsuki? Gao Shangda's reaction was equally unfavorable.
His mouth was slightly open. Even as the secretary of the highest authority in the Great Qin dynasty, he had never seen such a scene.
These 6 people all belong to the Akatsuki organization. And that's not all. The strength of these 6 individuals is no weaker than that of a Kage-level expert. Even a glance at the black-haired youth sent a shiver down Gao Shangda's spine. That person's true strength is probably far beyond the Kage level. The 6 members of the Akatsuki organization appeared, and even the aura of the demons on the snowy plains was suppressed. An organization that possesses 12 Kage level or even higher powerhouses. Looking across the planet today, anywhere in the world, with them, a powerful nation could be easily established. Even more powerful than the Great Qin dynasty. Lin Fan's Akatsuki has gained a few more powerful members. Gao Shangda let out a long sigh, but felt a little relieved. If it weren't for the Akatsuki organization, he would have no idea how to deal with the frontier. A complex light flickered in the elder's eyes. It was difficult to discern what he was thinking. He spoke slowly. That's good. At this moment, on the desert, the figures of the 6 paths of pain have arrived. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. The tiger-headed demon led the other 5 demons and quickly retreated dozens of feet. Even the demons under his command were full of vigilance and took a step back. In the Dakian army, Shiman Pang asked uncertainly, "Are you reinforcements?" He saw 2 white-haired and yellow-haired teenagers standing in front of him, a black-haired man with an expressionless face, a guy with a blue shark face, a lifeless red-haired youth, and a strange-looking white-haired old man. The awakened ones also turned to look at them. Kisame gently opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and exhaled a breath of white air. Are Pain and his men considered reinforcements? Everyone suddenly froze. Is this someone from the Akatsuki? Isn't the Akatsuki organization just the 6 paths of pain? Boss, you guys can step back. Xiaodi stepped forward, still clutching his clay bomb in his hand. The rest is up to us. A clear boundary between Chu and Han was instantly drawn. The tiger-headed demon's face was grim as he demanded, "Who are you?" He recognized the 6 men's red cloud-patterned black robes at a glance and immediately connected them to their identities. You guys are from Akatsuki? When did you guys join us? The tiger-headed demon's eyes gleamed with ferocity. According to the information provided by the 9 demon lords, the existence of these 6 people in front of them was never mentioned. Who we are is not important. Itachi Uchiha stretched out his hands from his robe, and the light of his Manjikyu Sharingan slowly rotated. The real issue is that you're incredibly stupid. Wait, that's the Manjikyu Sharingan? Bai Xingjian stared at the image in the crystal ball, shocked. In the past few days, he has come to fully understand what Lin Fan has done in Kyoto, and his heart is filled with admiration. Now, another person with the Manjikyu Sharingan has appeared in the Akatsuki organization. Although his aura was far inferior to Lin Fan's, it was still powerful enough in their eyes. The other 2 people around him did not respond to his voice, but stared intently at the crystal ball, their pupils contracting violently, too shocked to utter a single word. Heh, you're asking for death. The tiger-headed demon was enraged upon hearing this. Even if there was no intelligence, as a top demon under the 3rd demon lord, plus the power of his 5 brothers, how could he be afraid of this group of enemies who were all at the Kage level? Ultimately, his enemies will only become his flesh and blood, to be devoured by him. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and calmly said, "That's why I said you're all incredibly stupid." Just as the tiger-headed demon was about to erupt in anger, several crows flew out and slashed his body, leaving wounds from which blood slowly flowed. glowed. Illusion? When was it cast?
The tiger-headed demon looked around at the 5 demons in surprise, but no one noticed anything unusual. He turned his head and revealed a contemptuous smile. Your illusion magic is nothing more than a mere scratch on me? A drop of tiger-headed demon's blood had somehow condensed in Itachi's palm, leaving everyone astonished and uncertain. With a flick of his wrist, a red light flashed, and Haiden's scythe instantly shone brightly. A strange array suddenly appeared beneath Haiden's feet, and various evil chakras seemed to surge within it. Everyone was puzzled, and the awakened army of the Great Qian dynasty also looked confused. Is that all the damage you've done? Many people are disheartened, but those near Kage and Kage level awakened ones frowned, sensing the aura emanating from Haiden. This is far more complex than it appears on the surface. How could such childish methods easily kill someone? Not only were they puzzled, but the Grand Elder, far away in Kyoto, was also somewhat bewildered. Aren't these members trained by Lin Fan? Now it seems that they are not as good as the 6 paths of pain that Lin Fan cultivated. In the realm of demons, mocking laughter still echoed. This negligible force actually caused them to lose 1 point of health. Showing off with such arrogance? Is he trying to show off? They're just here to make a joke by delivering food, aren't they? All the emotions between everyone came to an abrupt end. Although each person's role may not be large, they will definitely have some screen time. Haiden was seen inside the formation. 5 minutes later, his appearance changed drastically. He became neither like a human nor like a ghost. Like a skull, black and white intermingled. More demonic than any demon. Suddenly, he stuck out his tongue and sucked the blood. With a playful smile on his face, he looked at the tiger-headed demon. The tiger-headed demon's face immediately darkened. His brows were furrowed, as if he sensed something was wrong. Lord Evil God, today, it's a sacrifice from another world. Haiden laughed loudly. And you? Haiden turned to look at the tiger-headed demon, whose face was still full of contempt and confusion. That hurts a lot. You need to be prepared. Don't think you can beat me. Is this what the leader meant by team battle? It feels more efficient than working alone. What is this person doing? Could he also be a master of illusion? No, I have a feeling things aren't that simple. The Dakian army looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes were full of doubt. On the contrary, the tiger-headed demon could no longer restrain itself. Humans have limited abilities. How dare they be so arrogant? His body was filled with surging demonic chakra. With his tiger's mouth wide open, chakra filled with resentment was about to burst forth. Haiden shouted. Suddenly, countless tentacles sprouted from his arms. In the blink of an eye, it pierced his heart. All living beings were instantly stunned. What are you doing? It's actually their own kind killing each other? How could you suddenly attack your comrade on the battlefield? Even the 5 demons behind the tiger-headed demon couldn't help but laugh. Ah, you guys are so stupid. You actually tried to kill your own comrade. Are you kidding me? I thought he was going to use some powerful secret technique. It seems that the so-called Akatsuki organization is nothing but a bunch of useless trash. I really don't know how the armored armor could have lost to the Akatsuki organization before. I think they're laughing at the armorer. Before the words were finished, the laughter of the demons abruptly stopped. The tiger-headed demon's eyes widened suddenly. Immediately, a mouthful of blood gushed out. With a plop, blood splattered onto the ground and seeped into the soil. The tiger-headed demon raised its hand blankly, its mouth seemingly trying to say something. But in the end, he didn't utter a single word. He fell to the ground and lost his life. Even the air seemed to freeze. What kind of ability is this? Haiden, however, was completely unharmed despite his heart being torn apart. A faint smile played on his lips. Hopefully, the evil god will be satisfied with this offering. All the creatures were dumbfounded once again. What kind of secret technique is this? To harm others for one's own benefit? No, it harms both others and oneself. Wait, why isn't this guy acting strangely at all? After a brief moment of stunned silence, although the Dakian army was completely baffled, they couldn't help but shout it out. Good heavens, what secret technique did that gray-haired kid use to actually kill a real shadow-level demon? Shiman Pang, who used the lava release technique, vaguely sensed some clues. His body began to tremble involuntarily. This evil magic is performed by chanting the name of the evil god. Is this really a human being? In his line of sight, as that man licked the blood of the tiger-headed demon, an invisible force connected the two together, and that guy actually summoned his companions to attack his own body. Instead, the tiger-headed demon died on the spot. If this effect happened to me, what would I do? The Grand Elder, far away in Kyoto, gasped in shock. This ability is just as bizarre as the Rinnegan in Sharingan. However, compared to Lin Fan's abilities, this is even more bizarre. The Elder steadied himself and spoke slowly. Gao Shangda and Bai Xingjian stood to the side, unable to resist swallowing hard. The Akatsuki members. Why are their abilities all so strange? He survived having his heart pierced. They even turned around and hurt the enemy. Not to mention that thing next to it that can grow tentacles. What kind of monster is that? Isn't that an ability only demons possess? To be honest, I also want to join the Akatsuki. I have nothing but praise for Brother Lin. I even bought him all sorts of tonic
mechanics yesterday. I'll visit him when he gets back. I also want to learn this ability.
Bai Xingjian immediately frowned and muttered to himself.
Although Gao Shangda wanted to speak, he didn't dare to open his mouth.
But his desire to seek refuge with them only grew stronger. If you can learn just 3 or 5 moves, you might just be able to advance to the Kage level. The Grand Elder seemed to have seen through their thoughts. He cleared his throat. It wasn't just them who wanted to join. Even this old man was tempted. He had already understood the power of this secret technique. This gray-haired boy is immortal. Where exactly did Lin Fan discover these talents and find these secret techniques? Looking around the world, who wouldn't be envious? He stared blankly at the crystal ball in the snowfield. It was as if they wanted to see the next battle through it. Meanwhile, inside the crystal ball in the desert, the 6 paths of pain are waging a bloody massacre. On the crystal ball of the ocean, the waves surged and rolled. During this time, a sailboat was teetering on the brink of capsizing in the wind and rain. It was as if a deathly silence had fallen. In the blink of an eye, the tiger-headed demon died suddenly and unexpectedly. MOE? The third demon lord looked at the first demon lord and felt a sharp pain in his heart. This tiger-headed demon was a subordinate he had trained for a long time. MOE's face was naturally extremely ugly. The gray-haired boy's abilities are too strange. The other 5 people were equally strange. If this attack fails, it will likely consume a large amount of flesh and blood. Should we retreat? The battle situation on the snowy plains has undergone a dramatic change. Haiden, you should rest first. Itachi Uchiha patted Haiden on the shoulder and slowly stepped forward. The 5 demons exchanged glances, growing increasingly cautious. After all, the bodies that had fallen in front of them were still lying there, their bloodstains still wet. The demons hadn't recovered yet. Suddenly, a figure flashed past them from the 4 directions, east, west, north, and south. Half an hour passed. Uchiha Itachi stood directly in front, his expression indifferent. A searing red chakra appeared all over his body. It was as if a ring of bones could form around his thin body at any moment. Deidara maneuvered the flying bird to fly overhead, a smile playing on his lips. Its large mouth kept devouring the clay. Kisame Hashigaki Samahata is also fully unleashed. That greedy maw seemed to be drooling over the demon before it. Hadunla appeared with a roar. Kakuzu's earthly resentment was now fully unleashed. The 3 different types of earthly grudges stared at the demon with predatory intent. Scorpion stood alone in front of the spatial rift, opposite to Itachi Uchiha. A cold smile played on his lips. Hundreds of puppets dressed in red robes and with long, dark blue hair suddenly appeared. What kind of ability is this? The Dakian army and the Grand Elder of Kyoto were repeatedly shocked and at a loss. Of the 5, the only thing they could understand was Scorpion's puppetry. How can your puppetry skills allow you to control hundreds of puppets? A typical puppeteer. Isn't there more than one puppet? The Dakian army immediately erupted in jubilation. Countless people were dumbfounded and stood there stunned. This strange ability, it can actually unleash such a powerful pressure? This aura completely crushed the demon's oppressive power. Who exactly are these people? The elder smacked his lips and his gaze fell on the crystal ball. Where did this kid Lin Fan recruit so many talented people from? He was incredibly curious at that moment. How exactly did Lin Fan cultivate so many powerful individuals? Looking at the century-long accumulation of the entire Dakian dynasty, they can't even compare to an organization that appeared out of nowhere? When Lin Fan returns, we will definitely ask him for a proper explanation. They are not members of the Akatsuki organization. Teaching them a trick or 2 shouldn't be a problem. However, if Lin Fan heard this, he would probably only reply with one sentence. This is the result of hard work and perseverance. It's definitely not based on any technology. Yes, that's pretty much the answer. At this moment, Gao Shangda and Bai Xingjian exchanged another glance. These powerful individuals. If I were to fight them, with my small frame, I probably wouldn't last more than 2 rounds. The blonde one can even fly in the sky, before they could even react. But a completely different scene unfolded inside the crystal ball. Red light, it almost filled the entire crystal ball. What came into view was Itachi Uchiha walking forward. The red bones transformed into layers of armor. He transformed into a giant hundreds of meters tall. With the system upgrade, although he couldn't use a complete Susanoo like Madara Uchiha, but as it is now, it's powerful enough. Everyone, remember this. Itachi Uchiha's voice echoed in the minds of the other 4. The leader has ordered that you must not take off your clothes. The 5 of them unleashed chakra as powerful as mountains. The demons also realized that they had nowhere to retreat, and they roared in unison, letting out piercing and sharp cries. The incessant howling seemed to make the earth tremble. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Kisame Hashigaki was the first to quickly form hand seals, his movements incredibly fast. In an instant, the entire snowfield seemed to be swallowed up by the ocean. Dozens of sharks suddenly appeared and began tearing at the countless demons. Under the onslaught of the waves and sharks, many low-level demons didn't even have time to defend themselves. A fox-tailed demon with Kage-level strength. He was bitten by a shark. His body was instantly split in 2, and his blood mingled with the waves, a bloody and gruesome sight.
Don't you understand? Your resistance is futile. Kisame Hashigaki sneered, completely disregarding them.
The remaining 4 shadow-level demons suddenly widened their eyes. The thought of retreating arose in my mind. A single strike could kill a shadow-level expert.
If it were me, the consequences would be unimaginable. As long as I can survive, any price is worth it. However, they had only taken a few steps back. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge, it opened its blood-red maw. In the Great Shin Dynasty, it seems you can get rewards for killing demons?
Kakuzu's eyes were sharp, as if he had just come up with this idea after some thought.
Then let's kill them first. Earth Grudge, final shot.
As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of the demons changed drastically.
Before they could even react,
the 3 Earth Grudge flies, each using wind release, fire release, and lightning release techniques, all opened their mouths simultaneously.
A dazzling beam of chakra blasted towards the demon. Don't you understand? Kakuzu frowned slightly, his expression full of disdain. In the blink of an eye, many demons were instantly reduced to dust. Even flesh and blood were completely disintegrated and vanished under this attack. One of the shadow-level demons, with its entire body made of skeletons, tried to draw its shield to defend itself. As a result, even the shield was pierced by the Earth Grudge. The other 3 shadow-level demons had no time to spare. They hurriedly fled backwards. The low-level demons fled upon seeing the general. His face was filled with panic and terror as he desperately tried to escape into the spatial rift. As long as we can get there, there's still a chance. However, things didn't go as planned. Art is fleeting yet beautiful. It seems that using explosions to annihilate demons is a unique form of art.
Deidara had already completely swallowed the clay in his hand.
C2 Dragon. In an instant, a giant dragon with a pure white body appeared in midair. Is this some kind of psychic magic?
All the creatures were shocked.
The giant dragon crashed down violently. To everyone's astonishment, the dragon suddenly exploded. Bang! Art is an explosion. Deidara excitedly shouted this line in midair.
The terrifying explosive force caused black smoke to rise directly from the demon horde. Thick black smoke, carrying the smell of burning, instantly melted the heavy snow. At the same time, the bodies of countless demons also vanished. The mournful wails of demons rose and fell in waves. The shadow-level demon at the very center died before he could even utter a single word.
Deidara's area of effect attack is indeed extremely wide. The 2 demons exchanged a glance. The oddly shaped beads of sweat on each other's heads were clearly visible.
At this moment, sweat poured down his face from fear.
No, we have to escape right now.
The 2 shadow-level demons pointed forward.
The red-haired man had absolutely no human aura.
I'm afraid their strength is the weakest. However, he had a large number of puppets around him.
Once we break through the defenses, we'll definitely be able to return to the spatial rift. Before they could even finish thinking about it, Sasori's lips slowly curled into a smile.
His cold, resolute gaze revealed a tenacity that was hard for ordinary people to understand.
I don't think I've ever tried a demon's puppet before.
The leader mentioned that there are also puppets of immortals and gods. I'll write that down and make them together later.
The 2 shadow-level demons felt their mouths go dry.
A faint sense of panic began to rise in my heart.
Magnetic release, iron sand rain.
Countless waves of iron sand suddenly surged forth, then transformed into sharp, long needles. They all charged towards the demons. At the same time, the puppets under the 100 paths and 1,000 machines unleashed their poison weapons and slashed at countless low-level demons.
In an instant, it was like a meat grinder. Countless low-level demons perished instantly.
At this moment, even the most foolish of the 2 demons understood the taste of fear.
In an instant, they fled south towards Linhai City.
The 2 demon lords are still there. As long as we escape there is still a chance.
As for the remaining demons, they couldn't even save their own lives. Would they possibly care about their other companions? Itachi Uchiha's body instantly blocked the 2 of them.
Immerse yourself in the darkness of the kaleidoscope.
The red chakra is fully unleashed. Susanu's armor suddenly enveloped him.
The 2 demons unleashed their full power of chakra, launching an attack at Uchiha Itachi.
Yada no Kagami.
A shield suddenly appeared in Susanu's hand.
The demon's chakra attack was instantly neutralized.
Ten-fist sword. A red longsword suddenly appeared in Susanu's hand and slashed down at the 2 demons.
System enhanced. The Tatsuka blade is no longer just a weapon for sealing illusions. It has a real physical form.
The 2 shadow-level demons were cleaved in 2 by a single sword strike, broken into 2 pieces. All the demons were slain.
The chakra aura emanating from the 6 members of Akatsuki gradually dissipated.
The others fell silent. Even the sound of snowflakes falling from the sky can be heard clearly.
Everyone watched helplessly as those demons they couldn't defeat.
With the combined strength of the 6 members of Akatsuki,
it vanished into thin air in an instant. The method used is simple and straightforward, without the slightest hesitation or delay. All those words can be summed up in just 2. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, gasping as they stared at the mountain of demon corpses piled on the ground.
It felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping and roaring in my heart. In front of the Akatsuki, they were like clowns.
No, it's like showing off your axe skills in front of Guan Yu, ridiculous and laughable.
Among them, Shiman Peng stood up shakily. But then they saw the 6 members of Akatsuki leap into the air and land steadily on Daidara's flying bird.
This is?
The people below exclaimed in surprise, but no one paid attention to their reaction. Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with a mixture of shock, fear, and respect.
Uchiha Itachi stared at the remaining 5 people and said expressionlessly, Pain's side should be over by now, right?
Daidara pulled out a phone from somewhere, and the screen displayed a picture of the 6 paths of pain. Behind them lay a massive crater, littered with the charred corpses of various demons, none of them spared. Even the spatial rifts were destroyed by the heavenly Tao. Since Lin Fan's Rinnegan evolved, his Rinnegan has also received extraordinary improvements, especially the ability to use the heavenly obstruction star.
Without a doubt, this is Pain's masterpiece.
In that case, let's head to Linhai City, Itachi Uchiha said calmly. It seems we also need to consider the leader's situation.
The white bird immediately flapped its wings and flew towards Linhai City.
Have you dealt with Itachi and the others as well?
Xianghua asked with a slight smile.
Several figures hovered in mid-air. Pain, the Deva Path, was expressionless and extremely cold as he controlled his power and flew rapidly towards Linhai City. They're really efficient, Hell Path casually remarked. It seems that the leader has enhanced their strength, Renjiandeo continued. The leader is truly amazing, the Hungry Ghost Path exclaimed. If he weren't as powerful as him, how could he have summoned us? Shuradao sighed, but he couldn't soothe the Grand Elder's trembling hands. Too fast, the Elder exclaimed. In less than 10 minutes, the crisis of national annihilation that the Great Qin dynasty was very likely to face was resolved so easily. Not to mention that the terror of the 6 paths of pain is already known to all. These 6 newly appeared people are actually on par with the 6 paths of pain. It is difficult to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. Their 6 different abilities once again refreshed the Grand Elder's understanding. Defan needs to have a good talk with Lin Fan, the first Elder thought to himself, completely ignoring Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangda beside him.
The two fell silent. With such a strong ally, wouldn't going to provide support be asking for trouble?
In the blink of an eye, countless demons vanished into thin air, without even a moment to catch their breath.
How easy must it be to achieve that? Brother Lin, you are truly powerful.
Bai Xingjian finally spoke his true feelings. Gao Shangda was about to respond when Bai Xingjian interrupted him. Quickly look at the crystal ball in Linhai City.
Inside the crystal ball, waves surged, and boundless darkness enveloped Linhai City. One second the sun is shining brightly, the next the world is dark and you can't see your hand in front of your face.
On the vast sea, a chilling wind howled, as if some great terror was about to descend. A silence quickly spread, and none of the demons uttered a sound, not even the first demon lord. They never expected that this army, which gathered the strongest forces in the demon realm, would be so easily wiped out by the Akatsuki organization, without even a chance to resist, and was simply crushed on one side. Soon, a fierce glint flashed in Moe's eyes, and killing intent filled the air. If the spatial rift hadn't been unable to support his near 6 paths level body, he would have already broken out of the demon realm and delivered a fatal blow to the Akatsuki organization. How dare they slaughter so many demons?
It's alright.
Even if the other demons can't handle the Akatsuki members, Moe said slowly, the strength of 9th brother and 8th brother will definitely teach Linhai City a profound lesson.
Personally kill Lin Fan, who claims to be the leader of the Akatsuki.
Moe's words were like a shot in the arm, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of many demons. The demons also recovered from the heavy gloom. The news from the immortal realm only stated that Lin Fan was merely a lower-level awakened being of the super shadow rank. The 8th demon lord and the 9th demon lord have been at the transcendent realm for nearly 1,000 years. Having endured 1,000 years of bloody battles and trials, facing a mere youth is an easy task. At that time, they will press their advantage and, with the terrifying power of the demon lords, wipe out the Akatsuki organization in one fell swoop and even easily destroy the human world. Upon realizing this, countless demons became excited and began to howl and groan.
It's as if I can already see the scene of conquering the human world and indulging in delicious food.
On the turbulent sea, the azure surface was instantly dyed black.
What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It's a demon. It's the aura of a demon. Run. Child, hurry.
On the beach, countless people turned pale, filled with endless fear. They all rolled up their trouser legs, picked up their children, and hurriedly fled towards Linhai City.
The overwhelming feeling was that of a demon. This aura was unprecedented and unseen before. It was as if touching it would instantly kill you.
A sailboat floats quietly on the sea in front of the beach. Suddenly, a red light stained with blood burst forth from the sea.
Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke were pale and trembling.
Today was supposed to be a day for a trip. However, due to an emergency at her parents' company, they were unable to accompany her and left only the keys for the two of them to go on their own. But not long after they set off, a spatial rift unique to the demon realm suddenly appeared in front of them and burst open with a bang.
They weren't even given time to react. Little one, turned back immediately. Shi Linke desperately tried to calm herself down and hurriedly walked towards the driver's seat. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao panicked and quickly followed. The two suddenly stiffened, unable to move at all, and even breathing became difficult. On the sea surface at the edge of the sky, deep within a spatial rift, two enormous hands slowly emerged, blotting out the sky. A strong sense of despair immediately welled up in their hearts. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Qingluo stared blankly at the sky. The enormous hand extending from the spatial rift made them feel as if they were enveloped by a chilling aura. No matter how much they moved their eyes, their bodies remained motionless. The blazing sun was obscured by dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Above the sky, two demons, each hundreds of meters tall, finally descended to the human world. Demon 9, it's been a long time since I've been to the human world. The two demons are a bull-headed human and a horse-headed human. They were clad in heavy, blood-stained armor, revealing only their gruesome heads. His hands were covered in terrifying eyes, which eventually focused on the two women on the sailboat. These two demons are none other than the 9th Demon Lord and the 8th Demon Lord of the Demon Realm. The atmosphere of the human world is indeed sweet and wondrous. The 8th Demon Lord muttered to himself, his eyes, filled with evil energy, gleaming with greed. As soon as the words were spoken, all the humans in Linhai City opened their eyes wide and hurriedly covered their ears with their hands. To ordinary people, the Demon Lord's words are like invisible swords. His demonic voice easily takes their lives. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Qingluo on the sailboat felt their legs go weak and their heads throb, almost collapsing to their knees. Lin Fan should still be in Kyoto. After Linhai is destroyed, we'll wait for him to come back and let him taste the bitterness of losing loved ones. Ha ha ha, the Mina bird is right. The 9th Demon Lord nodded nonchalantly. Its eyes swept across the scene, easily spotting the panicked faces of people far away in Linhai City. They were fleeing the city with their families. However, it will never let them have their way. Its arms were slightly outstretched, and streams of mist, filled with the screams of wronged souls, gushed out and quickly enveloped the entire Linhai City. When this mist is inhaled, it causes bodily functions to deteriorate. Like a centenarian, he let out a cry and collapsed onto the bed, unable to move. They did not intend to sever the connection between this place and the outside world. Instead, they silently spread the signal reception throughout the entire coastal city. This arrival is precisely to prove to the Akatsuki, the great Qin dynasty, and even the entire world what the true demon realm is. Beneath by Xingjian's pale hair, a deep anger emanated. He stared at the 9th Demon Lord and the 8th Demon Lord before him, wishing he could kill them immediately. But when one person faces a demon, the disparity in strength is so great that it leads to despair. Is Lin Fan going to that battlefield? Gao Shangda asked immediately after a moment's thought. The scene of Linhai City was clearly visible inside the crystal ball, proving their arrogance and contempt for the human world during this descent. The Grand Elder paused for a moment, then sighed. For hundreds of years, the realm of demons has never descended upon the human world. Unexpectedly, the demon realm broke this constraint in this battle and took the initiative to send two great demon lords into battle. They clearly came with the determination to destroy the great Qin dynasty. The majestic heavens reveal their true nature. Even more shockingly, they actually had information about Lin Fan. It should be noted that this information is currently only known to the high-ranking officials of the great Qin dynasty and the immortal lords of the immortal god realm. Is this a tip-off? Having held a high position for many years, the Grand Elder naturally understood these cunning power struggles. I never expected that the realm of immortals and gods would be so shameless as to openly tip off the realm of demons. However, the Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief since only the 9th Demon Lord and the 8th Demon Lord, who were relatively weaker, were sent. It seems that the realm of immortals and gods probably wants to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the demon realm. Three tiny black dots suddenly appeared in the blood-red sun, but fortunately they were so small that no demon noticed them. The strength of the 9th and 8th princes is indeed as good as ever. The 6th Demon Lord said approvingly, arms crossed. After struggling for 1,000 years at the peak of the transcendent realm, even a pig would have made significant progress. The 7th Demon Lord snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with the 6th Demon Lord. It is competitive throughout its life and naturally only admires the strong. Long before the Supreme Demon God established the demon realm, it swore to follow the Supreme Demon God for life. If it weren't for being sealed away, Earth would have already fallen into their hands. Even so, it could not understand why some people had not been able to break through to the quasi-six paths level for thousands of years. Alright, 7, say no more. Moe shook his head, ruthlessly extinguishing the flame. We have seen the hard work of Demon 8 and Demon 9. Giving them a chance to practice now is not a bad idea. The demon paused, then changed the subject. I always had a feeling that as long as 9th brother and 8th brother killed Lin Fan, I'm afraid that I can immediately advance to the quasi-six paths level. Upon hearing this, the other demon lords all frowned. Lin Fan has only just entered the super shadow realm, hasn't he? Logically speaking, Demon 8 and Demon 9 should have easily crushed Lin Fan. Why did Moe have this premonition? 6 distinctly different domains suddenly came together. 6 immortal lords, each dressed in robes of different colors and with distinct appearances, slowly emerged from their respective domains. Before them was a spatial mirror that allowed them to view Linhai City. Moon, you really have some impressive skills. The Lord of Lava was dressed in a fiery red robe, his cracked skin looking as if magma was about to erupt. This tactic of using someone else's knife to kill someone and using someone else's strength to fight back was executed with unparalleled skill. This battle will result in the loss of countless demons from the demon realm. Let's keep watching. The Moon Immortal Lord closed her eyes tightly. After all, they are our peers. Even so, they will always have a few trump cards up their sleeves. Perhaps we can even use them to get rid of Lin Fan. At worst, we can force Lin Fan to reveal his trump card. As the Moon Immortal Lord spoke, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of jade-white eyes. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, which lingered there. The Lord of the Desert, the Lord of Supergravity, and the Lord of Ice and Snow all covered their mouths and chuckled. Divine Tree, what do you think? The Moon Immortal Lord narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the Immortal Lord dressed in a green robe. The Divine Tree looked up, its emerald pupils showing no ripples, its expression calm and serene. Of course, we'll just sit and watch. The Divine Tree answered calmly, as if all the disputes had nothing to do with him. The Moon Immortal Master frowned slightly. It seems that Lin Fan has arrived. On the dark sea. It was only then that Emojio noticed that on the sailboat not far away, he first saw two stiff human women. It would be nice as an appetizer, Imoba said with a light laugh. Immediately afterwards, a spatial array appeared beneath the feet of both Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke. Su Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned pale and weak, even ashen. Sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from the demon, the two didn't even have the strength to turn around and escape. Imoba waved his hand lightly, intending to instantly teleport Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke to his side. No matter how he waved his arms, he couldn't successfully transmit the teleport. A surge of icy blue blade energy swept in from afar, cleaving through the sky and covering the earth. It instantly cleaved through the surging waves and the thick black fog. Even the clouds in the sky were cleaved in two by this attack. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions changing drastically. Imoba waved his large hand, and once again a dark spatial array appeared. The strange runes on it twisted, perfectly positioned to meet the attack. When the blade energy passed through the magic array, its sharpness was reduced by half. Immediately, Emojio stepped forward, and his broad, thick hands suddenly transformed into a pair of iron hammers. In the blink of an eye, it clashed violently with the long sword. The collision caused countless waves to shatter, and amidst the thunderous roar, water droplets splashed and fell into the sky. It was blown down by the strong wind along with the mottled raindrops. Upon closer inspection, a figure covered in skeletal armor suddenly appeared on the sailboat. Lin Fan? When Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke saw this figure, their eyes lit up and they shouted excitedly. Lin Fan smiled slightly and used the skeleton of Susanoo to tightly wrap the two of them inside. Aren't you in Kyoto? Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke asked one after the other, their voices full of concern. At that moment, they completely forgot about the overwhelming power emanating from Lin Fan. You're pretty fast. However, it's not very useful. Imoba tilted his head and smiled contemptuously, seemingly not taking Lin Fan seriously at all. The two women's expressions changed drastically as they finally realized the crisis they were in. Lin Fan, run! That's the Demon Lord. Quickly call the Grand Elder for backup. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke spoke anxiously, their words filled with urgency. If Lin Fan came specifically because of them, yet died at the hands of the Demon Lord, the two women could not imagine how much guilt they would bear before they died. Don't worry, you two. Lin Fan hadn't appeared in a long time, so he naturally went all out now that he was back. His chakra erupted like a storm. The hair and sleeves of the three people fluttered and made a whistling sound. Brother Lin Fan. The two women almost bit their tongues off. After only a few days apart, Lin Fan suddenly unleashed such terrifying power. Do you remember just a few days ago, he was only at the 4th level of cultivation? Now, just get a feel for it. Both women were 100% certain. This was the strongest aura they had ever felt in their lives. What the heck? What happened? The two pondered for a moment, but did not get any answer. Lin Fan, watch out. Su Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and she shouted out. Suddenly, a phantom image of a giant black hammer appeared on the horizon. The phantom left trails of afterimages across the heavens and earth. With unstoppable momentum, they rushed straight towards the rice sailboat. Su Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned pale. If hit, it's unlikely that even a complete corpse could be preserved. Her face was pale, but a resolute light shone through as she tried to use illusion magic to defend herself. Lin Fan gazed at the illusory image of the giant hammer and shook his head slightly. The phantom of Susanoo suddenly rose higher. 6 arms suddenly appeared on Susanoo. Long swords burning with blue laser light appeared and slashed fiercely at the giant hammer phantom. A dazzling light burst forth between heaven and earth. The giant hammer phantom was instantly shattered by Lin Fan's Susanoo's longsword. The immense energy was transformed into a shockwave from the explosion, which spread in all directions with the accompanying gale. Inside Susanoo, neither of them was harmed. Their mouths were wide open, as if they could fit several eggs inside. At that moment, they truly felt it. The owner of that sword energy
energy was definitely not any other powerful figure from the Great Qian dynasty, and it was at this very moment that Lin Fan stood in their way. A tremendous shock was felt by both of them. It's only been a few days? What level has Lin Fan reached in terms of cultivation? Still at the level of a film master? Or is it the transcendent realm like the Grand Elder? The two of them kept speculating. However, Lin Fan's ever-increasing momentum is unprecedented. You are very strong, just as the intelligence reports. Demon 8 and Demon 9 stood in the sky, their faces cold, but there was a hint of contempt in his eyes, clearly indicating that he didn't take Lin Fan seriously. You should leave first, Lin Fan said to himself, ignoring the two demon lords' words. Want to leave? Not so easy. Moba sneered, spreading his arms and roaring. Space, boundless domain. As soon as he finished speaking, spatial magic arrays suddenly appeared around Susanoo. The magic arrays intertwined like hands, seemingly trying to trap Lin Fan firmly. Lin Fan shook his head. His other eye suddenly transformed into the Rinnegan. In an instant, a figure split off from Lin Fan's body. The figure snorted coldly and grabbed Shi Linke and Su Xiaoxiao with both hands. What kind of ability is this? The two demon lords frowned. They instantly sensed a burst of chakra splitting out from around Lin Fan. They attempted to escape to Linhai City with the two humans. Moreover, this power is completely undetectable. Boundless domain, take control, Moba shouted in his mind. The giant hand extending from the spatial magic array attempted to grab that invisible figure. But then I felt a surge of repulsive force erupting. Countless arms, along with the spatial magic array, were crushed. It made a crisp sound of breaking glass. Damn it! Moba's face darkened. Mojo's expression changed drastically. A figure clad in brownish-red armor suddenly appeared in front of Moba. Stop making so much noise. The expressions of the other demon lords also changed drastically, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. Although some demon lords despised the 8th and 9th demon lords from the bottom of their hearts, they still highly recognized their strength at the super shadow level, especially the spatial power wielded by the 8th demon lord. If used properly, even a powerful expert at the near 6th level would suffer at his hands. However, that boundless domain was actually destroyed in such a bizarre way? The situation was far beyond their expectations. Bai Xinjian and Gao Shangda were even more confused. In their eyes, Shi Linke and Su Xiaoxiao seemed to fly into the air and head towards Linhai City. Even when they encountered giant arms derived from spatial arrays along the way, they were shattered by a strange force. Such a thing was unheard of in the past. Shi Linke and Su Xiaoxiao were only at the 1st or 2nd level, yet they were able to withstand the attack of the 8th demon lord, one of the 9 great demon lords of the demon realm. Bai Xinjian was utterly shocked. He turned his gaze to the elder, whose face was filled with confusion. The Grand Elder simply shook his head in acknowledgement. Why are you looking at me? Do you think I know? He thought to himself. In the Grand Elder's view, the situation was no different from that of Gao Shangda and Bai Xinjian. He was merely at the lower level of the quasi-shadow realm. Just a moment ago, he did sense the chakra that split off from Lin Fan, but that was all he felt. Therefore, he boldly deduced that the one who gave the two women such great power was definitely not themselves, but Lin Fan. But this really puzzled him. He had lived for nearly 100 years, yet he had never seen such an ability. Could this be a newly developed ability of the Rinnegan and Sharingan? The Grand Elder quickly formed a guess in his mind. At next year's awakening ceremony, this ability must be strongly promoted, accompanied by catchy slogans. Choosing the Rinnegan or Sharingan is absolutely the right choice. He stared at the image in the crystal ball, lost in thought. Strange ability. Even the Moon Immortal Lord, an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, had no clue about Lin Fan's abilities. The Ice and Snow Immortal Lord remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, I heard that the great man left behind a record about this ability. Upon hearing this, the Moon Immortal Lord's eyes seemed to lose their contempt and instead became more serious. If it is indeed as recorded by that great man, then this Lin Fan probably needs to be taken very seriously. Divine Tree, what do you think? The Moon Immortal Lord asked coldly, then turned his attention to the Divine Tree Immortal Lord. There was no response for a long time. It turned its head and looked, only to find that the Divine Tree's cold gaze remained calm and undisturbed, as if everything was irrelevant to it. What do I think? The Divine Tree paused for a moment, then pointed to the spatial rift. Of course, I'll just sit back and watch the show. The Moon Immortal Lord fell completely silent. It turned its head to look into the distance, its gaze growing increasingly cold. Dark clouds loomed in the distance, and a lightning bolt burst forth with terrifying light from within them. A flash of lightning. Lin Fan appeared before the 8th demon lord. The two demons were hundreds of meters tall, while Lin Fan stood before them like a tiny doll, even smaller than a doll. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. The power of Susanoo constantly surrounded him. Lin Fan's lips parted slightly, as if he were muttering something. He kicked out with his foot. The 8th demon lord is inherently more focused on magic, making his defense extremely weak. With that kick, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Mixed with rainwater, he crashed heavily onto the surging sea, stirring up waves. The 9th demon lord's expression hardened, and he he simultaneously hurled his twin hammers, which transformed into black phantoms. The phantom of the giant hammer, carrying an aura of world destruction, crashed down towards Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan shook his head, and the brilliance of his Manjikyu Sharingan suddenly burst forth. His entire body seemed to have entered another dimension, and the phantom of the giant hammer suddenly passed right through him. The moment the phantom touched his body, it began to distort and was instantly teleported into the Divine Might space, where it crashed violently into it. What kind of strange ability is this? The ninth demon lord's expression changed drastically once again. However, before he could fully recover, Lin Fan's Bigfoot kicked at him again. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and he quickly raised his sledgehammer to defend himself. I felt a powerful force coming from my hand, and my nerves immediately spasmed, followed by a tingling and convulsing sensation. This power? The ninth demon lord's already enormous eyes suddenly became several times larger than usual. In an instant, he and the two giant hammers in his hands were sent flying. Finally, he fell awkwardly beside the eighth demon lord. Lin Fan hovered in midair, arms crossed, looking down at the two giant beasts that seemed to stand on the sea. Your strength is not bad. However, this is probably the only way we can go. At this moment, Lin Fan completely disregarded the demon lord who was only at the super shadow level. Please, this is way too low class. Even the 6 great immortal lords of the immortal realm are much stronger than them. In terms of attack, he has mastered powerful techniques such as Limbo, Susanoo, Shinra Tensei, Tenai Shinsei, and Kamui. In terms of defense, there are also these methods to protect the body. Lin Fan is now invincible in both offense and defense. You think you can kill him even if you're a higher level opponent? Does he really think he's the male protagonist in a novel? Even Lin Fan could only easily crush his opponents by relying on his absolute strength advantage. Never mind, I remember you demons all seem to have the ability to sacrifice yourself to the supreme demon god, right? Lin Fan recalled the armored demon's actions that day and casually remarked. Unexpectedly, the ninth demon lord and the eighth demon lord simultaneously regained their footing and responded angrily. To kill you, we wouldn't need the power of the supreme demon god. I was just careless before, and I only succeeded because of your sneak attack. Now, don't even think about it. Lin Fan simply shook his head after hearing this. He really didn't want to wait until he had beaten the two demons to the point of near death before letting them unleash their ultimate attacks. Why not just unleash your full power from the start? Especially in anime, they always wait until they're on their last legs before unleashing their ultimate attack, as if they're following a set rhythm. He took a deep breath. Fine, I'll break the rules first. Lin Fan sighed. A completely different blue chakra suddenly surged out from his body. Then it shot straight into the sky. The dazzling blue light seemed to illuminate the entire world. A chilling wind howled across the sea. Lin Fan stood on the sea, his view as flat as that of the sea. Endless chakra erupted from his body, condensing into a skull burning with blue flames. The skeleton gradually grew larger, eventually reaching hundreds of meters in height before being covered in flesh and blood, and finally donning sturdy armor. Suddenly, a pair of wings that blotted out the sky appeared. Their feathers formed from strands of chakra, with clearly visible patterns. His entire body exuded an aura surpassing that of a Shadow Realm expert, which rapidly spread outwards. This oppressive aura naturally spread to every corner of Linhai City. Countless people stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Their hair stood on end, and goosebumps rose on their skin. My throat was dry, and I couldn't utter a single word for a long time. However, they could clearly sense the shock and fear in each other's eyes. What kind of power is this? Some even boldly turned around and looked towards the sea. Behind the skyscrapers, a giant several hundred meters tall stood out, soaring into the sky, breaking through the clouds, and standing between heaven and earth. Countless panes of glass refracted the blue light emanating from Lin Fan. The entire city was enveloped in this blue light, as if it were about to completely dispel the darkness emitted by the demon lord. No, this aura is even more massive and terrifying than Autu. Some cultivators who practice eye cultivation can even see it clearly. Facing this giant were only 200-meter-tall demons. How are we supposed to fight this? They're talking about those demons. While Su Xiaoxiao and Shirlinke were still in a daze, they had already been drawn into the city on the beach. The raindrops poured down like a torrential downpour, but around them, it seemed to form an invisible protective shield. This protective layer blocks the rainwater, allowing it to trickle down the edges to the ground. Is it Lin Fan's power? At this moment, even the naive Su Xiaoxiao had almost calmed down. This power clearly belongs to Lin Fan. That mortal who had only awakened his powers 6 days ago, Lin Fan. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but gasp. He secretly wondered, what exactly did Lin Fan go through? How did he suddenly become such a powerful being? They were actually able to confront the so-called demon lord. Su Xiaoxiao wasn't the only one thinking this way. Shirlinke beside her was also filled with excitement. It should be noted that the history education of the Great Qin dynasty has consistently ranked among the best in the world, and is regarded as the most authoritative textbook on demon knowledge. Among them, the 9 supreme beings hidden among the demons are clearly marked in red. Each demon lord possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth and slaughter millions. Almost no human being
being could stand against them head-on.
Lin Fan not only faced the enemy head-on, but also fought against two opponents. The aura emanating from his body made sure Lin Ke think that Lin Fan might already be a shadow-level expert. After all, she had met the head of his clan. That family head is a near Kage-level expert. However, at this moment, Lin Fan's aura, pressure, and ability far surpassed those of the family head in every aspect. Crushed, more than 1,000 times. 7 streams of demonic energy erupted suddenly, filling the entire world.
The demonic energy was tinged with boundless rage.
Its enormous body began to tremble involuntarily. "How dare you, you lowly scoundrel from the realm of immortals and gods, bully me!" Demon 1 roared, looking up at the sky, and suddenly gripped a blood-red bone knife that was 300 meters long.
Although they didn't understand what ability Lin Fan was using,
but this ever-increasing chakra, he has clearly reached the level of a near 6 paths cultivator.
How is he like those so-called super shadow level powerhouses in the immortal realm? How dare they manipulate them like puppets?
Demon 1, I'll call 8th and 9th brother back to support us immediately, the second demon lord said hastily. He waved his hands, and 2 green flames ignited in his sleeves. The 8th and 9th princes are both very powerful.
He remains an invincible being at the transcendental realm.
But this time, they were facing opponents of the same caliber. They are far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Instantly, its expression darkened, and it hurled the green flames.
And in the sky above them,
within that red sun, on the endless red plateau, blood-red peaks soar into the clouds.
3 dark figures climbed up one of the mountains. What exactly happened in the demon realm that mobilized such a large force?
Judging from their momentum, they must have had a conflict with the immortal realm. That's true, otherwise there's nothing in the human realm that can break their defenses these days. Jiada and Gaochang analyzed the situation, taking turns offering their opinions.
Xin Zhonghua simply shook his head.
His gaze fell on the demon that seemed to be on the verge of madness.
It can't be that kid causing trouble again, can it?
Oh dear, if that's really the case, this guy is quite the troublemaker. First he offended the realm of immortals and gods, then he offended the realm of demons and monsters, and he was all alone.
During the millennium of bloody wars, who among those people would have dared to have his audacity? Of course, Xin Zhonghua was only speculating. The immortal lords exchanged glances, smiles playing on their lips.
They both saw the schadenfreude on each other's faces.
Those demons probably don't really think they're revealing any real information. Susanoo?
Lin Fan stood in the crystal on Susanoo's head, silently chanting the incantation with a blank expression. The immense pressure emanating from his entire body was finally released. The aura of a near 6 paths being pressed down on the hearts of the 2 demons like a mountain range stretching for thousands of miles. You're actually a quasi-6th path realm cultivator.
How could there possibly be a near 6 paths realm human?
Emojio and Emoba stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a monster, in shock at Lin Fan's terrifying body. Since the 1,000-year blood war, human chakra has been sealed. In the human realm, it is extremely difficult to even give birth to a qualified super shadow, let alone a quasi-6 paths.
How could it not work?
Lin Fan controlled Susanoo, holding a sword in each hand.
Isn't the one who possesses such power standing right before you now?
Without hesitation, he slashed down from mid-air. The vast sword energy, mixed with countless waves, slashed towards the 2 demons.
If you get hit, you'll probably be cut in 2.
I told you long ago to unleash your ultimate moves.
Why aren't you opening yet? Demon 8 and Demon 9 were shocked.
Emoba raised his arm, and countless spatial arrays engraved with runes immediately appeared in front of him.
Demon 9 immediately hurled his twin hammers. Any struggle is futile in the face of this force.
The blue blade energy shattered the defenses that the 2 demons were so proud of. 2 green flames suddenly appeared behind the spatial rift. It carried immense power, attempting to neutralize Lin Fan's attack. The deep green flames collided instantly with the sword energy of Susanoo. A massive aftershock suddenly spread outwards from the center of the sea in all directions.
The entire sea surface was instantly engulfed by a tsunami wall of water tens of meters high. It splashes towards the shore, or even deeper into the sea.
Countless seagulls flapped their wings, emitting mournful cries.
Let's go, back to the demon realm.
The moment the green flames dissipated, a loud shout came from the spatial rift.
Behind the 9th demon lord and the 8th demon lord, the spatial rifts also became unusually wide.
The 2 demons exchanged a glance, then suddenly used their movement techniques to flee towards the rift. The outcome of the battle was decided in an instant after Lin Fan displayed his near 6th level strength. Lin Fan frowned and shrugged. In his opinion, this demon should have used attacks that burned blood essence, just like those in the realm of immortals and gods. Or, like the armored demon of that day, summon the power of the supreme demon god.
But now, they're just running away?
However, he hesitated for only a moment. His 2 shadows had already rushed in front of the 9th demon lord and the 8th demon lord. 2 figures resembling Lin Fan clasped their hands together, their Manjikyu Sharingan swirling in their eyes. Immediately, the 2 twisting forces acted together on the spatial rift.
You scoundrel! How dare you!
The 8th demon lord was furious and immediately raised his arm.
Although the 2 demons could not see the exact location of Lin Fan's tomb, but to some extent they could still perceive that outline. If Lin Fan's shadow succeeds in closing the spatial rift, before they could react, the two demons were suddenly taken aback. There was a crisp cracking sound, a spatial rift connecting the demon realm and the human realm. Pieces of debris fell into the sea. In less than 3 breaths, it completely disappeared from the human world. The two demons completely lost hope of returning to the demon realm, unless the demon realm still has remaining flesh and blood to open the spatial rift again. But obviously, that's impossible. The plan to attack Dakian had completely drained them of their lifeblood and strength accumulated over many years. There is absolutely no margin, not to mention opening another spatial rift capable of teleporting super shadow level demons. The demon lords' faces were grim, their fists clenched tightly. His eyes flashed with resentment. It's unclear whether this refers to Lin Fan or the realm of immortals and gods. The 8th and 9th brothers were trapped outside. This symbolizes, to some extent, the 9 demon lords. In the future, there may only be 7 demon lords left. Of course, Lin Fan, who was in the human realm, they had no idea what the demon lords in the demon realm were thinking. If he knew, he would probably just laugh it off. What, weren't you going to run away? Why are you stopping now? Lin Fan had this idea a few days ago. Both Kamui and spatial rifts fall under the category of spatial abilities. So, by using the power of the gods to make the spatial rift appear illusory and distorted, could the spatial rift be rendered completely ineffective? I tried it today, and it was indeed the case. The Shadow of Limbo used the Rinnegan and Sharingan abilities to easily keep the two demons out of the door. Lin Fan's strength has reached the quasi-6 paths level. In this world, beings below the 6th level of the quasi-6th realm are like ants, at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. I remember when you first arrived, you weren't this arrogant, were you? You want to destroy Linhai City? You've certainly got quite the nerve. It almost startled me. Lin Fan spread his hands, his tone tinged with amusement. Lin Fan, let's make a deal. Seeing this, the 8th demon lord had no choice but to slowly walk over. You should know just how much your combat power increases after praying to the supreme demon god, including me and Lao Jiao. That kind of combat power, which belongs only to the peak of the super shadow realm, can definitely break through to the quasi-6 paths realm. Although after breaking through, it will inevitably lead to certain death. But we don't mind uprooting the entire Linhai City after we kill you. We could even use that phase to wipe the entire Great Qin dynasty from this world. The 8th demon lord spoke calmly and steadily. The demon lord realm is different from other shadow-level demons. Once they use the power of the supreme demon god, they can only sustain it for a maximum of 10 minutes. After this time, the supreme demon god will withdraw all their power. And this retraction. So, you're threatening me? Lin Fan shrugged, expressionless, as if he hadn't taken the 8th demon lord's words to heart at all. That's right, it's a threat. If you still don't repent. The first 2 I killed were the ones you were protecting. I might even drag out your entire family and wipe them all out. The 9th demon lord snorted coldly and immediately rushed out, his demonic energy surging like a tide. The Grand Elder couldn't help but shudder. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Lin Fan's figure in the crystal ball. Don't act impulsively. I thought the fates of the 8th and 9th demon lords were tragic enough to make the human world drink several jugs of wine. No, it would take tens of thousands of pots to express my feelings. But now, they dare to threaten us to our faces. With the help of the supreme demon god, it is highly likely that he can break through to the quasi-6 paths level. Once that level is reached, it's likely that the entire human realm will be unable to stop it. Sweat rolled down the elder's forehead from nervousness. The 7 demon lords stared at each other. His eyes were filled with undisguised surprise. The 8th and 9th brothers actually pulled this kind of stunt. This put everyone at ease. Although some of the demon lords did not have harmonious relationships, they had been companions for hundreds of years after all. There are still some feelings involved. This threat is quite similar to ancient theories of nuclear threats in the human world. Even MOE couldn't help but nod in approval. That makes things a little interesting. The supergravity immortal lord pursed his lips and said helplessly, from a rational human perspective, letting the demon lord go might not be a bad thing. Perhaps this can ease some of the tensions. However, the demon realm will never let this go, and will definitely turn its attention to the immortal realm. This is the scene that these high and mighty immortal lords least want to see. Even the moon goddess fell silent. The immortal lord of the divine tree seemed to have seen something interesting, and a faint hint of appreciation for talent appeared on his expressionless face. He won't let him go. After a long while, the lord of the divine tree finally spoke. The immortal lords frowned, their gazes turning to the spatial rift. The eyes of the other immortal lords widened suddenly. On Susanu's palm lay the head of the 9th demon lord. Beside Lin Fan, the 8th demon lord's incredulous expression was reflected. Kill them all. The 9th demon lord, believing he had caught Lin Fan red-handed, roared in anger and conjured another pair of giant hammers. The giant hammer was pointing directly at Linhai City. The 8th demon lord stood with his arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. He still didn't believe it. A stream of scalding blood suddenly gushed out from the side and splattered
splattered onto his face.
And this blood came from the ninth demon lord's neck, the Grand Elder, far away in Kyoto. The Grand Elder was suddenly stunned. Words cannot describe it, but no matter how I swallow, it's so dry. A demon lord from the demon realm. He died at Lin Fan's hands just like that?
And it happened so suddenly. Even though Bai and Gao were both strong, their legs went weak and they almost knelt on the ground.
Even so, the waves in Linhai City are still as fierce as ever.
The eighth demon lord raised his finger, pointing it tremblingly at Lin Fan.
Suddenly, Lin Fan appeared beside Emojo. With the large sword in his hand, he severed Emojo's head. Another large hand grabbed the hair on Emojo's head. A sinister and eerie smile appeared on Susanu's face. To be honest, what were you just saying?
Lin Fan carefully placed Emojo's head in his palm, letting the rain patter on Emojo's head, mixing with blood and mingling with the ocean below. And because they lost the support of chakra,
the ninth demon lord's body swayed unsteadily.
Then, like a boulder falling into the sea, it stirred up a huge wave.
Lightning flashed, illuminating the enormous body submerged in the ocean. How dare you?
A heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted from Emoba's throat. A streak of blue light suddenly streaked across the sky, leaving a blue arc. Compared to the lightning bolts rolling across the sky, the blue arc was even more dazzling and brilliant. The eighth demon lord's arm broke off in an instant. As before, it plunged into the sea. Demon blood gushed out.
He couldn't believe that Lin Fan would actually make a move.
Moreover, the attack was incredibly fierce.
So fast. According to the normal plot, shouldn't they wait until they use the power of the supreme demon god before making their move? No. The eighth demon lord immediately shouted to the sky. The supreme demon god.
They hadn't even finished shouting.
The terrifying aura emanating from him had not yet fully coalesced.
Its body was kicked away by Lin Fan once again. It crashed into the sea, creating waves hundreds of meters high. The eighth demon lord instantly regained consciousness.
He was about to roar again.
Suddenly, they discovered that 4 shadows were flying in from all directions.
One after another, jet-black chakra rods were inserted into his internal organs. Even the limbs, even the head, eyes, and ears.
This is no coincidence.
An endless, stinging pain enveloped his entire body.
And within those meridians, the individual strands of chakra were completely restrained by Lin Fan's methods.
It cannot emit any energy.
Even the power of the supreme demon god.
They couldn't summon them at all.
So, from the very beginning, you should use your trump cards. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled, then slowly walked to his side.
With every step taken, the sea unleashed a considerable tsunami.
From his perspective, the shadow brought by Limbo was as if it had completely inserted the black chakra rods into the flesh and blood of the eighth demon lord.
Even a wisp of chakra.
Lin Fan would not let it leak out.
He casually tossed Emojo's head onto the ground. He crouched down, manipulating Susanoo, and looked at Mapako with a playful expression. Ha. What, can't you move now? You can't even use the power of your supreme demon gods? What a pathetic insect.
The eighth demon lord's eyes were bloodshot with rage, wishing he could kill Lin Fan immediately.
Stop glaring at me.
Lin Fan patted his head.
Wait a moment, I will experience your memories.
After all, there are too many secrets in this world.
I'd also like to know that. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask curiously.
Previously, he could instantly kill the ninth demon lord and the eighth demon lord. You should know that these are shadows that split off from the wheel of death.
It's not much weaker than the original body. Even a near 6th level is more than enough for the Wheel Tomb border prison. He deliberately left behind the eighth demon lord. Isn't it all about finding those unspeakable things buried deep within this world?
Lin Fan, stop right there. In front of Lin Fan, within the original spatial rift, a red crack appeared once again. Within this crack, what is clearly visible? That was the hideous face of the first demon lord. His eyes were filled with anger.
He hadn't expected it.
Lin Fan actually dared to use such a vicious attack again. He killed his brother on the spot, without giving him any chance to react. Even the eighth brother had his chakra suppressed by him using chakra rods.
Oh, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that you guys were watching the show from the sidelines.
Lin Fan gave a cold laugh. They did realize what was happening.
He manipulated Susanoo to stand up from the ground.
Then, he stepped on the eighth demon lord's chest, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Fan felt absolutely no pity for these demons that devoured human flesh and blood.
Lin Fan, that's enough.
The first demon lord roared. Even the sounds emanating from the demon realm seemed to make the earth tremble.
Shut up.
Lin Fan chuckled and casually flicked his wrist, causing a twisting force to suddenly rise beside him.
Another spatial rift suddenly opened up. However, this time it exuded a holy aura.
Behind this spatial rift are the 6 great immortal lords of the immortal and divine realm.
Upon seeing this, the first demon lord's anger burned even more fiercely. Born, why did you deceive me?
Even if the first demon lord was foolish, he knew it was because of the false information leaked from the immortal realm. That's why he only sent out 2 brothers at the super shadow level. If we had known beforehand that Lin Fan was a quasi 6th level cultivator,
these plans all have to be postponed again. What do I care? You think we're the ones who are less skilled? Blame it on us?
The moon immortal lord showed no particular expression when she realized she had been caught spying on the screen. To be precise, he knew from the beginning that Lin Fan had discovered them. Then, it was not crushed directly. The two looked at each other.
You're really stupid, aren't you? You haven't learned your lesson in thousands of years. No wonder you were relegated to the lowest 3 ranks of the common people when your god was here.
The moon immortal lord's words were sharp and sarcastic, showing no regard for the first demon lord. Seeing this, the first demon lord could not vent his anger at all.
If anyone were in the demon realm, they would surely see a pillar of chakra soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds.
The first demon lord withdrew his gaze and focused it back on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, that's enough. You have already become an enemy of my demon realm. If you kill Lao Ba as well, then we will be enemies to the death. We demons will risk our lives to slay you.
The first demon lord's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke with unwavering resolve.
This demonic sound. The earthquake left countless people in Linhai City pale with fright. Even if they don't understand, what exactly was the first demon lord saying?
Those with weaker immune systems.
Some even fainted on the spot. Even the Grand Elder, who was far away in Kyoto, was spying on them using a crystal ball.
But suddenly a crack appeared on the crystal ball.
He is the strongest being in the demon realm today. The power of the first demon lord. Lin Fan didn't say anything else. What's going on? A single, simple word. The first demon lord felt a sense of relief.
They thought Lin Fan had truly taken their words to heart. Lin Fan's large hand was already placed on the head of the 8th demon lord.
What's it to me? A flash of blue light.
Susanu's long sword suddenly pierced the chest of the 8th demon lord, penetrating straight through his heart in an instant. As the seawater lapped against him intermittently, salt water seeped into his bloodstream, causing intense pain that made Moba cry out in pain. A terrifying repulsive force was attached to the long sword.
3 minutes passed.
The shockwave then shattered all the nerves, muscles, and tendons in Moba's body. He only had one last breath left.
Lin Fan, do you truly intend to become an enemy of my demon realm?
The first demon lord's hair stood on end in fury, and his man-eating eyes seemed ready to tear Lin Fan to pieces at any moment. Moba's body shattered completely under this repulsive force. There's still a bit of life force left. Let's extract some memories. Lin Fan shrugged, as if he were talking about something trivial.
What Qin Zhenghua cannot say. An era of millennia-long bloody war. That was the era before. The reason why the human race has become so weak.
Perhaps the answer can be found in the memories of the 8th demon lord. As for the threat from the first demon lord, ever since he killed the first demon, he has never been afraid of demons. Moreover, this level of threat. Lin Fan snorted coldly, raised his arm, and manipulated the power of divine might. In an instant, the crimson spatial rift in the demon realm began to twist and contort. The spatial rift suddenly shattered.
Lin Fan, I'll remember you. I will kill you with my own hands.
The first demon lord left behind only a final, unwilling voice in the air. The waves roared and the lightning flashed. It was as if the human world had truly entered the 18th level of hell. The spatial rift leading to the demon realm was completely distorted and then vanished into nothingness. Lin Fan turned around and glanced at the spatial rift in the immortal god realm.
Do you want me to turn it off for you, or will you turn it off yourselves?
Lin Fan asked the question sincerely, his eyes shining like those of a bewildered young man. The moon immortal lord covered her mouth with all 6 arms, her eyes seemingly filled with contempt for Lin Fan.
Perhaps, in a few days, it will be the anniversary of your death?
Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but grin again. I'm not kidding, but I've already offended several people. A tall tree catches the wind, and I've caught hundreds of different kinds of winds.
Do you think I'd still be afraid? I'm still waiting for you. Upon hearing this, the moon immortal lord's face flushed slightly with anger. Fine, what an arrogant kid.
When I have time, I will turn you into a specimen and hang you on the ground of my lunar domain, so that I can watch you day and night. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he raised his arm. Just then, the immortal lord of the divine tree in the immortal realm suddenly stood up. His jet-black hair hung down, making him look like a noble young master from ancient times. He wore a long, flowing dark green robe, which seemed very elegant and ceremonial.
Hello, Lin Fan.
The immortal lords frowned, looking at the divine tree with puzzled expressions.
I have no idea what this guy is up to.
He's the most mysterious guy among them. Not only has it never accepted the bloodline, but it has also never left the domain of the divine tree for thousands of years. Even the most respected moon immortal lord had never spoken more than 2 words to him.
And this will only happen once.
That seemed to have piqued their interest a little.
I've heard that you seem to have the ability to absorb memories. My advice to you, do not blindly absorb the memories of the 8th demon lord.
That memory, no matter who brings it up or who tries to pry into it, is a sin. If you're not careful, death is a simple and common occurrence. The voice of the divine tree immortal lord was very calm, so calm that it was devoid of any emotion. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment. The Susanoo surrounding his body dissipated and eventually vanished completely. With the help of the Rinnegan, he naturally stood tall in midair. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the feasibility of this this guy's words. The immortal lord of the divine tree did not give him any room to answer. From the realm of immortals and gods, countless clusters of vibrant flowers grew on the spatial mirror, covering the entire mirror. Then, vines twisted like earthworms appeared. Once locked, it vanished instantly. The sea has regained its tranquility. The raindrops in the distance seem to have gotten much smaller. The torrential rain has turned into a light drizzle. All that remained in my ears was the crisp sound of waves crashing against the shore. Of course, it would be best to ignore the head still clinging to life on the surface of the sea. Lin Fan snapped his fingers expressionlessly. The image reflected in the Grand Elder's crystal ball suddenly appeared. Inside the crystal ball was the Grand Elder, along with Gao Shangde and Bai Xingjian behind him. All three were dumbfounded. No matter how Lin Fan waved, the three of them remained motionless. A series of brainstorming sessions were flashing through the Grand Elder's mind, and all of this began when Lin Fan appeared in Linhai City. Then, after killing the two great demon lords of the demon realm. That's all? Even though they are the 9th and 8th demon lords, they are ranked last among all the demon lords. But at least he's a demon lord. Even though the Grand Elder himself wore leather armor and had a peak era buff, it was still a tough fight. I'm afraid even fighting one would be extremely difficult, not to mention facing two at once. Lin Fan, however, faced it with surprising ease. With a few casual words, in the blink of an eye, the two demons were sent to the guillotine. Even in the demon realm, the power to summon the supreme demon god, which they are most proud of, they haven't even been used. What is this? This is the strength of a near 6 paths expert. The elder felt bloodshot streaks appear on the whites of his eyes. To his surprisingly, both the demon realm and the immortal realm are using spatial rifts to spy on what is happening here. 7 demon lords and 6 immortal lords. This is someone who, in the entire 3 realms, would tremble at the slightest touch of his leg. What made the Grand Elder's mind go blank the most? This was under the circumstances that the first demon lord was already furious and wished he could kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan actually resolved the issue in such a domineering way. He crushed the spatial rift from the demon realm with a single palm strike. A single glance reveals a disdain for the spatial realm emanating from the realm of immortals and gods. Everything happened today. It's astonishing that this high-ranking, powerful old man, who has seen countless storms, was allowed to. It created a strange, dreamlike feeling. Am I dreaming? Don't be in a daze, Elder. Seeing this, Lin Fan could only cough lightly twice. This brought the Grand Elder's thoughts back to reality. Oh, the Elder swallowed hard and looked into the crystal ball at Lin Fan's handsome young face. It's simply unbelievable. This guy has managed to do something like this. What do you think of what the immortal lord of the divine tree said? Lin Fan's Susanoo has now disappeared. Thus, he stood atop the head of the 8th demon lord. There was no discomfort whatsoever. The Grand Elder, still shaken, glanced blankly at the head of the 8th demon lord. My mind seemed to sink again. If that secret is truly something that cannot be told, forcibly breaking it open would indeed be extremely likely to result in harm. The Elder analyzed the situation rationally. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. It wasn't hard to see from the previous conversations with Qin Zhonghua that those 3, the so-called Otsutsuki clan members, had probably already left their mark on the memories of these creatures. Anyone who dares to spy will have to endure their unique attacks. Although the attack was rather weak when Qin Zhonghua was questioned. This guy is a demon after all, so we still have to be careful. Having said that, Lin Fan did not hesitate. Susanoo's armor suddenly covered his entire body. Immediately afterwards, 6 enormous arms, each gripping a long sword, appeared simultaneously. In an instant, it slashed at the head of the 8th demon lord on the sea. The 8th demon lord has fallen. After thousands of years of glory, it died such a tragic death at the hands of a human. Lin Fan used the force to fly and hovered in midair. They watched as the flesh and blood of the 8th demon lord sank into the sea. The dissipating demonic energy seemed to gradually disappear over Linhai City. What are your plans for the future? The Grand Elder asked slowly through the crystal ball. However, at some point, the Grand Elder began to treat Lin Fan as a true peer. Let's think about it more deeply. Lin Fan held a position in his heart equivalent to that of a senior. Let's take it one step at a time and stay in Linhai City for a while. Lin Fan sighed softly. The 3 battlefields have now been completely resolved. Please go and ensure that the necessary support is provided. Lin Fan's words reached the ears of the Grand Elder. This prompted the elders to nod in agreement. Okay, then I'll cut it off. With a wave of his hand, the light inside the crystal ball dimmed. He glanced at Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde, who stood on either side like statues. You two, what are you waiting for? Go and make the arrangements. The elder rebuked. These words made them realize the truth of their dream. Oh. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The two spoke one after the other, hands on their waists, trying to calm themselves down from their shock. Just as he was about to leave the room, the elder's voice came again. Upgrade Lin Fan's account to unlimited balance. Isn't he living in a villa district? Buy all the villas around him and give them to Lin Fan. There are quite a few rooms in various parts of Dakian, and we want to buy one of them under Lin Fan's company. And then, as for Kyoto, you know what I mean. The elder's voice was strong and and clear, and he explained Lin Fan's benefits in a straightforward manner.
That's only right. The two exchanged a glance and then quickly made the arrangements. Lin Fan, after today's battle, it has already become the center of the human world. If the news had spread faster, if other countries knew this, who knows how many would be envious, jealous, and resentful, and would immediately try to win over Lin Fan. We should strike while the iron is hot. By the way, arrange a private jet immediately to send Luo Mengdai to Linhai City.
From now on, she just needs to stay by Lin Fan's side wholeheartedly.
The Grand Elder proceeded methodically, making arrangements as if afraid of neglecting anything.
Naturally, if Lin Fan, who was in Linhai City, heard this, he would definitely be both amused and exasperated. Lin Fan took out his phone and called Luo Mengdai to let her know he was safe.
He then leaped onto the beach. From afar, one can see two beautiful figures waiting anxiously there. It seems I gave the wrong instructions.
Lin Fan hurriedly flew to the side of the two women.
Bang bang bang. You should be assigned to stay in the city center.
The two women naturally ignored his words. Instead, she looked him up and down with concern.
Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke said in unison, "Of course it's okay.
The 8th Demon Lord and the 9th Demon Lord are relatively weak and cannot cause me any harm," Lin Fan said casually. The two women exchanged a glance and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes.
That's one of the 9 great demon lords of the demon realm.
Any one of these is a powerful figure who could easily destroy a country. And now, he has actually died at Lin Fan's hands.
Wait, Lin Fan, what's going on here?
Yes, how did you acquire such cultivation level?
After finishing the other things, the two women couldn't help but ask you.
Lin Fan finished speaking to them. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Ling's bodies remained rock-hard. They even held their breath and concentrated, not wanting to miss a single word.
In summary, it can be roughly said that,
actually, I was the leader of the Akatsuki organization from the very beginning. I practiced diligently every day and have never slacked off.
Then, my cultivation level skyrocketed. Maybe, this is what hard work is all about. Could your family have worked hard enough to reach your current level?
Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke absolutely refused to believe it. Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan were childhood sweethearts, growing up together since they were little. Looking back on Lin Fan's first half of life, it really was just like that.
My childhood experiences resonated with this. It really took 6 days of cultivation to reach this level?
Su Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with boundless shock. She spent 6 days cultivating to the 3rd level of the 1st rank.
He has already been hailed by the school's teachers as a once-in-a-century genius.
Furthermore, let's talk about the spirit bird. After 6 days of cultivation, it seems that he has only reached the 2nd level of the 1st rank. Compare Lin Fan to Lin Fan. One is heaven, the other is earth.
Lin Fan spent 6 days.
She had cultivated to a level that even she didn't understand or know. Black lines appeared in front of her head. Okay. Lin Fan patted the two of them on the shoulders.
How about we go to Zuixinlu for a meal?
It'll help ease your mood. Leave the rest aside for now. The Grand Elder and the others will send people over to handle it.
The remains in the sea.
Basically, the Great Qin dynasty will be the subject of study. Not to mention such top-tier demons.
That is of utmost importance.
The light rain gradually disappeared, and people were even exclaiming in surprise.
The demonic body that was there earlier has disappeared, seemingly destroyed.
At the edge of the sky, sunlight pierced through the thick black clouds, reflecting off them and creating a rainbow. The human world has seemingly returned to peace.
However, in the realm of demons, it is extremely violent. The killing intent was about to solidify into a tangible form.
The 1st demon lord held a blood-red longsword in his hand. The blood-red longsword suddenly condensed into a monstrous demonic aura and slashed fiercely into the distance. The sharp blade energy pierced through the thick red clouds. The clouds in the sky above the demon realm suddenly split open, resembling ravines on the ground. In the other hand of the 1st demon lord, it's as if 2 life-saving lamps have been extinguished. These 2 life lamps belong to the 9th demon lord and the 8th demon lord.
Big brother, don't be angry.
The 2nd demon lord suddenly rushed over and put his hand on the 1st demon's shoulder.
Other demon lords also flocked to him. The deaths of the 8th and 9th brothers are a foregone conclusion. Boss, calm down.
Yeah,
getting angry won't do much good now.
If it weren't for the birth of Lin Fan and the immortal realm, the 8th and 9th princes wouldn't have died. Moe's chest kept expanding and shrinking until it finally returned to normal after a long time. However, his eyes were still filled with anger,
an anger that could kill. Immediately afterwards, Demon 1 roared once again.
Those bastards from the realm of immortals and gods deserve to die. And Lin Fan from the human realm, I must kill them all. I will skin them alive, capture their souls, and cast them into hell to suffer endless torment.
Every time Moe utters a word, a terrifyingly large amount of demonic chakra pours out.
This sent chills down the spines of countless low-ranking demons in the demon realm. It took him a long time to calm down. How much flesh and blood is left? The demon turned his head and asked the deer shaman. At present, the flesh and blood of the demon realm can probably only be transferred to 1 demon lord at most.
Someone of your strength, demon lord, should not be able to teleport.
The deer shaman answered respectfully and cautiously, trying to keep his tone as low as possible.
Moe is currently furious, and if he doesn't answer well, he could die at any moment. In the human realm, which countries still have a lot of flesh and blood? Moe calmed down and asked. Reporting to the demon lord, we have not yet invaded the bear kingdom.
The deer shaman knelt on the ground and reported.
The Russian bear country, ha.
After calming down, Moe murmured the three words Russian bear country to himself.
But far away in the land of the Russian bear, in a world of ice and snow, beside the cold ocean, thick, towering icebergs were everywhere, both near and far. Lin Fan's parents are busy transporting the seafood. Because of the poor signal, I have not received any news from China yet. I wonder how Xiao Fan did during the awakening ceremony. It's alright, honey. Once this trip is over, we'll go back to see Xiao Fan.
I bet he's one of those geniuses, 1 in a million.
Your son must be a genius.
The middle-aged couple had smiles on their faces, and their breath would occasionally escape their lips as they spoke.
Shall we go back the day after tomorrow? Lin's father said. Really? Lin's mother's eyes lit up instantly.
Of course. Mr. Lin put his arm around Mrs. Lin and chuckled.
Ugh, there's a fishy smell. Don't hug me.
Lin's mother said, feigning disdain.
And far away in the southwestern border region of the Great Qian dynasty, in the distance, it seemed as if an aurora was twinkling in the sky. Below that aurora, the sacred mountain covered in snow. It seems that a tiny green nut is about to grow. Soon, green dots emerged from the snow.
A root has actually grown on the snow-capped mountaintop where the temperature is unknown how low below zero.
Moreover, it seems that this root is growing at an unparalleled speed. At the same time, heavy snow fell from the sky. When it drifted down to the roots, it mysteriously melted.
Of course, Lin Fan was unaware of what was happening elsewhere.
On the top floor of Zuixinlu, countless dishes were placed on the table. Exquisitely beautiful, it whets the appetite. So, one of the older sisters will be coming over in a bit?
Su Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes.
It looked exactly like they were questioning Lin Fan.
Lin Fan coughed lightly twice in response.
You womanizer.
Su Xiaoxiao clenched her pink fist and pouted.
Yet, there was no hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak.
Xiaoxiao, don't blame brother Lin Fan. Sure, Lin Ke, however, took this matter very lightly. She was born into a family, and the various conflicts of interest and bloodline inheritance within the family were already extremely troublesome.
She was originally intended as a marriage partner for her family, a gift to a family in Kyoto.
However, after hearing about Lin Fan's strength and resources, the higher-ups decisively abandoned the idea. He also repeatedly instructed her to make sure she got along well with Lin Fan.
Su Xiaoxiao raised her head and made a cut. After a while, he asked again, when is Sister Luo coming over? If your aunt and uncle knew, they'd be terrified.
Lin Fan ignored the last sentence without thinking. That being said, I haven't actually met my parents since I came into this world, but it seems like I'll be back in a few days. Lin Fan calmed himself, shook his head, looked at the message Luo Mengdai had sent on his phone, and then said, we've arrived at Linhai Airport. You guys eat first, I'll go pick her up. Lin Fan smiled slightly, opened the door, walked outside, and leaped towards Linhai City Airport.
Looking at Lin Fan's back, you big-headed bastard. You womanizing scoundrel. I'll make you pay later.
Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly as she pondered what to say when Luo Mengdai arrived. On the contrary, Shi Lingke took the initiative to come closer after hearing this. So, how do you want our little classmate to look good, Lin Fan? Shi Ling's voice was very charming, like a needle falling into Su Xiaoxiao's ear. A splash of red leaped onto Su Xiaoxiao's fair skin, eventually reaching her face, making her look just like a red apple.
Sister Lingke, don't you even look at what you're saying?
Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head shyly and said in a low voice, then I'll definitely make Lin Fan pay.
At the airport in Linhai City, Luo Mengdai wore a leather coat and sunglasses, exuding a cool and aloof aura.
Every time someone walks by, they can feel the frost emanating from Luo Mengdai.
Her eyes darted around. Wasn't this guy coming to find me? Why hasn't it appeared yet after waiting for so long? Did something happen on the way?
Words of worry surfaced in my mind, one by one.
Luo Mengdai became increasingly anxious. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind her.
I'm so sorry to have kept Mengdai waiting. Lin Fan's wicked smile immediately reached Luo Mengdai's ears.
Yeah.
With tears welling up in her eyes, Luo Mengdai immediately hugged Lin Fan and buried her head in his chest.
I was so worried about you.
Luo Mengdai hugged Lin Fan tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Helpless, Lin Fan could only manage a series of bitter smiles.
You idiot. Nothing will happen to me, given my current level.
Even in the realm of demons, no demon could possibly harm me.
Not to mention the human realm.
To everyone's surprise, these words caused Luo Mengdai to shake her head, loosen her grip on the chair, and scan Lin Fan's body with concerned eyes. Seeing that Lin Fan's clothes were not even torn, they were finally relieved. I don't care, it's all your fault. You made me live in fear for so long. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan did not argue with Luo Mengdai and shook his head.
Alright, Mengdai is right, it's all my fault.
Luo Mengdai feigned aloofness, crossed her arms, and gave a cold snort.
snort. "Oh right, the Grand Elder asked me to give this to you." As she spoke, Luo Mengdai pulled out a completely black card from her pocket.
Lin Fan took it, and it felt icy cold to the touch.
Could this be some kind of black card like those super rich novels?
Lin Fan smiled knowingly and casually spoke.
"Goodness, you were right."
Ah. Lin Fan's mind went blank for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses.
The reason why the Grand Elder sent such a gift is quite simple.
The goal is simply to completely bind him to the Dakian ship.
Lin Fan shook his head. That's really overthinking it. After all, no matter how much he jumps, he can't jump to other countries, can he?
However, since it was a token of his goodwill, Lin Fan naturally kept it in his pocket.
Money is just an external thing. With Lin Fan's strength, if he wanted to, that means you can have as many as you want. Now, Luo Mengdai inquired about the next move. Go back to your home? Lin Fan was stunned. Why are you coming back to my house?
But then Luo Mengdai blinked her beautiful eyes again.
It's as if to say, what do you think? Lin Fan fell silent for a moment. Let me introduce you to some people first. Above the red sun, in the boundless, endless red desert, 3 figures walked with difficulty. Damn it, where's that guy who's been sealed away? Kakuta immediately cursed out loud.
Arriving in the demon realm, and then leaping onto the red sun, we searched for a long time.
You can't even find half a cemetery.
Qin Zhonghua, on the contrary, shrugged.
The demon realm is where the human level is shackled,
and the demons of the demon realm reside in the realm of immortals and gods.
But the immortals and gods of the immortal realm are actually in the mortal realm.
At this point, Qin Zhonghua was speechless. In the end, one can only marvel at the cunning of these 3 guys. They really treat the creatures of Earth as their slaves.
Those demons and immortals are still working so hard. Aren't they afraid that they'll wake up and devour them all? Kakuta roared, his voice seemingly echoing across the entire red sun. However, this place was empty, with no trace of any demons. Alright, let's go over the next few hills and take a look.
Gao Chang, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but speak up.
Old Gao is right. Since we're already here, we're sure we'll find it.
The purple spear in Qin Zhonghua's hand was stuck in the ground, like a straight cane.
Qin Zhonghua suddenly pointed forward.
In the distance, a vast white cemetery rose from the ground. A massive tombstone soars straight into the sky.
The tombstone only revealed its true form as they approached. The 3 of them exchanged a glance.
They immediately realized that this was the very place they were looking for. A full moon rose into the sky.
Countless stars hung in the night sky.
Lin Fan walked to the back alone, put his hands behind his head, and smiled leisurely as he looked at the 3 women in front of him. Luo Mengdai had already had a thorough chat with Su Xiaoxiao and Shi during the dinner just now. Being a bit older, she naturally took on the role of the team leader. The 3 women teased each other while letting out silvery laughter. It attracted the attention of passers-by who stared in disbelief.
These 3 women are absolutely stunning.
Some are innocent and lively, others are extremely charming, and still others have a delicate oval face but are extremely mature. The 3 women walking together are simply a naturally formed scenic view. You'll turn heads wherever you go. When their gaze fell upon Lin Fan behind the 3 women again, he immediately gasped. He quickly looked away. The official propaganda speed of the Great Qian dynasty was extremely fast. In an instant, all the news about Lin Fan was published in the newspapers.
That very afternoon, Lin Fan became famous throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty in an instant. Everyone knows it.
It turned out that Lin Fan was following behind the 3 women. Many spoiled young men who harbored ambitions shrank back.
This belongs to Lin Fan. Even if they are incredibly audacious, they shouldn't harbor any covetous thoughts, right? Even other people can destroy the Demon Lord. He is considered to be on par with the Grand Elder in the Great Qian dynasty. A slap, no. With just a stomp of his foot, the entire Great Qian dynasty would tremble. Take a breath and let out a fart. It's likely that during the Great Qian dynasty, it will become the Bible.
The 3 women traveled without hindrance, along with Lin Fan.
When someone becomes extremely famous, there wasn't that group of so-called fanatical fans. Most of all, it was a fervent respect.
Even stepping inside his body, one felt a suffocating respect within a radius of several feet. Lin Fan then led the 3 women outside the villa.
This is Lin Fan's home?
Luo Mengdai pointed to Lin Fan's villa and asked. Lin Fan was about to reply when he was interrupted by Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Mengdai at the same time.
Okay, you've already said it for me, so I won't say anything more. Why don't you come in and sit down?
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he took the initiative to invite them over. To everyone's surprise, both women shook their heads. Then he explained the reason.
Today, Linhai City was once again invaded by demons. Their families had long been worried about their safety. Knowing only that they were with Lin Fan, he didn't ask them to come back. It's getting late, so I should head back and let them know I'm safe. Okay, then you all need to be careful.
Lin Fan nodded, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then parted ways with them. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Luo Mengdai. Luo Mengdai covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You have pretty picky tastes. Luo Mengdai placed her jade-like fingers on Lin Fan's chest, seemingly teasing him. Lin Fan remained silent for a while.
He immediately wanted to pull pull Luo Mengdai into the villa. The domains of the 6 immortal lords remain completely undivided. The 6 immortal lords also stood in that white space of the immortal and divine realm. It seems they are discussing something. That's what I thought. It also seems that they are dividing something up. The human realm, I can go and take a walk there. The immortal lord of the divine tree smiled slightly, as gentle as a spring breeze and a refreshing rain. After all, you all want Lin Fan to die, don't you? Upon hearing this, the gods were suddenly taken aback. Finally, the moon immortal lord frowned. How will you get down? However, they had only just reached the doorway. Lin Fan suddenly stopped. Luo Mengdai asked with some doubt. It's alright, you can go in first, he said lightly. Lin Fan shrugged, smiled slightly, and gestured for Luo Mengdai to go inside. Luo Mengdai nodded slightly, bewildered. Although she didn't know why, she was certain that Lin Fan's actions made sense. It wasn't until Luo Mengdai's figure completely disappeared and she entered the villa that this happened. The smile on Lin Fan's lips suddenly transformed into a sharp edge. Come out. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. The surrounding night was very quiet, with cicadas chirping from near and far. Under the pitch-black night sky, a figure in black robes slowly emerged. What's up? Lin Fan looked the black-robed man up and down, as if trying to discern some clue from his body. I originally intended to go in, but suddenly I sensed a powerful presence approaching. It does not belong to humans. They do not belong to demons, immortals, or gods. What is this thing? The man in black robes slowly approached, stopping just 2 or 3 body lengths away from Lin Fan. The hem of the robe was jet black, obscuring everything. A catastrophe unique to Earth is about to strike. These words suddenly came from within the wide sleeves of the robe. The voice was hoarse and shrill, with an electromagnetic-like sound. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan frowned. I hate riddle people. Lin Fan retorted without hesitation. The mysterious figure let out 2 eerie laughs and slowly turned around. Immediately, his figure changed, leaving a fleeting afterimage in his original position before disappearing completely. Mysterious and mysterious. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, but he was trying to figure out his identity. Why not just give him a prophecy of disaster? A disaster unique to Earth. Lin Fan chuckled. If there is any disaster, come over here right away. With Lin Fan's strength, he is no less powerful than any other being in the 3 realms today. As for whether the man in black robes would harbor hostility towards him, or were they sent by the realm of immortals or demons to deceive us? If that were true, they would have attacked him long ago. Who is this guy? Lin Fan shook his head, turned around and went inside. But then he suddenly noticed Luo Mengdai leaning against the threshold, gazing at his face. What's wrong? Aren't you going in? Lin Fan quickly approached and supported Luo Mengdai's waist. Why were you talking to yourself outside just now? Luo Mengdai frowned. It's like someone is talking to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's body stiffened abruptly. Is it just me who can see it? However, Lin Fan quickly came to his senses. It's nothing. I just felt a bit of a cultivation sensation and tried it out outside. Lin Fan smiled slightly and responded. At this point, Luo Mengdai reluctantly accepted the answer. At the same time, her hands also climbed onto Lin Fan's neck. The full moon shone even brighter, its cool light illuminating the earth. It was draped in a hazy white light. Lin Fan lay on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, seemingly still recalling what the mysterious man had said earlier. Will this guy reappear? Lin Fan felt like he'd missed out if he hadn't caught the guy and interrogated him properly. Riddlers deserve to die. Just as Lin Fan was cursing the riddle maker in his heart, high in the sky above Kyoto, suddenly, a spatial rift filled with green light opened up. However, this spatial rift is undetectable to anyone. A figure dressed in a green robe slowly emerged from the crack. It's been a long time since I've been to the human realm. I remember the last time I came here was 1,000 years ago. The sacred tree seemed to be lost in a strange memory. The entire body floated in mid-air, standing still. The moon immortal lord needs 3 days to open the spatial rift. 1,000 years ago, he left an anchor point in the human world. This anchor point is solely for his one-time teleportation. Only he can be teleported. Furthermore, it can transmit all of his power. Next, we'll go to the Lord's sealed location. The divine tree smirked and pulled out a paper fan from somewhere, gently fanning itself. His body flew towards the southwest of Dakian like a strong wind. A green streak of light streaked across the dim sky. The heavy snow fell slowly from the sky. The divine tree immortal lord devoutly leaped down from the sky, firmly placing his feet on the thick snow. Immediately, his entire body moved as if walking on flat ground towards the sacred mountain, which was at a 90-degree angle. The snow on the ground rustled softly. Soon, the immortal lord of the divine tree had already reached the top of the divine mountain. I saw that patch of green shade, that green beauty atop the snow-capped mountain. The corners of the divine tree immortal lord's mouth couldn't help but curl up and deepen his eyes. There seemed to be a kind of madness that was almost extreme. Soon, our lord will be able to return to the 3 realms. It will definitely arrive faster than the other 2. The energy of earth, nurtured to this day, should also be absorbed and devoured. The immortal master of the divine tree closed his folding fan, suddenly turned around,
and looked towards Linhai City.
Those so-called comrades in the realm of immortals and gods have become nourishment for the master, which is quite good. He left a lingering shadow on the earth. Lin Fan should accept it, right? A recruitment from the Lord. If they don't accept it, fine, I'll kill them all. That would at least fulfill the fleeting wish of my comrades. The green shoots on the sacred mountain seem to be growing ever more lush. It is also more vibrant. With a thought, Lin Fan's consciousness floated in the divine might space. At this moment, the divine might space is clearly not just the divine might space. When the 12 members of Akatsuki returned in the afternoon, Lin Fan made a special trip to the furniture market and building materials factory to order all sorts of materials. After all, the Akatsuki members summoned by the system almost all possessed individual consciousness. In terms of social interaction, they are completely like real people. So Lin Fan took it upon himself to move his home, albeit reluctantly, entirely to the edge of the divine might space. After half a day of repairs, a series of wooden bungalows were successfully built. At first glance, it seems quite good.
Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki organization were all resting in their respective rooms. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction.
Looks like my decision wasn't so bad after all. Time slowly slips away. After midnight, the bell suddenly rang.
The system's voice, as he had hoped, resounded in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding! You haven't checked in today. Would you like to check in?
Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was overjoyed.
The check-in system is back online.
Hopefully, this time, someone stronger will come. Lin Fan said quietly.
Ding!
You have checked in for 7 consecutive days and have gained the wood release ability of Hashirama Senju. The system's voice was like heavenly music. It rang in Lin Fan's ears right on time. Lin Fan almost jumped out of bed.
It's like getting exactly what you want.
They've arranged everything for him all at once. Before he could react, a series of abilities related to Hashirama Senju surged into Lin Fan's entire body in an instant. The superhuman strength passed down to the 5th generation. Lin Fan's muscles seemed to be reforged, becoming as strong as steel bars. Even before the village was established, the Senju clan's taijutsu was unparalleled in the ninja world. Knowledge about wood release surged into Lin Fan's mind in an instant. The flowering tree realm has arrived. A secret technique even more terrifying than the descent of the tree realm. Even the art of wooden dragons and superhuman strength. As long as Lin Fan is willing, he can shout and clap his hands together.
Use them all. Of course, Lin Fan wasn't actually craving those things. Streams of natural power surged into Lin Fan's body.
Lin Fan's expression changed, his body twisted, and he suddenly appeared in the sky above the villa area.
Pure natural energy flowed continuously into his body. Lin Fan could perceive the entire landscape of Linhai City with perfect clarity. A strange immortal rune appeared on Lin Fan's forehead and in his eye socket. Immortal body. Complete.
Lin Fan felt this power and clenched his fist.
If he were to use the power of the Rinnegan and Sharingan now, it's probably many times stronger than before. He has already awakened the ultimate killing move.
Immortal techniques, the gate of divine enlightenment.
Sage art would release, through several thousand hands.
With a thought, he immediately thought of Madara Uchiha's complete Susanoo. Susanoo is a great Buddha. Even those from the 6 realms of existence must kneel before him. Although Lin Fan cannot be certain at this moment.
Have I entered the 6 paths realm?
However, if there were a powerful expert with the strength of the 6 paths in front of him, he was confident that he could give it a shot. Even victory. Lin Fan thought it was a piece of cake. Pang Bai's passion surged in his heart. Boundless power filled Lin Fan's entire body. No, I need to let off some steam. His body twisted and he suddenly appeared in the divine might space.
There are currently no enemies or monsters that he can gain experience from.
Naturally, I'll return to the divine might space and find my dear subordinates to spar with. The members inside the divine might space were awakened by a voice.
Chief, you're not joking, are you?
Yeah, I'm completely done talking. The power of the god of ninjas, it's truly terrifying.
Chief, should we see what you're saying?
The members of the Akatsuki organization stared at the scene before them. His lips twitched, but he had absolutely no desire to fight.
A colossal Buddha statue, obscuring the sky, suddenly appeared before everyone.
Furthermore, this giant Buddha statue was a staggering 1,000 meters tall. It stood before everyone like a vast mountain range, and atop the Buddha statue stood Lin Fan, the leader of the Akatsuki organization.
He stood right in the center. No, tell me, how do you fight this giant Buddha statue?
This is even under the condition that the brightness inside the divine might space is not sufficient. If it is outside, the power of a true 1,000 hands would rise several levels. Lin Fan stood on top of them, arms crossed, looking down at everyone like a dragon king in the city.
It seems to be saying, why aren't you coming up yet? How could that possibly work? Let's put other things aside for now. Compared to the true thousands of hands, they are truly like ants. What kind of thing is that? It can't even grow. The members of Akatsuki seem to have realized something. Kakuzu, didn't you fight the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju? Haiden picked picked up his scythe and yelled at Kakuzu. Go quickly. The leader needs you as a sparring partner.
You also have extensive experience fighting against wood-release techniques.
I think you're extremely suitable. Hayden's words were spoken. Everyone realized what was happening in an instant.
Within our Akatsuki organization, there is a figure who has fought against the god of shinobi.
Kakuzu-senpai, hurry up and show everyone what you've got.
Deidara stood still, swinging his legs back and forth, and smiled slightly, signaling Kakuzu to hurry up and come on. On the other hand, everyone else is placing their hopes on Kakuzu.
Countless black lines flashed across Kakuzu's face. I've never actually fought. I'm telling you now, it was all just me bragging, okay?
I'm just a noob who throws a kunai from 80,000 miles away and runs away, only to be caught by someone's wood-release clone. Kakuzu is, after all, the oldest among them.
No, how can I so easily and casually lose face?
He coughed lightly twice. Alright, since you all think so highly of me, I'll go up and show you a thing or two.
And so, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Kakuzu took a deep breath.
He slowly walked forward, gazing at the 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue, and behind the Buddha, there are enormous hands that blot out the sky and destroy the world. He swallowed hard.
Let's throw a kunai first and test the waters. Chief, I'm ready. In an instant, Kakuzu hurriedly threw out a kunai.
Suddenly, a brown shadow flashed across the sky. Immediately, a large hand from behind the Buddha slammed straight into Kakuzu's chest.
Kakuzu flew directly into the crowd.
He then stood up awkwardly, adopting a solemn demeanor.
Everyone finally realized. Is this what you saw when you fought Hashirama Senju? Are you kidding me? You were unilaterally and brutally defeated.
Actually, that didn't count. I just slipped. Kakuzu coughed lightly twice more, as if to prove himself.
Everyone swallowed hard.
All the people could feel was the cawing of crows in front of them, representing Itachi Uchiha.
Then, upon closer inspection, there were indeed several crows circling in the air.
Ahem, I was just thinking that this atmosphere is perfect for crows.
A gentle smile managed to appear on Itachi Uchiha's face.
The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head.
The true 1,000 hands suddenly vanished.
As expected, the gap between them and the Akatsuki is simply too vast. His body landed steadily on the ground in the divine might space.
Chief, the gap is widening.
The heavenly Tao spoke slowly. This marks his 6th day following the leader.
As a result, Lin Fan's strength has reached an unfathomable level.
The heavenly Tao is now absolutely certain that even if it were to unleash the full power of the heavenly obstruction star, it would be difficult to cause any harm to Lin Fan. It could be wiped out with a single slap from thousands of hands. In the distance, the divine tree is slowly flying towards Linhai City. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window panes from the distant mountain peaks. A lazy atmosphere permeated every corner of Linhai City. In the past few days, their Linhai City has been attacked by countless demons and monsters. Everyone cherished the moment when they could have some peace and quiet. Luo Mengdai finished dressing, only to find that Lin Fan had already stood up.
What are you doing, getting up so early? Aren't you tired?
Lin Fan shook his head.
I am very strong. Luo Mengdai's face flushed slightly, in every aspect.
I'll go make breakfast first, you can come over later to eat. Lin Fan yawned softly. Judging from the situation yesterday, none of the Akatsuki members wanted to spar with him. Therefore, Lin Fan had no choice but to run alone back to the flat ground where he had previously tested the Rinnegan. Thus, one can perform the Wood Dragon technique or the Bright God Gate. He also took the opportunity to test the combined abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan and Rinnegan after merging Sage Mode. After a series of tests, Lin Fan's overall strength today is at least 3 times that of yesterday. Their combat power, as if it had broken through its limits, kept increasing. Lin Fan shrugged slightly. He felt that the atmosphere today was a bit strange. Just then, the doorbell rang. In this pristine white space, in the remaining 5 areas, the various lights still shone. However, the light in that area of the Divine Tree's domain dimmed completely. They gazed toward the mirror of space. The image above depicts the scene in Linhai City.
When did this Divine Tree manage to open a passage to the human world?
The Lava Immortal Lord remained puzzled, crossed his arms, and looked towards the remaining Immortal Lords. The Ice and Snow Immortal Lord snorted coldly. In terms of independence, he could have remained in the Divine Tree domain for a full 1,000 years, and he never even accepted the bloodline. On the contrary, they have already established spatial anchors for teleporting to the human world. His mind is hard to fathom. The words and actions of the Ice and Snow Immortal Lord resonated deeply with everyone. At least for now, they haven't done anything that would be detrimental to us. I don't know if he was willing to kill Lin Fan, or if he had other motives. As long as it doesn't jeopardize everyone's interests, we can all live in peace. The Desert Immortal Lord smiled coldly and said incisively, but why haven't they made a move yet? That Lin Fan is a treasure of the Awakening era. We must take good care of him. The Supergravity Immortal Lord stared intently at the mirror of space.
They've made their move.
The Moon Immortal Lord glanced at the group of people who harbored ulterior motives.
With a barely perceptible movement, Yao Yao shook her head. In the mirror of the moon, countless plants in Linhai Hai City suddenly began to grow rapidly. Lin Fan slowly opened the door. Su Xiaoxiao's pure and beautiful face came into view. In his other hand, he held a two-tiered breakfast box. Seeing Lin Fan's slightly surprised expression, Su Xiaoxiao pouted and shook her head. "This breakfast isn't for you." Before she finished speaking, Luo Mengdai came out from the inner room, tiptoeing, her face still flushed. "Sister Mengdai, this breakfast is for you." Su Xiaoxiao stepped past Lin Fan and handed the breakfast box to Luo Mengdai. Luo Mengdai was about to speak when Su Xiaoxiao interrupted her first. "Miss, are you alright? Your face is all red. Could it be that Lin Fan is bullying you?" Su Xiaoxiao's voice grew softer and softer. As if she had thought of something, her fair face suddenly flushed red. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at the two women. The laugh stopped halfway through. "You all go in first," Lin Fan shouted, his voice filled with an unquestionable command. The two women frowned and turned their heads away. The two of them suddenly froze on the spot. In the distance, countless vines seemed to climb up the high-rise buildings of Linhai City. Even in the green belts surrounding the villa area, weeds spread wildly amidst rustling sounds. Trees that were originally only the size of a fist suddenly shot straight into the sky, with countless thick roots exposed, breaking through the earth. Many roads even cracked open, and countless people pulled their cars over in horror. "What happened? What's wrong? Holy cactus in my yard has grown so tall. What happened? Demons have invaded again? The ground is cracking open, run!" Countless screams of astonishment echoed through the city. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the heart of Linhai City, a towering tree hundreds of meters tall stands out. The same thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of both women. A sudden ringtone sounded on Lin Fan's phone. The Grand Elder's urgent voice came from inside. "Lin Fan, we have detected the aura of a celestial god in Linhai City. Be extremely careful. It is highly likely that he is the immortal lord." In an instant, his crystal ball sensed another surge of chakra rising from Linhai City, so he immediately called Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood, and then hung up the phone. Immediately, his eyes transformed into the Manjikyu Sharingan. The space ahead distorted, and the 12 members of the Akatsuki suddenly appeared. They originally had a relatively relaxed atmosphere. Upon arriving in reality, his expression suddenly turned solemn and stern. "Chief, what happened? Do you need our help?" Pain and Itachi spoke at the same time. "What kind of monster is this guy?" They looked toward the center of Linhai City, at the massive trees that had suddenly sprung up from the ground. From their perspective, this tree is not just an ordinary tree. On the stems, leaves, roots, and trunk, there were streams of incredibly powerful chakra flowing. Even among the wildly growing weeds on the ground, one could sense a faint chakra power. "Zianghua, you stay here and guard the house. Uncle Su shouldn't have gone to work yet, so take him over. Xiao Di, hurry up and go take care of the Chan and Shur families. I've sent a message to your phone. The rest of you, disperse to every corner of the city." Lin Fan calmly and collectedly gave various instructions. The group's faces turned serious. Upon realizing the task they were to undertake, they immediately dispersed. Zianghua nodded and immediately led Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Mengdai inside. He then leaped into the villa next door. In the blink of an eye, only Tendu and Itachi remained at the entrance of Lin Fan's villa. "Chief, do you need our help?" The two looked at each other and said in unison. "Currently, these two are the strongest members of the Akatsuki organization. You probably can't solve this. You also go and evacuate the crowd. If there is any fighting, we will definitely call on you." After Lin Fan finished speaking slowly, he then slowly turned around. There it was on the sacred tree in the center of Linhai City. A young man in a green robe was sitting on it. Surrounded by drifting mist, the entire tree canopy resembled a fairyland. Lin Fan's body slowly floated away. His expression was calm as he gazed at the divine tree immortal lord, dressed in a green robe, opposite him. A hairpin was inserted into the head of the sacred tree, coiling its long, beautiful hair into a spiral. The man had a human-like appearance and incredibly white skin, with even the veins clearly visible. He sat inside a magnificent pavilion. The pavilion, perched atop the tree canopy, appears even more ethereal and otherworldly. The divine tree looked Lin Fan up and down with great interest, a slight smile curving its lips. With a wave of his hand, a table suddenly appeared inside the pavilion. Suddenly, a humanoid woman made of trees appeared on the table, holding a plate of flour cakes in her hand. It was immediately placed on the table. The wooden woman transformed into countless falling leaves, dissipating in all directions. "What is this guy doing? Hosting guests? Are you kidding me? Not kill Lin Fan?" The immortal lords frowned and looked at each other. "It's unclear. What kind of medicine is inside the gourd of the divine tree? You don't seem to be mentally challenged, so there's no need to ask a question you already know the answer to, right?" Lin Fan said indifferently. The divine tree, however, realized what was happening, smiled slightly, but showed no anger. "Aggressive young people are more energetic." The divine tree said slowly, "Having lived for so long, I do like people as energetic as you." The divine tree, one of the 6 great immortal lords, "What brings you here?" Lin Fan's tone was very indifferent, without even a trace of emotion. One of the 6
6 Great Immortal Lords. After absorbing Long Hai's memories, Lin Fan naturally gained a more comprehensive understanding of the entire immortal god realm. The divine tree, which manipulates the power of trees, has reached the quasi-six paths level. He is low-key in his dealings with others and is not good at communicating with other immortal masters. In fact, he had never left his divine tree domain for 1,000 years. You're very smart, and I really like people like you. The divine tree smiled slightly, picked up the flour cake on the table, and chewed it slowly. The remaining land was pushed in front of Lin Fan.
It's non-toxic. I bought it when I was passing through XX City. I just want to talk to you.
The divine tree's display of its male-like form immediately instilled a sense of dread in Lin Fan.
You can just be normal. Lin Fan couldn't help but say.
He immediately raised his arm to the side, without directly taking the flour cake. Instead, with a gentle flick of his hand, several branches unexpectedly sprouted from the tree canopy beside him. The withered branches broke off and formed a pair of chopsticks. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed it in his hand.
But,
I casually picked up a flour cake, took a bite. It's filled with fresh flowers, and it's also a mung bean paste filling.
It's not tasty, but it's not bad either. The main reason Lin Fan dared to eat it was because he couldn't sense any toxins or chakra in the cake. You know would release?
Lin Fan did not respond. The divine tree glanced in astonishment at the branches extending from its canopy, before finally fixing its gaze on Lin Fan's chopsticks. Moreover, given the strength that Lin Fan requested, the mastery of wood release. Good heavens, I originally thought Lin Fan was just a quasi-six paths cultivator relying on eye techniques. Unexpectedly, this time, I gained another wood release ability. It was full of surprises. The sacred tree smiled even more broadly. Deep inside, branches intertwine and overlap beside the table, forming a wooden chair. The divine tree reached out its hand, palm facing the chair, clearly having practiced human etiquette, and did not use its fingers. Lin Fan finished the flour cake and then sat down.
You're quite polite.
The immortal lord of the divine tree nodded slightly.
In the mortal realm, he would be considered a dashing and handsome man. When did you master your wood release technique? I recall you've never used it in any of your battles, have you?
Lin Fan remained expressionless upon hearing the divine tree's words.
It's probably the result of hard work. The divine tree almost laughed out loud. Effort can reach this level?
In this world, talent is often the most important thing.
Aren't you afraid I'll threaten you with your family if you come up here like this?
The divine tree smiled and said, activate your senses. The flowers, plants, and trees throughout the city began to move in response to his senses. Whether in Lin Fan's villa, the Shi family's residence, or the so-called Qin family's residence, thick wooden walls were clearly covering the sky. These wooden walls are covered with vines and dotted with dozens of strange pink flowers.
If you stand at a distance,
the divine tree suddenly realized that it could not break through each obstacle using its vines. The thickness is at least tens of meters. This guy really kept it well hidden. This time, the power of his wood release technique has probably reached the level of a Kage, and yet, it had never been used in any of the previous battles. Even when facing the infamous demon lord of the demon realm, one must keep a low profile.
No, it doesn't resemble it at all.
Meticulous in thought and highly skilled, he truly deserves to be called the #1 genius of the awakening era.
The divine tree couldn't help but praise it. The awakening era? What, you don't think I belong to the previous era anymore?
Lin Fan promptly countered with a question.
Don't try to get information out of me.
I am one of the immortal lords of the immortal realm, and I am known for keeping my mouth shut. The sacred tree smiled and looked harmless. His green robe fluttered and rustled in the wind.
The atmosphere from all directions was very relaxed. The divine tree quickly added,
they think you are a figure from before the awakening era, which is extremely stupid, utterly stupid.
Would a true god overlook the most crucial period?
The words of the divine tree reached Lin Fan's ears, but they took on a different meaning. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with him anymore. This guy, like that mysterious man from yesterday, is a riddle teller.
Lin Fan stood up, raising an eyebrow. Speak, what is it?
If it's a good thing, there's no need to turn the whole city upside down. Lin Fan hadn't finished speaking. The spatial rift beside them, within the moon mirror, suddenly expanded. The faces of the 5 immortal lords appeared simultaneously within it.
Among them, the lava immortal lord, whose entire body was red, was the first to utter a curse. Divine tree, what exactly are you doing? Did you descend to the mortal realm to kill Lin Fan and eliminate any future troubles? This is a very provocative statement. There was no change in the expression on the divine tree's face. The other immortal lords also looked unwell. They hadn't expected the sacred tree to be so difficult to deal with. Even towards enemies in the realm of immortals and gods, Lin Fan showed such goodwill. The moon immortal lord slowly approached the moon mirror. His tone was icy cold. Divine tree, if this continues, we don't mind completely erasing your territory.
The realm of immortals and gods.
You don't need to stay here. Expelled from the realm of immortals and gods?
Although creatures are rare in the realm of immortals and gods, this is undoubtedly the most severe punishment. The chakra of immortals and gods can only be obtained in the realm of immortals and gods. If we consider creatures in the human realm, the demon realm, or the realm of immortals and gods, the most likely candidate is.
They die because they can't get energy. Upon hearing this, both realms fell into a moment of silence.
The divine tree, on the other hand, simply smiled and waved its hand.
I have my own plans, so you can rest assured.
A surge of pure green divine chakra suddenly burst forth from his sleeve. Then, one by one, the branches and leaves slowly rose up. The moon mirror, which could see through both worlds, was instantly sealed off.
Shoo, I'll be very unhappy if you say that.
The sacred tree smiled and made a shushing gesture.
Let me see.
The moon mirror, which had been suspended in mid-air, was now completely covered.
Behind the moon mirror, the last thing one sees is the moon immortal lord's face, which is now ashen. Lin Fan realized that the divine tree probably had ulterior motives. Moreover, their intentions are quite ulterior. Speak, what is it?
Lin Fan took a few small steps and hovered in mid-air, looking down at the divine tree from above. Seeing Lin Fan like this, the divine tree smiled again, as if basking in a spring breeze.
I just like greeting smart people. Two branches suddenly sprouted from beside the divine tree. The whole person became holy and devout.
Our Lord is about to descend upon the three realms. I hope you can join us and unify the three realms. As the divine tree spoke these words, it was as if its entire being was bathed in light, radiating holy brilliance.
Of course, there are benefits to joining us. Immortality, an endless lifespan, is the first benefit.
Furthermore, the power we gain will be world-destroying and will never change.
It is our honor to worship under the Lord.
Lin Fan heard every word of the divine tree.
My lord? Then why don't you let the people of your immortal and divine realm participate? Lin Fan sneered and retorted. Is their purpose simply to win me over?
However, before trying to win me over, they actually want to block out the space of the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the divine tree grinned so wide it almost reached its ears. They, the so-called compatriots, are naturally the Lord's precious nourishment.
The divine tree's tone held anticipation and curiosity.
But there was more of it, a kind of madness that defies description. Lin Fan let out another cold laugh.
Working for someone like the Otsutsuki? Who knows when they might eat you like a chakra fruit?
It seems that the realm of immortals and gods is not as united as it appears.
There are people who are always planning to sell them off. So, what do I need to do to join you?
Lin Fan followed the momentum and asked a series of questions. Upon hearing this, the divine tree already believed that Lin Fan had been persuaded. After all, eternal life and endless power are what every strong person yearns for and pursues.
Join us? You don't need to do anything.
However, my compatriots are just too irritable.
In order to keep it from them.
At this point, the divine tree suddenly paused, then flew into the sky. Kill all the mortals in Linhai City.
Then, I will create the illusion that I have killed you. You just need to hide somewhere else and be a true servant when the Lord is resurrected in the future. That way, we won't alert the enemy. The divine tree laughed heartily, seemingly very satisfied with the plan.
A terrifying brown shadow suddenly appeared, long and thick, like a giant bucket.
In an instant, it charged toward the divine tree.
It was a gigantic wooden dragon. The divine tree frowned, reached out and gently lifted its hand, and a huge wooden wall suddenly appeared. The two wood release abilities collided. Waves of air surged outwards, sending wood chips flying everywhere.
What, you don't want to agree?
The divine tree's tone was clearly filled with intense killing intent. The fair arms gradually turned into a layer of mottled tree bark.
I have a feeling that your master isn't very good. After I kill him, why don't you become my servant?
Lin Fan spoke softly, showing no regard for the divine tree whatsoever.
The divine tree was clearly annoyed.
The skin on his face seemed to be turning into brown, dry tree bark.
Did you really think I hadn't made this decision before coming here? The sacred tree clasped its hands together in prayer.
Immediately afterwards, wild grasses grew wildly across the land of Linhai City, and even the roadside trees became lush and green. Under the influence of a terrifying force, strangely shaped wooden figures were split off. Wooden figures appeared in Linhai City like a swarm of locusts. Furthermore, his chakras surged forth, his killing intent erupted, and he suddenly charged towards the mortals. These wooden figures, almost all of them possess strength at the 6th rank or higher.
The stronger ones can even reach near shadow level.
Suddenly, all sorts of chakra erupted throughout the city.
Sharingan, Earth Grudge, Clay Bomb, Universal Pull. The Akatsuki organization, with its black robes and red clouds, flashed continuously among the buildings.
All sorts of strange spells appeared one after another. Furthermore, one can see countless Lin fans active among them.
Would release clone technique? The divine tree's face suddenly turned extremely ugly.
At the same time, the shackles on the vines in the moon mirror beside them had completely disappeared. Upon seeing that the divine tree's body had already transformed into bark, the ashen faces of the crowd suddenly improved considerably.
We're on track.
The moon immortal master's lips curled up, making the image in the moon mirror even larger.
It seems they wanted to see Lin Fan's death. You are very smart.
The divine tree was extremely displeased.
But what you don't know is that the smarter a person is, the faster they tend to die. The divine tree has figured it out.
Lin Fan had already set up wooden clones in Linhai City in advance. We're just waiting for him to reveal his true color. scholars.
Aren't you afraid that your compatriots will hear the blasphemous things you said about him?
Lin Fan shrugged, looking indifferent.
A series of unleashing would release techniques across the entire city without regard for chakra couldn't just be for show, could it? Their goal is probably to destroy the entire city. This is the reason why trees are growing wildly all over the city.
I had already taken measures to block the vines the moment they appeared.
No need for you to trouble yourself. The divine tree raised its arm.
Sometime later, his white-green robe disappeared. His entire body had been transformed into a wooden puppet.
With every movement, the joints in my body would creak and crack.
His right arm had been transformed into a horizontal sword. You deserve to die. The divine tree had already rushed up to Lin Fan. The divine tree's body immediately appeared before Lin Fan. His arm had somehow transformed into a brown wooden knife.
Thank you.
The wooden knife shimmered with green light and pus splattered everywhere, carrying a deadly poison.
When the water dripped onto the leaves on the tree canopy, it immediately rotted.
Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly took several steps back, the powerful force causing the leaves in the tree canopy to rustle.
Why are you running away?
The divine tree's face twisted in pain as it rushed toward Lin Fan once more.
Lin Fan shook his head, and with a snap formed a hand seal. He's clearly a wood release mage. Why melee combat? Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon suddenly shot out from beside me.
This time, however, it wasn't the small wooden dragon from before.
You kid.
Its length suddenly approached 100 meters, and its thickness was as thick as a water bucket as it crashed violently into the divine tree. It carries with it a world-destroying power. Upon seeing this, the divine tree not only did not dodge, but instead smiled slightly and raised its hand. The wooden sword on his arm shot out like a cannonball, directly attacking the wooden dragon.
In an instant, the wooden dragon was split in two. Cut.
The aftershocks transformed into gusts of hurricane, wildly sweeping up leaves and mist from the treetops and scattering them in all directions. As expected of a quasi-6th level immortal lord, his strength is quite formidable. Lin Fan shrugged and couldn't help but comment. Below the 6 realms, all are ants. Compared to the feeling of instantly killing the 8th and 9th demon lords, it's hard to have that feeling. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but look up ahead. That mysterious person, whom only he could see.
It is currently suspended in midair.
For a long time, it remained motionless.
I'm not one of those lowly monsters from the demon realm.
The divine tree squinted and uttered a hoarse voice.
It is completely opposite to its previous human form.
However, the divine tree quickly changed its tone and turned its attention to Lin Fan.
Are you really not going to join us? If you want to join, I can still forgive your offense against the Lord just now. The sacred tree's hoarse voice revealed a deep appreciation for talent. Lin Fan has not yet used the abilities of the Sharingan and Rinnegan.
He possesses relatively extraordinary strength simply by using wood release. With proper training, he will surely become a great helper to the Lord.
Dozens of wooden thorns suddenly sprouted from the canopy beneath the sacred tree and pierced into various joints of the tree.
The sacred tree was pierced on the spot. This caused the divine tree to burst into laughter.
It seems that my intention to recruit was a mistake.
The divine tree chuckled, and the pus oozing from its entire body completely corroded away all the splinters, and the hole created by the stab wound in his body. Tiny wooden needles were continuously used to rebuild his body, eventually restoring it to its original state. Lin Fan raised his arm, his face showing disdain. I originally intended to kill your master as well.
The divine tree gave a cold laugh.
The divine tree formed hand seals, and a terrifying surge of green chakra erupted, forming a gigantic pillar of chakra that shot straight into the sky. Then, I'll show no mercy. Upon seeing this, the god's grim expression suddenly softened. He raised an eyebrow and began to watch the fight intently.
The divine tree's strength has hardly diminished. It's even stronger than before.
The lava immortal lord crossed his arms, and scalding lava dripped into the space.
We used to be 5th among us, but now we seem to be 2nd.
The ice and snow immortal opened her eyes, revealing snowflake-shaped pupils, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Once the divine tree kills the immortal lord, let him immediately wreak havoc in the demon realm. Ha ha ha. The desert immortal lord and the supergravity immortal lord laughed heartily, looking up at the sky.
It seems they have already witnessed Lin Fan's death. Under the 6 paths, humans will never be their match.
The moon immortal lord remained somewhat speechless. He stared silently at the image in the moon mirror, his eyes flickering, lost in thought.
That aura? Pain and Itachi Uchiha are clearly a pair. He scratched his head. In the instant the divine tree's chakras surged into the sky. The two of them looked at the giant tree in the center of Lin Hai City without prior arrangement. With just a glance from afar, both of them could sense the intensity of the chakra contained within. That's the opponent the leader is going to deal with? That's really troublesome. The two chatted back and forth, but their expressions revealed their readiness to provide support at any time. Both of them were patted on the shoulder at the same time. This happened without either of them noticing. The two frowned and turned around instantly.
Lin Fan's eyes suddenly transformed into the shape of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and he immediately raised his arm.
The bodies of the human and the immortal god instantly twisted. appeared. It appeared on an open space west of Linhai City. The surrounding area was completely cordoned off and deserted.
The divine tree looked around with great interest. Using the anchor point with the power of space, the teleportation was so fast that even I didn't have time to react. If Lin Fan were to drag him into the divine might space,
the divine tree can react at an extremely fast speed.
Thinking of this, the divine tree clapped its hands at Lin Fan. It is truly remarkable that a young man can be so calm and composed. He even found himself a place to use as his burial site. The divine tree clapped its hands while looking up at the tree with a murderous glint in its eyes. His gaze suddenly froze. Lin Fan was holding a brown coffin in his hand, which he was raising above his head. Lin Fan put the coffin down and threw it aside as dust and smoke filled the air.
"I've already made your coffin,"
Lin Fan said dismissively. He had a sudden thought and casually used the divine tree to make a coffin. Its speed is so fast that even the wood-release teleportation technique, which can create 4 rooms in one living room, probably cannot match it.
The divine tree was clearly angered by Lin Fan.
In an instant, the divine tree roared and clasped its hands together.
"Kill Lin Fan immediately. You seem to have only witnessed the abilities of those useless bloodline beings before, right? Let me show you what true immortal power is like." Divine tree domain.
On the ground, patches of weeds, ancient trees, and brightly colored mushrooms have sprouted. Immediately, the ancient tree grew larger, blocking out the sun and blocking out all the direct sunlight. In the blink of an eye, a primeval forest has grown in all directions. Furthermore, Lin Fan could sense it at any time. The mushrooms in the forest occasionally release a toxin that paralyzes the nerves. The vines on all the ancient trees transformed into green snakes with arms. Thousands upon thousands of green snakes opened their mouths, which were full of sharp teeth.
It bit down at Lin Fan's head.
These green snakes strangely stopped around Lin Fan's body.
A terrifying repulsive force suddenly emanated.
It swept away all the countless green snakes in this land. Lin Fan's eyes transformed into the Samsara eyes. They stood still, without moving an inch. A frenzied green snake all around.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Under his fierce attack, even getting close to him is difficult to guarantee.
The divine tree looked at Lin Fan with considerable apprehension. With these abilities, it's no wonder that almost no one can harm you.
The divine tree chuckled.
However, if you can only stay there like a coward. They can't beat me, though.
The sacred tree shrugged, and the joints where the wood was connected creaked. In the realm of the divine tree, my chakra is limitless, and at the same time, invincible. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head.
I remember that the domains of your immortal and divine realm can be covered, right?
Lin Fan recalled the information he had previously learned. When one side is significantly stronger than the other, it can completely dominate the other side's territory. A hint of mockery appeared in the eyes of the divine tree.
Even so, you are unable to take any action. Human beings have no boundaries.
Thinking of this, the smile on the divine tree's face became even brighter. The moment the divine tree's domain appeared, the surrounding space was immediately confined.
In other words, if you wanted to use Kamui to remove the domain, I'm afraid there's no way to do it.
The divine tree spoke in the same tone as the older brother next door, but when combined with that hoarse voice, it always sends chills down your spine.
You are very smart,
Lin Fan said calmly.
But who told you I was going to use Kamui?
Upon hearing this, the divine tree wore a clown-like grin.
Without Kamui, how can you escape my domain?
Before he could finish speaking, the divine tree's smile came to an abrupt end.
No, you don't really think I'm going to use Kamui, do you?
At this point, Lin Fan's cold face seemed to soften.
Besides, who told you that humans can't use what you call a domain?
Lin Fan chuckled and formed a hand seal. Would release, the world of flowering trees descends. The flowering tree realm has arrived.
A power unique to Hashirama Senju.
The earth trembled violently. Immediately, vines so thick that several people had to hug them shot up from the ground. It swept away all the ancient trees and weeds that were originally in the realm of the divine tree, and even sent them soaring into the sky.
On each vine, brightly colored flowers even bloom. It was less than a breath ago.
Within the divine tree domain, all the trees were completely overtaken by Lin Fan's flower tree realm. Not even a single blade of grass or tree remained. Furthermore, it even created the effect of a tree world descending.
Countless ancient trees grew out of the vines.
Lin Fan's chakra filled all directions. It's not just a shift in the balance of power between offense and defense. Instead, their expressions changed. The smiles on everyone's faces vanished instantly.
This white space fell into a deathly silence.
Even the lava flowing from the cracked skin of the lava immortal lord seemed to have solidified, no longer dripping. Several breaths passed. The lava immortal lord said in disbelief.
Someone actually, completely reversed the domain of the divine tree? They can tell.
It's not that Lin Fan really knows how to use the divine tree domain, which is only available in the immortal god realm. Lin Fan, relying on his terrifying chakra, instantly broke through the divine tree domain.
Just how much chakra does he possess?
In the eyes of the ice and snow immortal, a hint of fear appeared on the two snowflakes. It made them feel as if they had returned to the era before the 1,000-year-old bloody war. That era, dominated by humans.
It's nothing.
If it's just this, we still can't beat the divine tree. At this moment, the Moon Immortal Lord slowly spoke.
Upon hearing the Moon Immortal Lord's words, everyone's expressions softened.
The divine tree still possesses a powerful trump card belonging to the realm of immortals and gods, which it has not yet unleashed. His face, which was originally brown like tree bark, had now turned ashen. The power of the wood release technique far exceeded his expectations. If he were to use abilities like Susanoo again, even the humans from 1,000 years ago were not as good as him. The divine tree raised its head, looked up at Lin Fan who was standing on a tree, and praised him. Lin Fan responded calmly.
Your coffin is behind you, you can lie down now. The divine tree's eyes flashed sharply, and it suddenly looked behind it.
A coffin was indeed placed behind him. Green mist filled the air before the divine tree, and there, one could see the Sharingan in Lin Fan's eyes. You guessed right, but there's no reward.
Lin Fan yawned.
The divine tree grinned, its killing intent no longer concealed, now fully revealed.
But aren't you being far too naive?
The divine tree's tone was once again filled with contempt. All that could be seen was that Lin Fan's skin was covered with strands of green blood vessels. Green blood vessels suddenly sprouted up.
Immediately afterwards, strange fungi began to grow from Lin Fan's skin.
Whether it's the ears, the nose, or even the eyeballs, one after another, strangely shaped mushrooms sprouted up without stopping.
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Got it? A sinister smile reappeared on the face of the divine tree. You really think that flour cake is non-toxic? Ha 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 ha, how naive of you.
I've already infused the flour cake with my chakra. It's just that we're using the illusionary mist above the tree canopy to hide.
Do you think you're the only one who can use illusion magic? I can use it too.
The words of the divine tree flowed out like a barrage of bullets, landing in Lin Fan's ears. It even resonated throughout the world of flowering trees.
Among the people in the realm of gods, the lava immortal lord immediately roared to the sky.
It was just like a wild beast that hadn't yet developed its intelligence, howling and screaming. Good, good. So that's what the divine tree was thinking when it made Lin Fan eat the flour cake.
I was blind. I thought the divine tree was showing goodwill to Lin Fan. What a brilliant strategy. The lava immortal lord's laughter instantly infected all the immortal lords around him.
The other 4 immortal lords either covered their mouths and chuckled, or laughed loudly with him. His words were filled with joy.
Moon, why aren't you smiling?
Halfway through his laughter, the lava immortal lord noticed that the Moon Immortal Lord's expression was cold and stern, showing no joy whatsoever. Take a look. The Moon Immortal Lord pointed to Lin Fan in the moon mirror. Lin Fan was surrounded by mushrooms, but there was no fear on his face. Most of all, however, is a sense of helplessness.
Your true form, come out now. Even one of my clones can't hold on.
Big brother, please reveal yourself. Lin Fan's voice sounded helpless, but it caused a huge upheaval, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and shocked every immortal and god. The divine tree's expression underwent an extremely subtle change. Behind this Lin Fan covered in mushrooms, a figure slowly emerged.
This person was none other than Lin Fan.
Lin Fan stretched out his hand, grinned, and greeted the divine tree as if he were seeing an acquaintance. At this moment, even the most dull-witted person would realize what was happening. The divine tree's face suddenly darkened, becoming so gloomy it seemed ready to burst forth with water.
A clone.
Lin Fan shrugged and stood next to his clone. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, the would-release clone standing to the side, was even more helpless.
I just said that to him. Lin Fan nodded. It seems the clone's personality isn't too different from the original's. Alright, you can turn it off now.
Lin Fan said slowly. In an instant, a white mist flickered and a piece of wood covered with mushrooms appeared.
A memory also flowed into Lin Fan's mind.
Looking at the divine tree before him, its face ashen, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh.
No, I doubt how you could have become so stupid. You actually thought I'd eat your food?
Lin Fan found it somewhat amusing.
Besides, don't you feel that the so-called Lin Fan is not quite right in terms of strength? Is it too weak?
Earlier, he had already created another version of himself. This is to further test the strength of the so-called Immortal Lord. Previously, Lin Fan had never truly fought against a powerhouse at the Quasi-Six Paths level.
In contrast to Lin Fan's ease,
the divine tree's expression was as ugly as could be. His eyes were filled with a predatory light, as if he were about to transform into a wild beast and devour Lin Fan at any moment.
We were tricked? Were we made a fool of from the very beginning?
The divine tree's wrath nearly consumed his entire body. Even those from the realm of immortals and gods couldn't hold back at this moment. The laughter abruptly stopped. The gods stared at Lin Fan in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. The clone's abilities are reflected in the original body, but its true strength is perhaps less than 2/4 or even 1/2 of the original body. And it was this clone whose chakra intensity was enough to break through the divine tree's domain.
Just how strong is this guy?
Even the lava immortal lord, who is always arrogant and short-tempered. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned solemn, their eyes flickering as they gazed at the moon mirror.
I don't know, but it's very strong. Even though he was an enemy, the ice and snow immortal lord couldn't help but praise Lin Fan.
A mere clone managed to completely deceive the divine tree.
If they were to go instead, would the result be the same? Did you already know all along? The supergravity immortal lord couldn't help but ask.
The gazes of the gods also turned toward the moon goddess. The moon immortal lord gave a cold smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Lin Fan's strength is different from what I felt in my bloodline.
If I already possessed that power a few days ago, what more could I do now?
These words seemed to immediately plunge everyone into silence, the atmosphere so still you could hear a pin drop.
The atmosphere in the human world is not like that.
Lin Fan held his head in his hands, staring at the divine tree with a bored expression. He did not respond to the sacred tree. Countless Lin Fan creatures suddenly darted from the sky, gradually approaching Lin Fan's body.
In total, hundreds of people have already been erected. Lin Fan yawned. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip coming earlier. He went into town to deal with your underlings.
Upon hearing this, the divine tree's expression turned even more grim.
He activated his chakra.
But then he suddenly discovered that all the trees in the entire coastal city that he had created with his chakra had now disappeared.
All right, come back, everyone.
With a whoosh, white mist billowed from all directions, leaving behind tree trunks. Lin Fan pointed to the distance, to the coffin that his clone had made for the divine tree.
Why don't you lie down inside on your own? Or should I help you in? Fine, it'll be me again. Come do it yourself. A deafening dragon roar suddenly rang out.
This dragon's roar caused the earth to tremble, all things to scatter, and even the white clouds in the sky to shrink back in fear. Lin Fan floated slowly in the sky. A wooden dragon, several hundred meters long, suddenly appeared.
It wrapped around him.
The majestic and imposing dragon eyes were fixed intently on the divine tree, seemingly,
we don't want to give the sacred tree any chance to escape.
Lin Fan said calmly,
intensify the practice by directly worshipping Buddha.
The wooden dragon roared to the sky, like a dark green lightning bolt, attacking the divine tree from afar.
The divine tree's expression changed drastically. He clasped his hands together,
and a wooden wall tens of meters thick suddenly rose from the ground. But in front of the wooden dragon, it was as if it were nothing. Just kidding, the power that Madara Uchiha has reached at its peak is not something that some nobody can withstand. As the wooden dragon unleashed its overwhelming power, it suddenly burst through the wooden wall. As wood chips flew everywhere, the wooden dragon crashed headfirst into the divine tree. In an instant, the divine tree flew thousands of miles away, like a kite with a broken string. It shattered the ancient trees that formed the structure of the flower tree realm, until it crashed into a small hill and embedded itself in it, before slowly coming to a stop. But this wooden dragon was in the celestial space. You bastard! Within the divine tree, a stream of dark green blood spurted out, and its eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Fan simply nodded calmly, then raised his arm and beckoned.
All right, hurry up and come here. I'm going to take you to see your master. Quickly ignite your bloodline.
Lin Fan did not attack the 8th demon lord or the 9th demon lord as he would have,
forcibly taking a life. First, it's unnecessary.
Lin Fan wanted to test just how effective his would release technique really was.
Even among those at the quasi-6 paths level, there are still differences. It's like an insurmountable chasm.
The divine tree flew out from the mountain peak, its entire body bursting with a green light. This light was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky.
Bloodline burning. Unlike ordinary chakra, it surged forth endlessly and powerfully. It seems endless.
The divine tree's body gradually expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a small mountain 500 meters high, and his eyes, but he was staring intently at Lin Fan. Then wash away my shame. And it is the bloodline burning that belongs exclusively to the immortal lord. The body of the divine tree had transformed into a completely wooden figure. A terrifying amount of chakra surged forth recklessly, approaching from all directions. Each time it spreads to a certain extent, countless hurricanes rise into the air, howling and roaring all around.
At this moment, the divine tree was ready to completely control Lin Fan.
It seems that they have Lin Fan completely under their control. This terrifying pressure caused the Grand Elder, who was far away in Kyoto and about to open the crystal ball, to change his expression.
The Grand Elder gasped.
A sense of dread rose from the soles of my feet to my head.
The power of the immortal lord?
In the past, he knew that all the immortal lords were quasi-6 paths, and each of them possessed the power to destroy the world.
However, I have never personally experienced it. Now, the chakra within the crystal ball seems to be overflowing through layers of space.
Behind the chakra, the divine tree, hundreds of meters tall, stood high on the earth,
etc.
The elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to break the crystal ball to connect it with Linhai City. However, before he could cut it off, the crystal ball couldn't withstand the force and shattered on the spot.
In an instant, the Grand Elder's face grew even more grim. Can Lin Fan really hold on? I only thought about it for a moment.
The elder's expression hardened. He turned around, flicked his sleeve, and a secret chamber suddenly appeared. An ancient-looking longsword hangs in the secret room. The spatial force within it twists and turns. Its mysteries are profound. This is a weapon left behind by the founder of the Great Qin dynasty, which contains a certain amount of spatial power.
It can only be used at the critical moment when the capital is about to be destroyed. The Grand Elder took a deep breath.
He immediately picked up the long sword. A sword's cry rang out towards the sky.
Apart from the moon immortal lord.
The group looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The burning of the divine tree's blood essence has probably reached a non-divine level. As expected of someone who has been in seclusion for 1,000 years, this power seems to have surpassed ours. The lava immortal lord laughed heartily, his previous irritation turning into joy, and he adopted a watch-the-show attitude.
A near 6 paths superior level divine tree domain, with the added life-giving power of wood.
The ice and snow immortal lord sighed.
Undeniably, the divine tree's mastery of bloodline seems to be far greater than theirs.
It's really strange. Even though the human realm and the demon realm have been absorbed to the point where only that remains, the divine tree is still cultivating so diligently. After pondering for a while, the supergravity immortal lord murmured, but the tone that followed naturally changed to something else. However, given the current situation, killing Lin Fan may only take a few breaths.
Upon hearing this, the desert immortal lord nodded in approval. Even if Lin Fan possesses the power of the quasi-6 paths, so what? He's just a guy who can be easily wiped out. In that instant, they noticed the cold expression on the moon immortal lord's face. Just as the lava immortal lord was about to speak, the moon immortal lord's 6 arms covered his front. I don't feel that the divine tree is going to lose, even if Lin Fan uses Susanoo, or the so-called heavenly obstruction star. With the power of the divine tree, I believe it can easily solve all these problems. Upon hearing this, the god's expressions softened. The divine tree clearly had a more imposing presence. Every time the moon immortal lord said something was amiss, her expression turned icy cold. The next moment, the divine tree was suppressed. You can't say that anymore.
Meanwhile, the moon immortal lord gazed at Lin Fan, who appeared as insignificant as an ant in the moon mirror.
For some reason, an uneasy feeling arose in my mind. Maybe, it's just my imagination.
Thinking of this, the moon immortal lord shook his head in an almost imperceptible manner.
Immediately afterwards, they looked into the moon mirror.
A furious roar suddenly rang out.
Lin Fan, I won't give you any more chances. The divine tree roared angrily.
Lin Fan remained expressionless, yet he examined the enormous body of the divine tree with great interest.
A continuous stream of chakra poured out.
The wind made Lin Fan's black hair whistle and howl. To be fair, your bloodline burning is much better than that of your bunch of lackeys. At least, there's some sense of oppression in it. His height, chakra intensity, and aura are all significantly stronger than before. Lin Fan commented slowly, seemingly not taking the divine tree seriously at all. Upon hearing this, the divine tree was furious, and the leaves that had grown on its body shook down. The divine tree could no longer suppress its killing intent. A wooden fist suddenly shot towards Lin Fan. Despite its large size, its speed has not decreased in the slightest. An enormous fist, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, came flying straight at us. The fist slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and raising layers of dust that covered the sky. The divine tree frowned and raised its fist. A deep indentation was formed at the location of the fist mark, but Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen in the depression. Where is he, she? The divine tree, radiating its chakra, was able to see in all directions and sense Lin Fan's whereabouts. Suddenly, the divine tree noticed a sound coming from beside it. Before he knew it, Lin Fan was already standing on his shoulders.
Hello, it's nice to see you again.
Your move was very fast, but you didn't make any variations. Lin Fan tapped the wood on the divine tree's shoulder and smiled with narrowed eyes. The divine tree suddenly roared, and wooden thorns sprouted from its shoulders out of thin air, turning into bullets that shot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, with one Rinnegan and one Sharingan, soared freely through the sky,
and it nimbly dodges the splinters with unparalleled smoothness. Finally, it landed on the ground some distance away.
I remember how you were when we were chatting before. You were so gentle. How come you've changed like this now? Lin Fan yawned. Another massive, overwhelming fist slammed down. Thin, sharp splinters even grew from the knuckles of his fist. The wooden splinters seemed to carry a slight force that distorted space itself. The purpose was to prevent Lin Fan from using his divine power. The divine tree's expression changed. This time, the fist did not land on the ground. Lin Fan did not dodge at all, his figure standing under the fist with a desperate gamble. At this moment, Lin Fan had transformed into having 2 Rinnegan eyes. But the fist of the divine tree could not penetrate even a fraction of the way. It was like crashing into an impenetrable wall of God. I was thinking of playing around with it, but now it seems like I don't need to.
Lin Fan sneered. In the blink of an eye, runes seemed to gather on Lin Fan's forehead. Tendo and Itachi Uchiha were walking on the road.
That was a clever trick the leader used to look down on people. Itachi Uchiha said calmly. That's right, the one who patted them on the shoulder earlier was Lin Fan.
Pain sighed.
With wood release clones, he can achieve a level comparable to that of the God Lord.
The extent of the leader's power is unknown. The two sighed with emotion.
They originally thought that the leader would have a hard time dealing with the power of the divine tree immortal Lord.
This time, it's probably a one-sided crushing defeat.
The stronger the leader, the better he treats us, Itachi Uchiha said calmly.
In an instant, their expressions changed.
They both turned to look west of Linhai City.
This is the leader's chakra. chakra. The two of them had the same idea at the same time. At the same time, the earth trembled. Everyone in Linhai City turned their gaze westward. Then, a giant object slowly rose from the horizon. Is this a mountain? What is this? What is this? What's about to come out? Countless people exclaimed in surprise. Under this overwhelming chakra, countless mortals couldn't even maintain their balance. His face turned pale, and his legs went weak. He swayed and stumbled, then immediately sat down on the ground. And not long ago, Lin Fan clasped his hands together, revealing dark blue lines on his forehead and around his eyes. His chakra poured out in waves, as violent as a flood. What is this thing? The divine tree's expression changed, and it roared, raising its arm to strike again. The sacred tree's wooden arm was suddenly shattered, and wood chips flew everywhere in the wind. As for his shoulder, the vitality healed him so quickly that his severed hand recovered rapidly. However, even after recovering, he could not suppress the horror in his heart. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and grinned. Sage art would release, through several thousand hands. Countless plumes of dust rose up from the earth with a roar. It spread in all directions. Countless trees and vines rise from the ground, constantly building and soaring in the air. In the blink of an eye, a giant Buddha statue rose into the sky. It erupted with a thunderous sound like war drums. A deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a giant Buddha statue, thousands of meters tall, completely occupied the western part of Linhai City. The giant Buddha soars straight into the sky, its mountain-like imposing presence crushing everything around it. The earth even sank several tens of centimeters as a result. This will cause geological changes. A pair of large hands climbed onto the back of the Buddha. Its immense power seemed poised to shatter the entire sky. Lin Fan stood atop the Buddha's head. Around the Buddha, 8 wooden dragons appeared simultaneously, emitting roars that echoed through the sky. The divine tree stared in disbelief at the scene before it. Looking up at this real body with thousands of hands, his eyes were immediately filled with a sense of existential doubt. How is this possible? How could a human possess such power? Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Fan's body, the sacred tree was so terrified that its eyes widened in horror. Even the enormous body that emerged after the burning of blood essence became stiff, and beside the two of them, a spatial magic array suddenly rose up. Countless spatial runes appeared. The figure of the Grand Elder suddenly appeared among them. His face was cold, and he held a gleaming spatial longsword in his hand, his robes fluttering in the wind. As soon as he appeared, he roared angrily. Lin Fan, I, Li Changsheng, have come to save you. If heaven hadn't created me. Before he could finish speaking, his words suddenly became stuck in his throat, halfway down his neck. In an instant, the elder's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. No, what is this? Before him, Lin Fan's giant Buddha statue was reflected in his eyes. His old mouth trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. Lin Fan? When did he acquire this ability? The elder stared in disbelief at the giant Buddha statue that was thousands of meters tall. The long sword in his hand, imbued with spatial power, seemed to droop and go limp. This is Lin Fan? The Grand Elder sighed inwardly, 3 questions swirling in his mind. Instead of thinking like the Grand Elder, even the realm of immortals and gods behind the moon mirror was completely dumbfounded. Dude, what kind of hooking ability do you have? The lava immortal lord nearly gouged out his 2 eyeballs. No, how come Lin Fan can use this kind of ability? The lava immortal lord was shocked and pointed at the thousands of true hands that Lin Fan had just created. He thought Lin Fan would release Susanoo so that he could barely fight against the divine tree. As a result, Lin Fan directly used an ability that he had never heard of or seen before. Not only the lava immortal lord, but the other immortal lords were also dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Fan also possesses sage chakra? Is this a wooden figure? An utterly absurd idea surfaced in the minds of the 3 gods. The blood essence of the divine tree burned, creating a wooden golem. Was that a real wooden golem? Was that real wood release? Lin Fan's bloodline is burning. No, Lin Fan hasn't even had his bloodline burning yet. Now that's what you call a wooden dummy, isn't it? Under everyone's gaze, the moon immortal lord's face had turned from ashen to pitch black. The unease I had in my heart has actually become a reality? This monster. The moon immortal lord lowered her head and slowly uttered 3 words through gritted teeth. These 3 words are words that Lin Fan will never hear now. Lin Fan glanced at the Grand Elder's suddenly appearing and then suddenly dazed figure, and shook his head. Then he turned his attention to the sacred tree. See, I really can use wood release. Lin Fan paused in his speech. Furthermore, my wood release skills are even superior to yours. Undoubtedly, these words sounded extremely sharp and jarring to the ears of the divine tree. Shut up! The divine tree roared to the heavens in fury. He has cultivated wood release for thousands of years. They were even promoted and guided by the Lord. How could I possibly be surpassed by you? It must be a hallucination. I'm going to kill you. The divine tree roared. Although his body looked like a little kid in front of Lin Fan, the divine tree roared towards the sky like a wild beast. Its once smooth body suddenly sprouted splinters, and its body swelled up like a durian. Suddenly, streams of corrosive, sticky
liquid covered his large hands. Immediately, it smashed towards Lin Fan with all its might.
Gazing at this power from afar,
Lin Fan crossed his arms and shook his head.
"If this is all you're capable of, I'm disappointed."
Birds flew everywhere, scattering rapidly in all directions. The earth's crust even split and scattered due to these terrifying bursts of chakra. A deafening roar suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The divine tree's arm crashed down towards the Buddha's chest. It wasn't that he didn't want to slap Lin Fan's face. Instead, even though he burned all the blood in his body to grow larger, it was only a mere 500 meters long. Compared to Lin Fan's true 1,000 hands, it's like a small fry compared to a big fish. It's an overestimation of their own abilities. The divine tree's arm went numb, its expression changed, and it suddenly raised its head, its face contorted with rage. Lin Fan remained expressionless and indifferent atop the Buddha's head. No, there was even a hint of contempt and disdain in that indifferent expression. The divine tree was furious and quickly raised its other arm. It struck the Buddha's chest once again. The sensation, like an ordinary person striking a block of iron, was transmitted to his hand with crystal clarity. They couldn't even break through Lin Fan's defenses? The eyes of the sacred tree were wide open. His eyes became especially terrifying, ferocious, and man-eating after he grew to gigantic size. Lin Fan crossed his arms and looked down at the sacred tree. Sage art, true several thousand hands is already a kind of dimensional reduction attack against someone who is also using would release. Lin Fan spoke without any politeness, as if looking at a naughty child. "I'll repeat what I just said. If you're going to leave it like this, it's rubbish. Even one of my clones can be your equal." Before he could finish speaking, the divine tree's fist came crashing down again. He tried to smash his head, but his arms were tightly wrapped by 4 enormous wooden dragons. The divine tree exerted all its strength, secreting patches of corrosive pus, yet it couldn't even corrode the surface of the wooden dragon.
"Yeah, you've hit me so many times, it's my turn now."
Lin Fan sighed rather uninterestedly, clasped his hands together, and the marks on his forehead were not visible at all.
"Fine, I'll just kill you with one palm strike."
He has cultivated diligently for thousands of years. In the end, he also bowed down before the Buddha. At this moment, all of Lin Fan's chakra erupted. As the chakra poured out, the surrounding air instantly condensed, forming layers of sonic booms. Countless hurricanes rose from beneath Lin Fan's feet, blowing all his hair upwards. The divine tree's eyes narrowed. In his eyes, a complex emotion never seen in thousands of years appeared. The next moment, he stared at the wooden dragon wrapped around his arm, and his heart hardened. There was a loud crack. His arm broke off on its own. Countless wood chips fell to the ground with a clatter, raising clouds of dust. They actually ran backwards in a disheveled state. A celestial lord who has reigned supreme for 1,000 years? They actually ran away? Moreover, he was still facing Lin Fan, running in a very strange way, his body twisted, and he was in a panic. Lin Fan gazed at his figure from afar and snorted coldly. "Did I tell you to leave? The so-called immortal lord? Immortal technique, bright god gate." As soon as he finished speaking, countless reddish-brown wooden stakes crashed down from the sky. It was incredibly fast, like a beam of reddish-brown light. One by one, they were inserted into the feet of the divine tree immortal lord. Some even pierced through the base of the sacred tree on the spot, embedding themselves deeply into the earth. The head of the divine tree immortal lord stared mechanically at Lin Fan. In an instant, all the chakra in his body was completely sealed by this wood release. The wood-like blood in the body froze. For the first time in thousands of years, he felt powerless. "We are completely powerless. That's why I'm saying, don't run. What's the point of running?" The other side. Lin Fan clasped his hands together again, his eyes radiating a sharp light. A Buddha image appears on the crown of the head. Lin Fan shouted towards the sky. Lin Fan mobilized all his chakra, and the soaring chakra was evenly distributed across all the arms behind the true 1,000 hands. Lin Fan used the weight of chakra recklessly on every arm. The sacred tree was taken aback. Tens of thousands of fist shadows crashed down on the divine tree. Each fist, imbued with boundless and immense power, flashed continuously across the entire body of the divine tree, like a storm. Every sound that appears. What followed was that each fist imprint appeared on the chest of the divine tree. The intense friction actually sparked flames from these fist imprints. Even the corrosive pus in his body was completely eliminated by Lin Fan. One last punch. Lin Fan stared at him coldly and murmured softly. With a single punch, the divine tree's chest was instantly pierced. The divine tree's eyes widened to tens of meters in size, displaying extreme horror. His body instantly fell backward. His eyes were lifeless as he fell to the ground. The earth shook, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly from where his body fell, like flowing water. In the city, countless people watched this scene in panic and fear. They were unaware of the situation. From their perspective, all they could see was a 1,000-meter-tall wooden Buddha that had completely defeated the several hundred-meter-tall wooden figure. However, considering that the wooden puppet had just invaded the city and the Akatsuki members had come to his rescue, everyone knows that the leader of the Akatsuki is definitely fighting over there. People naturally understand this principle. But what is the logic behind this power? Is this kind of power even human?
human? I've spent decades on the frontier, and I've seen countless powerful humans. Truly, I've even met General Gao Shanda and Bai Xinjiang of the Great Qin dynasty. However, no one has ever had such strength before. An old man, pale-faced, staggered out. When I was young, I witnessed the Grand Elder take action. But I'm afraid he's not even a tenth as good as this Akatsuki leader. This scene today will likely be etched in their hearts forever. It will become an inseparable part of one's life memories. Lin Fan stood on the head of the Buddha, shatter the sacred tree. It was like crushing an ant. He originally thought that the divine tree would force him to use his newly developed techniques. Now it seems that it's nothing special. Lin Fan shook his head inside, seemingly unsatisfied. He closed his eyes, and the immortal mark on his forehead gradually disappeared. The giant Buddha statue on the body slowly disappeared from sight. His body was floating. He turned his head and gently waved to the elder, who was holding the spatial sword and looked completely shocked. As Lin Fanjan's thousands of hands vanished into nothingness, the entire city of Linhai fell into silence. It's not just the so-called coastal city. In the realm of immortals and gods, the immortal lords fell into an eerie silence. Even the most irritable lava immortal lord seems to have changed his temperament. After a few breaths, the ice and snow immortal master withdrew her slightly frightened gaze. That's right, he actually did that to a human. It generated feelings of fear. Moreover, it was an uncontrollable fear. He spoke slowly. The burning blood essence of the divine tree has absolutely no effect on Lin Fan. As the ice and snow immortal lord spoke, her voice unconsciously trembled slightly. The lava immortal lord did not speak. However, his slightly lowered head already revealed his current thoughts. The divine tree's raw power ranks among the top 3 of the 6 immortal lords without a doubt. Apart from the moon immortal lord and the desert immortal lord, the divine tree is almost the most powerful ability. Its powerful vitality and unparalleled would release techniques are the sources of its pride. He was actually crushed by a human in his area of expertise? If any of them were to go, who can do better than the divine tree? What era is this guy from? The supergravity immortal lord gasped. A single word awakens one from a dream. The crowd kept recalling the powerful figures from different eras, and even those who might have faked their deaths. None of them could be matched with Lin Fan. Sharingan, Rinnegan, no human has ever used them to display their functions. Furthermore, in addition to these 2 abilities, there is also would release as a support. There are almost no characters who fit the stereotype. For a moment, all the immortal lords remained silent. The Grand Elder's hand trembled, and the spatial sword he was holding almost fell to the ground. He glanced at Lin Fan with a meaningful look. He swallowed hard. He then spoke slowly. Is this your new ability? Would release? Lin Fan looked at the Grand Elder's astonished expression and calmly nodded. Then, as if recalling something, he spoke. What a pity, that guy was too weak. He didn't fully unleash the power of the true thousand hands. Lin Fan's tone was very indifferent, so indifferent that it seemed to lack the emotion that even discussing family matters would evoke. However, what reached the ears of the Grand Elder was completely different. No, Lin Fan, can you please stop showing off in front of this old man? I couldn't hold back anymore. Do you know who the divine tree is? One of the 6 great immortal lords, a top figure who rules the immortal and divine realm. Even the so-called demon lord is afraid of him. Some countries outside the Great Qian even regard it as a belief. You not only abuse others, but you also have to act tough in front of me. The Grand Elder could no longer tolerate it. Like before, fighting against Kage-level powerhouses, fighting against super Kage-level powerhouses, and so on. The Grand Elder noticed such an indifferent expression. Although I really wanted to interrupt Lin Fan, this show-off. However, I still held back. However, this time it's simply unbearable. Damn it, you've already rubbed the sacred tree into the ground. Can't you at least be a little more serious on the surface? Lin Fan looked at the Grand Elder and blinked innocently. But he's really weak. Lin Fan said innocently, as if he were talking about something pitiful. The Grand Elder almost picked up the spatial sword, intending to swat it at Lin Fan. On second thought, wasn't the reason I drew this spatial sword to save Lin Fan in case something happened to him? Thinking of this, the Grand Elder reluctantly put away the spatial sword in his hand. The fallen divine tree seemed to have heard these words. A mouthful of blood mixed with green pus spurted out. It sprayed onto the ground. I wonder if he was angered by Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head, then turned his gaze to the sky. Hello, everyone. Lin Fan raised his hand, a strange Sharingan light emanating from his eyes. A scene from the realm of immortals and gods appeared after a spatial distortion. Then it came into his view. All the immortal lords looked up in unison, their chakra erupting instantly. Countless chakras flowed through the spatial mirror, even condensing into a tangible killing intent. The elder's face turned red, and he was about to lose his breath. Lin Fan waved his hand, and chakra covered the 2 of them, helping the elder to recover considerably. So he then turned his attention to the gods. Hello, how many times have we met? I've almost forgotten. Your compatriots are panting heavily, as if they are about to die. Lin Fan slowly walked to the vicinity of the divine tree immortal lord's body. The divine tree's body was slowly shrinking, and the large hole in its chest was also gradually shrinking.
shrinking. But next to Lin Fan, it was still a colossal figure. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan looked up and revealed an innocent-looking smile.
"Aren't you going to send reinforcements to rescue us right away?"
His words, spoken like those of a sunny, cheerful young man, seemed very considerate.
But to the ears of the immortal lords, it was not so. "This is a blatant provocation."
They crushed their dignity and pride, grinding them mercilessly into the ground. The immortal lords looked at each other, but none of them uttered a sound. Lin Fan curled his lips. "To be honest, your realm of immortals and gods is not as united as the so-called realm of demons and monsters. Your sacred tree is about to die, and I have humiliated you so much, yet you still haven't reacted.
I'm so disappointed."
Upon hearing this, the lava immortal lord could no longer contain himself. He immediately stood up, pointing his lava-dripping fingers at Lin Fan's face.
"Lin Fan, what are you so arrogant about? We just didn't want to kill you."
Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan waved his hand to interrupt him.
"Oh, you're weak. Don't make up so many excuses. If you're so capable, come to the human realm now and fight me head-on."
These words made the lava immortal lord feel as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. Suddenly, he swallowed the hundreds of words he wanted to say. Even the divine tree was no match for Lin Fan.
Moreover, him?
Seeing this, the moon immortal lord had no choice but to slowly walk to the front of the moon mirror.
Such arrogance could easily lead to its demise.
On his forehead, the crescent moon mark shone brightly. "We simply cannot open the passage between the realm of immortals and gods and the human realm." The moon immortal lord spoke in a very calm tone. "But it also contains something else. The feeling is that if I could go down there, I would kill your whole family." Lin Fan was taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face.
"Since you don't want to come, then I'll come find you."
Lin Fan slowly raised his arm, his body and the moon mirror in the sky. It actually caused a distortion at the same time, and a humanoid phantom seemed to appear in the realm of immortals and gods as well. The moon immortal lord waved his hand. The moon mirror was suddenly turned off. He turned his head and looked at the other four immortal masters.
"It's just a tactic. Lin Fan is on a roll. If he comes up, we will still be injured to some extent.
The gains are not worth the losses." Upon hearing this, the gods immediately nodded. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan sent two more words through the moon mirror. Such a cramped two characters.
This immediately made the moon immortal lord's face look completely ugly.
He stared at the spatial rift that had now closed, his 6 hands clenching tightly. The fingernails were embedded in the flesh. He glanced around, only to find that all the immortal lords were still looking at him. His eyes held a mix of emotions. It is completely beyond words.
The moon immortal lord's expression was complicated, as if she wanted to say something. Let him go down and seek revenge? It will still take 2 more days before the fleshy ball can fully open the spatial rift. And, is it possible to kill Lin Fan? It remains a significant unknown.
These 2 days are enough time for him to humiliate himself in front of the other immortal masters for an unknown period of time.
It wasn't his face. The entire immortal realm would have to rub its face under Lin Fan's feet.
The moon immortal lord sighed.
"Alright, everyone go back to your own areas."
As soon as the words were spoken, the gods immediately noticed. In the distance, the realm of the divine tree radiating green light. At this moment, everything dimmed completely. Lin Fan gazed at the scene of the moon mirror closing. He does not currently possess the ability to enter the realm of immortals and gods through the moon mirror. He said those words only to scare these high and mighty gods.
Surprisingly, they actually believed it.
Lin Fan, the divine tree is not dead yet. The Grand Elder, who was holding the sword of space, looked at the twitching body of the divine tree and spoke up to remind it. The Grand Elder's lips were also twitching. Even now, Jean Delao still feels like he's dreaming. A celestial lord was instantly defeated by Lin Fan. He couldn't even use the spatial sword left to him by the founder of the Great Qin dynasty.
What a monster!
Compared to the Grand Elder, Lin Fan remained expressionless. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes cleared up.
He immediately turned around and walked to the side of the sacred tree. "Any last words? If you don't have any last words, I can send you to your death right now."
Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder felt a tremor in his heart. Lin Fan's words were so casual, yet it can decide the life of someone who has dominated the 3 realms for thousands of years. The mighty immortal lord, who commands respect across the 4 seas, has been defeated by a mere human. Once it spread to countries around the world.
The prestige of the Great Qin dynasty is likely to surpass all previous records, the highest peak.
The divine tree's body shrank continuously until, in the end, it was only a little over a meter long.
Thick fluid from his body flowed like a stream onto the ground and seeped into the earth. Like engine oil, the puppet-like body became shiny and smooth.
There was no fear of death in the eyes of the divine tree.
"As you can see, I am just a puppet." Lin Fan nodded. "Now I see."
The puppet's structure and actions are all from the Lord's commands. The divine tree smiled calmly and let out a hoarse voice, trying to move, but the large crater in its chest prevented it from moving. "The joints in my body creak and groan. You will regret it in the future if you do not follow the Lord. The Lord's power is truly immense. They are the rulers of this entire planet, and they are the ones who gave us chakra." At this point, the divine tree's expression expression became somewhat crazed. Lin Fan squatted down and glanced at the withered face of the divine tree.
The master you're talking about, could it be someone with the surname Otsutsuki?
At this point, the divine tree suddenly widened its eyes, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. The Grand Elder, standing to the side, was stunned upon hearing the name, and fell into deep confusion.
How did you know?
The Lord's name has long been lost to history, and even those who know it are bound by a forbidden curse.
The divine tree became agitated and demanded, how did you know? How would I know? Lin Fan smiled calmly and stood up. So that really is the Otsutsuki clan.
No wonder this world has this so-called chakra, so that's why. Lin Fan raised his arm, and vines climbed onto his wrist, turning into a sharp thorn.
Let me tell you a secret. In this worldview, chakra should be something that everyone possesses.
And your so-called master is nothing more than a person who devoured the chakra fruit of the entire blue planet.
And
a glint of light suddenly flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The human realm, the demon realm, and the immortal realm are merely divisions created by the three Otsutsuki clans to divide up the spoils.
As for the millennium-long blood war, in ancient times, I'm afraid it's just something someone is using against your lord? So, that's why they restrict human abilities? But how exactly should these restrictions be implemented? Oh no, I'm afraid your master is one of the three of them. The divine tree's face turned ashen in an instant. Lin Fan's deductions were almost entirely correct.
In that instant, a light sword suddenly rose from the body of the divine tree. The lightsaber was instantly shattered. It seems that being sealed for so long has reduced his power considerably. Lin Fan spoke calmly.
The sacred tree remains defiant. If you know so much, you should fear my lord even more. The divine tree's eyes widened instantly, and its mouth opened as wide as if it could swallow an egg.
A vine, like a long thorn, pierced deeply into the head of the divine tree. One of the 6 great immortal masters. Don't worry, I will soon send you to reunite with your lord. Lin Fan was too lazy to listen to his rambling. He had almost completely grasped the essence of the 3 realms.
If you listen any further, all you'll hear are some pointless threats. As for absorbing memories using the human realm,
during his battle with the divine tree, Lin Fan was astonished to discover that the divine tree actually had no soul.
Just like White Zetsu, I'm afraid there aren't many self-aware entities. However, it is also able to act independently. The Otsutsuki who created the sacred tree used quite sophisticated techniques. Lin Fan, what you just said, is it true?
The Grand Elder stood to the side, his face flushed as if he had drunk fake alcohol. My feet felt like they were stepping on cotton. I couldn't even stand steadily. Lin Fan's words had already filled his brain to the brim. Hearing this secret made the Grand Elder forget the fact that the divine tree had died. However, this is not the Grand Elder's fault.
Born into this deformed world,
humans are neither capable nor qualified to know so much.
It's probably at least 80 or 90% true. Lin Fan shrugged. That Otsutsuki, what exactly is it? The Grand Elder trembled. Some kind of alien creature, I guess.
Lin Fan raised his head, patted the Grand Elder on the shoulder, and chuckled.
Elder, there's no need to ask so many questions. I will take care of it. I am considered to be the strongest in the human world today.
Lin Fan grinned and met the complex emotions in the first Elder's eyes.
The Grand Elder nodded.
A short while later, the Grand Elder spoke again.
As long as you need it. The Elder paused in his speech. The Great Qian can support you with all its might. A conspiracy within the realm of immortals and gods?
An attempt to annihilate the human race.
2 great demon lords were defeated simultaneously by one person. Who could it be? The mysterious powerhouse of the Great Qian dynasty is only 18? Messages spread rapidly around the world.
The ugly kingdom's upper echelon stared wide-eyed, then collapsed onto the table, completely paralyzed.
How is this possible? How could the Great Qian dynasty have such a powerful awakened one? Someone capable of killing a celestial lord?
In their country, the strongest is still a mere 100-year-old super shadow. And now, such a powerful person has been born in the Great Qian dynasty. The global landscape is gradually shifting in favor of the Great Qian dynasty.
And now, there's even less reason to think about it.
Someone, prepare a generous gift for me immediately. I will personally pay a visit to that mysterious expert. It's not just the ugly country. Countries all over the world are on edge and ready to act at the slightest hint of trouble. They kept preparing private jets to visit that mysterious powerhouse in the Great Qian dynasty. Other countries are better off.
That's the land of cherry blossoms.
Not only did they suffer a demonic invasion, but they also suffered over 1 million casualties. Moreover, that sacred mountain they were given. Suddenly, a volcano erupted, and layers of volcanic ash appeared in the sky above Japan.
Natural disasters continue to occur.
Various forms of seawater intrusion, and so on, which I will not elaborate on further. Even flying an airplane has become extremely difficult. Even if they wanted to give Lin Fan a gift, it became unrealistic. Of course, this is despite the many actions taken by countries around the world. Lin Fan naturally didn't know much. At the suggestion of the Grand Elder, Lin Fan instructed him to release the information to all parts of the country. This would allow other countries to understand the current strength of the Great Qian dynasty and enhance its national prestige. prestige.
Linhai City at this moment. Numerous soldiers rushed to the scene. After all, even though the Akatsuki members arrived immediately, it still caused considerable casualties. However, amidst these casualties, what left the deepest impression on countless people was that battle of wooden figures standing between heaven and earth. Just then, the impact on them was truly immense. The plants in the city have not completely withered. Linhai City could be renamed Samu City, meaning City of Grass and Trees. Lin Fan looked down at the entire city of Linhai from mid-air. Chakra poured out. Countless plants returned to the ground, or even disappeared on the spot. Countless people watched in shock as the vegetation vanished, and they were only briefly surprised. Then I got busy with the repairs I was working on. I'm numb to it all. Linhai City was attacked 4 times. A barrage of chakra attacks, various dazzling lights, various bizarre giants appeared out of nowhere. The people of Linhai City have moved beyond their initial shock and fear. It has turned into the speechlessness and numbness we see today. They learned of a name once again from the newspaper. A great hero to the entire Linhai City. Even the heroes of the entire Great Qian dynasty. With the Grand Elder's announcement, the Akatsuki organization's presence was fully revealed in the light of the human world. Today, everyone knows him. Lin Fan was actually the leader who created the Akatsuki organization. And the so-called blue giant, the dark green Buddha, and the meteorite that fell from the sky near the capital of the Great Qian dynasty. They were all made by Lin Fan. Everyone began to speculate about Lin Fan's true identity. How could someone possess such strength when there are only 7 days left since the awakening ceremony? Amidst a variety of opinions, I've imagined one. Lin Fan was sent by the heavenly Tao to save the Great Qian dynasty. He is the savior of the entire human world. Such outrageous rumors are simply too outrageous. Impossible. Its reach is so extensive that it has covered the entire country. Who the hell are you? Photos of Lin Fan's appearance. It was spread rapidly. The factory is rushing to produce various posters and door gods. What Lin Fan found most outrageous was that someone actually wanted to create a sculpture of him. Who wouldn't respect him? Even all of Lin Fan's former classmates and friends. When she mentioned knowing Lin Fan, she couldn't help but straighten her back. Proud and filled with pride, his eyes seemed to shine. Now, the trees in the entire coastal city are disappearing at an alarming rate. Everyone could figure it out with their brains that it was Lin Fan who made the move. The cause is no unevenness. Apart from Lin Fan, no one else could achieve this level of skill. The trees have been completely eradicated. This is unbelievable. All that remained was a city ravaged by war. However, thanks to the world's productivity, it was able to recover quickly. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly floated up from midair in front of the villa. At this moment, Zhanghua, along with Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Mengdai, stood before him. They already know the news. It was the hydrangea that told them. When the 2 women saw Lin Fan float down from midair, they held their breath and their beautiful eyes sparkled. They didn't expect. This time, the one attacking Linhai City was actually someone like the Immortal Lord. But Lin Fan actually killed the Immortal Lord without a scratch. This is extremely surprising. Luo Mengdai smiled gently. Sister Mengdai is right. Su Xiaoxiao's dimples first appeared, followed by a smile. You too. Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Where are the others? Are they alright? And what about your uncle? Lin Fan's words were pointed. The hydrangea tilted its head. According to Daidara's information, the Shi and Chen families suffered almost no casualties. And in the city, there were also very few casualties. Thanks to the leader's swift response, Zhanghua immediately shifted the conversation to Lin Fan. Su Xiaoxiao added, my parents saw that the problem was solved, so they hurried back. Lin Fan waved his hand helplessly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to do it so easily with just my would-release clones. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan seemed to realize something. Send a message to the others and tell them to come over for dinner tonight. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's have a meal together. Of course, this meal is on the public funds. The Grand Elder treated us at our home. Upon hearing this, the 3 women couldn't help but smile, their beautiful eyes filled with joy. By the way, you guys go in first. Lin Fan waved. Although the women were a little confused, they nodded and went into the villa. Lin Fan looked up at the sky. They looked up at the mysterious figure in the sky. The mysterious man was dressed in a black robe, but the direct sunlight did not cast any shadows on him. The sunlight, however, shone through the mysterious man's body and onto Lin Fan's face. Be careful. I never expected you to uncover so many secrets. You even know a thing or two about the Otsutsuki. Sharingan and Rinnegan even would release. They all reached the pinnacle in one human being. The black-robed man's hoarse voice, like scratching glass, made Lin Fan feel uncomfortable. This guy is different from everyone else on Earth. They actually knew about the power of the Rinnegan. Lin Fan pursed his lips, thinking of something very interesting. I'm asking you, you wouldn't happen to be hiding in the human world. You make ramen, right? The mysterious man was immediately taken aback. Sunlight shines through the clouds. It shines on the earth. Lin Fan's words immediately froze the atmosphere. The man in black robes remained silent for a moment, then his hoarse voice rang out
again. Why do you say that? Lin Fan shrugged and shook his head.
That's just nonsense.
The man in black robes fell silent again.
He didn't know
the true meaning of Lin Fan's words.
What brings you here? Or are you going to talk about those world-destroying things?
Lin Fan sighed, yawned, and then looked at the man in black robes.
As if they had gotten to the point, the man in black robes' voice became calmer.
You killed the divine tree, and the seal of the true God will be broken as a result.
The destruction of the world is imminent.
I know you are young, but if you develop for a few more years, you might have the power to fight against them.
But you didn't.
If you kill the demon lord and immortal lord of the immortal realm and the demon realm, their seals will naturally be broken. The man in the black robe spoke clearly and distinctly, without any incoherence. It seems to be stating an objective fact. It even carried a hint of pity for Lin Fan.
It's that kind of condescending pity, compassion for all humanity. Aren't they human?
Lin Fan glanced at the man in black robes, his face expressionless, and nodded thoughtfully.
Then I don't mind killing a few more to break those so-called seals quickly.
As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of chakra suddenly condensed around his body. The air around them suddenly began to float and swirl.
A mountain-like pressure suddenly descended.
This was something the mysterious man truly hadn't expected.
It's incredible that it came out of a human's mouth. The man in black robes couldn't help but laugh,
as if he had heard something amusing.
The seventh demon lord is about to appear in the land of the bear.
If you are truly confident, you can probably go there for a walk.
As soon as the man in black finished speaking, the entire body then turned into countless black fragments.
It floated in the air and disappeared in an instant,
without leaving a trace.
They watched the figure in black robes disappear. Lin Fan frowned, looking slightly uncomfortable.
Next time I see you, I must seize the opportunity to ask you properly.
The so-called black-robed men are probably just some of those old monsters.
Make them explain themselves.
However, it should not belong to the realm of immortals and gods or the realm of demons.
The human realm is naturally excluded.
His thoughts quickly shifted to what the mystery had said.
The seventh demon lord is about to appear in the bear country.
However, these words are probably true. Lin Fan looked in the direction of Russia. After all, the demon realm had previously suffered a great loss of vitality and desperately needed flesh and blood to replenish the energy it had lost. With Lin Fan present, the great Qin dynasty is unlikely to act rashly. Therefore, in the Russian bear country to the north of the mainland,
it's not unrealistic to think that they would become the primary target of demons.
Lin Fan's eyes gradually turned cold, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Previously, it was almost always the demon realm that initiated the invasion of the human realm. They had just been forced to retaliate.
This time, taking the initiative would be a better choice.
Lin Fan turned around and went into the house, where he saw 3 women all on the phone.
I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back tonight. Send me a message when we start eating. I'll be quick. In a world of ice and snow,
snowflakes the size of leaves fell from the sky. It fell softly onto a frozen river. A sentry post was being built, which could be considered a base for awakened individuals in the Russian Bear Kingdom. The guards were heavily fortified, with layers of soldiers on duty. Lin Fan, Lin's mother, and others drove a large snowmobile, carrying the ice fish, slowly approaching.
After selling this order, I can finally go back home, Lin's mother said, slightly agitated.
The final destination was the awakened base in the Russian Bear Country. Lin's father was the general manager of a seafood company, so in principle, he shouldn't need to help personally.
But since it was the last order, he decided to handle it personally.
Lin's father exhaled white breath, and frost clung to his stubble.
You've arrived?
A group of soldiers from the Russian Empire jogged out and personally took the boxes from Lin's parents and others.
Thank you for your hard work. Why did you come in person this time?
The soldier leading the team took the box. The payment should arrive in 2 days. He glanced at the heavy snow in the sky inside. In this weather, it's more comfortable to stay at home. At this point, Lin's father grinned.
Yes, we're going back to Dakian today to do things personally. We'll be taking a plane soon.
Upon hearing these words, the leading soldier glanced at Lin's father and suddenly his eyes lit up. They would immediately think of the news they had just seen. Your great Qian seems to have recently produced a terrifying genius who is said to be only 18 years old. It would be able to kill those legendary rulers of the demon realm and the immortal realm, the demon lord and the immortal lord,
even fighting demons single-handedly.
His strength has even reached the level of a shadow realm.
Is this for real or fake?
The team leader is one of the few soldiers who can quickly receive messages from the outside world. Upon hearing this, everyone around stared wide-eyed, their eyes widening to the size of teacups.
Some soldiers even wore expressions of disbelief and complexity. Lin's father was immediately stunned. He hasn't seen the news yet today. He actually knows a lot about awakening rituals and demons.
The reason is that he is, after all, a second-tier expert. Today, the officer said there was an 18-year-old prodigy.
Does he now possess strength at the level of a super shadow? The awakening ceremony wasn't only 7 days ago. The demon lord, that must be at the Kage level, right? How could an 18-year-old boy possibly possess the ability to kill a Kage level powerhouse?
What a ridiculous joke.
You couldn't couldn't even imagine something like this in your daydreams. Lin's father couldn't help but laugh. How could such an outrageous person exist? It's unrealistic to expect 1 in 10,000 geniuses to be considered exceptional. The sergeant in front of me. He guessed that he probably saw some fake news from a Dakian marketing account. Lin's mother smiled gently. They communicated in a fluent foreign language. My son also awakened at 18. However, the sergeant had already piqued Lin's mother's curiosity, and she pressed him for more information. Alright, sir, that genius who defeated the demon lord and the immortal lord, what was his name again? The sergeant was taken aback for a moment, then put his hand in his pocket. I'm about to take out my phone to review the news I just saw. Let me see. The sergeant was slightly puzzled and was about to pick up his phone when, in front of the sentry post, the second ice surface of the glacier was splashing loudly. It all melted and fell into the glacier. A monstrous surge of demonic chakra suddenly rose up, forming a jet-black pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The Russian sergeant's expression changed. Even Lin's parents turned pale. The soldiers at the outpost were immediately thrown into chaos. They quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed to the front of the outpost. Demon invasion? Suddenly, this thought popped into everyone's mind. Report! Report! A spatial rift has opened here, and a shadow-level being has appeared. The sergeant immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, his body trembling with fear. No, it's not a Kage-level demon. It's a shadow level. Requesting reinforcements from higher command. Requesting reinforcements from higher command. The sergeant's body trembled, and his voice was hurried. He was one of the few 6th-tier powerhouses on the border of the Russian Bear Kingdom. They could only sense the power of this demonic invasion from afar. This caused him to tremble all over. A powerful demon from the demon realm. The communications operator at a military base far away was chatting idly. His expression changed instantly, and he was about to try to communicate further. A crackling sound of electricity came from the walkie-talkie. Under the surge of chakra, all communications in the entire Russian kingdom were immediately cut off. Quickly, tell the emperor. The operator immediately stood up and shouted at everyone. The sergeant immediately shouted, Dakian people, you go in first. Immediately, the sergeant rushed out. The group of people brought by Mr. and Mrs. Lin seemed to awaken from a dream. Ignoring the fish in the box, it ran straight into the guard post. What exactly happened, sir? Lin's mother grabbed Lin's father's shoulders and hurriedly asked. A tremendous sound rang out. A black rift was torn open in the sky. An enormous claw suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. Every little bit more distance moved. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted. When it radiated outwards, it transformed into bursts of lightning energy. It caused countless people's bodies to spasm and twitch briefly. The 7th demon lord's body emerged completely from the spatial rift. It landed on the snow with a loud thud. The 800-meter-tall, imposing body landed heavily on the ground, like a majestic mountain. Flickering arcs of electricity flickered around his body. On the 2 bull horns, there seemed to be crackling sounds of dark red electricity. The human realm. Mochi's face darkened. This time, the spatial rift was opened only after all the flesh and blood of the entire demon realm had been shed. If there is no harvest, from now on, it will be difficult for any more flesh and blood from the demon realm to open the rift and be transmitted to the human world. At that time, the power of the human realm will increase many times over. Demon 7 let out a roar that resounded through the heavens. It transformed into ripples of lightning, spreading in all directions. Countless snowflakes were thrown up. If it weren't for Lin Fan. If it weren't for Lin Fan in the mortal realm. If Lin Fan hadn't personally killed his 2 brothers. Otherwise, the human world would have long since become their pasture. So-called humans are nothing more than livestock they raise. Brothers, let's go. Hurrah! Charge! At the underground outpost of the Russian Bear Kingdom, hundreds of soldiers were forming hand seals. Only the sergeant stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide open, too afraid to move. They displayed all sorts of abilities. In an instant, countless chakra attacks constructed from elements bombarded Demon 7 relentlessly. Ignorant humans. Mochi looked at the soldiers of the Russian Bear Kingdom with a mocking expression. Perhaps Lin Fan could offer some resistance in the Great Qian dynasty. And what do you Russian bears have? Mochi let out a slight breath. This breath actually contained a 7-colored electric light. Jump up. As if he had just realized something, Lin's father pulled Lin's mother up and they jumped up. The sergeant's eyes suddenly regained their clarity, and he leaped into the air. Countless people, whether they were colleagues from Lin's father's company or soldiers who launched an attack on Demon 7. His running body suddenly froze, and his eyes went blank. His fair skin was suddenly covered with streaks of gray-black. Immediately, they collapsed to the ground, turning into roasted corpses. The head of the household. Lin's mother's figure trembled slightly. With difficulty, she opened her tear-filled eyes and stared in horror at the bloody scene before her. Inside were many of her former colleagues who had joked and teased her before. The Russian army was completely wiped out? Lin's father covered his mouth, afraid that he would make a sound. He does have some sense. Soldiers at this checkpoint. Those with lower strength are at least at the 3rd rank. Those with high strength are like officers.
officers at the 6th rank. And now, aside from the soldiers who listened to him and jumped up, all the other soldiers were dead.
It's an instant kill. There was absolutely no chance of resistance.
Before he could even scream, he was completely turned into a dried-up corpse. The sergeant was pale, and cold sweat dripped down his face like a stream.
He gazed at the terrifying figure, wiggled his fingers, and raised them.
You are the demon lord of the demon realm, who controls lightning.
The 7th demon lord?
The sergeant's face was filled with despair.
Lin's parents were also in a state of confusion.
It felt like bombers were flying overhead. The only demon lord in the demon realm who controls lightning and has the tallest body.
His lightning-fast technique is extremely famous throughout human history.
Even the strongest among humans showed respect to the 7th demon lord.
The 7th demon lord? You know my name? Mo-Chi grinned slightly.
The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flickered and disappeared.
The boundless darkness instantly plunged the snow-covered ground into complete darkness.
However, since you know my name, I can give you 3 a quick death. The demon laughed loudly, and his gaze quickly locked onto Lin's father and mother.
Oh, a person from the Great Qian dynasty? Then let me change my mind. Let's kill you 2 Dakian people first.
After all, it was you people of the Great Qian who killed my brothers. Mo-Chi stretched out his hand, bent it into a fist, and countless bolts of electricity gathered in his palm. In the end, it transformed into a lightning ball several meters long.
The lightning sphere contains immense power.
Anytime, anywhere, a complete human being can be reduced to nothing. Wife, run, Mr. Lin hurriedly said, immediately pushing Mrs. Lin away and telling her to run away. Meanwhile, the Russian officer standing nearby was not idle either, letting out a shout of hurrah.
He raised the sharp blade in his hand, attempting to create an impenetrable wall.
It would likely be futile to try to defeat the 7th demon lord.
Can they escape?
The lightning ball in the 7th demon lord's hand exploded towards the 3 of them.
Complete coverage, extremely wide.
The 3 of them stared wide-eyed. A sense of despair welled up in everyone's hearts. I haven't gone home to see my son yet. Lin's mother's eyes suddenly filled with tears, which soaked her clothes. Lin's father was also teary-eyed. A large blue hand suddenly appeared, grasped the ball of lightning, and stopped it from moving.
Dad, Mom, I'm not late, am I?
Lin Fan suddenly stood in front of the 3 of them. Blue bones coiled around his body. It was this one that stretched out its large blue hand. The long robe she wore fluttered in the wind.
On that snowy field,
Lin Fan's figure suddenly stood there. Stepping on the thick layer of snow, Lin Fan appeared calm and relaxed. He slowly turned his head and greeted his parents.
Mom and Dad, I think I'm not too late.
Lin Fan smiled slightly. Lin's father only felt his eyes were dry. The tears in her eyes seemed to freeze. How did you get here? And, just now it seems, it was you who made the move.
Lin's father gazed at Lin Fan's slender figure from afar.
But now it seems that things have become more spacious. All around, however, was a layer of blue bones.
Chakra occasionally surges within his body.
This made Lin's father feel as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart, making it hard to breathe.
If it were 10 minutes ago, he absolutely couldn't believe it.
Fancy this.
Lin's mother's eyes widened, filled with disbelief.
When they thought they were going to die,
suddenly, an even more terrifying chakra appeared. It transformed into a giant hand and saved them,
and the owner of the chakra that saved them. It was their son. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with even more doubt and confusion.
Their son, didn't he only awaken his bloodline limit or chakra 7 days ago? It's only been 7 days. How come now?
Over the years, Lin's father has traveled all over the country and has seen quite a few Kage-level powerhouses.
And the aura emanating from these Kage-level powerhouses, even half of their sons, less than 1/10, not even 100th, and the Russian officer standing next to them.
Instead, they stood there, stunned and frozen in place.
It feels like a dream.
The man from the Great Qian dynasty in front of them, with a single move, completely neutralized the 7th demon lord's killing move.
He seemed completely relaxed.
Moreover, the officer's mouth was agape, and his tongue was practically sticking out.
Is this even human?
He looked at Lin Fan's face from the side, but the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed.
Who I am?
This person seems to be. The officer seemed to recall something. I almost jumped up. His breathing became heavy. He quickly took out his phone.
The officer's reaction was also observed by Lin's parents.
What's wrong?
Do you know Lin Z?
Mr. Lin grabbed Mrs. Lin's hand and asked. The officer's face showed slight panic. He glanced at his phone, then at Lin Fan. My mind is spinning so much it's like I'm seeing after images.
The officer's arm trembled, and he almost dropped his phone.
The only emotion left in her eyes was disbelief.
This young man, isn't he the one from the Great Qian dynasty? A terrifying teenager? He was about to say. A deafening roar erupted from the 7th demon lord's throat. Lin Fan!
The demon roared in fury, and arcs of electricity immediately surged all over its body. It was as if living lightning snakes were coiling and climbing around his body. His skin was not only cracked, but also bleeding from the split flesh. Instead, no blood flowed out. Yes, it has a white-blue lightning chakra. Or, you all step back a little. I'll kill him first. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently, glanced at the 3 3 people behind him and then walked forward. His face was full of composure. On the other hand, it is Demon 7. The 7th Demon Lord's killing intent surged, and his lightning white hair stood on end.
Killing the 8th and 9th brothers was bad enough, but now they dare to come knocking on our door? Aren't you tired of living? In the words of the 7 demons, I'm excited. More than anything, it was a sense of joy that seemed to come from the ability to kill Lin Fan and avenge Demon 8 and Demon 9. Even the 3 people standing next to Lin Fan, no matter how stupid they were, instantly realized what was happening. In the mouth of the 7th Demon Lord, who could be the 8th and 9th brothers? It must be the 8th Demon Lord and the 9th Demon Lord. It seems they took down a prodigy from the Great Qian dynasty, their biological son. They killed the 8th and 9th Demon Lords? Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. The officer's cell phone, which seemed to have become incredibly oily, immediately fell to the ground. Lin's parents seemed to be in a dream, their bodies swaying. The horror in his eyes showed no sign of fading. The 3 of them stood frozen in place, like ice sculptures, unable to move an inch. Lin Fan gently flicked his sleeve, and the chakra within his body actively dispersed towards the 3 of them. Then, he coldly looked at the murderous Mochi. And then, you're going to help them get revenge? He clearly regarded the 7th Demon Lord in front of him as a small, weak, and pathetic insect. Terrifying demonic chakra surged continuously from the 7th Demon Lord's body. It even formed a huge pillar of lightning-colored light, shooting straight into the sky. In the sky, lightning flashed across the dark clouds. The 7th Demon Lord stretched out his arm, and from each of his 5 fingers shot out a dazzling bolt of lightning. Suddenly, they transformed into long spears, carrying a hurricane-like force, and plunged straight towards Lin Fan. The 3 people behind Lin Fan sensed this terrifying aura and unconsciously closed their eyes. It seems you are still unaware of the fall of the divine tree? Lin Fan shook his head, then said. A surge of wood-released chakra poured out from Lin Fan. A huge wooden figure suddenly rose up beneath his body. A majestic and imposing wooden dragon coils around the massive chest of the wooden figure. The wooden figure casually raised a hand, creating a gust of wind. All the lightning spears were destroyed. Not a single grain was left. The 7th Demon Lord's face darkened. He recognized the sacred tree, and they have a very deep understanding of it. In the midst of the millennium-long bloody war, a chaotic battle raged across the 3 realms. He was utterly slaughtered by the divine tree, powerless to retaliate, and became its defeated foe. And Lin Fan at this moment. Are you saying he killed the sacred tree? The 7th Demon Lord's eyes, which resembled water towers, rolled around. He subconsciously thought Lin Fan was bluffing him. This is absolutely disrupting my resolve. Before he could say another word, Lin Fan, who was manipulating the wooden figure, was already in front of him. Demon 7 immediately realized what was happening, raised his arm, and lightning flashed. Lin Fan manipulated the wooden figure and lifted it gently. A fist afterimage appeared. The wooden figure's fist struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying instantly. The massive body of Demon 7 crashed into the mountainside of a series of snow-capped peaks. The destruction left behind terrifying holes. It stirred up countless pale white snowflakes. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The internal organs and bones were turned upside down. Lin Fan clapped his hands, quite interested. Alright, summon your own supreme demon god bloodline. You understand too. There are also differences between those who are close to the 6 paths. If you don't want to get instantly killed like your brother. Lin Fan stood on the wooden figure's head and said nonchalantly. Perfect timing. He wanted to give it a try. Something I've always wanted to try. Mochi slowly floated up from the snow mountain. His skin was covered with bruises of all sizes. Wood release. Upon hearing this, Mochi's face turned completely gloomy. He looked at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. Lin Fan's strength. It seems to have gotten stronger than yesterday? What kind of monster is this person? But, more like a demon than a monster. More like a god than a deity. A thin, frail twig fell before his eyes. The demon frowned, reached out, and took the branch. Enough! He immediately roared to the sky. Various strange runes also appeared on his body. Supreme Demon God, I would give half of my lifespan to exchange for your power. A stream of dark green chakra descended from the sky and pressed tightly into Mochi's body. Why did you decide to summon the demon god so quickly? Without hesitation, we'd exchange our lives. Mochi could clearly sense something within that branch. This branch is clearly a part of the divine tree's body. Moreover, it's filled with an aura of death. The sacred tree is dead. Lin Fan, who was able to kill the divine tree. This is clearly indirect proof. Lin Fan already possesses the strength to kill him. The 7th Demon Lord's expression was now extremely solemn. An airplane is flying slowly in the air. This is the private helicopter of the great emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom. The emperor was sitting in a luxuriously decorated living room on the plane. Around his body were boxes of precious and rare gifts. These gifts, if left out in the open, would easily trigger a frenzy among countless people. Now, all these gifts are intended for one person. Your Majesty, is Lin Fan from the Great Qian dynasty really worth befriending? The emperor's secretary, bowing obsequiously, asked. It seems they they don't understand the emperor's actions. It's important to know that these gifts contain some exceptionally valuable items, but it could add 2 or 3 more near Kage-level powerhouses to the entire Russian nation. At that time, it would be no problem at all to raise the country's strength to a higher level. And now, all of these things must be given to Lin Fan. You really are young. The emperor shook his head. A guy who can kill both the immortal lord and the demon lord. It has reached at least the quasi-6th path level. Quasi-6th path level? Is this your trump card? The secretary was immediately puzzled. What kind of realm division is this? Isn't the highest level one can reach only be the super shadow level? The great emperor of the Bear Kingdom slowly began to explain. That's a legendary realm, said to be one that no human has ever reached, and Lin Fan actually achieved it. This shows that Lin Fan's value is above that of all mankind. If Lin Fan can come to our bear country, whatever it may be, our bear country must satisfy Lin Fan's every need. Even if he wants to be the emperor, I will give him the title of emperor. The people around, who had been keeping quiet, all gasped in shock. It's that important. Before they could even catch their breath, an alarm blared. Your Majesty, demons have invaded the northern border. The emperor's expression instantly turned serious. He stood up instantly, his aura, unique to the shadow level, suddenly burst forth. As the emperor of the Russian bear country, he was naturally also a super shadow level powerhouse. Everyone around immediately fell silent. They dared not make a sound. What level? The great emperor of the Russian bear kingdom opened the airplane door, ready to jump at any moment. Visiting Lin Fan is certainly important, but more importantly, it's about one's own country. It seems to be at the demon lord level. Upon hearing this, the entire cabin felt as if it had entered an ice cave. A terrifying shadow loomed over everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Those are the 9 leaders of the demon realm. No, it should be called the 7 greats now. However, each of these 7 demons possesses the power to destroy a capital city. The emperor of the Bear Kingdom's expression turned unusually grave. However, he still nodded. He jumped down. That voice rang in his ears again. It seems a great Qian person has appeared. The great emperor of the Bear Kingdom widened his eyes and immediately unleashed all the chakra in his body, flying towards the northern frontier. He then arrived at the northern frontier. Suddenly, a surge of powerful lightning erupted from the 7th demon lord, dazzling the entire audience. Standing in front of him was a slender young man from the great Qian dynasty. The emperor raised his eyebrows. What did he see? This is a young boy. This kid actually kicked Mochi out? A blood-red spatial rift appeared in the sky in an instant. A dark green beam of light descended from the sky. It landed on Demon 7. Lin Fan remained expressionless, calmly awaiting the bloodline burning that was similar to that in the demon realm and the immortal realm. But what Lin Fan didn't know was, just after Demon 7 summoned the power of the supreme demon god in the realm of immortals and gods, that blood-red, 9 moon-shaped moon, it unexpectedly erupted with a blood-red brilliance that ordinary people could not see. The 9 Kama jade in the middle began to rotate along fixed lines. Immediately afterwards, the 9 moon jade pendant hung on the white spatial wall of the immortal realm. The lava immortal lord, the desert immortal lord, and even the moon immortal lord were all completely unaware. The fleshy ball next to the moon immortal. Suddenly, he opened all 6 of his eyes. At some point, the eyes of this fleshy ball, which weren't part of its face, instantly transformed into the Rinnegan with 9 Tomo. Its lips curled up, coldly gazing at this realm of immortals and gods. His eyes held both longing and anxiety, but more than anything, it was a bizarre greed. I am coming back. Ignorant creatures on earth. His words were halting and hesitant, as if he couldn't speak at all. Lin Fan glanced at the emperor who had just arrived in the Russian bear country. They didn't greet me immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the 7th demon lord in front of him. The 7th demon lord's body had grown to nearly 1,000 meters long. Standing on the snow, it's like being a mountain peak standing between heaven and earth. But if you get too close, you will be struck by countless bolts of lightning. Just a simple touch. That would mean annihilation. To be honest, your move was even more imposing than the divine tree of the immortal realm. Lin Fan smiled, crossed his arms, stood on the wooden figure over 100 meters tall, and praised it lightly. It's like a senior praising a child who has made a little progress. Lin Fan now. From the perspective of the 7th demon, it was like an ant. However, Mochi dared not be careless in the slightest. His entire body was enveloped in demonic energy. A giant leg crackling with lightning suddenly kicked towards Lin Fan. With a leap, Lin Fan shattered and charred the wooden dummy beneath him with the demonic leg technique. Countless wood chips flew into the air, some even bursting into flames. After turning to ashes, it finally fell to the ground. Under the sky, although it is still snowing heavily, it is mixed with wisps of volcanic ash. Lin's parents, along with the surviving Russian officer, were already floating in midair with Lin Fan. The 3 of them were already intimidated by the terrifying aura emanating from Mochi. I was so scared that I couldn't move my whole body. Follow a wooden puppet that has no wind-up mechanism. Is this really something a human could handle? The officer muttered to himself absent-mindedly. loudly. "Lindsay, why don't you just abandon us and run away?" Overcoming her fear, Lin's mother spoke slowly and deliberately. Lin's father quickly nodded his head. Although they didn't know, when did my son become so amazing? Another bolt of lightning suddenly struck. However, the figures of the four people simultaneously blurred. Furthermore, the lightning behind them simultaneously blurred into nothingness. It eventually disappeared. "Mom and Dad, I'm fine. You go there first. It seems to be the great emperor of the Bear Kingdom." Lin Fan scratched his head and said confidently. Another bolt of lightning struck down. It was still evaded by this kind of blurring. He looked up at the sky, at that enormous head. "Because he was in front of me. It's just a piece of trash." Arcs of lightning danced at Mochi's fingertips, growing even more intense. The three of them had already appeared next to the emperor, who was already standing there. "Dude, can you take my parents away from me?" Lin Fan turned around and waved to the emperor of the Russian Bear Country. The great emperor of the Bear Kingdom was stunned. His mouth went dry. In front of this boy, he couldn't help but lower his head and nod. Then, he looked up again, gazing at the head of the seventh demon. Although they said they were looking up to him, their eyes were full of contempt. "I'll use you as a test subject. Susanoo, Great Buddha." The last four words. It exudes an extremely domineering aura. Lin's parents, including the military officers, suddenly, it appeared beside him. The emperor of the Bear Kingdom looked at the three figures that had suddenly appeared. His beard was so shocked it almost fell off. "I got goosebumps all over. Is this the genius youth who recently emerged in the Great Qin dynasty?" Rumble. He looked at the three people beside him and felt that he couldn't breathe properly. In the blink of an eye, the three of them appeared beside him. After much thought, another idea came to mind. On the contrary, Lin Fan. He remained incredibly calm at that moment. It was as if nothing had happened that caused his expression to change, even as lightning bolts cascaded down around him like waterfalls. Mochi took a deep breath, and a lightning sword capable of tearing through space shot towards Lin Fan. It seemed capable of piercing through Lin Fan's body. Kamui's abilities, ever since the deaths of the 8th and 9th princes. The entire demon realm then devoted themselves to research. After a full day of discussion among the 7 demon lords, they finally figured out how to counter the divine power. This move is the result of their research. The Thunder Sword drew a long blue bridge across the sky, spanning heaven and earth. This move can distort space. Meanwhile, Mochi's hands were not idle. Lightning balls gathered between his two palms and slammed towards Lin Fan. This creates a three-pronged attack. Gazing at the long sword rushing towards him and the slaps coming from both sides, Lin Fan simply shook his head slightly. "They're just too weak. How is this possible? Trying to confine me with space?" On his forehead, the dark green patterns resembling those of an immortal rapidly coalesced, and the Rinnegan in his eyes immediately changed form. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan instantly appeared, emitting an airy red light. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Perfect Susanoo. Like a volcanic eruption, the chakra spread out in all directions like a tidal wave. The entire snow layer surrounding his body suddenly collapsed. A colossal Buddha statue, thousands of meters tall and obscuring the sky, suddenly appeared. Countless wooden hands grow on the back of the Buddha. The Buddha statue also changed rapidly, its body gradually growing taller, eventually approaching 1,500 meters in size. Susanoo's body stood majestically in front of countless wooden hands. It is so beautiful that it makes one's heart tremble at first glance. Whether it was the lightning ball or the lightning sword, they were instantly destroyed as soon as they got close to Susanoo. The attack has completely vanished. Even the thunder that should have been flashing in the sky for Demon 7. This is just to highlight Lin Fan, Tianin of all things. Mochi's hand was instantly shaken away by this aura. That's right, just that aura alone. Mochi shouted in disbelief, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with terror. His summoning of the demon god caused his body to grow larger. It is already considered one of the largest in the entire demon realm. No one but the demon one can stand up to him. But now, standing before Lin Fan, he's missing half a head? What kind of ability do you have? Demon 7 cried out. A giant Buddha forged using would release techniques? Then, Lin Fan's own Susanoo ability was added to the mix? No. When did Lin Fan acquire the wood release ability? The great emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom stood to the side. He stared at Lin Fan's giant Buddha statue. His mind went blank, and he was completely terrified. Am I dreaming? He murmured to himself, seemingly unable to believe the sight before him. With this ability, Lin Fan could easily become a guest of honor in any country. They would relinquish their position of rulership without a single complaint. And the officer standing next to the emperor. His face was pale, his pupils were constricted, and his body looked like he was drowning. He couldn't control his muscles. Is this still human power? Is this a god? He considered himself a 6th-tier expert, having at least made outstanding contributions on the frontier. But under Lin Fan's power that could destroy heaven and earth, it's not even a crawler. And standing nearby were Lin's parents. One of them froze, staring in shock at Lin Fan's appearance. His entire field of vision was focused on Lin Fan's Susanoo. Even the head of Susanoo was covered
by high, dark clouds. It's hard to see what it really looks like. Lin's mother covered her mouth with her hand. Her little mouth opened slightly. I gave birth to this? You've given birth to a superhero, haven't you? Lin Fan felt the power beneath him. The entire body of Susanoo seemed to be filled with a terrifying sense of power. He looked down at Mochi, but in his eyes, all that remained was a compassionate pity. Behind him, thousands of large hands. Blue chakras surged forth. Surprisingly, each of those countless hands held a long blue sword. The seventh demon lord? How do you want to be destroyed? Lin Fan crossed his arms and looked down at Mochi. The head of Susanoo, with a beam of light shooting from its eyes, also looked down. Demon 7 was terrified. Their faces contorted in pain. A single word instantly surfaced in his mind. These humans are completely beyond the reach of demons and monsters. Mochi's body suddenly darted backward. Countless bolts of lightning flashed behind him. The moment this Susanoo Buddha appeared, the difference in strength and weakness is already clear, regardless of whether it's about summoning demons or any other ability. Now, Mochi finally understood why Lin Fan had killed the divine tree. If it were the strongest being in the demon realm, then the demon king would arrive. Lin Fan watched the fleeing figure of Mochi. He shook his head slightly. Can we escape? If we can escape, how could we let a demon like you get away? Lin Fan said calmly. Thousands of sword energies suddenly swept across the heavens and earth. Following that blade of energy were thousands of enormous hands. Mochi's eyes suddenly widened. Countless bolts of lightning swirled around, transforming into layers of armor. In an attempt to block Lin Fan's attack, Mochi's arm was immediately cut off. Next are the various parts of the body. In the blink of an eye, thousands of demonic fragments were split apart by Susanoo's long sword. Mochi didn't turn back at all. A blue jellyfish suddenly flew high up from his neck. Lin Fan, that's the true form of the seventh demon lord. Upon seeing this, the great emperor of the Bear Kingdom immediately spoke up to remind him. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Countless more sword energies appeared. Lin Fan, you can't kill me. The blue-glowing jellyfish of Demon 7 immediately turned around and roared at Lin Fan. The words had barely been spoken when they were uttered. The entire jellyfish was completely annihilated by Lin Fan's longsword. The chunks of flesh underneath. Lin Fan shrugged and coldly raised his hand. A terrifying whooshing sound rang out. Countless pieces of flesh and blood vanished without a trace. Amidst the heavy snow, it seemed only the breathing of the four people remained. Lin's parents held their breath, unable to catch their breath for a long time. He exhaled a faint breath. The officer seemed paralyzed by the lingering force, muttering something under his breath. The emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom's hand trembled slightly, and his pupils contracted. A pair of bright blue eyes, like blue sapphires, were suddenly filled with shock. Is this guy the genius from the Great Qian dynasty? The four of them were stunned into silence. A demon lord from the demon realm, a near 6th level powerhouse. Lin Fan actually stripped her bare like a chicken being slaughtered? You wait here for a bit, I'll be right back. Lin Fan leaped into the air, manipulating the Susanoo Buddha to extend dozens of arms. A terrifying whooshing sound immediately followed. Susanoo aimed at the spatial rift in the sky. Then, peel it open. A huge rift was suddenly torn open in the spatial rift. Immediately afterwards, his body went in on its own. They've all taken the initiative to attack. Then we need to be even more proactive. Lin Fan stared at the spatial rift, a grin spreading across his face. A blood-red world, a blood-red light illuminating the realm of demons. Under the sunlight, my skin felt a burning sensation. The 6th demon lord and the deer which stood to one side, surrounded by a large group of demons from the 1st to the 6th rank. The demons cheered with joy. This time, they emptied the entire demon realm's coffers. The purpose was to send the 7th demon lord to the Bear Kingdom and the human realm and plunder a large amount of flesh and blood. When Demon 7 returns, the demon realm, it's time for another carnival of human flesh and blood. The 6th demon lord waved his hand, but the corners of his mouth also turned up, clearly indicating that he was in a good mood. I'm afraid even Lin Fan wouldn't be able to react in time. Once we've wiped out the Russian Bear Kingdom, we'll launch a full-scale counterattack against the Great Qian dynasty. Although the demons remained silent, the demonic energy boiling over their skin surged like a tidal wave. The deer shaman stood to the side, his brows furrowed, and a ghostly blue flame flickered on the withered staff in his hand. My lord demon lord, I have a feeling that something is not right. The voice of the deer shaman drifted gently into the demon's ears. Logically speaking, the 7th demon lord has been in the human realm for several tens of minutes. But now, not even a trace of flesh and blood has been transmitted. Such efficiency is nothing like that of the 7th demon lord. Lightning release is often the most powerful and terrifying attack with the widest range. Upon hearing this, Demon 6 naturally sensed that something was amiss. 7th brother, did something happen to you over there? Mo Lu looked up and gazed at the spatial rift in the sky. A terrifying surge of chakra suddenly poured down from the spatial rift. Like a galaxy, it surged towards the demon realm. From within the spatial rift, a 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo suddenly appeared. How could I not be familiar with the 6th demon lord? Isn't this Lin Fan's ability? But why
why are there thousands of large hands behind them? How come those thousands of hands are also holding swords hundreds of meters long? How many times stronger than me?
Emolu's blood suddenly congealed, and he froze, his whole body stiffening. His eyes were wide open.
Suddenly, layers of blood burst forth from his entire body. The sixth demon lord, who controls the power of the blood sea.
1,000 years ago, this power of the sea of blood was used to drain the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is utterly heinous. The body of the sixth demon lord turned into blood and fled rapidly towards the center of the demon realm. He even abandoned the demons under his command. He can't even save his own life, yet he cares about his underlings?
The other demons beneath his feet stared wide-eyed at the spatial rift that had appeared at the edge of the sky.
It's not that they didn't want to escape.
Instead, they were completely unable to move under Lin Fan's imposing aura.
That's all? Run away from what?
Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and the dark green runes of his immortal mode between his brows remained unchanged.
The flowering tree realm has descended.
Lin Fan clasped his hands together.
Countless vines bearing vibrant flowers suddenly sprouted from all corners of the demon realm, soaring straight into the sky.
In an instant, all the demons were locked within the flower tree realm. Even the sixth demon, whose body transformed into a sea of blood and crashed into the boundary of the flower tree realm, suddenly paused.
Countless demons looked around in terror.
Some demons who can move their bodies also find that they cannot escape the realm of the flower tree. Lin Fan gazed at the scenery in all directions.
That does fit the image of the demon realm. Then, I'll do it again for your demon realm. Let's add a touch of blood.
Lin Fan suddenly raised his hands. Behind the Susanoo Buddha, countless large hands wield long swords.
In an instant, blades flashed and blue chakra erupted.
Amidst the astonished gazes of countless demons.
Starting from the demon's neck, the entire space seemed to be shifted.
Whether it's a demon hundreds of meters tall or a small demon only tens of meters tall, the countless demons hadn't even managed to utter a single scream. Even though he was constantly helping the demon realm to open the gates to the Deer Witch.
In front of Lin Fan, it was as easy as slicing a watermelon.
A few splashes. Lin Fan took his life. Lin Fan then turned his cold gaze toward the sixth demon lord, who was located at the farthest point of the flower tree realm.
Lin Fan, how dare you run to the demon realm? Are you deliberately walking into the lion's den?
Just you wait. When my eldest and second brothers arrive, you will surely die without a burial place. The sixth demon lord has returned to his original form, his massive body radiating dark green light. His face was pale, and his chakra gushed out like a spring. Clearly, they also used the method of summoning demons. He was the smallest of the 9 demon lords. Even if it's a summoned demon lord, it only reaches 200 meters.
Compared to Susanoo, it's like the difference between a hyena cub and a wild adult lion.
Lin Fan said indifferently.
Don't think I'm easy to bully.
Despite his fear of Lin Fan's power, the sixth demon lord unleashed his full power and attacked Lin Fan.
A sea of blood descends. Before Mo Lu could finish speaking,
a flash of blue light streaked past. Suddenly, Demon Six's chest split open, and red blood gushed out.
Dozens of blue lights flashed by. Dozens of sword marks were suddenly slashed across Mo Lu's body. Hundreds, even thousands of blue lights flashed by once again. The Demon Six has been completely severed. All life vanished as a result. This move.
Lin Fan scratched his head, his face now showing only a hint of disdain.
Susanoo.
All the arms of the true thousand hands were covered in a layer of blue armor.
One after another, enormous hands transformed into fists and struck at Demon Six. With each heavy blow, the sixth demon lord was completely reduced to a puddle of tomato sauce.
In the instant of his fall, all that remained in Demon Six's eyes was deep regret
and endless suffering.
Having roamed the 3 realms for many years, he, who was known as the Blood Sea Demon Lord, died at Lin Fan's hands without any ability to resist. Lin Fan's body remained standing on top of the thousand-hand Buddha's head. Lin Fan then turned his gaze deeper into the demon realm. In an instant, Lin Fan burst forth in a streak of red light.
Deep within the realm of demons,
in front of a huge palace, the first demon lord held a wine cup that was tens of meters tall. The red liquid floating inside was clearly filled with a blood-red wine. The stench of blood traveled far and wide, but it made countless demons drool with desire. The 4 demons beside him were also holding wine cups. From a distance, if you ignore their enormous size,
they are no different from the gentlemen among humans who wear tailcoats and frequent high-end shops. Mo-chi, why haven't you come back yet? Moe gazed calmly into the distance.
The Russian country has a vast terrain. If Demon 7 were to use area of effect damage, it will still take some time, roughly half a day.
The second demon lord stood to the side, green flames swirling around his body.
Yes, brother, we're waiting for good news from Demon 7. The third demon lord was clearly elated, putting down his wine glass. Even if all else fails, isn't there still old Six guarding the gate?
Upon hearing this, Moe felt a little strange,
but he calmed down and nodded. Perhaps it was because Lin Fan killed Demon 8 and Demon 9 that this happened.
These damn humans.
Thinking of this, Moe's gaze turned fierce. He wished he could immediately plunge Lin Fan into the abyss and kill him mercilessly.
My lord Demon demon lord. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. An ant-like demon came running over in a panic, shouting as it ran.
How can someone who acts so hastily accomplish great things?
With a glare, Demon 3 kicked the ant demon into the air. What is it? Report it up immediately.
The ant demon did not respond, but instead, with trembling body, took out 2 dim life tablets.
The names of Demon 7 and Demon 6 are engraved on the destiny steel.
The 5 wine glasses shattered instantly, and countless drops of blood flowed down, being sucked up by the low-level, mindless demons. The demon felt a surge of blood rushing to his heart. A surge of chakra erupted in the western part of the demon realm, and that was the place where we opened the spatial rift and entered the Russian bear country. Vines rose from the ground, firmly enveloping the entire spatial rift.
6th brother, 7th brother. Demon 1 roared, his chakra exploding instantly, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he sped off westward. The other demon lords exchanged glances and rushed forward instantly. We've only sprinted halfway.
The vines, once covered in flowers, instantly crumbled. A massive Susanoo Buddha, bearing countless arms, stands motionless like an ancient tree that has stood for millennia.
The 5 demon lords suddenly froze.
They looked at each other, gazing at the great Buddha Susanoo.
What is this thing?
The 5th demon lord murmured absent-mindedly.
He had a misconception. I don't know if this is the right feeling. This thing, he could kill himself with a single blow. Lin Fan. Only the demon reacted instantly.
You killed 4 of my brothers, you deserve to die. This aura is unrecognizable to other demons.
How could he not recognize him?
Suddenly, countless blade energies flashed across the sky. Each time a blade of energy fell, it carried with it a surge of divine power and the ability to distort space, slashing down towards the demon lords.
Moe gasped, not daring to be careless. Lin Fan's strength is undeniable.
Furthermore, Moe clearly sensed that the wood release ability had been fused into Lin Fan's Susanoo.
How on earth did this guy master so many abilities? Humans are usually only allowed to possess one bloodline limit, aren't they? Lin Fan has several types already?
Before they could think any further, the demons quickly stood in front of them.
In an instant, 5 terrifying auras rose from the ground, forming an impregnable wall of demonic chakra. Countless blade energies rained down on the formation.
The explosion was enormous and deafening. Lin Fan crossed his arms and looked down at the demons dozens of miles away. Beneath him, Susanoo continued to unleash a continuous stream of blue sword energy.
Chakra depletion? In Sage mode, the chakra from nature continuously replenishes what Lin Fan's body lacks.
Lin Fan was like a reservoir at this moment.
Water is coming in from the front. Water also flows out from the back.
One increase and one decrease mean there is no loss. To be fair, the formation composed of 5 demon lords is quite formidable.
If that's the case, Lin Fan's other eye suddenly transformed into the Rinnegan.
Lin Fan's body suddenly split into 4 shadows. The 4 shadows clapped their hands together, and Sage Mode runes appeared on their foreheads.
Susanoo, Great Buddha. 5 giant Buddha statues stand on the battlefield.
Behind them, there are countless hands and countless long swords. The moment it appeared, countless dust particles rose from the ground. Lin Fan took a deep breath and gripped 2 long swords in his hands.
The 4 shadows of the Wheel of Death stood on either side of Lin Fan.
He was also holding 2 long swords.
Wood release, top transformation Buddha, Susanoo.
The 2 words had barely left his lips. Like a sudden storm, a barrage of sword energy swept towards us.
Blue light reflected from the eyes of countless demons,
and the expressions on the faces of the 5 demon lords.
The atmosphere became unusually tense. This move is absolutely unstoppable. What kind of monster is this human? Even thousands of years ago, during the golden age of human awakening, there haven't been any such peerless geniuses, have there?
Close the spatial rift and the passage to the human world.
This newly constructed city wall instantly disintegrated.
The 5 demon lords slammed their palms into the ground.
Tens of thousands of enormous chains leaped into the sky from the horizon, climb up to the heavens.
Even the red clouds and the red sun on the horizon were firmly bound by chains.
Inside a massive ancient tomb,
Xin Zhonghua, Jiaoda, and Gao Chang's expressions suddenly changed.
Run!
A madman has closed the passage between the demon realm and the human realm. Xin Zhonghua screamed like a madman.
The entire demon realm instantly turned pitch black.
Lin Fan frowned, and his shadow and body gradually blurred.
The sword energy that had been cleaved out earlier, resembling misty rain, was completely blurred. The bodies of the 5 demon lords slowly appeared in front of Lin Fan. No, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss for me?
Lin Fan looked at them, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Seal off the demon realm.
Lin Fan had seen it in an ancient book. This ability is unique to the demon lord. It can sever the connection between the demon realm and the human realm. It will take 3,000 years to break the seal again.
And, most importantly,
it can select someone who does not belong to the demon realm and kick them out of the demon realm.
It is indeed an honor to be one of them.
Upon hearing this, the faces of the demons turned extremely ugly. Their fingers were clenched tightly. Some had ashen faces, their faces contorted with overwhelming killing intent. Some people's faces darkened, their teeth biting into into their lips, and a lot of blood dripped down. Meanwhile, Moe gripped his long sword tightly, wishing he could chop Lin Fan to pieces. And they never even considered one thing. To my surprise, a human boy appeared at my doorstep. Domination as if it were an ant. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. I won't kill you. I swear I will never be a demon. Moe's eyes darkened, a murderous intent surging within them. His voice possessed a seductive and powerful quality. It was as if countless wronged human souls were wailing within it. Lin Fan nodded immediately, expressionless. I will kill you. The murderous intent in Moe's voice remained undiminished. Lin Fan nodded again. As soon as the demon raised his hand, the red blade energy carried an aura of world-destroying power, but it pierced through Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan's body gradually became transparent. Do you think I'd get angry if an ant provoked me? 5 distinct streams of demonic chakra transformed into fierce and powerful attacks, hurtling towards Lin Fan. However, it had no effect on Lin Fan. I hope that next time we meet, you 5. No, let the entire demon realm become corpses. Lin Fan shrugged, and his body suddenly disappeared into the world of demons and monsters. Along with the 4 shadows beside him, only 5 demon lords remained. The demon took a deep breath and calmed down. His chest heaved, and his boundless anger transformed into raging flames. Lin Fan, one day, I will definitely kill you. And on the red sun in the demon realm, Qin Zhonghua and the other 2 were pale-faced. They looked helplessly at the sky, helplessly at the earth, and helplessly at each other. Which scoundrel is it? How could Demon 1 have severed the spatial connection between the entire demon realm and the human realm? Qin Zhonghua was speechless and on the verge of tears. Having spent so many years navigating the demon realm, how could they not know what this meant? Once it is blocked, not only humans can't get out, but even demons can't get out. Similarly, outsiders, except for those from the realm of immortals and gods, shouldn't even think about getting in. Qin Zhonghua, sometimes I really doubt whether your decision is the right one. Jiao De couldn't help but roll his eyes at Qin Zhonghua. They have already resolved the constraints imposed on humanity by 3 alien beings in the tomb chamber above the red sun. But I never expected it. I don't know why. All 3 of them were trapped in the demon realm. I cried out to heaven, but no one answered. I cried out to earth, but no one responded. Gao Chang put down a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War and pretended not to hear anything. It's alright, I know another way. Qin Zhonghua seemed to have made up his mind. If they can't get out, they'll have to wait at least 3,000 years in the demon realm. That's 3,000 years. By then, there won't even be any ashes left. Where? Gao Chang and Jiao De both turned their attention to Qin Zhonghua. The demon lord's palace. Inside, that alien creature once built a spatial magic array. Seeing the strange looks in their eyes, Qin Zhonghua quickly waved his hand. I saw it inside the tomb. I don't know if it's true or not. However, it seems that this is the only hope left at the moment. Qin Zhonghua added another sentence. The words had barely left his mouth when the 3 of them exchanged a glance and swallowed their saliva. But we can investigate. Who exactly caused the demon lord to sever even the connection between the demon and monster realms? Gao Chang looked up, his face solemn. They both nodded at the same time, so they turned their gaze to the earth. The earth turned transparent. They could clearly see the countless demons under the red sun. The heavy snow still created a festive atmosphere. On the snow-covered land, there was an extra clearing soaked in water. Lin Fan clapped his hands. The 4 shadows of Susanoo and the Limbo border jail instantly vanished. An airplane was already parked in front of him. Are you alright, Mom and Dad? Lin Fan smiled slightly and landed in front of his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were taken aback at first, then they stared intently at their son. He wanted to scrutinize Lin Fan so closely he could peel off a layer of skin. Just now, with the help of the great emperor of the Russian Bear Country, they already knew all about their son's illustrious resume. I don't know unless I understand. When I found out, I was quite shocked. After awakening for a day or 2, he became the leader of the renowned Akatsuki organization within the Great Qian dynasty. That's the Akatsuki organization. Although Lin's parents were in Russia, they still paid some attention to the territory of Dakian. It contains all sorts of legendary figures. When they first heard about it, they were quite taken aback. Now, the emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom has actually personally declared Lin Fan to be their leader. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Lin felt as if they were dreaming. And what's even more unbelievable is, Lin Fan actually possesses such terrifying strength, able to defeat the demon lord who has ravaged the human world for thousands of years. The series of messages almost shocked them to the point of heart failure. Mom and Dad, it really is me. Lin Fan chuckled. He opened his arms and gave the 3 of them a big hug. After a brief exchange of pleasantries about everyday matters, Lin Fan stood still consciously, like an ordinary 18-year-old boy. He had an innocent look on his face. Lin's mother pinched Lin Fan's cheek and said excitedly, "Honey, this feel must belong to our brat." Lin's mother's voice was filled with joy, excluding other factors. With her son being so outstanding, Lin's mother was naturally extremely proud. Lin's father nodded, tears welling up in his eyes. He was clearly extremely excited and happy. Just Just as the three were about to finish their chat and reminiscing, a voice rang out.
Lin Fan.
The great emperor of the Bear Kingdom rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but ask in a flattering tone. He had personally witnessed and experienced Lin Fan's strength.
Once confirmed, what's the first thing to do?
Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lin quickly stood aside. The two remained somewhat reserved in front of the great emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom. After all, the emperor is the leader of a country.
His imposing presence was naturally evident.
Anyone who sees him feels somewhat oppressed. After all, this guy is the kind of person you only see on TV or in the news. At this moment, he was actually standing alive and well in front of everyone. On the contrary, Lin Fan immediately turned around upon seeing this, his face calm and relaxed.
You are the emperor of the Bear Kingdom, aren't you?
Lin Fan gave a polite smile. After all, he had just infiltrated the demon realm himself while he was out taking care of his parents.
Someone is kind to him.
He naturally extends kindness to others as well. The great emperor of the Russian Bear did not give a direct answer. Instead, they clapped their hands. Immediately afterwards, countless soldiers dressed in fine uniforms slowly disembarked from the plane. The soldiers were holding all sorts of rare and precious treasures in their hands. The amount of chakra inside. This left countless people present speechless, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets.
Unfamiliar people, even screaming in my heart. What exactly is the emperor planning to do?
These things are the most precious treasures of the Russian Bear Country.
Then came the emperor's next words.
This immediately stirred up a huge wave of emotions in everyone present.
The emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom speaks fluent Chinese. He actually called Lin Fan brother? The crowd's gazes were now filled with disbelief and incredulity. The great emperor of the Russian Bear Country? Call Lin Fan brother? Heavenly obstruction star. It's like a dream. Countless soldiers witnessed firsthand the mighty power of the great emperor of the Bear Kingdom when he fought against the demons. Even though he is nearing 80, the awakening power of the great emperor of the Bear Kingdom has not diminished in the slightest. He is still vigorous in his old age. But now, a young man of 18, called Dakianren, is he called brother?
The atmosphere at the scene suddenly fell silent.
Countless soldiers stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Even Lin's parents covered their mouths slightly open, forming an O shape.
Lin Fan was a little embarrassed, really embarrassed.
He coughed lightly twice. Your Majesty, I've seen you on TV before, no need to be so polite.
The great emperor of the Bear Kingdom nodded solemnly, still communicating in the great Qian script.
Okay, Lin Fan.
Then, he waved his hand, signaling countless soldiers to respectfully present the gift boxes they were holding to Lin Fan.
These are gifts I'm giving to you. Countless people gasped in shock. It really was given to Lin Fan.
Many soldiers who didn't know much about Lin Fan were itching to join him. If these resources were allocated to them, they could at least advance 1 or 2 ranks. It's even quite possible that it could reach the level of a near shadow.
And now, the emperor is actually going to give it to a foreigner? Envy, admiration, curiosity, and so on. But the one thing I have the least is jealousy.
In front of Lin Fan, she couldn't even feel jealous. They lacked the courage to be jealous. Lin Fan glanced at it. These are all treasures from the land of the bear, and they can enhance the power of the awakened to a certain extent. The improvement for Lin Fan was negligible. To be honest, Lin Fan himself doesn't even know his own limits or what level he's at right now.
It might already exist. These elixirs from the mortal realm couldn't even improve his abilities.
After all, Lin Fan achieved all his success through his own hard work. Every grain is the result of hard work.
Your Majesty, just tell me what you want to say.
Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The fact that someone would give him such a treasure means they need something from him. A smile appeared on the face of the great emperor of the Bear Kingdom, and he quickly said,
Since you're so sincere, Lin Fan, I won't beat around the bush.
I originally intended to invite you to join our Russian bears. These words caused an uproar in everyone's hearts. Some people even bite their lips until they bleed, experiencing intense pain to confirm that they are not dreaming.
A personal invitation from the emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom?
However, the great emperor of the Bear Kingdom changed the subject. However, what I want to say now is to repay Lin Fan for your help this time with these gifts. After all, the demon lord invaded the Bear Country. If you were not here, the entire Russian nation would be in danger of destruction. A glint of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. This guy, he's pretty good at handling people. He truly deserves to have held such a high position for so long. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan caused the treasures held by the surrounding soldiers to suddenly twist and disappear.
This once again astonished countless soldiers with Lin Fan's abilities.
The emperor of the Russian Bear Kingdom narrowed his eyes slightly, and his respect for him rose to a new level once again.
This operation in Russia will not be counted as part of this operation. Next time, if enemies from the realm of immortals or demons come, give me a shout and I'll be right there.
Lin Fan said calmly. The emperor's sapphire pupils shot out a burst of excitement and exhilaration. Regardless of what others think,
he only felt. This time they made an absolute killing. They actually gained the support of one of the strongest beings in the human realm. Lin Fan's body hovered in midair and quickly flew flew towards Diqian. He originally wanted Lin's parents to go back with him. However, there is still some work to be done at Lin's father's company. It might take another day or two, and he considered that he was flying in the sky. So they went along with the old couple's wishes. The surrounding scenery rushed past him. If we seal off the demon realm, if it is truly as described in ancient books, at this moment, the dangers posed by demons to the human world have become completely ineffective. In other words, the focus of the battle should now shift to the conflict with the realm of immortals and gods. Just now, the Grand Elder sent him a message. The demons on the frontier, and indeed the demons of the world, have all become ethereal, presumably having returned to the demon realm. That's actually a good thing. Lin Fan was in a slightly better mood. The sun was gradually setting behind the western mountains, and the horizon was painted with a series of red clouds, like ink paintings. In a little while, we can go back and have dinner with them. Lin Fan, we've tracked down the Divine Tree's activities. Since you're back from Russia, why don't you stop by Kyoto? Lin Fan took the phone, and the voice of the Grand Elder came through. He hummed in response and then hung up. Kyoto. Lin Fan adjusted his position and flew towards Kyoto. A magnificent city came into Lin Fan's view. Lin Fan felt a pang of emotion. When I first arrived in Kyoto a few days ago, I felt that the surroundings were incredibly prosperous. Looking back now, it's all just a thing of the past. It seems like a long time has passed. He easily found the location of the meeting room. Hey, brother Bai, Uncle Gao, you guys are here too? As soon as Lin Fan entered, he saw Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde standing beside the two elders. Bai Xingjian saw him, swallowed hard, and stammered. I want to say everything. I can't say anything. Just a few days ago, Lin Fan was still a junior. Within 2 days, Lin Fan became the strongest person in the entire human realm. How dreamlike this world is. Gao Shangde naturally thought the same thing. There was just a hint of complexity in his eyes. I was talking to Lin Fan on the plane a few days ago. He was also afraid of revealing information about the realm of immortals and gods. This caused Lin Fan's Dao heart to waver, preventing him from advancing in his cultivation level. In retrospect, this idea was completely unnecessary. Damn it, Lin Fan is now capable of killing a celestial lord. Aren't you worried about him finding out about the celestial realm? It's already a miracle that he's not actively attacking the realm of immortals and gods. The two seemed a little reserved. Uncle Gao, brother Bai, let's just treat each other as ordinary people. Just think of me as the Lin Fan I knew before. Lin Fan scratched his head and smiled slightly. Lin Fan then restored the relationship between the two to normal. The most chattering one is, the two of them were desperate to join the Akatsuki organization. Lin Fan smiled inwardly and casually gave them 2 seats. They were also asked to customize a red cloud black robe for the Akatsuki organization. Consider him a guest minister. Just as the three were about to continue their conversation, the Grand Elder walked in from outside the door. Lin Fan, this is a map of the Divine Tree's trajectory. The Elder came over with a map in his hand. The Elder took a map, placed it on the table, and spread it out. It depicts a map of the entire Great Qin dynasty. The movement trajectory of the Divine Tree is clearly marked on the map with a red line. From the Sacred Mountain in the far west, we travel to Linhai City on the southeast coast. The span is that far? Lin Fan frowned. I had the reconnaissance department follow the remaining chakra of the Sacred Tree all the way to the Sacred Mountain in the west. Furthermore, the Divine Tree has the highest amount of chakra remaining there. The longest stay. The Grand Elder solemnly pointed to the Sacred Mountain and drew a striking blood-red circle around it. Sacred Mountain. Lin Fan gazed at the location of the Sacred Mountain and murmured to himself. He still remembers. Grandpa Qin and his group also seem to be from the Sacred Mountain. The sky above the Sacred Mountain. Okay, that's all. I'm hanging up now. Alright then, be careful and try to come back as soon as possible. Luo Mingjia's worried voice came through the phone. Yes, we must listen to Sister Meng Dai. Don't overwork yourself. Once you're done with work, be sure to come back and rest. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Qingke each gave a few words of concern and advice. Yes, let's investigate first. If we can get back sooner, we definitely will. Lin Fan hung up the phone at his villa and sighed softly. The sun before us seemed to have completely sunk behind the mountains. A bright moon hangs in the dark sky. Lin Fan suggested that they have a meal together first, eat something, and get acquainted with each other. After all, apart from the members of the Akatsuki organization, there were only Chen Hao, Xiao Xiao, and Shi Qingke. With Meng Dai in charge, Lin Fan could rest assured. The higher they flew, the more biting the cold wind became. Majestic snow-capped mountains came into view. Lin Fan knew they had arrived at their destination. According to what the map points to, it's probably at the summit of the Sacred Mountain. Snow fell all around. Lin Fan frowned, gazing at the highest, most towering point. Originally, under the Grand Elder's arrangement, the reconnaissance team was supposed to go straight up to the Sacred Mountain by using the residual chakra of the Sacred Tree. However, we had only reached the halfway point of the mountain. The reconnaissance troops were blocked by a tremendous force and could not move an inch. That's why Lin Fan was so eager to come here. The Master of the Divine Tree wants to break the seal. It's probably one of the three Otsutsuki who came to Earth. This is really troublesome. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes darted around, and with a leap, landed steadily on the snow-capped mountain. Fully unleash your senses. At the summit of Mount Kailash, there appears to be a device that interferes with signals. Lin Fan's senses couldn't reach that area at all. Lin Fan cautiously surveyed all directions again. Are there no other living things? Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and his body suddenly contorted. Lin Fan suddenly appeared at the summit of the sacred mountain. The snow on the mountaintop had long since melted into babbling brooks. The stream strangely formed a loop. In the center of the ring road, a thriving tree sapling is being nurtured. The tree buds are dotted with green. A surge of vibrant life force, formed from chakra water, erupted from the tree bud. Lin Fan frowned and raised his hands. A wooden wall formed around his body. This chakra actually corroded Lin Fan's wooden wall. Lin Fan's pupils contracted, and he already had many guesses in his mind. Beneath these tree buds lies the sealed master of the divine tree. No wonder the first place the divine tree arrived at in the human world was the divine mountain. However, this guy seems to be at odds with the other immortal lords. He recalled the various scenes of fighting the divine tree with him. It seems that the divine tree wants to package its kin into a grand gift and present it to its master. The divine tree's power was insufficient. That's why they're recruiting me. Although they didn't recruit anyone, they didn't get a mass kill. But this also indirectly highlights this fact. Lin Fan shook his head. His eyes were almost squinted into a slit. The skeleton of Susanoo fiercely wrapped around his body. Two pairs of blue arms, each over 10 meters long, gripped two long swords and slashed fiercely at the tree buds. Let's try this thing first and see how it performs. The tree buds suddenly burst forth with sparks. Not even a white mark was left. It seems this guy did come up with some tricks. Can't break through the defenses? Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's abilities were put to use one after another. Lin Fan conducted the tests one by one. It caused virtually no damage to the buds. Even the slightest surface damage is difficult to prevent. Until the time when Kamui was tested. The tree buds also unusually utilized the technique of blurring to defend themselves. Lin Fan was suddenly taken aback. The place where it grows seems to be a separate space. Lin Fan took a few photos and sent them to the Grand Elder. Take a look and see if you can find this tree bud in ancient books. It cannot be destroyed. I reckon it's a seal on that alien creature, a member of the Otsutsuki clan. However, I don't know what this seal is. The Grand Elder, who was far away in Kyoto, saw the picture. His brows suddenly furrowed. This thing looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He responded immediately. I'll go to the library right now and give instructions. It seems that the late emperor left behind some information about this. Lin Fan looked away, replied with an and turned off his phone. He glanced at the buds. Since it can't be destroyed, I still need to go back first. If we go back now, we might be able to make it to the banquet. However, he was just about to take a step. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere above the tree bud. Inside the spatial rift was a pristine white space. Inside, there were 5 small, glowing spheres of various shapes floating in the air. The other ball, however, was completely dark. A glint of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Isn't this the realm of immortals and gods? In the realm of immortals and gods, the lava immortal lord returned to the lava domain with a furious expression. A volcanic area spanning hundreds of miles. Volcanic ash was everywhere. Hot magma often erupts from the earth, forming columns of water. Lava dripped from his skin onto the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. Lord Immortal Lord, why is the Immortal Lord so angry? They had only just returned to the lava field. The two bloodline lords immediately surrounded him with fawning expressions, like dogs, and hurriedly inquired about the lava Immortal Lord's well-being. When the lava Immortal Lord saw the two humans, he was immediately enraged. The deafening sound made the entire lava field tremble. The two bloodline heirs, pale-faced and filled with fear, knelt down. His head was banging repeatedly, making loud thuds. Lin Fan, you deserve to die. How dare they provoke the realm of immortals and gods like this? If you hadn't stopped me, I would have torn Lin Fan to pieces. How dare a mere human be so presumptuous? They even dared to kill the Immortal Lord. This is utterly lawless. The lava Immortal Lord's expression was extremely grim. With a powerful wave of his hand, a ball of lava shot out. It shattered the distant, dark mountains into dust. This left the two bloodline heirs even more bewildered. Judging from the name, it sounds like humans, an inferior species? No, how could a mere human possibly anger the Immortal Lord? One of the bloodline beings immediately stood up and bowed to the lava Immortal Lord. My Immortal Lord, is Lin Fan not just a lowly human from the mortal realm? I can descend to the mortal realm in place of the Immortal Lord and kill him with my own hands. Let's calm down the anger in the heart of the Immortal Lord. One of the bloodline disciples had a wide smile on his face, rubbing his hands together, looking obsequious and ingratiating. The lava Immortal Lord immediately snorted coldly. A massive arm slapped against his body. The blood flowing through the human body suddenly exploded in large patches. In the eyes of this bloodline, only one
emotion remained.
Immortal lord, why did you kill me?
A mouthful of blood spurted from Shui Yin's mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief.
Who do you think you are? Did I tell you to get up? Now, I feel nauseous whenever I see a human. A surge of magma erupted around the lava immortal lord's body. As if possessing its own consciousness, it forcefully poured into every orifice in Shui Yin's body, like a watermelon with a water pipe inserted into it. Instantly took down the castle. The lava immortal lord then turned his gaze to another bloodline. The other bloodline was so frightened that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. The fear of death gradually began to ripple in his heart. The lava immortal lord raised his arm, his eyes filled only with contempt for Shui Yin. If Lin Fan were to ever come to the immortal realm, I would be the first to send him to hell.
The lava immortal lord's words were extremely domineering, and his killing intent erupted. A massive claw of magma was about to slam down on the young man Shui Yin's head. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. His pupils suddenly contracted. What, you say? Whom should we send to hell? Lin Fan's body slowly appeared in front of him.
He was thin and wore a long robe.
With her jet black hair flowing down, she stepped onto the lava-strewn ground without sustaining any harm.
Lin Fan, how did you get to the immortal realm?
The lava immortal lord frowned. He lowered his palm, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. It was as if they had witnessed something strange.
The realm of immortals and gods is different from the realm of demons and the human realm.
If there were no immortal chakra or humans with the bloodline of an immortal lord,
none of them could stay here for long.
The most unexpected thing happened. Lin Fan, who personally killed the immortal lord of the divine tree.
They've appeared in the realm of immortals and gods? Do I need to tell an ant like you how I came to the realm of immortals and gods?
Lin Fan said indifferently.
It seems like they've gotten used to saying it.
These words, however, sounded like a thunderclap to the ears of the bloodline youth. We need to puncture his eardrums. The young Shui Yin didn't even care about the fear he had just felt when he was about to be killed by the immortal lord. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of emotion surged within him. His eyes widened in disbelief.
How dare this human call the immortal lord an ant? A single immortal lord could easily destroy the mortal realm. This guy, is he looking for death?
A slight smile curved the corners of his mouth.
He looked around. This is a realm of immortals and gods filled with their chakra.
It's unknown how much higher the concentration is compared to that in the human world. The immortal lord they cultivated was far too useless. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his brows furrowed, as if he had discovered a truth.
At this moment, he could feel it with absolute clarity. The location of the immortal realm is actually above the human realm.
The immense amount of chakra possessed by the immortal realm stems from
the human world is constantly absorbing. This absorption likely began thousands of years ago.
This is why the once prosperous human world gradually declined. Reaching this point signifies the pinnacle of the transcendental realm.
A sound of magma erupting rang out.
The body of the lava immortal lord suddenly seemed to want to transform into a scorching mass of magma. It sprayed towards Lin Fan.
I've arrived in the realm of immortals and gods? Did you think you were still in your human world? Let me avenge the divine tree.
The young man Shui Yin standing to the side felt a huge, thunderous buzzing sound in his brain. You must understand, as blood descendants, they are merely servants of the immortal lord, and they don't even have the chance to go out. Naturally, they were unaware of the divine tree's death.
You tell me, this human before me killed the immortal lord of the divine tree? This is a celestial lord.
A celestial lord with near 6 paths strength. The young man stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't even have time to catch his breath. How could a human possibly possess the power to kill a celestial lord?
Is the lava immortal lord joking? To his utter astonishment, another scene unfolded.
His pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Fan's figure twisted, and he dodged the lava immortal lord's attack.
With lightning speed, it appeared before the lava immortal lord.
A black rod was inserted into the head of the lava immortal lord.
Then the second one, the third one, and the 10th one.
The lava immortal lord's entire body was impaled on the ground by this force.
The lava immortal lord roared to the heavens.
But his mouth was also penetrated by a large black rod. All the chakra in his body was suddenly restrained, and not a single bit could leak out.
How could a human be so fast?
The young man, Shui Yin, almost bit his tongue off.
What brought him to the realm of immortals and gods? Isn't it precisely to shed the inferior status of human, absorbing the bloodline and refining the supreme chakra of the immortal realm to strengthen oneself? And now, there's actually a human being capable of doing this?
The young Shui Yin felt as if he were in a dream.
The lava immortal lord was startled and tense.
When I saw Lin Fan fighting the divine tree at dawn, that speed is clearly impossible.
Could it be that they were still hiding this morning?
Lin Fan gently shook his head, his rinnegan flashing. He clasped his hands together, and dark green runes appeared on his face.
Sage art would release Bright God Gate. In another instant, many members of the Mingxian sect fell from the sky. It was sealed off on the lava immortal lord's limbs. Just 2 moves. They haven't even had a chance to use their elemental transformation abilities yet.
Lin Fan looked down at the lava immortal immortal lord lying on the ground. I feel that perhaps.
Shall I just kill you?
Lin Fan snorted coldly, and the skeleton of Susanoo once again surrounded him, while a long sword suddenly fell down. The lava immortal lord's body suddenly split into 4 pieces, and his life force dissipated.
As for you?
Lin Fan then turned his attention to the young man with the bloodline. The young man with the bloodline suddenly felt a shiver run through his body, a chill running from his feet to his head. It caused his blood to suddenly freeze and stiffen. They're absolutely devilish. Even the lava immortal lord, who bestowed power upon them, the lava immortal lord of bloodline 6.
A demon that can be killed. Don't kill me. I am human. I am human. I am your kin. I have hunted demons before. I am also human.
The young man with the bloodline burst into tears, kneeling on the ground and pleading desperately. When you speak, be as sincere as possible. I hope Lin Fan will have mercy and spare his life. His body suddenly stopped. A flash of blue light streaked past.
Blood dripped onto the ground.
The intense heat caused it to emit plumes of white mist.
Who said I'm your brother? A lackey.
Lin Fan shook his head and gave a cold smile.
Playing the emotional card? What kind of nature does this person who received the bloodline of the immortal lord possess? How could he not know?
Lin Fan shrugged, raised an eyebrow, and scanned the lava sphere from all sides.
He sensed that the lava sage's chakra had not completely dissipated,
and it is slowly gathering.
Countless streams of lava flowed across the land. He's not dead yet. Lin Fan's muttering seemed to cause the earth to hum. A distant volcano suddenly erupted, shooting skyward like a demon being born. Within this enormous lava pillar, a human figure, 1,000 meters tall, gradually solidified. The head of the figure was, in fact, the head of a bull. However, the empty spaces such as the mouth and eyes were filled with flames. On its head, 2 enormous horns, resembling those of a bull-like demon, sprouted.
His arms and legs were covered in blood-red muscles that bulged like dragons, and his cracked skin was engraved with strange and twisted runes.
From a distance, it seems to completely distort one's spirit, the true form of the lava immortal lord.
Then, streams of molten chakra rose up.
Like chains from the demon realm, they sealed off the entire lava domain. Not a single drop of chakra can leak out.
The Minotaur looked down at Lin Fan from its high position. His eyes were filled with unspeakable mockery and sarcasm. It was as if he could kill Lin Fan anytime, anywhere. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come to the realm of immortals and gods.
Don't you know, in my field, I, the divine ox, am invincible. The divine ox roared to the sky, its bellow so loud it could shatter eardrums. The divine ox sneered, its heart naturally brimming with confidence. Within his domain, chakra can be replenished indefinitely, as long as the lava ball doesn't break. His life, too, is endless. Chakra is incredibly versatile. Previously, it was merely to test Lin Fan's true abilities. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan actually dared to pin him to the ground. He's not a divine tree.
His bloodshot eyes were brimming with murderous intent. I specifically sealed off the chakra around me.
What, you want to kill me all by yourself?
Lin Fan remained expressionless, his demeanor unchanged.
You guessed right. The divine ox nodded in satisfaction.
The fiery red claws rose, carrying extremely hot magma, and streaked across the sky with a trail of flames. It slammed down on Lin Fan's position.
I want it. I'll kill you myself.
The boundless magma had transformed the entire lava field into a dazzling fireball. It shines brightly throughout the entire realm of immortals and gods.
What is this lava doing? In the realm of the moon immortal lord frowned. Are you exercising? But it seems that exercising doesn't have to make such a big fuss, does it?
Or perhaps, thinking of this, the moon immortal lord's pupils suddenly dilated.
Could something have happened? Within the lava field, the lava immortal lord has completely transformed into a minotaur.
On either side of his body, a pair of massive lava claws suddenly appeared, exuding power. His claws slammed down instantly, slamming Lin Fan's small body completely to the ground.
The earth shook violently. Lava erupted. The divine ox raised its arm, its palm embedded in the earth, and disappeared into the ground dozens of meters away. Not dead? The divine ox's eyes narrowed to slits.
Beside the palm print, Lin Fan stood slenderly, his expression indifferent.
Compared to the divine tree, you are much weaker.
Lin Fan commented casually.
Mentioning the sacred tree only fueled the divine ox's anger. The flames burning all over its body shot up to tens of feet high. Divine tree, heh, if it were to enter my domain, I would still slaughter it just the same.
When you sparred with the divine tree, you only won because you had more chakra. The realm of the immortal lord in the immortal god realm, forged by absorbing thousands of years of chakra. And this is a natural lava field. The sacred ox has been polished for countless years.
If he were to fight other immortal lords or demon lords in his domain, the divine ox dares to guarantee that it will not lose to any of them.
As he spoke, his eyebrows were raised, revealing a terrifying murderous intent, but also a hint of smugness. Lin Fan frowned, and smiled with a hint of amusement.
So, he was a defeated opponent of the divine tree? I was wondering, why is your strength so weak?
Another earth-shattering palm strike landed on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's body twisted for a moment, and the next moment he was standing on the back of the divine bull's paw.
Shall I replenish your chakra using the entire domain? No wonder it can last for so long.
The divine ox slapped Lin Fan with its right hand. The intensity of his hatred and the sheer force of his blows shattered his own hand. Lin Fan, however, moved with surprising agility, following the arm of the man and walking straight up. The divine bull gritted its teeth, and the lava erupted again, the scorching temperature seemingly intended to burn Lin Fan to a crisp.
In the lava domain, my chakra can seal your power. I am immortal.
The words of the divine ox resounded throughout heaven and earth.
Lin Fan ignored it. It seems that the sacred cow did not hear a word it said. It seems they don't take the sacred ox seriously at all.
Then, following his arm, they climbed up towards his head. With each step, a black rod pierced towards the body of the divine tree.
You want to seal my chakra? Before I fought you, I thought you had some skill. I never expected their strength to be so low. Lava wrath of the heavens. The sacred cow became even more furious at this attitude.
A surge of chakra, as powerful as a mountain, suddenly erupted from his skin. The bull's head and body had completely transformed into a human torch. A human-shaped charred body suddenly fell from mid-air. It fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces. It seems that he is already dead. Ha ha ha, a mere human being, nothing more than killing the divine tree in the mortal realm.
How dare they come to the realm of immortals and gods? Utterly ignorant. The sacred bull crossed its arms over its chest, its body trembling with excitement.
The so-called Lin Fan had actually been killed by him. Unexpectedly, the other immortal lords were so afraid of Lin Fan. In the realm of immortals and gods, he is at best just a slightly larger piece of trash.
Now that I think about it carefully.
The divine bull looked inward at the veins pierced by the black rod inside its body and shook its head. This guy went to great lengths to seal off my meridians.
What is wrong with this world?
The divine bull scoffed. It is indeed sealed off, but
I'm dead too.
At this point, the divine bull was no longer able to use any of its abilities. A strange and eerie feeling suddenly welled up in the divine ox's heart. Logically speaking, when a human dies, the chakra rods left in the body should also disappear. Based on the footage of his battle with the divine tree,
it doesn't seem that stupid, does it?
It's as if something is amiss, deep down. No, we have to get rid of the black rod right away. The divine bull immediately tried to unleash all the chakra in its body to break through the black rod's blockade.
A deafening roar erupted from the outside of the lava field. Like a thunderclap, a loud hum resounded.
The magma surrounding the lava field, resembling chains, was instantly obliterated by millions of crescent-shaped blades of energy.
The divine ox looked around in utter horror. It could be seen in 8 directions around the lava ball.
The 1,500-meter-tall Susanoo statues have all been erected. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly appeared.
Without any warning, behind them are countless hands wielding blue broadswords.
His face was filled with utmost devotion.
8 pitying gazes converged on the lava immortal lord. It seems like they are watching a monkey in the 5-finger mountain.
At this point, even someone as dense as him would realize what was happening. He glanced sharply at the charred Lin Fan. This Lin Fan has become like a piece of wood. In other words, Lin Fan, who had just fought him for half a day, was actually his clone. An overwhelming sense of fear suddenly spread through his mind. Lin Fan, who was so powerful before,
it was just a wooden clone. It should be noted that the divine ox clearly sensed this Lin Fan.
In terms of chakra strength and quantity, he is by no means inferior to him.
And now, it turns out to be just Lin Fan's clone?
The Susanoo statues all around had their arms raised. The sharp, long blade reflected a piercing light. The sheer size of his body exuded an aura that crushed him by countless feet.
So, you're saying you want to kill me?
8 Lin Fans stood atop the Susanoo Buddha, arms crossed, grinning, and speaking in unison.
Isn't that funny? I bet you find it ridiculous too, don't you?
A glimmer of light bursting from his eyes. There were no complicated emotions. A kind of indifference that shows no pity even for crushing an ant.
The divine ox tried to lift itself up and run away.
His chakra was already firmly controlled by the chakra rods.
Unable to move an inch. It was all a scheme by this human in front of me. Help me.
The divine ox was terrified and shouted towards the heavens, towards the realm of immortals and gods.
He looked around at the Susanoo Buddha, his red face filled with fear and despair. How could someone be so strong? Is this even human?
The divine ox has roamed the 3 realms for tens of thousands of years.
He once followed the Otsutsuki clan. I've seen countless terrifying people.
Yet deep down, there still remains a fierce spirit that fears nothing.
He could actually sense the scent of death emanating from this boy. This is unprecedented throughout history.
Lin Fan, if you dare kill me, you will surely die here.
The divine ox shook its head in disbelief. Shock, astonishment, regret.
A sudden surge of emotions welled up within me. The enormous sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire realm of immortals and gods. The 4 celestial masters all felt this aura, and their chakra of different colors burst forth. Their bodies instantly floated not far from the lava ball. A terrifying pressure then swept out from the other 4 realms of the immortal gods.
Lin Fan, stop right there. Desert, billion sands, death sentence. You brat, how dare you cause trouble here? Ice and snow, freeze space. Supergravity, gravity hammer. Moon escape, mirror reversal.
reversal. The four immortal masters' expressions changed drastically at the same time. They surged forth from beneath the domain, unleashing Bloodline's most terrifying skill to date. If humans thousands of years ago had seen this, they were absolutely horrified. It should be known that each of the four immortal lords could cause a great stir in the three realms. Countless people yearn day and night to obtain even 1/10 of its power. And gods and immortals are naturally considered the noblest beings. Thousands of years ago, it was considered the belief of countless people, and now, they've even disregarded their reputation. They all attacked a single human. Lin Fan, however, remained calm and composed. Tens of thousands of sonic booms from the slashing blades resounded like a storm. The thing I want to kill. You can't stop them. Imperial armor drew several thousand hands. Susanoo, kill God. Tens of thousands of blue sword lights burst forth brilliantly throughout the entire immortal realm. The blazing blade, like a crescent moon, exploded towards the divine bull. The lava ball was suddenly and completely blasted apart by the blade energy. The lava immortal lord has lost his reliance. The sacred bull stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Only one emotion remained in his eyes. In an instant, the lava sphere collapsed and dimmed. The lava field, which the divine bull had cultivated for thousands of years, has completely faded into obscurity. Lava flowed in streams, creating a rain of blood. It fell to the ground in a light drizzle. The lava immortal lord, who has reigned for millennia, the divine ox. How dare Lin Fan be killed in the realm of immortals and gods? The eyes of the four immortal masters widened in anger at the same time. They never imagined Lin Fan actually dared to infiltrate the realm of immortals and gods. Furthermore, after infiltrating the realm of immortals and gods, he personally killed their fellow citizens. Lin Fan is simply trampling on their dignity. In an instant, the chakra power they unleashed, it reached an incredibly terrifying level. For terrifying attacks, like a tsunami sweeping across the sky. Instead, Susanoo's lips gradually curved upwards. There were even 8 Lin Fans standing on it. Who are you, you petty scoundrel? How dare you be so insolent before me? Suddenly, 8 enormous wings sprouted from behind the 8 Susanoo Buddhas. The 8 Susanoo Buddhas suddenly flew up. The long sword in his hand fell once more. Countless flashes of sword light passed by, and the space of the immortal realm seemed to be cleaved into thousands of pieces. The space itself began to shatter. These streaks of blue blade energy, it shattered the full force attack from the immortal lord. The shockwave generated by the tremor, it actually caused the remaining 4 realms of the entire immortal god realm to retreat in all directions. The sword's sharpness and power remain undiminished, still possessing the imposing presence of 1,000 troops. Moon, the desert immortal lord cried out in a panic. If this attack lands, before the bloodline is ignited, the victim will either die or be severely injured. This is no joke. Immortal god, spatial rift. The moon immortal lord took a deep breath and slammed his hands together. In the boundless white light, one crystal moon after another rose. Under the moonlight, the entire realm of immortals and gods was transformed into pitch black. An aura of decay and death rose up. The space between the realm of immortals and gods and the human realm has been severed once again. It's like the realm of demons. Kill Lin Fan. A terrifying killing intent erupted from the eyes of all 4 immortal lords. At most, Lin Fan is the real body. However, as soon as this idea took hold, the eyes of the gods opened wide once more. Before my eyes, the Susanoo Buddha was getting smaller and smaller. Lin Fan's momentum continued to decline. An answer that terrified, shocked, and made them unable to believe it. It immediately came to mind. This is a clone? The moon immortal lord exclaimed in astonishment. 7 of the 8 Lin Fans turned into white mist with a bang. 7 pieces of wood fell to the ground. Only Lin Fan remained. The god's expressions turned extremely grim. It's practically dripping with water. If the ground is composed of magma, it can be extinguished with ease. The power that was unleashed was so terrifying. These are 8 strange Susanoo. It was just Lin Fan's clone? They've been fighting so hard for so long? It turns out it was just a backup plan? Lin Fan floated down from the sky, clapping his hands and raising the corners of his mouth as if to encourage him. They're pretty strong, to be honest. It almost shattered my clone. Keep up the good work next time. Try to take down one of my clones by yourself. Patches of skin were peeling off Lin Fan's skin. The dark green wood veneer with its distinct veins gradually came into view. Clearly, this body is also just a wooden clone. The immortal lords remained silent, but the resentment in his eyes was completely undisguised. The face of the immortals and gods. In just one day, it was hit hard, with loud thuds. Not only were they infiltrated into the realm of immortals and gods, 2 immortal lords were even killed by him. And yet, revenge is still elusive. Their energy is still at least a day away from fully opening the human realm. But only one person can go down at most. Tell me, who can defeat Lin Fan single-handedly? Lin Fan's current combat prowess is no less than that of any of them. Even if it's any 2, any 3, I'm afraid they can all handle it easily, right? Even so, they still stubbornly insisted on speaking. Lin Fan, I'll let you have your little trick today, and let you kill the divine bull. The next time you come to the realm of immortals and gods, I will surely make you die in the endless desert. The desert immortal lord clenched his fists, and sand gathered all over his body. A crisp, loud slap suddenly rang out. A blurry figure seemed to appear before the desert immortal lord. Raise your hand, turn your head. The figure that could only be sensed disappeared. The desert immortal lord stood frozen in place, looking exactly like a corpse. I got slapped in the face by a human? For a long time, he was unable to recover from his shock. Lin Fan's other ability. How dare a human be so arrogant? The temperature around the ice and snow immortal lord seemed to drop by a degree. Her face and eyelashes were covered with fine white frost. The moon immortal lord gazed silently at Lin Fan. The supergravity immortal lord rubbed his cheek, refusing to utter a word. Asshole. At this moment, the desert immortal lord finally realized what was happening. Countless golden grains of sand rose into the air. It formed a huge maw with fangs and lunged at Lin Fan. I had a lot of fun with you guys this time. Looking forward to seeing you again. Lin Fan has completely turned into wood. The desert immortal lord's giant maw attack missed its mark. Everyone watched coldly, but in his heart, he was plotting how to kill Lin Fan. Damn it, damn it. The desert immortal lord wished he could kill Lin Fan immediately. The hatred, as deep as a chasm, almost solidified into something tangible. Once I kill Lin Fan, I will make sure to take down all of Lin Fan's relatives. A blue blade of light tore through space. The head of the desert immortal lord fell off with a thud. His eyes, however, were filled with horror and shock. The immortal lords felt a lump in their throats, their pupils contracted, and they fell silent as if trembling with fear. Until Lin Fan's chakra completely disappeared in the immortal realm. The immortals finally managed to catch their breath. Who knows where another shadow that Lin Fan couldn't perceive might suddenly appear. We're together. Let's do a general search of various places in the realm of immortals and gods. The moon immortal lord spoke slowly. This statement resonated with the other immortal lords. In the realm of immortals and gods, as long as their domains remain, their bodies and souls will never perish. To be suddenly slashed. It always makes you feel a chill run down your spine from your feet to your head, right? The body of the desert immortal lord suddenly recovered. In an instant, their figures vanished together. What no one noticed was, in the sky, on that red, nine-tomo moon, a fleshy ball that often stands in the realm of the moon. It was already floating in it. All 6 eyes on his body were lost in a state of utter fascination. Greed, excitement, exhilaration. It stretched out a pair of chubby hands. It pointed to the lava domain that had been shattered by the lava immortal lord's divine bull. On the ground, wriggling insects slowly appeared. Open its tiny mouth parts. They were sucking on the delicious corpse of the lava immortal lord. Even if it has been cut into countless pieces, it's finally coming. The fleshy ball on the red moon roared to the sky. Lin Fan regained his composure. The shadow pierced through space and suddenly returned to his body. And at this moment, there is a spatial crack on the tree bud. Ultimately, it all turned into nothingness. I never imagined the realm of immortals and gods would be like this, but you is quite clever. They actually severed the spatial connection directly. Otherwise, we'll kill all the immortal lords as well. Perhaps the human world will usher in a completely new era. Lin Fan muttered to himself. I glanced at the tree buds. Let's come back and investigate again tomorrow. Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry, although it is unclear how a spatial rift appeared above this tree bud. But, at least he killed a celestial lord. One by one, the vines rose into the air. It completely enveloped the sacred mountain. Lin Fan then created dozens more clones, which were stationed around the sacred mountain. If there is any unusual activity, the memory can be transmitted to him immediately. Impossible. A wooden dragon, aided by the moonlight, charged forward with great force. Countless people only noticed a violent whooshing sound as it pierced the air. It turned out to be a wooden dragon. They couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Only a small number of people of high status involuntarily held their breath and concentrated. Only then can it be recognized at a glance. Isn't this exactly the ability of Lin Fan, the leader of the Akatsuki organization? This amount of chakra. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on my heart. On the way back to Linhai City, Lin Fan stood atop the imposing dragon head. Her jet black hair fluttered in the cold wind. So, this bud seems to be some kind of seal? Lin Fan's first thought actually fell on the divine tree in that ninja world that was extremely connected to the Ten Tails. But it doesn't seem so. Yes, that's what the ancient books say. The elders solemnly responded over the phone. After all, this concerns the lives of the entire human world. As for the demon realm and the immortal realm on Earth, they are irrelevant to them. I'll go get it checked again tomorrow. And bring me the ancient books while you're at it. Lin Fan responded. Lin Fan's body appeared in front of a dimly lit villa. I've been so busy today. Finally, I can take a break. Chen Hao was dumbfounded. Not only was he dumbfounded, but his entire family was also dumbfounded. It's only been a few days? A few days have passed. A second-year student who awakened his powers inexplicably transformed into a Super King-level powerhouse? Even above the Grand Elder. Is it yours, or the leader of Akatsuki? The leader of the Akatsuki organization who saved the Great Qian Dynasty?
dynasty from peril in just a few days? To be honest, they were so shocked they were speechless, especially seeing that there were strong members of the Akatsuki organization who provided strong assistance when the Divine Tree invaded Linhai City this morning. The entire Chen family was filled with immense respect for the decision made by the family head. Even Chen Hao became spirited. What, Lin Fan? That's my brother Lin, understand? He's my boss. The powerful figures I'm clinging to, tell me, aren't they big enough? So, after receiving Lin Fan's invitation, he decisively came alone. As soon as the villa's gate was pushed open, he was stunned into silence for a moment. Inside the villa, a large wooden table was set up, laden with all sorts of delicacies. Seated around this table are several Kage-level powerhouses. The Six Paths of Pain, a household name on television, or the newly emerged Itachi Uchiha, Deidara, and others. Their eyes all turned to him, although he didn't have any malicious intent to kill. But the aura of a powerful figure contained in his eyes made Chen Hao, a mere nobody, tremble with fear. Brother Lin's men. Is it all this terrifying? Any one of them would be more than qualified to be the ruler of some small country, right? He almost bit off the back of his tongue. Fortunately, Su Xiaoxiao knew he was coming, so she came down and invited him to another table in the villa. They only greeted Su Xiaoxiao, Shi Linke, and the host Luo Mengdai. Lin Fan pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he entered, he noticed that almost everyone was staring at him. Looking at the dishes on the table that had gone cold, Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless. Actually, you don't have to wait for me, you can eat first. The members of the Akatsuki organization nodded, but no one touched their chopsticks. Alright, let's eat. Lin Fan scratched his head. This was specially prepared for you by the Grand Elder. There were 12 people, but 36 dishes were served. The Grand Elder summoned all the most famous chefs in the country to Linhai City to serve the entire Akatsuki organization. The Grand Elder has arranged a house for each of you, so you won't have to sleep in the Divine Might space tonight. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show their delight. Thank you, Chief. Hee, I've wanted to live outside for a long time. It seems there's a reason why that elder was able to rise to such a high position. Looks like I need to be more careful when I'm working with clay. Everyone started talking at once. The atmosphere immediately opened up. If given other options, no one would want to live in that vast but desolate Divine Might space. Lin Fan smiled slightly, turned around, and walked inside. Luo Mengdai and her two companions, along with Chen Hao, were all inside. Brother Lin, you're finally back. Chen Hao walked over with a bitter expression and a bewildered look, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. You probably have no idea how terrifying I was when I came in. That heavenly Tao, that Uchiha Itachi. As he said this, Chen Hao's voice grew softer and softer, and his face became increasingly flustered. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. The three women also started laughing. Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her voice like the sound of a bell. Shi Linke slightly raised her eyebrows and rested her hands on her legs. Luo Mengdai smiled with her dimples, clearly amused by the sight. Luo Mengdai stared intently at Lin Fan. Thanks a lot. Su Xiaoxiao placed the bowl of rice in front of him. You've been running around all day, come and eat. Shi Linke nodded, but she gently pulled the chair out. Chen Hao seemed to realize his predicament, and quickly scratched his head and backed away. Suddenly, Lin Fan's dormant heart blossomed. There was that kind of atmosphere. To be able to protect such a world, it is definitely worth it. Luo Mengdai covered Lin Fan's chest with her hand. Really, don't work so hard. You need to rest when you need to. Her face was full of worry. During this period, he followed Lin Fan almost everywhere. Whether it is a person from the realm of immortals or a demon who comes to invite them, Lin Fan can be considered a role model of our time. They kept running around, east and west. Luo Mengdia's expression tightened even more after hearing that Lin Fan had traveled back and forth between the immortal realm and the god realm. As Lin Fan recounted his story, my heart was stirred with waves of emotion. When Luo Mengdai learned that Lin Fan had entered using a clone, she gave Lin Fan a small punch. She quickly realized what was happening. So, you mean today, they killed 2 immortal lords? And 2 demon lords? Luo Mengdai stared in astonishment, speechless. Lin Fan originally thought that killing the Divine Tree would be his limit. Unexpectedly, in just half a day, Lin Fan had already killed 2 more top figures who dominated the 3 realms. This matter, does the Grand Elder know? Luo Mengdai looked at him. I don't think I know. Elder, have all the demons on the frontier vanished? Elder, the rift in the immortal realm above Kyoto seems to have disappeared too? Elder, this is extremely strange. Messages arrived rapidly. After Gao Shangda and Bai Xingzhan finished reporting the news, he walked out with a puzzled look on his face. They also had no idea what was going on. They have been fighting against demons for decades, and now, are they voluntarily withdrawing their troops? And they've even disappeared without a trace on the frontier? This is unlike the usual practices of the demon realm. The Grand Elder looked at these messages and fell into deep thought. I don't know either. Could it be some kind of conspiracy from the demon realm? The Elder muttered to himself. After all, inexplicably, the realms of immortals and gods and the realms of demons simultaneously closed their passages
challenges to the human world.
Wasn't Lin Fan supposed to be going to kill the divine tree and stop the 7th Demon Lord's operation against the Bear Country today? Logically speaking, neither side should be furious. Then they launched a full-scale attack on the human realm? So it's gone now? A phone call came in. Elder, the Russian Bear Kingdom has sent us gifts. It's a divine treasure from the land of the Russian bear. Judging from this momentum, I reckon we can probably cultivate 3 near-Kage level experts. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's pupils suddenly widened. How can there be so many? He knew that once Lin Fan's news was leaked, it would cause countries all over the world to rush to visit him. Countries like Russia can directly offer generous gifts. A gift that can cultivate a nation's top combat power. How is that possible? The next sentence shocked him even more. He said it was for Lord Lin Fan. Hell, a congratulatory gift for helping the human world kill 2 demon lords. The Grand Elder was completely dumbfounded. The Elder repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the phone call. The soldiers on the other side naturally responded seriously as well. Until the 5th time. The Elder then hung up the phone. My goodness, that's really something. It turns out that it wasn't just about helping the Bear Kingdom stop the Demon Lord. Instead, he killed 2 major demon lords from the demon realm. The Elder felt as if mosquitoes were buzzing in his head. Before long, he slumped into a chair. My perspective was too narrow. I thought the demon realm had been shut down for some reason. I'm afraid Lin Fan has already personally come to their doorstep. No wonder there was no trace of demons in the world all night. Even the Grand Elder couldn't imagine it. They are capable of doing this. Just how long has Lin Fan been wreaking havoc in the demon realm? There's another point that he can't understand. Lin Fan did indeed kill 2 more demon lords from the demon realm. But why has the rift in the realm of immortals and gods closed again? A bold idea. It resurfaced in his mind. Impossible, impossible. So much chakra has already been used up today. There's no spare capacity. Gao Shangda rushed in. Elder, I think I figured out how the spatial rift in the immortal god realm has been closed. He was holding 6 crystals in his hand. Different colors of fluorescence are suspended on the crystals. This is a message left to them by the founders of the Great Qian Kingdom. Based on the brightness and darkness of the gemstone, one can further explore information about the realm of immortals and gods. The brighter the light, the stronger the power of the immortals and gods. Conversely, the same applies. Inside, the Grand Elders saw it with perfect clarity. One of them is a green gem that symbolizes the sacred tree. There's also a red gem. It really has dimmed? No way? Gao Shangda nodded solemnly. It seems, the lava immortal lord has indeed perished. It took Gao Shangda a long time before he finally spoke those words. Clearly, a great wave of emotion was surging within him. 2 immortal lords have died? Who killed the other immortal lord? It can't be, still Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Gao Shangda's eyes widened. They were fixated on Lin Fan. The Elder slapped his forehead and quickly picked up his phone, about to call Lin Fan. The thought of it being late at night made me reluctantly pick up my phone and tap to send the message. The lava immortal lord? Suddenly, silence fell over the room. Lin Fan replied with an extremely brief single word. This single word was deeply etched into the minds of the Grand Elder and Gao Shangda. Lava immortal lord, did you really kill him? Lin Fan killed 2 great immortal masters today? In an instant, they suddenly understood why the immortal realm had closed the spatial rift. If it were them, they've messed with such a killer. It's been closed for a long time. This god of death is now standing on the side of their mortal realm. A feeling of excitement and exhilaration quickly, immediately, announced this to the whole world. The Elder stood up impatiently and said hastily, I'm going to let the whole world know how amazing Lin Fan is. I knew that such a powerful figure had appeared in our great Qian. Gao Shangda gasped, his eyes already glistening with tears. Lin Fan appeared. The Akatsuki organization has appeared. This has already been a huge step forward for them in their fight against the realms of gods and demons. I'll get on it right away. Proclaim to the world the news that Lin Fan has killed the immortal lord again. After Gao Shangda finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. The Grand Elder interrupted him. We also need to add 2 more battle achievements. They killed the 2 great demon lords of the demon realm. This forced the demon realm to close the spatial rift. Now, immediately, right now. Gao Shangda almost went weak in the knees. He opened his mouth in disbelief. He swallowed a whole bottle of mineral water right away. So, Lin Fan has killed 2 more demon lords? Luo Mengdai was covering her mouth and secretly laughing. I think the Elder is about to be scared to death by you. Judging by the efficiency of our work, we should receive the news now. Lin Fan stared at the long unanswered messages on his phone screen. He chuckled softly. Tomorrow, I will go to the tree bud again to see if I can still find the key to open the spatial rift. If possible, we should take care of them all at once. Once and for all. Luo Mengdai looked up, just about to persuade Lin Fan to rest for 2 days. After all, the spatial rift between the realm of immortals and gods and the realm of demons and monsters has already been closed. What are you going to do? There is no immediate danger. Until she saw Lin Fan's unwavering gaze. Then be careful. Lin Fan rubbed her head. I promise you.
Luo Mengdai laughed, her eyes crinkling.
Ding, you can check in today. Do you want to check in?
The system's voice arrived as promised, ringing out like a silver bell. Lin Fan tapped the corner of his mouth.
It was exactly 12 o'clock. This system is becoming more and more timely. Lin Fan couldn't help but mentally complain. System, check in.
Lin Fan responded in his mind.
Ding,
congratulations on obtaining the opportunity to combine the Rinnegan and Sharingan.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining the 9-tomo Rinnegan.
The power of the 6 paths is being bet. Lin Fan's pupils dilated instantly.
This time the sign-in event is this big?
Under Luo Mingdia's astonished gaze, Lin Fan's body suddenly floated in midair. A surge of chakra that stretched for thousands of miles erupted from Lin Fan's body with a deafening roar.
Ahead of the 9-tomo blood moon,
the ball of flesh slowly opened its large mouth. His body seemed to have become three-dimensional. All the excess fat on my body has disappeared. Purple light flickered and twisted in the 3 pairs of eyes. They even transformed into pairs of Rinnegan eyes. A humanoid creature. He touched his arm, touched his fingers, and looked at the surrounding scene with a greedy and nostalgic gaze.
10,000 years have passed, and I'm back in this world.
He gazed at the dimming, dissipating lava field. A tongue several tens of centimeters long extended out and licked the corner of its mouth.
I really have to thank Lin Fan.
After all, they helped me kill the divine tree and the divine ox. So much flesh and blood, let me absorb it. After you get out, you must repay him properly.
Let him become a part of me.
He burst into wild laughter, his pale body appearing incredibly small in the entire realm of immortals and gods. He appeared in front of the desert immortal lord.
Desert, I am the moon. I have something to tell you. The power is like the arrival of Thor.
It suddenly spread out from Lin Fan's villa.
Luo Mengdai trembled, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. Another breakthrough?
This power completely shocked Luo Mengdai. This time, she was unable to discern any of Lin Fan's current bottom line.
They couldn't figure out a single thing about Lin Fan. Even perception cannot detect it at all. What exactly has he broken through to?
It seems to be at least the 6th level of the Tao, or perhaps the 6th level.
Has Lin Fan broken through to the 6 paths?
And not far from Lin Fan's villa area,
the 12 members of the Akatsuki suddenly opened their eyes.
This is the leader's aura. The hydrangea in the animal realm murmured to itself. Haydn, who used to be carefree, became silent. Go to the 12 directions from the chief's house. Heaven remained silent for a moment, then immediately issued an order.
Don't let this smell spread. Itachi Uchiha nodded.
12 figures shot out like lightning. The group exchanged glances, feeling the imposing aura emanating from the villa, as vast as a mountain range. Even they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
I feel like I can't breathe. Is he about to break through to the 6 paths realm?
They took a deep breath, raised their arms, and each formed a hand seal. Before long, a huge chakra barrier suddenly appeared. The atmosphere of the entire villa was firmly contained, allowing no leakage whatsoever. Almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn his past. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Streams of chakra power seemed to be filling the meridians throughout his body. His strength is now at least 4 times greater than before.
Even 5 times, 6 times, or more.
A pair of Rinnegan eyes radiating purple light, already inlaid with 9-tomo. 9-tomo, Magatama, slowly meandered and rotated in his eyes.
Take a quick look from a distance. It's breathtaking. A terrifying force is spreading out. 9-tomo Rinnegan.
Lin Fan felt excited as he sensed the power emanating from those eyes.
Sasuke's Sharingan is only the 6-tomo Rinnegan.
Through his efforts, he actually advanced to the 9-tomo Rinnegan.
The difference between the two is immeasurable.
The art of spatial displacement.
No matter which level you look at it on, it's an extremely powerful ability, 1-to-1.
With a thought, Lin Fan realized that the chakra in his body had been completely transformed into the 6 paths chakra. When used, it has almost several times, or even dozens of times, the power of the past.
In Lin Fan's 9-tomo Rinnegan.
Furthermore, 2 more abilities have been awakened.
9-tomo Rinnegan Limitless. It can be considered a form of absolute defense.
Any attack that gets close to him will be completely distorted within an inch. Looking at each other, they seem to be only a step away. But if an attack were to actually take place, it would be discovered that the distance was tens of thousands of meters.
Damn it, isn't this the ability of a white-haired man from my past life? Think about it from a different perspective.
The abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan largely stem from the urgent thoughts in the mind of the awakened one. Previously, the system directly granted him the abilities of the characters in the original work. Instead, it did not truly awaken any skills unique to him.
But now things are completely different.
Then, he turned his gaze to another newly awakened ability. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up.
This cheat seems to be too much.
Lin Fan gasped.
Who can stop this?
Even if it were the Otsutsuki clan from the original work, Lin Fan was now confident that he could put up a fight against him. Thinking of this, Lin Fan clenched his fist. He was initially a little worried about those so-called tree buds. If it breaks through the soil, if one's strength reaches the 6 paths level, there will still be a tough battle ahead. Lin Fan shook shook his head. A wisp of breath instantly wafted out from the villa.
You can go back now.
While receiving power previously, Lin Fan had already sensed the barrier that the Akatsuki members had set up for him. The members of Akatsuki exchanged glances. His figure vanished in a flash, suddenly returning to the villa he had been assigned to. They stood at the doorway. He remained motionless for a long time. The leader's strength has reached the 6 paths level, hasn't it? Itachi Uchiha extended one hand from within his crimson robe and spoke calmly. However, beneath this calm tone, one could see the turmoil in his heart. They were only in this world for a little over 2 days. The leader's strength almost always grows exponentially. How did it get to this point? I'm afraid we'll be wiped out in an instant. Even if Itachi Uchiha believed that he possessed the complete Susanoo and that his strength was basically at the threshold of the quasi-6 paths realm, he still wouldn't be able to achieve that before the leader.
It wasn't just Itachi Uchiha who thought this way.
Even the other members of the Akatsuki organization shared the same thought.
And the one that touched me the most.
Tiandao exhaled, his icy gaze fixed on the location where the leader stood in the villa. He was the person who had been in contact with the leader the longest. He had basically witnessed the leader's gradual promotion.
It's actually improved to such an extent. Perhaps it's a connection of the Rinnegan.
This allowed the heavenly Tao to clearly sense the improvement in Lin Fan's samsara eye.
No need to say anything more.
The leader's Rinnegan has already undergone a qualitative evolution. It overwhelmed his own abilities by many times. Heaven breathed a sigh of relief.
You've achieved a double breakthrough again? Luo Mengdai blinked.
She suddenly realized something.
That's Lin Fan. Each time, it was only after that I broke through. Could it be that it has that kind of effect?
This time, the breakthrough has reached such a terrifying level.
So why did Lin Fan break through? She didn't make a breakthrough? I didn't have time to think about it much.
Lin Fan's body floated up beside her again. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
This proves that you are in a very good mood. You're so smart.
Luo Mengdai lay in bed, still fast asleep. Her eyes were red and swollen for some reason. Lin Fan quickly put on his clothes.
News articles are flashing on my phone.
They were all praising Lin Fan's abilities, even the capabilities of the entire Akatsuki organization. This has caused all the countries on Earth to become restless. They all flock to visit the great Qian dynasty. They even choose to ignore their own government affairs. Now throughout the entire world,
there is nothing more important to Lin Fan now.
Whether or not to create hype is irrelevant to Lin Fan. Today, we still need to check the tree buds.
After your current abilities are improved.
Lin Fan then made up his mind to completely resolve the issue of the tree buds that very day.
No matter what you are, as long as it is completely destroyed, wouldn't that eliminate future troubles? Faced with absolute power, all struggles. It all seems meaningless, if you're on the way.
Lin Fan looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, go and deal with those so-called immortal lords and demon lords.
As for ants, let them all disappear.
The words murmured aloud. It seemed as if a strong wind had blown across the land. In the distance, a group of dark clouds had gathered in the sky.
Light raindrops fall. So, it's raining.
Lin Fan finally came to his senses and narrowed his eyes.
That's quite a boast. If they were to rise from the dead, you would surely die.
Suddenly, a figure in black robes floated down from the distant sky.
Even if we can't see the face of the man in black,
I could still hear the dissatisfaction in the black-robed man's tone. It seemed to be a reprimand of Lin Fan's behavior.
What business is it of yours if I kill those ants?
Lin Fan shrugged and said indifferently,
if you can lend a hand, I might consider you my teammate.
But once you appear, you'll be playing cryptic games with me.
Oh, this. It made me feel extremely bored. Raindrops slipped through the black-robed man's clothes.
It fell softly to the ground, creating ripples on the water.
Lin Fan's body changed.
Lin Fan immediately grabbed the man in black by the neck.
I'd also like to ask, what kind of alien creature are you? I find it annoying that they keep using the word human all the time.
The next moment, a whooshing sound rang out.
The man in black robes was suddenly thrown out. Coming so soon?
Lin Fan followed closely behind, his arm wrapped with Susanoo bones, and a long sword suddenly appeared.
He slashed down at the black robe. Lin Fan, are you crazy?
The man in black robes could no longer contain himself and unleashed a furious attack. Lin Fan chuckled and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed the man in black robes away again. The journey only stopped on the outskirts of the city.
First, explain your identity to me. Second, explain your purpose to me.
Third, more will be added later. Lin Fan spoke fluently and without hesitation, his arms crossed over his chest. Two giant hands behind him held two long swords. A muffled clap of thunder flashed by.
The man in black robes was immediately choked by Lin Fan.
Knowing too much is not good for you. A long sword was clearly held against the neck of the man in black robes.
Actually, sometimes it has its advantages.
The man in black robes paused for a moment, then sighed softly. So, the black hat was removed.
In an instant, the darkness vanished.
A pale human face was exposed, with a Rinnegan eye embedded in the center of its forehead.
No wonder, you're also from the Otsutsuki clan?
Lin Fan wasn't too surprised. They were able to learn about the Otsutsuki
Atsutsuki clan. They might even be able to understand the Sharingan or the Rinnegan. In this world, if it weren't for these alien creatures, we might not be able to understand it. It should be one of the 3 Atsutsuki who came to Earth earlier, right? The man in black did not deny it. My name is Raku Atsutsuki. What you said is indeed true. However, I am the one among the 3 who governs the human realm. Atsutsuki Raku shook his head and said sadly, seemingly very forlorn. Aren't you surprised?
Lin Fan yawned. Any normal person could basically guess that.
Nothing serious. Tell me about those things I want to know. Atsutsuki Raku hesitated.
If I were to tell you, with your current strength,
an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lin Fan's body.
Like a forbidden zone, it forcibly spread to hundreds of meters beneath Lin Fan's feet.
Lin Fan crossed his arms and said calmly, "Is your current strength enough?" Raku Atsutsuki remained silent.
Instead, he stood there dumbfounded. He stood there like a stone statue. The emotions in his eyes were visibly changing rapidly.
From utter bewilderment to how is that possible? From doubt to disbelief. Finally, the shocking moment arrived. You are, at the 6 paths level? Raku Atsutsuki felt as if something was exploding in his brain. That's all. The whole world will be transformed as a result. How could a human possibly reach the 6 paths level? A being from Earth has actually reached the 6 paths level? How old is he? Raku Atsutsuki looked at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. What do you mean?
It's important to understand that even on the ancestral planet of the Atsutsuki, without going out to other planets to train and absorb the chakra of the planet's creatures, one would still be vulnerable.
To reach the 6 paths level is simply wishful thinking. This being from Earth has actually reached the 6 paths level? Do you know?
The 3 of us have come to Earth to experiment with biology. The experiment lasted for nearly 10,000 years. They have never cultivated a single being at the 6th level.
After a long while, Atsutsuki Raku finally spoke slowly. He still looked like he'd seen a ghost. Surprised? Raku Atsutsuki nodded in agreement. It's alright, there will be even more surprises to come. Atsutsuki Raku fell silent again. Sometimes, I really don't understand your human way of thinking. For example, last time they asked me to open a ramen shop. I've thought about it, and maybe I should give it a try. This remark, however, amused Lin Fan. Besides that, is there anything else you want to say? 2 long swords were simultaneously held against Raku Atsutsuki's face. Jokes aside, those who deserve to be killed must be killed.
Tell me my purpose, my plan, and why I am here in front of you, Atsutsuki Raku said truthfully. Lin Fan loosened his grip on the knife slightly. My 2 brothers should break the seal I placed earlier and come out. It's likely within the last month.
Lin Fan frowned. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be in a cooperative relationship? Soon, Raku Atsutsuki replied.
On one planet, with 3 people absorbing chakra, the absorption of chakra will inevitably be somewhat unbalanced.
And, my theory is different from theirs.
I think of a slow and steady approach, without harming any lives.
Raku Atsutsuki raised his hand.
His arms were completely withered. In order to seal them away, I'm afraid I only have a few days left. Lin Fan managed to retract the knife. He spoke with genuine feeling.
You want me to kill them? Lin Fan's words hit the nail on the head,
essentially guessing all of Atsutsuki Raku's thoughts. Originally, I wanted to transfer my power to you. It will allow you to make some breakthroughs in the next 2 months.
But, it seems now, it shouldn't be necessary. Atsutsuki Raku confirmed Lin Fan's cultivation level once again. It really is the 6 paths level. To put it another way,
you may now have the ability to resist them. I can't help but say this, said Atsutsuki Raku calmly, but a hint of longing flashed in his eyes.
What good would it do you to kill them? We can't expect someone else to profit in the end, can we? Lin Fan shrugged. He never fully trusted Raku Atsutsuki.
Faced with absolute self-interest, they might very well turn on you and stab you in the back.
Moreover, this is a creature that does not belong to humans. A wry smile appeared on Raku Atsutsuki's face.
That wry smile was quickly suppressed by him. A power filled with death energy emerged from Raku Atsutsuki's heart, transforming into a sphere of origin, which he grasped in his hand. Since you are at the 6 paths level, you should be able to sense this aura. The aura emanating from the sphere of origin appeared to be on the verge of collapse, drifting away like the decaying scent of withered wood.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. A soul form like the Sage of 6 Paths? The Sage of 6 Paths? Atsutsuki Raku was somewhat puzzled. However, what you said is indeed correct. I am currently in a state of being a soul. Lin Fan was taken aback. Only I can see it? Only the strongest human on the entire planet can see it. And you are that one.
Lin Fan coughed softly.
Atsutsuki Raku's expression suddenly changed drastically.
His figure suddenly became illusory, and his aura inexplicably vanished. The power of origin flickers, like a candle flame, ready to be extinguished at any moment.
Quick, go to the tree buds. Something's wrong? Atsutsuki Raku cried out in alarm, his face filled with anxiety.
It seemed as if something major had happened. Lin Fan grabbed his hand and channeled chakra into his body.
However, only a little bit was entered. Then a terrifying suction force came down from the sky. It forcefully sucked Raku Atsutsuki's body until it was twisted. tested. Not a single thing was left behind. The realm of immortals and gods? Lin Fan's expression turned ugly. The aura of the immortal realm. It seems to contain the aura of the Otsutsuki clan. We still need to go and see the sacred mountain first. After much deliberation, Lin Fan turned his attention to the realm of immortals and gods. Two clones suddenly appeared and were used by Lin Fan to protect Linhai City. He then issued orders to the Akatsuki organization in Linhai City, dispersing them throughout the Great Qian dynasty. He had a vague feeling. It felt as if something bad was about to happen. Sacred Mountain. Lin Fan's expression, however, showed no sign of gloom. If those two had broken the seal ahead of time. In an instant, a terrifying light burst forth from Lin Fan's eyes. The 9-tomo Rinnegan suddenly appeared in his eyes, twisting and turning. Give me one. I'll kill one. His body flew swiftly towards the sacred mountain, capable of opening spatial rifts in the realm of immortals and gods. Perhaps there is only that one bud. The domain spheres of the 6 immortal lords. It has all dimmed. In the sky, the 9-moon full moon slowly rotated. The fleshy ball stood in front of the red full moon, greedily gazing at the 3 corpses before it. If anyone were here, they would be horrified to discover this. These 3 corpses were actually the corpses of the desert immortal lord, the ice and snow immortal lord, and the moon immortal lord. The 3 corpses, their bellies ripped open, their eyes wide open, seemed to be trying to tell the world something that should never have happened. The surrounding area was littered with the blood of countless tragically deceased humans. The immortal lord who has roamed the 3 realms for so many years. Now, he has died a gruesome death at the hands of the meatball. The fleshy ball continued to expand, eventually becoming a small ball tens of meters in size. What the hell is going on? The ball burst open like a balloon. A humanoid creature, entirely white in color, suddenly appeared. His eyes were filled with the cycle of reincarnation, and a small white snake was wrapped around his waist, and from the coccyx, a tail nearly 2 meters long even grew out. That moon is truly vigilant. Otsutsuki Bey shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Otsutsuki Bey, like Otsutsuki Raku, is a member of the Otsutsuki family who came to Earth from outer space. What exactly happened? It's only close to the realm of the moon. The moon immortal lord immediately abandoned the domain sphere that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years. He unleashed all his power to tear through space and escape to an unknown destination. However, these 3 in front of me can at least help me recover some of my strength. Otsutsuki Bey raised his hand, his mouth stretching almost to his earlobe. The fangs were stained with blood, making it extremely gruesome. And he gave a cruel smile. A surge of primal power suddenly appeared in his hand. Old man, do you really think I was sealed away for nothing? I have already marked your power. Pooh. Otsutsuki Bey's mouth opened wide, like a python, and he swallowed Otsutsuki Raku completely into his stomach. It has already transformed into power, making up for the deficiencies in his body. Otsutsuki Bey raised his head and looked towards the land of the immortals and gods, and the human world beneath the earth. If we kill Lin Fan and that guy from the Otsutsuki clan, we can devour them properly. Perhaps, we can go back to our ancestral planet and report back. Tens of thousands of years has been enough. He raised his slender arm and suddenly scattered faint, starlight-like specks of light forward. The light fell on the corpse on the ground. Countless corpses. He actually got up, swaying unsteadily. A dragon's roar suddenly resounded. Lin Fan landed on the sacred mountain. However, his brows suddenly furrowed. What came into view was a barren, snow-covered mountain. The bud has disappeared. Lin Fan released all his senses. However, no sign of tree buds could be detected from any direction. This bud, it must be one of the seals that held the other 2 Otsutsuki. It shouldn't be that they kidnapped Raku Otsutsuki. Lin Fan rested his chin on his hand and guessed. His perception seemed to cover the entire state where the sacred mountain was located, yet he still found nothing. The remaining fragments exist on the sacred mountain. They didn't even seem to notice. It was as if it had deliberately disappeared during the brief moment when Lin Fan broke through. There seems to be no response from the Grand Elder yet. This is really troublesome. Lin Fan rubbed his slightly aching head. Expand the range of perception a bit more. Lin Fan muttered to himself. A purple spear suddenly slashed across the sky. It was inserted right in front of Lin Fan, forcefully embedded into the earth. Lin Fan had never seen this spear before. However, the aura of this spear, Lin Fan was extremely familiar with it. Security guard, Uncle Chin. He lifted up and saw a huge spatial rift in the demon realm that had been torn open at the edge of the sky. It seems like there's a fierce battle going on inside. A fiery red light illuminated the earth. On the earth, a faint green flame spread. A terrifying surge of chakras spread outwards, almost enveloping the entire palace of the demon realm. It's hard to imagine that in the human world, besides Lin Fan, there are a few of you. Demon 2 stood beside Demon 1, arms crossed. Behind them are the 3rd Demon Lord, the 4th Demon Lord, and even the 5th Demon Lord. It can be said that the entire essence of the demon realm now resides in this place. Qin Zhonghua and the other 2 stood in the palace, their faces extremely grim. Indeed, there are spatial rifts in the palaces of the demon realm that lead to the human world. Beyond the
outer reaches lies the sacred mountain. However, they were discovered by the demon lord shortly after infiltrating the palace. They all looked behind them. Chains had already wrapped around the entire spatial rift. Gao Chang took out a fish-killing knife, covered it with chakra, and it unexpectedly burst out with a huge fluorescent blade.
Kakuta pulled out a long sword, chakra manifested, and strange runes were embedded in it.
And Qin Zhonghua, his purple spear had already been knocked away by Demon 2. Our strength is not much different from yours. If you release us, we won't have to fight you too much. Otherwise, a blood-red blade of energy suddenly brushed past. The bomb hit the palace, and a horrifying hole suddenly appeared.
Humans, they all deserve to die? Moe stepped forward, holding a blood-red broadsword.
If it weren't for you, how could my 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th brothers have been killed by you humans?
The demon one roared angrily, shaking the earth.
These words immediately caused countless demons and the 4 demon lords around them to glare angrily at Qin Zhonghua and his group. I'll just leave it at that. If I don't go to the human realm and kill all of you humans.
You still dare to come to the demon realm, seeking death? Countless bursts of chakra erupted from their bodies.
They are completely different from this. These were Qin Zhonghua and 2 others. At this moment, their faces had a big question mark written on them.
What happened?
The shock, astonishment, and confusion in their eyes almost overflowed the screen.
No, humans killed 4 demon lords?
The 3 of them frowned deeply, puzzled. They lived for approximately 300 years in the world.
I've never eaten pork,
but I've certainly seen pigs run before. The 4 demon lords ranked last.
2 of them possessed near 6 paths level power.
How could a near 6 paths level powerhouse possibly appear among humanity? This must have existed in the era before the Great War of 1,000 years, right?
Let's take it a step further. The 8th demon lord and the 9th demon lord.
One who has mastered the power of space. One who wields physical strength. Both demon lords were at the peak of the super shadow level, only 1 step away from the quasi 6 paths level.
Which human being could kill them?
Qin Zhonghua's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost.
Could it be that kid?
Qin Zhonghua muttered to himself. Zhao De and Gao Chang turned around at the same time, looking at Qin Zhonghua with suspicion.
That kid, isn't he only at the transcendent realm?
If we could kill the 8th demon lord or the 9th demon lord, that would be an extraordinary feat.
The 6th demon lord and the 7th demon lord.
How could it be covered by Lin Fan's thin veil? However, the 1st demon lord's words instantly shattered all their doubts.
Lin Fan, after I kill you all, I will kill him myself.
Moe's angry words immediately made the 3 of them widen their eyes. It could swallow a goose egg whole.
It really is Lin Fan.
Zhao De and Gao Chang stared intently at Qin Zhonghua. His eyes were filled with shock.
Old Qin, is Lin Fan really only at the super shadow level? You didn't see that wrong?
The 2 looked at each other, smacked their lips, and almost bit their teeth to pieces.
Quasi 6 paths realm? What does that even mean?
This is true regardless of the era. These are all figures capable of destroying a country. That was the ability to be a leader even in ancient times. That is an ability that can resist the 3 great Otsutsuki alien beings to a certain extent. They noticed the 2 people's gazes. Qin Zhonghua was completely dumbfounded. I wasn't this strong when we last met. If it were based on the strength of our last meeting, its abilities are definitely below those of the 6th and 7th demon lords. 100 years ago, they came to the demon realm to fight for cultivation resources. At that time, they had already experienced the power of Demon 7 and Demon 6. That was something no human could possibly handle. One who wields the power of the blood sea. One who wields the power of lightning. It can't be solved so easily. If it weren't for the peak of the quasi-6 paths, it's simply impossible to kill them. And now, he actually learned from Moe's own mouth that Lin Fan had killed 4 demon lords in succession.
Are you kidding me? Surely Lin Fan's strength can't have increased dramatically in just a few days, right?
Moreover, it has risen to the peak of the quasi-6 paths level.
Is it really that scary?
Demon Lord, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? After a short while, Qin Zhonghua swallowed hard and spoke. At the same time, they forced Zhao De and Gao Chang to break the chains.
Lin Fan's strength is one thing.
However, the more crucial issue now is how to escape this space.
The 5th demon lord stood behind them. Its enormous body blocked the entire spatial rift.
Naturally, this also blocked their hopes of escape.
Ever since Lin Fan invaded the demon realm, forced to close the spatial rift, the demon realm has never tasted the flesh and blood of fresh humans again. And now, it's you, soon to become our food. Moe gripped the knife with one hand, and terrifying power rippled across its blade.
The little demons under his command were extremely excited, their faces filled with greed as they stared at Qin Zhonghua.
The 3 men's faces turned extremely gloomy. They couldn't escape, especially after Qin Zhonghua's weapon was knocked out of the spatial rift. Qin Zhonghua's combat strength is the strongest among the 3. The main weapons used in the battle are no longer available. So what, to fight against the 1st demon lord? Please, go to your death. Moe raised the long sword in his hand. A soaring sword aura, as imposing as a mountain, descended. Moe's sword suddenly stopped. It's not because we didn't have enough power. All All the demon's pupils contracted. From their perspective, standing behind three human beings, the body of the fifth demon lord. It was wielded by an enormous blue longsword. The two halves of the body crashed heavily onto the palace. Countless demons opened their eyes in horror. The fifth demon lord was actually, with an earth-shattering momentum, it suddenly swept in. In the blink of an eye, the life of the fifth demon lord was completely plundered. Did I hear you calling my name? After Demon 5's body split in two, a boy with a bright, sunny smile suddenly appeared in the middle. Blue bones were wrapped around it, and two blue longswords were held horizontally, making it look terrifying. This kid? The eyes of Qin Zhonghua and his two companions suddenly shone as large as luminous pearls. A glint of surprise and shock flashed in his eyes. Both Jiao De and Gao Chang shuddered. They almost dropped their weapons on the ground. This momentum, quasi-sixth path level, there is absolutely no problem. Judging from Lin Fan's aura, perhaps, even human powerhouses from thousands of years ago did not reach this level? Lin Fan slew the fifth demon lord with a single sword strike. That's the fifth demon lord. They were already parched from facing each other. If the fifth demon lord were to attack them 1 against 3, their chances of escaping would be extremely slim. And now, Lin Fan defeated him in a single move? Even in the post-millennium bloody war era, no human being could possibly achieve this level of feat. They all focused their attention on Qin Zhonggua's body. Is this the boy you said came to the demon realm to find the truth for him? Is that all the strength you have? We could just smash our way through the entire demon realm, right? Compared to the two, Qin Zhonghua couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness on his face. How should I know? Qin Zhonghua looked Lin Fan up and down. There is no one like Lin Fan, especially those two skeletons. How can they suddenly have two long swords? However, the aura he exuded clearly indicated that he was Lin Fan, a scholar who has been away for 3 days. How did this kid become so terrifying? Qin Zhonghua felt a little thirsty. With Lin Fan's imposing presence, he actually managed to kill Demon 5 with a single strike. Wouldn't it be much easier to cut yourself off with that one stroke? Before he could even speak, Lin Fan, die. The first demon lord suddenly raised his sword. A terrifying blade of energy suddenly broke the sound barrier and came crashing down. The terrifying blade energy seemed to be wrapped in layers of blood, flashing through the sky with thousands of blade shadows. The shadow of a blade swept across the sky. This move wasn't just aimed at Lin Fan. Instead, it pointed to 4 figures who were currently in the demon realm. How dare they do this at this time? Then enter the demon realm. He even killed Demon 5 in front of everyone. How could he possibly save face? Lin Fan's Susanoo gently raised its hand. He raised his long arm as if crushing an ant with nonchalant ease. Blue Storm. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be composed of countless breathtaking sword energies, extremely sharp and terrifying. The aftershocks of the explosion swept across the entire land. Some low-level demons didn't even have time to react before being affected by the aftershocks. Their flesh and blood shattered, and they died on the spot. Lin Fan shook his head. An invisible force of gravity carried the 3 of them, making them float in midair. Uncle Qin, it's been a long time. His voice was gentle, as if he were in the human world, asking about the neighbors' daily lives. But you have to understand, this is the realm of demons. Just moments ago, he was attacked by Demon 1. This kid is incredibly audacious. The 3 of them couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of cold saliva. Is this the genius who's supposed to help find intelligence? No, it's the monster. Have you been staying in the demon realm these past few days? Lin Fan asked calmly. Lin Fan, the second demon standing next to Demon 1, was so ignored that he flew into a rage. The green flames that could burn everything suddenly condensed into terrifying green skulls. Like lightning, it struck straight at Lin Fan. The 3 men's pupils widened, and they hurriedly tried to defend themselves. Just as they were about to make contact with the 4 people, the green skulls seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. They inexplicably vanished and disappeared into nothingness. What kind of power is this? Whether it's Qin Zhonghua and the other 2, or the 4 demon lords of the demon realm. His facial expression now clearly showed a deep bewilderment. Have you discovered new capabilities? Lin Fan ignored their surprised expressions. Instead, he spoke again in a warm and gentle tone. Could it be that they're planning to come to the demon realm to break the seals on those Otsutsuki? Did you come here to tell me the truth about the world? Lin Fan's casual words immediately caused a huge uproar among Qin Zhonghua and the other 2. Even Qin Zhonghua raised his arm in disbelief. Good heavens, you little rascal, you knew that? Lin Fan opened his mouth, about to respond. A bright orange-red figure suddenly rushed over, its fists seemingly encased in layers of armor. Lin Fan, die. The 4th demon lord, Demon 4, stands out among all demons thanks to his powerful physical strength and superb fist skills. His fists left trails of punches. His nearly 100-meter-tall body unleashed hundreds of punches. If it fell on a powerhouse at the shadow level, it will definitely leave bloody holes. Emoyi's expression changed drastically. 5th brother, come back quickly. Beneath Lin Fan, a Susanoo Buddha had appeared out of nowhere. Susanoo stretched out his hands, revealing a benevolent smile, as if comforting
living a panicked life and then firmly embraced the fourth demon.
Don't worry, I'll be quick.
It sounded like the sound of a ripe watermelon being crushed. Suddenly, Demon 4's body was squeezed by a pair of 100-meter-long hands.
Expand, shatter, die suddenly. It was that easy. He died inexplicably?
Lin Fan turned it into mincemeat just like that.
This scene was far more terrifying than when Lin Fan cut Mo Wu's body in two. These two hands suddenly transformed into a heavy hammer.
It struck the hearts of everyone present with a resounding thud. It almost caused their blood to burst out. No living creature dared to breathe,
especially towards Lin Fan's 1,000-hand Buddha. Nearly 3,000 meters. Everyone was stunned.
A terrifying body nearly 3,000 meters long.
That kind and compassionate face of Susanoo.
The entire space of the demon realm came to a standstill. Let's continue our previous topic, Uncle Chin. Lin Fan squinted and said nonchalantly,
when a person becomes powerful enough,
perhaps the truth of the world can be known naturally.
There were no demons from the demon realm. This question immediately stumped Qin Zhonghua.
Qin Zhonghua slowly opened his mouth.
To be honest, I don't dare to say anything even if you ask me to.
He is considered to be among the top combatants in the human realm. But in front of Lin Fan, this monster, I only felt a sense of powerlessness, helplessness, even feelings of frustration.
That's what you call genius, isn't it?
Why don't you deal with the current situation first?
Qin Zhonghua asked hesitantly.
Even Zhao De and Gao Chang, who were standing next to him, couldn't help but tremble and take 2 steps to the side.
That's okay too.
Lin Fan shrugged. Perfect timing. He still had some questions for Moe. Looking around, one could see that the 3 demon lords were all filled with rage, wishing they could kill Lin Fan immediately.
Don't worry, there might be something even more urgent later,
Lin Fan said calmly. These words caused the 3rd demon lord's blood to rush to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene where the 4th brother went up and was turned into mincemeat by Susanoo. It is vivid in my mind. I don't know if it's just a weird illusion. Demon 3 felt that Lin Fan's strength had become even greater than yesterday, making him even more terrifying to the demons. For a moment, he was frozen in place. Before he could think further, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from Susanoo's hand. He firmly held the head of the 3rd lord in his hands. The 3rd demon lord felt a chill rise from his feet and reach his brain. This is just too incredible. His mind was blank. Like a chick, it was easily held in one's hand. Life and death are at the mercy of others. On the other side, Demon 1 was shrouded in blood energy, his long sword domineering, while Demon 2 was enveloped in green flames, exuding a murderous aura. Their eyes were wide with rage.
Countless demons fell silent, their bodies convulsing as waves of cold air swept through them.
They were terrified that they would be affected in the next moment.
It hadn't even been a minute since Lin Fan appeared.
The 2 powerful demon lords, whose lives were so illustrious, didn't even have a chance to cry for help before being instantly killed by Lin Fan.
Who can guarantee they won't be instantly killed by Lin Fan?
First, why did the spatial rift appear on the sacred mountain? Lin Fan spoke calmly, but his tone was full of questioning. Throughout the entire process, his body remained completely still.
The most important thing to figure out right now is, where exactly is that tree bud on the sacred mountain?
Based on prior intelligence, it is highly likely that he is one of the 3 Otsutsuki. But this tone of voice silenced countless demons, who dared not utter a word in reply.
That's absolutely incredible.
If it had been 10 days ago, a human had questioned the demon lord in this way. Even so, they could not escape the ridicule and scorn of countless demons, and had to defend the dignity and honor of the demon lord. Now, not a single demon dares to speak up and defend the demon lord. Moe's face was gloomy and ugly, as if a storm was raging over his head. He took a deep breath and looked at Majiro, who was being held by Susanoo and trembling with fear of death.
This spatial rift was opened by these 3 humans who found ancient texts. There is a spatial rift in the palace that leads to the human world.
Thus it was opened. After all, as you know, the spatial rift in the demon realm was sealed off as early as yesterday.
There is no direct connection with the demon realm.
Lin Fan turned his gaze to Qin Zhonghua and the other 2.
The 3 nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Lin Fan asked again, did you see any tree buds sneaking in?
A green vine transformed into a tree bud. Upon hearing this, the demons were immediately bewildered. Even Qin Zhonghua and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Lin Fan glanced at the expressions on the faces of the creatures and sighed softly. As expected, there was no success. Perhaps the tree buds have already slipped into the realm of immortals and gods. That suction force that grabbed away Raku Otsutsuki's original power, he now possessed the aura of a celestial lord.
Lin Fan shrugged. A terrifying repulsive force suddenly surged into the head of the Demon 3.
This invisible force instantly caused the Demon 3 to suffer brain death. Not a trace of pain remained.
Lin Fan, what exactly are you trying to do?
You ask questions, and we'll tell you why we killed the 3rd brother. Moe roared angrily, his surging chakra bursting out with each word.
Countless low-level demons were suddenly affected.
The pores on my body seemed to be cracking from the shock.
Susanoo carefully placed the Demon 3 in his hand down.
It was like a nail driven deep into the earth, its face surrounded serene.
Did I say I'd let you off the hook if you answered the questions? No, right? I have already been very merciful and have not caused this third demon lord any pain. After all, when you cruelly devoured humans, have you ever thought that something like this would happen to you?
Lin Fan spoke very softly. It's so light that it feels very comfortable. All the creatures present shuddered with fear. Lin boy, when did you become so terrifying? Qin Zhonghua coughed lightly twice. They were afraid of affecting Lin Fan.
Both Jiao De and Gao Chang had sweat dripping from their foreheads. They seemed to be making plans.
If Lin Fan were their enemy, they should surrender in this way.
It can instantly kill a demon at the quasi-6th level. Just how terrifying must their own strength reach? Surely it can't reach the 6 paths level?
Thinking of this, the three shook their heads like rattles.
Based on their new discoveries in the ancient tomb.
Since ancient times, no being at the 6th level has ever been born on the blue planet.
All 6 realms. They are all people who possess the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. How could Lin Fan possibly achieve that?
The display of power Lin Fan has shown so far seems to be confirming this speculation.
All demons, run!
With a shout, the demon's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of light. Meanwhile, Demon 2's eyes widened, and flames erupted from his body, causing him to fly off in the opposite direction like a shooting star.
Faced with life? I'll never get revenge. They keep calling themselves brothers. When faced with a life or death situation, who cares about you? They are now.
It was impossible to discern Lin Fan's strength at this moment. Like a frozen pool, it is unfathomably deep and chillingly dark.
It will explode if you get too close.
It should be noted that once a demon lord reaches the quasi-6 paths realm, the difference in strength between them is actually quite small. All beings in the 6 realms are equal.
The difference in their levels of understanding is not significant.
Since Lin Fan was able to instantly kill the 3 demon lords,
this also means that they could absolutely annihilate them instantly.
A horrifying thought arose in the minds of all the creatures present. Could it really be the 6 paths level? And under the command of the 2 great demon lords,
countless demons were stunned and dumbfounded.
Their leader,
they actually ran away?
They were like ants on a hot pan, rapidly spreading in all directions, like ripples spreading outwards.
Lin Fan sneered.
Lin Fan watched the 2 figures fleeing at high speed, and the surrounding hordes of demons.
How pathetic.
Lin Fan raised his arm, and Susanoo raised his arm in the same way.
In an instant, dozens of clones of Susanoo suddenly appeared. Susanoo, Sword Shadow. A terrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Thousands of hands lashed out simultaneously, carrying streaks of blue blade energy, and burst forth with a roar. It cleaved through space. In an instant, countless demons vanished without even uttering a scream.
Even the 3 people beside him, including Qin Zhonghua, his legs even began to tremble uncontrollably.
What kind of power is this? No, is this even human? Jiao De and Gao Chang couldn't help but curse out loud. A boundless light seemed to emanate from my heart.
At the same time, they all glared at Qin Zhonghua.
No, does Lin Fan have that kind of ability? Are we really going to make them risk their lives and sneak into the demon realm to gather information?
They were afraid that the demons would find out. If Lin Fan came by himself,
they wiped out all the demons instantly. Wouldn't that prevent all the demons from finding out? Qin Zhonghua looked around.
Those dozens of Susanoo Buddhas, like gods, stood tall like mountains.
With each flash of countless hand shadows, dozens or even hundreds of demons were instantly plundered. To be honest, he didn't understand either. It had only been a few days since they last met.
Lin Fan's strength seems to be dozens of times more terrifying than before.
What on earth did this monster encounter these past few days?
Qin Zhonghua secretly made up his mind. Lin Fan suddenly looked at the 3 of them. Everyone shuddered, feeling as if they were being stared at by some monstrous beast. The blood flowing through my body seemed to freeze and stop. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan suddenly grinned warmly. I'll go kill them first.
Stay where you are and don't move. A hurricane swept by. Along with the body of Susanoo, it suddenly disappeared.
Only Qin Zhonghua and the other 2 were left bewildered in midair. Qin Zhonghua and the other 2 looked at each other. He couldn't open his mouth for a long time.
Old Qin, is this the genius boy you were talking about?
Qin Zhonghua wished he could sew his mouth shut.
This is a prodigy, not a genius.
Qin Zhonghua reluctantly corrected him.
A wooden dragon rode beneath him. You run really fast.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and instantly caught up with the demon 2, who had transformed into green flames. His perception seemed to cover thousands of miles of the demon realm. Of course, this is not to warn against demon 2.
Instead, let's take another good look at it. Is the tree bud actually in the demon realm? Unfortunately, nothing was found. Why are you running so fast? I'm not like you demons, devouring other races. Demon 2 ignored Lin Fan.
Engulfed in flames, he charged towards the front of a palace in the blink of an eye. Green flames were embedded everywhere in front of the palace. In the shadows, countless wronged souls were wailing. In the blink of an eye, Demon 2 fled into the enormous palace. Lin Fan rode the wooden dragon, standing atop its head, arms crossed, brows furrowed.
Suddenly, a series of intermittent human cries could be heard. 1 becomes 2, 2 2 becomes 4. Suddenly, thousands of human cries rang out. The entire sky was filled with a mournful chill. Demon 2 grinned and slowly walked out of the palace. In the large, eerie green hand, thousands of weeping humans floated. They were crammed together in a dense, crowded mass, distracted and listless, as if his very soul was about to be plundered. Seeing Lin Fan's stunned expression, Demon 2 smiled cruelly. How do you think I cultivated my green flame? The power of the soul will always be the cultivation principle of me, Demon 2. Look, these thousands of humans are the ones I specifically captured from the human realm to cultivate my divine soul. Demon 2 laughed maniacally, greedy saliva dripping from his gaping maw full of fangs. He seems to be enjoying the atmosphere. What? Why don't you dare kill me? Come on, if you dare. Before you kill me, I will definitely burn all of these humans to ashes. Not a single ashes will be left. Moer's words reached Lin Fan's ears without missing a single one. Looking at the dazed crowd, Lin Fan felt a sudden clench in his heart. Who is this? Indeed, you demons should not be forgiven. Upon hearing this, the smile on Moer's lips deepened. Now, kneel down right now. Kneel 3 times and say to the heavens and earth of the demon realm, I, Demon 2, am the strongest demon in the demon realm. Then, go out to the human world and kowtow 3 times. They say I, Lin Fan, am inferior to the demon realm. Then he committed suicide. I will let these humans go. Demon 2 stood with one hand on his hip, his eyes filled with sarcasm. He knows human beings too well. They possess abundant compassion. It is both pathetic and utterly ridiculous. I've discovered that some of you demons are truly brain dead, missing several nerves. Are you threatening me with these? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What, do you want to see all your fellow humans die? Moer felt a chill run down his spine. The green flames burning in his hands burned even more fiercely. How is that possible? It was as if they could take the lives of these thousands of people at any moment. Lin Fan sneered. Moer's eyes widened. His body inexplicably appeared in midair. He stretched out his arm. The humans in his hands had all vanished. All that remained was the flame he had condensed. But then he appeared at the spot where he had just been standing. The light of the 9-tomo Rinnegan suddenly appeared in his eyes. An incredibly terrifying pressure, like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, shook the entire audience. His thousands of humans were already floating on Lin Fan's wooden dragon. Moer's eyes widened. My heart trembled uncontrollably with fear. In the blink of an eye, his position had completely switched with Lin Fan's? No, I have to run. Demon 2 fled in terror. Not even a single moment of time could be wasted. Before he could even run 100 miles, a terrifying suction force was released from Lin Fan's hand. The demon's body was immediately drawn towards Lin Fan. What level of cultivation are you at? Demon 2 screamed in terror. However, Lin Fan paid him no attention whatsoever. A pair of Susanoo-like hands, hundreds of meters long, suddenly emerged from behind Lin Fan. His imposing presence was no longer concealed. It transformed into an overwhelming force. Moer raised his arm and pointed at him tremblingly. His lips trembled incessantly. 6 paths, 6 paths. The body of the second demon split in 2 from the middle. It was immediately cut in half. The upper half of Moer's body fell to the ground. 6 paths level? Demon 2 was terrified. How could a human possibly possess power at the 6 paths level? Isn't that the power of a demon god? How could this possibly be possible? He needed to channel all the chakra in his body, transform it into flames, and escape. Lin Fan suddenly stomped down on Moer's head. Demon 2's head exploded like a bomb. You're actually threatening me? Lin Fan gazed at the completely lifeless Demon 2. His 9-tomo Rinnegan twisted and turned, slowly disappearing from sight. Aim no touch power. It's really useful. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He looked at the group of disoriented people floating around him. His soul was drained, resulting in a fragmented soul. Lin Fan felt extremely distressed. This group of people basically includes both men and women, and people of all ages. To be treated like this, Lin Fan manipulated the wooden figure and stomped on it again. He waved his hand, and a wood release clone slowly split open from his body. Take them out to the human realm, find the Grand Elder, and settle them properly. The clone nodded. With a reach of his hand, the power of the Rinnegan propelled thousands of people into the air, heading towards the spatial rift. A series of blue blades flashed and flew away. One by one, they were demons who once enjoyed eating humans. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous sound erupted, turning everything into cold, lifeless corpses. And this time and time again, the barrage of attacks relentlessly bombarded the hearts of Qin Zhonghua and his 2 companions. Feeling Lin Fan's aura coming from all directions, an idea popped into my head. How could there be such a powerful person in the human realm? Less than 10 minutes had passed. Each demon was like a scythe of death. Their lives were ruthlessly taken. In Lin Fan's presence, the demons who had ruled over humanity for years looked just like baby prey. This combat power. Do you think humans before the era of the 1,000-year blood war would have possessed such a thing? Kakuta took a deep breath. Even if those people came, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat this guy, right? Gao Cheng pushed up up his nose. The psychological blow he suffered today was greater than that of the centuries before. It is important to understand that this occurred during the post-millennium era of bloodshed. He Gao Chang and Qin Zhongguo are basically hailed as the most talented people in the entire world. Various chakra techniques, combined with the three people's coordinated attacks. Even if it's a demon lord at the quasi-6th level, they can fight for several rounds without being at a disadvantage. In front of Lin Fan, they were nothing more than little chirps. Are they capable of fighting the demon lord alone? On the contrary, they are more likely to be defeated by the demon lord and flee in disarray, or even lose their lives. One can fight against N demons. 10 minutes. The entire demon realm is about to be slaughtered by Lin Fan. Once this news reaches the human world, it will undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. When I first saw Lin Fan, it's just the initial stage of the Six Paths realm. Not yet, not that terrifying. Qin Zhongguo hadn't finished speaking. A clean-cut figure stood before them. His robes were spotless. Qin Zhongguo felt as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. Zhao De and Gao Chang only felt their necks suddenly become stiff. The aura emanating from Lin Fan at this moment, not a quasi-six paths. It's a different realm altogether. A level of life that transcends that of ordinary people. Compared to Lin Fan, they are different, like the difference between a firefly and the sun. The terrifying power rendered them unable to even speak. Beside Lin Fan, a blood-red, hideous head fell to the ground in an instant. A cloud of blood-red mist rose up. This mist is composed of boundless demonic blood energy. Qin Zhongguo felt as if he were dreaming. He stepped on something soft, stumbled, and couldn't stand up at all. You guessed right. Lin Fan turned around and glanced at the head behind him. That is the head of the demon one. That demon one who has dominated the three realms for many years. One who is the leader of the demon realm. And just like that, she died a tragic death at Lin Fan's hands. It fell to the ground and mingled with the lowly dust. No demon god was summoned. Before summoning the demon god, Lin Fan had already cleaved him in two with a single strike. It was fluid and effortless, without the slightest hesitation. You just killed him? Qin Zhongguo spoke haltingly. He glanced at the demon one on the ground with lingering fear. At that moment, he still felt like he was dreaming. Lin Fan said it casually. There was absolutely no emotional fluctuation. These words caught the attention of both Zhao De and Gao Chang. Is this guy trying to show off? They've lived for hundreds of years. I have never seen such a pretentious person before. Dude, the demon you killed wasn't some random cat or dog. It's not some first-order demon. Instead, he is the demon king who has ruled the demon realm for many years. Among Otsutsuki High's 9 disciples, he was the most powerful being. And like the moon, he is hailed as the person in the three realms most likely to break through to the Six Paths realm. He was instantly killed by Lin Fan? Qin Zhongguo was completely speechless at Lin Fan again. Lin Fan's personality, calm, yet with a peculiar air of pretentiousness. It makes people grit their teeth in hatred. This sudden, the three of them looked around at the striking Heart Sutra. The ground was littered with the remains of demons. Lin Fan has probably wiped out all the demons in the entire demon realm. Thinking of this, Qin Zhongguo quickly spoke up. Lin Fan, what is our purpose in coming to the demon realm? That is to break the seal that the three Otsutsuki have placed on us humans. I want to tell you. Lin Fan waved his hand, completely interrupting what he was about to say. You mean to say, was it the Otsutsuki clan that ruled the entire earth before? Or do you still want to say something? In order to quell the human rebellion, the two realms joined forces to kill all the geniuses of the human realm? These words reached the ears of the three people, as if they had heard of some momentous event. Qin Zhongguo then spoke with a puzzled look in his eyes. How did you know? These messages, however, they were completely sealed off by the three Otsutsuki. In other words, it is a barrier set up by the demon gods, immortal gods, and gods of the human world who rule the three realms. Once a human reveals, or perhaps they were subjected to a soul-searching technique, all of these can have a backlash effect. They broke the seal after great difficulty. The purpose was to tell Lin Fan. How did you know? A guy told me that, Lin Fan said. Everyone stared intently, speculating amongst themselves. But no one expected that a human could break free from these shackles. Lin Fan shrugged. Lin Fan's words, however, utterly horrified them. His name, it's called Otsutsuki Raku. Raku Otsutsuki? Isn't that the owner of that tombstone? Shouldn't these three alien beings from the Otsutsuki clan have been sealed away? How could it possibly appear in the three realms of Earth? But it terrified them once again. However, it seems they've been kidnapped. Lin Fan shrugged. It seems it was eaten directly. Lin Fan's tone was indifferent, showing no concern whatsoever. In every gesture and movement, they all exuded a sense of calm. But it sent chills down the spines of Qin Zhongguo and the other two. Even though the surrounding area was filled with the scalding blood of various demons, a chill ran up to the tips of my hair. Make each hair stand up straight. Qin Zhongguo stammered as he spoke. There seemed to be records about these things in the ancient tomb. Qin Zhongguo then recounted his experiences in the tomb. Lin Fan rested his chin on his hand. Otsutsuki Raku, Otsutsuki Kai, Otsutsuki Naka. It sounds just like a family of 3 brothers. Unfortunately, due to their intertwined interests, they became entangled in a power struggle. In the end, it met a tragic end, with 2 seals placed on its head and 1 person dying. What caught Lin Fan's attention the most were Otsutsuki High and the sealed image within the Otsutsuki clan. One transformed into a full moon. One of them transformed into a tree bud. Tree buds are easy to understand. It was that vine that broke through the snow on the sacred mountain. But as for a full moon, Lin Fan suddenly frowned. It should not be a full moon hanging outside the earth of another blue planet. Raku Otsutsuki's grave is in the demon world. The Otsutsuki clan is sealed in the human world. The last place left is the realm of demons. Of course, this also subtly revealed a message to him. Otsutsuki High has been resurrected. Lin Fan muttered to himself. The 3 of them were stunned and dumbfounded. What did they hear Lin Fan say? That alien creature from the Otsutsuki clan? Only a few days have passed? The 3 of them were completely stunned. The 3 of them hadn't even been in the demon realm for 5 days. So many inexplicable and earth-shattering changes have occurred in the outside world? A terrifying atmosphere suddenly filled the crowd. Who can stop them? Otsutsuki High is unlike any ordinary creature on earth. His own strength is genuinely at the 6 paths level. Open your eyes, and all things perish. Close your eyes, and everything will perish. In the ancient times of Earth, it was worshipped as a god by countless tribes, who offered sacrifices to it day and night. His strength is enough to easily destroy an entire continent. Even destroying a planet wouldn't be an exaggeration. According to records, Otsutsuki Bey was not someone who sought to gradually absorb the chakra of the 3 realms. He brought with him the image of countless earth creatures whose chakra was completely devoured, dying in agony. The 3 of them had dry mouths and throats. You guys, you can go out now. Have a good rest. Lin Fan raised his head slightly and released 2 more wooden clones to clean up the remaining demons in the demon realm. Qin Zhonghua and the other 2 were still in a daze. The surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Could it be? Their bodies suddenly appeared on the sacred mountain. Qin Zhonghua's purple spear is still deeply embedded in the earth. The wooden figure beneath Lin Fan was still holding Moyi's head. Crimson blood dripped into the snowdrift. The temperature was so high that it melted the snow into blood, forming a stream that gurgled down the mountain. He leaped into the air, and a wooden dragon suddenly appeared. This scene left the 3 of them in awe. But that's all. The news of Otsutsuki Kai's resurrection hung over their hearts like a dark cloud. Young Lin, what should we do about that Otsutsuki Bey? Qin Zhonghua said slowly. These words immediately plunged Gao Chang and Zhao Da's moods into another freezing point. How can this be resolved? One slip. That's not just about the extinction of human races. Rather, the entire blue planet could very well be devoured of chakra, becoming a planet filled with death energy. Otsutsuki Bey? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, still holding Moyi's head. Countless snowflakes fell with a clatter, only making his thin figure appear even more prominent. A smile played on his lips, and a glint of red light shone from his eyes. Otsutsuki's tragedy. Hesitant and timid. A piece of trash. The surrounding icy and snowy environment seemed to be melting at an alarming rate. The dragon roared to the heavens, and the wooden dragon danced in the air. A hurricane swept by, taking away a pile of snow. It also took away all life in the entire demon realm. Qin Zhonghua, Zhao Da, and Gao Chang stared blankly at Lin Fan's gradually disappearing figure. Kakuta came to his senses and gasped. Is this kid really that arrogant? Gao Chang nodded in agreement. Qin Zhonghua, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. He's always been this arrogant. The 3 of them seemed to fall into a silence. Do you think Lin Fan might also have the strength of the 6 paths level? Gao Chang's words were astonishing. The 3 of them were immediately stunned and stood frozen in place. Let's go first. Qin Zhonghua shook his head. Gao Chang and Zhao Da didn't ask any further questions. They turned around and gazed intently at the blood-red spatial rift behind them. He sighed. The figure vanished from the spot, and after they disappeared, the snow seemed to be falling even heavier. In that stream of blood formed from the drops of the demon's blood, a green bud emitting fluorescence. It seemed to be greedily absorbing the nutrients it needed. It devoured a lot. Its vines gradually expanded. Finally, it extended into the realm of demons. Dagon enters Kyoto. The elder paced back and forth in the meeting room. On the table in front of him were dozens of open ancient books. Meanwhile, the person sitting next to them was still flipping through a book. It was by Xingzhan and Gao Shangda. The ancient books are covered with yellowed marks. His eyes were bloodshot. That's right, the 3 of them managed to read through dozens of ancient books in one night. Even so, there is still no trace of tree buds in these 3 ancient books. There are hints or clues, but there is only frank and blunt talk. Where did these tree buds come from? The Grand Elder paced back and forth. I almost wanted to tear all those ancient books to shreds. Let's wait for Lin Fan to come. He just happened to go to the location of the sacred mountain today. If we come to Kyoto, it will take about the right amount of time. At this point, the Grand Elder frowned. However, in principle, shouldn't Lin Fan have already arrived in Kyoto by now? It was almost midday. Over there at the sacred mountain, could something something have happened? The sound of a huge object falling. The sound suddenly came from outside the door. The three of them were suddenly startled. A terrifying and evil aura emanated from it. It erupted from outside the meeting room. Countless people turned pale, staring in disbelief at the direction from which this aura had appeared. It was merely the residual effect of the shockwave. It actually made them feel like they were about to die. Countless low-level experts couldn't even stand up and approach the perimeter of the conference room. The Grand Elder then dispatched the elite experts from the entire Great Qian once again. The area surrounding the Great Qian border was thoroughly and cautiously searched time and again. Could there still be demons lingering on the border of the Great Qian dynasty? The capital of the Great Qian dynasty at this moment. There are no longer any absolutely strong beings. And in the conference room, Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde suddenly stood up from their seats. The blood in their bodies suddenly froze. This momentum, it's the Demon Lord? Their chakra erupted from their entire bodies. Even water escape techniques. This Demon Lord? Wasn't he firmly locked up in the demon realm by Lin Fan? How come I've come to the human realm again? They were stunned and then looked behind them. Once the Demon Lord descends, neither of them, both near king level figures, will have any power to resist. Lin Fan is not in Kyoto. The only thing we can rely on is the Grand Elder. The elder behind them then instantly took it from the secret room behind the conference room with both hands. A long sword imbued with spatial power was suddenly held in the hands of the Grand Elder. His long, white beard trembled slightly, his heart pounding. Naturally, they were terrified. He had seen this aura before, he had even sensed it. The founders of the Great Qian dynasty were establishing the Great Qian dynasty at that time. I once fought a great battle against an avatar of a demon lord. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he managed to kill its clone using spatial power. That aura has appeared once again. And to make matters worse, they appeared right there in the heart of the capital, the Forbidden City, outside the conference room. The Grand Elder's face turned extremely ugly. This guy's aura. Isn't that the so-called first demon lord? This guy? How could he possibly descend to the mortal realm? The elder cried out in his heart in terror. If he were to descend in his true form, in the present world, if it weren't for Lin Fan, no one could stop him. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his phone and quickly sent a message to Lin Fan. We have to hold on. The elder calmed himself down. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde nodded solemnly. The demon lord himself has arrived. Fortunately, it didn't descend upon the center of Kyoto. Instead, it appeared in the Forbidden City. If the demon lord were to leave the Purple Gold Palace, he wouldn't be able to delay Lin Fan's arrival until the time he needed. For the entire city of Kyoto, this meant the transformation of an entire city. It was the complete destruction of an entire state. Gao Shangde and Bai Xingjian's eyes became incredibly resolute. They took a deep breath. He suddenly flung open the conference room door. A head, several tens of meters long, suddenly came into their view. An overwhelming force rushed towards them. Evil, terror, and wickedness. The crimson chakra seemed to be completely corrupting their spirits. Ice release, demonic mirror ice crystal. Water release, water dragon technique. The two were so frightened that their hair stood on end, and they quickly formed hand seals. However, the hand seals were only halfway through. The two of them suddenly stopped. The Grand Elder burst out of the meeting room like a bolt of lightning. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling white light. The white light contained a terrifying spatial power. It's as if it can cause devastating damage to the space in front of it anytime, anywhere. The elder suddenly raised his long sword, intending to unleash all his spatial power at once while the enemy was off guard. The long sword had not yet been swung. The Grand Elder's body, like Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde, also came to a standstill. What did he see? This is a huge head. This is the head of the first demon lord. That head of the demon one, who had dominated the 3 realms for so many years? Now, this head is casually placed on the periphery of the conference room. Horrifying blood gushed from the severed neck, but there was an aura of death emanating from it. It's not that they feel death. Or did they sense the death of the first demon lord? The first demon lord is dead just like that? The 3 of them stood there, stunned, as if in a dream. Stunned, like a stone sculpture? This is an illusion, isn't it? The first demon lord is a very famous figure in the entire history of Earth. After 1,000 years of cultivation, it is even more likely that they will reach the peak of the quasi-6 paths level. They were carelessly placed on the ground. The dried blood suggests that the first demon lord is already dead? Bai Xingjian rubbed his eyes hard, still unable to believe it. Gao Shangde clenched his fists. His mouth seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't. But his slight trembling eyes still betrayed his surprise, even fear, dread. The most bewildered of all. It was the Grand Elder. He didn't even use his spatial sword. The head of the first demon lord was placed right in front of him? What happened? The Grand Elder stood frozen in place, his long sword still gripped in his hand. He stood in front of Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde, his posture and appearance looking extremely comical. At that moment, no one dared to laugh. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the sky. Countless people turned to look. A wooden dragon coiled in the sky, its roar
sending out waves of air with each opening and closing of its mouth. On top of the wooden dragon's head, Lin Fan stood with his arms crossed, his face calm.
A bold idea suddenly popped into my head.
Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde looked at the head of the first demon lord on the ground, and then at Lin Fan in the sky.
Could it be that Lin Fan killed the first demon lord? Their mouths gradually grew larger. It's impossible to stop it. The next moment,
the Grand Elder's mouth gaped slightly as he looked up at the sky in disbelief.
The first demon lord. Did you kill him?
Lin Fan did not respond. He slowly raised his hand. A spatial rift leading to the divine power has reappeared. Corpses suddenly fell from the sky. It was piled heavily on top of the first demon lord's head.
The suffocating aura pressed down like a mountain.
Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Grand Elder gazed at the numerous corpses in the distance.
In his old age,
they were all so frightened by this that they almost died on the spot.
Tianyin of all things.
These corpses were actually made up of the demon lord's flesh and blood. Both their bodies exuded terrifying yet distinct auras, both inside and out. At a glance, there are at least 5 different chakra auras. The strength of each type of chakra is at least at the quasi-sixth path level.
Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde exchanged a glance.
A thick layer of cold sweat appeared on my skin. They looked up at Lin Fan riding a wooden dragon in the sky. Then he looked at the thing on the ground. His eyes were complex and unfocused.
I don't know what he was thinking about.
The elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He walked in slowly, staring incredulously at the things on the ground.
Even blinking stopped.
He stood there inexplicably, like a piece of wood dressed in clothes. His experiences are among the most magnificent and terrifying in the human world. His vast knowledge base allowed him to clearly understand what each of the 5 streams of chakra before him represented. They are the first demon lord to the 5th demon lord from the demon realm.
The terrifying chakra of the demon realm has traversed the 3 realms for thousands of years. This has caused countless mortals in the human world, and even countless awakened beings, to feel distressed, terrified, and afraid. You can use the name of the demon lord to scare babies when they cry. It can be said to be in the history of the human world. It left a profound mark on history.
This stroke connects the past and the present.
Even the strongest humans today wouldn't dare say they wouldn't be intimidated by the demon lord of the demon realm.
Even the great emperor of the Russian Bear country,
the lighthouse of the ugly country, even the great elder of the great Qian dynasty couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be afraid when facing it.
When he sensed the aura of the first demon lord earlier, a chilling aura had already risen into the sky. At that moment, the auras of 5 incredibly powerful demon lords appeared simultaneously. Even a powerful expert at the shadow level like him couldn't help but twitch. The most absurd scene has now unfolded. The former 5 great demon lords, now lifeless, they lay on the ground, their bodies cold, stiff corpses.
Anyway,
the blood inside the flesh had congealed and adhered to the body. The manner of their deaths was different, and they were extremely gruesome. The wooden dragon beneath Lin Fan's feet suddenly turned into white mist and disappeared, then landed steadily in front of the Grand Elder.
The 5 great demon lords,
the elder asked, his mind unsettled.
He felt like he was dreaming.
Upon hearing this, both Gao Shangde and Bai Xingjian felt as if they were dreaming.
They immediately understood what was going on. Lin Fan killed 5 demon lords?
Lin Fan didn't deny it, shrugged, and said in a slightly aloof tone.
A single, understated sentence.
But it terrified all 3 people present.
He single-handedly killed 5 great demon lords. They are the 9 great demon lords in the demon realm. It's only been a few days? That is, it's only been a few days since Lin Fan appeared? It's only 8 days, right?
Lin Fan, who emerged in just 8 days, actually personally annihilated the peak combat power of the entire demon realm.
Not even the slightest injury.
Even their outer clothing was spotless, clean, and neat. This clearly proves from the side. The 5 demon lords who went this time, even the strongest first demon lord, did not harm a single hair on Lin Fan's head.
And that's exactly what happened.
Several streaks of light suddenly flashed past in the surroundings.
4 figures of shadow-level experts suddenly appeared, their expressions serious.
Among the 4, some had white hair and looked lifeless. Some middle-aged men are incredibly virile.
But, without exception, I'm going to kill you.
He comes from one of the 8 great families of Kyoto and is the head of one of the 4 families. They each grabbed their weapons and roared, "Elder, where are these demons? I will surely kill him with my dust escape technique. How dare he show his face in Kyoto? I'll risk my life to kill him. Ice release, ultimate ice." They all felt, without prior agreement,
an extremely terrifying demonic chakra appeared in Kyoto.
As the 4 finished speaking, they suddenly realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. His brows furrowed as he looked at the still-stunned elder. His gaze then shifted to the demon's corpse lying on the ground.
What kind of demon is this? The heads of the 4 major families trembled.
Their weapons nearly trembled and fell to the ground.
The 5 demon lords? What is this thing? How did they all end up lying here?
The head of the Luo family was so shaken that his goatee fell off. The ice crystals that had just formed around the Bai family patriarch suddenly turned into a drizzle and fell with a snap. The other 2 family heads even stammered, their faces turned turning red. I even doubted whether I had seen it wrong. The bloody truth. Yet it was laid bare before them in all its glory.
The one lying on the ground was their formidable foe, the corpses of the 5 demon lords who threatened their lives.
They looked at Lin Fan with complicated expressions.
This is a slender young boy. Is it really possible to achieve this level of skill? Seriously, more demonic than a demon itself?
The Grand Elder slowly spoke. The demon lord of the demon realm is dead. Perhaps this is a great opportunity to wipe out all demons, to truly secure an opportunity for peace for the human world.
All eyes were on the Grand Elder. Yes, how could they not have thought of that? The remaining demons are mostly at the Kage level. With enough caution, all the demons can be wiped out within a month. Go to hell. Wipe out the evil of the demon realm and restore peace to the human world. Isn't the opportunity to make a name for yourself right in front of you?
The crowd became excited, their eyes filled with more than just awe at Lin Fan.
This added another layer of joy. After fighting demons for so long, isn't the most important goal to kill all of them? Now, it seems within reach. I object.
Lin Fan raised his hand. The Grand Elder, Bai Gao, and the 4 family heads looked over in confusion.
However, their eyes did not show any doubt. Instead, they regarded Lin Fan as their backbone, the kind of person who means what they say.
I have killed all the demons in the demon realm. Therefore, you don't need to go and conquer the demon realm. Just stay here and rest. You've all been working so hard for so long. Lin Fan scratched his head and revealed a clear smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. So they've already killed all the demons.
Isn't this more convenient? Everyone's eyes suddenly widened to the size of a baby's fist. What did they hear?
The demons of the entire demon realm.
They were all killed by Lin Fan?
Lin Fan clearly and logically recounted the events that had transpired.
Of course, it didn't explain anything about the Otsutsuki.
The group's abilities are too low. Perhaps speaking out would only cause them more trouble.
Hearing what Lin Fan said,
the turmoil in my heart was like one wave after another. If an ordinary awakened being were to fight against demons and monsters, the battle would likely be full of ups and downs.
However, Lin Fan crushed them with an overbearing and invincible attitude.
He killed the 5th demon lord with a single strike. He killed the 4th demon lord in one blow. He crushed the 3rd demon lord to death with a single grab. As for the latter 2, their deaths were even more gruesome.
Even so, perhaps everyone's mood will be able to calm down and return to normal.
Lin Fan then mentioned that he had also taken the opportunity to clean up the demons in the demon realm. These 2 words were like a devastating blow to their hearts. Despite their hard work over such a long time, they haven't managed to substantially reduce the number of demons. Lin Fan casually and easily cleaned up all the demons in the entire demon realm,
especially the heads of these 4 major families.
Each of them was a seasoned veteran, possessing a deep understanding of just how difficult it was to deal with demons.
An 18-year-old boy casually told them to drive all the demons away? The differences between people. The 4 heads of the family were completely silenced, shocked by Lin Fan. What do people have the most of? The greatest threat to the human realm has been completely eliminated by Lin Fan just like that?
This means that from now on, the human world will enter a period of rapid development. Previously, this was to deal with the troubles caused by the invasion of demons.
At this moment, they were utterly annihilated. Bai Xingjian and Gao Shanda exchanged complicated glances.
One of them, whom Lin Fan called Brother Bai and treated like a brother.
I thought we were starting from the same point.
As a result, Lin Fan's position directly reached the finish line that Bai Xingjian could never reach. Bai Xingjian now wants to call Lin Fan brother.
Too weak. Gao Shanda's expression grew increasingly strange. I remember a few days ago.
He thought it was bad to tell Lin Fan about the immortal realm too early.
They wiped out the demon realm.
At this moment, he didn't even want Lin Fan to call him Uncle Gao. Calling someone by that seniority is practically shortening his lifespan. The elder calmed himself down. He looked at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. The gifts sent by the great emperor of the Bear Kingdom were mostly placed in the backyard. You can pick it up anytime you need it. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became a little heavier. Yesterday's grand gift from the Russian Bear Kingdom was a rare and precious spiritual treasure capable of nurturing several quasi-Kage level cultivators, or even Kage level ones. Everyone was still wondering why the Russian country would give such a generous gift.
I came here for Lin Fan. Everything was explained in an instant. You are very strong.
Lin Fan nodded, declined, and solemnly said, distribute them to the talented people below. They need these things more than I do. Lin Fan was not wrong. With his current strength, the spiritual treasures of the mortal realm have absolutely no effect on improving him. There's not even a need to replenish the chakra consumed in battle. He possesses wood release and therefore has a vast amount of chakra. In addition, there's the current extraction of natural energy. It can be said that Lin Fan's chakra is now inexhaustible. Lin Fan's words touched everyone's hearts. These natural treasures are countless. If it were applied to each genius, it could boost their strength immeasurably.
Lin Fan's magnanimity is truly admirable.
The elder looked grateful and slightly opened his mouth as if to say something.
Suddenly, a series of epidemic prevention alarms sounded. A chilling aura suddenly rose from the east. It brings about a crushing defeat at the biological level, but it only lasted for a moment. Then it vanished in an instant. Everyone's brows furrowed suddenly. Lin Fan's aura spread out like ripples in a hurricane. It seems they want to cover the entire Great Qian Kingdom. Everyone felt this powerful aura and couldn't help but hold their breath. This sensation then vanished. A solemn expression appeared on Lin Fan's face. It was blocked midway. Are you trying to intimidate me? Lin Fan knew that only his own senses were being blocked. No other signals were detected. The first elder hurriedly asked, Lin Fan, what happened? Before Lin Fan could answer, a communications officer rushed in from outside the Forbidden City in a panic. He was holding several beeping screens in his hands. This is the chakra detected by the chakra detector. This is the best detector on Earth, the highest level, capable of detecting chakra at the Kage level. They hurriedly placed it in front of everyone and spread it out. On the sea outside Linhai City, Dakian, a spatial rift radiating white light appeared in the sky as if an eye had been opened. The crack was enormous, seemingly about to take over the entire sky. The chakra that erupted from it, terrifying, eerie, and unfamiliar. Everyone felt a chill creeping up on them. Their Kage-level powerhouses? Just by looking through the screen, he could feel this level of understanding. Everyone's vigilance instantly reached its peak, before they could even discuss or think about it. From within the spatial rift, countless humanoid creatures with wings on their arms burst forth. The humanoid creature was pale all over, but its eyes were bloodshot, and it was lifeless, like a corpse. There are countless varieties. Like ants crawling in an anthill, they were densely packed together. There are nearly 100 of them. A chill ran through me. The chakra strength of this group of humanoid creatures was not even above the Quasi-Kage level. It could even reach the level of a movie star, even beyond the shadow. Okay. Any one of them could destroy the fighting capacity of a city. They actually appeared outside Linhai City at the same time. As if premeditated, a massive spatial rift was opened. It's extremely regular and ordered. What on earth did this? The Grand Elder and the four family heads all had dealings with the realm of immortals and gods. They knew that behind this spatial rift lay the realm of immortals and gods. The spatial rift now felt completely foreign to them. It's completely different from the aura of the immortal realm. The Grand Elder, puzzled, grabbed the microphone and made a decision in an instant. Dispatch all experts at the Quasi-Kage level or above to support Linhai City. The remaining awakened ones, evacuate the crowd. I'll take you there. The Grand Elder was about to swing the spatial sword, intending to unleash its final power. This level of invasion, the entire Great Qian dynasty, the entire planet Earth was facing a life or death crisis. Awakened individuals and ordinary people across the country have all received this order. Time seemed to stand still. They immediately launched a lightning-fast operation. The Grand Elder immediately turned his gaze to Lin Fan. But then I suddenly realized. A pale space, with a human figure floating in it. Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled. Heavenly Obstruction Star. As soon as the unfamiliar chakra erupted, Lin Fan immediately gave orders to the Akatsuki organization. For Lin Fan, it couldn't be described as unfamiliar chakra. He had seen this chakra before. The chakra that absorbed Rakuwatsutsuki's original power was the same as his. Will you pull me into this space? Lin Fan looked at the pale surroundings and sighed softly. Under his perception, the formation of this space is rather strange. It has elements of fantasy, yet it feels incredibly real. There is both the passage of time and the apparent standstill of time and space. It felt like completely relaxing your body in the ocean, drifting aimlessly. It seems they want to use this space to trap him. He looked up at the sky. Otsutsuki Bay has really been resurrected. You think you can trap me with this? As Lin Fan raised his hand, a burst of chakra erupted from him. In the distance from Linhai City, the entire population of Linhai City underwent a massive migration. Those who are stronger than the quasi-shadow level maintain order among the people. 3 women stood at the front of the crowd. The 3 women had different expressions, but all of them were worried. Heavenly Obstruction Star, they felt. There seems to be a completely different aura compared to the previous demon invasions. It instills a fear that even terrifies the soul. Luo Mengdai bit her lip lightly. A bead of cold sweat gathered on Luo Mengdia's fair face. The jade-white humanoid creatures still floated in mid-air. Their eyes were lifeless, their arms hung limply, and their backs were hunched over. Generals of the quasi-shadow level and shadow level in the Dakian army. The heads of the 8 great families of the Great Qian dynasty and all the elders. At this moment, they had all arrived at the battlefield. They all wore solemn expressions, soar into the sky. The first elder's face was so dark it looked like it was about to drip water. They had just attacked the humanoid creatures in the sky. Their attacks were all ineffective. An invisible shield surrounds the humanoid creatures, helping them withstand countless attacks. This is just the first piece of bad news. Another piece of bad news is, Lin Fan had been missing for a full 10 minutes. There was no trace of Lin Fan in the entire Great Qian dynasty. Many people were filled with doubts. But what can be guaranteed most is that Lin Fan is definitely bound by some kind of attack. Lin Lin Fan is not here. This means that the strongest fighting force of the Great Qian dynasty is not standing. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The city's residents were effectively evacuated. After all, Linhai City has relatively rich experience in evacuation. Transporting them is extremely easy. If an attack were to occur, a wave of chakras suddenly crashed down from above. It was as if a bomb had exploded near the ground. All the humanoid creatures opened their eyes, revealing blood-red eyes. Everyone shuddered. Before they could react, the humanoid creature mechanically raised its arm, like a programmed robot. Then, he faced the human army below. A burst of crimson chakra shot out from their jade-white hands. First, it was a beam of light, then it spread out, and the beams combined and converged into a 10-meter-long cylinder. The cylinder stirred up a terrifying gust of wind, whipping everyone's hair. Just then, they passed right over their heads, a few feet away. They fell behind. Like a nuclear explosion, it suddenly exploded in the center of Linhai City. A blood-red mushroom cloud rose. Behind them, Linhai City was razed to the ground, a gray-black expanse with depressions hundreds of meters deep, like ravines, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. A near-shadow level awakened one knelt down, his face pale. Sweat poured down his face. What kind of power is this? It wasn't just his inner fear. The same applies to the vast majority of people. One shot, and a city is destroyed. The evacuated residents of Linhai City, utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, someone coughs or someone sneezes. The entire city of Linhai has vanished? It has been reduced to ruins. It doesn't even qualify as ruins anymore. It was a scorched earth that seemed to have been bombarded. What exactly happened? Their home is gone just like that. Lin Fan. Luo Mengdai bit her lower lip tightly, and blood began to flow. This attack was the result of absolutely a catastrophe of world-ending magnitude. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely not ignore it. On the beach, Bai Xingzhan and Gao Shanda are considered among the stronger near kings. Everyone felt the approach of death after that shot. The heads of the 8 families had dark faces and twitching lips. If it were to fall on them, not even their bones would remain. The elder clenched his fists tightly, staring incredulously at the humanoid creature in the sky. If the residents of Linhai City were not evacuated in time, what does that mean? It could result in millions of casualties. The humanoid creature in the sky immediately became displeased. The attack missed. Unfamiliar, unpleasant. The language he spoke was indeed the language of the Great Qian dynasty, but it was very unfamiliar, as if he had only recently started practicing. Suddenly, the humanoid creatures changed their tone. Then, separate them all and kill them all. The result seems to be the same. A humanoid creature suddenly appeared in front of a powerful expert at the Quasi-Kage level. Reach out and touch his head. A beam of red light shot out. Everyone froze, their hands and feet turning ice cold. The 4 heads of the family reacted instantly, for chakra attacks were unleashed, carrying a terrifying aura. The Grand Elder reacted immediately, unleashing his spatial sword that tore through space. The humanoid creature's waist was severed, and its form vanished, but it was only for a moment. Disposable items. The Grand Elder's spatial sword had its remaining power completely exhausted. The Elder's face twisted in a grimace. Damn it. A humanoid creature appeared before the Grand Elder. Everyone's eyes widened. Its aura was clearly at the super shadow level. It raised its arm, unleashing a red light, and shot out crimson chakra. A massive red suit of armor suddenly appeared in front of the Grand Elder, and the Yata mirror materialized. The humanoid creature narrowed its eyes, trying to retreat into the sky. A black chakra rod fell from the sky and firmly planted it in the ground. The heavenly Tao descended from the sky, trampling the humanoid creature under its feet. A black rod rose from its palm and pierced the humanoid creature's head. They nailed it to the ground. 12 figures dressed in red clouds and black robes suddenly appeared before everyone. We just went to look for the leader's whereabouts. It took some time. Itachi Uchiha stretched out one hand and explained calmly. Joy spread across everyone's faces. In the Great Qian dynasty, the Akatsuki organization has already been recognized as the most powerful organization in just a few days. Even on the entire planet Earth, the Akatsuki is the most powerful organization. Itachi Uchiha frowned as he gazed at the group of humanoid creatures in the distance. The leader mysteriously disappeared. After searching for 10 minutes, there was still no trace of the leader's chakra. It's probably not in the human realm. The culprits are undoubtedly these things from the immortal realm in front of us. Payne's gaze was calm, and he uttered only one word, but this made the remaining 11 people all look over. 5 paths of Pain, Deidara, and several others. His eyes were serious, but there was a soaring fighting spirit within them. Itachi Uchiha did not deny it. 12 people appeared instantly in front of the humanoid creature. All sorts of attacks were launched. Whether it's the strange fire arrows of the Azura path, the summoning techniques of the animal path, or Deidara's clay explosion, once it appears, it will brilliantly cover all the spatial layers between humanoid creatures. The massive attacks from Kisame, Kakuzu, and Sasori also seem to have created a huge ripple effect. The heavenly Tao hovered in mid-air, releasing its repulsive force, which erupted with a roar. Uchiha Itachi's Tatsuka blade was suddenly released in midair, transforming into a longsword aura that slashed down. Everyone was overjoyed. This attack must have caused these humanoid creatures to suffer heavy losses immediately. To their surprise, all the attacks passed right through them, as if they were in a different space, and landed on the waves behind them, creating a huge wave. Everyone was stunned and stood there in shock. Chakra attack? Even the Akatsuki members in the sky were somewhat stunned. What's wrong? Countless humanoid creatures curled their lips into a smile. Ridiculous, hilarious. You mere human dare to challenge me? A creature with alternating yellow and white plumage suddenly appeared before the hungry ghost realm. Reach out and pierce through. In the blink of an eye, it tore the body of the hungry ghost to shreds. While the others remained unaware, the Grand Elder's eyes suddenly froze on the yellow and white humanoid creature. This guy, is he the Desert Immortal Lord? The Desert Immortal Lord was shrouded in a strange white mist, the jade-white color spreading across his yellow-orange skin. He exuded an unfamiliar aura. He is the Desert Immortal Lord, yet he is not the Desert Immortal Lord. A brainstorming session raged through the Elder's mind, and he immediately issued an order. Attack! Hold on. We must hold out until Lin Fan returns. The Elder's command immediately brought everyone back to their senses, and they all formed hand seals, unleashing all sorts of chakra. The Akatsuki members were taken aback, but they also launched an attack. However, none of these attacks caused any harm to the humanoid creatures. A sense of despair permeated everyone's hearts. They couldn't even hit him. Ants challenge humans. All of these can cause some degree of harm to humans. They challenged these humanoid creatures and miraculously avoided any harm. Even the Heavenly Tao's face showed a hint of solemnity. He suddenly reached out, and a black sphere flew into the air. Countless seawater rose from the ground, carrying a powerful suction force, trying to seal away all humanoid creatures. The enigmatic Desert Immortal Lord appeared before him. You're very strong? The Desert Immortal Lord's fist slammed into the Heavenly Tao's stomach. The style of the Heavenly Tao changed, and it flew out at high speed like a cannonball. Uchiha Itachi shifted his position, trying to catch up quickly. However, the Desert Immortal Lord's speed is even faster than his. Countless white sands flowed from the palm of the Desert Immortal Lord. It seemed to possess a spirit, and it enveloped the head of the Heavenly Tao. Want to instantly kill the Heavenly Tao? Countless people had this thought, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Even Itachi Uchiha's expression trembled. Many people closed their eyes. This expanse of white sand did not attack the Heavenly Tao. A figure stood before the Heavenly Tao. He was beaten so badly? Lin Fan stood with his hands in his pockets, his face completely calm. The white sand that filled the sky completely covered Lin Fan's front like a sand shield. However, we cannot launch any attacks. Tiandao managed to catch his breath and forced a smile. Itachi Uchiha paused, then felt a sense of relief. The rest of the Akatsuki members all changed their forms, abandoning the humanoid creatures they were facing, and instantly appeared in front of the awakened ones of the Great Qian. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan has arrived. A sense of hope suddenly arose in everyone's hearts. The people of Linhai City, who are currently migrating, are still running around non-stop. A power capable of completely erasing a city in an instant. If they stayed here, they would only be able to deliver vegetables, becoming a burden and a liability. Luo Mengdai suddenly paused, then turned around and looked in the direction of Linhai City. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke turned around. Sister Mengdai, what's wrong? Luo Mengdai paused for a moment. I feel he seems to be back. Suddenly, a light flashed in the eyes of the two women. Linhai City, in the sky. Lin Fan shook his head, reached out, and both Tiandao and Uchiha Itachi teleported to the front of everyone. They are no longer needed. Then, he turned his gaze to the Desert Immortal Lord. You shouldn't be the desert, right? He had previously seen the appearance and power of the Desert Immortal Lord through the mirror of the moon. The strength of the Desert Immortal Lord before them is probably several levels higher than that of the previous one. It is roughly not far from reaching the peak of the Quasi-Six Paths. This is? The Desert Immortal Lord revealed a strange smile. You are very clever. Lin Fan then returned a smile. You deliberately made me sleepy? Lin Fan shrugged. The predicament we faced earlier was probably already being prepared for before we even arrived in Kyoto. In this world, something could happen that he wouldn't even notice. He could find no reason other than to make prior arrangements. He was trapped for more than 10 minutes. The Desert Immortal Lord maintained his eerie smile. You are very clever. I originally intended to do this before you broke the seal. To wipe out the entire Great Qian dynasty. It's just a pity that after being sealed for so long, I'm still a bit clumsy at manipulating these immortal and divine realms. The Desert Immortal Lord's tone was full of regret. Lin Fan smiled, mirroring his expression. In that case, then I'll give you the same result in return. He reached out and, without warning, placed his hand on the head of the Desert Immortal Lord. Ripples appeared in the space. The Desert Immortal Lord's body became completely twisted, the terrifying spatial power contorting it into a pretzel shape. It fell into the sea. The Desert Immortal Lord is dead? The crowd looked at each other. The light shining in their eyes was truly awe-inspiring. The untouchable immortal lord. In front of Lin Fan, she was as fragile as paper, easily pierced through. It wasn't even that much force was used. Even the heavenly Tao and Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but exchange a glance. His eyes held a complex expression. He seemed to want to say something, but ultimately remained silent, especially the way of heaven. For a fleeting moment, he thought he would be completely crushed to death by a swath of yellow sand from the desert immortal lord. The leader appeared in front of him in an instant. The scene was as silent as if it were dead. Floating in the sky, Lin Fan glanced at the ocean with a cold look. Reaching out, gravity was released, and a terrifying force pulled at the remains of the desert immortal lord in the ocean. With a wave of his hand, countless grains of sand piled up in the sky. Then, he gently pinched it. It was as if glass had been shattered by the sound waves. The space where the remains of the desert immortal lord were located was also distorted and shattered by Lin Fan. In the blink of an eye, everyone's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan remained completely unfazed. Get insurance. After all, killing monsters is something. We still need to finish them off. These words resonated deeply with everyone. Some people couldn't help but feel a little pity for the desert immortal lord. Of course, it wasn't out of pity for the death of the desert immortal lord. Instead, they were pitying the fact that the desert immortal lord had not left behind even a trace or a single cell in this world. Under the hesitant gazes of everyone, Lin Fan slowly turned around and faced the dozens of humanoid creatures in the sky. Then, his body moved. Not a trace was left in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. The humanoid creatures all opened their mouths, as if they were about to ask a question. A sound of space shattering suddenly rang out. Lin Fan's body appeared behind a humanoid creature, with a row of bones wrapped around his right hand at some unknown time. The skeleton transformed into a giant hand, and a long blade pierced through the humanoid creature's neck. The humanoid creature's eyes widened. They seemed surprised that Lin Fan was able to break through space to arrive. Other humanoid creatures turned into white phantoms. They surrounded Lin Fan's position from all directions, overwhelming him. Lin Fan twisted his arm, and the long sword was pulled out of the humanoid creature, which then turned into fragments and disappeared. A blue blade of energy, imbued with the power of space, swept outwards like a wave. A sonic boom suddenly rang out. The bodies of 3 humanoid beings at the Kage level were shattered. Previously, Lin Fan had discovered a way to kill these humanoid creatures. The attack incorporates spatial power. Apart from that, other attacks simply won't work. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and his other hand was also in Susanoo form, with 2 long swords held horizontally. Like a meteor shower, the sword energy cleaved through the heavens and earth, tearing open the chests of countless humanoid creatures. Lin Fan appeared before every humanoid creature like an invisible god of death. The crowd below stared at Lin Fan in the sky, dumbfounded. Do they really need to intervene? Some of them rubbed their eyes, tears welling up. Others clenched their fists, their necks trembling as if they were about to breathe. The Grand Elder gripped the space sword with a complex expression. He was still unsure before. Lin Fan's current abilities are comparable to those of the founder of the Great Qian dynasty. Perhaps, a complete and utter crushing defeat has already been achieved. The crowd's eyes flickered, as if they were deep in thought. Just like fireworks on a regular day, streaks of fireworks flashed across the azure sky. Only 10 breaths had passed. Only a solitary figure remained in the sky. And humanoid creatures? One by one, their bodies shattered, turning into fragments that floated on the sea with the waves. Lin Fan sighed, his eyes calm and unchanging. He looked up at the sky. So, is it bad? People who fled from Linhai City to seek refuge. They rushed to the next, safer city. The city of Linhai, now razed to the ground, was accompanied by the continuous explosions of fireworks. Although they didn't know what was happening. But in this life or death crisis, running is the first priority. Let's focus on staying alive first. In the crowd, Luo Mengdai wiped the sweat from her brow. As the strongest member of the team, he naturally commands order. However, she was now looking at a little girl crying in front of her with concern. Luo Mengdai asked in confusion, "Why are you here all alone?" This little girl is strange. She's only 7 or 8 years old, but she seems to have been born with canker sores. Standing beside the line, she rubbed her eyes and cried slightly. Luo Mengdai sighed and looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Shi. "You two should go ahead first." As she spoke, she gestured with her eyes to the little girl in front of her. The 2 women nodded and followed the group forward. Luo Mengdai asked gently, "Tell your sister, where did your mother go?" However, a strange feeling inexplicably arose in my heart. Upon hearing this, the little girl seemed to stop crying. Its lips inexplicably curled into a strange arc as it lowered its hand. A pair of eyes, like white crystals, were revealed. Luo Mengdia's eyes widened suddenly, and she wanted to run back, but found that her arm was being held tightly by the little girl. The little girl smiled mysteriously and said, "Sister, my mother wants my sister's head." Luo Mengdai was terrified. She unleashed her full chakra, but it did not budge the little girl in the slightest. The little girl's arm swiftly transformed into a palm blade, slashing towards Luo Mengdia's neck. At the same time, all the snow-white hair grew out of its head, and its body became incredibly slender and long. "She has grown from a little girl into a grown woman. Luo Mengdai felt utterly devastated. Is this guy here to kill me? In the blink of an eye, the ice and snow immortal lord's palm strike was about to strike. A streak of blue light descended from the sky, slashing towards the ice and snow immortal lord's arm. The ice and snow immortal lord cried out and looked down at his arm, only to find it completely empty. It suddenly looked ahead. The woman standing before me, Luo Mengdai, has somehow been replaced by Lin Fan. The real Luo Mengdai is standing in the sky at this moment. And this is something that belongs exclusively to Lin Fan. What, you're afraid to confront him head-on? You even attacked my wife? Are you courting death? Lin Fan gave a cold laugh. Lin Fan felt as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on him from all sides. In the distance, the supergravity immortal lord suddenly appeared, not far from Linhai City. Everyone fell silent. The two stood inside a pitch-black supergravity sphere. Lin Fan gently waved his hand, and an invisible spatial force emanated from it. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding supergravity suddenly returned to normal. Two tear tracks were visible on Luo Mingjie's face. She breathed a sigh of relief and gripped Lin Fan's clothes tightly. You're here. Lin Fan nodded. I'm here. Luo Mengdai asked with concern, then, are you alright? Even when Luo Mengdai was about to die, she remained the same. Lin Fan glanced tenderly at Luo Mengdai, completely ignoring the two immortal masters. Of course I'm fine, but you don't understand the importance of staying away from strangers. After saying that, Lin Fan gently flicked Luo Mengjie's nose. Luo Mengdai pursed her lips and said nothing more. The two immortal masters stood together in the sky. The ice and snow immortal lord roared, and flesh rapidly grew from his arms, gradually expanding until they became withered and thin arms. Lin Fan's face was icy as he looked up at the sky. It can't be that bad, can it? The ice and snow immortal master gave a strange smile. It's not that bad. Lin Fan suddenly stood in front of the ice and snow immortal lord and grabbed her by the neck. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. What did you say? A sharp blue longsword suddenly appeared. With a single stroke, he severed the ice and snow immortal's head. It fell to the ground with a series of thuds, and pale blood gushed out from its neck like a jet of water. My body rolled towards the ground involuntarily. The supergravity immortal lord's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his hands, unleashing a terrifying, overwhelming gravity that swept towards Lin Fan. Suddenly, the force of gravity transformed into iron pillars, attempting to pin Lin Fan to the ground. However, Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. With a slash of the longsword, another attack resembling a crescent moon was unleashed. With a whoosh, the longsword sliced through the air, cleaving the body of the supergravity immortal lord in two, who then crashed to the ground. As Luo Mengdai gazed at Lin Fan's figure, she felt an immense sense of peace in her heart. She knew Lin Fan would definitely show up. Someone will definitely come to her rescue. Meanwhile, the two bodies on the ground were rapidly merging at a different speed. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a monster with 2 heads and 4 arms. The blue skin blended seamlessly with the white skin. Its ferocious appearance made it seem as if it had crawled out of hell. Its body floated slowly in midair. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly. The gravity around Lin Fan suddenly intensified, adding another layer of cold. It's terrifying. And in the procession, countless people stared in horror at the black ball behind them. His eyes darted around in panic, and he quickly made his escape. The chakra energy emanating from this strange black sphere far exceeded their expectations. What exactly was that little girl just now? I don't know. It seems it just suddenly got bigger. Let's go. Something's wrong. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Linke exchanged a glance. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared between his hands. A little girl? A very bad premonition suddenly appeared. The surrounding scenery changed completely. The thick snow was continuously compressed as if it had frozen. The weight in the air compresses the blood throughout the body. Lin Fan led Luo Mengdai over. He raised an eyebrow, gazing at the mutant in front of him. In other words, Otsutsuki Bei, you killed all the immortal lords of the celestial realm? Lin Fan shrugged. The mutant chuckled. Very clever. Did Lu tell you that? Aren't you grateful to me for saving you a lot of trouble? Lin Fan ignored him. Mind your own business, and you'll pay the price with your life. When I went to kill the lava immortal lord earlier, Lin Fan still did not find anything unusual. Only 1 day has passed. Has the entire realm of immortals and gods been slaughtered by it? Lin Fan's eyes flashed. The mutant's 2 eyes opened, its pupils dilated. Lin Fan's arm pierced through his chest, and blood spurted out. Instead, the mutant felt no pain whatsoever. Don't you know that my body is practically dead? A repulsive force exploded from his arm. The mutant seemed to be completely expanded by water, its body bulging out like a plea filled with air, before exploding. Who told you I care about that? The exploded body rapidly coalesced, once again revealing its mutated form. The mutant sneered, you're really strong. No wonder these livestock couldn't hit you. Lin Fan frowned. Are you Otsutsuki clan really that disgusting? Lin Fan stretched out his hand, which transformed into a slap, and shattered the mutant's body once again with a single blow. You're at the 6 paths level? Otsutsuki Bei's voice rang out again, but this time it sounded somewhat serious. Speculation, conjecture, even skepticism. Ice and snow, super supergravity realm. The final moment has arrived. Above the black sphere, the mutant's body reformed once more. Vast amounts of chakra surged forth from all directions without ever running dry. Along with streaks of white snow, they frantically attacked Lin Fan. Ice and snow escape, despair spear, supergravity, gravity hammer. The mutant's face was gloomy. Lin Fan's strength clearly exceeded his expectations, even if it can't force Lin Fan to reveal his true strength. But at least, we need to figure out some of Lin Fan's strength. He didn't believe that Lin Fan's strength could surpass that of other beings on Earth and reach the so-called six paths. In the sky, a blue spear and a terrifying green iron hammer descended from the heavens. It tore through the air with a series of whistling sounds. Lin Fan's expression, however, remained unchanged. He was naturally aware of Otsutsuki Bei's intentions. Thinking of testing his strength, the two weapons in the air slammed heavily onto him, yet within a tiny space, they didn't penetrate him at all. Both heads of the mutant had strange expressions on their faces. What kind of ability is this? At least Otsutsuki High roamed across various planets for tens of thousands of years. However, I have never discovered that I possess this ability to compress the space around oneself to this extent. That requires an incredibly sophisticated grasp of space. Could a human being have accomplished such a feat? In the realm of immortals and gods, Otsutsuki Bei was dressed entirely in white, wearing a long robe. He held a chopstick in his hand, eating the flesh and blood in front of him while manipulating the mutants in the human world. This guy is definitely not just a quasi-six paths level, etc. But rather, before he could finish speaking, the chopsticks in his hands suddenly broke. Lin Fan's hands were firmly gripping the necks of the two mutants. Lin Fan chuckled, "You guys really think I have no temper?" The mutants' two heads inexplicably roared. Chakra from all directions, carrying a killing intent, charged forward. It was as if they wanted Lin Fan dead in an instant. These chakra swirls continued to pound around Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly glowed red, and he unleashed the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. Lin Fan exerted a little force, and terrifying spatial power surged forth instantly. "It's ready. I'm not playing with you anymore. If we play again, it seems to make no sense at all." The terrifying power of the six paths exploded with a deafening roar. The mutant's eyes remained wide open in disbelief, as if it wanted to say something. Otsutsuki Bei wanted to say something. Unfortunately, it was too late. In an instant, he crushed the mutant's two necks. His body, too, exploded as Lin Fan exerted his strength. The ice and snow, the supergravity realm, gradually disintegrated and collapsed from all directions, eventually manifesting itself in reality. All the people in Linhai City stared blankly at the figure of the young man in the sky. The boy held Luo Mengdia's hand and slowly fell from midair. Everyone fell silent. They looked at them with a complex mix of emotions, including fear and respect. They recognized the boy in front of them, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Lin Fan. This terrifying sphere. It was probably utterly shattered in Lin Fan's hands, wasn't it? Lin Fan shrugged. "You can just walk forward. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about them." Lin Fan's aura erupted like a volcano. Everyone was stunned as they sensed Lin Fan's presence, goosebumps gradually appearing all over their bodies. The crowd gradually moved forward. However, this time, they felt an unbreakable sense of security in their hearts. Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke rushed over, their lips moving as if they wanted to say something, but they didn't. Lin Fan placed Luo Mengdia's hand in theirs and smiled slightly. "Take Meng Dai with you. As you all know, I have some things to take care of on my end." Su Xiaoxiao and Shi Lingke nodded at the same time. "Okay." Luo Mengdai turned around, her eyes filled with tenderness. "You must be careful." Lin Fan had already turned around, but upon hearing this, he paused, then turned back and grinned. The six eyes on Otsutsuki Bei's face were clearly bloodshot. Behind him, a nine-moon shape rose slowly. The Sharingan with 9 Tomo. How could this happen to a human? Six eyes blinked, utterly puzzled. Logically speaking, only those who possess the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan can evolve. This guy is hiding a secret. 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Everything that could never happen to any creature on Earth appeared on Lin Fan. Otsutsuki Bei stood up and put down all the flesh and blood in his hands. Fresh blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Otsutsuki Bei elegantly wiped his face, revealing a set of fangs. "Since that's the case, then I will personally go to the human realm." A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. As for sending more people down, he certainly didn't want his fragmented power to become someone else's battle experience. Unstable factors must be completely eliminated. The auras of the two immortal masters suddenly appeared like mountains. The crowd's expressions were complicated. They were just about to go and provide assistance. "This is outrageous." However, these two auras quickly weakened and disappeared, replaced by Lin Fan's aura. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan has dealt with two more immortal lords? The leader's strength is truly unfathomable. It's only been a few days since the awakening ceremony. Is he really from our time? Yes, but I don't feel like it. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, with members of the Akatsuki, such as Haiden and Deidara, joining in. The 8 heads of the family stood still, gazing at the group of fragments on the sea. It had an unimaginable
unimaginable impact on their minds. Before this, they had never seen Lin Fan in real combat. At that moment, they saw it. I was also shocked. Those past decades, they must have wasted their lives. The Grand Elder, Itachi Uchiha, and Pain stood aside. The Grand Elder seemed to have aged several years as he placed the dimmed spatial sword in his hand on the ground. He muttered to himself, the great Qin dynasty you founded seems to have a successor. No, there are new guardians, including the entire human realm. Itachi Uchiha and Pain exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with complex emotions, their thoughts unreadable. The Heavenly Tao slowly said, the leader's strength is growing stronger every day. Uchiha Itachi smiled faintly. I wonder how you trained. Everyone immediately held their breath. They looked up at the spatial rift in the sky. I don't know when. A jade-white figure slowly floated out from the spatial rift. The figure appeared no different from an ordinary person, wearing a wide, flowing robe. The sea breeze blows, even causing sleeves to flutter. Those 3 pairs of bright red eyes were set in his horse-like face, making him look extremely terrifying. The other level of life realm revealed in Otsutsuki Bay. What, exactly is this thing? This idea stirred in everyone's mind. As if he could read their minds, Otsutsuki Bay's lips curled into a smile. Ants. No, my lowly flesh creatures. Come and welcome your ancient master. Otsutsuki Heijo spread his arms wide, looking down directly at countless humans. No one dared to even breathe loudly. Even the 2 strongest individuals, Tiandao and Uchiha Itachi, were taken aback by this. Cold sweat poured down the backs of countless people. Otsutsuki Bay raised his hand. Qin Zhonghua and the other 2 were still lingering in the vicinity. They were afraid that Lin Fan hadn't handled things thoroughly enough, so he took advantage of Lin Fan's absence to thoroughly investigate the demon realm. They had just stepped into the demon realm. Their bodies froze instantly. Within the realm of demons, on a vast plain, lay utterly empty, devoid of any creature. None of the demons that Lin Fan had previously slaughtered remained. Horror, fear, not knowing what happened. The 3 men's faces turned extremely ugly, their expressions complex. Qin Zhonghua immediately made a judgment. No, we must do what Lin Fan said. The 2 nodded upon hearing this, so their bodies flew rapidly out of the spatial rift. If we could collect all the demons in the entire demon realm, is it another Otsutsuki? The group exchanged glances and realized the other's judgment. Everyone looked tense, staring at the person in the sky, although they had no idea who Otsutsuki Bay was. However, the way it came out in such a pretentious manner, coupled with the added aura of terror, made it seem even more intimidating. Anyone in that situation would clearly know just how terrifying this guy in front of them is. Tendo and Itachi Uchiha exchanged a glance, then with a whoosh, the 2 disappeared. Then, they appeared one after the other in front of and behind Otsutsuki Bay. A terrifying suction force erupted from the palm of the Heavenly Tao. A blood-red giant appeared before Otsutsuki Bay, and the power of the Tatsuka blade was suddenly unleashed. Otsutsuki Shiro gave a cold laugh. Ants. He raised both hands, each hand pointing towards the 2 people. 2 blood-red Rinnegan eyes were prominently displayed in the center of his palm. Lava escape, lava jet. 2 terrifying pillars of fire erupted from his palms, completely ignoring the attacks launched by Itachi Uchiha and Pain. Uchiha Itachi and Pain flew away like kites with broken strings, their clothes almost completely burned and torn. Everyone stared in disbelief, dumbfounded. I didn't dare to breathe loudly. They knew that Itachi Uchiha and Pain were the strongest members of the Akatsuki organization. It can be described as the pinnacle of the super shadow level. But in front of Otsutsuki Bay, he had no chance to resist. Suddenly, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Otsutsuki Bay shook his head. Humans are indeed mostly overestimating themselves. A giant fist smashed down on Otsutsuki Bay's head. Otsutsuki Bay was sent flying like a sandbag, creating huge waves on the sea. Finally, Otsutsuki Bay stood on the sea with a sharp look in his eyes. Hope began to flicker in everyone's eyes. At the same time, 2 Lin Fans, along with Uchiha Itachi and Tendo, flew towards both sides. Immediately afterwards, an invisible barrier appeared in front of everyone. All that was left for them was Lin Fan's retreating figure. Otsutsuki Bay lifted his sleeve and wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Tisk. Nice to meet you. A long blue sword fell from the sky. In an instant, it sliced Otsutsuki Bay's body in 2. Otsutsuki Bay's body was split in 2, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. You bastard. It has 4 petals right now. Lin Fan had no intention of giving Otsutsuki Bay any chance to catch her breath. The Susanoo covering his body already possessed a spatial power. Each attack is capable of damaging Otsutsuki Bay through space. Space travel is the most terrifying and deadly attack that surpasses the speed of sound and the speed of light. Lin Fan's longsword slashed across Otsutsuki Bay's body with a series of sharp, hissing sounds. In the blink of an eye, Otsutsuki Bay's body was cut into pieces. Not a single piece of intact flesh remained. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The boy at this moment is so insane and terrifying. If such a long sword were to fall on my body, no need for several cuts. No, just one cut would likely be enough to take his life. The 6 paths level? Is it really that terrifying? They swallowed their saliva without even realizing it.
However, before they could even salivate again,
their eyes nearly popped out. Otsutsuki Bei's arm grew rapidly, eventually reaching several thousand meters in length, resembling a spear, and pierced through Lin Fan's body.
The next moment, Otsutsuki Bei's body suddenly moved closer. The 6 eyes on its head turned ferocious. Otsutsuki's eyes shot out icy, cold laser beams. Lin Fan's entire body suddenly turned into an ice sculpture.
Otsutsuki Bei let go, and Lin Fan fell to the ground, turning into pieces of shattered flesh.
Lin Fan, just like that, died?
Everyone rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing.
However, Otsutsuki Bei's face was extremely sharp. He raised his hand, and a violent and terrifying flame rushed towards the crowd. At the same time, the sand on the ground condensed, and suddenly a giant hand appeared. Otsutsuki Bei shouted, "Lin Fan, come out here." The chakra he had gathered suddenly broke off. Lin Fan's figure appeared in front of him without him noticing. The boy's smile shone brightly in the dazzling sunlight. He slapped him. That's right, a slap. Otsutsuki Bei's eyes turned bloodshot, and his chakra exploded uncontrollably. Understood. Lowly humans? How dare you? Otsutsuki Bei raised his hands, and a supergravity field suddenly appeared around his body. The terrifying gravity made the surrounding space seem to sag, absorb the power of the 4 immortal lords. At this moment, he can be described as the epitome of the immortals and gods. This provided him with a platform to unleash his abilities after he had initially broken the seal. Lin Fan's body collapsed, but the exposed skin remained a deathly brown. Otsutsuki was filled with grief and rage, and his senses rapidly expanded in all directions. As his senses were released, countless black dots appeared around Lin Fan. 1, 2, hundreds, thousands. All living beings were horrified by the presence of auras appearing from all directions. Countless Lin Fans suddenly appeared in various places. The immense chakra is like an infinite energy source, inexhaustible and limitless.
Lin Fan, who has absorbed natural energy, is now using the energy of the entire blue star. The runes of the immortal body appeared on his forehead. The aura emanating from his entire body became incredibly heavy. The 4 heads of the family muttered to themselves, their eyes filled with complex emotions. This is what other people's 18th birthday is like? It seems a little different from their 18-year-old selves. At 18, they were still worrying about how to strive and cultivate to reach the 6th rank, the quasi-shadow level. But Lin Fan took a single step and reached the finish line that others had reached. Who can surpass this level of ability? The elder stroked his beard inside. Gao Shanda and Bai Xingjian exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. Compared to them, the members of the Akatsuki organization couldn't help but have their eyes light up. How long has it been? The leader's strength has increased yet again. Moreover, compared to before, it's clearly not on the same level at all. If we were to have them spar again, that's about all I can say. Even lying down and doing nothing is better than a game you're guaranteed to lose. Otsutsuki stood in the sky, his face grim. 6 pairs of eyes flickered with emotion. This guy is definitely not an ordinary human. Ordinary humans absolutely do not have this level of skill or ability. He suddenly grabbed out a clump of twisted, writhing flesh. Take a big bite. His body was torn to pieces. Otsutsuki Bei's body was torn to pieces. In an instant, hundreds of Otsutsuki High also appeared. The aura emanating from each of Otsutsuki Bei's bodies was exactly the same. It seems to be a perfect clone. There is no difference in strength. A strange smile crept across their lips. That's it. In the sky, one after another, the 1,000-armed Susanoo appeared. Behind Senju Susanoo, countless long swords were held high and tightly gripped, instantly releasing millions of sword energies. Every wisp of sword energy brings with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The moment the blade energy was unleashed, space shattered, and nothing could live. Otsutsuki Bei's expression suddenly changed. As if by magic, she changed her face several times. He can't compete. He quickly manipulated the hundreds of clones around him, raising his hand. Desert, desperate sandwall. The Desert Immortal Lord's signature move. It can be called the strongest defense in the 3 realms. It can withstand attacks of any attribute, whether physical or chakra. After Otsutsuki Bei devoured the flesh and blood, he underwent a transformation and was able to unleash even more terrifying power, especially on the beach. Endless sands gathered up and formed rows of walls. The walls were layered upon layered, and were dozens of meters thick. The oppressive atmosphere, like a mountain, made it hard for everyone to breathe. Even his breathing became heavy. This level of attack. Lin Fan, can he break it? Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly, his face calm and composed, his expression unchanged. Otsutsuki Bei's face darkened, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. This guy only knows how to be human. How could there be something so oppressive? He was extremely cautious. As for uncovering the secret of how Lin Fan became a 6 paths level cultivator, perhaps we should wait until we perfectly kill Lin Fan before considering it. At present, Otsutsuki Bei has made killing Lin Fan his first and foremost objective. Even though it happened thousands of years ago, they brought chakra training methods to the entire planet. After countless creatures emerged, a 3-way balance of power was formed. Later, in the realms of immortals and gods, demons and monsters, and even the human world, there were countless countless powerful beings at the quasi-6th level.
Of course, in the end, nature itself became their prey, provided for their cultivation.
Upon thinking of this, Otsutsuki Bei's eyes suddenly darkened.
6 eyes shone brightly.
9 Megatama appeared in 6 of the eyes.
Countless Otsutsuki Bei roared towards the sky. Otsutsuki.
But before the words were even finished, countless longswords actually pierced through the thick sand wall. The terrifying and ferocious longswords pierced into all sorts of bodies like nails.
Mouthfuls of blood spurted out. It only took a moment. Lin Fan broke through this defense? Only then did Otsutsuki Bei realize what was happening. He suddenly looked around in all directions.
It should have been a completely dark space, enveloped in sand.
And now, the sun has inexplicably appeared, and the ocean has inexplicably appeared.
Behind this starkly different scene, long swords were revealed.
Spatial overlap, or a mirage? Otsutsuki Haishin was deeply shaken. It's called the power to manipulate space? Otsutsuki blinked in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? And Lin Fan's figure, to be precise, is countless Lin Fan's bodies.
They appeared in front of each of the 10 Otsutsuki high, one against one. They all looked up and smiled slightly.
Sorry, I've recently come across a new ability. 9-Tomo Rinnegan, Space Overlap.
This is a new ability granted to Lin Fan by the 9-Tomo Rinnegan after he has undergone rigorous training and evolution. The ultimate power that stands beyond the boundless realm. It can completely link two coherent spaces together,
no matter where you are. As long as it's within 100 meters of Lin Fan, it can be done easily and effortlessly.
I refuse to accept this. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan drew his long sword.
Otsutsuki Bei's 6 eyes turned round and big. The shock in everyone's eyes and on their faces was no less than that of Otsutsuki Bei.
From their perspective,
it's like playing a video game.
Suddenly, a white line appeared to slice through the middle of the screen in their eyes. This line connects the sand wall of Otsutsuki Bei with the seawater on land. They could observe it with perfect clarity. The seawater can actually cascade down from the sky like a waterfall, stirring up snow-white waves.
What kind of ability is this?
It completely overturned their expectations.
The imagination of one's abilities. Even the imagination of spatial power. You need to understand, what do they think spatial power is?
But it can only serve as an auxiliary function.
And now, how did Lin Fan unleash such a dreamlike attack method? Even the members of the Akatsuki were instantly petrified on the spot. When did the leader acquire this ability?
Before they could think further, the Grand Elder's mastery of spatial power is arguably the most profound and strongest among all of them. After all, in the early years, he had a superior subordinate relationship with the founder of Dakian. That person's abilities aren't as illogical as Lin Fan's, are they?
Combining the two spaces together? The Grand Elder gasped repeatedly. Still no reaction.
Lin Fan's body had already appeared outside this white line. His expression was calm and composed.
It's time to end this.
Lin Fan spoke calmly, as if he were talking about something insignificant.
Everyone's eyes widened suddenly. The white line turned into a black line in a flash.
The black lines twisted and cracked, causing the space in front of them to distort as well.
Desert and seawater mixed together.
This terrifying scene appeared out of nowhere. Otsutsuki's mournful wail rang out, his voice filled with utter desolation.
The scream lasted only a second.
The spatial distortion has also returned to normal.
Seawater overflowed, sand bulged up, and just like sunrise and sunset, it returned to its original position perfectly normally. Hundreds of Otsutsuki? The air fell silent.
Lin Fan, on the other hand, did not change his expression. Lin Fan stood in midair, turned around, and looked at the bewildered crowd.
You all wait here. Everyone snapped out of their daze and nodded. I'm going to the realm of immortals and gods. Everyone nodded again.
They were still immersed in the power Lin Fan had just displayed, which was like that of a creator god. Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his head. He left a clone behind, and a spatial rift leading to the realm of immortals and gods was opened.
Otsutsuki Bei is not dead yet.
Lin Fan's body disappeared from the spot. All that remained were the bewildered people staring at each other.
The 4 heads of the family all shook their heads. His mind is still a complete mess. This is truly something I've never seen before. Bai Xingjian and Gao Shangde couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
They all recalled the scene when they first met Lin Fan, when Lin Fan was still an ordinary teenager.
Things are different now than they used to be. The elder was stunned and shook his head. Not long after, this guy, the shock they brought was just too great.
It was so powerful that even his century-old hand trembled slightly. First, they slayed the demons, then the divine tree, and then slaughtered the demon realm. In the end, they even managed to kill off this kind of creature that had once ruled the Blue Star.
Scenes flashed before the Grand Elder's eyes like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, a bright light shot out. It is a blessing for the entire Great Qian dynasty.
It's also a stroke of luck for Earth. If it weren't for Lin Fan these past few days, the entire human realm would probably have been plunged into complete annihilation. The Grand Elder muttered to himself, this guy, he really is. He looked up at the crack in the sky, his expression complex, and sighed. The realms of immortals and gods and the realms of demons and monsters have existed for thousands of years. They were all wiped wiped out by this young man in just 3 short days. If the ancestors of the human world knew this, they would be terrified countless times. No human being has ever been able to achieve what Lin Fan has done. Even those humans who had fought bloody battles had never done this before. Immediately, the elder slowly turned around, looked at the crowd, and then looked around at the scorched earth of Linhai City. The Grand Elder immediately gave the order. Everyone, take a good rest. The once bright and luminous realm of immortals and gods is gone forever, replaced by utter darkness. Countless fragments of the realm float within this space. It includes deserts, ice and snow, and even supergravity, the lunar realm. It can be seen clearly. The realm of immortals and gods was effectively destroyed by Otsutsuki-Bey alone. As for the blood essence hidden within, it might be the origin of the humanoid creature from before. Lin Fan floated on it, slowly observing the surrounding scenery. It's hard not to feel a sense of melancholy, a feeling that things have changed and people are no longer the same. Even though he only arrived in the realm of immortals and gods yesterday, Lin Fan's senses extended throughout the entire immortal realm, attempting to find traces of Otsutsuki-Bey. In the end, nothing was gained. However, his body floated and quickly leaped to the front of a corpse. The corpse's face was filled with horror, its chest had been ripped open, as if its flesh and blood had been greedily devoured. That proud and aloof moon immortal lord, whose combat prowess stands at the pinnacle of the 3 realms and is no weaker than the first demon lord. At this moment, it lay forlornly on the ground, its life extinguished in despair. The scene was bloody and also appeared tragic and pitiful. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and terror. Lin Fan shook his head. That's really funny. Just a few days ago, it was full of energy and challenging me, but now it lies on the ground as a cold corpse. His body quickly passed the moon immortal lord, but halfway through, the leg suddenly stopped. Then, he stomped down hard on the head of the moon immortal lord. A fleshy ball with 6 eyes suddenly burst out of the moon immortal lord's head and flew towards the horizon. Lin Fan's lips curled up, and the light of his 9-tomo Rinnegan flashed. The space in front of Otsutsuki-Bey suddenly merged with the space beside Lin Fan. Otsutsuki-Bey bumped into him and appeared right next to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly, and a large hand of Susanoo grasped the flesh ball. What, still trying to run away? The fleshy ball roared and unleashed a terrifying burst of chakra. However, it had no effect on Lin Fan. Otsutsuki-Bey struggled to her feet. How did you know me? He never dreamed that Lin Fan would discover him. He had clearly lowered his aura to the lowest possible level. Almost no living being can detect or find him. Even if someone from Zushin came, they wouldn't be able to react to him at all. Lin Fan actually spotted his hiding place at a glance. A chill ran through me. A sense of horror spread throughout my entire body. He still can't imagine it. Why would someone like Lin Fan appear on a blue star, so far away from our ancestral planet? Lin Fan scratched his head. Don't you think that with your violent nature, you should just devour the entire immortal realm? Don't you find it suspicious that a corpse was deliberately left behind? Logically speaking, shouldn't all the corpses have been cleared away and thoroughly cleaned up? Otsutsuki-Bey. Lin Fan shrugged. I'll give you a ride. He didn't waste any words. In other words, there is absolutely no need to have any pity for this kind of enemy. These guys came to Earth only to covet the chakra power inherent in Earth's creatures, to plunder it for their own cultivation. Some are brutal, some are conservative. In essence, they are all born from the same mold. Thinking of this, Susanoo's giant hand, carrying the power of Kamui to distort space, was about to crush Otsutsuki-Bey in an instant. Otsutsuki-Hai cried out in terror. I have devoured the power of Otsutsuki-Raku. If you kill me, your fellow humankind on our ancestral planet will surely discover the existence of Earth. At that time, none of you will be able to escape, or we could cooperate. Otsutsuki-Bey hadn't finished speaking. A sound like a balloon being popped suddenly exploded. Lin Fan completely crushed the entire fleshy ball. You think you're worthy to cooperate with me? Lin Fan sneered. As for your ancestral star, let them come find me. These words, once spoken, revealed an overwhelming degree of domineering power on a crystal clear white planet. Among them, countless Otsutsuki clan members dressed in white with Rinnegan embedded in their heads floated in the air. At this moment, they all opened their eyes and looked towards the direction of Blue Star. Both Otsutsuki-Bey and Otsutsuki-Raku are dead. There are actually beings in the universe stronger than them. Too good for nothings, they deserve to die. Didn't Zhong also go on a mission with them? Now there's no trace of them. The members of the Otsutsuki clan were discussing it animatedly. In his eyes, there was disdain and sarcasm. One of the older men spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Before long, 2 Otsutsuki clansmen slowly emerged. Elder, let's go together. The elder of the Otsutsuki clan nodded. Alright. The 2 large Tsutsuki creatures vanished from the spot. Lin Fan gazed at this vast land. He took a deep breath, and a terrifying spatial force surged forth from his palm. Twisted, shattered. The entire realm of immortals and gods vanished in an instant. Like a reflection in a mirror, or the moon's reflection in water. It shatters instantly upon contact. In the human realm, countless people stared in horror at the sky. This thick cloud layer seems to be flashing with lightning right
right now. Even the heavens and earth seemed to darken. However, it disappeared instantly and returned to normal.
Lin Fan's body slowly appeared before everyone. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Lin Fan couldn't help but grin.
Lin Fan asked, so shocked?
A short while later,
Bai Xingjian muttered to himself, what do you think? Shocked? My heart is about to explode.
I've only known Lin Fan for a few days.
Gao Shunda nodded in agreement. The expression on his face showed complete agreement.
These words immediately caused a great uproar. Many powerful individuals cheered with joy. The Grand Elder, however, possessed keen insight. You just, illegible, the immortal realm.
Lin Fan nodded, neither confirming nor denying. He conveniently wiped out the entire space of the immortal god realm. Everyone's eyes widened, and they gasped dozens of times.
The surrounding temperature dropped several degrees.
This space, which so many people flocked to, vanished entirely in Lin Fan's hands. In Lin Fan's hands.
This has truly broadened my horizons. Only a few days have passed. If, over thousands of years, a peerless genius had emerged among the human race, cultivated for decades, and thus destroyed the realms of immortals and gods, as well as the realms of demons and monsters, they probably weren't that shocked.
Do you want to go and have a look?
Lin Fan is only 18 years old. Everyone stared in disbelief, speechless for a long time. Just then, 3 figures at the shadow level suddenly flew over from the side.
It was Qin Zhonghua and the other two.
At that moment, Qin Zhonghua rushed over, looking anxious.
Lin Fan, the demon realm.
All the corpses in the demon realm have vanished.
Qin Zhonghua's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the crowd. Didn't Lin Fan just wipe them all out today? How come all the corpses inside have disappeared?
In an instant, everyone thought of Otsutsuki Bey again, the guy who had previously regarded them as nothing more than food. Lin Fan remained calm. I'll go take a look. With the deaths of the 2 great Otsutsuki, only the Otsutsuki who created the world of immortals and gods remains, the so-called master of the divine tree. Thinking of this, Lin Fan slowly raised his hand.
A white line suddenly appeared. Directly in front of Lin Fan, a crimson space suddenly appeared. Lin Fan's figure also disappeared.
All that remained were those who were still completely bewildered.
Countless demon corpses are piled up here. The foul-smelling, horrifying blood clots piled up.
Above these blood clots, a figure dressed in a jade-white robe stood. His mouth was slightly open as he greedily absorbed the chakra energy contained in the demon's corpse. He looked tense, as if he were muttering something to himself. Absorb it quickly, absorb it quickly.
Otsutsuki Bey and Otsutsuki Raku, how could they both be dead? How could they both be dead? He clenched his fist in the Otsutsuki clan. Considering overall combat strength, sorrow and joy are the strongest among the 3.
But he was the weakest.
Haven't seen you for a long time.
He originally intended to use Otsutsuki Bey to buy some time.
Otsutsuki Bey was killed by Lin Fan without even having to delay for half a day? If Lin Fan were to come knocking on our door right now,
with his strength,
there is absolutely no ability to cope with it.
Otsutsuki Nakaru grew increasingly anxious. Hurry up for me.
The eyes on his head suddenly widened. The Susanu's giant hand suddenly appeared on his head.
The Azure Chakra, like the scythe of death, instantly pressed against his neck, ready to reap his life at any moment.
Otsutsuki Nakamura spoke, his voice trembling, Lin Fan, I think we can talk.
Meanwhile, secretly, his right hand was gathering power. However, it was before he could use it. Susanu's massive hand, with unstoppable force, crushed his head.
He fell within the Otsutsuki clan.
Lin Fan coldly gazed at the appearance within the Otsutsuki clan and chuckled. They're all like this.
The hearts of living beings are no longer what they used to be. They are all the same.
Lin Fan raised his arm. The explosive spatial power caused the space throughout the entire demon realm to become thin and shattered.
The realm of demons and gods on Blue Star.
In later times, it was called the Age of Change. Lin Fan, exhausted, returned to his villa in another city.
The reconstruction date for Linhai City has been brought to the forefront. They gathered reinforcements from all over the Great Qin dynasty.
The evacuation and resettlement of the residents of Linhai City proceeded very smoothly.
This was thanks to the efforts of Gao Shangda and Bai Xingjian.
In the past few days, the 2 of them have dealt with the post-war remnants caused by the invasions of so many demons and gods. This time, he naturally handled it with great ease. Lin Fan was deeply satisfied with this. For this reason, Lin Fan specially dispatched members of the Akatsuki organization to help. After all, now the demons and monsters have been wiped out and immortals and gods have perished. The members of the Akatsuki organization were naturally quite free. I did more than just this much today. The emperors of the other empires all wanted to meet Lin Fan, but Lin Fan immediately declined them all. Apart from the emperor of the Russian Empire, none of the other rulers had any interaction with Lin Fan. I had a brief chat with the 4 heads of the Great Qin family. As for Qin Zhonghua and the other 2, they were naturally dispatched to the outside of the sacred mountain.
Throughout ancient history, the sacred mountain has served as a bridge connecting the realm of demons and the realm of immortals and gods. If Lin Fan overlooks anything, the consequences could be dire.
Thinking of this, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He just felt so tired.
I want to take a break.
Whether power has been truly mastered. The rhythm of one wave subsiding only to be followed by another seems to be out of control. But it gave Lin Fan a sense of déjà vu from the past 8 years. Lin Fan seemed to want to take a good rest. He opened the villa's door and found a table full of food. The author's 3 daughters were sitting at the table. Luo Mengdai looked at him with surprise, seemingly wanting to say something. Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her hair, her eyes sparkling. Sure, Lin Ke was very well behaved and sat upright on the table. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, then smiled casually. Don't just stand there, the food's getting cold, eat up. It's almost 7 o'clock, and you're still waiting for him? Everyone laughed. Sure, Lin Ke and Su Xiaoxiao went back. Inside the villa, only Luo Mengdai remained. Lin Fan and Luo Mengdai gazed at the starry sky outside the window, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Luo Mengdai hugged him and said, "You've worked so hard." Lin Fan smiled slightly. He didn't say anything. "I just really enjoy this feeling. The realm of immortals and gods, the realm of demons and monsters." The current crisis seems to have been completely resolved by him. From the very beginning, there was a sense of unease about demons and monsters. The final relief. It doesn't seem that difficult. The system's voice rang out as expected. Ding! You have checked in for 8 consecutive days. Would you like to check in for the 9th day? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Luo Mengdai asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you laughing so happily?" Lin Fan shook his head, his tone becoming playful. "The matter has been resolved, and good things are happening again. Of course I'm very happy." Luo Mengdai curled her lip. "TCH. What good news?" Lin Fan looked up at the starry sky and silently recited in his heart. "System, check in. Congratulations on checking in for 9 consecutive days. Reward, ability, 10-fold increase." Upon hearing this, a new smile slowly curved onto Lin Fan's lips. Day 10, early morning. 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan suddenly appeared in the sky above the earth. The vast universe seemed to have become their backdrop at this moment. Their eyes were full of mockery and disdain. A garbage planet, causing 3 people to perish amidst joy and sorrow? How laughable. Fine, let's absorb all the energy from these ants. Both members of the Otsutsuki clan swept away the brilliance of the entire universe for nearly several thousand years. They have destroyed countless planets. How much chakra did it absorb? Even among the Otsutsuki clan, they are among the most outstanding. The surrounding cosmic environment is like flat ground to them. Entering the 6 paths level for the first time is nothing special. Even if those 3 expendable pawns appeared before them and fought against them, it would only be a matter of 10 rounds. However, to be fair, the creatures on this planet have a lot of chakra. One of the Otsutsuki clan members crossed his arms, his mouth agape with greed, as if he were looking at a bright red fruit. Since that's the case, let's devour them all. Another Otsutsuki clan member, Yang Tianchanxiao. Before the 2 finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. The space in front of them shattered instantly. A colossal, world-destroying blue hand suddenly appeared. Before they could react, their entire bodies were crushed. He didn't even let out a scream. Crushed by immense force, it vanished into the universe. In the starry sky, a Susanoo with a body 10,000 meters long floated out of the blue planet. It's been 10 days. It has been 10 days since I came to this matter. Wow, that's fast. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's gaze turned to the distance. The light of the 9-tomo Rinnegan was like a dazzling star. The ancestral planet where the Otsutsuki clan resides. There are some things that need to be addressed quickly. That place no longer needs to exist.